After staying up all night, Lin Yuan had just closed his eyes when a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System binding successful. Congratulations! You are the 9,999,999,999th player. The nationwide road survival game is about to begin. Please prepare in advance. Chapter 1. Is the brain a good thing to toss aside? Welcome to the nationwide road survival game. Please read the beginner's manual carefully. Beginner's manual. Rule 1. Each player is equipped with a vehicle. Vehicles can be upgraded. Beginner's manual. Rule 2. Continuously advancing through your vehicle is your only chance to survive. Beginner's manual. Rule 3. Along the way, you'll find resource supply boxes. Opening them can provide you with the resources you need. Note, there will always be some strange creatures guarding the resource boxes. Beginner's manual. Rule 4. Please obey traffic rules. Beginner's manual. Rule 5. There's a 24-hour beginner protection period during which you won't die from inaction. Beginner's manual. Rule 6. What are you still staring at? Get in the car already. Huh? What the hell? Did I just time travel? Lin Yuan thought he might be hallucinating, but after rubbing his sleepy eyes, he turned his gaze to the scooter in the middle of the road and the desert on either side. He had to face reality. As he glanced at the scooter, a message appeared in his mind. Frog-style scooter. Agile steering. High safety. Suitable for children age 0-10. Maximum speed of 15 km/h. With dark circles under his eyes, Lin Yuan stepped heavily onto the frog-style scooter. In an instant, a virtual panel appeared before him. It included a character panel, item trading mall, vehicle information, item backpack, and communication channel. He first checked the character panel. Name, Lin Yuan. Gender, male. Age, 22. Strength, 6. Speed, 6. Constitution, 6. Mentality, 5. Evaluation, a sleep-deprived corporate worker, an ordinary human in suboptimal health. The item trading mall was completely empty, offering no reference value. The vehicle information was simple, with just a brief introduction. Second-hand frog-style scooter. The upgrade section had more details, stating the materials needed to upgrade to the next level. Iron block X3, plastic X3, rubber X3, vehicle core X1, silver coin X1. Checking the item backpack revealed it was empty, with a total of 20 slots. Opening the communication channel, he found the world communication channel was locked, but the regional communication channel was accessible. In the regional chat channel, the upper right corner displayed the number of participants and the zone number. There were 10,000 players online. Zone number 19999, player ID 01286. Can someone explain what this place is? I'm so scared. A picture of a Lolita girl squatting on the road, crying. Player ID 09287. Come on, I'll lift you up. A burly man with a beard and a pink shirt opened his arms, pouting in a picture. Player ID 07289. EW? That's disgusting. Anyone trading items? I've got freshly baked, original flavor panties for trade. Limited edition. Player number 06453. Is there anyone here for online dating? I have an 8-pack. I'm 180 centimeters tall, weigh 135 pounds, and I'm a cheerful guy. Player number 07825. Oh my gosh, you guys are something else. I'm a wealthy lady, pale-skinned, with an office building and a commercial street at home. I only take in cute pups, little wolves, and wild dogs. Player number 09980, player number 07825. Hey sis, quick question. Do you take in lurchers? Player number 07825. What's a lurcher? Player number 09768, player number 07825. Snickers, what he means is a sighthound. Player number 07825. Get lost. A flurry of messages follow below. Lin Yuan stared at the screen for a while, finding nothing useful, just idle chatter. This annoying sense of relaxation. It seemed most people still didn't take the survival game seriously. With his feet firmly on the frog-style scooter, Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute as he looked down the seemingly endless road ahead. His hands controlled the direction while his legs moved rapidly, propelling the scooter at an odd speed along the road, the rear wheels sparking against the ground. A slight smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips as the warm breeze tousled his hair, reminding him of the moment from chasing the wind. The next moment, an alarm blared in his ears. Warning, warning, current speed is 15 km/h. You're approaching a downhill section. Please slow down. Warning, warning, you have entered the downhill section. Current speed is 16 km/h. You have exceeded the maximum speed of the vehicle. Brakes malfunctioning. Lin Yuan panicked for a second, but thankfully it was just a brake failure. No problem, as long as he could steer. Warning, warning, you have passed the downhill section. Current speed is 20 km/h. You have exceeded the maximum speed of the vehicle. Emergency maneuver will be initiated in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Without time to think, Lin Yuan launched himself and the scooter at an odd angle toward the sandy side of the road. Bang! Ugh, ugh, ugh. Lin Yuan struggled to pull his head out of the sand, plopping down on the ground, spitting out the sand in his mouth and gasping for air. The front wheel of the scooter was buried in the sand, while the two rear wheels spun in midair, one of them making a squeaking noise. Lin Yuan guessed it was probably out of oil. Shifting his weight slightly, he felt something unusual and looked down to find a black treasure chest beneath him. The moment he saw the chest, Lin Yuan's expression turned serious, and he quickly rolled away from it. A message appeared in his mind. Black iron-grade treasure chest, rarity level 0. Hidden hint, an unremarkable black chest. Collect 5 to fuse before opening. He cautiously scanned the area around the chest, recalling the third rule from the beginner's manual. Strange creatures often guarded treasure chests. Time ticked by, and still nothing happened. Lin Yuan slowly approached the chest and gave it a couple of kicks before quickly retreating. What's going on? No reaction. Lin Yuan quickly approached and opened the black treasure chest. Instead of the dazzling golden light he had imagined, he immediately saw the items inside the box. 1 iron block, 3 bottles of mineral water, 1 spicy hamburger. The moment his fingers touched the items, a voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Items detected. Would you like to store them in your inventory? Store. The items disappeared from the chest, and the treasure chest vanished as well. Glancing at the blazing sun hanging high in the sky, Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead and pulled his frog-style scooter out of the sand, moving it onto the road. With both feet on the scooter, Lin Yuan's gaze was resolute. He slowly opened and closed his legs, quickly closing them again as he continued down the road. The screeching sound of the scooter echoed on the pavement as he rode farther and farther. A system notification chimed in his ear, detected a black, iron-level treasure chest 300 meters ahead on the sand. It is recommended to check it out. Chapter 2. The moment the notification sounded, Lin Yuan's spirits lifted, and he showed an expression of surprise. He remembered that with the previous treasure chest, there hadn't been a notification. Could there be a hidden treasure chest? Shaking his head, Lin Yuan quickly opened and closed his legs again, and the frog-style scooter instantly accelerated to 10 km/h, gradually approaching the treasure chest ahead. 5 meters from the chest, Lin Yuan hit the brakes, the rear wheel screeching against the ground and leaving a long black mark. The scooter finally came to a stop 2 meters away from the treasure chest. Lin Yuan spotted a snow-white rabbit hopping around the chest. Really? A rabbit is guarding the treasure chest? This is just pure welfare. Thinking about the rabbit heads he had eaten in the past, Lin Yuan couldn't help but swallow a few times. After staring at the rabbit for a few seconds, a message regarding the rabbit appeared before him. Detected guarding animal white rabbit. A cute rabbit has no combat power. Suitable for steaming, barbecuing, spicy, salt baking, saucing, or air drying. Hidden tip: a rabbit can bite when provoked. To avoid injury, it is recommended to use a weapon. Attack range, 1 meter. Glancing at the wear and tear on his frog-style scooter, Lin Yuan decided against using it as a weapon. He took off his ice silk half sleeve, twisted it into a braid, and cautiously approached the rabbit step by step. Noticing someone getting closer, the rabbit stopped hopping, turned its gaze toward Lin Yuan, and tensed its hind legs, glaring fiercely. Its 2 exposed front teeth gleamed with a bright white light. Lin Yuan nervously swallowed. It was just a rabbit, so why was it acting so fierce? Taking another step forward, he was now within the rabbit's attack range. Suddenly, the rabbit kicked off the ground with its hind legs and lunged toward Lin Yuan. 10 seconds later, the battle was over. Lin Yuan, was that it? After dragging the now less-than-breathing rabbit out, Lin Yuan shook his head. It was just a rabbit. He had really been overly cautious. Squatting down, he opened the black, iron-level treasure chest, only to find it lacking in resources. 1 bottle of mineral water, 1 fruit bread, 2 rubber pieces, and 1 silver coin. Putting the items into his system backpack, Lin Yuan hopped onto the frog-style scooter and continued on his way, albeit at a significantly slower pace this time. He opened the system panel with his mind and was surprised to find a new piece of information regarding his vehicle. Durability, 3 recommended maintenance. If durability drops below 2, the vehicle will become unusable. Materials required for maintenance: 1 iron block, 1 rubber. Looks like it's aimed at my backpack. Maintenance. 3 seconds later, the frog-style scooter was as good as new, with its durability restored to the maximum value of 10. Lin Yuan entered the regional chat channel to check out the latest messages. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the chat channel was filled with less trivial chatter, focusing more on discussions related to survival games. Player 07896. Is there a kind soul out there who can help me with food? My family would be grateful. Player 04385. What are you thinking? Don't you know how to open chests for resources? Player 03214. Boo-hoo, my tricycle broke down. What should I do? Can someone send me some materials so I can make repairs? Player 02145. You have a tricycle too? What a coincidence. So do I. Player 05468. So I must be lucky. My vehicle is a wheelchair. Hee hee. Player 09562. Ahem. Sorry, I've already opened 3 black iron chests and got a ton of materials. If anyone wants to trade resources, feel free to message me. Player 05436. The players above are all pros. I've only opened 1 black iron chest and got just a meal upgrade. Lin Yuan quickly scanned through the messages and found a wealth of useful information. Most players had opened at least 1 chest, with some even managing to open 3. As for vehicles, aside from the player who got a wheelchair, the rest were mostly tricycles. Of course, there are also underwater players like Lin Yuan. He opened the system trading mall, where trading information was continuously scrolling. After a brief glance, Lin Yuan spotted numerous material exchange opportunities. The primary items being traded were still food and water. Considering that his backpack was relatively well-stocked, Lin Yuan decisively pulled out a bottle of water and gulped down more than half of it. He took out a fruit bread, broke it into 8 pieces, and exchanged it for a substantial amount of materials in the system trading mall. 4 iron blocks for plastics, for rubbers, 1 vehicle core, 2 silver coins. The trade was completed, and the items were automatically stored in his item backpack. Detected that the materials in the backpack meet the requirements for vehicle upgrades. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. After 3 seconds, the upgrade was successful. This upgrade consumed materials: 3 iron blocks, 3 plastics, 3 rubbers, 1 vehicle core, 1 silver coin. Vehicle information: second-hand human-powered tricycle durability. 9. Its spacious cargo area can solve the problem of insufficient storage for supplies. Materials required for the next upgrade: for iron blocks, for plastics, for rubbers, 1 glass, 1 vehicle core, 2 silver coins. Just as he was about to exit the system panel, a regional announcement rang in Lin Yuan's ears, congratulating player 09999 for becoming the first player in area 19999 to upgrade their vehicle. The reward items have been automatically added to the item backpack. Players are advised to check promptly. Lin Yuan was thrilled to discover some good fortune as he checked his inventory. 2 cans of fruit, 2 energy drinks, and 2 Snickers bars. Not bad at all. His mood lifted. He closed the system page and turned his attention to the second-hand human-powered tricycle beneath him. A voice echoed in his mind. Second-hand human-powered tricycle, equipped with 3 wheels, suitable for ages 699, can carry passengers and cargo. Maximum speed can reach 16 km/h. He felt a hint of disappointment for 0.01 seconds, but then decisively hopped onto the seat of the tricycle. Gripping the handlebars with 1 hand and placing his feet on the pedals, he set off at a steady pace down the road, occasionally glancing at the sandy ground on either side, hoping for any new discoveries. Meanwhile, the chat room for Area 19999 was buzzing with excitement. Player 04568. Wow, what a big shot. Player 09999 is the real deal. Player 01486. No kidding. But why can't we player 09999? Player 05486. I know. The big shot hasn't spoken in the chat, so we can't them. Player 01486. Is that so? If the big shot sees this message, please contact me. I'm fair-skinned, beautiful and tall. My upper body is so slender it could drive anyone wild. Player 05426. I'm just laughing. Do you even know if the big shot is male or female? The big shot probably prefers my type. I'm a proper round-faced guy with a beard. Player 06582. Damn it. Do you guys even know what modesty means? Big shot, take a look at my legs. Bro, posting a pic. And check out my waist. Bro, posting another pic. You like it, right? Hee hee. The players in the area chat were engaged in lively discussions. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was solemnly staring at a sandbag 3 meters away. Hidden hint. There are signs of animal activity near the sandbag. There may be a surprise inside. Chapter 3. Stepping down from a human-powered tricycle, Lin Yuan slowly approached the sandbag ahead, holding a twisted ice silk half-sleeve shirt. As he got within a meter of the sandbag, it began to shift, and a mouse-sized ant emerged from it. Then came a second and a third. After confirming there were no more, Lin Yuan swallowed hard and took a couple steps back. In all his years, he had never seen ants this large before. A notification pinged in his ear. Mutated desert army ant contains potent venom. A pair of sharp mandibles can easily sever your arm. Hidden tip. Mutated desert army ants have no resistance to sweet foods. You can try to lure them away. After hearing the system prompt, Lin Yuan quickly retrieved a can of fruit from his backpack and opened it. It was canned yellow peaches. He took half a peach and popped it into his mouth. It was delicious to have a bite of canned fruit in this hot weather. Suddenly, he hesitated. What if he didn't want to use the yellow peach as bait anymore? His gaze shifted towards the 3 mutated desert army ants, and he gasped in surprise. He watched as the ants secreted a large amount of thick, white liquid from their mouths, which dripped onto the sand. 3 pairs of date-sized eyes were fixed on the yellow peach can in Lin Yuan's hand, filled with desire. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Yuan reluctantly tossed half of the yellow peach towards the mutated army ants. The chaos began as the 3 ants instantly grappled with each other, their sharp mandibles clashing against one another, and soon emerald green blood splattered across the nearby sand. Lin Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Was it really worth fighting over just half a peach? A minute later, the battle ended. One of the ants, now only half a body, struggled to swallow the peach and collapsed onto the sweet battlefield. Lin Yuan kicked the sandbag aside and reaped the fruits of his victory, 3 black iron-grade resource chests. He didn't rush to open them. Instead, he loaded the chests onto the tricycle and, basking in the sunlight, continued on his way. Checking the system time, it was 10:30 a.m., less than 3 hours since the game started, and he had already made significant gains. With both hands on the handlebars, Lin Yuan pedaled the tricycle at a steady pace and opened the system panel to check the chat in the regional channel. Discussions about Lin Yuan had gradually subsided, and the main topics in the current chat focused on survival. Player 07256. It's too brutal. The animals guarding the treasure chests are just vicious. Boo-hoo. I got bitten on the butt by a rabbit. Does anyone have medicine? I'm bleeding a lot. It hurts so much. Player 04568. It must be because your butt is too round and you didn't T-control your movements well. Hey guys, does anyone have a vehicle core? We can trade privately. Player 06543. I'm a lucky player. I've opened 5 treasure chests so far and met some handsome guys and beautiful ladies. Feel free to add me as a friend for private chats and selfies. For those who pass the looks test, I'll even give away free bottled water and bread. No tricks here, I promise. Player 08954. Dude, are you trying to scam us? This is a survival game now. Surely no one believes your nonsense anymore. Player 08563. It's true, I have a friend who got scammed by him. Can you believe he even asked for nudes? No doubt he is a fraud. Player 05478. Whoa, there's a figure about 500 meters behind me. Player 05478. Whoa. It's a zombie. According to the system prompt, once the protection period is over, they start chasing you. This is bad. My vehicle only has 2 durability points left. It's unusable now. Player 08456. What is going on? There's a zombie 500 meters behind me too. Wait, why are there 2? Player 06571. Damn. I have 4 behind me. Player 05472. Why don't I have any behind me? Seeing the word zombie pop up in the chat, Lin Yuan cautiously glanced back. Indeed, there were 2 blurry figures on the road a kilometer away. A system notification chimed in his ears. Detected 2 ordinary zombies, generating data. Ordinary zombie, strength comparison. You are no match for them. They can easily tear you apart. Movement is relatively slow, current speed, 1 km/h. As long as you're fast enough, they'll have a hard time catching up to you. Hidden tip. The more treasure chests you open, the more zombies will follow you. Once the number of zombies reaches a certain point, they will automatically level up. Considering the speed of his vehicle, Lin Yuan felt his heart race, but then he calmed down. It was just a false alarm. He waved goodbye to the 2 indistinct zombie figures behind him. See ya. Lin Yuan placed his feet on the pedals and pushed hard. The human-powered tricycle moved forward 8 meters, and he continued to build momentum, gradually increasing the distance from the zombies. An hour later, Lin Yuan looked back, and there was no sign of the zombies anymore. He gazed ahead at the intersection that appeared 50 meters in front of him and leisurely pedaled over, stopping at the junction. As he watched the red light glow in the middle of the road, he recalled the 4th rule from the beginner's manual. Please obey traffic rules. Time ticked by, and half an hour later, the green light lit up. Lin Yuan whistled as he pedaled his tricycle calmly through the intersection. Hey, wait a second. From the left rear road, a bald man was driving a wobble car, speeding toward Lin Yuan's direction, completely oblivious to the traffic light that had turned blood red. Lin Yuan noticed the traffic light change, but he didn't show any signs of warning. He was curious to see what would happen if he violated the fourth rule of the novice handbook. Spotting Lin Yuan diagonally across the intersection, the burly man's eyes gleamed with excitement, quickly overshadowed by a fleeting greed. He thought to himself, that tricycle is mine. As the tricycle entered the intersection, the bald man's mind was suddenly filled with a system alert. Warning, warning. Vehicle speeding, brakes malfunctioning, running a red light. Please return to the intersection within 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Before he could fully process the thought that it was over, a dump truck roared past him from behind, taking his body with it. The tricycle was indeed knocked a short distance in front of Lin Yuan. After kicking the tricycle a few times, Lin Yuan squatted down at its location. Detecting damaged tricycle. Do you wish to recycle it? Recycle. Recycling successful. Obtained vehicle core 1. That's it? Lin Yuan felt immensely disappointed, having hoped to gather some materials or something. It seemed this bald man was a real penny pincher. What bad luck. Hopefully, it wouldn't affect his upcoming fortunes. Climbing back onto the tricycle, Lin Yuan continued on his way. Detection indicates a black iron-level treasure chest 200 meters ahead on the sandy ground. Recommended to check it out. Chapter 4. Well, when luck comes, it really can't be stopped. Lin Yuan pedaled hard on the human-powered tricycle. A seemingly ordinary black iron treasure chest stood on the sandy ground. Lin Yuan looked around, trying to find any signs of animal activity near the chest. Suddenly, a hidden hint appeared before him. An ordinary black iron treasure chest might hold secrets. Don't look too closely. The guardian beast is hidden inside the chest, and it won't come out unless you open it. Oh man, what if there's a venomous snake inside? If I open the chest carelessly, I could be in real trouble. What happened to the promised 24-hour newbie protection? It was as if the system was responding to his concerns. As a notification chimed in his ear, each ordinary player can discover a maximum of 5 treasure chests in one day. So I must be a special player after all. Excitedly, he loaded the treasure chest into the back of the tricycle and set off again. Before long, it was noon. Since the system only displayed the time and not the temperature, Lin Yuan couldn't determine the exact heat of the moment. The sweat trickling down his forehead was a clear indication that it was quite warm. This was when the benefits of the human-powered tricycle really shone. Lin Yuan took off his shirt and shorts, laid them under the tricycle, and reclined on top. To his surprise, the spacious cargo area provided ample shade from the sun. Feeling pleased, he pulled out a bottle of energy drink and a hamburger. He opened the system panel with his thoughts and entered the regional chat channel to check the latest messages. Player 08546. This damn weather is killing me. I feel like I'm about to melt. Can someone bring me a bottle of water? No, just a sip will do. Player 05476. Tell me about it. I've downed 2 bottles of mineral water, and I'm just starting to feel a bit better. Player 01111. Has anyone noticed that the zombies following us aren't that fast? Maybe we could try to take them out. Seeing this message, Lin Yuan didn't feel inclined to warn them that the current zombies were unbeatable. After all, you can't reason with the foolish. Player 02222. Have you guys noticed that the number of players in the regional channel has decreased by over 100? Lin Yuan glanced at the upper left corner of the regional channel. Sure enough, the original count of 10,000 had dropped to 99,920. It seemed there were always brave warriors willing to challenge the rules. Player 03333. After a whole morning, I think everyone has a better understanding of this game. If there's any important news, I hope you can share it. After all, we all have the same goal, right? Looks like a leader has emerged. He took a big bite of his hamburger, chugged down a couple of gulps of his drink, and kept his eyes glued to the scrolling messages on the chat screen. He was curious to see what the others were planning. Player 05468. The big boss above is spot on. I support that. Support 1, support 1, support 1. Player 03333. Since everyone is supportive, I'd like to share my personal suggestion. First, we could form a mutual aid group where we can add each other as friends. Second, I will share specific updates in the group. Is that it? Such unconstructive suggestions. Lin Yuan thought there would be quite a few fools who would get involved. Lin Yuan skimmed through the messages and still didn't find anything useful. Opening his inventory, Lin Yuan checked all the items he had on him. Vehicle core, 1 iron block, 1 rubber, 1 plastic, 1 silver coin, 2 canned fruit, 1 energy drink, 1 Snickers, 2 mineral water, 2. Resources were fairly abundant. Should he trade some materials to continue upgrading the vehicle? If he was going to do it, he might as well go for it. Lin Yuan repeated his old trick, taking out a Snickers bar, unwrapping it, and breaking it into 6 small pieces to trade for materials in the system marketplace. The appearance of the Snickers bar clearly shocked many players browsing the system marketplace. Although each piece was only 20G, it was hard to resist its hunger-satisfying properties. After refreshing the page, the trade was completed. This transaction yielded iron block, 3 rubber, 3 plastic, 3 glass, 1, and the traded items were automatically stored in the inventory. Ding! Detected that the materials in the inventory meet the upgrade requirements for the vehicle. Would you like to upgrade? Lin Yuan decisively shouted upgrade. 3 seconds later, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The vehicle upgrade was successful. Materials consumed this time. Iron block 4, plastic 4, rubber 4, glass 1, vehicle core 1, silver coin 2. Vehicle information updated. Modified human-powered tricycle. The small tricycle is equipped with a battery and a display screen. Durability, 9. Materials required for the next upgrade. Iron block 10, plastic 10, rubber 10, glass 5, carbon fiber 10, vehicle core 3, silver coin 10. After reading the vehicle upgrade information, Lin Yuan promptly exited the system. At this point, it was already 2 p.m., the hottest part of the day. Not in a hurry to crawl out from under the tricycle, Lin Yuan carefully examined the upgraded tricycle. There was a battery added to the bottom and a liquid crystal display screen in the middle of the handlebars. The tires seemed to have gotten quite a bit thicker. Since it was still early, Lin Yuan decided to take a nap. The moment the thought crossed his mind, his eyelids began to feel heavy. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. Finding a comfortable position, Lin Yuan quickly fell asleep while hugging the wheel. As time ticked by, a cool breeze swept in, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Rolling over, he was about to drift back to sleep when he suddenly noticed the silhouette of an animal in the distant sandy area. In an instant, all his drowsiness vanished. He quickly crawled out from under the tricycle and put on his clothes. Shakily, he gazed toward the animal in the distance. He detected that the African brother was approaching, suggesting a strategy of just lying back and waiting for it to tire out. Hidden hint, the African brother, who has been starving for 7 days, looks strong but is actually weak. If you find the right opportunity, you can use a treasure chest to crush it. What kind of nonsense suggestion is that? I'm not accepting it. Lin Yuan stepped onto the tricycle and twisted the handlebars all the way. The tricycle sped down the road. There was no way the hungry African brother would give up that easily. It quickly charged toward Lin Yuan on the road. What followed was the first race of chase and escape on the highway. After an hour of racing, Lin Yuan emerged victorious, leaving the exhausted brother in the back of the tricycle. Lin Yuan set off on a new journey. A large LCD screen displayed the battery level, mileage, speed, temperature, and time. Current speed, 15 kilometers h, remaining battery, 63, mileage, 23 kilometers, weather, clear, outdoor temperature, 30 C, time, 1720. Hidden hint, there are signs of animal activity 100 meters ahead in the sandy area. It is recommended to go check it out. Chapter 5, I'm the lucky one. I am the lucky one. At this moment, this was the only thought in Lin Yuan's mind. Approaching the hint area, he looked around but did not see any obvious structures like sandbags. Crouching down, Lin Yuan carefully examined the surface of the sandy ground. Suddenly, a depression appeared in the flat sand, and a pair of sharp pincers emerged as a scorpion burrowed out of the sand. Detected, 1 mutated yellow-tailed fat scorpion, a native of North Africa. It is relatively small, and its tail sting contains a potent toxin. Getting stung can lead to instant death. It has the effect of enhancing kidney function and boosting vitality. After removing the tail sting, it can be deep-fried for cooking. As if struck by a thought, Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the corpse of his second brother, lying in the truck bed. A notification sound echoed. The African second brother who loves to eat fatty intestines has a taste that is hard to describe. Consumption is not recommended. In the absence of food, you could try taking a couple of bites. Turning his attention back to the mutated yellow-tailed fat scorpion with its tail raised, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a slight smirk. Judging solely by its effects, Lin Yuan felt he could take a shot at it. He picked up a black iron-level treasure chest from the truck bed and threw it forcefully in the direction of the scorpion. The scorpion was caught off guard. Just like that, he successfully collected the spoils. The number of black iron-level treasure chests had reached 5. A system notification sounded in his ears. Ding. Detected that 5 black iron-level treasure chests have been reached. Would you like to combine them? Combine. Congratulations. You have obtained a silver-level treasure chest. Looking at the silver-level treasure chest that appeared in the truck bed, Lin Yuan let out a strange, gleeful laugh. I am a lucky one. I'm the lucky one. Hey, hey, hey. With a swift motion, he opened the chest and began checking his rewards. Congratulations. You have obtained a silver-level workbench. Can be used with blueprints and materials for crafting. Usable in the system backpack. Black iron-level dagger blueprint. 1. Black iron-level water condenser blueprint. 1. Carbon fiber 5, bottled water 5, silver coins 10. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan waved his hand and stored all the items in the system backpack. He opened the 2 blueprints to take a look. Black iron-level dagger blueprint. Usage, 3 times. Required materials for crafting, iron block 1, silver coin 1. Using the dagger grants 1 strength. Black iron-level water condenser blueprint. Usage, 1 time. Require materials for crafting, iron block 2, plastic 1, rubber 1, silver coin 7. Opening the system trading mall, Lin Yuan listed 5 bottles of water for trade. Perhaps due to prolonged road exploration, most people had acquired a fair amount of resource supplies. The demand for bottled water was no longer as high as before. Lin Yuan had to keep lowering the exchange standards. The wait for trades felt relatively long. Finally, he managed to get the materials he needed by putting the African second brother on the shelf. He opened the vehicle panel and saw that the upgrade materials were ready. But the upgrade option was grayed out. It seemed that a vehicle could only be upgraded twice a day. He clicked on the operations table, and 2 messages popped up at the top of the panel. Black iron dagger, craftable quantity, 3, estimated time, 30 minutes. Do you want to craft? Black iron condenser, craftable quantity, 1, estimated time, 180 minutes. Do you want to craft? Lin Yuan clicked yes and started the crafting process. Remaining crafting time, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. Remaining crafting time, 179 minutes, 59 seconds. The water resource issue was resolved, and Lin Yuan felt relieved about one major concern. Exiting the system interface. He glanced at the LCD screen in the middle of the handlebars. Current speed, 2 kilometers h. Remaining battery, 53. Mileage, 28 kilometers. Weather, clear. Outdoor temperature, 28 C. Time, 19:30. He looked up at the sun hanging in the sky. Wait, where did the sun go? A full, round moon had appeared in the sky. It was bigger and rounder than the moon Lin Yuan had once spied on from his binoculars while peeking at the girls' dormitory across the street. This was quite unreasonable, wasn't it? The sun had set, and the moon had risen, but why did the sky still seem as bright as day? Considering this was a nationwide survival game, everything unreasonable suddenly made sense. Twisting the handlebars halfway, Lin Yuan continued down the road. On another road, a teenager with a forehead full of acne was happily lying on a scooter, propelling himself forward using his limbs. He had made a hefty profit in the system marketplace today. He discovered that 40 pounds of wild dog meat could only be exchanged for 3 vehicle cores. That was meat. Fortunately, he had honed his incredible hand speed over 18 years, allowing him to complete the transaction quickly. He was really rolling in it. Life was looking promising from here on out. As midnight struck, a system notification echoed in the minds of every player participating in the game. Congratulations, players! You have joined the nationwide survival game. Tonight will be your first peaceful night. We wish all players a good night's sleep. No sooner had the announcement ended than the game world was plunged into complete darkness, where not even a finger could be seen. At this moment, Lin Yuan had already settled into the cargo bed of the tricycle, and since the system had declared tonight a peaceful night, he could comfortably enjoy a good sleep. Facing the sudden darkness, most people were filled with fear, but they decided to make the best of it. Without any source of fire, they were left helpless in a world where they couldn't see their own hands. Huddled beside the vehicle, perhaps this brought them a bit of comfort. Time passed slowly. The sun rose high at 7 a.m., and a system notification echoed in every player's mind. The newbie protection period has ended. All players, do your best to survive. Hope lies at the end of the road. Good luck. Is it dawn already? The blinding sunlight hit Lin Yuan's face, making his cheeks flush. He rolled off the tricycle and glanced at the temperature display. His eyes widened in shock. What? The outdoor temperature had reached 38 degrees, and it was only 7:01 a.m. What would it be like at noon, during the hottest part of the day? Most people would surely suffer from heat stroke. Oh my, he couldn't even bear to think about it. In a panic, Lin Yuan hurriedly pulled out the only bottle of mineral water from his system backpack, twisted off the cap, and splashed it on his feet. Refreshing. He opened his backpack to check, and saw that the black iron level condensation device could generate a bottle of 250 milliliters of pure water every 10 minutes, working for 23 hours. With a cooldown of 1 hour, the number of 250 milliliters bottles of pure water in his backpack had reached an astonishing 43. Hee, so much water. This is a jackpot. Lin Yuan excitedly grabbed 2 bottles of pure water and poured them over his head. Ah, refreshing. He hopped back onto the tricycle and set off down the road. Current speed, 10 kilometers h. Remaining battery, 99. Distance traveled, 1 kilometer. Weather, clear. Outdoor temperature, 38. Time, 7:10. A black iron-level treasure chest was detected 150 meters to the left. It is recommended to check it out. Ding. System notification. A group competition will take place in 10 minutes. All players, please prepare yourselves. Chapter 6. What's going on? A group competition? Is it a race to see who can run faster? At this moment, Lin Yuan had no intention of opening the treasure chest. Instead, he opened the system panel, hoping to find some information about the competition. As expected, the words group competition appeared in the upper right corner of the panel. Upon clicking to view, the competition rules were as follows. 1. Contestants will race using vehicles on their respective roads. 2. The total length of the race course is 10 kilometers. 3. The competition follows an elimination system, where the last 3 players who are not selected will be directly eliminated. 4. Only the first place receives a reward. There are no rewards for second and third place. Surviving is the biggest reward. 5. The winner can choose 1 player from the 4th to 10th place as a servant. With 5 minutes remaining until the race, Lin Yuan jumped off his tricycle and circled it, checking its condition. After confirming everything was in order, he sat back down on the tricycle, his palms sweaty. It was his first time participating in a real competition, and he felt a bit nervous. 1 minute before the race, a massive electronic display screen appeared directly in front of him. The screen showed the current scenes of the 10 players. What the hell? What the hell? I report, someone is cheating. How can he ride a tricycle? This is ridiculous. Wow, what a big shot. Can you go easy on us later? Mind your own business. The last 3 are getting eliminated. Big shot, big shot. I'm so cute, you wouldn't want to beat me, right? Glancing at the other 9 players' vehicles on the big screen, all of them were quirky little cars. Is this it? Lin Yuan felt confident that even if they had a rear-wheel advantage, he could still win this round. Wasn't this a clear advantage for him? Should he act a little cocky later? After contemplating for 0.01 seconds, he decided he had to be cocky. He took out 2 bottles of purified water from his system backpack, 1 for rinsing his mouth and 1 for washing his hands. He raised his middle finger high at the other 9 players on the screen and shouted, "A bunch of little losers." A smirk of disdain appeared on his face. The other 9 players were infuriated by Lin Yuan's audacity, their faces turning red as they prepared to retort. Just then, the countdown echoed from the big screen. 3, 2, 1, go. Lin Yuan twisted the handle of the tricycle all the way, and it shot off like a wild horse, speeding down the road. Glancing at the speed displayed on the screen, Lin Yuan noted that he had reached the maximum speed of 20 kilometers h. Turning his gaze to the large screen above, he was surprised to see that 9 players driving the wobble cars had also reached the vehicle's maximum speed of 10 kilometers h. This scene truly astonished Lin Yuan. No, it was time to turn up the intensity. With one hand gripping the handlebars, Lin Yuan pulled a dagger from his system backpack, a sly smile creeping onto his lips as he shouted at the screen above, "Hey noobs, watch out." The 9 players all looked up at the big screen, where they saw Lin Yuan toss the dagger into the air. The dagger disappeared into the sky. The players, feeling tense, anxiously scanned their surroundings, fearing that the thrown dagger might land on them, causing their speed to naturally drop. Lin Yuan chuckled to himself. He had simply used a visual trick to successfully deceive the 9 players. In reality, the moment he threw the dagger, he had already returned it to his system backpack. A bunch of little amateurs, thinking they could compete with me in speed. They're not even on the same level. For the next stretch of time, Lin Yuan focused on steering, keeping a close eye on the road conditions. Sure enough, 500 meters from the finish line, he spotted a downhill slope. To avoid any repeat of losing control of the vehicle, Lin Yuan slowed down in advance, smoothly descending the slope at a speed of 10 kilometers h. The finish line was in sight, and Lin Yuan glanced at the big screen again. The gap between him and the 9 players was steadily widening. Not everyone could maintain the maximum speed of the wobble car. After all, it was still human-powered. Bang, bang, bang. Fireworks erupted above Lin Yuan's head as the tricycle successfully crossed the finish line. The round of the game was over. Congratulations to player number 09999 for winning first place in this group competition. Rewards are being calculated. Please wait. This round S score, 80 points. Evaluation, cunning tricycle rider. Always able to influence opponents in strange ways. Reward items, 450G canned beef 3, 550G canned peaches 3, sesame-flavored compressed biscuits 3, fruit-flavored bread 3. Disposable vehicle upgrade card, valid for 8 hours, 6-point penalty ticket 1, can be used to excuse running a red light. Rewards have been distributed. Please select your desired servant from the 7 defeated players within 60 seconds. Failure to make a selection within 60 seconds will be considered an automatic forfeiture. Lin Yuan quickly scrolled through the information of the 7 players in the system. He passed on all the male players. There were still 5 female players left. So he needed to choose wisely. This one looks too fierce. Eliminated. Wow, this one seems pretty interesting, but those humps must be fake. It would be bad if they popped one day. Sigh, eliminated. This one is too fat. Even in a survival situation, they're still eating like that. What a waste of food. Eliminated. Wow, this one is actually pretty. Good thing I checked the gender, otherwise I might have been sullied by this cross-dresser. Eliminated. And this one? Are they even an adult? They look so youthful. Their looks pass, and their body is still developing. They might grow taller later. Even if they're a bit short now. You're the one. As Lin Yuan counted down the last 3 seconds, he selected his desired maid. The large screen above him disappeared, and Lin Yuan found himself 150 meters away from the treasure chest. Suddenly, a lowly girl appeared next to him, sitting on a pink tricycle. A panel of information about the girl appeared before his eyes. Name, Lu Rian. Age, 18. Strength, 6 speed, 6 constitution, 6 mentality, 5 affiliation. Servant can be erased at any time by thought. Favorability, 60. Wow, such a high favorability. This surprised Lin Yuan a bit. Hey, he said, looking at her somewhat youthful face. Are you really 18? Lu Ruyan swallowed her words of gratitude. She hated it when others brought up her age. However, now Lin Yuan was in control, and she was at his mercy. She could only pout and reply, Boss, I just celebrated my 18th birthday 2 days ago, so you can rest assured. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yuan looked at her in surprise. Are girls nowadays this fierce when they talk? There was no time for small talk. Lin Yuan twisted the handle, and the tricycle moved forward 100 meters, stopping at the treasure chest location. Lu Rian quickly followed on her tricycle. Lin Yuan pointed at the black iron-level treasure chest by the roadside and said to Lu Rian, Go, bring that treasure chest over to me. With a sidelong glance at Lin Yuan, Lu Rian approached the treasure chest, carrying her tricycle. Chapter 7. Lin Yuan, sitting in the tricycle, nodded silently. Lu Ruyan seemed cautious and capable. However, as she held the fidget spinner, Lu Ruyan felt a bit nervous. It wasn't because she feared the guardian monsters near the treasure chest, but rather she was anxious about Lin Yuan's opinion of her performance. She truly felt that Lin Yuan had absolute control over her life and death. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ruyan stepped forward, positioning herself within 1 meter of the treasure chest. No guardian monsters appeared nearby. Few safe. She picked up the treasure chest with one hand and walked towards Lin Yuan. Put in the cart. Sure thing, boss. Lin Yuan jumped off the tricycle and pointed to the fidget spinner in Lu Ruyan's other hand. Give it to me. As Lu Ruyan reluctantly handed over the fidget spinner, her mood soured. Was the exploitation beginning? The moment Lin Yuan's fingers touched the fidget spinner, a system notification rang in his ears. Detected vehicle, fidget spinner. Would you like to recycle it? Yes. The fidget spinner transformed into a beam of light and vanished, leaving Lin Yuan with 1 vehicle core. Watching the fidget spinner disappear, Lu Ruyan felt like crying. With a pitiful tone, she said, Boss, my vehicle is gone? If it's gone, it's gone. From now on, you'll be pedaling the tricycle. No electric power unless it's an emergency. After saying this, Lin Yuan walked to the back of the tricycle. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he finally climbed back into the cargo area and sat down on the treasure chest. There was no rush to upgrade anything. The pressing issue was Lu Ruyan's compliance. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan could only helplessly start pedaling the tricycle. Daydreaming about the day she could turn the tables and sing her own song, putting Lin Yuan under her foot. She let out a series of giggles. Lin Yuan frowned at the sight of Lu Ruyan grinning foolishly in front of him. A big question mark popped up in his mind. Was it too hot? And had she suffered from heat stroke, creating some kind of illusion? He glanced at the display screen showing the time and temperature. 9:30 a.m. Outdoor temperature 39 C. Hey, Lu Ruyin. Suddenly, the tricycle screeched to a halt on the road. Lu Ruyin turned back to Lin Yuan. What's wrong, boss? Aren't you hot? Hot. I guess it's a bit warm. Only after Lin Yuan pointed it out did Lu Ruyin realize that without her noticing, sweat had soaked through her light-colored sheer top, making her skin glisten enticingly under the sun. Lin Yuan's eyes bulged, and he swallowed hard. Bella good, boss. Not bad. Do you want to touch it? Lin Yuan reached out and gave it a gentle poke. Not bad. Not bad. Such delicate and smooth skin. Lu Ruyin was stunned, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Lin Yuan smacked his lips, realizing that she was just a master of words. He took out 2 bottles of pure water from his system backpack and handed them to Lu Ruyin. Dazed, Lu Ruyin accepted the 2 bottles of water Lin Yuan offered, thinking to herself, just for a little touch, I get 2 bottles of water? What a good deal. Her body unconsciously leaned closer to Lin Yuan, giving him a subtle glance. Lin Yuan was confused. Could someone please explain what was going on? He reached out to touch her forehead. It was a bit warm, but not to the point of being feverish. She shouldn't be suffering from heat stroke. Hey, big shot. Since I touched you, should you give me 2 more bottles of water? After 3 seconds of processing, Lin Yuan finally understood Lu Ruyin's thought process. Seriously? Just a touch, and she expects 2 bottles of water? What a deal. He had already gotten up this morning, hadn't he? Lin Yuan's expression turned serious as he said to Lu Ruyin, you have 1 minute to finish those 2 bottles of water. Hurry up, or I'll send you on your way. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin twisted the caps off and quickly downed both bottles of water, pedaling the tricycle with all her might as she set off down the road. Although she didn't understand why the big shot suddenly got angry, it was always best to obey. After watching her retreating figure for a moment, Lin Yuan opened the system panel and entered the regional chat channel to check the latest hot topics. The number of players in the area had dropped to 6,890. Unexpectedly, a small competition had resulted in so many players being eliminated. This survival game was indeed brutal. The regional chat channel was buzzing with discussions about the morning's competition. Not every winning player had the right to choose a servant. Players who lost the match, apart from those who were completely wiped out, faced various punishments, with all of their system backpacks being cleared. Some even had certain parts of their bodies erased by the system, losing their eligibility for the next match. After a brief moment of silence for the fallen, a system notification panel appeared before him. Hidden hint. There are signs of animal activity in the sand 80 meters ahead. It is recommended to investigate. Lu Ruyin. Russell whoosh whoosh. What's wrong, big shot? Did you not hear the system notification sound? Lu Ruyin gasped for breath. No, I didn't. Is that so? Lin Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that in this nationwide survival game, only he could see the hidden hints? There's sand 78 meters to the left front. Go check if anything seems off. I got it, boss. Upon reaching the designated spot, Lin Yuan jumped off the tricycle and pointed to the treasure chest in the cart, saying to Lu Ruyin, you can use the chest as a weapon for now. Lu Ruyin rolled her eyes at Lin Yuan, then hoisted the chest and walked toward the sandy area. After taking a couple of glances in Lu Ruoyan's direction and confirming she was focused on her task, Lin Yuan opened the vehicle panel. Modified human-powered tricycle. A small tricycle equipped with a battery and display screen durability. 7. Current backpack materials meet the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? Detected 1 disposable vehicle upgrade card in the backpack. Would you like to use it as well? Yes. This vehicle upgrade will take 3 hours. The vehicle can be used normally during the upgrade. Not bad. Lin Yuan was in a great mood. His vehicle was about to be upgraded. He thought that after this upgrade, he should be able to drive a 4-wheeled vehicle. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. No, he needed to celebrate with something to eat. He opened his system backpack and checked his inventory. Canned beef, 450G3. Canned peaches, 550G4. Sesame-flavored compressed biscuits, 3. Fruit-flavored bread, 3. Snickers, 1. Energy drink, 1. Dried wild rabbit meat, 6 pounds. Purified water, 61. Traffic violation ticket, 1. Can be used to excuse running a red light. Car core, 1. Black iron gray condenser, 1. Black iron gray daggers, 3. He took out 2 cans of canned peaches and devoured one in just a couple of minutes. Just as Lin Yuan was about to open the next can, he heard a heavy thud 2 meters ahead. Looking up, he saw Lu Ruoyan approaching, her left hand holding a wild rabbit, her right hand clutching a treasure chest and a toppled treasure chest at her feet. Lu Ruoyan walked quickly toward Lin Yuan. her eyes fixed on the canned peaches in his hand, her cheeks flushed, and her throat visibly swallowing as she salivated. "Boss, can I have some? I want to eat the canned peaches." Lu Ruoyan took a step forward, puffing out her chest, as if to say, "You think canned peaches are that easy to get?" Chapter 8. 5 minutes later, Lu Ruoyan finished the last bit of soup from the can, letting out a satisfied burp. Lin Yuan, sitting heavily on the treasure chest, sighed deeply. He had miscalculated. He thought they would at least encounter some hills, but who would have thought they would stumble upon flat land? What a waste of a can of peaches. He glanced at the display screen. Current speed, 5 kilometers H, remaining battery, 96, distance traveled, 10 kilometers, weather, clear, outdoor temperature, 42 C, time, 11:10. Is it already 42 C? Lu Ruoyan, what's up, boss? Want to eat some more canned food? Lu Ruoyan licked her lips, looking at Lin Yuan with a cute, naive expression. Lin Yuan twitched his mouth. She really knew how to hit the nail on the head. "No, from now on, just use the battery to move." Lu Ruoyan's face lit up. "Thank you, boss." By 1 p.m., the outdoor temperature had reached 45 C. During this time, the duo had also collected 2 black iron-level treasure chests and 2 wild rabbit corpses. Considering safety, Lin Yuan took out 50 bottles of purified water from the system backpack and poured one over their heads every now and then, significantly reducing the chance of them suffering from heat stroke. Initially, Lu Ruoyan was quite annoyed at being doused with water, but as time passed, she realized his good intentions and shot Lin Yuan a grateful look. Lu Ruoyan's affection level, 10, current affection level, 70. Lin Yuan paused for a moment. This actually worked? He just didn't want to lose a free laborer, but he didn't expect her to be grateful. What a surprise. He opened the system panel to check the vehicle information. There were still less than 10 minutes left until the upgrade was complete. A black iron-level treasure chest was detected 100 meters ahead, suggesting they go check it out. Lu Ruoyan? "Boss, there's a treasure chest ahead." "Got it. Let us speed up and get there." "All right, boss." 2 minutes later, the two of them got off the tricycle and crouched down 2 meters away from the treasure chest, observing the creature guarding it. A 3-meter-long corn snake with a golden sheen was flicking its tongue at them, its triangular eyes sending out dangerous signals. Detecting a mutated corn snake, native crop product, non-venomous, weakly aggressive, easily defeated by novice players. Snake bile has certain medicinal value. Cooking methods, clear stewing, barbecuing. Hidden hint. The mutated corn snake has no defense against a beautiful woman dancing. The nature of the snake is lewd. Lu Ruoyan. "Where are you?" "Boss, I'm right here." Looking at Lu Ruoyan sitting on the tricycle, Lin Yuan said impatiently, "What do you want to do?" Lu Ruoyan's little face turned red, shyly replying, "Boss, I can't drink cold drinks these 2 days. Can you wait a bit longer?" Lin Yuan. "Come here." Lu Ruoyan forced a cute expression on her face. "Thinking, boss, how can I not go over?" Lin Yuan sneered, jokingly, "You want me to deal with such a dangerous animal myself?" "I'll count to 3. Lu Ruoyan picked up a bottle of purified water from the cart, twisted off the cap, and quickly came to Lin Yuan, saying, "Boss, drink some water." Glancing at her, Lin Yuan took the bottle and gulped it down. He ruffled her damp hair and handed her a dagger. "Can you jump for subject 3? I could do it a little bit." "All right, then you jump here." Biting her silver teeth, Lu Ruoyan could only start jumping in place for subject 3. Although her figure still needed some development, she was undeniably cute. Both the man and the snake watched with great interest. Lu Ruoyan's affection -1, affection -1, affection -1, affection -1, affection -1. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan wiped away the nosebleed that had trickled out and kicked the mutated corn snake that had died from a beating. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Snake, lust is a bone-cutting steel knife. Your little body just couldn't handle it in the end." Slurp, slurp. "Boss, what's going on?" Lu Ruoyan asked curiously. "It's nothing, the weather is too hot. I've eaten too much meat, and it's causing some heat. I'll wash it off soon." Slurp, slurp, slurp. "Go move the treasure chest into the cart." "Got it, boss." Suddenly, a loud bang sounded behind them. They turned to look and gasped at the same time. Lu Ruoyan, the boss's electric tricycle actually transformed into a car. Lin Yuan, why is it still a tricycle after the upgrade? Ding. Vehicle upgrade successful. Please check promptly. Lin Yuan quickly opened the system panel to check the vehicle information. Hand-cranked agricultural tricycle. Top speed 30 kilometers H. Fuel tank capacity 100 liters. Fuel consumption 0. 5 liters of diesel per kilometer. Maximum load capacity of the cargo area is 500 kilograms. Durability 10. Materials required for the next upgrade. Iron blocks 30, plastic 30, rubber 30, glass 10, carbon fiber 30, vehicle core 10, silver coins 100. After reviewing the materials needed for the upgrade, Lin Yuan felt that it would indeed be quite difficult to level up in the short term. Boss, you have a vehicle now. We have a vehicle, Lu Rian exclaimed excitedly from his side. However, there was not a hint of joy on Lin Yuan's face. Let's go. The two approached the agricultural tricycle. Lin Yuan once again heard the system prompt in his ears, detected that the number of black iron-level treasure chests has reached the synthesis conditions. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. Congratulations. You have received a silver-level treasure chest. This item has been automatically stored in the system backpack. Looking at the black iron-level treasure chest that had disappeared from his hands, Lu Rian felt nervous for a second and glanced at Lin Yuan with a hint of worry in her eyes. Boss, it really wasn't me. I know. Lin Yuan waved his hand. I put it away. He opened the car door, engaged the gear, and pulled the hand crank, the key, out of the cargo area, inserting it into the ignition. Lu Rian watched in amazement. Boss, what are you doing? Lin Yuan replied irritably. Just learn from me. You'll be in charge of starting the vehicle from now on. Oh, okay. Lu Rian nodded, her eyes carefully observing every move Lin Yuan made next. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan firmly grasped the hand crank and started to crank it vigorously. Bang, 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 the vehicle began to shake, and the ignition was completed. He removed the key, opened the door, and got into the vehicle. Lu Rian quickly climbed into the passenger seat. Boss, I can drive this. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. By the way, didn't you just turn 18 2 days ago? Where's your driver's license? Lu Rian scoffed. Who says you can't drive without a license? Come on, boss, this is a road survival game. I won awards in FR and CKC competitions. Hearing that Lu Rian was so impressive, Lin Yuan relaxed and decisively gave up the driver's seat. He took out the silver-level treasure chest and placed it on his lap, silently praying for something new. Hidden hint. There are traces of unidentified biological activity 500 meters ahead. It is recommended to investigate. Chapter 9 Li Yuyan. I'm here, boss. Stop about 480 meters ahead on the left. Okay, boss. Lin Yuan opened the silver treasure chest. A system notification chimed in his ear. Congratulations. You have received black iron level lighter blueprint X1, black iron level shovel blueprint X3, 50 liters of diesel, and 50 silver coins. Items have been automatically stored in your system backpack. Please check them in a timely manner. The rewards were quite decent, meeting his immediate needs. He clicked on the blueprints to check them out. Black iron level lighter blueprint. Usage. One time. Can craft 50 lighters at once. Materials needed for crafting. Iron block X5, carbon fiber X5, plastic X5, diesel 0. 5L, silver coins X5, black iron level shovel blueprint. Usage. 3 times. Provides a strength boost of 2 after use. Materials needed for crafting. Wood block X3, iron block X3, silver coins X3. After browsing through the system trading mall, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that prices were still on a rise. The value of a vehicle core had skyrocketed to the equivalent of 50 bottles of water. While lamenting the price hike, Lin Yuan also took the opportunity to list 25 bottles of purified water in the trading mall. Ultimately, he managed to exchange for the necessary materials to craft the items from the blueprints. He opened the operation panel, and 2 notifications appeared at the top of the screen. Black iron level lighter, craftable quantity, 50, estimated time, 50 minutes. Do you want to craft? Black iron level shovel, craftable quantity, 3, estimated time, 30 minutes. Do you want to craft? Lin Yuan clicked yes and began crafting. Remaining crafting time, 49 minutes, 59 seconds. Remaining crafting time, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. Exiting the system panel, he stretched lazily and turned to look at Lian. Where did she go? Boss, are you looking for me? A head popped in through the passenger window, startling him. Glancing at the black iron treasure chest she was holding, Lin Yuan swallowed back the words that had almost escaped his throat. Well done. After placing the treasure chest in the back of the vehicle, Lian returned to the driver's seat. Her originally damp hair began to frizz under the sun's heat. Beads of sweat glistened on her rosy cheeks. He glanced at the display screen showing the temperature, mileage, and time. 1410 outdoor temperature, 48 distance traveled, 52 kilometers. Turning to Lian, Lin Yuan gently asked, Lian, are you feeling hot? The noise from the agricultural tricycle was too loud, and since Lin Yuan was speaking so softly, Lu Ruyan could only guess what he was saying by reading his lips. It seemed like he was asking if she was hungry. Although she had eaten a can of canned peaches not long ago, it wasn't enough, especially since she had been doing physically demanding work. Glancing at her flat stomach, Lu Ruyan whispered to Lin Yuan, "Boss, I'm hungry. Let's take a break from the heat." "All right, boss," Lin Yuan replied, slowing down the tricycle until it came to a stop. "Here, have a bottle of water." Lu Ruyan took the water he handed her and gulped it down in one go, with her big, adorable eyes blinking at Lin Yuan. She thought to herself that after finishing this bottle, they should be able to eat, right? Noticing that Lu Ruyan was still looking at him after finishing the water, Lin Yuan wondered if she hadn't had enough. He casually handed her another bottle. Staring at the second bottle of water he offered her for 3 seconds, Lu Ruyan opened it again and drank it all. The exchange of water continued, and Lu Ruyan couldn't stop emptying the bottles. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "This girl is really thirsty." Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan was thinking this boss is something else. Just as Lin Yuan was about to hand her the 8th bottle, Lu Ruyan puffed out her cheeks and said to him, "Boss, can we eat now?" Eat? What are we eating?" Lu Ruyan was stunned. "Come on, boss, be reasonable. Didn't you just ask me if I was hungry?" After 3 seconds of processing, Lin Yuan still hadn't grasped the situation. He glanced down at her slightly rounded stomach. "What are you looking at?" Lu Ruyan pouted, feeling wronged. "It's your fault. You know I'm hungry, yet you keep making me drink water. No capitalist would exploit their employees like this." Scratching his head awkwardly, Lin Yuan realized she had misunderstood but had no intention of explaining. It wasn't his fault she misheard. So why should he clarify? He took a can of beef from his backpack and tossed it to Lu Ruyan, saying confidently, "Here, eat up. If that's not enough, there's more." Catching the can of beef, Lu Ruyan hugged it tightly, afraid Lin Yuan might ask for it back. 30 minutes later, after licking the last bit of meat residue from the corner of her mouth, Lu Ruyan flashed Lin Yuan a big smile. Lu Ruyan's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 70. Establishing initial trust. Once the door was open, Lu Ruyan jumped off the tricycle and cautiously scanned her surroundings before saying to Lin Yuan, "Boss, I need to go to the bathroom first." Lin Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. "Go ahead." Just a short distance away, Lu Ruyan seemed to remember something. She walked around to the front of the vehicle and approached the passenger window, looking at Lin Yuan with a suspicious expression. "Why do I have flowers on my face?" Lin Yuan joked. Lu Ruyan shook her head. "Boss, you won't peek later, right?" Cough, cough, cough. What kind of joke is that? What do you take me for? Hurry up." After giving Lin Yuan a serious look, Lu Ruyan walked around to the back of the car. Her figure disappeared from the rearview mirror. Estimating the time, Lin Yuan leaned his head out to look back down the road. Lu Ruyan's favorability, -1. Lu Ruyan's favorability, -1. A voice came from the driver's seat. "Boss, what are you looking at?" Without turning his head, Lin Yuan replied, "Oh, I'm just checking if any zombies are chasing us." "Oh, I see." "Yeah," he said, returning to his seat. A glance at the dashboard showed that it was already 3:30 p.m. The outdoor temperature displayed on the dashboard had dropped to 40 degrees. However, neither of them felt much of change. The sweltering heat made Lin Yuan feel a bit drowsy. Turning his gaze to Lu Ruyan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, Lin Yuan tentatively said, "Lu Ruyan, are you sleepy? Let's take a nap together." Right now?" Lu Ruyan replied shyly, "Well, boss, although I didn't mean to trick you earlier, but could we wait until it cools down a bit? In this heat, sleeping in the car could be dangerous." Lin Yuan wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering if the other person's brain was filled with butter. Adjusting his facial expression to appear as serious as possible, he said, "What I mean is, I'm feeling sleepy right now and want to take a nap. Are you tired? Do you want to sleep for a bit too? Can you understand that?" Oh, this time Lu Ruyan got it. The boss is worried about her. She decisively replied, "Boss, I'm a bit sleepy too. I'm going to sleep now." With that, Lu Ruyan tilted her neck, closed her eyes, and adjusted her seat to lie sideways. It wasn't until he heard her even breathing that Lin Yuan finally took off his wrinkled ice silk short sleeve and leaned back in his seat. Chapter 10 Warning, Warning. A piercing alarm echoed in Lin Yuan's mind, jolting him upright from his seat. Beside him, Lu Ruyan, who had been sound asleep, was startled by his sudden reaction. She hastily wiped the drool from her face and adjusted the strap that had slipped off her shoulder, looking at Lin Yuan with a confused expression. "What's wrong, big shot? Did you not hear the system alarm?" Lu Ruyan scratched her head awkwardly. "I set the system to silent before I went to sleep." Lin Yuan. "Warning, warning. Zombies are approaching. 800 meters from your location. Please use a vehicle to proceed as soon as possible." "What's going on?" Are zombies learning to pick up speed now? Lu Ruyin, start the engine quickly. Got a big shot. Lin Yuan leaned out the window to look behind. He could see two blurry figures in the distance on the road, their long legs striding forward with determination. A system prompt appeared before him. Agile Zombie, a unique product of the silver-level treasure chest, capable of reaching speeds up to 20 kilometers h. If you don't believe it, you could try racing it. Hidden tip: the orange flames instill fear in it. Defeating it will yield unexpected rewards. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan decided to play it safe for now. The speeding agricultural tricycle left trails of black smoke on the road. The accelerator pressed all the way to the floor. Lu Ruyin occasionally glanced at the rearview mirror, her heart racing. Big shot. Do you think they will catch up? Seeing her anxious expression, Lin Yuan gently ruffled her messy hair. Big shot. Don't mess around. I'm driving. Embarrassed, he withdrew his hand and calculated the fuel. There were 90 liters of diesel in the tank, and with another 49, 5 liters in his backpack, they could travel another 279 kilometers. At full speed, they could go for over 9 hours. Given the speed of the two agile zombies, they would inevitably encounter them sooner or later. So it would be better to deal with them now. Thinking of this, he called out to Lu Ruyin. Lu Ruyin. Yes, Big Shot. I have a task for you. Please go ahead, Big Shot. The task of dealing with the zombies will be assigned to you. Big Shot, can I refuse? What do you think? Meeting Lin Yuan's gaze, Lu Ruyin let out a helpless sigh. Lu Ruyin's affection -1. Affection -1. Affection -1. After creating some distance from the zombies, Lin Yuan gave Lu Ruyin a few instructions and handed her 5 diesel lighters along with a shovel. Seeing the resolute expression on her face, she jumped into the back compartment. Lin Yuan didn't say much more. He had complete faith in the hidden clues. With the distance between them closing, Lin Yuan pressed the accelerator and the tricycle surged forward. Lu Ruyin, standing in the compartment, quickly steadied herself against one side. If she hadn't reacted in time, she might have already had her first close encounter with a zombie. Lu Ruyin's affection -1. Affection -1. Affection -1. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yuan could clearly see 2 zombies hanging off the back of the vehicle. He controlled the speed to maintain a safe distance between Lu Ruyin and the zombies. Shouting to Lu Ruyin in the back, he said, "The rest is up to you, Lu Ruyin." Ignoring Lin Yuan's shout, Lu Ruyin took a deep breath, lifted the diesel lighter, and lit it, hoping that the zombies would indeed fear fire as Lin Yuan had said. The moment the flame ignited, the 2 agile zombies trembled as if they had seen something terrifying, their speed suddenly slowing down. However, it seemed they were constrained by some rule as their long legs continued to move forward. Seeing this, Lu Ruyin realized that Lin Yuan's method was effective. Lin Yuan, observing the situation through the rearview mirror, noticed this and quickly shifted gears to slow down the tricycle, closing the distance to the zombies. Once they were closer, Lu Ruyin held the lit diesel lighter in one hand and the shovel in the other, and began to strike at the heads of the 2 zombies with force. This time, the zombies didn't evade. The fear brought by the flames rendered them unable to move. The battle ended with Lu Ruyin delivering a one-sided assault. Witnessing the entire process through the rearview mirror, Lin Yuan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The sound of the tricycle echoed on the empty highway. Next to the 2 zombie bodies, Lin Yuan crouched down and took out his dagger to deliver the final blow. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player 09999 for completing the zombie first kill mission. It has been detected that your current item inventory is full. Would you like to spend 30 silver coins to upgrade your inventory slots? Yes. Inventory upgrade successful. Current slot count, 30. Reward items have been automatically added to your system backpack. Open the system backpack to check the current stock. Beef can 450 G2, peach can 550 G2, sesame-flavored compressed biscuits 3, fruit-flavored bread 3, Snickers 1, energy drink 1, dried wild rabbit meat 20 pounds, dried yellowtail fat scorpion 1, dried corn snake 1, purified water 23, traffic violation ticket 1, can be used to excuse running a red light. Vehicle core 1, black iron grade water condenser 1, black iron grade lighter 45, diesel 49. 5 liters, black iron grade dagger 1, black iron grade shovel 2, silver coins 12, silver grade ice maker 1, on a hot summer day. A bite of ice is pure bliss, black iron grade bathtub 1. Remember to maintain personal hygiene while on the go, black iron grade medical kit 1, in hot weather. Wounds can easily worsen. It contains basic supplies for simple bandaging. Seeing the 3 new items in his backpack, Lin Yuan excitedly pumped his fist twice in the air. Awesome. He took the passenger seat and signaled Lu Ruoyan to drive slowly. He then began to check the details of the 3 new items. Silver-grade ice maker produces ice cubes by absorbing water molecules from the air, capable of generating 200 ice cubes of 25 G each per hour. Black iron-grade bath tub can maintain temperature for 2 hours after filling with hot and cold water. Black iron-grade medical kit can be used for temporary wound treatment. Contains basic medications like iodine bandages, etc. Hey, big guy, it's getting dark. Should we turn on the headlights? Exiting the system panel, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Lu Ruoyan, sensing something was off. The headlights of the agricultural tricycle were already on, yet Lu Ruoyan kept repeating her earlier question. Hey, big guy, it's getting dark. Should we turn on the headlights? Hey, big guy, it's getting dark. Should we turn on the headlights? Chapter 11, What is going on? Lin Yuan felt a chill surge from his toes straight to the top of his head. He was convinced he had been possessed. He desperately tried to recall every scene that had transpired with Lu Ruoyan today. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Could it be the mysterious creature mentioned in the hidden hints? Yes, it had to be an unknown entity. The other party must have been possessed by this mysterious being, following the scenarios he had seen in movies. Without any magical instruments at his disposal, it seemed there was only one method left. He made a sword gesture towards Lu Ruoyan and shouted, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat! Boss, it's dark. Should we turn on the headlights? Boss, it's dark. Should we turn on the headlights? Turn on what?" Lin Yuan snapped back irritably. If only the game had started a year earlier, he was confident that a splash of his youthful energy would have been enough to control the situation. Sighing, what a pity, Lin Yuan prepared to use his mind to erase Lu Ruoyan. Just then, as if sensing Lin Yuan's intentions, the headlights went off. Lu Ruoyan hurriedly explained, "Boss, I was just joking earlier." "Haha, boss, I really was just joking. Do you think I believe that?" Lin Yuan said, keeping a wary eye on Lu Ruoyan in the driver's seat, fearing any sudden movements from her. Lu Ruoyan felt like crying. She had only wanted to scare Lin Yuan a bit out of frustration, but she had nearly gone too far. She racked her brain to find the right words. "Boss, I'm flat. Keep going. Boss, I just turned 18 a couple of days ago. Doesn't T count? Continue. Boss, I've never had a boyfriend. How can you prove that?" Lu Ruoyan stammered for a long time, but couldn't T think of a way to prove it. "How about, boss, you give it a try? You can handle cold food?" "I can handle it, boss." "All right, I'll believe you this once. Turn on the headlights, park the car, and wait for me in the trunk. Do as I say." To save her life, Lu Ruoyan had no choice but to comply. Trembling with fear, she squatted in the trunk, awaiting Lin Yuan's judgment. Seeing her so obedient, Lin Yuan felt a significant portion of his tension ease. He checked Lu Ruoyan's personal information. Name, Lu Ruoyan. Age, 18. Strength, 6 speed, 6 constitution, 6 spirit, 7 affiliation. Servant can be erased at any time via thought. Affinity level, 62. After confirming that there were no abnormalities in the panel data, Lin Yuan felt completely at ease. This little trickster dared to deceive me. It's time for you to learn just how formidable I am, boss. Lin Yuan glanced at the display screen. Current speed, 0 kilometers h. Remaining fuel, 85 liters. Mileage, 63 kilometers. Weather, clear. Outdoor temperature, 40 C. Time, 1920. Considering the sweltering heat, he took out the ice maker and the bathtub, tossing them into the trunk. He also threw in over 20 bottles of purified water and instructed Lu Ruoyan, adjust the water temperature for the bath. Lu Ruoyan nodded in response, but inwardly felt a mix of emotions. The plan was to delay for as long as possible, but who would have thought that an unexpected event would come so quickly? Silently, she twisted off a bottle cap and poured the water into the bathtub, her young face slightly flushing. For some reason, she felt a flicker of anticipation. He should be very gentle, right? Standing below the compartment, Lin Yuan looked at the delicate and adorable Lu Ruoyan, feeling a bit excited himself. Ever since his girlfriend had told him a year ago that she was off to start her own business, he hadn't tasted meat again. Then, during a casual stroll in the park, he unexpectedly saw his girlfriend, who was supposed to be working on her startup, hugging a 98-year-old man and calling him Big Treasure. The old man was so delighted that his dentures fell out twice. This scene truly shocked Lin Yuan at the time. He wanted to walk away, but the old man, noticing the astonishment on Lin Yuan's face, proudly walked over with his girlfriend. He patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Young man, as long as you have money, what kind of young lady can't you find?" He pointed at Lin Yuan's ex-girlfriend. This young lady wants to start a business, and I've supported her for half a year. What do you think, little cutie? Lin Yuan's ex-girlfriend awkwardly laughed, grabbed her big treasure, and quickly left his line of sight. The day before entering the game, Lin Yuan received a call from her, where she mainly talked about the difficulties of the past year. Now that the old man had passed away, she inherited a large fortune and asked Lin Yuan if he needed startup funds. If he didn't mind, she could consider supporting him, but on the condition that he had to be her dog. Faced with her proposal, Lin Yuan decisively rejected it. What a joke. Recently, two friends had shown him pictures bragging about being kept by wealthy women. And wouldn't you know it, the wealthy woman in the photos was his ex-girlfriend. He looked at Lu Ruyin, who stood still below him, with a puzzled expression. Unable to hold back, Lu Ruyin spoke up. Boss, are you ready? The water temperature is set. You can take a bath now. Lin Yuan, suddenly interrupted from his memories, was taken aback. With an awkward expression, he replied, You go ahead and soak. I'll be right there. He slapped his forehead and muttered to himself, Lin Yuan, there's a beautiful woman waiting for you up there. How can you think about other women at a time like this? He took off his shirt and pants, then climbed into the back of the truck. The bathtub was surrounded by 5 lit diesel lighters. Lu Ruyin, soaking in the wooden tub, felt a bit nervous until she saw Lin Yuan come up. Now that he was there, she felt much more relaxed. Boss, come join me. The steam rising from the water made Lu Ruyin's exposed skin appear even more alluring in the glow of the flames. With an invitation like that, how could Lin Yuan refuse? He eagerly hopped into the tub. On the quiet road, a yellow light illuminated the ground. The vehicle shook violently as the engine revved. The sound of the agricultural tricycle echoed far and wide. Hey, boss, can you help me out? Lu Ruyin said, her voice tinged with a playful pout. You're so careless even while bathing. Did you get hurt? She shot Lin Yuan an annoyed glare. With a chuckle, Lin Yuan shrugged and said, Come on. The scratch on your arm is clearly from your own nails. You're impossible. Oomph. I'm ignoring you, she replied, putting on her clothes. With Lin Yuan's help, she climbed down from the truck. Was it just his imagination, or did he see a hint of allure in her features? Could it be that a girl really transforms into a woman, leading to such a significant change? Well, why was he, a grown man, overthinking this? Boss, I'm here. They both got into the vehicle, but this time Lin Yuan took the driver's seat. He pulled out a first aid kit and applied some iodine to Lu Ruyin's wound. Job done. Glancing at the time on the display, he noted it was already 10 o'clock p.m. Is it really this late? He looked over at Lu Ruyin, who was dozing off in the passenger seat. Go ahead and sleep if you're tired. As the injured party, you deserve a little privilege, right? Lin Yuan said softly. He pressed the gas pedal, and the agricultural tricycle moved forward on the road once again. Chapter 12 At 3 in the morning, Lin Yuan yawned and parked the agricultural tricycle in the middle of the road. 5 minutes ago, he had heard the system's notification sound indicating that the hungry wolf pack could not keep up with the vehicle's speed and had given up the chase. Christmas Eve had arrived. He glanced at the information on the display. Current speed, 0 kilometers h, remaining fuel, 35 liters, mileage, 60 kilometers, weather, clear, outdoor temperature, 35 C. Time, 3:01. The diesel was running low. He opened the system marketplace, browsed through it, but found no trades related to diesel. Lin Yuan fell a bit down. It seemed he needed to consider the vehicle's speed from today onward. He turned off the engine, adjusted his seat, tilted his head, and fell into a deep sleep. Wake up, big guy. Wake up. Is it morning already? Lin Yuan groggily opened his eyes and looked outside the vehicle. The sky was bright, with a blazing sun hanging overhead, casting scorching rays on the ground. What time is it? It's 9 a.m., big guy. Thinking he had only slept for less than 6 hours, Lin Yuan felt even sleepier. He switched seats with Lu Ruyin and soon dozed off again. Looking at Lin Yuan, who was snoring with his mouth open, Lu Ruyin found it hard to tell if she or Lin Yuan had been injured the night before. Was driving really that exhausting? She felt fine, actually. If possible, she would like to drive more, provided Lin Yuan agreed. She had initially thought of asking Lin Yuan for some breakfast, but seeing how tired he was, she decided to wait a bit longer. Detected a black iron-level treasure chest, 300 meters to the left, recommended to check it out. 2 minutes later, the agricultural tricycle stopped on the road. Lu Ruyin jumped out of the tricycle, grabbed the black iron-level shovel, and headed straight for the treasure chest. 5 minutes later, Lu Ruyin returned to the vehicle. Clutching the treasure chest, the tricycle set off again. Detected a black iron-level treasure chest, 200 meters to the left, recommended to check it out. Detected a black iron-level treasure chest, 300 meters to the right, recommended to check it out. Detected a black, iron-level treasure chest, 150 meters to the right. Recommended to check it out. After going back and forth 5 times, Lu Ruyin had quite a haul. In addition to the yellow-tailed fat scorpion Lin Yuan had asked her to keep an eye out for, she also brought back 4 wild rabbits. The saying "women hold up half the sky" flashed in her mind, and she gained a new understanding of it. It was already 1 in the afternoon when Lin Yuan stretched lazily in his seat. His gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Ruyin, who was focused on driving. She looked quite a bit prettier now. "Boss, I'm hungry. I want to eat." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate at all. He took out the last 2 cans of beef stew, 3 fruit bread rolls, and 2 bottles of purified water. The 2 of them started eating in the car. During their meal, Lin Yuan kept an eye on their surroundings, making sure to avoid a repeat of the incident with the African's second brother. After lunch, his gaze casually drifted to the display screen. Current speed, 0 kilometers h, remaining fuel, 5 liters, mileage, 120 kilometers, weather, clear, outdoor temperature, 45 C, time, 13:20. His mouth slightly opened in surprise. Were they really running low on fuel? Seeing Lin Yuan's astonished expression, Lu Ruyin curiously asked, "What's wrong, boss? Are you shocked by your own haul from the trip?" The more she thought about it, the more she felt that was the real reason. In the end, she still didn't receive the compliment she was hoping for. All she heard was the sound of the car door slamming shut. When Lin Yuan got out of the car, the first thing he noticed was a row of 5 black iron treasure chests neatly arranged behind the vehicle, and he looked a bit surprised. He never expected Lu Ruyin to be so capable. After circling around the agricultural tricycle, Lin Yuan found the fuel tank beneath the frame and poured the entire can of diesel into it. Detected that the number of black iron treasure chests has reached the synthesis condition. Would you like to synthesize now? Synthesize. Synthesis successful. Congratulations. You have obtained a silver treasure chest. After finishing refueling, Lin Yuan jumped back into the vehicle and flung open the chest lid. This time, the treasure chest didn't yield any blueprints, but it did contain some special items. 50-liter fuel vouchers X3, fuel type unrestricted. Small car-mounted fan X1. Can operate continuously for 12 hours, with a cooling time of 3 hours. Watermelons X3, silver coins X50. Although the items were a bit scarce, at least they were still essentials. He tossed the 3 watermelons directly into the bathtub and added a large amount of ice. The remaining ice was stored in his system backpack. Lin Yuan returned to the passenger seat. Upon seeing him back, Lu Ruyin pouted, looking unhappy and in need of comfort. This adorable sight made Lin Yuan chuckle. He took out a can of yellow peaches from his backpack and handed it to her. "Here, this is for you." As Lu Ruyin accepted the can of yellow peaches, a sweet smile spread across her face. "Thank you, boss." Detected small car-mounted fan. "Would you like to install it?" Install. With the sound of the wind whooshing inside the car, the tricycle set off. Lin Yuan opened the system trading mall and directly listed 20 units of ice blocks, each containing 100 ice blocks. In the end, he successfully exchanged them for vehicle core X9, iron X30, plastic X30, rubber X30, glass X10, carbon fiber X10. He was just 20 carbon fibers and 38 silver coins away from leveling up. Feeling grateful for his luck, Lin Yuan once again heard the system's notification sound. Hidden hint. 80 meters to the front left, there are signs of animal activity. It is recommended to investigate. Lu Ruyin, the big shot is here. Stop the vehicle 70 meters to the front left. There should be a treasure chest nearby. Got a big shot. The agricultural tricycle came to a halt on the road. Watching Lu Ruyin's departing figure, Lin Yuan felt more than ever that the saying "one more person means one more strength" held a lot of truth. Glancing at the figure approaching in the rearview mirror, Lin Yuan opened the car door, grabbed a shovel, ignited a diesel lighter, and moved closer to the agile zombie that was chasing after them. 3 minutes later, the two were back in the vehicle, looking at Lu Ruyin, whose face was swollen on one side. A big question mark appeared in Lin Yuan's mind. "What happened to you?" Lu Ruyin, with a pitiful expression, replied, "Big shot. I got hit by an Australian kangaroo." "You got hit by an Australian kangaroo?" After all, she was a woman. It was normal for her not to be able to handle an Australian kangaroo. "Let us go. I'll help you get revenge." The two got out of the car. 5 minutes later, the agricultural tricycle was spewing thick black smoke as it drove down the road. They both took an ice block and placed it on their faces, letting out hissing sounds as they inhaled. Neither of them mentioned the Australian kangaroo incident again. Ding! System notification. in 3 minutes. All players will participate in a regional 100-player competition. For detailed information, please check the system panel. Chapter 13. Upon opening the system panel, Lin Yuan noticed a new box for the 100-person competition in the upper right corner. Clicking to check, the rules of the competition were as follows. 1. Competitors must race using vehicles on their respective roads. Vehicles cannot be driven in reverse during the race. A warning will be issued for the first offense, and a second offense will result in immediate elimination. Vehicles can be unbound. 2. The total length of the race is 200 kilometers and is expected to pass through 6 intersections and 1 gas station. Fights can occur at intersections. 3. The system's trading mall will be closed during the race. 4. This competition employs an elimination system. The last 10 unselected players will be eliminated. 5. Rewards will only be given to the top 10 players. 6. Spectators can place bets on the participating players, with profits split evenly between the spectators and the players. 7. Once the first player crosses the finish line, the remaining winners will be ranked based on distance traveled. Exiting the system panel, Lin Yuan quickly glanced at the data displayed on the screen. Current speed, 0 km/h. Remaining fuel, 45 liters. Distance, 139 kilometers. Weather, clear. Outdoor temperature, 48 C. Time, 14:20. The amount of diesel in the tank was enough for the tricycle to travel about 90 kilometers, leaving Lin Yuan feeling somewhat uncertain. Noticing Lin Yuan's serious expression, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, big shot?" Lin Yuan replied, "You've seen the rules, right?" Lu Ruyan nodded. "Control your fuel consumption. We can only stop at each intersection for about 15 minutes at most. Are you planning to rob someone?" Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. The system's countdown echoed in his mind. 3, 2, 1. The race began. The tricycle made a clattering sound as it moved forward on the road. Through the windshield, Lin Yuan spotted the floating competition screen. Compared to the last race, the vehicles this time had significantly changed. There were electric wheelchairs, electric tricycles, electric skateboards, forklifts, and 3-wheeled motorcycles. He even saw a horse-drawn carriage. The worst vehicle on the field was a bicycle. Among players like Lin Yuan who had servants, he noticed 4 pairs. He focused primarily on several hardcore players and soon saw hidden prompts again. Hidden prompt, diesel forklift, maximum speed 25 km/h, fuel consumption 1 liter per kilometer. Maximum fuel capacity 80 liters, evaluation, extremely high fuel consumption, offers no advantage in the race. 3-wheeled motorcycle, maximum speed 22 km/h, fuel consumption 1.5 liters per kilometer. Maximum fuel capacity 60 liters, evaluation, super high fuel consumption, not something an average person can afford. A 4-wheeled cart with a top speed of 20 km/h, consuming 50 g of fodder per kilometer, evaluation, a powerful vehicle that is also edible. Boss, we've reached the first intersection, and there are no traffic lights. Is it really that fast? Should we set up an ambush to catch the opponent off guard? Lin Yuan awkwardly covered his face and pointed to the giant screen hovering in the air. A brain is a good thing, but unfortunately, the opponent didn't bring one. Come on, they're all watching, all right. Sticking her tongue out in embarrassment, Lu Ruyan's swollen cheek turned red once more. 5 minutes later, a figure pedaling an electric tricycle came into view from afar. "Boss, they're here. I see them. Grab your weapons and get out of the car." From a distance, the man saw a farm tricycle stopped in the middle of the intersection and felt a wave of panic, but considering the rules of the competition, he had no choice but to ride over. "Stop, stop. Did you hear me?" Lu Ruyan shouted with a sinister grin at the man on the tricycle, waving a deformed shovel in her hand. Lin Yuan stood to the side, playing with a dagger and sizing up the man with a teasing look. Seeing the fierce duo, the man decisively jumped out of the tricycle, crouching on the ground with his hands on his head. "Spare me, heroine. Spare me, boss." I didn't realize you had such high awareness." They exchanged glances and moved closer. "Come on, unbind the vehicle first." The man looked at Lin Yuan in shock. "Boss, if I unbind the vehicle and lose the competition, I might die." With a thud, the man received a shovel to the head, instantly becoming more compliant. "Just do what the boss says. No need for all that nonsense." Lu Ruyan said fiercely. The man gritted his teeth and said, "I'll unbind it. I'll unbind it." With another thud, he got hit again. "Who told you to grit your teeth?" After 2 hits with the shovel, the man finally behaved himself, unbinding the vehicle and handing over all his supplies. In total, it was only 30 silver coins and a small amount of food. Lin Yuan kindly left the man a bottle of water and a piece of bread. The man was somewhat surprised. You're not going to kill me? Lin Yuan shrugged. You can go. The man still couldn't believe it, looking back at Lin Yuan 3 times as he walked away. Boss, you really aren't going to kill me. Lu Ruyin couldn't take it anymore. Either you leave, or I'll crack your head open right now. Hearing this, the man stumbled across the intersection, quickly pulling out a somewhat worn-out scooter from his backpack and speeding down the road. This scene made Lu Ruyin so furious she was jumping up and down. Boss, look at him. Lin Yuan waved his hand. He had his own considerations. If he killed the other person right after meeting them, he would only gain a vehicle at most, and it would negatively impact his reputation with future trading partners. It would be easy for him to be labeled as a murderer. If he encountered other players, even if they knew they couldn't win, they would likely fight to the death. The system detected an electric tricycle. Should it be recovered? No. Lin Yuan directly stored the electric tricycle in his system backpack, occupying 5 slots. He handed over the remaining supplies to Lu Ruyin for processing. He glanced at the leaderboard on the big screen. Player 09999 was currently ranked 31st, with a distance of 1 kilometer from the player above. He got into the vehicle and set off. After driving another 10 kilometers, he heard, Boss, we've reached the second intersection. He took another look at the leaderboard. Player 09999 was now ranked 11th, with a distance of 5 kilometers from the player above. The ranking was a bit low, so he decided to continue. Yes, boss. The tricycle continued for another 30 kilometers. Boss, we've arrived at the 3rd intersection. He checked the current ranking again. Player 09999 was now in 1st place. Same old routine. Got it, boss. The agricultural tricycle stopped at the intersection, making a clattering sound. Lin Yuan and Lu Ruyin crouched on the back of the vehicle, munching on chilled watermelon while watching the side intersection. 8 minutes later, Lu Ruyin tossed away the leftover watermelon rind, grabbed a nearby shovel, and exclaimed, Boss, they're coming. This time it looks like 2 people. As Lin Yuan watched the forklift approaching from a distance, he put down the half-eaten watermelon and also picked up the shovel. Shall we meet them? The forklift stopped just 3 meters away from Lin Yuan and Lu Ruyin. A pair of twin sisters, dressed lightly and wielding wooden sticks, jumped down from the vehicle. Chapter 14, with their eyes fixed on Lin Yuan and the others. One of them asked, So you're the infamous duo known as the male and female double trouble? Lin Yuan felt a vain throb on his forehead, while Lu Ruyin was just as unimpressed. 3-wheeled heroic couple sounds much better. Big shot. Are you going to take them on? Lu Ruyin replied excitedly. At her words, the 2 sisters tightened their grips on their wooden sticks, casting wary glances at Lin Yuan and his companion. Lin Yuan shot Lu Ruyin a surprised look, wondering when she had become such a fighter. He rolled his neck and shifted his gaze back to the sisters. Hidden hint. Sister Wang Shihan, age 23, skilled in freestyle combat. Sister Wang Shiya, age 20, proficient in grappling. Evaluation. Right now, you are far from their match. It's advisable to just lie low and wait for them to make their move. Lin Yuan extended a hand and said politely, Hello, I am Lin Yuan. If you don't mind, we could be friends. The 3 women present were taken aback. Lu Ruyin exclaimed, Big shot, wait. Did you mix up the script? Wang Shihan retorted, What the hell? You want to be friends? Aren't we supposed to be fighting? Wang Shiya remarked, He seems pretty friendly. Stepping forward, Wang Shiya gently shook Lin Yuan's hand. Hi, Lin Yuan. I'm Wang Shiya, and this is my sister, Wang Shihan. Lin Yuan thought to himself, what a naive girl. I wonder if I have a chance to win her over. Hello, this is Lu Ruyin. The scene left the players watching on-screen in shock. The male and female double trouble were actually making friends with the fierce sister duo. What started with hostility quickly turned into a casual gathering as they sat down to chat. After adding each other as friends, Lin Yuan successfully traded a 50-liter fuel voucher for 40 liters of diesel from the sisters. Once the transaction was complete, both sides waved goodbye. On the 3-wheeled vehicle, Lu Ruyin looked up at Lin Yuan and asked, Is something wrong? Big shot. Isn't 1 woman enough for you? Not enough. On the forklift, Wang Shihan glanced over at her sister, Wang Shiya. We just had a chance to take action. Guangxi Yestrag. How many players have you seen driving a diesel vehicle in this survival game? Well, counting us 2, I guess. Exactly. Why ask? With the additional 40 liters of diesel, their total fuel capacity had reached 55 liters, which would allow them to travel approximately 110 kilometers. With 139 kilometers left to their destination, they could finally move at full speed. Let's go. The 3-wheeled vehicle sped down the road. leaving behind a trail of black smoke. Boss, we reached the fourth intersection. Oh, that was quick. Lu Ruoyan's little face showed a fierce expression. Boss, should we rob someone this time? Glancing at the ranking on the big screen, they were in third place, only 5 kilometers behind the first. Let's go for it. As they approached the intersection, Lu Ruoyan executed a perfect drift, her agricultural tricycle skidding diagonally to a stop in the middle of the road. Boss, how long do we wait this time? Lin Yuan thought for 3 seconds. 5 minutes. If no one shows up, we'll bail. He wasn't as keen on robbing as Lu Ruoyan was. 3 minutes later, Lu Ruoyan excitedly waved her shovel. Boss, people are coming. Dropping the melon peel, Lin Yuan grabbed the shovel and jumped down from the truck. He looked toward the incoming person. Hey, where did this mature woman come from? Lu Ruoyan led the charge, shouting, Stop! This is a robbery. The mature woman was not intimidated by Lu Ruoyan. Instead, she dramatically patted her bag and said, Little girl, you scared me. So cocky. Lin Yuan couldn't hold back. What a joke. A woman trying to show off in front of me. This is unacceptable. Lin Yuan stepped forward with the shovel in hand. Hidden hint. Luo Shuihan, age 26. Muay Thai tujuh tehat dan. Evaluation. You are far from being her opponent. Suggestion. Lie down and wait for her to crush you. Hello. Lin Yuan. The mature woman glanced at him and chuckled. Luo Shuihan. She pointed at Lu Ruoyan. Is she your girlfriend? Yes. But what a pity. Lin Yuan. Want to have a go? Lin Yuan smiled indifferently. Sure, no holds barred. After scrutinizing Lin Yuan for a moment, Luo Shuihan pulled a vehicle core from her backpack and tossed it on the ground. I've paid the toll. Can I leave now? Not enough. Then let us fight. All right, no holds barred. Lin Yuan produced a dark dagger, his expression cold as he stared at Luo Shuihan. Seeing that she showed no intention of attacking, Lin Yuan urged, Are we fighting or not? If we are, make it quick. Luo Shuihan saw no flaws in Lin Yuan. With a resigned shrug, she said, Fine. I admit you've won. How about another vehicle core? Don't push your luck. Add 50 silver coins. 30 coins. Deal. Lu Ruoyan watched in confusion from the side. Stepping onto her electric scooter, Luo Shuihan waved goodbye to Lu Ruoyan. Little sister, I'm leaving. Let us meet again if fate allows. Lu Ruoyan completely ignored the other person's feelings, thinking that Lin Yuan had developed an interest in him again. She sulked as she picked up the shovel and returned to the driver's seat. Seeing the other person's attitude, Lin Yuan had no intention of explaining himself. First of all, there was a large screen in the sky displaying the current scene. Secondly, he was Lin Yuan, the main character. Did he really need to explain himself to anyone? On the highway, in a moving forklift, Wang Shihan turned to her sister and softly asked, Did you notice anything? The large screen hovering in the air was currently showing Lin Yuan sitting in the passenger seat. Wang Shi shook her head with a sigh. The other person is very calm and appeared relaxed when facing that Muay Thai expert. They could very well be a master themselves. I advise you to think twice before getting involved with him. Being friends is fine, but being enemies carries too much risk. Seemingly recalling something, Wang Shi looked at her sister with a suspicious gaze. Sis, you're acting a bit strange. You're not developing feelings for him, are you? Cough. Cough, cough. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm tired. You drive now. Without waiting for a response, she turned off the engine and got out of the car, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Wang Shiya. Riding her electric scooter, Luo Shuihan felt a surge of anger every time she recalled the robbery incident. It was the first time in her life she had been robbed, and the other party had been extraordinarily arrogant, casually throwing around threats to life and death. Staring at Lin Yuan's enlarged smiling face on the big screen above her head, Luo Shuihan clenched her fists, determined to find an opportunity to give him a taste of his own medicine. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who was in the passenger seat munching on watermelon, sneezed twice in a row. He never imagined that his 2 instances of subtle showboating would attract the attention of 3 beautiful women. If he had known, he would have continued to show off. Detected a gas station 300 meters ahead, suggesting to proceed for inspection. Chapter 15, Boss, there's a gas station up ahead. Got it. 3 minutes later, Lu Ruoyan drove the car into the gas station. A system notification sounded. You have entered the gas station. This area is a safe zone. Fighting is prohibited. Violators will be eliminated. The 2 of them approached a small booth and knocked on the window. Hey, is anyone there? Knock, knock, knock. What the heck? Is anyone even listening? Suddenly, an irritable old man appeared, cigarette dangling from his mouth. holding an AK in one hand, and wearing loose shorts as he pushed the door open. He glanced at Lin Yuan and the others with a skeptical look. "So you two need gas?" Lin Yuan nodded. At this moment, Lu Ru Yin timidly raised her hand. "Excuse me, sir, can I ask you a question?" The old man shot her a glance and replied grumpily. "This isn't a classroom, and I'm not your teacher. You don't need to raise your hand to ask a question. Spit it out." "Sir, aren't you worried about a fire with you smoking while filling up?" The old man glared at her. "You're asking too many questions, kid." He took a deep drag from his cigarette and stomped it out on the ground. "This behavior is risky. Please do not imitate it. How much diesel do you want?" 1 silver coin per liter, minimum 50 liters. Service fee is 1 silver coin. A barrel costs 1 silver coin. That is so expensive. If you think it's pricey, don't fill up. Just pay the service fee and you can leave. Lin Yuan forced a smile. "All right, sir, fill it up." The tank still had 25 liters of diesel left. Watching the numbers on the meter jump rapidly, it quickly added up to 80 silver coins. The old man took out the fuel nozzle and extended a hand toward Lin Yuan with the service fee that'll be a total of 81 silver coins. Lu Ru Yin tugged at Lin Yuan's arm and whispered, "Boss, he has trying to rip us off." In the empty gas station, the sound of a gun bolt being pulled back echoed. The old man looked at Lu Ru Yin with a friendly expression and said loudly, "Young lady, I'm getting old and my hearing isn't what it used to be. Could you speak a little louder?" Lin Yuan swallowed hard. Looking at the gun pointed at them, he took out the 2 pre-prepared 50-liter fuel vouchers. "Sir, can I use these vouchers?" Taking the vouchers from Lin Yuan, the old man grunted, "Sure." Hearing this, Lin Yuan quickly retrieved 2 50-liter barrels from his system backpack. "Sir, fill them up. The previous 81 silver coins are separate." The old man opened the barrel lids and started filling. 5 minutes later, both barrels were filled with 45 liters of diesel each. "All right, that'll be 86 silver coins. I'll give you a discount, so let us call it 90 silver coins." 90 silver coins? What's wrong? Can't you afford it? The old man raised his gun slightly, his tone icy. Lin Yuan glanced at the silver coin balance in his backpack. 92 coins, still enough. With tears in his eyes, he paid the fee of 90 silver coins. The two of them quickly hopped onto the tricycle. They didn't want to stay in this miserable place for a moment longer. Hidden hint: the thrifty gas station attendant has a soft spot for rabbit meat. Offering rabbit meat might yield unexpected rewards. Yin, wait a second. The tricycle's engine sputtered and died, and Lu Ruoyan looked at Lin Yuan in disbelief. "Big shot, what did you just call me?" What answered her was merely the sound of a door slamming shut. "Knock, knock, knock. I'm back." The door was pushed open, and the old man emerged holding an AK. He frowned at Lin Yuan, his tone unfriendly. "What do you want again, kid? Look what I have." Lin Yuan raised 5 dried wild rabbits in his hand. The old man's eyes lit up. He quickly glanced around and pulled Lin Yuan inside the house. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan emerged with a black plastic bucket tucked under his arm and 2 30-liter barrels of diesel in his hands, returning to the tricycle. The vehicle rattled as it drove away from the gas station. Inside the gas station, the old man watched the departing tricycle, feeling a bit down. What a good kid. He wondered if he would ever see him again, then turned and went back into his little house. "Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? I need to refuel." The old man again took his AK and stepped out of the house. 2 silver coins per liter. How much do you want? Wang Shirhan handed him a coupon for 50 liters. "Can this be used?" The old man took the coupon, glanced at it, and frowned. "It's expired. It can only be exchanged for 20 liters of diesel. Do you want to fill up or not?" The sisters exchanged glances, realizing they had lost out. "Old man, we want to fill up." "Big shot. There's a horse cart blocking the road at the intersection ahead. Let's go check it out." Inside the horse cart, a young couple was engrossed in each other. A series of thudding noises came from afar. The man quickly adjusted his clothes, patted the woman's backside, and picked up a nearby stick. "Baby, we have some business coming." The woman playfully protested. "You're so annoying. You can't go alone. You have to take me with you." "Let us go." The man reassured her. "More people means more strength, right?" Rolling her eyes at him, the woman tidied her clothes, grabbed a whip beside her, and stepped out of the cart with the man. The tricycle, puffing black smoke, stopped beside the horse cart. Lin Yuan and Lu Ruoyan got out, shovels in hand. Upon seeing the players known as the Demon Duo, their expressions immediately changed. "This is bad luck." Big shot Lin Yuan, Haro and Lu Ruoyan. "It's a misunderstanding." Lin Yuan frowned and looked at them. "Do you know us?" Upon hearing this, the two nodded bitterly and began to share their objective evaluations of the competitors in this tournament. They discussed how they had exchanged friend requests using the player IDs displayed on the big screen, forming a small mutual support group to talk about the various powerful players in the game and ranking their strengths. Lin Yuan felt a flicker of interest and pointed at the two, saying, "Come on, tell me about the strong players in this competition. If you do well, I might just let you off the hook." Hearing this, the two were overjoyed and earnestly began detailing the rankings of the players. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yuan and Lu Ruyan held the top spot as the duo of death. In second place was the tough girl, Luo Shuian, a Muay Thai expert, well-deserved indeed. Third were the fierce sisters, Wang Xia and Wang Shihan, one skilled in judo and the other in combat sports. Lin Yuan hadn't heard of any of the players ranked after them. Exchanging a glance with Lu Ruyan, Lin Yuan chuckled lightly. "You understand the rules, right?" The two quickly nodded in response. "Boss, we paid the toll 100 silver coins and 3 vehicle cores. What do you think?" With 2 loud thuds, Lu Ruyan knocked the man out cold on the ground. The woman next to him screamed, but before she could swing her whip, Lin Yuan swiftly cut her throat with a dagger. Then, Lin Yuan crouched down to deliver the finishing blow to the unconscious man. Players watching the scene on the big screen widened their eyes in shock. Weren't the duo of death supposed to spare lives as long as the toll was paid? The player group erupted into heated discussions. Glancing at Lu Ruyan, Lin Yuan sighed. "Next time, remember to collect the payment before getting to work." Lu Ruyan awkwardly scratched her head. "Sorry, boss. I thought you wanted me to act immediately." "All right." Lin Yuan waved his hand and walked over to the carriage. Lifting the curtain, a foul odor wafted out, causing Lin Yuan to step back in disgust. He unraveled the reins from the horse's neck and gave it a firm slap on the rear, prompting it to gallop down the road. Lin Yuan softly said to the man lying on the ground, "I said I'd let you off the hook. See? I kept my word. Let us go." "Got it, boss." Half an hour later, Lu Ruyan spoke up from the driver's seat. "Boss, we're approaching the last intersection. Drive straight through." "What? Aren't we waiting for the red light?" "Drive straight through." Chapter 16, the tricycle rattled loudly as it sped through the intersection. "Warning, you have run a red light. A ticket for 6-point deduction 1 can be used to excuse running a red light. Has been detected in your backpack. Would you like to use it?" "Yes." "Usage successful. You will not face any penalties for this red light violation." Watching the agricultural tricycle run the red light on the big screen, the participating players gasped in shock. The dynamic duo truly lived up to their reputation. It was terrifying. They actually ignored the 4th rule of the beginner's manual. Lu Ruyan excitedly honked the tricycle's horn. Her cheeks flushed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Big boss, we can actually run a red light." "Beep, beep, beep. All right, stop honking. Floor the gas pedal. Let us get to the finish line early." "Got it, big boss." On another road, sisters Wang Shihan and Wang Xia sat despondently on the sandy sides of the highway, watching a forklift billowing thick black smoke. Wang Shihan turned to her exceptionally clever younger sister and asked, "Xia, do you think we still have a chance to survive?" The only reason she was able to team up with her sister was that Wang Xia had won first place in the previous 10-player competitive match, earning the right to choose a servant. Wang Xia was equally frustrated. No amount of planning could have prepared them for the trick played by the old man at the gas station. It was downright malicious of him to mix water into the diesel. This led to their fuel tank bursting. The materials in their backpack were completely insufficient for repairing the forklift, and with the system's trading mall closed during the competition, repairing it was clearly impossible. Looking up at the large screen floating above them, she saw player 02222 ranked 6th, 1 kilometer behind the player in front. Perhaps there was still a chance. She pulled out a silver twisty car from her system backpack. "Sister, get in the car." In the passenger seat of the agricultural tricycle, Lin Yuan comfortably lit a cigarette and took a couple of puffs. "It's all thanks to our big boss." He opened the system backpack to check the items inside. Yellow peach canned 550G 1, sesame flavor compressed biscuits 3, Snickers 1, energy drink 1, dried yellowtail scorpion 2, dried corn snake 1, sliced bread 550G 3, mineral water 3, purified water 40, cigarettes 19 packs, vehicle core 13, iron blocks 30, plastic 30, rubber 30, glass 10, carbon fiber 10, black iron lighter 45, diesel 160 liters, black iron dagger 1, black iron shovel 1, silver coins 2, black iron medical kit 1. In hot weather, wounds can easily get infected. Some basic bandaging can be done. Electrotricycle 1, opening the vehicle panel, durability has dropped to 7. Checking the materials needed for upgrades. I still need 98 silver coins and 20 carbon fibers. I believe that after the competition ends, I should be able to gather enough upgrade materials quickly through the system trading mall. Opening the regional chat channel, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that he had become the hot topic once again. Player 01234. Guys, I bought 20 silver coins from the big shot 09999. Huh. Player 02345. That's a bit stingy. I bought 150 silver coins from big shot 09999 directly. Player 02564. I also bought 50 silver coin from big shot 09999. Player 08523. I really envy you all. I bought the Spicy Sister Duo 02222, and they are now ranked 11th, almost losing their pants. Player 07654. Poor rookie with no spare cash, silently munching popcorn in the channel. As Lin Yuan scrolled through the chat page, his eyes grew brighter. After a rough count, there were at least several dozen players commenting about buying and winning. As for those lurking players, Lin Yuan couldn't tell if they were participating in other competitions or what their situation was. In any case, after the competition ends, he believed he would be able to make a substantial profit. Lu Ruyan, speed it up. Big shot, this is the fastest already. How far are we from his second place? Big shot, we have already surpassed them by 6 kilometers. All right, I know, when we get close to the finish line, remember to slow down. Don't let it be too late to brake when we hit a downhill. Lu Ruyan proudly lifted her small face. Don't worry. Big shot, She waved her hand to interrupt the other person's speech, as if winning a prize in the FR and CKC competitions was something to brag about. Lin Yuan had participated in the WRC on-site cleaning interview and had seen plenty of drivers who were more skilled than Lu Ruyan. Has he become arrogant? Is he bragging? Staying low-key is the way to go. Okay? Rolling his eyes, Lin Yuan turned to Lu Ruyan beside him and said, just focus on driving your car. Lu Ruyan pouted, visibly dissatisfied, thinking to herself that Lin Yuan would never find another woman like her in his lifetime. The agricultural tricycle left a trail of black smoke on the road as it sped past the finish line. The race was over. Data loading, player rankings being calculated, and rewards being processed. Ding! Congratulations to player 09999 for securing first place in this race. Score, 90 points. Evaluation. A cunning tricycle bandit who can always stir emotions in others at unexpected moments. Rewards being distributed. Ding. Insufficient backpack space. Please clear out enough space in your inventory. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yuan quickly opened his system backpack and took out the electric tricycle. Reward distribution successful. Please select one servant from the failed players. If the chosen player already has a servant, that player's servant will automatically bind to become the servant of the rewarding player. Is it a buy one get one free? This reward is pretty good. A panel of failed players appear before him. A 60-second countdown began. 59, 58, 57. Lin Yuan scanned through quickly and soon found a familiar name among the failed players. Wang Xia, ranked 13th in this race. He didn't find Wang Shihan's name, so it seemed they were in a subordinate relationship. Selection, Wang Xia. Congratulations, you have successfully made your selection. Congratulations, you have obtained a servant, Wang Xia and Wang Shihan. Opening the system backpack, Lin Yuan checked the race rewards. Character upgrade card 1. Vehicle upgrade card 1. 6-point penalty ticket 2. Can be used for red light exemption. 100-liter fuel card 2. Gold coins 3. 1 gold coin equals 500 silver coins. Chicken leg rice 5. Duck leg rice 5. Goose leg rice 5. Char siu rice 5. Pickled vegetables 20. Exactly 10 rewards. Just as Lin Yuan was about to use the character upgrade card, there was a knock on the car window. Lin Yuan turned to look. A pretty face appeared outside the car. His sister, Wang Xia. Hello, big shot. I didn't expect to see you again. Chapter 17. Lu Ruyan, the boss. Did you find 2 more sisters to cheer you up? Lu Ruyan. Boss, I don't think that yellow-tailed fat scorpion will be enough. How about I catch a couple more for you tomorrow? Lin Yuan. Open the door, get out. Lin Yuan pointed to Wang Shihan, who was standing at a distance, and asked his sister Wang Xia, why isn't she coming over? Wang Xia paused for a moment and said with a strange tone, she might be a little shy. Shy? Embarrassed? 2 character panels appeared before him. Name, Wang Xia. Gender, female. Age, 20. Strength, 8 speed, 7 constitution, 8 spirit, 7 affiliation. Servant can be erased at any time with thought. Favorability, 50. Name, Wang Shihan. Gender, female. Age, 23. Strength, 8 speed, 7 constitution, 9 spirit, 7 affiliation. Servant can be erased at any time with thought. Favorability, 80 Wang Shihan's favorability surprisingly reached 80, which was clearly off. I checked Lu Ruyan's favorability, and it was only 85. Wang Shihan, come here for a moment. Oh, Wang Shihan quickly ran towards Lin Yuan, her delicate face glowing under the sunlight. Lin Yuan bluntly asked, "Do you like me?" "Oh no, I." He grabbed her small hand, locking his gaze on her eyes. Wang Shihan shyly lowered her head, then suddenly looked up at Lin Yuan. "I like you, Lin Yuan. I fell in love with you at first sight." In the driver's seat, Lu Ruyan widened her eyes. Is this woman really that shameless? Wang Xia was also beside her. Mouth agape. I didn't expect my sister to really be in heat. Looking at Wang Shihan's shy and timid demeanor, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Look at my damn charm. I really am a woman magnet. It was already 9 p.m., and the outdoor temperature remained high. At this time, Wang Xia had taken the front passenger seat. Lu Ruyan glanced through the rearview mirror and saw a man and a woman in the hot tub, a young face slightly flushed. With a hint of jealousy, she spoke to Wang Xia sitting beside her. Is your sister really that open? She's making such loud noises. Wang Xia's cheeks also flushed, and she sighed. I originally thought that love at first sight was just lust, but now looking back, it seems like that's all it is. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan stepped out of the bathtub, feeling refreshed. The effects of the character upgrade card were truly beyond his expectations. He opened his task panel, character level, LV1 name, Lin Yuan gender, male age, 22 strength, 10 speed, 10 stamina, 10 spirit, 10 evaluation, a somewhat capable corporate drone. Glancing at Wang Shihan, who was slumped in the bathtub, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. With his newfound strength, he could easily take on 3 opponents at once. He accessed the system's trading market. The prices in the material shop had skyrocketed, and after listing 20 ice blocks, he successfully exchanged them for 20 carbon fiber materials. The system chimed with an alert, detected that vehicle upgrade materials are complete. Would you like to upgrade your vehicle? Ding. Detected that you have a vehicle upgrade card in your inventory. Would you like to use it? Yes. Upgrading vehicle. Time required for this upgrade. 5 hours. You can still use the vehicle during the upgrade. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Yuan knocked on the back window of the car and called out loudly, "Come out and eat." Inside the vehicle, 4 people were huddled together, and the ice maker beside them was emitting a cool breeze. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the sisters and asked, "Don't you have any food in your inventory?" The 2 girls exchanged glances, and finally, it was Wang Xia who spoke up. "Boss, didn't you know? Players who lose in the competition have their system inventory cleared." Oh, recalling that Lu Ruyan had also experienced that, Lin Yuan felt relieved. He took out 4 portions of chicken leg rice, and the rich aroma of the food wafted through the air, causing the 3 girls to swallow in unison. Lin Yuan was tempted as well, but he didn't show it. Pointing to the neatly arranged chicken leg rice, he said to the girls, "Food isn't free. You have to work after eating." Work? Lu Ruyan grabbed a portion of chicken leg rice and began stuffing it into her mouth. In her mind, she thought, now that I'm a boss's woman, what work can I handle? Wang Shihan also picked up a portion of chicken leg rice, taking small bites. Her thoughts were similar to Lu Ruyan's. Looking at her younger sister, her meaning was clear. After some hesitation, Wang Xia glanced at the 2 girls devouring their food, gritted her teeth, and started devouring her chicken leg rice as well. Observing the 3 girls, Lin Yuan also began to eat. With only 3 women around him, he could still maintain control and flirt occasionally. However, as more women joined their group in the future, he realized he would need to adjust his strategy. After all, one person's energy was always limited. After finishing dinner, the group gathered to discuss task assignments. It was mostly Lin Yuan doing the talking, while the 3 girls nodded in agreement. Unknowingly, time had slipped past midnight, and after a long day, Lin Yuan had fallen asleep early, leaving the night watch duty to Lu Ruyan. It was somewhat of a subtle reward for the new members of the team, the sister duo. The road at night was exceptionally quiet, with only the occasional rustling sound coming from the sandy ground on either side. Due to the distance, it was unlikely to disturb the 3 who were sound asleep in the vehicle. "Boss, it's dawn." Lu Ruyan, who had been awake in the driver's seat all night, yawned and called out to Lin Yuan, who was still lost in her dreams. "Is it already morning?" Lin Yuan blinked her sleepy eyes and surveyed the changes inside the vehicle. The original 2 seats had been extended, adding 2 more seats. She opened the vehicle panel. Small cargo truck, maximum speed, 40 kilometers h, fuel tank capacity, 150 liters, fuel consumption, 0. 5 liters of diesel per kilometer, interior features, air conditioning, maximum load capacity, 600 kilograms, durability, 10. Materials needed to level up, iron blocks 80, plastic 80, rubber 80, glass 30, carbon fiber 80, vehicle core 20, 1 gold coin. Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised to find that the upgraded vehicle even had air conditioning. She instructed Lu Ru Yin to go sleep in the back, then got out to wake the sister duo who were still napping beside the ice machine. Time to get to work. The sisters instinctively turned over in surprise at Lin Yuan's voice, but when they recognized her, they couldn't help but pat their chests in relief. They had almost forgotten that they were now Lin Yuan's subordinates. Wang Shihan sat in the driver's seat, ready to drive, while Wang Shiya leaned back comfortably in the rear seat, enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioning, a satisfied look on her face. Hidden prompt. Animal activity detected 150 meters to the left. It is recommended to investigate. Is work finally starting? Chapter 18. Lu Ruyan. Yes, boss. Hearing Lin Yuan call her name, Lu Ruyan instinctively responded, even though she had just fallen asleep. Lin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. He was used to calling her by that name. It's fine. You're doing well to stay alert, even while sleeping. To go back to sleep. Okay, boss. With that, Lu Ruyan turned over and went back to sleep. The two sisters in the car were taken aback by this scene. Her obedience was impressive. Could it be that Lin Yuan and the others were from the military? A ripple of thoughts stirred in their calm minds. Stop about 130 meters ahead on the left. Wang Shihan followed the instruction. However, Wang Xia, surprised, asked, Boss, is there something unusual over there? Lin Yuan lit a cigarette, leaned against the window, and lowered the bottom half of the window, gazing intently at the sandy terrain in the distance. You'll find out when we get there. The car came to a stop, and Lin Yuan said to the two girls, there are 2 shovels in the trunk. Take them and search the sandy area on the left. There should be a treasure chest. Under the scorching sun, the 2 girls, though doubtful, got out of the car. Lin Yuan called out to their retreating figures, make it quick, don't waste time. Giving Lin Yuan an okay gesture, the sisters started searching the nearby sandy area. Cease. Do you think Lin Yuan is reliable? Is there really going to be a treasure chest around here? Wang Xia whispered. Wang Shihan glanced at her younger sister and replied with a doting tone. Let us just do whatever he says. It's okay if we don't find anything. She then added, somewhat surprised, you're not having any other thoughts, are you? Shaking her head, she reassured herself that her clever sister wouldn't make any foolish decisions. However, at that moment, Wang Xia felt a flicker of the urge to escape. She didn't want to become one of Lin Yuan's harem. While she had no aversion to men, she was clearly more interested in women. Now that her older sister had already fallen for him, she feared that time would change things. It was the perfect opportunity to run away. But the only thing she was unsure of was whether Lin Yuan could still track her down with his powers after she had put some distance between them. Cease. I'm going to check over there. You keep looking around here. Upon hearing this, Wang Shihan gave her sister a deep look before smiling softly. Go ahead. She then buried herself back into searching the sandy area nearby. Feeling her sister's gaze, Wang Xia trembled slightly. Was her sister really letting her go? Damn Lin Yuan. If I, Wang Xia, can escape, I'll definitely come back one day to settle the score. Wang Xia's affection level, -10. Wang Xia's affection level, -10. Wang Xia's affection level, -10. Lin Yuan, sitting in the passenger seat, leisurely smoked a cigarette, watching Wang Xia grow increasingly distant, feeling completely unfazed. Lu Ruyan leaned her head out from the back seat and murmured, Boss, are you really just going to let her go like that? Lin Yuan clearly didn't expect the sleeping Lu Ruyan to suddenly poke her head over, causing his hand holding the cigarette to tremble slightly. He turned and scolded her in annoyance. Just focus on getting some sleep. Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue. I'm just worried about you. Boss, have you forgotten your old love for a new one? Ugh, what a scumbag. She playfully flicked his forehead. Lin Yuan, although pretending to be fierce, replied, Hurry up and sleep, or you won't be able to take a bath tonight. As if recalling something, Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed, and her voice became much softer. Why are you being so fierce? I'll go to sleep now. After saying that, she tilted her head and fell asleep with a snore. Lin Yuan was amused by Lu Ruyan's antics and didn't say anything more. He felt no concern for Wang Xia's escape. This was because after the two of them got out of the car, Lin Yuan received another hidden prompt. Signs of a small wolf pack activity detected 3 kilometers to the left in the desert. It is advised to leave quickly. 5 minutes later, Wang Shihan returned to the driver's seat, cradling a black iron-level treasure chest in her left arm and holding a shovel in her right. placing the items in the trunk. She lowered her head when Lin Yuan cast a questioning glance her way. I'm sorry, Lin Yuan, seeing her high affection level of 85, didn't press her further. So, tell me, why did your sister run away? Wang Shihan cautiously looked up at Lin Yuan. Seeing that he didn't seem to be blaming her, she felt a bit more relaxed. After thinking for a moment, she leaned closer and whispered a few words in his ear. Lu Rian, pretending to be asleep in the back seat, also quietly perked up her ears. However, Wang Shihan spoke so softly that she could never quite catch what was being said, leaving her feeling anxious. After listening to Wang Shihan, Lin Yuan displayed a strange expression. Are you serious? Wang Shihan nodded firmly. Her gaze towards Lin Yuan was filled with tenderness. She hadn't just pleaded for her sister. First, Lin Yuan was her man. Second, she had already let her sister escape, and asking Lin Yuan for a favor at this point would only ruin the fragile feelings they had just started to build. Lin Yuan might be able to accompany her for a lifetime, but her sister could only be with her for a while. At that moment, Lin Yuan found Wang Shi's escape somewhat amusing. Looking at Lin Yuan, who wore a smile, Wang Shihan felt puzzled. Her sister had run away, yet this man didn't seem angry at all. Shall we continue to set off? Wang Shihan asked. Let's wait a bit longer, Lin Yuan replied. Glancing at the time on the display screen, it's 8:10. Let's give it 10 more minutes. I'm sure your sister will be back. Wang Shihan looked at Lin Yuan with a puzzled expression, secretly wondering if this man had some other tricks up his sleeve. At 8:19, Lin Yuan rolled up the car windows. Drive slowly, he instructed. Wang Shihan lightly pressed the accelerator, and the car moved forward at a crawl. Just then, a woman's voice shouted from behind, Wait for me! Wait for me! Through the rearview mirror, Wang Shihan was shocked to see who was chasing after them. Despite her disheveled appearance, she immediately recognized her sister. Speed up, Wang Shihan urged, pressing down on the gas pedal a bit more. Wang Xia was running as fast as she could, desperately trying to catch up to the moving car. Faster, she shouted. The car accelerated again. Watching the distance between them grow, Wang Xia closed her eyes in despair, tears welling up. This was it was all over. Earlier, while on the run, she had encountered a plump rabbit and felt quite pleased with herself. With just a couple of swift strikes, she thought her troubles were over. But out of nowhere, a gray wolf had appeared. Wang Xia, bold and skilled, managed to take down the wolf after a tough struggle. Little did she know, that wolf was a scout for a pack, and when it didn't return, the pack began to search for it. When Wang Shihan leaped over a small sand dune and saw 6 gray wolves searching around, her heart raced, and she immediately turned to run back. Seeing that the car hadn't left yet, she bent over, catching her breath, her mind racing as she thought about what to say to Lin Yuan when they met. But when she looked up again, she realized the car had started. Then the scene unfolded as it had just moments ago. Stop the car. Wang Shihan slammed on the brakes, and the engine died. Go get her quickly. Thank you, big shot. A pair of icy hands rested on Wang Xia's shoulders. Kneeling on the road, Wang Xia looked up, sister. Let us go. Wang Shihan said. Whatever Lin Yuan tells you to do, you just do it, okay? What if? Just agree to him. You don't mind? Do I even have a right to mind? Chapter 19, the car sped down the highway, leaving the pack of wolves trailing behind. In the back seat, Wang Xia felt uneasy. Ever since she got in the car, Lin Yuan hadn't said a word to her. He seemed indifferent to her comings and goings. It was precisely this cold attitude from Lin Yuan that made her feel a sense of unease deep within. She couldn't shake off the feeling of dread about what kind of punishment, or perhaps even death, awaited her. After an hour of driving, Wang Xia could no longer hold back. Big guy, you. Lin Yuan cut her off with a wave of his hand, addressing Wang Shihan in the driver's seat. Pull over in 300 meters on the sandy ground ahead. Let us see if there are any clues to treasure. Just moments ago, he had once again heard the system's voice. Hidden tip. There are signs of animal activity in the sandy area 300 meters ahead. It's advisable to check it out. The small truck pulled over to the side of the road, and Wang Shihan exchanged a glance with Wang Xia before jumping out of the driver's seat. Seeing this, Wang Xia opened the back door and got out as well. She took the shovel handed to her by her sister, and the two made their way toward the nearby sand. Watching the two sisters walk away, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the distance. What choice would Wang Xia make this time? A wrong choice could be deadly. Wang Xia held the shovel and scooped up a handful of sand. Cease. What do you think Lin Yuan really means? Wang Shihan looked down, observing the sandy ground, her tone uncertain. Maybe he is testing you, but that is just a guess. Aren't you smart enough to figure it out yourself? Wang Xia frowned, carefully recalling her first encounter with Lin Yuan and his various behaviors since. She boldly speculated a chilling thought. Sis, Lin Yuan wants to kill me. A strong wind suddenly whipped through the sand, uncovering a buried treasure chest. Wang Shirhan exclaimed excitedly. Xia, look what I found. Wang Xia replied. Sis, you don't care about me at all. Wang Shirhan patted her sister's head and chuckled. You're a grown-up now. You don't need someone to worry about you. Sis, brother-in-law wants to kill me. Huh? Who do you say wants to kill you? Wang Shirhan looked at her sister in surprise. Lin Yuan wants to kill me. Wang Xia's face was filled with anxiety. That can't be true. Wang Xia fell silent, feeling frustrated. Her sister was so focused on having a sweet romance that she didn't care at all about her younger sister's life or death. Seeing the look of disappointment on her sister's face, Wang Shirhan gently stroked her hair and repeated, just do whatever Lin Yuan asks you to do later. It should be fine. Right now, our task is to get the treasure chest. Understand? Okay. Be good and check if there are any animals guarding the treasure chest nearby. Focus. Got it, sis. 10 minutes later, another black iron-gray treasure chest appeared in the back of the truck. The small vehicle was cruising down the highway, heading towards the future. Lin Yuan turned to look at the downcast Wang Xia and forced a smile. Why aren't you running this time? Wang Xia rolled her eyes and thought to herself, you want me dead, so of course I have to be brave. But she put on a smile and said, Big shot, I think you might be misunderstanding something. I never had any intention of running away. Besides, even if I wanted to, I couldn't leave my sister here alone. Wang Shirhan, who was driving, twitched her mouth. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Wang Shirhan and teased. Really? I didn't know your sister cared about you so much. Wang Shirhan didn't want to say anything, feeling caught in the middle. One side was her family. The other was her lover, and she could only pretend not to hear anything, her eyes fixed on the distant end of the highway. Detected a treasure chest 150 meters to the left front. Suggest heading to check it out. This time, before Lin Yuan could speak, Wang Xia chimed in, big shot. There's a treasure chest 150 meters to the left front. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The two sisters got out of the vehicle at the indicated location, grabbed their shovels, and searched for the treasure chest. From then on, each time the system notification sounded, the sisters repeated the same steps. Get out of the car, grab the shovel, search for the treasure chest. Whenever there were hidden hints about treasure chests, Lin Yuan would notify them in time. As they found more and more treasure chests, the sisters began to see Lin Yuan in a new light, convinced that he had a special method to find more treasure chests than others. Before long, it was 2 p.m. The outdoor temperature had risen to 48 degrees, with the sandy ground on both sides of the road reaching nearly 70 degrees. However, the heat didn't affect those inside the vehicle much. Wang Xia no longer had any thoughts of running away. After all, sitting in the air-conditioned car was quite nice. All she had to do was dig a few shovels of sand each day, deal with some small animals, and occasionally drive. She didn't have to worry about food resources at all. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Yuan noticed that Wang Xia's mental state seemed a bit off, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. A growl from his stomach reminded Lin Yuan that it was time to eat. Wang Shirhan, find a place to pull over. It's lunchtime, we need to eat. Eat? Are we eating? Lu Rian, who had been sleeping in the back seat, suddenly opened her bleary eyes, drooling. This scene made everyone in the car laugh. Lin Yuan said with a hint of annoyance, eat, eat, eat. Is that all you can think about? Can't you think of anything else? Still half asleep, Lu Ruyan seemed to have remembered something. Boss, last night Wang Xia said, you're not doing too well in that department. As soon as the words left her mouth, the three people present were left in shock. Wang Shirhan exclaimed, what do you mean, not doing well? The poor guy is practically falling apart from all the action. Wang Xia quickly added, come on, I was just joking. Why are you taking it so seriously? Lin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at Wang Xia, his expression unreadable. When Wang Xia met Lin Yuan's gaze, she regretted her words deeply. If she had known Lu Ruyan had such a loose tongue, she wouldn't have said so much. It was too late for regrets now. After distributing 4 portions of duck leg rice, Lin Yuan's gaze lingered on Wang Xia, pondering how to leave a lasting impression on her. Wang Xia nervously shrank her neck, hoping Lin Yuan would quickly forget about the awkward conversation. Meanwhile, Lu Rian couldn't help but smirk to herself. That darn Wang Xia. Where did she find the audacity to crack such risky jokes while the boss was in the midst of battling? Last night, she even dared to think about pursuing Lu Ruyan, the Empress. She really didn't know her own limitations. After the four quickly finished their duck leg rice, the car was back on the road, this time driven by Lu Ruyan. 10 minutes later, the car stopped at an intersection without traffic lights. Lu Ruyan turned her gaze to Lin Yuan, who was sitting nearby smoking. Excitedly, she said, "Boss, are we robbing someone this time?" Chapter 20, Robbery, Robbery, Robbery. What the heck? Lin Yuan slapped Lu Ruoyan's head in annoyance. This isn't a competition. People aren't that easy to come by. Big guy, it seems like there really is someone. Wang Shihan, sitting in the back seat, exclaimed loudly. At her words, Lu Ruoyan instinctively hit the gas and executed a perfect drift, bringing the small truck to a stop in the middle of the intersection. While Lin Yuan was still in a daze, the three women had already jumped out of the car, grabbed a shovel from the trunk, and stood defiantly in the middle of the road. Luo Shuihan was in a bad mood today, having been robbed at 3 different intersections. The odds of that happening were even worse than playing scratch-off tickets. Although she ultimately managed to take down her opponents, she still felt dissatisfied. Fighting in the sweltering heat was just too frustrating. As she looked from a distance at the 3 women standing at the intersection, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. They looked somewhat familiar. As she got closer, Luo Shuihan realized that she actually knew all 3 of them. What puzzled her was how they had come together. Seeing Luo Shuihan approach on her scooter, Lu Ruoyan turned to glance at Lin Yuan in the car and blinked, as if to say, "Look who we have here. Should we rob her?" Lin Yuan shrugged indifferently, signaling that it was up to her to decide. Seeing this, Lu Ruoyan thought for 0.01 seconds. Since they were acquaintances, and it seemed like the big guy had some interest in her, she decided not to push it too far. Lin Yuan wanted to say, "What did I ever show interest in Luo Shuihan? Don't make wild assumptions." The scooter came to a stop in front of the 3 women. The spirited Luo Shuihan cheerfully greeted them. "Wang Shihan, Wang Xia, Lu Ruoyan. Long time no see." Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but grumble to herself, "It's only been a day. Why act like we're so close?" She thought maybe she was trying to get us to lower the toll fee. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it made sense, so she quietly stayed alert. She couldn't let the other party get the upper hand when it came to charging fees. "Yeah, long time no see," the 3 women replied with smiles. "By the way, where's Lin Yuan? Why isn't he with you?" Luo Shuihan looked around, not spotting Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan had already reclined his seat and closed his eyes for a little rest. To be honest, he was feeling a bit sleepy after lunch. Lu Ruoyan pointed to the truck parked in the intersection and said, "He should be sleeping in the truck right now." "Oh, I see." Luo Shuihan blinked her eyes. "Then I won't disturb him. By the way, let us add each other as friends. That way, we can communicate if something comes up." Without rejecting her suggestion, Lu Ruoyan accepted Luo Shuihan's friend request. Seeing that her goal was accomplished, Luo Shuihan stepped on her scooter, ready to wave goodbye to the group. "Wait a minute." Luo Shuihan turned around in surprise to look at Lu Ruyan, who had spoken. "Is there something you need, sister? You want me to pay a toll?" Pointing to her own nose, Luo Shuihan asked uncertainly, "You want me to pay a toll?" Lu Ruyan shook her finger and replied, "Sister, let me explain. It's not me asking for the toll, it's that guy." And he said, "Considering you're a familiar face, leaving you a pair of shorts to put on counts as a favor." Did he really say that? Luo Shuihan exclaimed in disbelief. A wave of unnamed anger surging through her, making her tremble with rage. Lu Ruyan nodded seriously. "I think what he did was wrong too. Right now, while he is still asleep, let us just get you out of here quickly with a little less toll money. It'll be easier for me to explain later when he wakes up." Seeing Luo Shuihan's gaze still fixed on the small truck, Lu Ruyan, fearing that her sister might do something impulsive, said slowly, "Sister, the 3 of us together are no match for him. Please don't do anything foolish." At her words, Luo Shuihan's mind cleared a bit. Yes, she couldn't possibly take on Lin Yuan right now. Even if she went over, it would just be delivering vegetables. But Lin Yuan's words were infuriating. What did he mean by leaving her a pair of shorts to wear? She was a girl, for goodness sake. Not even leaving her a bra? He could call himself a man? Ugh. Turning to her supportive sister, Lu Ruyan, she excitedly grabbed her hand. "Thank you, Ruyan. I've definitely claimed you as my sister. I want to put you in a tough spot. Is 200 silver coins enough for 10 car cores?" Lu Ruyan, acting dramatically, feigned tears and said with a grateful expression, "Thank you, sister. Hurry and leave. If that guy wakes up, it'll be too late." Upon hearing this, Luo Shuihan quickly hopped on her electric scooter and waved goodbye to Lu Ruyan. It wasn't until she could no longer see her sister's figure that she let out a long sigh, nearly unable to maintain her composure. Watching the whole scene unfold, Wang Shihan and her sister were left speechless by Lu Ruyan's incredible maneuvering. They had managed to collect the toll from a Muay Thai expert without a fight and even recognized each other as sisters. She was truly looking out for Lin Yuan's interests. In today's society, girls like her were truly rare. The three of them returned to the truck, where Lin Yuan had already fallen asleep. Lu Ruyan glanced at the sleeping Lin Yuan, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The small truck sped down the highway at 40 miles per hour. In the evening, Lin Yuan slowly woke from his dream, glancing at the driver's seat, only to find it empty. Just as he was puzzled, the sound of a door opening came from the back seat, and a graceful figure quickly slid into the rear seat. Lin Yuan turned around and saw Wang Xia wiping her damp hair with a towel. As her body moved up and down, the exposed skin, slightly flushed, caught Lin Yuan's eye, making him realize she had sensitive skin. Is she pretty? She's okay. Just a bit too thin. Hearing Lin Yuan question her figure, Wang Xia shot him a surprised glance, thinking, what a joke. Her figure was famously stunning in the industry. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and in a moment of brain fog, she blurted out something that surprised even herself. Scumbag, want to give it a try? As soon as she said it, she regretted it, wondering what on earth she was doing. Before she could think too much, Lin Yuan, who had been waiting, suddenly pounced on her. At that moment, Wang Xia was left with only one thought. It's over. The small truck shook violently, and Wang Shihan, who was soaking a bathtub, looked surprised, turning her gaze to Lu Ruyan, who was munching on ice cubes. Is there a problem with the car? After swallowing a piece of ice, Lu Ruyan felt much more comfortable and replied casually, the car is fine. It's just that the big shot's car seems to have an issue. Lin Yuan's car is having trouble? Wang Shihan was puzzled, seeing the confusion on her face. Lu Ruyan sighed, feeling a bit helpless. She had just turned 18 a few days ago, yet why did Wang Shihan, who was 4 years older, look like an innocent baby? Why did she feel like a seasoned pro instead? Did they switch ages? She really couldn't understand. She nudged Wang Shihan. Did you not hear the horn up ahead? Wang Shihan looked at Lu Ruyan with wide eyes. How could I not hear the car honking? Chapter 21. As the clock struck midnight, Wang Xia lay in the back seat, her legs trembling slightly, her delicate face flushed with a rosy hue. Resting her head on Lin Yuan's thigh, she hoarsely asked, Big guy, could you grab me a bottle of water? Lin Yuan pulled 3 bottles of mineral water from the system backpack, twisted off a cap, and handed her one. Here, drink up. Gulping it down in one go, Wang Xia finally felt some relief in her throat. Big guy, can I discuss something with you? Lin Yuan rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and replied calmly. Go ahead. Wang Xia shifted a bit closer and whispered something into Lin Yuan's ear. He shot her a surprised glance. Wang Xia's current favorability was at 80. That shouldn't be a problem, right? So where exactly was the issue? Seeing Lin Yuan frown, Wang Xia leaned in again and whispered, Next time, I can unlock. At her words, Lin Yuan's eyes brightened. This could work. Although he didn't quite understand why Wang Xia still had lingering feelings for other girls, it didn't affect him much. He begrudgingly agreed to her proposal. Glancing at the data on the display, he noted, current speed, 0 km/h, remaining fuel, 5 liters, mileage, 0, weather, clear, outdoor temperature, 40 C, time, 0:10. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking sounded on the car door. Big guy, are you ready? Can we eat now? It was Lu Ruyan's voice from outside. Come in. The front door opened, and Wang Shihan and Lu Ruyan got into the car, their eyes constantly darting to Wang Xia, who was still sprawled across Lin Yuan's lap. Wang Xia, are you okay? Wang Shihan asked. Lu Ruyan scoffed. What could possibly be wrong with her? Lin Yuan took out 4 portions of char siu rice and distributed them. With her mouth full of char siu pork, Lu Ruyan mumbled, Big guy, the toll fee has been transferred to you. Remember to check it when you have time. After finishing their meal, Lin Yuan got out of the car and located the fuel tank. He retrieved 4 diesel barrels from his backpack, unscrewed the caps, and poured them into the tank one by one. The small truck's total fuel capacity reached its maximum of 150 liters. 3 barrels were empty, leaving only 5 liters of diesel. Glancing at the neatly arranged 12 black iron chests in the cargo area, Lin Yuan smiled to himself. Having more people around really had its perks. Detected that the number of chests met the synthesis condition. Would you like to synthesize? Synthesize. Synthesis successful. Congratulations. You have received 2 silver treasure chests. Upon opening the 2 silver treasure chests, Lin Yuan obtained 1 silver level Tang Dao crafting blueprint, 1 black iron level Bao crafting blueprint, 1 black iron level portable stove crafting blueprint, 1 black iron level pressure cooker crafting blueprint, 1 gold coin, and 100 iron blocks. After putting the items into his system backpack, Lin Yuan returned to the passenger seat. The shift tonight was taken over by Wang Shihan. Looking at Lu Ruoyan and Wang Xia, who had already fallen asleep in the back seat, Lin Yuan rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. He softly said to Wang Shihan, who was in the driver's seat, "Let's go, no need to rush." After receiving the items from Lu Ruoyan, Lin Yuan opened his system backpack to check his current resources. Canned yellow peach 550G 1, sesame-flavored compressed biscuit 3, Snickers 1, energy drink 1, sliced bread 550G 3, chicken leg rice 1, duck leg rice 1, goose leg rice 5, char siu rice 1, pickled vegetables 8, dried yellowtail scorpion 2, dried corn snake 1, dried rabbit meat 3, purified water 88, Huazi 18 boxes, vehicle core 13, iron block 100, black iron level lighter 45, 5 liters of diesel, gold coins 4, silver coins 201, black iron level medical kit 1. Suitable for simple bandaging as wounds are prone to infection in hot weather. Electric tricycle 1. Occupies 5 slots. Traffic violation ticket 2. Can be used to excuse running a red light. 100-liter fuel card 2. Silver level Tang, Dao, crafting blueprint 1. Black iron level Bao crafting blueprint 1. Black iron level portable stove, crafting blueprint 1. Black iron level pressure cooker, crafting blueprint 1. Ding! Current backpack slots are full. Would you like to spend 300 silver coins to upgrade your slots? Is it really that expensive? Lin Yuan vaguely remembered that the last time he upgraded his slots, it only cost 30 silver coins. This time, it was a whopping 300, a tenfold increase. Forget it. Earning money is for spending. Otherwise, how can I enjoy life later on? He decided to upgrade. The backpack upgrade was successful, and the current number of slots increased to 50. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lin Yuan felt a slight comfort in his wounded heart as he had gained 20 additional slots. He opened a few crafting blueprints to take a look. Silver level Tang knife blueprint. Usage: 1 time. Require materials: iron blocks x40, carbon fiber x10. Gold coin x1, black iron level Bao and arrow blueprint. Usage: 1 time. Required materials: iron blocks x20, carbon fiber x20, plastic x10, rubber x10. Silver coin x100, black iron level cartridge stove blueprint. Usage: 1 time. Required materials: iron blocks x10, plastic x10, carbon fiber x10. Silver coin x80, black iron level pressure cooker blueprint. Usage: 1 time. Required materials: iron blocks x20, rubber x5, plastic x10. Silver coin x50. After reviewing the materials needed for these 4 items, Lin Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed. Besides iron blocks and silver coins, the rest of the materials had to be exchanged at the item marketplace. He counted the quantities needed for exchange, which totaled 85. He opened the system trading marketplace, listed 85 bottles of purified water, and entered the required materials for the exchange. It was evident that there were quite a few players browsing the marketplace late at night. As the 85 bottles of purified water were quickly exchanged, the traded items were automatically sent to his system backpack. Another system notification chimed in, indicating that the materials in his backpack met the requirements for crafting the blueprints. Would he like to proceed with the crafting? Yes. Each crafting blueprint had a time estimate attached, with the fastest taking 40 minutes and the slowest nearly an hour. It was getting late, so Lin Yuan decided to get some rest. He would deal with other matters after waking up. Just then, a series of thuds came from the trunk, and Lin Yuan smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting that there were still 2 little cuties in the back of the vehicle. Wang Shihan, sitting in the driver's seat, was also drawn to the sudden noise from behind and sped up. Lin Yuan said, "There are 2 zombies following us. Stop the car 500 meters ahead. I'll go deal with them." Wang Shihan replied nervously, "Boss, zombies are really dangerous. Do you need help?" Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, speaking casually, "No need." The small cargo truck pulled over to the roadside, its hazard lights flashing. Lin Yuan got out, lit a cigarette, and placed the ignited diesel lighter on the ground. He picked up a shovel from the truck bed, leaned against the side of the truck, and quietly watched the 2 agile zombies getting closer. Chapter 22. Wake up, boss. It's time for breakfast. Lin Yuan, eyes still closed, asked, "What time is it?" Lu Ruyin glanced at the time displayed on the screen. 9:30. "Boss, it's almost 10 o'clock. He opened his system backpack. The items he crafted last night, according to the blueprint, were already complete. Silver grade Tang Dao requires 5 strength to use. Beneath its unassuming exterior lies a hint of sharpness. Can easily cut through a zombie's bones. Black iron grade bow and arrows requires 3 strength to use. A fairly ordinary bow and arrows with nothing special about them. Black iron grade portable stove. A portable stove without a gas canister, looking more like a useless decoration. Black iron grade pressure cooker. An average pressure cooker that makes food softer when used. The lid can serve as a temporary weapon. The first 2 items weren't too concerning. But what's up with the descriptions of the last 2? He had thought that once the portable stove was made, he could cook freely. However, reality was quite different from what he had envisioned. Seeing Lin Yuan's disappointed expression, Lu Ruyan, sitting in the driver's seat, reached out to gently pat his hand. Boss, you need to cheer up. If we get the chance later, I'll definitely catch a few yellow-tailed fat scorpions for you. In the back seat, Wang Xia glanced at the scenery outside, instinctively squeezing her legs together. She looked at Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with a scrutinizing gaze. Could it be that he had eaten scorpions ahead of time last night? How can an ordinary person possess such strength? Understanding the implication behind Lu Ruyan's words, Lin Yuan felt speechless yet somewhat helpless. The other party's way of thinking was certainly unconventional, and it was time to set some boundaries. He took out 4 servings of duck leg rice and 4 bags of pickled vegetables, waking up Wang Shihan, who had just fallen asleep. The 4 of them gathered around to eat. As if recalling something, Lin Yuan pulled out a dark, curved bow from the system backpack, along with 6 seemingly ordinary iron arrows, and asked the 3 women, "Who among you can use this?" In unison, the 3 replied, "I can." After exchanging glances, they continued, "I participated in competitions and won awards." Lin Yuan wanted to roll his eyes and retort, winning an award is something to brag about? After checking their personal stats, he decided to hand the bow and arrows to Lu Ruyan, the one with the weakest strength. Lu Ruyan excitedly took the bow and arrows, placing them into her system backpack, and made a provocative gesture toward her sisters. Wang Xia was relatively unfazed. Compared to men, she was clearly more tolerant of women, especially beautiful ones. However, Wang Shihan was losing her composure. Don't be fooled by her obedience to Lin Yuan. After all, he was Lin Yuan. Seeing Lu Ruyan dare to provoke her, she immediately shot back, frying pan. "What did you say?" Lu Ruyan immediately exploded with anger. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said, "All right, let us eat. After dinner, those who need to sleep should sleep, and those who need to work should get to it." Half an hour later, Lin Yuan heard a hidden prompt. Animal activity detected 300 meters to the left. Recommended to investigate. Lu Ruyan, 300 meters to the left, he reported. "Got it, big boss." The temperature outside was still high. After several days of survival on the road, most players had gradually adapted to the heat. Of course, there were also players who couldn't handle it, either suffering from heat stroke or worse. He opened the system panel, and the world channel was still locked. When he entered the regional channel, Lin Yuan noticed that the number of players had dropped from 6,890 to 6,080. The road survival game had only been going on for less than a week, and nearly 4,000 players had already perished. The survivors were either strong players or lucky ones, and Lin Yuan felt he was a combination of both, a lucky strong player. In the regional channel, the players were chatting enthusiastically. Given that the game had been running for a while, Lin Yuan thought he should join the conversation. So, he sent a message in the regional channel. Player 09999. Good evening, everyone. As soon as Lin Yuan sent his message, the chat in the regional channel seemed to hit pause. No one was sending anything. Furrowing his brows, he wondered if the system had frozen. Just as he was about to exit the system screen, the regional channel was flooded with messages saying good evening from various prominent players, along with punctuation marks. The flood of messages lasted about 3 minutes, with a constant stream of friend request notifications ringing in his mind. Lin Yuan checked the friend requests, 999 in total. Skimming through, most were unsightly private photos, both male and female. After 10 minutes, he filtered out a few female players who had good figures, over 80 points in looks, and potential for development, accepting their friend requests. As for the male players, he blocked them all. He then shifted his attention back to the regional channel chat. His friend-adding spree had evidently annoyed many male players in the channel. Numerous messages condemning his actions flooded in, accusing him of disrespecting men. There were also some female players who hadn't been accepted, criticizing him for disrespecting women. One by one, the trolls transformed into moral paragons, lecturing him on his behavior. With so many people involved, Lin Yuan chose not to confront them directly, but instead adopted a strategy of avoidance. A rough count revealed there were about 200 people criticizing him. Lin Yuan singled out a few players who had been the most vocal against him and mentioned them in the regional channel. Add me as a friend. I have some good stuff to trade privately. He then searched through his blacklist, added a few of them as friends, and sent out trade requests, offering each of them 3 bottles of pure water. Seeing the free water, the players had no reason to refuse and eagerly clicked to accept. They all thought to themselves, looks like Lin Yuan is scared. After waiting for a while without any further communication from Lin Yuan, several players started to chime in, urging him to continue the trade. At this moment, Lin Yuan exited the private chat and sent a message in the regional channel. In light of the recent behavior of a few players who traded with me without paying, I must express my deep confusion. I never expected that even at a time like this, there would still be scammers among the players. Everyone must remember these individuals. Initially, many players were skeptical. After all, how could a trade occur without payment? Nobody would be that foolish. It wasn't until Lin Yuan shared screenshots of the transactions that they began to believe there were indeed scammers among them. Some players even urged Lin Yuan to continue trading. Of course, there were some who could see through Lin Yuan's scheme, but what could they do? In the minds of most players, no one would be foolish enough to give away over 20 bottles of water for free. Water was a valuable commodity, especially in such a resource-scarce environment where only treasure chests could yield it. Public sentiment quickly turned against the few players leading the charge against Lin Yuan. Those still waiting for Lin Yuan to continue trading suddenly realized they were being bombarded with mentions from many players in the regional channel, and it dawned on them that they had walked into a trap. However, no matter how much they tried to explain themselves, these players had already been labeled as scammers. Seeing them being criticized by the other players, Lin Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, nobody gets something for nothing. Chapter 23, a pair of icy little hands rested on Lin Yuan's forehead, prompting him to turn his head. Wang Xia retracted her small hand, patting her chest and feigning a scared expression. Good thing you're okay. We all thought you had lost your mind. Yeah, it's been 10 minutes since we got back. And you've just been grinning wickedly, Lu Rian chimed in. Exactly. That grin is so creepy, Wang Xia added. Lin Yuan's face darkened. Was the term creepy really applicable to him? He shot a sidelong glance at Wang Xia and once again revealed a sly smile. Wang Xia felt a shiver run down her spine and dared not continue the conversation. Detected animal activity traces in the sandy area 150 meters to the right. Recommend going to check it out. The truck halted by the roadside. This time, Lin Yuan chose not to stay in the vehicle. His body, having been inactive all day, felt a bit stiff. He pushed open the door and a wave of heat hit him. Lin Yuan frowned as he stepped out and closed the door, revealing a dark tang knife in his hand. Seeing Lin Yuan exit the vehicle, the 2 girls approached with shovels in hand, and the 3 of them walked towards the sandy area on the right. 3 1-meter-high sand mounds stood prominently on the sand. The 3 exchanged glances and each headed towards one of the mounds. Stopping 1 meter away from a mound, Lin Yuan halted his steps, cautiously observing the ground around him. Not spotting anything unusual, he was just about to circle around to check behind it when a shadow over 2 meters tall blocked the sunlight above him. Lin Yuan looked up to see a dark figure lunging toward him. His body's instinctive reaction allowed him to narrowly evade the shadow's attack, quickly retreating. Only then did Lin Yuan get a clear look at the creature before him. It was a mutated Australian kangaroo. Since Lin Yuan had retreated outside the 1-meter attack range, the kangaroo did not launch a second attack. It merely stared at Lin Yuan with a curious gaze, seemingly wondering why this human had managed to dodge its attack. An information panel about the kangaroo appeared before him. Detected, mutated Australian kangaroo, a territorial creature that will attack if you invade its space. Every bulging muscle is a display of strength. You can easily defeat it now. Suitable cooking methods: charcoal grilling, pan frying. Certain parts of the kangaroo can be used to craft simple items. Staring at the mutated kangaroo 2 meters away, which was flexing its muscles, Lin Yuan felt a wave of self-doubt. Could he really take on this creature? He glanced over at the other 2 mounds. Where were the others? Just then, Lu Rian's muffled voice rang out from behind him. Boss, how about we just retreat? Lin Yuan turned around to see that Lu Rian's previously swollen face had puffed up again, and she was holding a wooden stick in her hand. Wang Xia next to him was not doing much better. One hand was clutching her stomach while she kept rubbing it. Her eyes were dark, and the shovel in her hand had already become deformed. Did you get hit by a kangaroo? Lin Yuan asked uncertainly, seeing that the two women remained silent. It was clear they were tacitly agreeing. He turned to face the 2-meter-tall kangaroo, flexing its muscles in front of him, and charged forward with his tang sword in hand. Boss, no. Be careful, boss. Two female voices called out from behind him. Seeing Lin Yuan rushing at it with a weapon, the kangaroo didn't flinch. Instead, it raised its claws to meet him. The sharp tang sword effortlessly severed the kangaroo's claws. Bright red blood obscured Lin Yuan's vision, and with a shriek, the kangaroo went berserk. Its muscular legs kicked furiously at Lin Yuan. With his vision blurred, Lin Yuan could only swing his sword wildly in front of him. A minute later, Lin Yuan, caught off guard, was kicked 3 meters away by the kangaroo. Meanwhile, the kangaroo had its legs sliced off by Lin Yuan and collapsed on the sand, its big eyes showing a hint of unwillingness. Seeing Lin Yuan being kicked away, the two women hurried over to where he had fallen. Boss, are you okay? Boss, are you hurt? You can't just die like this, boss. Leave some food for us before you go. Lin Yuan's mind was clear at that moment, but the pain in his abdomen made him reluctant to speak. He estimated that one of his ribs had been broken from that kick. He found it strange that Wang Xia had also been kicked by the kangaroo, yet she seemed to be less injured than him. Struggling to sit up from the sand, Lin Yuan decided to check on the kangaroo's condition. With the two women supporting him, Lin Yuan approached the kangaroo. At this point, the kangaroo had bled out and was lifeless, its big eyes still wide open, clearly unable to close them. Lin Yuan shook his head at the sight and stored the kangaroo in his system backpack, directing the two women to dig into the sandbags in front of them. His gaze shifted to the other 2 sandbags. Should we give it another try? Lin Yuan trudged around to the back of the sandbags. There, he saw 2 kangaroos, each about 1.5 meters tall, lying behind the sandbags, stretching out their limbs to cool off. The moment they spotted Lin Yuan, they immediately went into an attack stance. Realizing this, Lin Yuan understood why the 2 women had only sustained minor injuries. He had gone straight for the boss. He felt that dealing with the 2 1.5-meter-tall kangaroos would be a piece of cake. It seemed that they sensed the presence of their kind from Lin Yuan's tang sword, as fear flashed across their eyes. Witnessing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be intrigued. He took the kangaroo's corpse from his backpack and displayed it to them. Upon seeing the corpses of their kind, the 2 kangaroos' pupils dilated sharply, their legs sprang into action, and in an instant, they were 20 meters away from Lin Yuan. After a dozen leaps, they vanished from his sight. Lin Yuan was stunned. It was the first time he had seen creatures guarding a treasure chest able to flee so freely. This was definitely strange, right? Wow, this big shot is impressive, just by exuding an aura of authority. He scared off those 2 kangaroo thugs. Turning to the speaker, Lu Rian, Lin Yuan felt something was off about her statement, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. All right, you two, dig up these 2 sandbags as well. I'm heading to the truck first. After saying that, Lin Yuan leisurely walked toward the truck. After just a few minutes, he seemed to notice that the pain in his possibly fractured rib wasn't as intense as before. It seemed to be a matter of physical condition. Hey, Lu Rian, can't you just go to the cargo hold and grab another shovel? What do you think you can dig with that stick you're waving around? All right, I get it. I'm just trying to help you show off a bit in front of the big shot. Wang Xia tossed a shovel onto the sand and shouted, Are you kidding? You just don't want to work, do you? If you won't do it, then neither will I. Lu Rian helplessly shrugged. Fine, since you've caught me, I'll go back and get the shovel. Wait for me, darling. In a moment she turned back. Lu Rian's expression changed several times. Damn it. Did he just sneak a grab at my backside while I wasn't paying attention? You'll see what happens next. Chapter 24. Back in the truck. Lin Yuan leaned against his seat, feeling the cool breeze from the air vent. He turned to look at Wang Shirhan, who was asleep in the back seat, and couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, thinking to himself, Shirhan really knows how to make things easier. Considering the need for vehicle upgrades, Lin Yuan got out of the truck and took 50 ice cubes to store in his system backpack. 10 minutes later, the 2 women got back into the truck, and they set off again. Lin Yuan opened the system panel and sent a list of materials needed for the vehicle upgrade to a dozen new female friends he had added. He suggested that they could exchange the materials for ice cubes. When the female players learned that Lin Yuan was using ice cubes to trade for supplies, they were all excited. In this hot weather, having a bite of ice was undoubtedly a treat for them. The trading went far better than Lin Yuan had imagined, with girls who had materials eagerly sending trade requests and trying to negotiate lower prices. Those without materials resorted to all sorts of tactics, with 2 girls even sending some inappropriate videos in an attempt to exchange for ice cubes. However, Lin Yuan firmly rejected them, maintaining his principles. He did, however, give each of the two girls a bottle of pure water for free, suggesting they could collaborate again next time. During the trading process, one girl left a deep impression on Lin Yuan. She managed to exchange 30 ice cubes without batting an eye at the prices he set, clearly not short on cash. While Lin Yuan admired her, he also discreetly inquired about her identity from the other female players. The results shocked him. One girl mentioned that this player was not only beautiful with fair skin and long legs, but also quite cunning, known in their circle as a female sea king. It was said that she had hundreds of dogs under her wing, although many had dropped out after a couple of competitions. Even now, she still had around 80 loyal followers. Her vehicle was a second-hand van, which had won first place in a 100-person competition, and it was rumored that she currently had 2 male models by her side. While marveling at her impressive status, Lin Yuan received a message from player 06666. Hee. I heard you're trying to dig up information about me. Lin Yuan, are you interested in pursuing me? I can give you that chance. Accompanying the message was a picture of her long legs. Lin Yuan felt embarrassed. What a joke. He had no intention of becoming a part of her dog team. He had refused his ex-girlfriend when she asked him to be her dog. So how could he agree to a stranger, especially a notorious female sea king? He replied, I think you might be misunderstanding something. We are just trading partners. 06666 replied. All right then, I've saved a spot for you here, and you're always welcome to join. Exiting the chat page, Lin Yuan changed the contact name to Dog Care Specialist. He checked the materials he had exchanged. Iron blocks 80, plastic 80, rubber 80, glass 10. With a 1.5 exchange rate, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. If it weren't for his woman using a lot of ice cubes during her bath last night, he felt confident he could have exchanged for all the materials needed for an upgrade. He opened the vehicle panel to review the materials required for upgrading. Materials needed for the next level. Iron blocks 80-80, plastic 80-80, rubber 80-80, glass 30-10, carbon fiber 80-0, vehicle core 2013, gold coins 1-3. A detection indicated the presence of a treasure chest 150 meters ahead, suggesting he check it out. A hidden hint appeared. A small pack of wolves was lying in ambush 150 meters ahead, with a total of 56 wolves present, also advising him to proceed with caution. There's a treasure chest ahead. Lu Rian exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yuan waved his hand. I know. Just stay in the car for now and cover me with your bow and arrows. Got it, big boss. Wang Xia replied. Just then, Wang Shihan's voice came through. Do you need my help, big boss? Lin Yuan thought for 3 seconds and nodded sure, considering that wolves might be tough opponents. He took out a black iron pressure cooker from his backpack and handed her the lid. You can use this. Huh? I'm supposed to use this? Wang Shihan looked confused. Yeah, the shovel might break, and a wooden stick might not be effective against wolves. Are you really going to wrestle with them using a dagger? Oh, I see. Wang Shihan waved the pressure cooker lid and said, I think this feels pretty good to use. The car turned off, and the 3 of them got out, heading straight for the wolves' hiding place. The 2 girls whispered behind him, Sister, what is up with your eyes? Did Lin Yuan do that? Wang Xia replied, It's makeup. Wang Shihan was surprised. You have cosmetics? Can I borrow some? Wang Xia replied flatly, No. After saying that, she quickly ran a few steps to catch up with Lin Yuan. On the sandy ground, Lin Yuan gazed at the small pack of wolves huddled together, lost in thought. Is this really a wolf pack? 5 wolves the size of squirrels were bared their teeth at the 3 of them. Facing such a pack, Lin Yuan felt he could easily kick 3 of them to death with 1 kick. A detection noted the presence of mutated gray wolves, with strong bite force capable of easily crushing an enemy's skull. Their small size could easily confuse foes, making them lower their guard. These little things are that fierce? Lin Yuan instinctively took 2 steps back, urging the 2 girls to keep their distance from the wolves and stay alert. He gestured towards Lu Ruyan, who was sitting in the car. With a whoosh, an arrow whizzed past Lin Yuan's legs, striking down a mutated gray wolf that had crept too close. At that moment, Lin Yuan was drenched in cold sweat. First, he hadn't noticed the approaching wolf, and second, Lu Rian's shooting angle was incredibly tricky. The death of their companion didn't deter the wolf pack. Instead, it ignited their ferocity, and one by one, they charged at Lin Yuan and his group. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was wielding a tang knife that was no slouch. With a few swift strikes, he took down 2 of the mutated gray wolves on the spot. Meanwhile, the sister duo, with Lu Rian's archery support, successfully dealt with their opponents. After picking up a black iron-gray treasure chest from the ground, they returned to the vehicle. Suddenly, Lu Ruyin seemed to remember something and said to Lin Yuan, "Boss, there's a white treasure chest in the back of the trunk." "White?" "Yes, white. The one you found when you hit that kangaroo with the sandbag." "Oh, I see." Lin Yuan wasn't surprised. After all, that kangaroo was incredibly fierce. It was at least a mini-boss level, so finding a silver treasure chest from it seemed reasonable. The small truck sped down the highway, and the four of them busily occupied themselves in the vehicle. None of them noticed that a massive wolf head had emerged from the spot they had just left, coldly watching the moving vehicle. It wasn't until the vehicle disappeared from sight that it let out a chilling howl. Lin Yuan rolled down the window and glanced back, feeling an uneasy sensation in his heart. "What's wrong, boss? Did you guys hear the wolf howling?" The sister duo shook their heads. But Lu Ruyin confirmed that she had heard it. "Really?" Lu Ruyin nodded seriously. "I heard the wolf howling." Lin Yuan. Chapter 25 time quickly flew by, and it was soon 6 p.m. Lin Yuan took out 4 different types of rice bowls from his backpack and distributed them to everyone. Lu Ruyin looked at the char siu rice in Lin Yuan's hand and swallowed hard. "Hey, can I trade with you?" Lin Yuan glanced at a rice bowl that didn't have any duck legs and shot her an annoyed look. "What do you think? I'll trade with you," Wang Shiya said, lifting her untouched duck leg rice bowl and offering it to Lu Ruyin. "Get lost, you pervert. Want to touch it? Why are you being so stingy? Get lost. Don't push me." Lin Yuan and Wang Shihan quietly ate their meals, seemingly oblivious to the girls' banter. After finishing the meal, Lin Yuan got out of the car to check the number of treasure chests. Silver treasure chest 1, black iron treasure chest 5, detected that the number of black iron treasure chests has reached the synthesis conditions. "Would you like to synthesize?" "Yes." "Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have obtained a silver treasure chest." He opened the 2 silver treasure chests, and this time the items he received surprised Lin Yuan. Ultra-thin night safety pants 10, reusable after washing. Absorbent sterile toilet paper 10 rolls, reusable after washing. Fruity soap combo 10 bars, fragrance lasts for 8 hours. Summer youth outfit 10, reusable after washing. Summer sun hat 10, reusable after washing. Canned beef 5, steamed cornbread 5, gold coins 1. After putting all the items into his system backpack, Lin Yuan took out a Tang Dao and leaned against the side of the car, lighting a cigarette. He waited for the 2 cute girls to arrive. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan returned to the driver's seat with a not-so-pleasant expression. It seemed the girls noticed something was off with him, and their chatter quieted down significantly. Instead, they occasionally stole glances at his profile. Back to 8 minutes earlier, after finishing his smoke, Lin Yuan did not ignite his diesel lighter this time. Instead, he picked up the Tang Dao and swung it directly at 2 agile zombies. They easily dodged his attack and quickly countered. If Lin Yuan hadn't reacted fast enough to grab an unextinguished cigarette but from the ground as a makeshift weapon and flicked it, igniting the diesel lighter in the process, he might have ended up getting knocked out by the 2 zombies. Just as Lin Yuan was lost in thought, a cold system notification echoed in the minds of every player in Zone 19999. "Warning, warning. Players from other zones have challenged this zone. The match is scheduled for 3 days from now. This zone will send 100 outstanding players to participate in the regional challenge. Warning, due to the upcoming regional challenge, the 19,999 zone will temporarily add 2 competitions over the next 2 days, a 500-person regional speed race and a 1,000-person survival match. Winners will earn the qualification to participate in the regional challenge. For more details, please check the system panel and the rules for each competition in the top right corner." Lin Yuan opened the system panel to review the rules for the most recent competition. 500-person regional speed race rules. 1. Competitors will race using vehicles on their respective roads. During the competition, reversing a vehicle is prohibited. A first warning will be issued, and a second offense will result in immediate disqualification. Vehicles can be unbound. 2. The race course is 500 kilometers long, expected to pass through 20 intersections, 3 gas stations, and 1 rest area. Fights can occur at intersections. 3. During the race, the system's trading mall and regional channels will be closed. 4. This competition will adopt an elimination format. The last 100 players not selected will be disqualified. 5. Rewards will only be distributed to the top 5 players. 6. Spectators are allowed to place bets on participating players, with profits shared on a 70-30 basis with the players. After reviewing the 6 rules, Lin Yuan noted that they were not significantly different from the previous competition's rules. However, the introduction of a rest area piqued his interest. He glanced at the fuel gauge on the display, 110 liters. With only 60 kilometers driven today and 6 days having passed, the zombies trailing behind were still moving at a sluggish 7 kilometers h. Calculating the distance they had covered over the past few days, he estimated they had traveled at least 1,000 kilometers, meaning the zombies would be unable to catch up anytime soon. To play it safe, Lin Yuan decided to drive for another 100 kilometers before stopping to rest. As the truck cruised down the highway, Lu Ruyin was visibly excited, her face flushed with enthusiasm. "We can rob again. This feels amazing." The sisters sitting in the back seat were also thrilled, vividly recalling the last time they collected tolls with Lu Ruyin. That experience was intoxicating. Friendly reminder: Article 263 of the criminal law. Lin Yuan, however, remained relatively calm. To him, the 500-person regional race seemed manageable. His primary concern was the upcoming survival match. Although the specific rules for that competition had not yet been released, Lin Yuan sensed it would be an unprecedented challenge for him. The four of them sat in the vehicle, each lost in their own thoughts. The truck sped along the dark highway, and none of them noticed two pairs of glowing green eyes fixated on the truck from a sandy area 100 meters behind. Bound by some unseen rule, the owners of those eyes could only stand still, unable to advance even a step. Perhaps it was due to the upcoming competition tomorrow, the car parked by the roadside, and the four of them, freshly showered, were sleeping particularly soundly. Lin Yuan had no excessive demands for the three girls, as conserving energy was of utmost importance with the competition looming. The night road was dark and quiet, with a sultry breeze blowing across the ground. Many players were tossing and turning, unable to sleep. For those players whose vehicles hadn't been significantly upgraded, there was a sense of uncertainty about the outcome of tomorrow's match. Meanwhile, some stronger players were eager, looking forward to showcasing their skills and securing a good ranking in the competition. On one stretch of the road, Luo Shuihan had set up a tent in the middle, lying on a laid-out mat and gazing through the window at the pitch-black night sky. Scenes from the past flashed through her mind. Too few. Add 1 vehicle core. 50 silver coins. No, 30 silver coins. Deal. Should we have a match? Sure. No holds barred. The big shot said that leaving you with just a pair of shorts counts as giving a friend some face. Luo Shuihan felt like she was going crazy. Every time she recalled those moments, it drove her wild. That wasn't just her dark history. It was the path she had traveled to get here. On another road, a beautiful girl with fair skin and long legs lifted her delicate little feet, tapping on the male model tied to the outside of the van. "Good boy. You're on night watch tonight." Woof, woof, woof. Chapter 26, the Big Boss competition, is about to start in an hour. Is this breakfast really that plain? Lu Ruyin complained, munching on a steamed bun while holding a bag of pickled vegetables. After swallowing the last bite of his bun, Lin Yuan shrugged his shoulders and replied helplessly, "There's nothing to eat in the system backpack. What can I do? At least we have steamed buns." Looking at Lin Yuan suspiciously for a moment, it seemed that this guy wasn't lying. Lin Yuan cleared his throat and said, before the competition starts, "Let us have a brief meeting." Seeing the three women looking at him, Lin Yuan continued, "First point, no more than 20 minutes at each intersection. As for which intersection to stop at, follow my instructions. Second point, until we encounter a gas station, toll fees will primarily be collected in diesel with vehicle cores, gold coins, silver coins, and other materials as supplements. Third point, any stubborn resistors we encounter must be dealt with. Fourth point, if we meet someone familiar, toll fees must be collected at full price with no discounts." "Boss," Wang Xia raised her hand. "Is there a minimum standard for toll fees?" Lin Yuan thought for a couple of seconds and said, "At least 2 vehicle cores. Of course, you can decide the specifics among yourselves. By the way, the items you collect should be temporarily stored in your own backpacks." Lu Ruyin curiously asked, "Boss, aren't you joining this operation?" Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead and replied, "Let us see how it goes. If we encounter a tough opponent, I'll step in. Now, let us all coordinate our outfits." Lu Ruyin looked scared and hugged her chest, staring at Lin Yuan with wide eyes. "Boss, you're not planning to have us go shirtless like you and fight other players, are you?" "I can't accept that. It's too extreme." Wang Xia raised her hand and said, "I can't accept that either, boss." Wang Shihan also looked at Lin Yuan with a curious expression. Lin Yuan calmly took out 4 sets of youth outfits and 4 sun hats from the system backpack. "Here, everyone change into these." "Boss, where did you get those short sleeves and shorts? Can you turn around? I feel embarrassed to change with you watching. How about you step out for a smoke first, and we'll call you when we're done changing?" Hearing this, Lin Yuan changed into the outfit, stepped out of the vehicle, and lit a cigarette. The inside of the car was just too enticing. He was afraid he might lose control and end up in a tricky situation. At that point, nobody would be able to help him. The small truck moved steadily down the highway as the four of them changed into matching outfits, looking like a cohesive group. The white background with blue lettering boldly displayed the word youth, embodying a sense of vitality. A system notification sounded in his ears. 1 minute until the competition begins. Please prepare in advance. A small truck was parked by the roadside, and Lu Ruoyan was chewing on the sesame-flavored compressed biscuits that Lin Yuan had just given her, while looking up at the large screen hovering in the air. 3, 2, 1, the race begins. Under Lu Ruoyan's control, the small truck launched forward with a powerful start, speeding away at 38 km/h. Suddenly, the acceleration forced Lin Yuan to lean closely against the windshield. After driving for 30 kilometers, they reached the first intersection. The small truck was diagonally parked in the middle of the intersection, with the three women inside munching on sesame-flavored biscuits, waiting for the first lucky player to arrive. Time ticked by, and a four-wheel tractor spewing black smoke approached them. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, the three women simultaneously opened the car doors, grabbing their weapons to block the intersection. Lu Ruoyan knocked her bow, aiming at the oncoming player, urging, "Get out, hurry up." Seeing the three women armed, the player hesitated for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth and slammed down on the gas pedal. The four-wheel tractor charged towards them. With a whoosh, an arrow flew out, striking the player right between the eyes, taking him out in a single blow. The out-of-control tractor began to spin in place. Wang Shihan seized the opportunity, darting forward to bring the tractor to a stop. After the player was eliminated, the vehicle automatically detached. Remembering Lin Yuan's instructions, Wang Xia retrieved 2 fuel barrels from the back of the truck and, using her black iron dagger, stabbed it into the bottom of the fuel tank. Deep yellow diesel sprayed out, and she quickly grabbed the barrels to catch it, filling one barrel in no time and filling the second barrel halfway. One four-wheeled tractor detected. "Do you wish to recycle it?" The prompt caught the three women off guard. Lu Ruoyan shouted, "Recycle. Recycling successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Vehicle Core X4. After finishing off the player with a well-placed shot, the three women returned to the truck. "How do we do?" Lin Yuan asked. 75 liters of diesel and 3 vehicle cores, came the reply. "Not bad," Lin Yuan said, pulling out a long-stored bottle of energy drink from his system backpack. "You three can share this." Lu Ruoyan frowned. "Big boss, there are 3 of us, and you only give us 1 bottle? That's too much. If you don't drink it, someone else will. Here, Shirhan, have a sip, and Xia, you too." Lu Ruoyan snatched the energy drink from Lin Yuan's hands and gulped half of it down, shooting him a glare. The small truck resumed its journey on the highway, but this time the accelerator was pushed all the way down. Due to the delay from refueling, their ranking had dropped outside the top 30. It seemed there were quite a few strong players this time. At the second intersection, I glanced at the rankings, ranked 10th. I decided to wait for 10 minutes. If no players passed by in that time, I would leave. All right then. 8 minutes later, an old man's vehicle approached from the opposite side of the road, and 3 women quickly got out. "Get out of the car. Hurry up," Lu Ruoyan shouted, bow, an arrow in hand, aiming carefully. The sisters, one holding a shovel and the other a pressure cooker lid, gestured frantically at the player in the old man's vehicle, urging him to get out. The player didn't seem as tough as I expected. He stopped the car and shouted through the glass of the driver's seat. "We're all from the same district. There's no need to fight to the death. We can talk this out." With a whoosh, an arrow pierced through the windshield and lodged itself into the steering wheel. Lu Ruoyan knocked another arrow and shouted, "I'll count to 3. If you don't get out, you never know where this arrow might end up." I'll get out. Don't kill me, please." The middle-aged male player opened the car door and crouched down with his hands on his head, trembling with fear. He was clearly terrified. Wang Xia stepped forward and tapped the man's head with the shovel, sneering, "You could have avoided this if you cooperated sooner. You brought this on yourself." The man, still crouched, loudly agreed, "Yes, I deserve this. It's my fault. All right, let us settle the toll. I'll pay. By the way, do you have any diesel?" "I really don't, Miss Hero. This vehicle runs on electricity." "Fine then. Just hand over the vehicle cores, gold, and silver coins. Give us as much as you have. And remember, Lin Yuan mentioned before getting out that we only need carbon fiber for materials." The man handed over 2 vehicle cores, 300 silver coins, and 20 pieces of carbon fiber, looking pitifully at the 3 women. Lu Ruoyan pulled out the arrow from the steering wheel and waved him off. "You can go now." The man, as if granted amnesty, quickly jumped into the driver's seat and floored the accelerator, disappearing down the road. Meanwhile, players who were keeping an eye on Lin Yuan were buzzing in their small group chats. Extra, extra! The minimum toll for the 0.9999 boss has been announced. Brothers and sisters, remember this. 2 vehicle cores, 300 silver coins, and 20 pieces of carbon fiber will get you safely on your way. Oh, and the boss's team is wearing matching youth outfits, so don't mistake anyone. Chapter 27 Boss. We've reached the 4th intersection. After glancing at the big screen displaying the rankings, I noticed we were still in 10th place. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan replied, "Let's keep going." "All right, boss. There's a gas station up ahead. Should we stop for fuel? Let us head over." As the car pulled into the gas station, a middle-aged man wrapped in explosives approached us. He wore a hat that was stained with grease. He glanced at the 4 of us in the car and coldly asked, "Need a refuel?" Lin Yuan rolled down the window and, amidst the terrified gazes of the 3 women, offered the man a cigarette. This action carries risks. Please do not imitate. "Hey, what's the price of diesel now?" Shaking off some ash from his cigarette, the middle-aged man smiled and said, "You're a smart kid. Diesel is currently 2 silver coins per liter, but I'll give you a discount. Let us say 1 silver coin per liter." Lin Yuan extended his hand, saying, "Come on, let us shake on it." The middle-aged man frowned slightly, but shook Lin Yuan's hand. "What are you up to?" Feeling a packet of cigarettes in his hand, the man quickly scanned the area and discreetly pocketed the smokes, then patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. In a low voice, he said, "At the 3rd pump up ahead, you can fill up 90 liters of diesel. I want to charge you a service fee, and I'll even throw in 2 fuel barrels. Just follow me to grab the barrels, and you can fill up on your own later." Lin Yuan got out of the car and followed the middle-aged man into the building, where they retrieved 2 fuel barrels and headed straight to the 3rd pump to start refueling. 10 minutes later, the small truck was back on the road. Inside the gas station's small building, the middle-aged man weighed the 100 silver coins in his hand and grinned at the old man on the video call. "Uncle, I met that young guy you mentioned last time. He is quite cheerful, but smoking at the gas station. Was that something you taught him?" On the other end of the video, the old man roared back, "You're full of it. Well, have I ever smoked at a gas station? Remember to say hi to your wife and kids. Don't make it too dark for them." "Got it, uncle." "All right, I'll hang up now. Bye, uncle." "Hey, honey, I need to tell you something." "What is it?" "I didn't smoke. You must have seen it wrong. Our uncle has something going on and said to take care of a young truck driver." Right, that is what our uncle said. "That kid seems to be quite the charmer, surrounded by 3 girls. Hey, I didn't even notice their legs. I swear. You know you're the only one in my heart, right?" Right, don't worry. I trust you." "Okay, someone else here now." Right, I'll hang up." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, is anyone there? "Fill up." The man shouted angrily at the door. "Wait outside." "Oh, it's quiet outside now." Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, the middle-aged man dialed another number. "Hello, kid, your uncle has something to say. There's a guy with a truck coming to refuel at your place. Don't raise the prices, got it?" "What? Speak up. Haven't you eaten?" "When I get back tonight, we'll see if I don't give you a good thrashing." He hung up the phone, exhaling a deep breath, and pushed the door open to step outside. He glanced at the players in front of him. "Diesel is 10 silver coins per liter. Are you filling up or what? Can't you make it cheaper? Right now it's 15 silver coins per liter, and if you don't fill up, there's a 20 silver coin service fee. Otherwise, I guarantee you won't be able to leave this gas station." The male player, looking dejected, shouted, "Big bro, I'll fill up. Is that okay?" Meanwhile, on the road, ever since Lin Yuan got into the car, the 3 girls had been looking at him with expressions that suggested they wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Yuan, however, was focused on the large screen hanging above, completely oblivious to their gazes. "Boss, we've reached the 5th intersection. There's a traffic light. Should we wait?" He glanced up at the red light in the middle of the intersection, thought for 3 seconds, and said, "Let us wait for the green light before we move." "Okay, boss." They waited for a full 30 minutes, and their ranking dropped to 55th place. Lin Yuan turned to Lu Ruyan beside him and said, "We won't stop until we get into the top 10. "Understood, boss." The small truck was cruising at 38 km/h on the road, quickly passing through 3 more intersections. He glanced at the rankings on the big screen, and they were just hanging on to the 10th position. "Boss, should we stop at the next intersection?" Lin Yuan waved his hand. "Keep going." 10 minutes later, Lu Ruyan spoke up again. "Boss, it looks like someone is blocking the road up ahead, trying to rob us. They're signaling for us to get out of the car." Wang Xia leaned forward excitedly and said, "Wow, they really are. Should we just drive through them?" considering that the second rule of the competition only mentioned that brawls were allowed at intersections. Clearly, running someone over didn't fall under that category. So he passed on that option. Lin Yuan said, "Let us stop at a safe distance and take them out." The three girls responded in unison, "Boss is wise." At the intersection, a teenager with a face full of acne was holding an axe, glaring fiercely at the small truck parked just a meter away. He turned to the two bald men next to him, who were holding wooden sticks, and said, "Here we go. Everyone better be sharp about this." "Got it, dog brother." The car door opened, and four people wearing baseball caps and neat, youthful outfits stepped out. Upon witnessing this scene, Dog Brother's lips trembled. He never expected to encounter player 09999, a big shot, one day. Waving away two of his underlings, Dog Brother stepped forward, discarded his axe, and with a thud, knelt before Lin Yuan, exclaiming, "Boss, I specifically came to pay the toll." The sudden development left the twin sisters in shock. Is the boss really that famous? Lu Rian pouted unhappily, feeling frustrated that the game seemed to end before it even began. Lin Yuan, deep in thought, suspected it was similar to last time. Another player must have created a small group to discuss him behind the scenes. Noticing Lin Yuan's silence, the young man began to feel nervous. He stole a glance at Lin Yuan, who appeared calm, and gritting his teeth, he produced 6 vehicle cores, 1 gold coin, and 20 carbon fibers, presenting them with both hands. Tentatively, he asked, "Is this enough, boss?" Lin Yuan didn't respond. Merely casting a wavering gaze toward the ox cart, stopped in the middle of the road. Understanding the hint, the young man quickly picked up the axe from the ground and directed his 2 bald underlings to hold the ox pulling the cart. With a swift motion, he severed a fresh oxtail, turning to Lin Yuan and saying, "Boss, I heard that oxen without tails run faster. So you can take this tail back to make soup." Lin Yuan nodded slightly, stepped forward, and accepted the freshly cut tail. He then returned to the passenger seat. The 3 women collected the toll they had placed on the ground and got back into the vehicle. The small truck emitted a low rumble as it passed through the intersection. The acne-faced boy stood frozen in place, stunned. One of the bald men beside him timidly asked, "Dog brother, do oxen without tails really run faster?" Hearing this, the young man scrutinized him for a moment, raised his axe, and swiftly brought it down toward the man's neck. The head flew off, and the bloodied axe brushed against another bald underling. The young man murmured, "Talking too much seems to make you go faster." They continued on their way. Chapter 28, Boss. This is the 10th intersection already. There's a traffic light ahead. Should we stop and refuel? Glancing at the fuel gauge on the car's screen, it read 3 liters. Definitely time to refuel. "Oh, come on," Wang Xia shouted from the back seat. "All right, you go." The truck stopped at the intersection, and Wang Xia opened the door, grabbing 2 fuel cans from the system backpack and heading straight for the fuel tank. 5 minutes later, she returned to the vehicle, reeking of diesel. Lu Rian frowned at her and said irritably, "Wang Xia, have you been drinking? You smell awful." Lin Yuan, however, didn't mind the smell. He loved the scent of diesel and gasoline, as long as it was only for smelling. Wang Xia pouted, "Just pretend I have." The red light didn't last long, and after 60 seconds, the small truck sped through the intersection. At this point, Lin Yuan's race ranking had climbed to 2nd place, with only a 1.5 kilometers gap from the leader. With such a high ranking, Lin Yuan thought it was time to consider starting a business. Lu Rian, let us start a business at the next intersection. Sure thing, boss. Lu Rian waved her little hand excitedly. Wang Xia interjected from the back seat, "Boss, is the business you talking about the same kind of business I'm thinking of?" "Yes, it's exactly that kind of business." "That is great, boss. We should definitely start a business when we get the chance." "So, boss, have you ever failed in business?" Lin Yuan shook his head. "You still don't understand what I mean by starting a business. If a business fails, would you still be sitting in the back seat chatting with me?" Wang Xia was momentarily at a loss for words. She didn't know what was going on with her lately. Ever since she started following Lin Yuan, she felt her sanity was slipping away. Could it be that love truly affects one's sanity? The thought frightened her, and she shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off the bizarre notion. Quietly encouraging herself in her mind, "Wang Xia, remember you're not straight. You're not straight. You absolutely cannot let Lin Yuan straighten you out." When Wang Xia opened her eyes again, she was pleasantly surprised to see that Lu Ruyan's backside had perked up quite a bit. She couldn't help but touch it. Not to mention, it was surprisingly bouncy. Lu Ruyan turned around, glaring at her angrily. "You pervert, don't make me take action. All right, stop messing around and let us keep driving." Lin Yuan interjected to diffuse the tension. At the 11th intersection, the four of them encountered another player ambush, but this time, the players were clearly tough opponents. As soon as Lin Yuan and the others got out of the car, two players from the opposite side charged at them with steel pipes in hand. There was no hint of fear in their eyes. The way they looked at Lin Yuan was like they were staring at a corpse. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, Lu Ruyan had already started practicing archery. An arrow narrowly missed the head of an opposing player, flying backward. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The next moment, the two sides clashed, and where Tang Dao met the steel pipe, blinding sparks erupted. Both of them had the same thought. Their opponent was strong. After exchanging several blows, neither side gained an advantage, clearly indicating that their strengths were closely matched. Lin Yuan concluded that the other player must be a leveled-up character. Another player, however, was clearly not as strong as Lin Yuan and his companions. With the three girls working together, before Lin Yuan could finish his fight, Wang Shihan closed in and slashed his throat. Witnessing this scene, the remaining enemy player felt a sense of dread. His mind raced as he tried to find a way to escape. He exchanged a few more blows with Lin Yuan, and just before the three girls surrounded him, he used the force from the steel pipe to propel himself backward. At that moment, a deadly arrow shot straight toward his face. Although the enemy player couldn't react quickly, his instincts kicked in, causing him to tilt his head to the side by about 3 centimeters. The arrow grazed his cheek, sending a spray of blood as it flew past. Lin Yuan quickly advanced, leaping forward and delivering a swift, powerful strike. The player quickly raised the steel pipe above his head, attempting to block Lin Yuan's overwhelming blow. But reality often falls short of expectations. Another arrow shot toward the player, even faster than Lin Yuan's swing. This time, the opponent couldn't dodge in time. The arrow plunged swiftly into his forehead. A faint smile appeared on the player's face as his body fell rigidly backward. However, Lin Yuan wasn't as thrilled. The effort he put into that strike seemed wasted. Fortunately, a system notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, player 09999 has slain an opponent of the same level and received rewards. Constitution 5, Strength 5, Spirit 5, Agility 5. Hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a surge of joy. While showing off was important, enhancing his strength was clearly even more crucial. After all, what good was showing off without the power to back it up? He hadn't expected there to be so many benefits from killing a player of the same level. Wow, you're amazing. If it weren't for your overwhelming presence just now intimidating the opposing player, I doubt I would have been able to hit that guy even if I had used up all my arrows. Lu Ruyan complimented him, casting a glance at Lin Yuan. Feeling generous, Lin Yuan decided not to pursue Lu Ruyan for her earlier mistake of attempting to claim his kill. The four of them approached an abandoned secondhand van. The three girls opened the doors and searched inside, hoping to find something useful. A detailed panel regarding the van appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Used van, suitable for adults over 18 years old. Maximum speed of 38 kilometers h, fuel tank capacity of 120 liters, fuel consumption of 0. 5 liters of diesel per kilometer. Equipped with air conditioning and a detachable regional channel radio. Maximum load capacity of the vehicle is 300 kilograms. Durability 8. After reviewing the data on the used van, Lin Yuan felt that it was a bit of a waste to recycle it. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. Boss, look what we found. At the sound of the voice, Lin Yuan turned around in surprise to find 3 women dragging a bamboo basket out of the used van. And inside the basket were various jars and bottles of seasoning. Seasonings? Lin Yuan was puzzled about where that player had sourced these items. As someone who frequently browsed the trading mall, he had never seen any seasonings for trade there. Boss, what should we do with these seasonings in the van? The seasonings took up too much space in the system backpack, and leaving them outside would risk spoiling them, so they could only be moved to the truck. As for the van, Lin Yuan instructed Wang Shihan to directly place it into the system backpack. It might still be useful someday. After cleaning up the battlefield, the small truck sped down the road again, but this time it was Wang Shihan driving. Considering Lu Ruoyan's impulsive nature, Lin Yuan assigned the scouting task to her. Boss, it looks like there's a gas station ahead, and it seems there's a rest area right next to it. It really is a rest area. Chapter 29. Upon detecting that the vehicle has entered the rest area, please take care of your belongings to avoid loss before exiting the vehicle. Rest area rules. 1. The maximum stay in the rest area is 1 hour. Exceeding this time will result in termination. 2. 1 hour in the rest area is equivalent to 1 minute on the road. 3. Players are prohibited from engaging in arguments or any form of violence with staff members in the rest area. Violators will face termination. 4. No items from the rest area may be taken outside. Hidden hint. Recent theft incidents have occurred frequently in the rest area. To ensure the safety of your vehicle, it is advised to leave someone to guard it. After reading this hidden hint, Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. Who should he leave in the car? Lu Ru Yan was clearly not an option due to her weak abilities. Wang Shiya's favorability had just dropped from 80 to 70. So Lin Yuan wasn't entirely comfortable with her either. It seemed that the only remaining choice was Wang Shihan, who currently had a favorability rating of 88. Having made his decision, Lin Yuan headed straight to the rest area hall with Wang Shiya and Lu Ru Yan, leaving his Tang Dao, a type of traditional Chinese sword, with Wang Shihan. Wang Shihan didn't ask Lin Yuan why he left her behind. She simply gave him a reassuring glance. As soon as they entered the hall, Lin Yuan felt the gaze of others upon them. Was it the booger-picking auntie at the food counter, or the foot-picking girl sitting by the shop entrance? Perhaps it was the uncle flipping pancakes while shaking off dandruff? It wasn't until Lu Ru Yan gently tugged at his sleeve that he realized, "Big boss, why is everyone staring at us?" Hearing Lu Ru Yan's voice eased Lin Yuan's mind. Aside from those three, it was just the three of them in the hall. Who else were they supposed to look at? Reaching the food counter, they glanced at the enticing food boxes, and the three couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite the auntie's unsightly nose-picking, the dishes in the boxes were far more appealing to them. Lu Ru Yan flashed a sweet smile and asked Annie, "How much for the lunch boxes?" 2 silver coins per scoop. Rice is 1 silver coin per bowl. Service fee, 1 silver coin per person. What? That is so expensive. More than diesel? Hearing this, the auntie's expression soured. Eat or don't, but if you're not going to eat, get lost and don't disturb my business. She then turned to Lin Yuan with a friendly expression and said, "Hey there, handsome, would you like a lunchbox? I can give you a discount. 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable for just 10 silver coins. Auntie, can be packed to go?" The auntie frowned slightly. "It can be packed, but you can't take it out of the rest area. Annie, I heard there have been thefts happening here recently. I'm not comfortable leaving my car unattended outside. Looks like you know quite a bit. How many would you like to pack? For boxes will be fine. All right, I'll prepare 4 boxes for you. Just give me 30 silver coins." Lin Yuan handed over 50 silver coins. The lady frowned slightly, noticing the extra coins. "It's not too much, is it? With the service fee, isn't exactly 50 silver coins? I did the math right, didn't I, Annie?" Seeing Lin Yuan's serious expression, the lady broke into a smile and pulled out a tin box from under the food container, handing it to him. "Here you go. This is a snack I brought from home, and you can take it out of the break area." Lin Yuan quickly took the tin box from her hands, thanking her. He turned around and walked over to the pancake vendor. "Here, a cigarette for you, uncle." The vendor looked at the cigarette Lin Yuan offered, hesitating for a moment. The desire in his eyes was evident, but he still didn't reach for it. Just then, the lady's voice came from behind. "Come on, handsome, just take it. Why are you dawdling?" Hearing this, the vendor stopped pretending and eagerly took the cigarette from Lin Yuan. He pulled out a red-hot poker from the stove and lit the cigarette. After taking a couple of deep puffs, he said to Lin Yuan, "Young man, how about a few pancakes at 1 silver coin each?" "Uncle, just give me 4 pancakes." "All right." 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan discreetly slipped an unopened pack of cigarettes into the vendor's apron pocket. "I'm off now." Stealing a glance at the pack of cigarettes in the vendor's pocket, the vendor pulled out a bag of crispy snacks from his lower pocket and handed it to Lin Yuan. "Here you go, young man. These are homemade and don't count as break area snacks." After thanking the vendor, Lin Yuan took the 2 girls to the shop of the foot-picking girl. The shelves in the shop were quite numerous, but most of them were empty. The few shelves that did have items were stocked with nothing but a handful of food that could typically be found in treasure chests. "What? Nothing you want?" came the voice of the foot-picking girl beside Lin Yuan. He turned to her, wanting to say that indeed, there was nothing he desired. Just then, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Hidden tip. The shop assistant in the break area is troubled by her boyfriend's lack of performance and is anxiously seeking items to boost his vitality. It's recommended to gift her dried yellow-tailed scorpion for unexpected rewards. So it turns out she wasn't really picking at her feet. She was just anxious. Lin Yuan found himself in a bit of a dilemma. He only had 2 dried yellow-tailed scorpions in his backpack, and parting with one felt a bit too much. However, recalling the last time's reward from the old man, he steeled himself. "Hey, beautiful, do you have a boyfriend?" "Huh?" The foot-picking girl looked momentarily confused. Was he trying to get something for free because he couldn't afford anything? She had never encountered a customer like this before. She sized Lin Yuan up. He was a bit less attractive than her boyfriend, but he seemed to have no shortage of women. Could it be that her charm was too strong? Lin Yuan was somewhat speechless. Come on, sister, could you at least respond? Let's just say, can we stop picking at your feet? Your dead skin is falling onto me, for goodness sake. After much deliberation, the girl who was picking at her feet finally spoke up. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. There was an unexpected hint of regret in her tone. This girl seemed off. Surely the system's hidden hints wouldn't lead him astray. Thinking this, Lin Yuan took out a dried yellow-tailed scorpion from his system backpack and handed it over. With a serious expression, he said, I've had a spiritual connection with your boyfriend for a long time. I came to the rest area just to deliver this dried, yellow-tailed scorpion to him. The girl took the scorpion from Lin Yuan, sizing him up with suspicion. She wasn't foolish. Lin Yuan's words might fool a 2-year-old, but not her. Come on, what do you want in return? I don't know how you found out about my boyfriend's situation, but I'll accept this favor. Lin Yuan rubbed his hands together. The shop was empty, and aside from bread, there were only drinks and instant noodles. There wasn't even a hot dog. He genuinely didn't know what to ask for. Noticing Lin Yuan's awkwardness, the girl pulled out a black plastic bag from under the counter. Inside was a pack of cigarettes. Then she took out a free parking ticket and 2 100-liter gas cards from her pocket, placing them in the black bag and handing it to Lin Yuan. These are for my boyfriend, but this time, you get them. After accepting the black plastic bag, Lin Yuan thanked her repeatedly. He led the 2 girls out of the hall. The 3 of them quickly noticed Wang Shihan standing by a truck, holding a broadsword, confronting 2 rather ordinary-looking men. When she saw the trio return, Wang Shihan let out a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances, the 2 men left the truck and walked away. Lin Yuan didn't attempt to stop them, as he wasn't sure if they were staff in the rest area. The 4 of them climbed into the vehicle and dug into their meals. To be honest, the lunchboxes made by the aunt were surprisingly delicious, and the pancakes made by the uncle were quite crispy as well. After finding a trash can to dispose of the useless meal boxes, Lin Yuan checked the time. It had been 45 minutes in the rest area, equivalent to only 45 seconds on the highway. The small truck approached the rest area gate, and under the surprised gaze of the security guard, Lin Yuan handed over the free parking ticket. The car drove out of the rest area, heading to the next stop, the gas station. Chapter 30. As the car pulled into the gas station, a system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Detected, you have entered a gas station. The gas station is a safe zone. Fighting is prohibited. Violators will be eliminated. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was banging on the gas station's attendant booth. Is anyone there? I need to refuel. The door swung open, revealing a kind-looking middle-aged woman who poked her head out. She glanced at Lin Yuan, who was wearing a youthful short-sleeved shirt, and said in a neutral tone, Please wait outside for a moment. I'll be right out. With a firm thud, she closed the door. A rustling sound came from inside. Lin Yuan blinked in confusion. Was he arriving at an inconvenient time? 5 minutes later, the woman emerged wearing a tank top, holding an Uzi, with 2 grenades strapped to her waist. She raised an eyebrow at Lin Yuan, standing at the door. Hey there. Come on, I'll help you refuel. Lin Yuan cautiously followed the middle-aged woman, carefully observing her movements. Gasoline or diesel? Diesel, please, he replied, handing over 3 100-liter fuel cards. The woman took the cards, scrutinized them for a moment, and casually stuffed them into her pants pocket. These 3 cards can fill up to 280 liters of diesel. I'll throw in 3 100-liter barrels for you. You can handle the refueling yourself, right? Sure thing. But what do you think is a fair service fee? Lin Yuan asked. She shot him a look and teased. What? You can't handle spending a little money. Embarrassed, Lin Yuan chuckled. No, you misunderstood me, sister. All right, then follow me to get the barrels. The woman walked slowly, and Lin Yuan pondered what he should give her as a token of appreciation. He couldn't just take the barrels for free. Suddenly, he noticed a few red dots on the ground where the woman had walked. Looking up, he smiled, realizing what he could give her. While waiting at the door, Lin Yuan pulled out 2 pairs of ultra-thin night safety pants from his system backpack. Just as the woman brought over the barrels, he handed them to her. Sister, just a little something for you. I want to be using these, so consider it a payment for the barrels. The woman grabbed the safety pants, her face slightly flushed. You can use the second pump to refuel. Thanks. With that, she closed the door. Lin Yuan picked up the 3 barrels and went to the second pump, filling up 280 liters of diesel, which he stored in his system backpack. 5 minutes later, the truck sped out of the gas station and onto the highway. Inside the gas station booth, the middle-aged woman picked up the phone and dialed out. Hey, darling. In a few hours, a little kid might come to you for gas. Yes, yes, the one your uncle said to look after. What if he doesn't come? If he doesn't, just wait at the intersection and give him some extra goodies. You ask me why I didn't send it? I'm just afraid your dad would misunderstand. If I tell you to send it, then just send it, got it? All right, let us hang up. On the road, the three girls curiously stared at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, is there something you need? The three girls shook their heads. Why are you looking at me if there's nothing? Wang Xia chimed in, that big shot. Can you send us 2 of the things you gave to that female gas attendant? The other 2 girls nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. Didn't they just say there was nothing? He thought to himself, how did they even see what he took so secretly? Absolutely not. He replied jokingly. After all, he was their boss. He could give them something, but whether he wanted to was another matter. After Lin Yuan rejected them, the girls didn't say much more. Except for Wang Xia losing a bit of favorability, Lu Ruyan and Wang Shirhan's favorability didn't change at all. Glancing at the rankings on the big screen, he noticed how quickly they were caught up. They were in 3rd place, less than 3 kilometers behind the first 2. Shirhan, speed up a bit. Got it. 20 minutes later, they reached the 13th intersection. Lin Yuan frowned. Wasn't it supposed to be the 12th? Lu Ruyan stuck out her tongue. Sorry, big shot. I remember it wrong. The truck stopped in the middle of the intersection and waited for 10 minutes, but still no players showed up, forcing Lin Yuan to give up on this entrepreneurial opportunity. Time passed second by second as they set off again. The truck had already covered 400 kilometers. Yet the 13th intersection still hadn't appeared. Could it be they were running into a wall? Lin Yuan thought suspiciously. With zombies around, encountering a wall wouldn't be too surprising, right? The car continued for another 50 kilometers, and Lin Yuan's ranking had risen to 1st place, pulling 8 kilometers ahead of his 2nd place. Just as he was wondering why he hadn't encountered the 13th intersection, a system notification sounded in his ear. You have a message from friend. Would you like to check it? Huh? Who could be messaging me at this hour? He glanced at the floating big screen and seemed to have figured it out. Check. Sure enough, it was that female dog owner sending a message. Big shot, Lin Yuan. Can you let me win this match? Pretty please. Moi. Lin Yuan replied, what are you thinking? The dog owner responded, big shot, you really have some quirks. But if the fart is yours, I might consider it. Giggles, the dog owner continued. So, what do you want in return? This 1st place is really important to me. Please. Can you let me have it? Lin Yuan, nope. Dog breeding specialist. Let me tell you a secret. I used to be a voice actor. I can handle any voice type. Whether it's a lowly voice, a mature woman voice, a Yandera voice, or even an uncle voice. What do you think, Lin Yuan? Are you intrigued? Just let me come in first this time. Lin Yuan, get lost. Dog breeding specialist. You heartless man. May you never gather 100 women in your lifetime. Lin Yuan. Exiting the system's friend chat, Lin Yuan opened the window and lit a cigarette. Lu Ruyan's voice came from the back seat. Boss, there's a gas station up ahead. Do we need to refuel? Lin Yuan calculated the amount of diesel he had and decisively replied, no need. We can refuel before the next match. As they spoke, the small truck sped past the gas station. No one noticed a short boy, barely 1 meter tall, waving a half-sleeve shirt from the gas station and shouting for Lin Yuan and the others to stop. Watching the truck disappear, the boy's expression was not good. Just then, a tall young man with bulging muscles and an RPK rocket launcher slung over his shoulder approached from behind the boy. Hey, little bro, have you seen the person our uncle mentioned? The boy turned around, flashing a big smile at the young man. Brother, they haven't arrived yet. Oh, then keep an eye out here. I'm gonna lie down for a bit. Go ahead, brother. I've got this. After the young man left, the short boy took out a phone from his pocket and dialed. Hey, Dad, I'm staying over at a friend's house tonight, so I won't be coming home. Yeah. Just let Mom know. All right, bye. Chapter 31, the boss, is just 10 kilometers away from the finish line. Should we slow down? Glancing at the rankings on the big screen, Lin Yuan nodded non-committally. The 1st and 2nd place had already fallen 13 kilometers behind them, making it clear that they wouldn't catch up anytime soon. The vehicle moved forward another 5 kilometers, leaving only 5 kilometers to the finish line. Lu Ruyan shouted from the back seat, Boss, there's an intersection ahead. Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in response. I'm not blind. Indeed, there was an intersection ahead, and Lin Yuan noticed more than one. After smoothly passing through 3 intersections, the small truck suddenly slammed to a halt in the middle of the 16th intersection. A second-hand van had unexpectedly shot out from side road, blocking Lin Yuan's vehicle. If Wang Shirhan hadn't braked in time, a collision was very likely. 2 tall men, one fat and one thin, quickly opened their car doors and jumped out. They brandished steel pipes, and began smashing the truck's windshield with clear intent. Lin Yuan and his companions reacted fairly quickly. Just as the steel pipe hit the windshield for the second time, they had already rushed out of the vehicle. Lin Yuan swung his tang knife and swiftly dealt with one of the attackers. The second man, seeing his companion killed, showed no sign of fleeing. Instead, he continued to pound on the truck's windshield, causing cracks to appear with a loud crack. At that moment, the tall, thin man was shot in the throat by a well-aimed arrow. The second-hand van roared to life and sped through the intersection. The entire incident had lasted less than a minute, as if it had all been premeditated. After kicking the two bodies lying on the ground, Lin Yuan cast a dark look at the van that had already made its escape. A system notification chimed in Lin Yuan's ear. Player 04444 has sent you a friend request. He opened the system panel to check the request, which included a message. How was that? Pretty thrilling, right? 09999 boss. Lin Yuan accepted the friend request and replied with a question mark. Player 04444. I thought you were really strong. Turns out you still got your windshield smashed by me. Lin Yuan pondered for 2 seconds before responding. Aren't you just a dog raised by player 06666? After reading this message, the other player fell silent for a long time before decisively choosing to block Lin Yuan. Looking at the exclamation mark that appeared on his panel, Lin Yuan felt neither joy nor sorrow. A notification appeared. The front windshield of the car has been damaged. Would you like to spend 20 glass materials and 100 silver coins for repairs? Repair. Insufficient materials. Repair failed. 100 silver coins have been automatically deducted. Lin Yuan. The truck was once again cruising down the highway. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Lin Yuan had arranged for Lu Ruyan to sit in the back compartment. This way, if anything unexpected happened, they could react immediately. He opened his friend chat and found the dog owner, sending a message, "Take care of your dog." After exiting the chat, on another road, a tall woman was reclining in the back seat of a van, enjoying a foot massage from a male model in the front. Upon seeing Lin Yuan's message, she giggled, holding her stomach. She turned to the 2 male models in the front and said, "Someone just told me to take care of my dog. Isn't that hilarious? Woof woof, woof woof." "Oh, sorry," the woman said, lightly biting her lip. "I forgot you can't talk." Player 04444, Labrador, messaged, "Sis, I've observed the opponent's reaction speed and strength exceed level 1. I can't beat him, but he hasn't seen my face." The woman replied, "Got it. After this match, find a way to switch vehicles and lay low for a while." Labrador, understood, sis. It's that private place. The woman responded, "I'll send it to you after the match." Exiting the panel, she covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "This is getting more interesting. Hee hee hee." Wang Xia said, "Boss, the 17th intersection is safe. Let's move on." Wang Xia, "Boss, there's someone at the 18th intersection. Get closer and stop." The truck rolled out 1 meter from the intersection, then came to a stop and turned off the engine. A light pink van parked in the middle of the road. Upon seeing Lin Yuan get out, a handsome young man in the front quickly jumped out of his seat, opened the back door, and held up an umbrella. A long, fair leg came into view as a tall woman in a cheapao stepped out of the car. A handsome man from a driver's seat walked a few steps to stand in front of her, bending down to offer her a lady's cigarette, standing humbly aside. Lin Yuan, "Big boss, it's better to meet in person. I didn't expect you to be so handsome." Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, uncertainly asking, "Are you the dog owner?" The woman's smile stiffened. "The nickname you have, Lin Yuan, is quite fitting for me. Hello, Ymyguo." As Lin Yuan held her delicate hand, he felt nothing much. "Hello, Lin Yuan. What do you need me for?" Yu Jiao took a puff of her cigarette and smiled. "Nothing much. Just a bit curious about you, so I came to take a look. By the way, I won TB competing for first place this time." Lin Yuan, lacking in charm, replied, "Since you've seen me, could you please pay the toll?" Yu Jiao twitched the corner of her mouth and pointed at the handsome man beside her, instructing him to pay the toll and give whatever was needed. At that moment, Lu Ruyan leaned in from behind Lin Yuan and said, 6 vehicle cores, 20 carbon fibers, and 1 gold coin. She turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "Is that enough, big shot?" Lin Yuan added, "And throw in 20 pieces of glass." The man readily agreed and quickly traded the mentioned items to Lu Ruyan. "Big shot. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave," Yu Jiao said. "Wait a moment. Let's add each other as friends before you go." Yu Jiao hesitated for a moment, and Lin Yuan became even more certain that she wasn't just a casual player. Don't we already have each other as friends?" She asked. "Have you ever seen a Yandere in a Cheongsam?" Lin Yuan replied, I guess I haven't. Yu Jiao admitted, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. And the most important point is, your legs aren't as long as hers. Yu Jiao refused to back down and adjusted her Chong Sam, saying, how can that be? Her gaze shifted to Lin Yuan. Pervert. Lin Yuan remained calm and simply said, so, shall we add each other's friends? No. Suddenly, he drew a tang knife and held it against her neck, demanding a robbery. 5 minutes later, only a pale-faced woman in a Chong Sam remained at the scene, along with 2 corpses and an electric tricycle left behind by Lin Yuan. In the truck, the 4 of them couldn't hide their excitement. Lu Ruyin shouted, big shot, we've struck it rich, we're rich. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette with slightly trembling hands and said in a calm tone, just basic operations, basic operations. The 3 women rolled their eyes. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's shaking hands, they might have almost believed his nonsense. Chapter 32. The small truck sped down the highway, just 500 meters from the finish line, when the last 2 intersections appeared ahead. Boss, the 2 intersections are less than 2 meters apart. There's a good chance we might run a red light with the changing traffic signals, one of the passengers warned. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Just get to the finish line. It doesn't matter. I have a ticket exemption card, so running a red light is no big deal. The response was the roar of the engine. The small truck, accompanied by a gust of hot wind, raced across the finish line. A voice echoed in the minds of every player in the competition. Congratulations to player 09999 for winning first place in this 500-person race. The race is now over. Rewards are being calculated. Your score for this race is 85 points. Evaluation. The notorious truck racer known for his reckless tactics has his off days too. Luckily, the innate Sigma genes kicked in, barely saving some face. You have entered the 60-second servant selection countdown. Please make your choice quickly. With limited time, Lin Yuan utilized his ability to scan quickly and began selecting his ideal made from the 495 players. Oh, Lin Yuan paused for 3 seconds on one character avatar. Then he continued scrolling down, and finally, the name he had been looking for appeared on an avatar. He toggled back and forth between 2 character avatars, ultimately deciding on the confident girl, Luo Shuehan. Selection time is over. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a new servant. The prizes for this race include gold coins x 1010 from off-track betting, 8 treasure porridge x 10 cans, potato chips 250g x 10 bags, tomato flavor, pure milk x 10 bags, soda 350 milliliters x 10 cans, 100-liter gas card x 5, red light ticket x 3 can be used to exempt running a red light. Force player match card x 2, character upgrade card x 1, vehicle upgrade card x 1 in the same race. Can select a designated player to use the card with a 90 probability of encountering them at an intersection. The reward items have been automatically added to your system backpack. Please check promptly. The large screen hanging in the air slowly displayed the setting sun, which quickly faded away, indicating that it was now 9 p.m. From start to finish, the total duration of the race was exactly 12 hours. The small truck came to a stop on a highway, and Lin Yuan spent 100 silver coins and glass X20 to repair the cracked front windshield. After completing a transaction with Lu Ruyin and Zhang Shiya, Lin Yuan began to organize the items in his backpack. 10 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 1 Snickers bar, 3 packs of sliced bread, 550g each, 4 jars of pickled vegetables, 150 bottles of purified water, 5 cans of beef, 10 bags of potato chips, tomato flavor, 250g each, 10 bags of whole milk, 10 cans of soda, 350 milliliters each, 1 can of yellow peach, 550g, 1 dried yellowtail scad, 1 dried corn snake, 3 pieces of dried rabbit meat, 6 pounds of oxtail, 40 kilograms of kangaroo meat, 26 packs of cigarettes, 40 black iron lighters, 80 iron blocks, 80 plastic pieces, 80 rubber pieces, 30 glass pieces, 40 carbon fiber pieces, 31 vehicle cores, 285 liters of diesel, 25 gold coins, 56 silver coins, 1 black iron medical kit. In hot weather, wounds can easily become inflamed. Suitable for basic bandaging. 2 force player matchmaking cards. For traffic violation tickets can be used to excuse running a red light. 5 fuel cards, 100 liters each. 1 character upgrade card, 1 vehicle upgrade card, 8 ultra-thin night safety pants, reusable after washing, 9 rolls of absorbent sterile toilet paper, reusable after washing, 9 bars of fruit-scented soap. Fragrance lasts 8 hours, 6 sets of summer youth clothing, reusable after washing, 6 summer sun hats, reusable. After washing, there are still 13 empty slots in the 50 compartments of the backpack, including the 2 vans looted from Wang Shurhan's backpack. along with 50 gold coins and 50 buckets of instant noodles. Lin Yuan has made quite a fortune in this match. The vans, occupying 8 slots in the backpack. Bang, bang, bang. Is anyone there? A female voice came from outside the vehicle. The 3 women instantly went on high alert. Who is it? Lin Yuan turned his neck slightly and calmly said, Everyone, don't be nervous. The person coming is someone you should know. The 3 women exchanged glances, thinking it was another new servant chosen by Lin Yuan. The car window rolled down, and Lin Yuan lit a lighter, using the dim light to see the visitor clearly. Luo Shuihan? In the back seat, Lu Ruyan instinctively leaned back. Luo Shuihan looked directly at Lin Yuan, her expression somewhat complicated. After a long pause, she said thank you. Lin Yuan didn't pay much attention and got into the car. The door was pulled open from the outside, and Luo Shuihan squeezed into the back seat. Lin Yuan glanced at her character panel. Name, Luo Shuihan. Gender, female. Age, 26. Strength, 10 speed, 10 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 affiliation, level 1 servant, can be erased at will, favorability. 60. Luo Shuihan has a decent level of favorability, which means she might be conquerable, Lin Yuan thought while stroking his chin. Luo Shuihan. Lin Yuan, can I challenge you? Lin Yuan, along with the 3 girls, was momentarily stunned by her words. Lin Yuan, uncertain, responded, You want to challenge me? Is that not allowed? Luo Shuihan asked, surprised. Lin Yuan maintained a mostly expressionless face. And then, Luo Shuihan, with a determined gaze, replied, If you win, I will willingly become your woman. If you lose. Lin Yuan interrupted with a wave of his hand. I accept your challenge. Lu Ruyan, go adjust the water temperature in the back. Got it, boss. Shi Hung, turn on the front lights. I'll spar with our new sister here. With the headlights on, Lin Yuan stared at Luo Shuihan for a few seconds, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he asked, You can handle the cold, right? Luo Shuihan puffed out her chest, regaining her previous assertive demeanor, clearly unbothered by anyone's opinion. They stepped out of the car quickly, clearly eager to begin. The 2 took their positions in front of the small truck, while the 3 girls inside watched with interest. Wang Shihan looked at Lin Yuan with a worried expression. Do you think Lin Yuan can win? Wait, which aspect are you talking about, sis? Wang Xia asked, surprised. Lu Ruyan, with a mischievous smile, chimed in. Do you think Luo Shuihan will be shaking in her legs tomorrow? The other 2 girls turned to Lu Ruyan, their eyes filled with mild disdain. Lu Ruyan shrugged, unfazed, thinking these guys were boring. Just as she stepped out of the car, she felt a heavy slap on her backside. You jerk! I'm going all out. The battle inside and outside the car ended almost simultaneously. With Lin Yuan's prompting, the 3 girls quickly prepared the bathwater. As Luo Shuihan stepped into the bath, she suddenly understood the meaning behind Lin Yuan's question in the car. A blush crept up her cheeks. Chapter 33. As the clock struck midnight, a new day began. Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat, enjoying the air conditioning while slurping on instant noodles. He activated the system's marketplace in his mind and listed 40 bottles of purified water in exchange for 40 pieces of carbon fiber material. The system detected that the materials in his backpack met the requirements for vehicle upgrades. Would he like to proceed with the upgrade? It also detected that there was a vehicle upgrade card in his backpack. Should he use it simultaneously? Yes. The vehicle upgrade was in progress, which would take 8 hours. Normal usage would not be affected during this time. Lin Yuan opened his system backpack and clicked to use the character upgrade card. Ding! The character upgrade card was successfully used. His character level was now 2, and the character panel was automatically refreshed. Character level, LV2 name, Lin Yuan. Gender, male. Age, 22. Strength, 25 speed, 25 stamina, 25 mental, 25 evaluation, a capable worker surrounded by 4 women. Although he didn't understand why the system's evaluation still labeled him as a worker, it was clear that the 5th muscle on his abdomen couldn't lie. The fatigue from earlier had vanished, and Lin Yuan felt that in his current state, he could take on at least 3 more challenges. In the back seat, Luo Shuihan leaned weakly against Lu Ruyan's shoulder, her long, beautiful legs trembling uncontrollably. Watching the man in the front seat slurp his noodles, she felt an inexplicable irritation. She thought she might have been too impulsive. As a proud woman, was it really worth risking everything on a single bet? Was it merely a case of being attracted to strength? She was unsure if her actions were correct. But what about the others? Her gaze swept over the 3 strikingly beautiful women around her. Were they truly content with this situation? Listening to the system report, Luo Shuhin's favorability, 1-11-1. Lin Yuan decisively chose to mute the favorability notifications. What is she thinking? Hurry up and eat your noodles. They'll all be cold soon. Lu Rian's voice broke Luo Shuhin's train of thought as she playfully took a bite of the noodles being offered. A final thought crossed her mind. Whatever. It was too late now. She might as well let things be. Favorability with Luo Shuihan. 10. Current favorability. 90. Wait. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. Didn't he just mute the favorability notifications? Why did it ring again? He was genuinely surprised that Luo Shuihan had surpassed others in favorability. Considering that Wang Xia had the lowest favorability among them, he thought it would be nice to have her play a tune under the dim night sky. Let us do it. Xia? Being called by name made Wang Xia feel goosebumps all over. Big shot, do you need something? After just finishing a bowl of instant noodles, I was sweating profusely. Can you accompany me to the back for a bath? Thud. The jaws of the three girls dropped in disbelief. Wang Xia's brain momentarily short-circuited, but she quickly snapped back to reality. Just as she was about to say that she couldn't eat anything cold, she noticed Lu Ruyan had pulled an ice cube from somewhere and shoved it into her mouth. Without thinking, she started to chew. Oh no! With a glum expression, she turned to Lin Yuan and said, Big guy, how about letting Lu Ruyan go first? I'll finish my noodles and join you later, okay? The instant noodles in her hand were snatched away by Lu Ruyan, who slurped loudly, letting out a satisfying belch afterward. She awkwardly smiled at Wang Xia and said, Sorry, I was too hungry. Next time, I'll share mine with you. Wang Xia rolled her eyes, understanding that some things just happen in threes. She pushed open the car door and trudged to the back seat, where Lin Yuan had already adjusted the water temperature. Lin Yuan had one leg out of the car when Lu Rian leaned in and placed a dried yellow-tailed scorpion in his hand, flashing him a mischievous grin. Go for it, big guy. Where did you get this? Lin Yuan asked. I borrowed it. Lin Yuan smirked, storing the dried scorpion in his system backpack, and replied dismissively, Who do you think you're looking down on? Before long, the truck's horn blared again. The three girls in the front cabin stared wide-eyed. Lu Rian exclaimed, Is the big guy really that strong? Luo Shuihan added, Is Lin Yuan really that powerful? Wang Shihan chimed in, Is he really that strong? At 2 a.m., when the refreshed Lin Yuan gently placed the already sleeping Wang Xia into the back seat, the three girls' eyes widened again in shock. Lu Rian gasped, He can't be dead, right? Luo Shuihan speculated, He must have just fainted from exhaustion. Wang Shihan lamented, Poor little sister, she must have been bent straight this time. Taking his seat in the driver's position, Lin Yuan stretched comfortably and turned his gaze towards Wang Shihan. The moment their eyes met, Wang Shihan instinctively crossed her legs tightly. Feeling shy, she stammered, Big guy, my stomach feels a bit off. After saying this, she clutched her belly and prepared to get out of the car. Lin Yuan immediately handed her a roll of toilet paper. Wang Shihan took the paper and hurriedly exited the vehicle. He then turned his attention to Lu Rian, who was also clutching her stomach, moaning, Ouch, big guy, my stomach hurts too. Can you give me some toilet paper? Lin Yuan, exasperated, handed her a roll of toilet paper. Lu Rian jumped out of the car, as if she were escaping. Lin Yuan shook his head in disbelief. His gaze shifted to Luo Shuihan, who, despite having almost recovered, felt her legs tremble as they met Lin Yuan's gaze. She wanted to say her stomach hurt too, but her legs just wouldn't cooperate. At that moment, she was on the verge of tears. What's wrong? Lin Yuan asked curiously. I'm tired. If I'm tired, I should just sleep. Why worry? Am I nervous? Pointing at the other person's long, fair legs, I asked, Then why are they shaking? Luo Shuihan said with a glum face, They're cramping. Lin Yuan asked with concern, Do you need me to help you massage it? Luo Shuihan replied, No. It'll all be fine in a bit. Hearing this, Lin Yuan turned back, but his brows furrowed slightly. He rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette, and through the fleeting glow of the flame, he observed the changes in Luo Shuihan's expression in the rearview mirror. Noticing that she seemed to visibly relax, Lin Yuan felt a wave of confusion rise within him. Something was indeed off. He checked the favorability ratings of the three of them. Luo Shuihan, 91. Lu Rian, 90. Wang Shihan, 90. Wow, how did that increase? This can't really be a problem, right? It seemed like he hadn't done anything tonight. No, wait. It seemed like he thought of something. Lin Yuan took a deep drag of his cigarette, and in the faint light, he noticed two heads peeking out from the back of the car. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. This was turning into a bit of a mess. To confirm his suspicion, Lin Yuan suddenly turned to Luo Shuihan and asked softly, "Are you hot? Do you want to take a shower?" The other person seemed like a corpse, not making a sound. Lin Yuan understood. It was indeed the case. He closed the window, leaned back in his seat, and soon the sound of snoring filled the car. A faint tapping came from the back seat, and a small gap was opened in the car window. Lu Rian whispered, "Sis, how's the situation?" Luo Shuihan quietly replied, "It's safe, he's asleep." The car door was pulled open, and Lu Rian and Wang Shihan returned to the car. Hearing Lin Yuan's steady breathing, the tension in their hearts eased significantly. The car was enveloped in darkness. In the hazy atmosphere, Wang Shihan suddenly heard Lin Yuan's voice beside her. "Shihan, are you hot? Do you want to go to the back for a bath?" In an instant, Wang Shihan's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 34. A silent night. As the clock struck 8 a.m., the five of them sat in the cockpit enjoying breakfast. With the addition of bread and milk, the girls savored their meal even more. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. "Vehicle upgrade successful. Congratulations. You've acquired a medium-sized pickup truck." Opening the vehicle panel, Lin Yuan checked the vehicle data. Medium-sized pickup truck. Age requirement: 18 and above. Top speed: 48 km/h. Fuel tank capacity: 230 liters. Fuel consumption: 0.5 liters per kilometer. Interior features: air conditioning, regional channel radio, ambient lighting. Maximum load capacity: 500 kilograms. Durability: 10. Lin Yuan switched on the regional channel radio and was greeted with various complaints from players in Zone 19999. "Are you kidding me? I worked so hard in the last match and only came in 5th. Bro, you're doing better than me. I ended up as a rich lady slave, and she doesn't even treat me like a human. Damn it. I asked you to bring me a urinal. How long is it taking? Are you chatting in the regional channel instead? Hurry back. That guy upstairs is really having a rough time. Seriously, so tragic. Hey, did you hear? Yesterday, the big shot from 09999 got his window smashed by some player. Sure, man, do you think you could just gossip about big shots? Be careful. He might come after you in today's match." "Oh, am I doomed? Please spare me, big shot." Guys, the new survival match rules are out, and they're just brutal. Wow, no humanity at all. What do we do? I've never killed anyone, Wah. Well, luckily, I'm a slave, and my master treats me well. Hearing that the match rules have been released, Lin Yuan eagerly opened the system panel. 1,000-person highway survival match number of participants, 1,000. Slaves do not count towards the total. 1. Players will compete in speed and strength using vehicles and weapons. 2. During the match, players cannot engage in any form of item trading. 3. The first player to cross the finish line will not necessarily be counted as the winner. 4. The system will keep track of each player's kill count and distance traveled for an overall ranking. 5. The system will conduct an average speed check on players every hour. If your speed drops below 25 km/h, you will be eliminated. 6. The race route is a total of 500 kilometers long and will pass by 1 gas station and 20 intersections. 7. Rewards for this race will only be given to the top 20 players. 8. During the race, when one player kills another, all of the deceased player's items will be automatically collected by the system and converted into gold coins. Victory gold will be automatically credited to the system backpack. After reading the race rules, Lin Yuan felt a mix of emotions. This so-called survival competition was essentially just a way for players to engage in mutual slaughter. Wasn't he it? But did they have a choice? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. "Hey, are you okay?" Lu Ruyin raised her small fist confidently beside him and said, "Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you in this race." Wang Shihan chimed in, "Me too." Wang Shiya added, "You can count on us." Luo Shuihan said, "I'll die before you do." Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. It seemed that building rapport had its benefits. "So, after the race, how about we all go for a bath together?" Lu Ruyin replied, I'm not feeling well." Wang Shihan said, "Yeah, me too." Wang Shiya added, "Please spare us." Luo Shuihan said, "All right." The three girls looked at Luo Shuihan in shock. "Wait, are you serious?" Luo Shuihan fruged. Whether they would survive was still uncertain, but agreeing didn't hurt. Could Lin Yuan really be that strong? After a brief discussion, the four girls unanimously approved Lin Yuan's suggestion. Lin Yuan felt a sense of triumph. They had indeed fallen into his trap. After all, how hard could it be for him, a level 2 player, to secure a good ranking against a bunch of lower-level players? A system notification echoed in their ears. There are 60 seconds remaining until the race begins. Please prepare accordingly. 60, 59, 3, 2, 1. The race begins. The pickup truck's engine roared to life, and the tires left a black mark on the ground as it sped towards the road ahead. A large screen hovering in the air displayed a long list of player numbers, names, kilometers traveled, and number of kills, with no rankings yet shown. The pickup truck quickly reached the first intersection at a speed of 45 kilometers h. Boss, should we stop? Lin Yuan pondered for 2 seconds and replied, "Let us stop." Since the big screen did not show the specific movements of each player, this provided significant convenience for players like Lin Yuan, who had subordinates. As the new face in the team, Luo Shuihan was assigned the crucial task of luring the enemy. Lu Ruyan, the team's sharpshooter, concealed herself in the back of the vehicle. The two sisters hid at both the front and rear of the car, ready to provide support at any moment. As for Lin Yuan, he reclined his seat and laid back in the car, listening to the various sounds of players in the area channel while occasionally glancing at the large screen floating in the air. On the side road, a second-hand Alto was moving forward at a speed of 30 kilometers h. In the driver's seat, a young man with dyed yellow hair leaned toward a middle-aged woman in the back seat and whispered, "Sis, it looks like there's something going on up ahead." The middle-aged woman, eyes closed, replied casually, "How many people are there?" The young man said, "Sis, there's just one, and it looks like it's a woman." The woman scoffed. "Just one woman? Seriously, is that worth your attention?" The young man scratched his head and asked, "So, should I get out and deal with her?" Suddenly, a bald man in the passenger seat spoke up. "Her name is Luo Shuihan. She has a reputation as the tough girl in the area. That kid might not be your match." The middle-aged woman rubbed her temples and said, "Tough girl? I haven't heard of her. If he can't handle it alone, how about you join him?" The bald man confidently replied, "No problem." The car stopped at an intersection, and the bald man and the young man quickly opened the doors, pulling out 2 machetes, and walked steadily toward Luo Shuihan. As Luo Shuihan watched the two approaching, her gaze remained calm, just as the three were less than a meter apart. Luo Shuihan made her move, swinging the steel pipe in her hand directly toward the faces of the two men. The battle was about to erupt. The continuous and fierce clash of the steel pipe against the machetes sparked bright flashes. Luo Shuihan gradually felt the pressure from the two. If she faced the bald man alone, she was confident she could take him down in 10 minutes. But with the addition of the young man, the fight became a bit more challenging. Just as the young man and the bald man felt victory was within their grasp, a sharp arrow, carrying a chilling aura, soared toward the bald man's forehead. Chapter 35. In an instant, the bald man felt a chill run down his spine as he narrowly dodged a deadly arrow. He quickly turned to the blonde and said, "There's an archer on the other side. You need to deal with him fast." Upon hearing this, the blonde took a hit from Luo Shuihan, then rushed towards the hiding place of Lu Ruyan, his arms still tingling from the impact. Before he could reach the carriage, Wang Shirhan and her sister flanked him from both sides. Seeing this, the bald man and the blonde's pupils dilated in alarm. They had fallen into a trap, realizing that the enemy was lying in wait. When their gaze fell upon Lin Yuan, who had just jumped out of the passenger seat, they were even more shocked to recognize him as the notorious boss number 09999. Ignoring their stunned expressions, Lin Yuan calmly walked towards the car parked at the intersection. The middle-aged woman sitting in the back seat was still resting her eyes, fully confident in the capabilities of her two subordinates. After all, she had used her only character upgrade card on the bald man, who had performed spectacularly in the last match. As Lin Yuan opened the door and sat in the back seat, he lit a cigarette. The woman, without opening her eyes, spoke with mild irritation. "Honestly, you two are useless. It took you this long to kill someone?" Lin Yuan remained unfazed, merely observing the battle unfolding ahead. After he exited the pickup truck, the bald man and the blonde were so intimidated that they immediately abandoned any thoughts of resistance. Noticing the silence from her subordinates, the middle-aged woman frowned and slowly opened her eyes. A somewhat familiar young face appeared beside her. Lin Yuan spoke softly. "So how do you want to die?" "You're from a bar." Annoying. Wiping the blood from his Tang Dao, Lin Yuan stepped out of the second-hand Alto. The pickup truck continued down the road, leaving behind 3 fresh corpses in its wake. The 4 women in the car remained silent, carefully observing Lin Yuan's expression. They noticed that ever since he got into the car, he had been in a gloomy state. In fact, the moment Lin Yuan saw the middle-aged woman, a troubling memory resurfaced in his mind. "Boss, we're approaching the next intersection. and there's someone blocking the way. All units prepare for battle. Eliminate them quickly. We've already wasted too much time, and there's no need to linger here. At the intersection, a round-faced man with a bushy beard leaned casually against a not-so-strong-looking young guy, watching the approaching pickup truck. He said softly, "Sweetheart, you better protect your people." The young man patted his arm reassuringly. "Don't worry. I got this. Thanks, just watch and see." The young man pulled a kitchen knife from his pocket and charged towards the pickup truck parked at the intersection, his eyes filled with intense confidence. 3 minutes later, the pickup truck was back on the road, and Lin Yuan felt considerably better. Lu Ruyan, sitting in the driver's seat, pouted in displeasure and complained, "Boss, can you not act so quickly next time? There's no sense of experience at all." From the back seat, Wang Xia chimed in, Exactly. Boss, it's rare to come across a weakling, and you can't always hog all the glory for yourself." Lin Yuan remained noncommittal. He glanced at the current player rankings on the big screen. Player 09999 name. Lin Yuan distance completed. 85 kilometers players defeated. 2 average speed in the last hour. 40 kilometers H qualified. Current ranking. For player 00001 name. Zhang Chong distance completed. 70 kilometers players defeated. 5 average speed in the last hour. 37 kilometers H qualified. Current ranking. One of the players in second and third place were actually 2 familiar faces. Player 06666 name. UG distance completed. 65 kilometers players defeated. For average speed in the last hour. 30 kilometers H qualified. Current ranking. 2 players 06667 name. Yu Jiao distance completed. 60 kilometers players defeated. 3 average speed in the last hour. 28 kilometers H qualified. Current ranking. 3 Lin Yuan wasn't entirely satisfied with his current ranking. The pickup truck sped along, passing through 4 intersections along the way, successfully eliminating 4 players. "Boss, there's a gas station up ahead, and it looks like a self-service one." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan turned his head and indeed saw a self-service gas station. However, the fuel prices were clearly outrageous. Diesel was 1 gold coin for 100 liters. Fortunately, they accepted card payments. He took out a 100-liter fuel card from his system backpack and found a machine that dispensed diesel to swipe his card. The tank was quickly filled, and the remaining diesel filled all the fuel barrels Lin Yuan had in hand. After discarding the 230 liters of diesel from the tank, Lin Yuan's total fuel amount in his system backpack reached 515 liters. This meant that even if he didn't encounter any gas stations in the coming days, his current fuel supply would be sufficient. The pickup truck sped out of the gas station, and Lin Yuan's ranking had already risen to second place, just 1 player behind the leader. "Boss, we've reached the 8th intersection, and there's no one in front of us. Should we wait at the intersection?" Glancing at the traffic signal flashing yellow ahead, Lin Yuan hesitated. Having participated in 3 competitions, it was the first time he had seen a yellow light at an intersection. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating whether to stop, a hidden prompt panel appeared before his eyes. Hidden hint: the yellow light at the intersection indicates to slow down. If the speed exceeds 10 kilometers H, a dump truck will appear on the side road. No stopping at this intersection. Seeing this hidden hint, Lin Yuan frowned. According to the suggestion, it seemed that this intersection wouldn't yield any player kills. Missing out so easily left Lin Yuan feeling somewhat dissatisfied. He turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan, who was driving, and his eyes lit up. He had a plan. Following Lin Yuan's instructions, Lu Ruyan controlled the speed, slowly crossing the intersection at 3 kilometers H. Along the way, Lin Yuan dropped a 30-liter diesel barrel on the road. The cap twisted off, spilling diesel all over the intersection. The pickup truck stopped 5 meters in front of the intersection, and Lu Ruyan got out, crouched by the fuel tank, and using her tattered clothes, soaked them in diesel to create a flaming arrow. Time ticked by, and just as Lin Yuan was about to urge everyone to continue on their way, the roar of an engine echoed from the distant road. Lu Ruyan squinted her eyes, quickly lighting the arrow with a diesel lighter. A young couple on a scooter sped towards the intersection, showing no signs of stopping. Release the arrow. The flaming arrow struck the diesel barrel, igniting a line of fire at the intersection, which rapidly spread. Upon seeing the blaze erupt at the intersection, the male player riding the motorcycle showed no panic. Instead, he excitedly shouted to the female player sitting behind him, "Hold on tight, babe. Let me take you through the fiery blaze." The motorcycle roared through the flames at 40 kilometers H. Just when the man was caught up in his exhilaration, a dump truck with its hazard lights flashing came barreling towards them, whizzing by. A system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. Player kills. 1. Chapter 36. The pickup truck sped down the road at 45 km/h. The number of players displayed on the large screen had dropped to 765. Lin Yuan's ranking had also risen from second to first place in this match. They had reached the 12th intersection, and after several rounds of intense combat, Lin Yuan and his companions felt the fatigue creeping through their bodies. "Let us pull over and grab a bite to eat," Lin Yuan suggested. The pickup truck came to a stop in the middle of the road. Under the eager gazes of the four girls, Lin Yuan took out from his system backpack 5 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 5 cans of beef stew, and 5 cans of soda. The group happily enjoyed what could hardly be called a luxurious lunch. After the meal, Lin Yuan pulled out 5 bags of tomato-flavored chips to share with everyone. The girls' fondness for him continued to soar, and Lin Yuan felt that this meal was well worth it. As they hit the road again, Lin Yuan turned on the regional radio to listen to the players' banter. "Oh, woe is me. This is such a tough match. And the rich girl still wants me to pee for her. Dude, you've got some serious luck. With a survival rate of only 50, how are you still alive? Right? This guy must have really latched onto a big shot. Ugh. I'm almost at the next intersection, and I don't even know if I'll make it. Brothers, pray for me. Rebirth 1, Rebirth 1, Rebirth 1. Does anyone know player number 00001? Zhang Chong? I heard he is not only good-looking, but also incredibly strong, and he is said to be a real ladiesman. Upstairs. I seriously suspect that you either took a bribe from him before the match, or you're Zhang Chong himself. Hey, the Zhang Chong you're talking about is the dark horse of our match, only slightly behind the big shot number 09999. Slightly behind? No way. The mileage of number 09999 is way ahead of him, and he even has 3 more kills. With that level of skill, how can he be called a dark horse? I'd say he is more like a dark donkey. Inside a compact SUV, a young man with a delicate appearance and slicked back hair grimaced as he heard the mocking voices coming from the radio. He squeezed the thigh of the woman next to him hard. Her face contorted in pain, yet she dared not make a sound, her fair thigh marked with bruises. After checking the player's ID number, a cruel smile crept across the young man's lips. He was confident about taking on the big shot number 09999, but he felt he could handle a small fry like this one. Force player matching card, used successfully. Please enter the player ID. Matching successful. At the next intersection, they would encounter the match player. Turning to the woman beside him, Zhang Chong spoke gently. Does it hurt? The woman's body instinctively shivered as she forced a smile. But it wasn't enough. She needed to push harder. Zhang Chong's face broke into a twisted grin. I knew you would say that. So let's continue. Pain flickered across the woman's face once more. On the road, a middle-aged man driving a used van couldn't help but sneeze. Damn it. Could it be too cold from the air conditioning? A pickup truck sped down the highway at 46 km/h. The driver, Lu Ruyan, turned to glance at Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat munching on chips, her gaze lost in thought. Noticing Lu Ruyan's stare, Lin Yuan turned to look at her and asked, "What's up? Need something?" Lu Ruyan hesitated for 2 seconds before finally asking, "Boss, what industry did you work in before? Why do you want to know?" "Just curious." "Oh, you still Haven Tea," answered me. "What? What industry did you work in before?" "Oh." In the back seat, the 3 women exchanged glances, sensing something was off about the 2 in the front. Luo Shuihan tentatively asked, "Are you 2 okay?" Lin Yuan looked at Luo Shuihan in surprise. "What? Is something wrong?" In that moment, Luo Shuihan felt a chill run down her spine and uncontrollably blurted out, "Boss, what industry did you work in before?" At this time, the sisters in the back also noticed that something about the 3 seemed a bit strange. They exchanged nervous glances and started to observe their surroundings. It was only then that they realized the pickup truck had somehow stopped in the middle of an intersection. Lin Yuan's familiar voice echoed in their ears awake. The sisters blinked in confusion, wondering what had just happened. Luo Shuihan explained, "You 2 were probably just too tired and fell asleep, repeating the same thing in your sleep." The sisters exchanged glances again, carefully observing the facial expressions of the 2 in front. Finding no abnormalities, they confirmed that the 2 had indeed been asleep. Lin Yuan smiled as he looked toward the left intersection, though alarms were ringing in his mind. Hidden prompt. Unseen forces have intervened in this match. It will end prematurely in 30 minutes. Lu Rian's voice broke through his thoughts. "Boss, how much longer do we have to wait at this intersection? To play it safe, Lin Yuan decided not to have Lu Ruyan continue waiting for other players at the intersection. Instead, he replied, "Let's keep moving forward, maintaining a speed of 25 kilometers/h. Although I don't quite understand why Lin Yuan chose to do this, since the boss has spoken, Lu Ru Yin will just follow the orders." Shifting gears and stepping on the gas, the pickup truck sped through the current intersection. 20 minutes later, a system prompt echoed in the ears of every participating player. There are 10 minutes left until the end of the competition, and all players in the arena should actively prepare for the upcoming final moments. In the regional chat, players erupted in confusion. "Can someone tell me what's going on? I was about to break into the top 5. How can the competition end early? Bro, I can't even make it into the top 500. I think I'm done for. If anyone's interested, I can share a few last words." Thankfully, Rich Girl is doing well, and she's currently in the top 3. "I can't wait for the competition to end so I can reward her with a new slave. I definitely don't want to be the one left behind." Breaking news. Zhang Chang is an abusive man. A brother of mine left a message before he died, asking me to expose this creep. Bro, wake up. This is a survival game on the road. How many normal people survive? How many aren't a bit twisted? The person upstairs makes a good point. Support 1. Support 1. Support 1. As a bell rang, another system prompt echoed in everyone's minds. The competition has ended. The remaining number of participants is being counted. If there are more than 600 players, the last 100 will be eliminated. The rewards are being calculated, and players are asked to wait patiently. Inside the pickup truck, the 4 women looked at Lin Yuan with suspicion. "Boss, did you know the competition would end early?" Lin Yuan shrugged. "I'm not the one who set the rules for the competition. How would I know it would end early? You guys don't have to look at me like that." Chapter 37. As Lin Yuan's voice faded, a system notification chimed in. Player 09999, Lin Yuan, has secured the first place in this match. Distance traveled, 319 kilometers. Players defeated, 12. Match score, 80. Evaluation. The flashy owner of a pickup truck has a side that remains hidden. Forgetting is the best remedy. Rewards for this match: self-indulgent hot pot 500 G5, special lemonade 750 milliliters 10 cups, cocktail 485 milliliters 1, character upgrade card 1, vehicle upgrade card 1, gold coins 105, earned from defeated players. Special reward: access to the special items section of the system shop. The reward items have been automatically stored in the system's inventory. After reviewing the rewards, Lin Yuan felt quite disappointed. Aside from a special reward, the other items were rather underwhelming. He glanced at the time on the vehicle's display screen. 16:59. Only 8 hours had passed since the match began, with an hour left until nightfall. The back-to-back matches had left the girls feeling somewhat fatigued. Considering there was a small event scheduled for the evening, Lin Yuan decided to let the girls take a nap first. He opened the regional channel and noticed the player count in the upper right corner had dropped to just over 300. The players who remained were clearly skilled. The main topic of conversation in the regional channel had shifted from the prematurely ended survival match to the postponed regional challenge. The regional challenge had been postponed? This was news to Lin Yuan. Scanning through the players' discussions, he managed to glean quite a bit of useful information. It turned out that the early conclusion of the survival match was directly related to the delay of the regional challenge. Originally, their region had accepted a challenge from another region, but then 2 more regions aggressively intervened, also issuing challenges to theirs. What was supposed to be a 1v1 situation had escalated to a 1v3, severely affecting the stability of their region, which led to the early end of the match. Of course, all of this was just speculation from the players. The system's match announcement board only indicated that the regional challenge had been postponed, with a specific time yet to be determined. This was undoubtedly great news for all players in the region, as they wouldn't have to worry about matches for the time being. After reading through the players' dialogues, Lin Yuan felt a bit better. The dark clouds that had gathered above him seemed to have dispersed somewhat. His gaze inadvertently swept over the beautiful faces of the 4 girls, further lifting his spirits. Opening the system shop, Lin Yuan found a special item trading section in the upper left corner of the marketplace. Click to view. There are only 3 items in total, but these 3 items certainly caught Lin Yuan's eye. 6-point penalty ticket can be used to excuse running a red light. Priced at 5 gold coins, daily purchase limit of 3. DUI excuse ticket, priced at 10 gold coins, daily purchase limit of 3. Accident excuse ticket, priced at 20 gold coins, daily purchase limit of 3. Checking the balance in his system backpack, he found gold coins 1, 29 silver coins 56, plus the 50 gold coins on Wang Shihan. Lin Yuan felt that with his current wealth, he was definitely one of the few rich players in their area. Of course, He couldn't compare to those professional dog breeders who had teams and organizational support. Lin Yuan waved his hand generously and bought 3 of each penalty ticket, spending a total of 105 gold coins. He opened a friend chat page and found a professional dog breeder. After pondering for a few seconds, Lin Yuan typed and deleted several messages, ultimately settling on 2 words. Are you there? Seeing Lin Yuan's message, Yu was a bit surprised. She really didn't expect him to take the initiative to message her. Yu replied, "Oh, did the big boss suddenly think of me? Hee. Lin Yuan, I have a fortune waiting for you here. I wonder if you can handle it?" After reading the message, Yu was stunned for a few seconds. It seemed Lin Yuan wanted to do business with her. Yu, oh, I wonder how heavy this fortune is. It won't crush little me, will it? Hee. Lin Yuan felt a chill from her message. Couldn't she speak normally? Just as he was about to retort, he remembered that she was the richest player he knew. The richest player? Huh? Wait, a flash of inspiration hit Lin Yuan, and a beautiful woman in a Chong Sam appeared in his mind. Lin Yuan replied, could you have your sister add me as a friend? I have something to discuss with her. Yu, oh, is the big boss interested in my useless sister? How interesting, really too interesting. In 1 minute, Lin Yuan received a friend request notification. Player 06667 wants to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Yes. Yu Jiao, you jerk. My sister said you want to date me. Is that true? Lin Yuan. What the heck? What did he say he wanted to date her? He's not a stud. Lin Yuan. I have a fortune waiting for you here. I wonder if you can handle it? In her pink little car, Yu looked at Lin Yuan's reply and felt her temper rising. Yu, speak plainly. Lin Yuan, I have good things to trade. Yu Jiao fell silent, unable to think of anyone who could steal her personal belongings, let alone someone who seemed to be supporting for women. After a moment of inactivity from the other party, Lin Yuan decisively pulled up a list of trade items. Traffic violation ticket can be used to exempt from running a red light. Price, 50 gold coins. DUI exemption ticket. Price, 60 gold coins. Ice cubes 500 G1 price. 1 gold coin. He distributed 1 of each item to her sisters. Yu, hey big shot, since we know each other so well, how about giving me a discount? I could take a picture to thank you. Yu Jiao, haha, this is just daylight robbery. If you lower the price a bit, I might consider it. After a bit of back and forth negotiation between the 2 women, Lin Yuan managed to sell 2 traffic violation tickets, can be used to exempt from running a red light, and 2 UI exemption tickets at a 40 discount, and he generously gave them 6 ice cubes. In the end, Lin Yuan earned 132 gold coins, further proving the terrifying financial power of the 2 women. Both parties were satisfied. Lin Yuan then took another stroll through the system mall, using the 200-plus bottles of purified water and 50 gold coins to successfully trade for all the materials needed to upgrade his vehicle. The system detected that the materials in his backpack met the requirements for the vehicle upgrade. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? The system also detected the presence of a vehicle upgrade card in the backpack. Would you like to use it simultaneously? Yes. Vehicle upgrade in progress. Estimated time, 9 hours. The vehicle can be used normally during the upgrade. Chapter 38. Open the system backpack and click on the character upgrade card to use it. Ding! The character upgrade card has been successfully used. Current character level, 3. The character panel has been automatically refreshed. Character level, LV3 name, Lin Yuan gender, male age, 22 strength, 35 speed, 35 constitution, 35 spirit, 35 evaluation, a chosen worker with both looks and strength. Upon seeing this evaluation, Lin Yuan remained non-committal. Exiting the system panel, he stepped down from the pickup truck and lit a cigarette. Looking up at the sky, as the impending night approached, he felt an indescribable sensation in his heart. He climbed back into the truck bed, added a large amount of ice to a tub, poured in several bottles of purified water, and adjusted the water temperature. He also used 6 silver coins from the system store to trade for some branches that players had somehow acquired. Nearby the pickup truck, he set up a simple campfire. Before long, it was 9 p.m. After the girls woke up, Lin Yuan took out 10 kilograms of kangaroo meat, dried rabbit meat 1, and dried corn snake 1 from the system backpack. He assigned tasks to the girls. The sister duo was responsible for preparing the ingredients. Lu Rian would handle marinating the food and skewering it with the branches, while Luo Shuihan was in charge of the grilling. Lin Yuan also assigned himself a task to control the flavor of the ingredients, or, to put it bluntly, to taste them. The first campfire party from the road survival was proceeding joyfully. During the event, Lin Yuan shared a few photos in the regional chat. which stirred the appetites of many players. They eagerly expressed their intentions to buy from him. However, without exception, he decisively turned them down. Why would he, Lin Yuan, settle for their meager offers? Until the Yu sisters sent him a trade request, offering a price he couldn't find a reason to refuse. 1 gold coin for 10 skewers was undoubtedly exorbitant given the current meat prices. Without hesitation, he took out 5 kilograms of kangaroo meat from his system backpack and placed it on the campfire to grill. To save costs, Lin Yuan suggested not adding any seasoning, claiming that plain meat skewers tasted better. Following Lin Yuan's advice, Luo Shuihan implemented the plan, and a strong earthy smell wafted through the air, making the girls' eyes roll back. After successfully completing the trade with the Yu sisters, Lin Yuan opened a bottle of cocktail to liven things up. Inside the pink SUV, Yu Jiao stared at the golden-brown kangaroo meat in her hand, lost in thought. Although it looked appealing, the taste was another story. Yuck. In a purple MPV, Yu Ji handed over a golden-brown piece of kangaroo meat to the 2 male models sitting in the front seats, her face flashing a sickly smile. Time for the dogs to eat. Hey, big guy, why don't you drink? Lu Rian said, her eyes glazed as she gazed at Lin Yuan, who was sitting across from her. Lin Yuan lifted the bottle cap, shaking it in front of the girls. I'm drinking, you all feel free. After saying this, he tilted his head back, quickly stowing the bottle cap into his system backpack, then took it out again, mimicking a swallowing motion. Beside him, Luo Shuihan noticed Lin Yuan's little trick but kept quiet, looking at him with a fond expression. Wang Shihan was focused on devouring skewers, while Wang Xia's eyes were darting around, contemplating how she could get closer to the fit Luo Shuihan. Before long, it was 11 p.m. As the last piece of grilled meat slid down Lin Yuan's throat, the bonfire party came to an end. The 4 girls' faces were flushed, their eyes dreamy, and they needed to support each other as they stumbled into the pickup truck. Lin Yuan picked up a bottle of alcohol, inspecting the alcohol content. 40 vol, about 15 degrees. With that, he turned to the curious Lu Ruyan peeking in the car and flashed a big smile. Approaching her seat, Lin Yuan effortlessly lifted her delicate body and, despite her half-hearted struggles, decisively carried her into the truck's bathtub. Thanks to the pickup truck's decent shock absorbers, the 3 girls in the back seat didn't feel the bumps of the vehicle. While Luo Shuihan was still straining to listen to the sounds coming from behind, Wang Xia quietly leaned over, taking a couple of sniffs. Sister, you smell amazing. Luo Shuihan instantly became alert, scrutinizing Wang Xia's face before breaking into a smile. I knew you looked familiar. You are that infamous girl from the G Circle, aren't you? Wang Xia replied in surprise. Sister knows me? Yes. Let us swap seats, so I can tell you all about it. Okay, the 2 girls switched seats. What do you want to say, sister? Looking at Luo Shuihan, who suddenly closed her eyes, Wang Xia was a bit confused, not understanding what was going on, until the door was pulled open and she was hoisted out by a strong figure. Wang Xia realized she had fallen into a trap. Watching Luo Shuihan wink at her from inside the car, Wang Xia felt a mix of emotions, realizing it was another day of being straightened out. At 1 a.m., Lu Ruyan and Wang Xia were soaking in a bathtub, gazing at each other. But in that moment, no matter how much Wang Xia admired Lu Ruyan's smooth body, she felt none of the excitement she used to. Could it be that Lin Yuan really had straightened her out? In the back seat of the pickup truck, Lin Yuan was still deep in discussion with the 2 girls about the origins of species. The 3 of them were engaged in a heated conversation, and this in-depth exchange lasted for quite a while. By 3 in the morning, the academic debate finally drew to a close. After Lin Yuan's last passionate speech, the 2 women ultimately conceded. A war without gunfire had come to an end. After freshening up, everyone returned to the pickup truck. A glance at the display screen revealed it was already 4 o'clock, leaving only 3 hours until dawn. Urging the women to get some sleep, Lin Yuan decided that he would take the watch tonight. The prolonged battle hadn't left him feeling overly fatigued, and he suspected it might have something to do with his physical fitness. Lifting his short sleeves, he revealed a flat abdomen with 6 well-defined abs. A system notification chimed in his ear. Vehicle upgrade successful. Please check for details. Large pickup truck for drivers age 22 and above. Top speed, 60 km/h. Fuel tank capacity, 320 liters. Fuel consumption, 1 liter per kilometer. Interior features, air conditioning, regional radio, ambient lighting. Heated seats, maximum load capacity, 600 kilograms. Durability, 10 materials needed for the next level. Iron blocks 120, plastic 120, rubber 120, glass 100, carbon fiber 120, vehicle core 50. 10 gold coins. What's the deal with heated seats on such a hot day? Blinding sunlight streamed through the windshield, and the temperature outside was steadily rising as the women slowly stirred from their sleep. Chapter 39. The struggling boss keeps watch after Lu Rian woke up. She immediately gave Lin Yuan a big hug. It was breakfast time, and she took out the last 5 cans of 8 treasure porridge and 4 bags of pickled vegetables from the system's backpack to share with the other girls. The pickup truck set off again towards the road ahead. Boss, there's an intersection up ahead. Should we stop? Hearing this, Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, casually waved his hand. You all decide. The girls huddled together and whispered among themselves, with 3 votes in favor and 1 against. The pickup truck smoothly drifted to a stop in the middle of the road. Time ticked away, and instead of encountering players on their journey, they were met by a few zombies. At first, Lin Yuan couldn't believe that zombies were approaching, but when he saw a group of awkwardly running figures heading their way, he was convinced. Normally, zombies should run at a speed of around 10 kilometers h, but why were they suddenly running now? What was going on? Could someone explain this to him? Was there a bug in the system? Detection of evolved zombies. Maximum speed can reach 20 kilometers h. Hidden hint. Small zombies pose no threat to you at this moment. Taking them down is as easy as slicing watermelons. Slicing watermelons? He liked that analogy. Lin Yuan grabbed his Tang Dao and jumped out of the pickup truck. He quickly counted the number of zombies. 92 in total. Fortunately, it was just 92. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan opened the car door and quickly took a seat in the passenger's side, shouting loudly to the girls who were still dazed outside. What are you waiting for? Get in the car. Before the other girls could react, Lu Rian had already jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine. She was familiar with the escape routine. Once the car was running, the other 3 girls finally came to their senses, quickly opening the doors and hopping inside. The pickup truck sped down the road at 58 kilometers h, rapidly increasing the distance between them and the horde of zombies. Only then did everyone let out a sigh of relief. They were safe for the moment. Lin Yuan, do you know why those zombies chased us? Luo Shuihan asked. Her question was also on the minds of the others, and they looked at Lin Yuan, hoping he would provide a satisfactory answer. Instead of responding to her question, Lin Yuan was deep in thought about how to resolve the current predicament once and for all. Just yesterday, he thought his diesel supply would last for several more days. But now, after encountering a swarm of zombies, he was already running low on fuel. Regardless of whether he had enough diesel or not, he still needed to find a way to deal with the zombies ahead. Perhaps it's time to let go of some things that are no longer useful. Lin Yuan turned to Wang Shihan, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Upon meeting Lin Yuan's gaze, Wang Shihan instinctively tightened her legs. Big eyes, there's something you need? This might not be the best place for it, she said. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. What did she mean by that? 10 minutes later, 20 meters behind the pickup truck, there was an oil-leaking van. Lu Rian was crouched on the back, holding a makeshift arrow wrapped in cloth and filled with diesel. In the driver's seat, Wang Shihan had her right foot on the gas pedal, waiting for Lin Yuan's command. The running zombies quickly reached the van's location, and at Lin Yuan's shout, Lu Rian drew her bow and shot. Everyone eagerly stared at the van's position, but 1 minute passed, then 3 minutes, and nothing happened. Lin Yuan? Sisters? Lu Rian glanced down at the diesel lighter in her hand, giving an awkward smile. Big guy, I forgot to light it. Lin Yuan? After observing for a while, Lin Yuan was surprised to discover a bug in the game. It seemed there was an invisible wall along the sides of the road. Whenever a zombie tried to leave the road and step onto the sand, it would be bounce back. Yes, bounce back. Lin Yuan devised a plan, instructing Wang Shihan to drive forward 100 meters to ensure they could retreat quickly in case of an emergency. With a Tang Dao in hand, he approached the sandy area on the left. Just as Lin Yuan had anticipated, when he stepped onto the sand, all the zombies were drawn to him. They charged toward him, but as they neared the sand, an invisible force sent them flying back. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Yuan felt a rush of satisfaction. Indeed, when it comes to victory, thinking things through is essential. Once he figured out the pattern, Lin Yuan took down one zombie after another. In no time, he had dispatched all the zombies that were clawing at him. He waved at the several women 100 meters ahead and stepped into the bloody battlefield he had created, starting the cleanup process. Having read apocalyptic novels, he vaguely remembered that zombies might contain energy cores in their heads or bodies. Directing the women, They dissected over 30 zombie corpses, but not only did they not find any cores, they didn't even see a single heart. Just as Lin Yuan was about to call for a collective retreat, he heard a gasp from Lu Ruyan. With a mix of anticipation, he quickly walked over, only to turn away in disappointment. Lu Ruyan shouted after him, "Big guy, is this really not a core?" Without turning back, Lin Yuan replied, "No." "Then what is it?" she asked. "Kidney stones." "How did you know that?" Lu Ruyan blinked and leaned closer to Lin Yuan, whispering in his ear, "But I heard someone say you were at a bar." "Shut up." All right, big shot." The pickup truck sped down the highway, with Lin Yuan sitting in the passenger seat, rubbing his temples. He still couldn't figure out how Lu Ruyan had overheard the conversation between him and the middle-aged woman. Could she have some extraordinary ability? He glanced at her character panel. Aside from her affection level being at 95 points, everything else seemed normal. Lu Ruyan, the big shot. "Did you eavesdrop on my conversation with someone?" Why would you ask that?" Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. "I'm the one asking you, okay? All right. Actually, big shot, I can hear your thoughts. Do you think I believe that?" "Really, big shot?" Lu Ruyan said seriously. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. Could she be telling the truth? "Haven't you heard the saying?" "What saying?" "Lu Ruyan, the Empress, is terrifying." "Come on, speak plainly." "Okay, I admit it. I did eavesdrop. I knew it," Lin Yuan said with a smug smile. "But was this all instigated by Wang Shurya?" Wang Shurya, who was still munching on snacks in the back seat, froze. "What does this have to do with me?" she shouted. "Lu Ruyan, you better watch your mouth, or I'll take you down." Lu Ruyan pouted. "Big shot. Look at her getting all worked up. She wants to silence me." Wang Shurya pointed a finger at Lu Ruyan. You've been rambling for ages, and still haven't made any sense." Detected a treasure chest 300 meters ahead. Recommend checking it out. Chapter 40. The pickup truck accelerated, kicking up sand and heading straight into the vast desert. Reaching the approximate location indicated for the treasure chest, the four women in the truck quickly grabbed their weapons and jumped out, searching for any signs of the treasure nearby. 5 minutes later, the pickup truck emerged from the desert and returned to the highway. Lin Yuan now held a white rabbit that was kicking its hind legs vigorously. Reflecting on how clumsy he had been on the first day he hunted a rabbit, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. He glanced at the assortment of bottles and jars on the back seat, a smile creeping onto his face. He could finally enjoy some spicy rabbit head. "Boss, there's a traffic light ahead. Go for it." "Received, boss." The pickup truck sped through the intersection at 58 kilometers h. Warning, warning, you have run a red light. Would you like to use the 6 points deduction ticket? Can be used to excuse running a red light. To negate this traffic violation? Yes. Ticket successfully used. Violation excused. Boss, did we change scenes? Did we change scenes? Lin Yuan looked around, puzzled. The once endless desert had transformed into a dense jungle, with the occasional sound of birds chirping. A system prompt sounded in his ear. The Highway Survival Jungle Quest has been activated. Please choose 3 from the following 6 options. Unselected items will be sealed. Limited time, 5 minutes. 1. Vehicle. Large pickup truck, diesel capacity 160-230 liters, fuel consumption of 1 liter per kilometer. Max speed 60 kilometers h. Used pink van, gasoline capacity 95-130 liters, fuel consumption of 0.5 liters per kilometer, max speed 45 kilometers h. Choose 1-2. Servants. Lu Ruyan, servant level LV0. Wang Shurhan, servant level LV0. Wang Xia, servant level LV0. Luo Shuian, servant level LV1. Choose 1-3. Currency, 156 gold coins. 56 silver coins 4. Resources, clothing, food, diesel materials 5. Weapons, silver level tang, sword X1, black iron level dagger X3, black iron level shovel X1, black iron level bow, and arrow X1. Choose 2 from 4, 6. Items, ticket, silver level water condenser, black iron level ice maker, 6 options, choose 3. Lin Yuan selected the vehicle, servant, and weapon. For the vehicle, he chose the more fuel-efficient, used pink van. Although it was slower, it could cover more distance. As for the servant selection, Lin Yuan was torn for quite a while. The twin sisters were the first to be eliminated. Emotionally, Lu Ruyan had undoubtedly been his companion the longest. However, in terms of strength, Luo Shuihan was clearly the strongest. This put Lin Yuan in a predicament, wasting a full minute, but he ultimately chose Lu Ruyan due to the other party's skilled driving and archery skills, as well as their excellent coordination. Lin Yuan chose the silver level Tang Dao and black iron level Bao. As Lin Yuan made his selection, an eerie silence fell around them, and everyone in the vehicle lost consciousness the next moment. When Lin Yuan woke up again, he found himself lying in a pink minivan. "Boss, you're awake," said Lu Ruyin, rubbing her slightly swollen head. Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward the driver's seat. "What happened?" Lu Ruyin looked puzzled. "Boss, don't you remember? You passed out right after making your choice. By the way, thank you for trusting me. Among all the sisters, you chose me." Lin Yuan looked at her in surprise. "You knew?" Lu Ruyin paused for a moment. "I don't know." Lin Yuan. The pink minivan continued down the narrow jungle road, and the sounds of birds chirping returned on either side. Listening to Lu Ruyin recount the complex expressions on the faces of the girls when he made his choice, Lin Yuan felt neither happy nor sad. It was absurd to care about others' expressions when he had made a personal choice. He opened the system panel to check the relevant details of the jungle instance. 1. The vehicle must travel at least 10 kilometers on the first day, and double that on the second day. 2. Players can gather resources with their own hands. 3. A basic quest will be issued daily, and completing it will reward a treasure chest. The chest does not contain any edible resources except drinks. 4. The system trading mall is closed during the instance, and player trading systems are also disabled. Only face-to-face trading is allowed. 5. The duration of this instance task is 7 days. Please strive to survive for 7 days. After reading the 5 points, Lin Yuan remained indifferent. It seemed somewhat like a wilderness survival scenario. He opened his inventory, took out the Tang Dao and Bao, and tossed them onto the back seat for easy access. When he opened the regional chat channel, he noticed that the number of players hadn't changed much. But Lin Yuan was surprised to find that he couldn't speak. Just as he was about to exit the regional channel, a pop-up appeared in the lower left corner. Zone 19999 Jungle Instance Chat Room. With a mix of anticipation, he clicked on the Jungle Instance, and the number of participants in the upper right corner showed too, with one player displaying a string of garbled text. Lin Yuan typed hello and sent it, waiting for a reply. 1 minute passed, then 2, and finally the other party responded. "Boss, you could just talk to me directly. Why be so mysterious? Is it necessary to speak in the chat room?" Lin Yuan turned his head to look at Lu Ruyin, who was focused on driving, his brow slightly furrowed. Could it be that he guessed wrong? The player with the username Glitch replied, "Boss, why are you frowning? If you keep staring like that, you're going to make her shy." Lu Ruyin responded, "I'm here, boss. What are you up to?" Could it be that you, boss, enjoy this kind of secret relationship vibe?" Lin Yuan replied, He likes. So after chatting for so long, it was all for nothing. "How long have we been driving?" Boss, this vehicle doesn't have a display screen, so I don't really know." "Doesn't the dashboard show the mileage?" "It does." "How much?" "Just tell me." Boss, do you really want to know?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan leaned over to glance at the mileage and fell silent. Mileage, 999, 998. With this mileage, can it still be called a second-hand van? It must have been passed down through at least 2 generations. Keep the speed at 10 kilometers h and drive for an hour. "Got it, boss." An hour later, the van came to a stop on the highway. Lu Ruyin put on a smile, rubbing her palms together as she looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said irritably, "What now?" "Boss, don't you think it's time to eat?" "Hey, you want to eat? Go make it yourself." Lu Ruyun's mouth fell open in surprise. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. She cautiously looked at Lin Yuan, her face showing a pitiful expression. "Boss." Lin Yuan, feeling annoyed, picked up a bow and arrow from the back seat and tossed it to Lu Ruyin. "Come on, let's go hunting." System prompt. Today's jungle dungeon quest has been issued. Main quest. The troubles of highway maintenance workers. Kangaroos have become a rampant problem in the jungle, often gathering on the highways. This has severely affected players' gaming experience. Please resolve this issue within a day. Eliminate 500 kangaroos. Chapter 41. Seeing the task assigned by the system, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Killing 500 kangaroos? Please. Even killing 50 would be a stretch. Wait a minute. He looked at the kangaroos that kept jumping out of the jungle. Lu Ruoyan was worried, her little face gloomy as she turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "What are we going to do, big guy? What can we do? Just drive?" The two quickly jumped into the van, and Lu Ruoyan slammed the gas pedal. However, the van's top speed was only 45 kilometers h, while the kangaroos in the jungle could reach speeds of up to 60 kilometers h. After just 200 meters, the van was quickly caught up by the herd of kangaroos. The sound of thuds echoed from outside as the van began to show numerous dents on its surface. Inside the van, Lu Ruoyan continued to floor the gas, her hands constantly turning the steering wheel. On the narrow road, she executed several sharp, snake-like maneuvers, showcasing her driving skills right in front of Lin Yuan's face. Big guy, my driving skills are pretty good, right? Lin Yuan's face darkened. This was a matter of life and death. Yet she was in the mood to show off her driving skills. 30 minutes later, through the rearview mirror, Lin Yuan noticed that the number of pursuing kangaroos had significantly decreased, and his mood began to lighten. Just then, Lu Ruoyun suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the van skidded to a stop on the side of the road. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Who told you to stop? Lu Ruoyun, her face lit up with excitement, pointed to the right side of Lin Yuan. Following her finger, Lin Yuan saw two 3-meter-tall figures slowly standing up from the ground, grinning at the van. 3-meter-tall kangaroos, taller than the one they encountered in the desert, and there were two of them. Were these the kangaroo kings? How were they supposed to fight these? Lin Yuan handed the tang knife towards Lu Ruoyun, suggesting, how about you give it a try? Lu Ruoyun replied, big guy, I can barely handle a 1-3-meter kangaroo, and you expect me to take on a 3-meter one? She gave Lin Yuan an encouraging look and planted a kiss on his cheek. I believe you can do it. Before Lin Yuan could respond, the passenger door was yanked open, and a pair of claws dragged him out. The battle began, much to Lin Yuan's reluctance. Hidden hint. Hitting a specific part of the kangaroo can greatly reduce its mobility. This part could be used to craft items. The moment he was pulled out of the van, Lin Yuan swiftly turned and slashed down with the tang knife, trimming a portion of the kangaroo's claw. Staring at the neatly trimmed claw, the kangaroo paused for a moment before extending its other claw towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the 3 claws in front of him and then up at the 2 kangaroos, their expressions nothing short of mocking. With a swift series of slashes, 3 sharp claws emerged. Lin Yuan smirked. How's that? Pretty professional, right? In response, he faced 4 thick legs, as the kangaroo's claws were bloodied. Using the force of several hundred pounds transmitted through the knife's back, Lin Yuan successfully soared into the group of kangaroos behind him. Standing before a kangaroo about 1.6 meters tall, Lin Yuan revealed a cruel smile. If he couldn't take down the big ones, the small ones were nothing but vegetables to chop. The tang knife slashed repeatedly, targeting the kangaroo's lower body, with bright red blood splattering onto the ground. One by one, pieces of craft materials fell onto the road. The highway was littered with kangaroos convulsing on the ground. Just as Lin Yuan was getting into the swing of things, he failed to notice that the craft materials in front of him were growing larger. He raised his hand and struck again. A piercing scream echoed for miles along the road as a figure over 3 meters tall crashed heavily to the ground, its blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Yuan, who wore a look of astonishment. Is this hidden hint really that powerful? He murmured, lightly tapping the kangaroo king's face with the knife's tip. What good is being tall and strong if you can't withstand a single blow? Suddenly, an unknown creature blocked the sunlight above him. Lin Yuan looked up, and to his shock, it was a kangaroo with a pouch. A pair of muscular legs kicked solidly into Lin Yuan's chest, sending him flying once more. Although he didn't spit any blood while airborne, he could still feel the intense pain in his chest. Conservatively estimating, at least 8 ribs must have been broken. As he rapidly descended, Lin Yuan thought, why does it feel so soft under my backside? Turning around, he saw an 1.8-meter-tall kangaroo grinning at him, its eyes filled with an odd affection. What was happening? Peering down, Lin Yuan's face fell. He had landed in another female kangaroo's pouch. Just as the 3-meter-tall female kangaroo approached, Lin Yuan felt a furry paw dragging him out of the pouch. Yes, it was indeed dragging him out. He turned to see the mother kangaroo that had treated him like a child disappear into the jungle with a few jumps. Is this a stepmother? Clutching his tang knife, Lin Yuan's eyes filled with determination as he turned and sprinted toward the group of kangaroos behind him. No way was he going to face that huge one alone. It was far too brutal. Seeing Lin Yuan turn to run, the mother kangaroo crouched down and sprang over him, blocking his path and turning to reveal a mocking smile. Damn it, he couldn't hold back any longer. With the approaching kangaroo group closing in, Lin Yuan made a dash past the mother kangaroo, successfully entering the midst of the kangaroo horde. With a swift motion, the crafts fell to the ground again. The mother kangaroo, feeling a surge of unexplainable anger as Lin Yuan repeatedly avoided direct contact, was about to make a move. Suddenly, it felt an unseen force pulling it deeper into the jungle. At that moment, Lin Yuan heard a system notification in his ears. Main quest. The troubles of the road maintenance worker. Completed. Score. 85 points evaluation. A brave and skilled worker can always see through the enemy's weaknesses but still left them a chance to breathe. Reward: Silver Level Treasure Chest 1 Side Quest. Help the exhibition hall collect materials for crafts. The 19999 Area Craft Exhibition Hall is currently under expansion and urgently needs a standout craft piece to hold the scene together. Seeing the side quest, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Craft materials? This is easy. There are plenty scattered around. He called out to Lu Ruyan, who was still busy finishing off the fallen crafts in the distance. Come over here, I have a task for you. 20 minutes later, beside the van, a small pile of kangaroo craft materials stood about half a meter high. Lin Yuan stored all the materials in his system backpack and opened the side quest page to submit them. Ding! Congratulations on completing the side quest. Help the exhibition hall collect materials for crafts. The exhibition staff is very pleased with the craft materials you submitted. As a special reward, you receive 30 liters of gasoline, which has been automatically added to the tank. Current fuel level, 106-130. That's it? Is that all? This is what they call being very satisfied. As expected, a mere exhibition hall staff can only squeeze out so much benefit. Well, let us open that silver level treasure chest. Chapter 42. Take out this silver treasure chest from the system backpack and open it. Lu Ruyan constantly prayed beside him, hoping to find some food inside. However, no miracle occurred, and the prayers were in vain. Looking inside the silver treasure chest, they found a silver slingshot and a few boxes of steel balls. The two fell silent. The silver slingshot, with a maximum range of 25 meters, can accurately penetrate the branches of small trees when used with steel balls, requires 3 mental points to use. Lin Yuan picked up the slingshot from the chest and stretched it. He imagined that the hardness and elasticity of the rubber band would probably hurt quite a bit if it hit someone. He turned to Lu Ruyan with an eager expression. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her eyes warily observing the round rubber band in Lin Yuan's hand. Nervously, she said, "Big guy, this isn't the right place for that kind of fun. If you get a wound infected without any medicine to treat it, it could get serious." All right, Lin Yuan ultimately accepted Lu Ruyan's suggestion. Although he had no idea what kind of fun she was referring to, it certainly sounded interesting. "Big guy, let us hurry up and leave." The smell of blood from the corpses could attract ferocious beasts from deeper in the jungle. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and agreed with her once again. Entering the dented pink van, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Despite its shabby appearance, this van was surprisingly sturdy, but this thought only lingered in his mind for less than a minute. After the van jumped over a speed bump, the front passenger door fell off onto the highway due to the bumpiness inside the vehicle. Lin Yuan, feeling the temperature inside the van drop sharply. Lu Ruyan pouted in discontent. "Big guy, can we not open the car doors while driving?" "Stop the car." With a screech, the van came to a halt on the highway. "What's wrong, big guy? Are you blind? Can't you see the door fell off?" Are you joking?" Lu Ruyan turned to look at Lin Yuan, her mouth agape. Just 10 seconds ago, she was thinking that with such a big door, he was just trying to style his hair with the wind while speeding down the road. Now, she wondered why, despite it being his door that fell off, she was the one expected to pick it up. Could it be that she had laughed too loudly just now? It wasn't impossible. Opening the back door under Lin Yuan's direction, she tossed the door into the back seat. "Big guy, I'm hungry. Can you show a bit of your gentlemanly side and help me get something to eat?" Lin Yuan shrugged off his half-sleeve shirt, slinging a tang knife over his shoulder and the slingshot at his waist, and together with Lu Ruyan, they headed deeper into the jungle. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan stood under a big tree, cheering for Lu Ruyan, who was climbing higher and higher. "Keep going, Ruyan. Hope is just ahead. Victory is within reach. Think about those days when you fought kangaroos. Think about the times you went hungry. Think about you. Big boss. Hey, keep it down. If you attract other wild beasts, we'll be in trouble," Lu Ruyan replied. Lin Yuan realized there was some truth in her words and decided to keep quiet. Just then, a hidden prompt sounded in his ear. Hidden prompt. The bird eggs at the top of the tree might trigger a hidden side quest. If you're interested, you could try looking for the eggs. Watching Lu Ruyan, who had already climbed onto a branch, Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. 3 minutes later, he spread his arms wide and looked up at Lu Ruyan, who was squatting on the branch, holding a bird's nest. "Are you ready?" Lu Ruyan, with a distressed expression, replied, "Big boss, I'm not ready. Come on, let us not waste time." Just then, he thought of a way to reduce her physical exertion. In simple terms, it was to climb up and jump down. This method not only improved efficiency but also significantly shorten the labor time. The only thing to keep in mind was to control the direction. With a shadow rapidly falling, Lin Yuan reacted quickly and caught a black spicy strip. A black spicy strip? Before it could land a kiss, he violently crushed its head, not out of brutality, but simply a momentary loss of control. "Big boss, I'm coming." A delicate figure plummeted from the tree, and Lin Yuan swiftly sidestepped, extending his arms to catch Lu Ruyan as she fell. "Wow, you're amazing. There's even more amazing stuff. Want to give it a try?" Maybe not. I haven't been feeling well lately." "What are you thinking? I mean, I could probably just toss you up to the next tree." "Big boss, please let me off." Accepting the bird's nest that Lu Ruyan handed him, Lin Yuan looked in surprise at the 6 bird eggs nestled in the straw. These eggs seemed to be as big as goose eggs. Is this really from a proper bird? Above them, on the tree trunk, a python as thick as an arm was flicking its tongue wildly, its inverted triangular eyes fixed intently on the 2 below. Resting his fingers on the bird eggs, Lin Yuan didn't receive any prompts regarding the side quest, feeling a twinge of disappointment. The next moment, a system notification sounded in his ear, and Lin Yuan stared in astonishment at the bird eggs in the nest. No wonder he couldn't trigger the side quest. It turned out these weren't bird eggs at all. 6 snake eggs have been detected. They're hard and elastic shells, making them a rare delicacy in this jungle. Cooking methods include roasting, pan-frying, and boiling. It's recommended to use them before cracking the shells. Otherwise, frying is the only option left. Watching Lin Yuan continue to play with a few bird eggs in his hands, Lu Ruyan felt a bit anxious. "Hey, big shot. Should we work first or eat first?" Lin Yuan thought for 0.01 seconds and decided it would be better to eat first. After all, if he didn't finish his work and the spicy strips came out, how could he enjoy them? He had no interest in tasting such peculiar live treats. Moreover, he was curious about what these seemingly fresh snake eggs would taste like once cooked. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat of the van, feeling quite relieved as he watched Lu Ruyan squatting on the ground, rubbing a stick. 10 minutes later, after glancing at Lu Ruyan still busy with the stick, Lin Yuan furrowed his brows a few times. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuan abruptly lifted the hood of the van, put it in neutral, and pressed the gas pedal, causing the van to roar. He found a few relatively clean leaves to make bowls and placed them on the engine cover, cracking 3 snake eggs into them. 25 minutes later, seeing a wisp of white smoke rising from the stick beneath his feet, Lu Ruyan excitedly stomped her feet in place. 30 minutes later, she eagerly picked up the ignited stick, ready to show Lin Yuan the fruits of her labor. However, Lin Yuan, who had already eaten 4 fried eggs, was clearly less interested in the flaming stick. He casually handed Lu Ruyan the last 2 fried snake eggs and couldn't help but let out a satisfied burp. "Eat quickly, then we can get back to work." Lu Ruyan. Chapter 43. The moment Lin Yuan's hand rested on a bird's egg, a hidden side quest was triggered. Congratulations, you have activated a hidden side quest. The dietary troubles of researchers. Collect 100 bird eggs, deep in the jungle, inside an unassuming wooden cabin. A group of researchers dedicated to exploring the mysteries of animals were constantly troubled by their breakfast lacking adequate nutrition. Quest reward. You may unseal any 2 items from the archived system backpack resources. Exclude servants. Upon seeing the quest reward, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Beside him, Lu Ruyan was already accustomed to Lin Yuan's peculiar behavior. "Boss, is something making you happy? Share it with me. I want to be happy too." Lin Yuan turned to Lu Ruyan and flashed a mischievous smile. "Do you really want to know?" "Uh-huh. If you climb 20 more trees, I'll tell you." "Boss, you're not joking, right? Do I look like I'm joking?" "Boss, I can probably manage to climb 3 or 4 more trees at most before I'm exhausted." "Is that so? Then you can just climb those 3 or 4 trees." Lu Ruyan. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan weighed the 23 bird eggs in his hand, pouting in dissatisfaction. "The yield of these birds is really disappointing." "Boss, this is the last tree. You don't need to go up anymore. Are you preparing to go up personally?" Lu Ruyan asked, surprised. Rolling his eyes, Lin Yuan scoffed and pulled out a slingshot from his waist, loading a steel ball, aiming at the bird's nest in the tree. Lu Ruyan. "Boss, can I ask why you only took out the slingshot now?" Glancing at her, he replied, "Trust me, you wouldn't want to know the answer." Lu Ruyan was taken aback. She didn't want to know the answer? No way. How could she not want to know? All right. Seeing the incredulous expression on his face, she truly didn't want to know the answer anymore. But Lin Yuan decided to tell her anyway. "Actually, I just forgot. Lu Ruyan. With the slingshot in play, the search for bird eggs became noticeably quicker. 2 hours later, after the two of them had knocked down countless bird nests, Lin Yuan decided to call it a day. The number of bird eggs in the system backpack had reached an astonishing 248. After accounting for the number needed for the quest submission, the surplus eggs would be more than enough for nutritional intake in the coming days. Although there were still hundreds of pounds of kangaroo meat in the system's backpack, Lin Yuan felt that eating bird eggs would be more flavorful without any seasoning. He found a hidden side quest in the system panel and put up 103 bird eggs for submission. The reason he submitted 3 extra eggs was purely his own consideration. He hoped that the researchers eagerly awaiting the eggs would understand that a little understanding, a bit of tolerance, and a touch of. 2 minutes after submitting the items, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed the hidden side quest, Researcher's Dietary Dilemma. Given your overachievement in the task, you are rewarded with a special item. Vehicle Repair Card 1. Limited time, 8 hours. Please choose 2 items from the temporarily sealed system backpack within 60 seconds. Lin Yuan decisively selected cigarettes 26 and diesel lighter 40. Once he finished selecting the items, the system backpack automatically refreshed. Task complete. Ding! Congratulations. You have completed all tasks for today. Reward items have been automatically issued to the system backpack. The surprise came so suddenly that Lin Yuan momentarily lost his ability to manage his expression. Under Lu Ruyan's astonished gaze, he nervously pulled a cigarette from his pocketless pants, lit it, and took a deep puff. Big guy, where did you get the cigarettes? Wait, do you have a lighter? Well, the sun is really nice today. Big guy, you. All right. He interrupted her, waving his hand. With a displeased expression, Lu Ruyan returned to the van, eagerly opening the system backpack. Having completed all the tasks, she expected the reward items to at least be something like a silver treasure chest. But what was with the 2 bottles of orange juice 25L? Just 2 bottles of orange juice? Was it because he didn't choose water earlier? It was too late for regrets. She took out a bottle of orange juice, twisted off the cap, and gulped down more than half in one go. Watching Lin Yuan's actions, Lu Ruyan's mouth was watering with saliva and amylase. After swallowing several times, she tentatively asked Lin Yuan, Big guy, can I have a sip? Just 1 sip. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was generous, and in one go, he finished the rest, leaving her just a sip. As he handed her the bottle, he couldn't help but add, by the way, what I left for you is all pulp. I know you've been lacking vitamin C lately, so this will help. Shaking the nearly empty bottle of orange juice in her hand, Lu Ruyan felt like crying. She had just mentioned being conservative. After finishing the last bit of pulp, a sweet smile crept onto Lu Ruyan's face, simply because the drink tasted so sweet. With the vehicle repair card, gifted by the jungle researchers, Lin Yuan successfully fixed the van. The vehicle looked brand new, but instead of its usual pink color, it had been repainted silver gray. Had it been reset to factory settings? Though he didn't quite understand, at least it was functional. Under the moonlight, beams illuminated the road below. Compared to the endless desert, Lin Yuan preferred the jungle bathed in moonlight. After roasting the 28th bird egg, Lu Ruyan let out a satisfied burp. Full now? Lin Yuan asked. Feeling good, boss? Lu Ruyan nodded. So, are we working now? Lin Yuan teased, oh come on, boss. You can't be serious. You wanted to grab the slingshot and go into the woods to hunt birds at this hour? That doesn't seem right. Go, lay down the back seat. I'll be sleeping back there tonight, she replied. Oh, you should have said that sooner. I was all worked up for nothing, Lin Yuan chuckled. What's the matter? Are you saying there's a third interpretation to working? He added playfully. Lu Ruyan's face flushed slightly as she focused on her task, not responding. Just as Lin Yuan was about to tease her some more, he suddenly noticed shadows appearing on the road ahead. In the dim moonlight, he realized the shadows were snakes, one after another. Initially, he felt uneasy, as there were far too many snakes completely covering the road in front of the van. However, as time passed, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that these snakes seemed unable to approach within a meter of the van. As soon as they got close, they would twist and change direction. Once they realized that the crawling snacks posed no threat to the snakes, both of them couldn't help but relax. Leaning back in their seats, they drifted off to sleep. In his dreams, Lin Yuan indulged in all the delicacies of the world. Yet he had a particular fondness for a sour food. Meanwhile, in her dream, Lu Ruyan once again ascended to the throne of a great empire. With a group of powerful figures bowing before her, one of whom looked strikingly familiar. Chapter 44. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic tapping echoed along the jungle road. The two, still lost in their dreams, suddenly opened their eyes wide, reaching for their weapons beside them, cautiously scanning their surroundings. The sound was coming from the left side of the vehicle. They exchanged glances and carefully approached the left door. 1 minute passed, and they slowly backed away. Lu Ruyan blinked her eyes and said to Lin Yuan, "Boss, there's nobody there. Could it be some kind of creature outside?" Lin Yuan gestured for her to remain calm. A minute later, the voices of two men could be heard outside the vehicle. "Brother, do you think there's really no one in this junk of a car?" "Impossible. I clearly saw a couple get into this car last night." "Then why haven't they opened the door after all this knocking? Maybe they're just sleeping too soundly. Let us wait a bit longer. But if we wait too long, it'll be daylight. I don't want to travel during the day. Just a little longer." Hearing the conversation outside, both of them couldn't help but frown. Lu Ruyan glanced at the dimly lit jungle outside and nervously said, "Boss, you don't think there's really something out there, do you?" Lin Yuan's mind was far from as calm as he appeared. He wasn't sure what those two voices outside belonged to. Better to wait and see. When the first rays of sunlight streamed through the windshield into the car, the persistent knocking ceased. They exchanged relieved glances at the same time. Lu Ruyan exclaimed, "Boss, we're safe now." Lin Yuan replied, "Yeah, we're safe." He stopped Lu Ruyan from reaching for the door handle. Out of caution, Lin Yuan leaned over to check the left side mirror. He was immediately stunned. Two unknown snakes, each about 8 meters long and as thick as an adult's arm, were slithering deeper into the jungle. As if sensing someone was watching, they turned toward the rearview mirror, exposing their sharp fangs. "Boss, are you all right?" "Fine. You drive, and let us move forward 20 kilometers. "Okay, boss." The van sped down the jungle road, and Lin Yuan leaned back in his seat, contemplating the scene he had just witnessed. Could it be that the knocking sound was made by those two snakes? Do those snakes even speak human language? That can't be true. 30 minutes later, the van stopped on the road, and Lin Yuan snapped back to reality. "Boss, should we roast some bird eggs to replenish our nutrition?" "Go ahead." He handed over 20 bird eggs and 2 diesel lighters, and then started to check today's main quest. Main quest: the redemption of herbivores. Kill 10 wild rabbits, 10 wild donkeys, and 10 goats. In the depths of the jungle, there are always some unruly herbivores that eat food not meant for them, severely disrupting the ecological balance of the jungle. Rumor has it, the area's supervisor of the Jungle Road dungeon is about to be promoted. Side quest: the Ranger Annie's request. Collect 10 sheep tails. The Ranger Annie, who has just arrived in the jungle, has a wealth of knowledge about rendering sheep tail fat. Please help her find a sufficient amount of sheep tails. After reading the 2 quest descriptions, Lin Yuan came to a conclusion. The main and side quests always have a connection through the items involved. Lin Yuan was convinced that this wasn't a coincidence. "Boss, the bird eggs are ready," Lu Ruyan said, holding out 5 blackened items to Lin Yuan. "Are these bird eggs?" "Yeah, boss. Give it a try and see how it tastes." "Forget it. I suddenly don't feel that hungry," Lin Yuan said with a serious expression. All right. If the boss isn't eating, I want to insist." 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan, with a tang knife slung over his shoulder and a slingshot at his waist, ventured deeper into the jungle with Lu Ruyan, who was carrying a bow and arrows on her back. Lu Ruyan blinked her big, cute eyes and looked at Lin Yuan leading the way ahead. Unable to help but ask, "Boss, what is our mission this time?" "Kill sheep, slaughter rabbits, and take down donkeys." Boss, I must have misheard. This mission is actually that simple. She'll keep it down." Pulling Lu Ruyan down to the grass beside him, Lin Yuan pressed her down. In an instant, Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed, her mind racing with countless scenarios. Ignoring Lu Ruyan, who was lost in her thoughts, Lin Yuan cautiously observed the figures emerging from the bushes ahead. Are those people? But how could there be people here? From their attire, it was obvious they weren't players. They wore short skirts made of woven wudong leaves, practice pants made of snake skin, and black leather shoes made of who knows what material. Each person held a sharpened wooden stick, looking nothing like ordinary folks. Until a scruffy, middle-aged man spoke up. "I say, Dr. Kai, are you even capable? We've been wandering around here for 3 laps and haven't spotted a single wild chicken." The middle-aged man in snakeskin overalls gestured for the others to be quiet, indicating that there might be someone nearby. Hearing this, the group became alert and scanned their surroundings. Lin Yuan, noticing this scene, instinctively lowered his body. Lu Ruyan nervously closed her eyes. Is the boss about to start? She felt a hint of excitement in her heart. After 1 minute, then two, Dr. Kai, standing in front of the crowd, discreetly glanced at the anxious onlookers around him. A smug smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Everyone's trying to stir things up, but they still have to listen to him. Just then, from the bushes ahead, a few muscular wild donkeys suddenly burst forth, striding confidently toward Dr. Kai and his team, baring their teeth. As more and more wild donkeys gathered in the area, instead of feeling nervous, the crowd became increasingly energized. Wow, Dr. Kai actually guessed right this time. There really are players nearby. Only players can attract such a large number of animals in the jungle. The local indigenous people have much less pull with the jungle-less wildlife, which is why, despite living in the jungle, they still need to assign tasks to players to gather resources. Dr. Kai, what should we do now? Asked a burly man with a somewhat sleazy appearance, wearing short shorts, his tone unusually excited. One person takes one, and we head southwest. We need to get back to the research lab as quickly as possible, Dr. Kai instructed. Can we take two? No, the supervisor is about to be replaced. We can't allow him to catch us making mistakes before he leaves. All right, the 6 of them moved quickly. Before Lin Yuan could see what they were doing, 6 wild donkeys let out unwilling cries as they were carried away by the team. They just took them away like that? Truly, researchers are terrifying. Watching the researchers gradually fade into the distance, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. So, this place is going to be his battlefield alone? Just as Lin Yuan was about to get up and move forward, a pair of smooth hands gently wrapped around his neck. Lu Ruoyan exhaled softly. Boss, I'm ready. Can we start now? Chapter 45. Inside the arena. It was a one-sided massacre, and Lu Ruoyan was filled with anger. Lin Yuan handed the slingshot to Lu Ruoyan and quickly charged into the battlefield with his tang knife. As Lu Ruoyan took the slingshot, she seemed to be guided by a divine force. Each steel ball she shot out was met with the anguished cries of wild donkeys. After successfully taking down over 20 wild donkeys, the herd quietly dispersed. The two entered the finishing off phase of the victory, and despite the gruesome scene, they were clearly enjoying themselves. About 5 meters away on the sandy ground, several researchers exchanged glances as they observed the two. Their eyes all turned toward Dr. Kai. Sensing the attention, Dr. Kai instinctively shrank back, his tone strange as he thought. Aren't you afraid of becoming like those wild donkeys, writhing on the ground under that girl's hands? Upon hearing his words, the others fell silent, recalling the fate of those male donkeys. A chill ran down their spines. They decided to retreat quietly into the depths of the jungle. After storing the bodies of 23 wild donkeys in their system backpack, the duo changed direction and headed toward the other side of the jungle. Boss, there are animal footprints here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan leaned in closer to carefully examine the large, chaotic footprints on the ground. By analyzing the size and shape of the prints, he could determine that they belonged to a higher species known as bipedal creatures. The two continued forward, and soon, the ground ahead was covered with numerous holes. Boss, this is what you were looking for. They gazed at the flat-headed mole peeking out from one of the holes. How could this be a honeypot? Lin Yuan was also curious. This creature shouldn't be found in deserts or tropical rainforests, so why was it here, catching rabbits in the jungle? When the flat-headed mole crawled out of its hole and saw 2 unfamiliar humans invading its territory, it instinctively displayed its not-so-sharp tusks. 3 seconds later, when Lu Ruoyan raised her slingshot, this smoke-free battle came to an end. The flat-headed mole collapsed at the entrance of its hole, convulsing uncontrollably. Lin Yuan watched from the side, secretly impressed by how quick it was. Kicking away the flat-headed mole that blocked the entrance, the two began to wait. Compared to the timid rabbits they had encountered before, the rabbits here were clearly more aggressive. As soon as the guards switched from the flat-headed mole to the bipedal creatures, the rabbits inside the hole began to attack the two. Despite having impressive combat abilities, these rabbits were still no match for Lin Yuan and Lu Ruoyan. After dispatching the last family member, the whole fell silent. A glance into the system backpack revealed they had collected a total of 28 rabbits. And now they only needed 10 more wild sheep to complete the main quest. It seems like the main quest should be completed soon. The two of them ventured deeper into the jungle once again. On the road, several researchers were nervously observing the surrounding forest near a van. One of them lowered his voice and asked, Dr. Kai, isn't what we're doing a bit unethical? If the players lose their vehicle, they could end up in serious danger. Dr. Kai, who was busy picking the lock on the van, shot a sidelong glance at the researcher and replied sharply, What? Do you want to drag? Everyone down with you to their doom? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. 20 minutes earlier, they had returned to the wooden cabin laboratory, happily hauling the spoils they had collected from the battlefield. Unfortunately, this scene was spotted by the newly arrived forest ranger ant, who caught them in a heated argument over food distribution. In the end, not only did she fail to gain anything from them, but she also ended up getting beaten up by the group. Subsequently, the situation escalated. The ant used her connections to contact her soon-to-be promoted supervisor, who was outraged to learn that a few small researchers dared to encroach on his territory. He immediately ordered their capture and intended to tie them to the highest branches in the jungle for punishment. Fortunately, Dr. Kai had a close relationship with the supervisor's secretary and received insider information, which led to the current scene of him trying to pick the van's lock. According to the indigenous rules of the 19999 region, there's a provision that allows natives to seize players' vehicles and gain their identities. Of course, this is contingent upon the condition that if the vehicle is not reclaimed within 24 hours after being stolen, the theft is considered successful. Additionally, during the act of stealing the vehicle, the natives' combat power is halved. Once they become players, they will no longer have all the privileges they previously enjoyed. Compared to the two scenarios, it is clear that natives can enjoy more benefits, and under normal circumstances, they typically do not choose to become players. Dr. Kai, are you done yet? I have a feeling that guy is coming back. Hurry up. Come on. If you think you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? The other party immediately fell silent. With nowhere to vent his anger, Dr. Kai violently punched the car window. The glass shattered, and with a grim expression, he reached through the broken window to open the car door. The nearby researchers turned pale at the sight, realizing they had spent all this time just to keep him company. It was clearly a matter of just one punch, but he had been fiddling with a wire for ages without opening the door. Although they were all frustrated, for the few who couldn't drive, Dr. Kai's experience was still invaluable. As Tang Dao cut through the 21st sheep's tail, Lin Yuan heard a cold system notification. System notification. Your vehicle has been stolen by a rogue research group that has fled into the jungle. Please retrieve your vehicle within 24 hours. The main quest has been automatically updated. Current main quest. Find a lost vehicle. Hope for survival. Quest rewards. Vehicle upgrade card X1. Character upgrade card X1. You can choose one item from your system inventory to unlock. This unlock is not subject to restrictions. Quest failure. Character erasure. Side quest. Herbivore's Redemption has been renamed to Jungle Supervisor's Request. Materials required for the quest have doubled. Hidden hint. Recover the vehicle and capture the rogue research group for double rewards. Side quest. Ranger Annie's Request has been renamed to Ranger Annie's Fury. Materials required for the quest have doubled. Hidden hint. Recover the vehicle and capture the rogue research group for double rewards. Hearing the incessant system alerts, Lin Yuan felt a surge of anger rising within him. Damn the natives, damn those overalls, he was determined to take down these shameless thieves. Noticing the dark expression on Lin Yuan's face, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay, boss?" Lin Yuan replied, "Our van is missing." Lu Ruyan looked incredulous. "You mean our vehicle is gone?" "Yes, it's gone. What should we do now?" Gazing deep into the jungle, Lin Yuan contemplated the feasibility of his next plan. After a long pause, he confidently said to Lu Ruyan, "Let us go, follow me." "Boss, have you thought of a way?" "I have. Can you share it?" "Let us save it for the next chapter." Chapter 46. In a thicket, Lin Yuan cautiously poked half of his head out, letting out a low whimper towards the depths of the distant jungle. Lu Ruyan blinked her bright, wide eyes and asked, "Boss, does this trick really work?" "Sure. Don't make a noise. Don't disrupt my performance." Awu, chirp, ah, snore, snore, hiss. Watching Lin Yuan struggle to imitate the various sounds of a kangaroo, Lu Ruyan looked at him with admiration. Wow, the boss is truly capable of anything. Perhaps 5 minutes had passed, or maybe 10. After Lin Yuan's relentless efforts, he finally succeeded in summoning the Forest Ranger Annie. Looking at the woman with a burlap sack tied around her waist and a hunting rifle slung over her back, an elegant yet slightly older figure, Lin Yuan's mouth dropped open in surprise. "System, you call this fairy sister a Forest Ranger Annie?" "Forest Ranger Annie, name, Aunt Wong, gender, female, age, 39 strength, 60 speed, 60 constitution, 60 spirit, 60 a steadfast guardian of the jungle instance. A woman who has been wronged. With these stats, she could still be taken down by researchers. It seemed that the strength of that group must be even greater." Seeing Lin Yuan standing there, mouth agape, Aunt Wong furrowed her brows slightly. Is this player not quite right in the head? Did my appearance shock him? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Fortunately, she was skilled in a method that could help patients quickly regain consciousness, a technique commonly known as the true therapy. When a sleek black gun barrel rested on Lin Yuan's shoulder, his muscles twitched involuntarily. Aunt Wang's eyes lit up with a hint of joy. It seemed to be effective, and now only the final step remained. Bang! Crack! A young sapling that had only recently sprouted behind Lin Yuan was riddled with steel pellets shot from the gun. Lu Rian, who was lying beside Lin Yuan, was dumbfounded. From the moment Aunt Wang appeared to the moment she fired, only a few seconds had passed. What could have possibly happened between the two during that time? Was that why she shot so soon after meeting him? Yes, that must be the truth. As she glanced at their faces, Lu Rian's suspicions were only solidified. The unknown woman was clearly displaying the joy of a victor, while Lin Yuan's expression, though bewildered, was one that she, the Empress of Smoke, had already seen through. The buzzing in his ears made Lin Yuan realize that what had just occurred was not an illusion. The woman had actually fired a shot right next to his ear. Was this a provocation from the natives towards the players? Come on, you just learned a couple of animal howls, right? Is it really necessary to start shooting right away? What kind of grudge or hatred could he possibly have? Despite all the complaints swirling in his mind, and the buzzing still ringing in his ear, he was one of the few prominent players in Zone 19999, self-proclaimed. But none of that changed his determination to hand over the required items for the side quest at that moment. He was just afraid the other party might fire another shot. Sister, here are the trade items you need. Looking at the 21 wild goat tails that appeared in Lin Yuan's hands, Aunt Wang propped her chin up, deep in thought. Are you sure you want to submit the quest now? Submitting it now means no double rewards. Lin Yuan replied firmly, I'm sure. After giving her a deep look, Aunt Wang nodded in agreement and took the 21 goat tails from Lin Yuan. A system notification sounded in his ears. Congratulations, player 09999 for completing the side quest, the Ranger Ant's Fury. Please choose from the following 3 reward options. 1. Reward Silver Treasure Chest. 1-2. Select one item from the system's stored food to unseal. 3. Animal Control Card 1. 3-hour usage limit. After reading the 3 options, Lin Yuan decisively chose the Animal Control card. Watching the Ranger Ant move away, he shouted, Ant, could you help me with something before you go? The ant steps paused for a moment before she continued deeper into the jungle, albeit at a slower pace. Seeing that she had no intention of turning back, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity and called out to her back, Ant, can you help me find a faster animal to travel with? Not receiving a response, Lin Yuan felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed he would have to settle for a sturdier wild donkey for the journey, which was a shame for that animal control card. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of something heavy hitting the ground echoed from a distance. The two in the bushes cautiously observed the direction of the noise until a familiar figure appeared before them. Lin Yuan rubbed his eyes vigorously. It was indeed that long-lost animal figure, the widow of the mutated kangaroo king, a 3-meter-tall female kangaroo. Emerging from the bushes, Lin Yuan opened his arms and walked quickly toward the familiar figure, greeted by those 2 muscular legs. However, this time, she clearly didn't recognize Lin Yuan as the one who had harmed her husband. Otherwise, he would have been in for more than just 2 broken ribs. Are you okay, big guy? Lu Ruyan shouted excitedly from the side. Lin Yuan didn't respond at all this time. Could the other party really not see that he was unbothered? He opened his system backpack, clicked on Animal Domination card, locked onto his target, and used it. The target, a female mutated kangaroo, was successfully locked on, and the card was activated. For the next 3 hours, the kangaroo would obey his commands. Was this really it? Shouldn't the scene unfold differently in his mind? A collar radiating with 7-colored light would descend from the sky, perfectly fitting around the mutated female kangaroo's neck. After struggling in vain, the kangaroo would then prostrate itself and speak, exclaiming to Lin Yuan, Master, I submit. But in reality, there were no special effects at all. Pointing at the dumbfounded female kangaroo in front of him, Lin Yuan said, Come over here. The kangaroo jumped high and appeared right in front of him in an instant. Its dark eyes spun in confusion, not understanding why it was compelled to obey this human's command, and it didn't even entertain the thought of resisting. Now, show me your claws. The female kangaroo extended its sleek, dark claws in front of Lin Yuan. Now sit down. The kangaroo sat on the ground, its eyes darting around in a frenzy. Now do a roll on the ground. The kangaroo rolled over obediently. Wow, wow, wow. Lu Ruyan suddenly jumped out from the bushes, pointing at the female kangaroo and excitedly shouting at Lin Yuan, "Big boss, how did you manage to make this big guy listen to you? This is so cool. Can I try it too?" Chapter 47 on the road. Lin Yuan was riding on the neck of a kangaroo, marveling at the scenery rapidly retreating on both sides. He had never expected that this kangaroo could travel at a speed not much slower than his previous pickup truck. "Is this really appropriate, boss?" came Lu Ruoyan's voice from the kangaroo's pouch. From a distance, one could see a small portion of Lu Ruoyan's body peeking out from the pouch of the female kangaroo. "What?" Lin Yuan shouted back. "The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." "Boss, I'm asking if it's really okay for me to sit in the pouch like this. Maybe we should switch places." "What?" he replied again. "The wind is too loud. I can't hear." I said, "Boss, do you hear the sound of an engine ahead? Our vehicle should be nearby." "I don't hear any engine sounds," Lin Yuan said, looking puzzled at Lu Ruoyan in the pouch. "Boss, didn't you just say the wind is too strong to hear anything?" Did I say that?" Lin Yuan looked at her in surprise. Lu Ruoyan rolled her eyes at him, clearly unimpressed with his act. An hour later, as Lin Yuan looked ahead at the crookedly moving van on the road, a new thought emerged in his mind. Inside the van, 5 researchers looked pale and nearly exhausted. They glanced at Dr. Kai, who was driving, with fiery eyes filled with anxiety. "Old Kai, where on earth did you get your driver's license?" Dr. Kai, gripping the steering wheel and sweating profusely from nerves, shouted back. "When did I ever say I had a license?" The person who asked the question was taken aback. "Wait, then where did your driving experience come from?" "Yeah, Old Kai, our lives are in your hands. This is no joke." "Driving experience?" Dr. Kai scratched his head awkwardly. "That's a long story." The researcher in the passenger seat acted quickly, grabbing the steering wheel to prevent the van from swerving into the left side bushes for the 13th time. "Stop the car. I've had enough." The researcher in the passenger seat shouted at Dr. Kai, his face turning pale. "All right." Dr. Kai slammed the gas pedal, and the van lurched forward for a moment before he slammed on the brakes and wildly turned the steering wheel, shaking the vehicle until it finally came to a halt on the road. As soon as the vehicle stopped, several people quickly opened the doors, jumped out, and lined up to start watering the nearby jungle. A figure slowly approached the group. Just as Dr. Kai was about to get out of the car, he noticed through the rearview mirror that a kangaroo was slowly moving toward the researchers. After much contemplation, he decided not to warn them. He had his own considerations. Perhaps having one less person would allow the van to speed up, and he was also secretly enjoying watching the others struggle. As he witnessed one after another of his companions disappear, the remaining researchers, who were still watering the jungle, began to sense that something was amiss. But it was already too late. Lu Ruoyan, hidden in the baby carrier, emerged, and 2 steel balls, infused with endless coldness, broke through the enemy's defenses, striking deep into their souls. The critical damage exceeded 10,000 points, causing the 2 researchers to faint on the spot. The only remaining member of the research team, standing by the roadside, glanced at his severely injured companions and then at the steel balls in Lu Ruoyan's hand. Without hesitation, he knelt down in surrender, shouting, "Spare me, heroine." For such bandits who endangered her and her allies' lives, Lu Ruoyan showed no mercy at all. A spinning steel ball delivered another 10,000 points of critical damage. Surprisingly, this researcher did not collapse like the previous 2. Instead, he gritted his teeth and stood up, sincerely saying, "Let us consider this even. Can the heroine spare my life?" What responded to him was a pair of powerful, muscular thighs. In the blink of an eye, the defiant man who had been standing just a moment ago fell to the ground. Lu Ruoyan shrugged. It wasn't her fault, after all. He was one of the 2 remaining bandits in the area. In the van, after the first researcher was kicked away, Dr. Kai began his self-rescue operation. The other side first pressed the gas, shifted gears, slammed the brakes, turned the steering wheel, and pulled the handbrake. After a series of maneuvers, the van moved forward by a mere 10 centimeters, only because it was precisely parked on a downhill slope. Lin Yuan, sitting in the back seat, finished a whole cigarette, unable to watch any longer. He turned to Dr. Kai at the front and said, "Hey, Suspenders, can you even drive?" Dr. Kai, fiddling with the gear lever, replied impatiently, "I could drive. I've driven before. You have to trust me," completely oblivious to the fact that the one speaking was not his companion. "Come on, I'll guide you. Left foot on the clutch, right foot on the brake. Good job holding the steering wheel with your left hand. Thanks. Let's continue. Shift into first gear with your right hand. Keep your eyes forward and don't look back. Release the handbrake. Slowly let go of the clutch with your left foot. Do you feel the car shaking? Dr. Kai exclaimed excitedly. Dude, you're amazing. I can feel it. All right, let us keep going. Release the brake with your right foot. Let go of the clutch with your left foot and press the gas with your right foot, quickly. The van moved forward a meter and then stopped abruptly. Whoa, the car moved. Dude, did you see that? This is incredible. I actually managed to start the van on an uphill slope. This is unbelievable. Turning his gaze to Lin Yuan, who was sitting in the back with an impatient expression, Dr. Kai froze. Wait, who are you? The brothers worked hard to get this van. Don't think you can mess around with me. The passenger seat was pushed back, and Lu Ren, sitting in the baby carrier, glanced around the car in surprise and said, Boss, you still haven't sorted this out after all this time? You can't be bluffing, can you? Upon hearing this, before Lin Yuan could respond, Dr. Kai in the car couldn't sit still any longer. He looked at Lin Yuan in the back seat with astonishment and swallowed hard. Brother, with so many good men in this world, I'm really not your type. His gaze shifted back to Lu Ruoyan in the baby carrier, and Dr. Kai, visibly agitated, said, There's a reason for everything. Beautiful lady, your current situation really has nothing to do with me. I swear, I had no part in that cloning experiment. Both Lin Yuan and Lu Ruoyan were taken aback. Who would have thought there were such experiments in this game world? It was truly unexpected. All right, now let's talk about our business. Our business? Dr. Kai repeated. What business could we possibly have? Half an hour later, the scene was left with only a kangaroo guarding the prisoners. Whenever someone woke up, the kangaroo would immediately throw a punch at them, only stopping when the jungle security personnel arrived, ending this one-sided act of violence. Inside the van, Lu Ruoyan looked at Lin Yuan in confusion and asked, Boss, why not just take care of all of them? Lin Yuan stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and replied, In this world, you have to remember that we are just players while they are the natives. We need to follow the rules, and they also need to obey the laws. But when players and natives come into conflict, do you think the area managers will help us or side with the natives? This left Lu Ruoyan deep in thought. It seemed like there was a hint of truth in what the boss said. Seeing Lu Ruoyan lost in contemplation, Lin Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally managed to bluff his way through. In fact, just as he was preparing to deal with Dr. Kai in overalls, a hidden prompt sounded in his mind. Hidden prompt, Dr. Kai from the Jungle Research Team has published a paper in the area that has caught the attention of a significant figure. Handle with caution to avoid unnecessary trouble. The system's notification echoed in his mind, signaling the completion of today's main quest. Chapter 48 Ding. Main quest, Find the Lost Vehicle. Array of Hope has been completed. Reward items have been automatically issued to the system backpack. Please unlock one sealed item from the backpack within 60 seconds. 60. 59. 29. The selected item has been locked. Character, Luo Shuehan. Unlocking successful. In the back seat of the van, a familiar voice rang out. Big guy Ruyan, long time no see. Sister, it's been a while. Yes, it's good to be back. With their level of familiarity, there was no need for excessive pleasantries. Lin Yuan opened the system task panel and accessed the side quest, submitting the task item. The completion notification echoed in his mind once again. Ding. Side quest, Jungle Supervisor's Commission, has been completed. Reward doubled. Reward items, vehicle repair card, X2, 60 liters of gasoline. Inspection exemption pass, X2. This item is only valid in the jungle dungeon. Ding. Congratulations on completing all tasks for today. Reward item, silver treasure chest, X1. Not rushing to open the chest, Lin Yuan immediately used the character upgrade card, but this time, the target for usage was changed to Lu Ruyan. The next moment, a surprise scream came from Lu Ruyan's side. Oh my gosh, what has happened? She stared in shock at her slightly swelling chest, her mouth agape. Big guy, you have to check if I'm sick. Lin Yuan, wide-eyed, was also taken aback. Wait, the character upgrade card can be used like this? Is this normal? He checked Lu Ruyan's character panel. Name, Lu Ruyan level, 1 gender, female age, 18 strength, 10 speed, 10 constitution, 10 spirit, 10 affiliation, servant fortunately. Her stats had all improved. Turning to Lu Ruyan, Lin Yuan said with a serious expression, Lift your shirt. I need to check your condition. Thank you, big guy. 3 minutes passed, then 5. Lu Ruyan's face began to flush. Big guy, have you figured anything out yet? Not yet. I need to observe more closely to determine your symptoms. Big guy, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Have you studied medicine? No. Then what exactly are you looking at? Just enjoying the scenery. Luo Shuehan, sitting in the back seat, twitched her mouth. seriously doubting whether she had returned at the right time. Hee, is the scenery nice, big guy? Lu Ruyan bit her silver teeth. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, calmly replying, "It's just average," though inside, he felt a bit excited. "Just now, I used an upgrade card on you. Did you feel any changes in your body?" "Of course. Aside from what I've seen." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was taken aback. The big shot actually used an upgrade card on him? That seemed unlikely. After all, she was just his servant. However, she thought the big shot wouldn't use this as an excuse to trick her, right? Her gaze fell on the steering wheel, and a strange idea popped into Lu Ruyan's mind. Should she give it a try? "Lu Ruyan, are you crazy? Step on the brakes. Step on the brakes." Suddenly, the van crashed headfirst into a pomegranate tree on the left side of the road. "Hey, look, there's a pomegranate tree here." Lin Yuan sneered. "Is this really the time to be concerned about a pomegranate tree?" Sounds of cracking joints came from the back seat. Luo Shuihan also looked at the instigator of the accident with a cold smile. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Lu Ruyan's forehead as she clutched the steering wheel, feeling lost. 10 minutes later, Lu Ruyan awkwardly emerged from the driver's seat, her youthful short sleeves now wrinkled. Lin Yuan and Luo Shuihan also got out from the other side of the van, and the three of them worked together to straighten the front half of the vehicle. Thankfully, completing the main quest rewarded them with a vehicle repair card. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have known what to do next. "I'm sorry, big shot." He opened the system backpack and used the vehicle repair card. The van changed again. The worn-out seats were restored, and the broken steering wheel was fixed. "But what about this front bumper? Are you sure it wasn't taken from another car?" "It's pink." Lu Ruyan glanced at the pink front bumper, her gaze toward Lin Yuan now tinged with scrutiny. Could it be that the big shot has a soft spot for cute things? Checking the system panel, she saw that it was already 5 p.m., and there was only an hour left until dark. She looked up towards the treetop, where fist-sized pomegranates hung densely from the branches. "Big shot, let us go pick pomegranates." "All right, big shot." After her upgrade, Lu Ruyan's physical stats had significantly improved, and climbing trees was now as easy for her as eating instant noodles. Within seconds, she reached the top of the tree. "Luo Shuihan, you just need to catch the pomegranates that Lu Ruyan throws down." "Got it, big shot." With the task division complete, Lin Yuan slipped back into a laid-back state. He opened the van door, sat in the back seat, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the busy figure beneath the tree, lost in thought, until Lu Ruyan's laughter rang in his ears. "Big shot, has anyone ever told you that your smoking and thinking pose is really cool?" "Really? Am I cool?" After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ruyan decisively replied, "It seems like they're the more handsome ones." "That's a fair point. I think so, too." The three of them settled back into the car. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Luo Shuihan, who was sitting in the back seat, and calmly asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" Upon hearing Lin Yuan's sudden question, she instinctively shivered. "You know, yes." Considering she was originally his servant, it was only natural for her to feel this way. Luo Shuihan felt relieved and began to recount what she had experienced during her 2 days of absence. Since the day Lin Yuan chose Lu Ruyan, she had indeed felt a pang of disappointment deep within her. However, what happened next changed her perspective entirely. After they vanished, they found themselves on an entirely new road. The group was bewildered by their unfamiliar surroundings. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's pickup truck was parked not far from them, and they quickly got in, allowing their nerves to ease slightly. Before long, a system notification echoed in their ears. The Servant Championship will commence once the number of participants reaches 10. At first, the group didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just another game. With the speed of their pickup truck, which could reach 60 miles per hour, they figured they would easily win. The outcome was as expected. Once the number of competitors was met, they leveraged the speed advantage of the truck and effortlessly secured victory in the match, earning a substantial food reward. As anticipated, the next day, they received another notification about the competition. However, this time, the victory deeply shook them. It was a system announcement stating that winning 5 consecutive matches would allow them to break free from servitude and no longer be under the control of previous players. Lu Ruyan gasped in surprise, her mouth agape. Lin Yuan's expression was also grim. It seemed someone was trying to undermine him, or perhaps the underminer wasn't even human. Continue. Chapter 49, casting a glance at Lin Yuan, whose expression was quite grim, Luo Shuihan steeled herself and continued. This kind of reward has a deadly allure for most of the servants. After all, we are all players. Why should other players have the power to control their lives and deaths at will? Lin Yuan remained non-committal. Is that what you think too? Luo Shuihan fell silent, as she was actually withholding part of the information. Turning her gaze to Lu Ruoyan, she asked, "What about you?" Lu Ruoyan blinked in confusion. "Big shot. I didn't participate in the competition. How would I know if what Sister Luo said is true or not?" Seeing that the other party was trying to brush her off, Lin Yuan spoke up again. "But what if what she said is true?" Lu Ruoyan replied with a serious expression. "Big shot. I'll answer however you want me to." Lin Yuan, it seems that not only has her body developed, but she has also matured, and her intelligence seems to have increased quite a bit. Turning his attention back to Luo Shuihan, Lin Yuan softened his tone a bit. "So, does this mean I've ruined your plans?" Luo Shuihan quickly shook her head. "No, I just want to interact with you on the same level harmoniously." Glancing at her still low favorability rating of 70, Lin Yuan decided to take her words at face value. As for the two sisters who were still in a carefree state, he currently had no way to deal with them. He could only hope they wouldn't make any wrong choices. "Is there anything else you want to add?" Luo Shuihan thought for 0.01 seconds and shared all the competition information she knew. After winning 5 consecutive matches, the servants could gain ownership of the vehicles. The winning players could choose to continue being the servants of their original masters, with a reward of a character upgrade card. "What? We can gain ownership of the vehicles? Are you kidding me? Am I really going to lose my pickup truck just like that?" Lin Yuan was no longer calm. "What is going on? Is this messing with my mindset?" Watching Lin Yuan's frantic expression inside the car, the two girls exchanged glances. Lu Ruoyan remarked, "Is the big shot's mindset breaking down?" Luo Shuihan replied, "That's not her concern. It's Lin Yuan who needs to ask." On a run-down city road, the sisters sat in the car, lost in thought. "Sis, do you think Luo Shuihan's sudden disappearance is related to Lin Yuan?" Wang Shihan looked at her younger sister, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. "Didn't you already guess the answer? Sis, do you really think that after winning the competition, we can escape Lin Yuan's control? Do you really hate him that much?" "Sis, my ultimate goal is to woo all the beauties in this world. You know that." "All right, I'll help you in the next 3 matches." "Thank you, sis. But when the time comes, are you really not going to leave with me?" Given Lin Yuan's personality, he may have more women around him in the future. "You better think it through. I fell for him at first sight." "Sis, any infatuation is often based on looks. You might find someone even more handsome and stronger if you break free from his grasp. Have you seen that girl named Yu Ji on the regional channel? She's so enlightened. Anyway, if you want to win the final competition, focus on practicing driving these next few days. Don't let the competition end before you even get the hang of it. You won't have the chance to run away then." "Sis, just shut up. You, big guy, you must be hungry. How about you take out the bird eggs, and I can help you roast them?" Lu Rian said with a cheeky smile. Lin Yuan replied with irritation, "I think you're the one who is hungry." Lu Rian looked surprised and said, "Big guy, how did you know I was hungry? You hit the nail on the head. Could it be that you can read minds?" Lin Yuan chuckled at Lu Ruyan and pulled out all the bird eggs. "Here, take them and roast them." In the back seat, Luo Shuihan watched Lin Yuan, who had been furious just moments ago, quickly appeased by Lu Ruyan, and couldn't he help but give her a thumbs up. Noticing this, Lin Yuan didn't point it out. Sometimes it's enough to let off a little steam, especially since the daily grind can be quite oppressive. "Big guy, how should we divide these bird eggs?" "Let us split them." "Big guy, I'm not that hungry." Luo Shuihan chimed in. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Really? Did I just hear wrong? It sounds like someone's stomach is growling." Luo Shuihan. As night fell, the weak light from the diesel lighter illuminated the dark bird eggs in Lin Yuan's hand. "Wait, is this a bird egg?" Luo Shuihan also curiously examined the dark object in her hand. "Can we eat this, big guy?" But Lu Ruyan interjected, "Why not? We roasted them the same way this morning." "Okay." The big guy even said they tasted quite good. Lin Yuan was confused. Did he really say they tasted good this morning? He didn't seem to have eaten any. Lu Rian's voice, soft as a whisper, reached his ears. "Big guy, you've seen them. You've touched them. Shouldn't you pay some interest now?" "Well," Lin Yuan said seriously, "the bird eggs that Rian roasted are delicious. You should definitely try them." Lu Rian chimed in, "Yes, sis, you should try them. They really taste great." In the flickering firelight, the expressions on their faces appeared sinister. Luo Shuihan instinctively shrank her neck, sensing a hint of conspiracy. They couldn't be trying to poison her, could they? Not at all. Luo Shuihan secretly encouraged himself, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and tossed the dark, suspiciously bird egg-like object into his mouth, swallowing it with great effort. The next second, he He gave a thumbs up to the two of them. The bird egg that Sister Rian roasted is really delicious. Lin Yuan and Lu Ruyan were stunned, seemingly realizing that he swallowed it without even peeling it. He must have been really hungry. After a brief discussion, they decided to share half of their bird eggs with him. Eat more, you look starving, Luo Shuihan. Seeing how cleanly he consumed it, Lin Yuan felt a bit intrigued. Could it be that Lu Ruyan's bird egg roasting skills had improved? With a third of hope, Lin Yuan peeled off the charred shell, revealing an even darker egg white inside. This thing is really edible. Glancing over at Luo Shuihan, who was still swallowing the roasted bird egg, Lin Yuan swallowed hard and chewed the piece he had put in his mouth. 3 seconds later, Lin Yuan gagged. Looking at Luo Shuihan across from him, he saw him flash a relieved smile before collapsing onto the back seat. This, after the two of them repeatedly pinched his acupoints and fed him some orange juice, Luo Shuihan gradually regained consciousness. The first thing he said nearly broke Lin Yuan's defenses. Big boss, you ate Sister Rian's roasted bird egg too. I knew you wouldn't harm me. Woo-woo, I never want to eat roasted bird eggs again. Never again. Lu Ruyan, Lin Yuan, pass me the remaining half bottle of orange juice. Guldong, 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 heek. Big boss, what orange juice? Lin Yuan. Chapter 50. After a farce, the car fell silent once again. Just as Lin Yuan was dozing off, he heard Lu Ruoyan's voice again. Boss, I need to file a report. Can't you see I'm about to fall asleep? Lin Yuan thought to himself, feeling powerless to complain. Well, it was too dark in the car. Perhaps the other party really couldn't see. Go ahead. Boss, I can't eat anything cold anymore. Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's fine if you can't eat it, then don't. Besides, we haven't had access to any cold food these past few days anyway. All right. What you said makes a lot of sense. Lu Ruoyan replied, but did she really mean that? Was it that Lin Yuan was too dense? Or was she not expressing herself clearly enough? Or maybe she was hinting at something more dramatic. A strange thought crossed Lu Ruoyan's mind, and she looked at Lin Yuan with a hint of fear in her eyes. After waiting for a while and seeing that he remained silent, Lin Yuan simply drifted off to sleep. Boss, glub, glub, glub. Boss, glub, glub. That night, Lu Ruoyan had a long, long dream, where Lin Yuan repeatedly transformed into a berserker, constantly sounding the charge. 300 words omitted here. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Looking at Lu Ruoyan, who was in the driver's seat with her eyes closed and flailing her arms, Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with Luo Shuihan. They silently nodded to each other. Neither wanted to wake her. Serves her right. She poisoned the two of us last night. Opening the system panel, Lin Yuan took out a silver-level treasure chest and handed it to Luo Shuihan, signaling her to open it. This, Luo Shuihan pointed to her own nose. Boss, you want me to open the treasure chest for you? Any objections? No. She was just curious. Every time they received a treasure chest, it was always Lin Yuan who opened it. This time, it was her turn, and she felt a bit out of her element. What are you stalling for? Hurry up and open it. All right. Luo Shuihan quickly lifted the lid of the chest, and Lin Yuan leaned in to take a look inside. Inside was a black rectangular block. It seemed like something was pressed under the block, resembling a knife. He picked up the block and weighed it in his hand. It felt decent, but why did it feel a bit rough to the touch? He casually picked up the knife-like object from inside the chest and examined it closely, confirming that it was just an ordinary chopping knife. Then, the familiar system notification rang in his mind. Silver-level whetstone detected. Black iron-level chopping knife detected. Silver-level whetstone. Use it to sharpen knife-type weapons, making them shiny and bright. Note, it's somewhat of a luxury item. In emergencies, it can be used as a temporary weapon, which may yield unexpected surprises. Black iron-level chopping knife. An ordinary chopping knife can be used for chopping vegetables, firewood, or even people. Just a shabby knife, really? Not much to expect. After listening to the system's introduction of the two items, Lin Yuan felt disappointed. The loot from this treasure chest was ridiculously bad. This could be called a silver-level treasure chest. He opened the system panel to check today's dungeon tasks. The main quest, the Lost Letter, involved a soon-to-be promoted forest supervisor who had yet to receive the appointment letter from their superior. Without finding the letter, they were likely to miss this hard-earned promotion opportunity. After thorough investigation, Lin Yuan discovered that the person who stole the letter often lurked between the road and the jungle. Task reward, a promise from the supervisor. Task penalty, personal eradication by the supervisor. Seeing the task reward and punishment, Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh in frustration. What a joke. A promise for a life? No, it should be for 5 lives. This kind of deal was a shame not to be in business. He continued to check the next side quest. The ranger's aunt's woes. Find a little cotton jacket. What? The aunt had worries again? Her little daughter, who had just become a messenger, had always been the aunt's little cotton jacket. But now the cotton jacket was missing. Task reward, the aunt's gratitude. Task penalty, enduring the aunt's whip and becoming her exclusive leather jacket. The second side quest had not yet been triggered. Lin Yuan understood that today's tasks were all aimed at his life. Exhausted, he thought, let it all end. He leaned back in his seat, lit a cigarette, and quietly contemplated what to do next. Boss, are you okay? Lu Ruyin asked softly. Glancing at her, he replied, do I look okay? By the way, when did you wake up? Just now. Boss, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Eat. All you do is eat. Can't you focus on something serious? Lu Ruyin cautiously glanced at him and weakly replied, but if I don't eat, I won't have the strength to do serious work. Luo Shuihan, sitting in the back, handed Lu Ruyin a fist-sized pomegranate with a warm smile. Here, eat up, Ruyin. After receiving the pomegranate, Lu Ruyin politely thanked him. In the back, the sound of sharpening knives could be heard. 5 minutes later, the van started and headed down the road. Before the vehicle took off, Lin Yuan explained the task details to both of them and assigned new roles. Lu Ruyin was in charge of observing the road ahead. Luo Shuihan would watch the left side of the road, while Lin Yuan would monitor the right side. The van moved slowly at a speed of 10 km/h, with the rear door always open to expand their field of vision, allowing them to jump out and chase suspicious individuals if necessary. An hour later, everyone remained oblivious as the van continued to move slowly forward. 2 hours in, Lu Ruyin excitedly pointed in a direction. Hey, look! Lin Yuan quickly leaned in closer. What did you find? That squirrel is so cute, she exclaimed. Goo, I think it's a bit annoying, he replied, glancing at Lu Ruyin's slightly darkened expression. Not daring to continue the conversation, Lu Ruyin fell silent. After playfully giving Lin Yuan a light smack, he returned to the passenger seat, thinking that they were in serious danger, while Lu Ruyin still had the energy to joke around. Wait, pull over. Screech. What's wrong, boss? Opening the passenger door, Lin Yuan stepped out and looked up at the spot where the squirrel had been. Where did it go? Luo Shuihan also jumped out of the car. Boss, did you find something? He asked as they walked back to the vehicle. After a moment of thought, Lin Yuan said, if you see any squirrel monkeys or similar animals on the road, make sure to observe them closely. Are you suspecting they took the signal? But the mission said the other party is a person, right? In response to their questions, Lin Yuan didn't provide a definite answer. Everything was still just speculation. The van resumed its journey down the road. An hour later, while the group was still scanning the nearby jungle, a hidden prompt echoed in Lin Yuan's ear. Hidden prompt. There are signs of suspicious biological activity in the bushes 800 meters to the left. It is recommended to investigate. Upon hearing this hidden prompt, Lin Yuan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Lu Ruyin. Yes, boss? Stop the car 300 meters ahead on the left. All right, boss. Chapter 51. Are you really not taking me along? I want to go too. By the van, Lu Ruyin kept tugging at Lin Yuan's arm. Looking down at her pitiful expression, Lin Yuan shook his head firmly. You stay here to watch the car, to avoid alarming the enemy. Don't start the vehicle unless absolutely necessary. Without waiting for her response, he turned and headed into the depths of the forest with Luo Shuihan. Watching the two figures gradually disappear into the trees, Lu Ruyin forced a smile and murmured to herself, it seems the boss is still worried about Sister Luo. I hope she doesn't do anything foolish. With their superior physical abilities, the two moved quickly through the dense forest. In just a few minutes, they approached the hidden marker point. Lin Yuan gestured to Luo Shuihan to split up and search, not bothering to check if she understood. He then quietly began to observe his surroundings in one direction. Luo Shuihan stood still, confused about why Lin Yuan had given her a rude gesture. However, she figured it wasn't meant to be disrespectful. She wanted to catch up and ask, but he had already moved on. Wouldn't that make her seem foolish? After some consideration, she decided she should go after him and ask. Looking in the direction Lin Yuan had gone, she wondered, where did he disappear to? After circling the marker point, Lin Yuan indeed discovered a clue. Beneath a nearby low tree, he found a worn-out bubble sock with a hole in it. The condition of the sock suggested it had been worn for quite some time, and as he leaned in to examine it, he caught a whiff of a sour odor. Since the sock had a smell, it was clear the owner hadn't gone far. Casting a glance at the dazed Luo Shuihan, Lin Yuan mentally noted her disobedience and thought to himself that he should consider imposing some kind of punishment. Settling on a direction, Lin Yuan quickened his pace. 2 minutes later, he found another holy bubble sock lying on the grass, emanating the same sour smell. Lin Yuan smiled. It seemed he was on the right track. He pressed onward. Meanwhile, Luo Shui Han, having found nothing near the marker point, felt a bit lost. Should she stay put and wait, or go back to find Lu Ruyen? Ultimately, she decided to wait in place. After passing through a thicket, the surroundings opened up. Just as Lin Yuan began to survey the area, he heard faint singing coming from a direction obscured by trees. His heart raced with excitement. It seemed he had found his target. He moved cautiously, lightening his steps. As he leapt over the trees, the sight before him took his breath away. Was this truly something he could see? There, in a steaming puddle, was a woman whose face he couldn't clearly make out, singing with a melodious voice. The familiar melody made Lin Yuan instantly guess the name of the song. La la la, la la la. I'm a little messenger. I'm the little messenger. Good, good, that's great. Lin Yuan couldn't help but clap. The person in the water quieted down for a moment before letting out a sharp scream. Lin Yuan was a bit flustered. Come on. First, he hadn't threatened her with her clothes. He just couldn't find them. And second, he hadn't done anything offensive. The mist was too thick to see clearly. He couldn't understand why she was screaming. Hey, are you a pervert? Spying on a girl while she's bathing? Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then said, Oh, so you're a girl? Sorry about that. The mist is so thick. I really couldn't tell if you were a boy or a girl. The person in the water twitched her cheeks, suddenly realizing that the other person's shamelessness had no limits. She decisively climbed ashore and put on her clothes. Lin Yuan, with a serious expression, stared straight ahead at the woman's seemingly dressing actions, feeling completely unfazed. He had seen enough in life. This kind of little scene no longer stirred any physiological reactions in him. The little girl, fully dressed, walked through the hazy mist and stood in front of Lin Yuan. This was definitely not a small scene. The view was quite spectacular. Hey, are you sent by my mom to find me? Lin Yuan didn't answer her question right away, but instead asked, How old are you? The little girl instinctively replied, I'm 36. Lin Yuan hurriedly interrupted her. I meant your age. Oh, little girl, I'm 10. You're 18, right? Am I supposed to be 18? You must be 18. Otherwise, how could you work and deliver messages, right? The little girl was momentarily confused by Lin Yuan's rapid-fire questioning and could only agree, yes. Uncle, I'm indeed 18 this year. Well, actually, I'm not much older than you. I'm 18 years and 2 months. Lin Yuan continued to mislead her. The little girl looked incredulous. You say you're 18 years and 2 months? How is that possible? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes. You're saying you're 18. What's wrong with me being 18 years and 2 months? Well, that should be a problem, right? The little girl fidgeted. Exactly. My last name is Hao. You can call me Brother Hao. Come on, say it a couple of times. Oh, good brother, good bro. Good you know what? When she finally reacted and called him good brother a second time, she realized that she had been led around by him the whole time. You're asking for trouble. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yuan turned and ran back the way he came. Actually, he didn't want to, but as soon as the other person called out Big Brother for the first time, their data panel appeared. Jungle Dungeon Courier, Indigenous, name, Wang Xuanning, gender, female, age, 18 strength, 45 speed, 35 constitution, 40 spirit, 38 courier who lost a letter, and a lowly in a berserk state. The stats of the other character were clearly higher than his, making it unwise to fight alone. A group attack was the way to victory. The two of them ended up back on the road, one chasing and the other fleeing, where they encountered Luo Shuihan, who was also in a state of confusion, only to be dragged away by Lin Yuan. When an arrow embedded itself in the tree trunk right next to the little lowly's head, she decisively chose to hug her head with both hands and crouch down in surrender, to prevent any unforeseen accidents. Lin Yuan quickly took off his short-sleeved shirt and used it to tie up her arms. Gazing at the six-pack abs right in front of her, Wang Xuanning couldn't help but swallow hard and asked with an innocent expression, Brother Hao, can I touch this? Before Lin Yuan could respond, Lu Ruyen approached with a smile, wielding a wood-cutting knife. She glanced at Wang Xuanning, slowly crouching down, and teased. I didn't expect you to learn how to flirt at such a young age. Who taught you that? Wang Xuanning raised her chin defiantly and replied, I'm 18 now. I'm an adult. Who raised you? Oh, Uncle Wang next door. Well, that's fine then. All right, let us get her in the car. We need to discuss some serious matters. Chapter 52, Inside the Van. 3 pairs of eyes were fixated on the little girl, Wang Xuanning, who was tied up in the back seat. The little girl wore a frightened expression, her body instinctively recoiling. What are you going to do to me? Lin Yuan cleared his throat and quickly asked, how did you lose the letter? The little girl blinked her bright eyes innocently. What letter? I don't understand what you're talking about. You must have the wrong person. Still putting on an act? Lu Ruyin sharpened her knife. Good boss. Lo Sagwan. Good boss. Lin Yuan handed over the tang knife. Go chop some firewood and make a fire. Good boss. 5 minutes later, watching Lu Ruyin sharpening her knife and Lo Shui Han starting a fire on the roadside, the little girl felt genuine fear. This time, she wasn't pretending. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Why are you not going to eat me? Are you? Memories of her mother's warnings flooded her mind. About monsters in this world that looked like humans, who preyed on children that didn't come home on time. Glancing sideways, she caught sight of their somewhat sinister smiles, and she began to suspect that these might be the very monsters her mother had warned her about. Finally, summoning her courage, she cried out to Lin Yuan with a quivering voice, Brother Hao, can you please not eat me? Her voice grew softer with each word. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's exceptional hearing, he might not have been able to make out what the curled-up little girl was saying at all. Eat you? Why would I want to eat you? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. With a whimper, the little girl replied, but you're sharpening knives and starting a fire. Isn't that for cooking? Right? It's for cooking. Then you must want to eat me. Boo-hoo. Besides me, what else is there to eat in this van? Lu Ruyin paused her knife sharpening, amused, and picked up a pomegranate that had been wedged between the seats. Hey, this little thing is edible too. The little girl cried even harder. Sure, you can eat pomegranate, but who would roast it for no reason? Boo-hoo. The van was filled with her sobs, and Lin Yuan, feeling quite annoyed, pulled out a large piece of kangaroo meat from his system backpack, signaling the end of this farce. 10 minutes later, the little girl had one arm wrapped around Lin Yuan's ass, while holding a big chunk of roasted kangaroo meat in the other hand, chewing heartily. Lin Yuan stared at the roasted meat in his hand, lost in thought. Could this really be edible with some seasoning? Brother Hao, you should eat it quickly. This roasted meat tastes best when it's hot. It 1 TB is good once it cools down. Lin Yuan, half convinced, took a bite. After chewing for a bit, he had to admit it wasn't that great, but it was passable enough to eat. Just as Lin Yuan was about to finish his piece of grilled meat, he heard Lu Ruyan's sharp voice from across the table. Wang Xuanning, get your filthy hands off the boss's stomach. Lu Ruyan could no longer hold back her anger. She had already tolerated enough. Having a lowly-type beauty like her around Lin Yuan was more than enough, and she absolutely would not allow a second one, not even if it was a local girl. Upon hearing this, the little lowly pouted in dissatisfaction, her smooth little hand carelessly rubbing against Lin Yuan's bulging abs repeatedly, clearly provocative. Lu Ruyan was on the verge of exploding with rage. She pulled out a slingshot from her system backpack, loaded it with marbles, and was ready to take a shot at the little lowly across from her. In an instant, the little lowly picked up a tang knife from beside Lin Yuan, crouched down, and prepared to engage in a real-life PK with her opponent. She was confident that at close range, she could easily defeat her. Just as the two girls were about to clash, Lin Yuan spoke up, enough. Are you all just sitting around with nothing to do? Lu Ruyin, come sit on my left, then turned to the defiant Wang Xuanning. You sit on my right. Boss, I'll sit behind you, Luo Shui Han said hurriedly. There's no space behind. Come on, stretch your legs out. I'll lie on your lap. Okay, boss. The meal ended amidst the ambiguous interactions among the group. Now let us talk. Lin Yuan turned to the little lowly lying on Luo Shui Han's other leg. Where did you put the letter from the jungle supervisor? The little lowly looked at him in surprise. Brother Hao, how did you know I lost the letter? Don't say things without evidence. Lu Ruyin interjected. Who else could it be? Enough with the nonsense. Just tell us. You're underdeveloped. What did you say? Say it again, or I swear I'll take you down. All right, everyone stop arguing. We've finished eating. Let us get to the point. We have a mission. Upon hearing this, the little lowly opened her mouth slightly. Your players? Lin Yuan asked in surprise. You didn't know? The little lowly replied uncertainly. Should I have known? All right then. Lin Yuan was impressed. With this kind of thought process, it's a miracle she can even attend class. Still, the same question. Where's the letter? Or rather, where did you hide it? The little lowly hesitated, unsure whether to speak. Lin Yuan leaned closer and whispered in her ear, You would want everyone to know about that time you were caught bathing in the jungle, right? You have 10 seconds to think about it. I even have pictures. She's still a kid, but wait, she's 18 now. If this gets out, it will be quite embarrassing. 10, 5, 1. Time is up, spill it. Time goes by so fast. Yes. It was a night so dark you couldn't see your thumb. Where were you? Sleeping at home. With a sharp slap to the back of the head. Lin Yuan said sternly, if you keep talking nonsense, I've uploaded those pictures to the player area channel. No. Brother Hao, I was just saying. Isn't that enough? The little girl nearly burst into tears. She then recounted the entire incident. Just yesterday morning, after leaving the mail sorting station with a stack of letters, she was stopped by her supervisor for a questioning. The supervisor specifically asked her for the encrypted letter meant for the manager. Since she was working under the supervisor, the little girl promptly handed over the letter. However, just at that moment, the supervisor received a phone call, returned the letter without saying a word, and left. After that, she returned to the jungle, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, so she immediately sought out her secret hideout, the hot spring. After taking a nice bath, she emerged to find all her letters had vanished. Realizing she was in trouble, she didn't dare go home all night. After hearing her story, Lin Yuan felt speechless. Did you find any clues? Remembering what had happened earlier, the little girl frowned deeply. After a long pause, she shook her head no. As soon as she spoke, the other's expressions darkened. This is bad. Wait a minute. I just remembered, Xiao Qiu seemed to be playing nearby at that time. Everyone's eyes lit up simultaneously. Lin Yuan excitedly grabbed the little girl's collar. Quick, tell me, who is Xiao Qiu? Brother Hao, be gentle, you're hurting me. Hearing this, Lin Yuan released his grip on her collar and waited for her response. Chapter 53. Little Qiu, you're just a mutant squirrel. A mutant squirrel? Everyone was taken aback by this revelation. In such a vast forest, finding a single squirrel seemed rather unrealistic. The three exchanged glances, communicating silently. Lu Ruyan, what should we do, big shot? Luo Shuihan, you must have a plan, right? Lin Yuan, I don't have any plan. Let's just take it one step at a time. As he lowered his head, Lin Yuan noticed a mischievous glint in the little girl's eyes. There was something off about her. That thought flashed through his mind. A look of sadness crossed Lin Yuan's face as he turned to the little girl beside him and said, you should go. The little girl was stunned. This wasn't part of the script. Shouldn't she be asked if she had a way to find little Qiu next? Then there would be some coercion and temptation. Ultimately, when she couldn't bear the humiliation and felt her life was in danger, her mother would appear, firing a couple of shots at them. At that point, there would be no witnesses, and she could claim the letter was snatched by these players. As for where they hid the letter, she wouldn't know. By then, the forest manager wouldn't be able to find the letter, and she wouldn't be blamed. What a perfect plan. How did it fall apart? She felt very unwilling. Tears welled up her eyes as she clung to Lin Yuan's arm, refusing to let go. Brother Hao, are you abandoning me? Lin Yuan cursed inwardly, damn. I didn't expect her to actually be such a drama queen. He was just a pure, sunny boy, and he almost fell for this little trickster. He naturally wrapped his arm around her slim waist and gave it a gentle squeeze. With a serious tone, he said, Xuening, you really should go. If we fail the mission, we might die, and we don't want to drag you down. It's best if you leave. He signaled to Lu Ruyan and Luo Shuihan, and without waiting for their reaction, he pulled the little girl out of the car. Watching the van drive away, the little girl completely broke down. She couldn't understand what kind of player she had encountered this time. Her tried-and-true tactics had actually failed. Stretching her little white legs, she took off running after the van, her speed increasing. Inside the van, Lin Yuan held a cigarette in his mouth, glancing at the rearview mirror from time to time. Big shot. Is this trick really going to work? What if she runs straight into the jungle? Lin Yuan grinned and pointed to the rearview mirror. Look, isn't she catching up? He slammed on the gas, pushing the speed to the max. Then a scream from Lu Ruyan filled the van. Big shot, big shot. Your pants are smoking. Lin Yuan looked down and realized it was true. He had been so focused on the gas pedal that he hadn't noticed the cigarette, but had fallen from his mouth. With both hands off the steering wheel, she quickly swatted at the flames that were about to ignite. The van veered sharply towards the bushes on the left side of the road, but fortunately, Lu Ruyan was quick-witted and swiftly turned the steering wheel, averting a second traffic accident. The van came to a halt on the road. Boss, are we safe? Lu Ruyan asked nervously. Luo Shuihan, sitting in the back seat, leaned forward to check. Boss, did it catch fire? Lin Yuan waved his hand casually. It's just a hole burned in my shorts. Then he realized something was off and looked at the two girls in front of him with a strange expression. Something was definitely not right. Faced with Lin Yuan's gaze, the two girls' faces flushed, and they returned to their seats, lowering their heads in silence. Looking at the van that had suddenly stopped 500 meters down the road, the little girl slowed her pace. Could it be that those players had realized her importance and were specifically waiting for her? Yes, it must be that way. The little girl switched her mode from running to walking. As a girl, she had to maintain her composure while also taking the initiative. Just as the little girl was lost in thought, Lin Yuan looked into the rearview mirror at the approaching little girl and smirked. They caught up too quickly. That wouldn't he do? Wouldn't he that ruined the persona he had established in front of them? Shifting gears and stepping on the gas, the van sped down the road again. Hearing the roar of the engine, the little girl suddenly looked up. Weren't they supposed to wait for her? Why were they driving off? Watching the van get further away, she couldn't help but sighed deeply. Indeed, Uncle Wong's words were all lies. In that moment, she discarded the modesty expected of a girl and forgot about the so-called initiative. She set off, her little white legs sprinting after the van that was growing more distant. There was no choice. If the players failed the mission because they were hiding her whereabouts, even if they all perished, she would still be held accountable afterward. Thankfully, with her impressive speed, she managed to catch up to the van in about 5 minutes. After all, she was a courier. It would be embarrassing if she couldn't outrun a second-hand van. Knock, knock, knock. The driver's side window was tapped. Brother Hao, open the door. The little girl called out from outside. The two girls inside were startled. How could she catch up like this? The natives were indeed terrifying. Lin Yuan remained calm. He hadn't encountered many normal natives. It was time to put on a show. He gently opened the window, just enough for his fingers to fit through, afraid she might jump in if he opened it too wide. With a determined expression, Lin Yuan said, Xuening, don't worry. Even if the mission fails, I won't blame you. Upon hearing this, the little girl made a face that looked like she had just eaten something disgusting. She felt relieved, but put on a sweet smile and said, Brother Hao, listen to me. I have a way to help you find Xiao Qiu. Lin Yuan's expression fell, and he gestured with his hands toward the passenger seat, mimicking the action of holding a cigarette. Lu Ruyin instantly understood and lit a cigarette for him, placing it between his lips. After taking a drag, Lin Yuan gazed ahead with a deep look in his eyes, his demeanor forlorn as he said, Xuening, I know you are trying to comfort me, but my mind is made up. Please, don't say any more. With that, he gripped the steering wheel with one hand while the other held the cigarette, flicking the ashes out the window with an effortless elegance. The little girl, who got hit by a face full of ashes, flinched and almost exploded in anger. She suppressed her rage, trying her best to keep her expression natural. Brother Hao, listen to me. The only response she received was the extinguished cigarette, but the closed car window and the blinking turn signal. The van was veering toward her direction, leaving her no choice but to leap into the bushes on the left side of the road. Watching the little girl disappear into the foliage, Lu Ruyin couldn't help but speak up. Boss, are we sure this won't make her angry enough to stop chasing us? Lin Yuan chuckled. Don't worry. She'll probably pop out from some other thicket in a moment. Really? Lu Ruyin looked skeptical, her lips forming a small pout. Lin Yuan playfully ruffled her hair. But just as he was about to make his next move, a startled voice came from the back seat. Boss, look ahead. We're going to hit something. Lin Yuan suddenly glanced forward and saw the little girl standing in front of the vehicle, arms outstretched. Wang Xuening, pouting her lips, was determined to see if Lin Yuan really had the guts to drive into her. As the van approached, panic set in for the little girl. Did he really dare to hit her? With no time to think, she leaped to the right. Lin Yuan also quickly swerved the steering wheel to the right. Chapter 54. Hey, is she okay? She should be fine, right? Lin Yuan said uncertainly. Outside the van, a little girl pressed her small, innocent face against the windshield, her eyes blinking weakly. Under Lin Yuan's control, the van slowly decelerated and came to a smooth stop on the road. The others quickly got out and laid the little girl flat on the ground. Seeing that she had her eyes closed, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. As his lips parted, the little girl opened her eyes wide in shock, feeling the unusual sensation in her body. She couldn't hold back any longer. With a sudden burst of strength, she pushed Lin Yuan away. Sitting on the ground, she gasped for air. What were you doing? The little girl exclaimed angrily. Lin Yuan looked bewildered, stammering, I was saving you. Saving me? The little girl was confused. Yeah, Lin Yuan replied earnestly. Then why did you stick out your tongue? Lin Yuan looked puzzled. Isn't that part of mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? That is how our teacher taught us. Fury ignited in the little girl's eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "So you're pulling down my pants for rescue too?" Lin Yuan clapped his hands, his face lighting up with surprise. "Wow, you figured that out." "Yes, that method was entirely my own invention." "I guess you." The little girl raised her fists, ready to punch Lin Yuan in the face. Lin Yuan glanced behind her, a look of delight crossing his face. "Aunt Wang, is that you? Are you here to pick up Xuanning?" At the mention of her mother, the little girl quickly retracted her fists, a bright smile spreading across her face. "Mom, you're here?" She turned around, searching for her. But as she turned back, a sharp tang knife was suddenly pressed against her neck. "Why, you shameless brat!" The little girl shouted indignantly. Lin Yuan teased, "What? No more acting? Huh, if you have the guts, go ahead and kill me." The little girl defiantly replied, holding her head high. "Okay, I'll grant your wish," Lin Yuan said, raising the knife. The little girl closed her eyes in fear, filled with regret. If she had known, she wouldn't have messed with this jerk. "Pop, pop. Whoa." Lu Ruyin looked at the couple in front of the van. Locked in a passionate kiss, her face icy. She pulled the bystander, Luo Shuihan, and climbed into the van. From the moment Lin Yuan's lips touched hers, the little girl's mind went blank. Even her breathing stopped for a few seconds. She had tried to struggle, but the more she fought, the harder it became to breathe, leaving her no choice but to comply. Actually, she quite enjoys this feeling. 10 minutes later, the little girl looked pale, like a soft shrimp. She collapsed into Lin Yuan's arms, gasping for breath, her gaze towards him filled with an inexplicable emotion. Gently brushing his hand across her cheek, Lin Yuan spoke softly. "Shall we continue?" The little girl hurriedly shook her head, feeling scared. She had never felt this afraid, even when the dagger was pressed against her neck. Inside the van, Luo Shuihan looked at Lu Ruyin, who was biting her lip in frustration, and chuckled. "What's wrong? Is our Ruyin feeling jealous? Do you want me to help deal with that dog of a man, Lin Yuan? Do you have any good ideas, sister?" Lu Ruyin said angrily, stealing a glance at Luo Shuihan. In her heart, she secretly thought, could it be that this woman really has some inappropriate thoughts? She needs to see clearly what kind of person Lin Yuan is dealing with. Noticing Lu Ruyin's gaze, Luo Shuihan maintained a calm expression but sighed inwardly, realizing that Lu Ruyin still didn't trust her. Just as she was about to say something else, Lin Yuan returned, and the words that were on her lips were swallowed back down. The little girl clung to Lin Yuan like a koala, and upon seeing Lu Ruyin's cold expression, she leaned in and gave Lin Yuan a peck on the cheek. Seeing this, Lu Ruyin's face broke into a bright smile as she extended a delicate white hand towards the little girl. "Wang Xuanning, welcome to our family. I'm your elder sister, Lu Ruyin." After saying this, she pointed to Luo Shuihan, who was sitting nearby munching on snacks. "And this is your fourth sister, Luo Shuihan." Luo Shuihan politely extended her hand to shake the little girl's. The little girl was taken aback and turned to Lin Yuan. "Brother Hao, don't players usually follow a monogamous system?" Lin Yuan coughed lightly. "As long as there are children, the property can be inherited. Is that what I was asking about?" The little girl thought to herself, but now that her first kiss had been taken, what could she do? In her self-awareness, the only people who could take her first kiss were two types, the living and the dead. Jumping down from Lin Yuan's arms, the little girl politely greeted her two sisters. Her mature demeanor gradually eased Lu Ruyin's worries. After the group became more familiar with each other, Lin Yuan got down to business. "So, where did you hide Xuanning?" "Oh right, brother, how sorry. I almost forgot about the main issue." The little girl quickly got out of the car and blew a loud whistle in the direction of the forest. Upon hearing the whistle, Lin Yuan's first impression was that it was very loud. As the sound echoed, he felt a tightening in his bladder and turned to head into the forest. After a rustling sound, the whistle hadn't stopped when another rustle followed. Lin Yuan pulled up his pants and muttered to himself, "Could it be that I've been drinking too much pomegranate juice lately?" He patted the little girl beside him, who was still whistling, and asked, "Is your little Chio not here yet?" The little girl scratched her head, her brow slightly furrowed. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be late. Seeing her worried expression, Lin Yuan's heart sank. Could it be that the little Chio she mentioned was dead? He usually had good luck, so he didn't think something like that would happen. Putting on a reassuring smile for the little girl, he comforted her not to worry. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette for himself, leaning against the van, gazing down the seemingly endless road ahead, lost in thought. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Even though the little girl had a physique far beyond ordinary people, she could still feel her throat starting to tingle. Glancing at the cigarette but scattered around him, the little girl blew her whistle again. At this point, Lin Yuan's heart had sunk to the bottom. He had already lost hope for the squirrel named Little Chio that the little girl spoke of. If it really came down to it, he could only use the little girl next to him to complete his side quest. Perhaps the gratitude of the ant could bring some unexpected surprises. But before that, he was contemplating whether he should do something a bit beastly first. Here it comes, here it comes. Brother Hao, Little Chio is here. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly looked up towards the depths of the forest. He saw a chubby black-furred squirrel wearing a pink felt hat and carrying a green satchel, bouncing over one big tree after another, grinning with its two front teeth as it raced towards them. Lin Yuan turned to the little girl beside him and asked, "Is this the Little Chio you were talking about?" Chapter 55. Lin Yuan patted the brim of Little Chio's hat. "Looking pretty stylish, little bro." Little Chio grinned and waved a pair of sharp claws in the air, leaning forward a couple of times. The little girl chuckled behind her hand. Lin Yuan asked curiously, "What did it say?" The little girl replied seriously, "It said you have a hole in your shorts, which also looks pretty trendy." A black line appeared on Lin Yuan's forehead. He took the letter handed to him by the little girl and heard the long-lost system notification sound. "Detected that you have obtained the necessary item for the main quest. Letter. Would you like to submit it?" Submit. Current main quest, the lost letter, has been completed. Congratulations. You have received the quest reward. A promise from a supervisor. This promise can only be redeemed in the jungle dungeon. Unlockable promises. Vehicle, servant, resources, items, weapons. Currency, choose one from 6. Unlock a complete category. After hearing about the wide range of unlockable options, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile broadly. He ruled out vehicles right away. A pickup truck would consume too much fuel, and if they couldn't get diesel in the next few days, they would all be in trouble. After asking the little girl, he learned that there were no items for sale in the jungle, so he eliminated currency as well. As for weapons, he didn't need any for now, so that was out too. When it came to items, Lin Yuan thought it over, but decided to pass. After running for so long, he hadn't seen a single traffic light. Now, it came down to just servant and resources. Lin Yuan wanted both, but that wasn't realistic. Choosing a servant seemed better. They would need to gather resources again in the short term. Food wasn't a concern, but water was problematic. After such a long journey, they had only encountered a small puddle, and that was more suitable for bathing. Lin Yuan had also asked the little girl about water resources, but she seemed affected by some kind of rule. She opened her mouth several times but couldn't produce any sound. He didn't understand lip reading, and despite trying various methods, he still couldn't get any useful information. He reluctantly abandoned the quest for answers. In the end, Lin Yuan chose to select resources. He believed that with the boost from resources, their future journeys would be more comfortable. Unlockable category has been selected. Would you like to unlock resources? Yes. The supervisor's promise has been fulfilled. Resources unlocked successfully. Items have been automatically stored in the system backpack. Not rushing to open the system backpack since he had already shaken off the supervisor's threat, he was still considering whether to complete the side quest now. After finishing the main quest, the last trace of evil thoughts in Lin Yuan's mind also dissipated. Taking the little girl's gentle hand, Lin Yuan gazed deeply into her eyes. The little girl shyly closed her eyes, presenting an expression that seemed to invite affection. Lin Yuan quietly submitted the side quest completion request on the system panel. Resting his chin on the little girl's shoulder, he gently said, "Xuaning, how about we play a game?" The little girl, who had experienced the suffocating feeling again, was quite unhappy. With her eyes still closed, she leaned towards Lin Yuan, seeking a kiss. Just as Lin Yuan was about to make a move, he noticed the 2 women in the back seat of the car, giving him frantic signals, causing his heart to skip a beat. A sense of danger enveloped him as a dark gun barrel pressed against his forehead. A cold voice reached his ears. "What do you want to do with my little cotton-padded jacket?" The little girl opened her eyes wide in surprise, as if she had heard her mother's voice. Upon noticing the familiar gun barrel aimed at Lin Yuan, she realized she hadn't misheard. "Mother, how did you get here?" she exclaimed. "Hauga, he is not a bad person." Aunt Wong scoffed. "If I hadn't come, your little cotton-padded jacket would have been taken away." "And what do you call him? Good brother? Do you believe I want to shoot him right now?" The little girl stammered. "His last name is Hao, and he is older than me. What is wrong with calling him Hauga?" Aunt Wong smiled coldly. "He lied to you. His name is Lin Yuan, and he is one of the top 10 players in this district, surrounded by 4 women and entangled with several female players." The little girl looked at Lin Yuan in shock. Her mother's words were true. Her Hauga. No, It should be Lin Yuan, was involved with so many women and even flirting with other female players. How could he be so promiscuous? Lin Yuan remained silent throughout. Not because he didn't want to defend himself, but at the moment the gun was pressed to his forehead, a hidden prompt appeared before him. Hidden prompt. Do not attempt to anger a woman who has been hurt by scumbags multiple times. She is very likely to shoot you. Survival method. Maintain silence. Hauga. Say something. The little girl urged anxiously. Lin Yuan, seeing that he remained silent, the little girl lowered her head in disappointment. Aunt Wang, noticing her daughter's dejected expression, felt a pang of sympathy. After offering some words of comfort, she shot Lin Yuan a fierce glare and led the little girl deeper into the woods. Only after they completely disappeared into the forest did Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to experience that life or death feeling again. Ding! Side quest, the caretaker's worries, has been completed. Reward, gratitude from the caretaker. The grateful aunt offered a choice of rewards. 100 liters of gasoline, 10 gold coins. 1 camping tent, or 1 ranger outfit camouflage. Lin Yuan decisively chose the gasoline, a necessity. The exchange was successful. And congratulations were in order for receiving 100 liters of gasoline, which has been automatically stored in the system's backpack. With a light and cheerful step, Lin Yuan settled into the passenger seat. Lu Ruyan leaned in. Her small face lit up with excitement. What got the boss so happy? Share with us. Lin Yuan pointed his left and right cheeks. Lu Ruyan immediately understood and leaned in to give him 2 quick kisses. All right, boss, can we talk now? Why does it feel like someone's missing? Lu Ruyan called out to the back seat. Sister Shui, it's your turn. Sister Shui? What a terrible nickname. Yin Yin. I got it. Luo Shuihan replied, her expression darkening at the unexpected nickname. It seemed that even someone as mature as her had a strong sense of revenge. She mimicked Lu Ruyan, planting 2 transparent lip marks on Lin Yuan's cheeks. Lin Yuan clapped his hands and announced, I have good news. Our resource items have been unsealed, so we won't have to worry about water resources for the next few days. Really? Boss, does that mean we could take showers? Lu Ruyan asked eagerly. Showers might be a stretch, but washing our faces should be fine. Okay, who are you? Come out. Luo Shuhin's voice came from the back seat. What is going on? Lin Yuan asked. Boss, there is someone under the car. What? There is someone under the car? He glanced at the bright sky. Thankfully, it was still daytime. If it were nighttime and he suddenly heard someone under the car, it would be quite unsettling. In the next moment, a system notification chimed in. Congratulations. You have triggered the hidden quest, the redemption of the smuggler. Chapter 56, The Smuggler's Redemption, helping Katarina escape border control. Katarina, a beautiful prisoner from Zone 19996, has been incarcerated for smuggling. Faced with the warden's repeated harassment, she decides to stand her ground. During a group activity, she kicks the warden's prized possession and ends up being transferred to the remote jungle prison in Zone 19999 due to a lost letter from the regional supervisor. All 3 guards are dispatched, allowing Katarina, the only inmate in the jungle prison, to seize the opportunity to escape. Your task is to help her successfully evade border checks 3 times and achieve freedom. Task deadline, 48 hours. After hearing the entire mission briefing, Lin Yuan felt that this Katarina must be quite a tough character. Maybe it would be better to just back out. After all, there were no penalties for not completing the task. Luyan, are you ready? Yes, boss. Start the engine. Let's go. The van roared to life as Luyan shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward for 2 meters before screeching to a halt. Where are you headed? Brother, I don't know. Is sister under the car? A cool female voice echoed in Lin Yuan's ear. Sis, can we at least put the dagger away first? I haven't showered in days, and I don't want to dirty your clean blade. The woman chuckled lightly. Oh, I see. She withdrew the dagger from Lin Yuan's neck, pulled out 2 brand new silver handcuffs from her waist, and tossed them at him, indicating the 2 women with rolled-up eyes. I assume you know what to do with these? No need, he replied, his peripheral vision occasionally darting toward the voluptuous woman. Do you think I'm attractive, little brother? Is my figure hot? Very hot, Lin Yuan admitted. Good. As long as you behave for the next couple of days, I won't treat you poorly. A bitter smile crept onto Lin Yuan's face as the character data popped up. Damn it, there's no way he could win against her. Smuggler from Zone 19996 name. Katarina level. 10 gender. Female age. 26 strength. 95 speed. 95 constitution. 110 mentality. 90 an escaped fugitive, a woman he couldn't overpower. and someone with a twisted mindset. The van cruised smoothly down the highway. In the passenger seat, Katerina had her long legs propped up on the center console, a cigarette dangling from her lips, her gaze occasionally flicking to the rearview mirror. You're a player, aren't you? She smirked, her lips curling up. Lin Yuan, driving the vehicle, nodded in response. He was thinking how bold and straightforward the other party was, sitting in the passenger seat like that. Even if he had a pass for inspection exemption, it might not work. Well, players are great. At least they look more free. Katerina played with her hair and said playfully. Although Lin Yuan didn't quite understand the meaning behind her words, he was a good listener. Throughout the woman's chatter, Lin Yuan finally spotted the first checkpoint in the jungle instance. There was a row of wooden stakes on the road, and 7 or 8 soldiers in camouflage uniforms stood in the middle, weapons in hand. When the van was about 10 meters away, a burst of gunfire hit a meter in front of the vehicle. Then, someone shouted at Lin Yuan, "Stop right there, get out for inspection." Several guns were aimed directly at the vehicle. Lin Yuan turned to Katerina and said, "Sister, what should we do?" Katerina raised an eyebrow. "How would I know? Just get out for inspection." Just as the two were talking, 2 soldiers quickly ran over, banging on the car window and shouting, "You have 10 seconds to get out for inspection." Hearing this, Lin Yuan quickly pushed open the car door and jumped out. He handed each of the camo-clad men a cigarette. "Bro, look, can we?" "Haha, no way," one soldier replied firmly. In the next moment, one soldier opened the back door and discovered the 2 women tied up in the back seat. "Sir, we have a situation." The lead soldier glanced at the 2 women, then turned his gaze to Lin Yuan and asked, "Player?" "Yes." "All right, 10 gold coins per person. I'll take you there, but the vehicle stays. Of course, you can also trade some equivalent items." He then noticed the wanted criminal, Katerina. The soldier lightly patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. "Didn't he see that coming? You got some guts. The price needs to be doubled." Thinking of the large amount of kangaroo meat stored in his system backpack, Lin Yuan made his suggestion. "Sir, how about trading the meat?" The soldier was taken aback, looking Lin Yuan up and down, and concluded that this guy seemed quite sturdy. Lin Yuan felt a bit uneasy under the soldier's gaze. Did he misunderstand? But it didn't seem like it. "I agree." The soldier's voice reached Lin Yuan's ears. "So quick to agree. Is this a bit too hasty?" Lin Yuan grumbled inwardly, fearing that delaying might lead to complications. He quickly added, "Sir, when can we make the trade?" The soldier smiled, a bright smile, but Lin Yuan felt it was rather sleazy. Seems like the kid is in a hurry. "Hey, get your buddies and head to the tent to wait. Today, I'm going to introduce you to something a bit more adventurous." The soldiers, excited by the news of being called the 3 soldiers, shared the message with a few others at the checkpoint, and cheers erupted among them. When they heard the term adventurous, the looks from the additional soldiers toward him were unmistakably similar to how they usually eyed women. At this moment, even Lin Yuan, who was usually quite oblivious, realized what they intended to do. Damn it, how did he end up with such a bunch of troublemakers? He took out a pass from his system bag and tossed it in their faces. Lin Yuan settled into the driver's seat, beckoning Katerina to get in. He rolled down the car window, lit a cigarette, and gazed coldly at the pale-faced soldier in charge. "Clear the roadblocks and let us through. I don't want to repeat myself." Bound by the rules of the jungle quest, despite his grim expression, the soldier reluctantly chose to let them pass. The van smoothly navigated through the checkpoint, and Lin Yuan's expression softened significantly. Suddenly, he felt a kiss on his cheek. Turning to face the fiery woman who he couldn't overpower or chase away, he asked, "Sister, what was that for?" At that moment, Katerina wore a different expression. Her gaze toward Lin Yuan filled with admiration. "Little brother, you've truly surprised me," she exclaimed. "I thought you'd be at the mercy of those men just to get through the checkpoint. But who would have guessed you had such a bold side? What should I do? It seems like I might be falling for you." Lin Yuan scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Little brother? Please, who would believe that?" Just then, a sharp dagger was pressed against his neck. Is this what it means to be pursued by a crazy woman? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Whoever wants her can have her. He certainly didn't want anything to do with her. Chapter 57. Lin Yuan gently pushed aside the dagger resting against his neck with his right hand and flashed a self-proclaimed sunny smile at Katerina. "Sister, can we not mess around? I'm driving. You can't always be distracted, right? What if something happens? It wouldn't be worth it." At his words, Katerina smiled, and to others, it might have seemed sweet and beautiful. But to Lin Yuan, it was clearly not a good sign. She was about to go off the rails again. Since his brother wasn't fond of this approach, let's switch it up a bit. "Pull over. Isn't that a bit much? When I say stop, You stop. Got it. You want to experience what it feels like with a knife to your throat again, huh? Hearing this, Lin Yuan decisively slammed on the brakes, bringing the van to a smooth halt on the highway. Just then, Katerina started putting on stockings beside him. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. Sister, where did you get those stockings? Oh, that's not important. Just tell me if you like them. Sure, Lin Yuan replied confidently. Then let us get started, Katerina said with a smile. Here? Shouldn't we move to the back? There seems to be more space. Lin Yuan suggested tentatively. This is fine. Just adjust your seat back a bit. Oh, okay. Lin Yuan complied. Ready? Katerina asked eagerly. Lin Yuan swallowed hard. Ready? All right, let us begin. In the back seat, the two women, who had been pretending to be unconscious, slowly opened their eyes just a crack. They then froze in shock. What were they seeing? In the driver's seat, Lin Yuan's smile had vanished. His large hands were busily kneading a pair of delicate, black stocking-clad feet resting on his lap. Across from him, Katerina wore an expression of pure enjoyment. To his surprise, Lin Yuan's massage technique was surprisingly professional, far better than any foot spa she had been to in District 19996. Brother, where did you learn this foot massage technique? Lin Yuan replied irritably, self-taught. Oh, what a shame. You're a player. Otherwise, I'd definitely hire you as my personal foot masseur. Lin Yuan silently scoffed at the idea of being a foot masseur. Who would want that? However, seeing how much Katerina was enjoying it, he thought it might be worth trying himself someday. His gaze shifted to the two women in the back seat, and he frowned slightly. Their expressions didn't seem quite right. Could they be waking up? Half an hour later, after Lin Yuan had exhausted 2/3 of his energy, Katerina finally pulled her sweaty feet back. Brother, you're not doing so well. It hasn't been long, and you're already out of energy? Is it true that you're not doing well in that area? Sister has something good for you. Here, take this. After saying that, she handed Lin Yuan a small vial, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. Lin Yuan took the unwrapped vial and examined it closely. It seemed to contain a small pill. He looked up at Katerina sitting across from him and asked, Sister, what's in here? This is a pill made from the yellow-tailed fat scorpion. It's quite expensive. Just this one pill costs 50 gold coins. What? One pill costs 50 gold coins. Is it made of gold? Lin Yuan exclaimed. It seemed that gold really wasn't as expensive as this. Thinking back to the whole yellow-tailed fat scorpion he had given away in a resting area, he felt regret wash over him. How many pills could he have had? How much money he had lost? A tear of regret trickled from the corner of his eye. This scene shocked the three women in the car. Lu Rian said, could it be that the big shot really can't do it anymore? No wonder he hasn't touched her in a long time. Should she look for a few more yellow-tailed fat scorpions in this jungle to help him out? Luo Shuehan remarked, Lu Rian is really ruthless. It hasn't been long since they last met, and she has already made Lin Yuan useless. Should she figure out a way to find another man? No, that thought was too crazy. If Lin Yuan found out, he might just eliminate her at any moment. Katerina added, could it be that she hit a sore spot? Are players really this fragile? Hey brother, I have 2 more vials of pills here. I'll give them to you too. Seeing this, Lin Yuan snatched the pills from her hand, his eyes filled with sorrow. Katerina thought to herself, how fragile is this player? Is he that eager? I was thinking of having a romantic encounter with him, but if he is in such poor shape, maybe I should just forget it. Lin Yuan didn't realize that his impulsive action of grabbing the pills had cost him an opportunity worth a fortune. If he had known, his expression might have been even more sorrowful. As the clock struck 6 p.m., the sky gradually darkened. Katerina leaned against the car window, staring blankly at the scenery rushing by. Lin Yuan focused intently on driving the van. The two women in the back seat stopped pretending to be unconscious and exchanged glances. The car was eerily quiet. An hour later, the van pulled over to the left side of the road. The group sat in the back of the van, devouring several takeout boxes that Katerina had somehow procured. Although their hands were cuffed, it didn't seem to affect Lu Ruyan's eating speed. Big shot. Here, have some, Lin Yuan said, handing over a few bites of his takeout to Lu Ruyan. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan quickly accepted it, flashing him a sweet smile before continuing to eat. Faced with the lunchbox provided by Katerina, Lin Yuan didn't have much of an appetite. The bland boiled cabbage, accompanied by a few slices of meat as thin as a cicada's wings, along with undercooked rice, made him seriously suspect that it had been brought from a prison. In this dim jungle, Lin Yuan didn't want to experience prison food too soon. Time passed slowly, and as night fell, the car was enveloped in darkness, with only the faint sounds of a few people breathing. The night went by without a word. When the sunlight filtered through the dense foliage and illuminated the interior of the car, Katerina, who had been sleeping on Lin Yuan's lap, opened her eyes and stretched widely. Her perfectly curved waist caught Lin Yuan's attention, making him scratch his head. What a great opportunity, but unfortunately it was missed. He had expected the person sleeping on his lap to be Lu Ruyan, but it turned out to be Katerina instead. In the back seat, Lu Ruyan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, was in a foul mood. During the day, the little lowly had occupied most of Lin Yuan's time, leaving her quite dissatisfied. But now, at night, her designated spot had been taken again. How could she not be upset? Luo Shuian, also in the back seat with her own set of dark circles. Hadn't T slept well the night before either, all because Lin Yuan had given her a bottle of little pills before sleeping, leading to a misunderstanding. The van sped along the highway, and after 2 hours of driving, Lin Yuan felt a bit bored. The three women in the car remained silent. Just as he was about to find a topic to discuss with them, he heard Katerina's cold voice. They really wouldn't tee it up, would they? Lin Yuan looked ahead, his brow slightly furrowed. On the road ahead, several soldiers stood in a neat row, and the one leading them was the same officer he had thrown his ID at yesterday. It seemed that fate had a way of bringing enemies together. Chapter 58. The van stopped 2 meters away from the soldiers. The lead soldier knocked on Lin Yuan's car window. "Kid, I don't believe you have a second exemption pass. Get out of the car." Lin Yuan flashed a toothy grin and glanced at the smug expression on the soldier's face. "What if I do?" The soldier was taken aback, studying Lin Yuan's expression for a long moment before scoffing. "Trying to fool me? If you have it, show it quickly and don't waste our time." Lin Yuan didn't want to get into a lengthy argument. He pulled out a brand new exemption pass from his system backpack and handed it over. "Here you go." The soldier took the exemption pass Lin Yuan handed him and only glanced at it twice before his expression darkened. He signaled to the row of soldiers blocking the way to let them through. Lin Yuan patted the soldier on the shoulder, slipping a box of fresh cigarettes into his pocket. "Brother, sorry about last time. Consider this my apology." With that, Lin Yuan stepped on the gas and drove through the checkpoint. As he watched the taillights grow fainter in the distance, the soldier's expression softened considerably. A soldier hurried over. "Sir, are we setting up a checkpoint at the next stop?" Holding the bulging pack of cigarettes, the lead soldier fell silent. The fact that the guy had produced 2 exemption passes in a row clearly indicated he wasn't an ordinary player. He might even have a 3rd or 4th one on him. Moreover, the area ahead wasn't even under his jurisdiction. Swatting away his subordinate's cap, the lead soldier unleashed a tirade of scolding on his team. "You're getting more handsome by the day." "Really? Do you think so too, sis?" Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Boss, I'm hungry," complained Lu Ruyan from the back seat. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the passenger seat where Katerina was sitting. She shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she was powerless when it came to food matters. Having had enough barbecue, Lin Yuan clearly wanted to change things up, so he opened his system backpack to check all his items. 5 cans of 8 treasure porridge, 1 Snickers, 60 bottles of purified water, 10 cups of special lemon water, 750 milliliters, 5 packs of self-heating hot pot, 500 g, 10 bags of potato chips, 250 g, tomato flavor, 5 bags of pure milk, 5 cans of soda, 350 milliliters, 1 can of yellow peach, 550 g, 1 dried yellow-tailed scorpion, 3 pieces of dried rabbit meat, 6 pounds of oxtail, 200 kilograms of kangaroo meat, 45 packs of instant noodles, 100 kilograms of donkey meat, 50 kilograms of lamb, 3 energy pills, 24 boxes of cigarettes, 38 black iron lighters, 285 liters of diesel, 160 liters of gasoline, 1 vehicle upgrade card, 1 vehicle repair card, an ultra-thin night-use safety pants, reusable after washing, 9 rolls of sterile absorbent toilet paper, reusable after washing, 8 pieces of fruit-flavored soap, fragrance lasts for 8 hours, 5 summer youth outfits, reusable after washing, 5 summer sun hats, reusable after washing. Looking at the relatively abundant supplies in his backpack, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment, but decided to share 4 cans of 8 treasure porridge with the 3 women. Breakfast was delightful, and Katerina licked her lips enticingly. Her gaze towards Lin Yuan filled with a desire for food. After months in prison, not only was she tormented mentally, but her taste buds suffered as well. Now, having a can of sweet 8 treasure porridge was a unique pleasure for her. "Brother, if you can give your sister another can of 8 treasure porridge, maybe I can offer you some special services too." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ruyan, who was sitting in the back licking her can, was not pleased. What a joke. She was tea full yet. Why should the food go to that perverted woman? Boss, I can provide the same services she offers. I just need a bite. Lin Yuan remained silent, enjoying the friendly competition, but he overlooked an important factor. How could Katerina, as a crazy woman, play by the rules? Katerina glanced at Lu Rian's little bulge, and a sickly smile crept across her face. Little sister, you still need to develop a bit more. Perhaps your man would prefer someone more mature like me. Wouldn't you agree, dear brother? Lin Yuan hurriedly responded, Yes, you're right, sister. He then took out the last can of 8 treasure porridge from his system backpack and handed it over. Sister, can we put away the dagger now? Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly. Katerina excitedly licked the lid, the side of the dagger repeatedly grazing Lin Yuan's neck. Brother, your response was too perfunctory. Sister isn't very satisfied. Lin Yuan felt a throbbing headache. Could it be that his recent good fortune in love had temporarily dulled his wits? Being manipulated by someone else wasn't something Lin Yuan would allow. He fixed his serious gaze on Katerina, who was sitting across from him. Noticing the shift in Lin Yuan's expression, Katerina became even more excited. A warm and gentle demeanor from a man did nothing to stir her desires. In contrast, Lin Yuan's current change was precisely what she craved. Was he about to make a move on her? Damn it. Her toes inadvertently pierced through the stockings wrapped around her legs. Katerina was trembling with excitement. Lin Yuan was baffled. This woman must be out of her mind. Was she having some sort of seizure? A dagger lightly grazed Lin Yuan's neck. The blade stained with a few droplets of bright red blood. He touched the wound on his neck, exhaling a breath of relief. Thankfully, it was just a minor scratch. His gaze shifted back to Katerina, and he was momentarily stunned. At that moment, Katerina looked like a fully ripe succubus, licking the blood from the dagger and gently parting her crimson lips. Her alluring expression and enticing movements captivated Lin Yuan, causing him to momentarily lose his focus. The 2 women sitting in the back were also deeply drawn in by Katerina's current state. She was simply too tempting. Brother. A sultry female voice pierced through Lin Yuan's eardrums, reaching his brain. Are you ready? A thought flashed in Lin Yuan's mind. This time, it couldn't possibly be another foot massage. Could it? Katerina's voice snapped the 2 women out of their daze. Lu Rian remained silent, though she felt a twinge of bitterness. After all, Lin Yuan was recognized as her man by the great Emperor Lu Rian. She didn't want to add another wound to him due to her rashness. However, Luo Shuihan thought differently. She just wanted to know if Lin Yuan was capable, as it concerned her future choices in life. The temperature inside the car began to rise. Lin Yuan took off his short-sleeved shirt adorned with youthful slogans, revealing his well-defined six-pack abs. An ambiguous atmosphere spread throughout the vehicle. The distance between Katerina and Lin Yuan continued to close, and the moment their lips touched, Lin Yuan caught a faint metallic taste of blood. It seemed to be his own. At that moment, the others in the car were unaware of 2 figures quietly approaching the van. Chapter 59 Inside the van. The 2 were engrossed in their passionate embrace. Outside, a tall figure and a small one coldly watched the scene unfolding within the vehicle. See that, my dear daughter? This is what a scumbag is like, full of energy and life, the mother remarked. Perhaps this is just one of Lin Yuan's women. Aunt Wang scoffed, I know that woman. She's a fugitive named Katerina. That's why we were ordered to set up a temporary checkpoint here. The little girl's face turned pale as she tried to justify Lin Yuan, but as her gaze fell upon the scene inside the van, all her words felt utterly powerless. Damn Lin Yuan, damn scumbag, she exclaimed, picking up the shotgun in her hand and firing a shot into the sky. Bang! In that moment, the little girl had completely darkened. Hearing the gunshot, everyone inside the van tensed up. Everyone get out and prepare for inspection within 10 seconds. She commanded. Lin Yuan, furious, quickly sat back down. They had just taken the first step in their romantic encounter, a kiss, and now it was interrupted. Who wouldn't be annoyed? Katerina, however, showed no signs of panic. A subtle smile flickered in her beautiful eyes. The group quickly exited the van. When Lin Yuan saw that it was Aunt Wang and the little girl, he was momentarily stunned, then a look of embarrassment crossed his face. Aunt Wang, twinning. What is going on? Routine inspection. Now you have 2 choices. 1. Hand over all your assets, leave these 3 women behind, and drive off in your junk van. 2. Leave everything behind. Lin Yuan rubbed his hands nervously and chuckled awkwardly. Auntie, we know each other so well. Can't we discuss other options? I have plenty of things that might be useful to you. We can negotiate. Aunt Wong sneered. We're not that familiar, so don't try to butter me up. At that moment, the little girl suddenly spoke up. Leave this to me, mother. Aunt Wong looked at her daughter in surprise, but said nothing as she turned to head towards the checkpoint ahead. Her daughter had grown up. There were some matters she felt it was better not to interfere with. The scumbag was better handled by her directly. After Aunt Wong left, Lin Yuan sighed in relief. Compared to the woman who had been hurt by the scumbag, he clearly preferred to be alone with the little girl. However, when the little girl spoke her first words, Lin Yuan's perspective changed dramatically. Brother Lin Yuan, if I kill them all, would you be sad? She giggled. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. This girl was not right. Something was very off. Why does your brother look so grim? Did I say something wrong? The little girl showed a scared expression on her face, but the barrel of the gun was pressed against Lin Yuan's forehead. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Yuan's brow as the little girl pulled the trigger back. With a look of grievance, she said, Brother, you're nervous. No, you're scared. Don't worry. How could I bear to hurt you? The gun slowly shifted towards the side, aiming at Katerina, standing nearby. How about I help you deal with her? She's a wanted criminal. Katerina's lips twitched. Though she was crazy and unpredictable, she valued her life very much. Escaping from prison was proof enough of that. At that moment, she dared not make a move, especially since there were a few red dots on her forehead. Uncle Wong, who was carrying a sniper rifle next to her, glanced at Aunt Wong beside him and said, Why don't we just take her out with one shot? That would save us a lot of trouble. Aunt Wong shot him an annoyed glare. What's wrong? Tired from carrying the gun? I'll get you a kidney to boost your energy tonight. Wang Shu, nearby, remained silent. After listening to the little girl's comments and observing her expressions, Lin Yuan understood that she had turned dark, but it didn't seem completely irreversible. Perhaps there was still a chance to save her. Xuanning, maybe we can talk privately, Lin Yuan suggested. The little girl turned to look at him, her expression shifting to one of pitiful innocence. Brother Lin Yuan, is it because I wanted to kill this woman that you decided to talk to me alone? Yes, that's exactly it, Lin Yuan said, feeling a rare burst of firmness. He believed that constant concession wouldn't lead to a good outcome. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The ground in front of Lu Ruyin was marked with shallow pits. Everyone present was startled by the shot. The little girl smiled apologetically at Lin Yuan. Sorry, that was an accidental discharge. Lu Ruyin's face was filled with indignation. She was just minding her own business nearby. Who did she provoke? Luo Shuihan quietly stepped back a couple of paces, distancing herself from Lu Ruyin. Ever since she acknowledged Lu Ruyin as her sister, it seemed she hadn't encountered any good fortune. After the brief interruption, Lin Yuan's tone softened considerably. There was no way he could lose a few of his maids just because he stood his ground a little. The road ahead was long, and he was counting on them to help him later. Xuanning, just tell me what it takes for us to get past this. Lin Yuan gazed deeply into her eyes, his attitude sincere, with just the right amount of sadness on his face. Lin Yuan locked eyes with the little girl for 3 seconds before she shyly looked down. Memories of their brief time together flooded her mind, and then she suddenly recalled the scene inside the car before they got out. A mix of emotions swirled in her heart, and after a long moment, when she finally lifted her head, her gaze towards Lin Yuan was filled with madness. Lin Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Something was about to go wrong, and things were heading in an uncontrollable direction. What to do? When the dark muzzle of the gun pressed against his forehead again, Lin Yuan decided he didn't want to talk anymore. The next moment, the little girl leaned in close to Lin Yuan's ear and whispered a few words. Her eyes fixed intently on him. Was she serious? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. The little girl smiled and nodded. Lin Yuan took a set of summer youth outfit from his system backpack and handed it to her. In the astonished gazes of those around them, the two of them slipped into the nearby forest together. Lu Ruyin, what on earth is going on, big shot? Don't you know their parents are around? Luo Shuihan, it all comes down to this moment for you, big shot. Katerina, this little brother of mine has some unexpected skills in flirting. Uncle Wong next door couldn't sit still any longer. He turned to Aunt Wong beside him, angrily saying, The little girl has been taken away, and you're just going to stand by? Aunt Wong sighed, realizing that her daughter was resorting to this kind of revenge against the scumbag. It was a lose-lose situation. Well, let her be. After this, she should mature a lot. Uncle Wong next door, is this really a matter of maturity? This seems more like an adult issue. Oh well, it doesn't matter since she's not my biological daughter anyway. 1 hour later, 2 hours later, Aunt Wong sighed and said to Uncle Wong next door, "Old Wong, I think it's time to tell you the truth." Uncle Wong next door looked at her in surprise, a vague sense of unease creeping into his heart. Let me take a moment to process this. Chapter 60. Uncle Wong from next door took a few deep breaths, his gaze firmly fixed on Aunt Wong. "Go ahead and say it," Aunt Wong replied. "The DNA results are out." Uncle Wong's eyes widened in shock. "The child isn't mine?" Aunt Wong rolled her eyes at him. "If it's not yours, then whose could it be?" "Well, that's a relief," Uncle Wong said, breaking into a silly grin. "As long as it's mine, that's all that matters." Aunt Wong hesitated for 3 seconds before continuing. "The daughter is also yours." Uncle Wong chuckled. "Of course the daughter is ours too." Noticing a slight shift in Aunt Wong's tone, Uncle Wong's smile froze, and he stammered, "Is she really biologically mine?" "Yes." "Did you do a DNA test?" "Yes." Watching Uncle Wong's figure gradually recede, Aunt Wong shouted, "Old Wong, don't act impulsively." Old Wong seemed not to hear her, grabbing his sniper rifle and plunging into the jungle. Today, he swore to take down that little brat Lin Yuan. Aunt Wong stamped her foot in frustration. "That stubborn old Wong. Why won't he listen to me?" After a moment of thought, she decided to abandon her post and rushed into the jungle after him. By the van, Katerina looked at the empty checkpoint and broke into an enchanting smile. She straightened her slightly disheveled clothes and waved goodbye to the two girls, who were still glaring at each other. "Goodbye, little sisters. Remember to tell that annoying little brother that if he goes to zone 19996, he can mention my name anytime." With that, she hopped over the deserted checkpoint barrier and quickly disappeared down the road. As she watched Katerina's retreating figure, Lu Ruyin spat on the ground. That crazy woman is finally gone. The time had already reached 2 p.m. and had been over 4 hours since Lin Yuan left. Lu Ruyin's face was filled with anxiety. What if that big shot has died in the jungle? Luo Shuehan comforted her from the side. "Don't worry, sister. Lin Yuan will be fine. Based on what I know about him, if he were in serious trouble, he would definitely drag a few girls down with him. The fact that we're still here is the best proof." Deep in the jungle, Lin Yuan, clad in a half-sleeve shirt, was sprinting for his life among the trees. Gunshots rang out behind him intermittently. The little girl in a youthful outfit was chasing after the moving figure ahead. "Uncle Wong, stop. Don't shoot. I can't. I have to take that brat down today." "What do you want from him?" "Lin Yuan is my boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wong stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the little girl not far behind him. A hint of sadness clouded his handsome middle-aged face. "Yes, your boyfriend, but I'm your real dad." The little loli froze in place. Behind her, Aunt Wong's voice rang out. "He really is your dad. We did a DNA test." A mini-family reunion scene unfolded in the jungle. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan finally made it back to the road. Lu Rian looked at Lin Yuan's disheveled appearance and couldn't help but laugh out loud. A line of black lines appeared on her forehead as she jotted down another note in her little notebook. Lin Yuan retrieved the keys from under the driver's seat to unlock the handcuffs on the two women. "Quick, move the wooden frame out of the way. Let us get through the checkpoint." 2 minutes later, the van sped through the checkpoint and raced off into the distance. After Lin Yuan left, Wang Xuanning and her family emerged from the jungle near the checkpoint. Uncle Wang said with a face full of indignation, "Xuanning, is this the boyfriend you found? He has no sense of responsibility. He runs away at the first sign of danger." Fortunately, Lin Yuan didn't hear the complaints. If he had, he would have vehemently argued back. "Seriously? Just 3 centimeters away from getting shot in the head, and you call that no danger?" Wang Xuanning stared blankly at the van disappearing down the road. A pair of large hands rested on her shoulders as Aunt Wong gently said, "Let us go. My dear daughter, it's time to go home." Inside the van, Lin Yuan held a cigarette in his mouth, one hand on the steering wheel, looking refreshed and completely different from his earlier disheveled state. Lu Rian, sitting in the passenger seat, frowned as she scrutinized Lin Yuan's current condition. Finally, unable to hold back, she asked, "Boss, what were you and that little girl Wang Xuanning doing in the woods just now?" Luo Shuehan in the back seat perked up to eavesdrop. "We were soaking in hot springs." "Just soaking in hot springs?" A skeptical look flashed across Lu Rian's face. Lin Yuan shot her a sideways glance and replied irritably, "What else would it be? Please don't project your dirty thoughts onto someone pure-hearted. Besides, she is still so young. How could I do anything to her?" Luo Shuehan murmured from the back seat, "But she is 18. She is already an adult." "Huh?" Lin Yuan turned to look at the mumbling Luo Shuehan. Luo Shuihan felt her body stiffen and quickly showed an apologetic expression before lowering her head in silence. Lin Yuan didn't say anything more and turned back to focus on driving, selectively answering the questions Lu Ruyan posed afterward. Boss, is Wang Xuaning pretty? Pretty. Boss, how long did you last? I don't understand what you're talking about. Boss, why did you come back so quickly? Quick. I thought it was fine. Hey, did you run back without your shorts because it was cool? Ha, what does that ha mean? Are you done yet? Lin Yuan slammed the brakes, bringing the van to a halt on the road. What is going on with you? Are you angry out of embarrassment? Come on, let us switch seats, you drive. Oh. Lu Ruyan pouted, reluctantly swapping seats with Lin Yuan. Sitting in the back, Luo Shuhin's eyes lit up. She picked up on some nuances from their conversation. Ding! A system notification chimed in Lin Yuan's ears. Hidden task. The smuggler's redemption has been completed. Task rewards have been automatically added to your system backpack. Please check promptly. Rewards have been issued. With high hopes, Lin Yuan opened his system backpack. Low-quality black stockings 1. Disposable. Low-quality fishnet stockings 1. Disposable. Low-quality shiny stockings 1. Disposable. Cross-region experience card 1. Choose a region range 199, 901, 9998. Maximum, stay not exceeding 48 hours. Looking at the 4 additional items, a slight smile crept onto Lin Yuan's face. Although the first 3 items were of poor quality, they were still usable. As for the cross-region experience card, he hadn't figured out how to use it yet. Just as he was about to continue checking the day's main quest, Lu Ruyan's voice broke in at an opportune moment. Hey, you look so sleazy when you smile. Oh really? He took out a low-quality fishnet stocking 1 from the backpack and placed it on Lu Ruyan's fair thigh. With a warm smile, Lin Yuan said, make sure to wear it for me tonight. Lu Ruyan, please just let me go. Let go. Who is let go? I don't know anyone by that name. Luo Shuihan covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. He tossed a set of low-quality, shiny stockings 1 into her lap. Lin Yuan's voice echoed, you're included too, you know. Hee. Chapter 61. Opening the task panel. Lin Yuan checked today's main quest. Main quest. The whales of the arsonist. Save as many innocent civilians as possible. The supervisor of the jungle dungeon, John Clean, is on his way to promotion. Before taking office, to avoid leaving any evidence for his successor to exploit, he assigned a daunting task to the lumber mill manager. That task was to set a fire that would destroy all evidence, a fire that would obliterate humanity. Task reward, gratitude from the public. Task penalty, perishing in the flames, servants will be randomly teleported to different competition arenas. After reading the main quest, Lin Yuan instantly felt that the socks he had sent to the 2 girls were no longer appealing. He glanced at the socks adorning the girls' legs, pondering whether to make a move now, but ultimately decided against it. For now, survival was the priority. Besides, this task penalty seemed to be directed at him. Just as he was contemplating how to face the upcoming situation, a delightful system notification rang in his ears. Hidden hint, a fire will ignite from the rear in 1 hour, spreading at a maximum speed of 55 km/h. It is recommended to upgrade vehicles for survival. Upgrade vehicles? Lin Yuan had a vehicle upgrade card stored in his system backpack, which he had been hesitant to use due to concerns about fuel consumption. However, facing a life-threatening situation, he couldn't afford to be picky anymore. He opened the system backpack and clicked to use the vehicle upgrade card. Ding! Vehicle upgrading in progress. This upgrade will take 2 hours. Normal use is not affected during the upgrade period. Compared to the upgrade time for a pickup truck, the upgrade time for a van was relatively short. Nevertheless, for Lin Yuan at that moment, it still felt incredibly long. Lu Ruyan, Luo Shuihan, are you there, boss? Take off your socks. Oh, boss, we just got them on. Yeah, I told you to take them off, so do it. The 2 girls exchanged glances and reluctantly removed their socks, stowing them away in the system backpack. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan seemed to remember something and looked at Lin Yuan with an excited expression. Boss, what is today's task? You need to stop the car. Okay, boss. Taking out a 100-liter oil drum from the system backpack, Lin Yuan exited the vehicle and opened the fuel tank, starting the refueling process. After finishing 1 drum of gasoline, the total amount in the tank reached 128 liters. 10 minutes later, after listening to Lin Yuan explain the main quest, both girls furrowed their brows in unison. Boss, does that mean we need to save a lot of people? Lu Ruyan asked. Exactly. How do we find those who need help? Luo Shuihan asked. I don't know. Lu Ruyan replied. Luo Shuihan added. Noticing the speechless expressions on the faces of the 2 women, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and analyzed. Perhaps we will hear their cries for help, or they might appear within our line of sight. The two women nodded in agreement with Lin Yuan's words. The three continued to discuss for a while, but when faced with the impending fire, they couldn't come up with any effective countermeasures. Half an hour later, their stomachs began to growl. Lu Ruyan hung her head, looking exhausted, and collapsed into Lin Yuan's embrace. "Boss, are you hungry?" she asked. Luo Shuihan replied. Lin Yuan chuckled as he stroked her smooth forehead and pulled out 3 servings of self-heating hot pot from his backpack. "Are you guys hungry?" "Yes." The 3 of them enjoyed a hearty hot pot meal before the fire. "Boss, do you have any water?" "This hot pot is so spicy," Lu Ruyan hissed. Sticking out her tongue, her little face flushed. Luo Shuihan, however, was much more reserved. She could clearly feel Lin Yuan's indifference toward her and simply stared at him silently. Lin Yuan took 3 bottles of purified water from his system backpack and handed one to each of them. Their lunch ended amidst a chorus of satisfied sighs. Glancing at the time displayed on the system panel, Lin Yuan noted that there were only 3 minutes left until the fire started. He quietly lit a cigarette and rolled down the car window. "Listen to my instructions later, got it?" "Don't worry, boss," Lu Ruyan replied. "No problem, boss," Luo Shuihan added. After glancing at the back seats that had been folded down, Lin Yuan told Luo Shuihan, "You'll be in the passenger seat. Don't open the door unless it's an emergency." Hearing this, Luo Shuihan felt a warmth in her heart and nodded in agreement. Luo Shuihan's affection level was at 5. Currently at 78. Lin Yuan cast a sidelong glance at her, muttering to himself, "Women." 2 minutes later, Lin Yuan got out of the van, flicked away the cigarette butt, and switched seats with Luo Shuihan. As he looked at the still smoldering cigarette butt, an unrealistic thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Could this fire have been started by him? He quickly dashed out of the vehicle and stomped out the cigarette butt. Just as he sighed in relief, he saw thick black smoke rising from behind the van. The van sped down the road, quickly distancing itself from the smoke. The rear doors on both sides of the vehicle remained open, allowing Lin Yuan to have a clear view, while also making it easier for those in need to get on board quickly. Time slipped away in seconds, and half an hour had passed since the fire ignited. Yet, no one had managed to spot anyone in need of rescue. "Boss, do you think you might have miscalculated?" asked Lu Ruyan from the driver's seat, turning to Lin Yuan. "Just drive the car. Why are you talking so much?" Lin Yuan was convinced that his analysis was spot on. Another half hour went by. The van had successfully upgraded, transforming into a somewhat worn-out MPV Jinbei van. MPV Jinbei van, for adults aged 18 and above. Top speed, 55 km/h. Fuel tank capacity, 180 liters. Fuel consumption, 0.5 liters per kilometer. Interior features, air conditioning. Radio intercom system, capable of receiving some signals within a 15-kilometer range. Durability, 10. Boss, the vehicle has upgraded, and we're picking up speed. Lu Ruyan exclaimed excitedly from the front. "Got it," Lin Yuan replied with a serious expression. 2 hours had passed without encountering a single soul, and Lin Yuan's mood was not great. He grabbed the radio intercom and silently prayed that it would be useful. He turned it on and pressed the PTT button. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. "This is player number 09999. There's a fire behind me, and the flames are spreading forward. If anyone needs rescue, please evacuate to the highway. Remember, my vehicle is a white Jinbei van. Please spread the word to anyone who hears this." After shouting into the intercom 3 times, Lin Yuan handed it over to Luo Shuihan. "Follow what I just said and shout every 5 minutes." "Okay, boss." "Boss, do you really think this will work?" Lin Yuan glanced at her seriously and replied, "You'd better hope it does." Chapter 62. The time had now reached 7 p.m., and tonight's jungle was not as dark as it usually was. In the back of the vehicle, a towering fire had ignited. The air was thick with the acrid smell of charred wood. The doors on both sides had long been closed by Lin Yuan, and the inside of the vehicle was surprisingly quiet. "Boss, can I ask you a question?" Lu Ruyan said weakly. Lin Yuan remained silent, still contemplating how he could encounter someone in need of rescue. "If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes, boss." Lu Ruyan pressed on, but Lin Yuan continued to be unresponsive. If the mission fails, boss, will we still be alive?" The reason Lu Ruyan had this question was entirely due to Lin Yuan's previous clear descriptions of the punishments for mission failures. However, this time, the other party had not mentioned anything at all. At this moment, Luo Shuihan also perked up her ears, particularly attentive to Lu Ruyan's question. "No." The cold word escaped Lin Yuan's lips, shattering all the fantasies the two had about their future. The vehicle once again fell into an eerie silence. Over 2 hours later, the time was now 9:31 p.m. Lin Yuan silently lit a cigarette inside the vehicle, the rising smoke blurring his vision. A crackling sound came from the walkie-talkie. A somewhat urgent female voice came through the device. Player 09999, can you hear me? This is Observer Lin Changqing. I've reached the highway, and the fire has not spread here. Please respond. Please respond. Boss. Luo Shuihan turned to look at Lin Yuan. Hand me the walkie-talkie. Taking the device from her, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and pressed the PTT button. I am player 09999. Observer Lin Changqing. Can you hear me? Ji la. La. This is Observer Lin Changqing. Player 09999. I can hear you. I can hear you. Lin Yuan picked up the walkie-talkie again. Observer Lin Changqing. Please maintain communication as best as you can and wait for rescue in the middle of the highway. Ji la. La received. Lu Ruoyan. Yes, boss. Keep the vehicle speed at 40 km/h and stay alert to the road conditions ahead. Okay, boss. 20 minutes later, the Jinbei van welcomed the first rescue personnel. Are you Lin Changqing? The other party was a young woman with a sharp bob haircut. Lin Changqing extended her hand to thank Lin Yuan. Yes, that's me. Thank you for lending a hand. It was just a small effort. By the way, do you know if there are any other people nearby who need help? Lin Changqing asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. She furrowed her brow, thinking for a moment before picking up the radio. Do you really want to rescue more people? She was unsure if the question was genuine or just a test. The fact that they managed to save her was already surprising enough. Until the other party made a clear statement, she didn't want to overstep. Lin Yuan smiled, genuinely pleased. It seemed the other party was quite considerate. His question was both a test and a measure of her character. If she turned out to be a bleeding heart, he would mind kicking her out of the vehicle after rescuing a second person. After she got into the car, he received another prompt from the system. During the rescue mission, players would have ownership of the vehicle and the strength of rescued individuals would be suppressed by 90. Honestly, the more people you can contact, the more I can save. I can help you reach more people in need of rescue, but I can't guarantee that saving them won't cause you any trouble. Don't worry. Just go ahead and reach out. I'll filter through them myself. With the other party's affirmative response, Lin Changqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had already laid out the stakes. Anything that happened afterward wouldn't be her responsibility. Switching through several different channels, she began to call out on the radio. This is Observer Lin Changqing. We are currently conducting a rescue operation. Please, anyone receiving this message, head to the highway and wait for assistance. After switching through more than 20 channels, her voice was getting hoarse, and she still hadn't received a single reply. Noticing the hint of doubt in Lin Yuan's gaze, she continued switching channels. Boss, the smoke is coming in. Visibility ahead is obstructed. Weren't you an award winner? Why are you asking me about this minor issue? Boss, you said before that all actions would be directed by you. Lin Yuan, turn on the fog lights and double flashers, and honk every 30 seconds. Keep an eye on the road conditions. Received, I'll follow your commands. Lin Yuan shot her a glare, but didn't say anything more. After Lin Changqing got into the car, the mood among the group improved significantly. The mission hadn't specified the number of people that needed rescuing. Even if they only saved one, it wouldn't count as a failed mission, right? The vehicle sped through layers of smoke toward the road ahead. Fida, a slightly immature male voice crackled through the radio. Observer Lin Changqing, this is Investigator Lu Ming. Please respond if you hear me. Lin Changqing didn't reply immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze to Lin Yuan. Tell him to pay attention to the sound of car horns and to stand in the middle of the road. I am Observer Lin Changqing. Investigator Lu Ming, please hurry to the middle of the road and watch for the honking. Received. Lu Ruoyan responded, got it, boss. I'm already reducing speed. 10 minutes later, the car welcomed the second rescue recipient. The newcomer was a young man with a buzz cut. He was quite perceptive and immediately shook Lin Yuan's hand upon getting in. Thank you. Thank you all for lending a hand at such a time. My name is Lu Ming, a fire investigation officer sent from above. Lin Yuan showed a hint of interest at those words. So what have you found out? Lu Ming took out a few bottles of mineral water from the system backpack and handed one to each person in the car. Thank you, thank you. After gulping down a large mouthful of water, Lu Ming began to share the first-hand information he had. According to reports from the frontline firefighting team, a Huazi brand cigarette was found near the source of the fire. Based on my personal speculation, that cigarette must have ignited the fire. And the person smoking it is definitely the arsonist. Cough, cough. Lin Yuan felt a headache coming on. The three women in the car stole glances at Lin Yuan's expression. Fortunately, it was too dark inside the vehicle for them to see clearly. Noticing the unusual reaction from the women, Lu Ming sensed that the atmosphere seemed a bit off. Did he perhaps say something wrong? Just as he was pondering where he might have gone wrong, Lin Yuan spoke up. Chapter 63. Is Lu Gu a former scout? Well, not exactly. So, was Lu Gu a detective before? No, not that either, but he did spend a few years as a paparazzo. A paparazzo? That is quite a job, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Who would have thought Lu Gu had really put in some effort investigating this fire incident, pinpointing the suspect with such accuracy? Hee. It's all in a day's work. Has Lu Gu been playing some murder mystery games lately? How did you know that? Lu Ming exclaimed, his mouth agape in surprise. Just a guess. The flickering light illuminated the dimly lit compartment as Lin Yuan lit a cigarette, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Ming. The moment he felt Lin Yuan's stare, Lu Ming's blood seemed to freeze in his veins, and the stifling air in the compartment made him feel unusually cold. All that was left in the car was the sound of Lin Yuan's breathing and Lu Ming swallowing. Do you think I'm the arsonist? Misunderstanding. Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hands, an awkward expression flashing across his face. Even if he were convinced that the other party was the culprit behind the fire, he wouldn't dare to stir trouble at that moment, unless he wanted to get himself killed. Though he was clear about the other's capabilities, it seemed that taking out a level 2 investigator shouldn't be a significant challenge. As Lin Yuan pondered how to handle Lu Ming, a startled cry came from the front row. Boss, there are a lot of people up ahead. Hearing this, Lin Yuan looked forward. Noticing that Lin Yuan's attention had shifted, Lu Ming couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He regretted having said too much. It really was true what they said, trouble comes from the mouth. As Lin Yuan turned his gaze ahead, a voice echoed in his mind. Side quest, true investigator. Inform the investigator of the truth behind the fire. The former Jungle Branch supervisor, John Creon, secretly contacted an organization within the 19990 area to prevent the arson incident from being exposed, reaching an agreement over the phone. This organization dispatched elite personnel to infiltrate the investigator team. Their main tasks were twofold. 1. Disrupt the investigation progress and cover up the truth behind the fire. 2. Eliminate the arsonist himself, the lumber mill manager. John Creon's former rival jumped out of bed excitedly when he learned about the fire. He had planted someone within the investigation team, hoping to seize some leverage from this incident. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials responsible for investigating the fire in the 19999 area had already caught wind of everything. However, without solid evidence of John Creon's crimes, they too dispatched their subordinates to infiltrate the investigators to uncover the truth. The soon-to-be-appointed jungle supervisor is unwilling to take the blame for the fire. He has similarly placed his subordinates in the investigation team, aiming to shift the responsibility for the fire onto John Creon. After hearing the system broadcast, Lin Yuan fell silent, feeling a wave of frustration. What was supposed to be a routine rescue mission had turned into this. Indeed, anyone who could become a regional supervisor was not simple. This John Creon was ruthless. Lin Yuan also didn't expect that so many people wanted him dead. But what did that have to do with him? His task was merely to inform the investigators of the truth about the fire. The van slowly came to a stop on the road. A knock sounded on the back door. Ahem, ahem, ahem. We are workers from the lumberyard. Could you please open the door? Thank you. Lin Yuan yanked the door open. 2 men and a woman quickly entered the vehicle. As they scanned the interior, the 2 men exchanged glances, stretched their necks. And one of them grabbed Lu Ming by the collar, executing a throw inside the van. Lu Ming was bewildered. Who had he offended? Why was he being targeted right off the bat? Did he look that easy to bully? Looking around the van, he realized that compared to Lin Yuan, he indeed looked easier to pick on. After taking Lu Ming down, the 2 men surveyed the others in the van and slowly spoke. This vehicle has been commandeered by us. If you know what's good for you, just behave. Otherwise, you'll end up like this kid. With that, they kicked Lu Ming on the ground a couple of times. Lu Ming. Before Lin Yuan could speak, the woman in the front seat, Lu Ruyan, couldn't sit still any longer. She shouted at the 2 men, "Do you think we're afraid of you?" Pulling a slingshot from her backpack, she took aim and fired. 1 shot, 1 kill. One of the men let out a horrific scream, and 10 seconds later, he collapsed, convulsing and foaming at the mouth, passing out from the pain. Seeing this, the other man immediately dashed towards the door. Just as his hand touched the doorknob. A cold male voice rang out in his ear. "Did I let you go?" A flash of cold light zipped past. The man covered his ear and let out a wretched howl. Lin Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had intended to slice off the man's finger, but Lu Ruyan's sudden movement had caused him to accidentally sever the man's ear instead. He shot Lu Ruyan a glare before turning his gaze to the trembling woman in the back corner of the van. After being glared at, Lu Ruyan felt a strange sensation. What was going on with the big shot? Are you dissatisfied with her reaction speed? Should she take another stab at it? The man, still covering his ears, suddenly let out a hysterical scream. Ah! The scream lasted for nearly a minute before he passed out. Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan quietly stuck out her tongue, fully focused on driving. "Boss, please drive safely and avoid too much conversation with the driver." The investigator, Lu Ming, who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead, suddenly stood up. Turning his back to Lin Yuan, he cautiously said, "Boss, don't worry. I will definitely obey. If you need anything, just let me know." Seeing the other person's face covered in blood and looking terrified, Lin Yuan decided he didn't want to talk anymore. Was he really that ruthless? The one who was ruthless was Lu Ruyan. Okay? He pointed to the two unconscious men on the ground and said, "Throw these two out." "All right, boss," Lu Ming replied promptly. The observer, Lin Chengcheng, mimicked Lu Ming, calling out boss as well. The car door was opened, and the two unconscious men were tossed out. The door closed again, and Lin Yuan's gaze shifted back to the woman sobbing in the corner. "What is your relationship with them?" The woman didn't respond. Only her crying grew quieter. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Lu Ming, who had been observing Lin Yuan's expression, noticed the frown and immediately approached the sobbing woman, kicking her. With a fierce expression, he said, "The boss is asking you a question. Can't you hear?" This scene truly caught Lin Yuan off guard. Lu Ming really had potential as a lackey. Ahem, next time, if I don't tell you to act, try not to. Hearing this, Lu Ming raised his hand and slapped himself twice. Causing the nosebleed he had just stopped to start flowing again. "I'm sorry, boss. I will be more careful next time." Well, all right then, Lin Yuan thought, realizing the other person was decisive, and he couldn't find it in himself to scold him. This kid was also quite tough. Chapter 64 once again. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the woman in the corner. She had stopped sobbing, but her movements seemed a bit strange. The way she skillfully removed her clothing was somehow unsettling. Lin Yuan was in the middle of asking her questions, and yet she remained silent while undressing. What was going on here? Sensing that things were taking a turn for the worse, Lin Yuan quickly shouted, "Quick, stop her!" Lin Chengcheng and Lu Ming rushed forward and swiftly restrained the woman from continuing her actions. Looking at the woman in the car who had already given up the struggle, Lin Yuan crouched down and lifted her chin. "Can you talk? State your identity and your relationship with those two." "I'm the accountant from the lumberyard. The two you threw out of the car are the security guard from the lumberyard." "Oh, so you can speak without stuttering. What is this? Were you just pretending to be mute earlier?" The woman fell silent. Seeing her refusal to respond, Lu Ming turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "Boss, can I kick her again?" Lin Chengcheng was also rubbing his palms together, looking at Lin Yuan with the same expectation. Lin Yuan was speechless. How had he, a gentle and sunny boy, unknowingly become the villain? Moreover, the female accountant's silence might be her contemplating how to answer the questions. All right, he admitted it. He didn't like women who tried to play mysterious. At the same time, he quite enjoyed the feeling of being the villain leader. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, the female accountant responded, I get scared and I get nervous and can't speak." Well, it seemed her stuttering was indeed genuine. Lin Yuan pondered whether he should find someone to comfort her, which might help her articulate her thoughts better. Listening to her fragmented speech was quite exhausting, especially since he wanted to extract more useful information from her. He didn't believe that only these three people had escaped from such a large lumberyard. Lu Ming and Lin Chengcheng were clearly not suitable as comforters for the female accountant. Lu Ruoyan was too violent and equally unsuitable. As the villain leader, Lin Yuan was even less likely to take on that role. The only candidate left was Luo Shuihan. Luo Shuihan. "Here, boss. You heard our conversation just now, right?" Luo Shuihan hadn't really been paying attention. Her focus had been on the fire in the back. Now, facing Lin Yuan's inquiry, she could only brace herself and respond. "Boss, I heard it." "All right, now you slide over from the passenger seat and give this female accountant some psychological counseling. I'll be asking questions soon." Upon hearing this, Luo Shuihan smiled faintly. Psychological counseling? She was quite familiar with that. She remembered when she was at the Muay Thai gym, she had provided psychological support to several female students. Under her professional guidance, those students had made remarkable progress, and it became a well-known story at the gym. However, after that, every time those students saw her, they would go out of their way to avoid her, and if they couldn't escape, they would just greet her quickly and run off. She thought they were just shy. Turning her gaze to Lin Yuan, Luo Shuihan assured him with determination, "Boss, don't worry. I'm a pro at psychological counseling." Oh, seeing her confidently patting her chest, Lin Yuan chuckled, surprised to find that Luo Shuihan had a talent for psychology. Had he struck gold? All right, I'll leave her to you. Is 10 minutes enough? Boss, I'll wrap it up in 3 minutes. Giving Lin Yuan an okay gesture, Luo Shuihan leaned closer to the female accountant, a sinister smile appearing on her lips. Standing nearby, Lin Chengsheng and Lin Ming both shivered. Stealing a glance at Lin Yuan, who was lighting a cigarette, they both had the same thought. None of the boss's subordinates were easy to deal with. How terrifying must the boss himself be? They dare not think further. Once the female accountant was handed over to Luo Shuihan, Lin Yuan stopped paying attention to that side of things. He believed that by the time he finished his cigarette, Luo Shuihan would bring him satisfactory results. Just moments ago, he had heard the female accountant say a complete sentence. "Please don't come near." It seemed that Luo Shuihan was indeed quite professional at comforting people. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was already stunned, his mouth agape at Luo Shuin's actions. Luo Shuihan reached out and grabbed the female accountant's shin, leaning in to whisper in her ear, "Did you see what happened to those two earlier? You saw their ears getting cut off and the blood, right? You wouldn't want to experience that, would you? By not speaking, you're basically agreeing to it. Let me tell you, this is just a small scene. You haven't seen how fierce those two can get when they really fight. Killing? That is just a daily routine for them. They actually prefer to torment people, you know?" Noticing the female accountant's eyes starting to roll back, Luo Shuihan pressed her finger against the other S philtrum, forcing her to pay attention. Complaining, she said, "Hey, this isn't fun. Do you think pretending to faint will solve the problem? You're thinking too much. They love to torment people who pretend to faint. Let me tell you about the side of them that isn't known to many. In short, it's a mix of threats and intimidation, a whole lot of it." Within a minute, the female accountant was forced by Luo Shuihan to unlock her phone 18 times. She was no longer stuttering while speaking, but mentally, she seemed to be struggling. Next to her, Lin Chengsheng and Lu Ming were so scared that their calves were trembling. The man and woman in front were truly terrifying. Luo Shuihan clapped her hands and returned to the passenger seat, giving Lin Yuan an okay gesture. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. He hadn't even finished his cigarette when the matter was resolved. This efficiency is indeed impressive. He glanced at the half-burnt cigarette in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and decided not to dwell on it. In the front seat, Lu Ruoyan lowered her voice and asked Luo Shuihan, "Sister Shui, how did it go with the task the boss assigned you?" Luo Shuihan replied in a hushed tone, "It flopped. The person seems to have lost it." Is that woman really that mentally fragile?" Lu Ruoyan responded, "I'm curious too. My previous students were fine with the same kind of psychological guidance." Putting out his cigarette, Lin Yuan walked in front of the female accountant and took a quick look at her slightly disheveled hair, but didn't think much of it. He assumed she was just scratching her head because it was itchy. "Now tell me, how many people were on duty at the lumberyard tonight? And how many managed to escape?" Family. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh at her response. Why was she speaking fluently now and suddenly throwing in some English? Lu Ming, yes. Lin Yuan shot him a sideways glance. "In less than 3 minutes. Have you joined the army?" "Reporting, boss. I've always been your soldier. Wherever you point, I'll strike. Get lost, get lost, get lost." Lin Chengsheng, can you translate? What does that woman mean by those English words? "Boss, it sounds like she is speaking in dialect. Something about rice grains. All right, Lin Yuan had enough. This temporary subordinate is indeed unreliable. It has to be him. Now tell me, what happened at home that has you so happy? Why are you giggling like that?" Chapter 65. The two of them continued their nonsensical banter, characterized by a complete lack of understanding. After the fourth ha-ha from the other party, Lin Yuan began to notice something was off. Even if there was some celebration at home, it couldn't warrant constant ha-ha laughter, could it? He flicked his lighter and glanced at the other person's face. The flame illuminated her features, and Lin Yuan was taken aback. The female accountant had a significant amount of drool dripping from the corner of her mouth. and her eyes were spinning wildly in their sockets. The pair of eyebrows just below her forehead danced back and forth like they were at a party. She must have lost her mind. Seeing this, Lin Yuan suddenly lost interest in talking to her. Lu Ming. Yes, boss. It seemed this guy was back to normal now. Take off your belt. Lu Ming was surprised and expressed his reluctance to remove his belt. What the hell? I said take it off. After you do, tie that crazy woman up so she doesn't go berserk and hurt someone. Lu Ming thought to himself, is it possible that the boss has a kind side? No way. According to that woman's earlier description, the boss was a complete weirdo. Recalling that the side quest, True Investigator, was still incomplete, Lin Yuan urged Lu Ming again, move quickly. I have something to ask you later. All right, boss. 2 minutes later, Lu Ming stood quietly in front of Lin Yuan. How many people are in your investigation team? Boss, it's just me. Lu Ming replied, puzzled. Lin Yuan frowned and scrutinized him. Are you sure? Boss, I'm very sure. It's just me in the investigation team. Lu Ming affirmed. Looking at Lu Ming's serious expression, Lin Yuan smiled. If the investigation team really consisted of only Lu Ming, then this side quest was going to be quite interesting. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Yuan said with a grin, so, you've been eating at 4 different places. Lu Ming was taken aback, stammering, while what? Boss, you know everything. It really was like that. Lin Yuan couldn't help but give him thumbs up. Lu Ming scratched his head awkwardly. I'm sorry for embarrassing you, boss. Compared to your great achievements, my little matters are nothing. All right, with your knack for flattery, you at least qualify as a character. Since Lu Ming had multiple identities, it was likely he was well aware of the reasons behind the fire. However, to complete the task, Lin Yuan reiterated the events leading up to the fire. As for Lu Ming's multiple identities, Lin Yuan chose not to pry further. Opening the task panel, he saw that the side quest was marked as complete, but the rewards had yet to be issued. He figured that the rewards would probably be given out once the main quest was completed. Boss, there are people ahead, and there are really a lot of them this time. Lu Ruoyan shouted loudly from the front. Lin Yuan looked up and exclaimed, there really are a lot of people. His gaze swept across the scene, and he estimated there were at least 30 or 40 individuals, half of whom were preschoolers. A quick glance at the space inside the vehicle made it seem like it wouldn't fit everyone. Boss, what should we do? Should we just rush through? Lu Ruoyan suggested. Lin Yuan had to admit that if the other party intended to seize the vehicle, her suggestion was indeed a good one. But for now, it was better to assess the situation first. The car came to a halt on the road again. A knock sounded on the window. A leading woman stepped out of the crowd. Lin Yuan opened a small gap in the rear window. Hello, are you rescue personnel? The woman's voice was gentle. Sort of. He replied. That's great. We're saved. The woman's expression showed a hint of excitement. I'm sorry, but my car can't accommodate so many of you, Lin Yuan said bluntly. Upon hearing this, disappointment flashed across the woman's face. Then she turned to the crowd, a determined look in her eyes. Can we at least let all the children get in first? There was a note of pleading in her voice. That's up to you, Lin Yuan said. The rear door was opened, and at the woman's invitation, the children began to file in. 18 kids squeezed into the vehicle, making the interior feel cramped. The adults still standing outside silently watched the scene unfold, their expressions a complex mix of emotions. Some were unwilling, some relieved, some reluctant, some sad, some angry, and some confused, but none showed fear. Once Lin Yuan confirmed that these people posed no threat to him, he moved to the passenger seat. Luo Shuihan, with a slightly flushed face, sat on Lin Yuan's lap. As he looked at the woman outside, who was about to close the door, he asked if we squeeze a bit, we could fit in 2 more adults. The woman smiled at Lin Yuan and replied, thank you, but that's not necessary. She closed the door, and a gust of wind swept through the forest as the flames began to spread rapidly. Watching the flames rise in the rearview mirror, Lin Yuan knew that those adults were lost. The vehicle sped down the highway, but due to limited visibility, it couldn't reach top speed. After several stops to provide assistance, the raging fire finally caught up. The air began to feel scorching, and the trees on both sides of the vehicle ignited with bright flames. The temperature inside the car started to rise. Glancing at the time displayed on the system panel, Lin Yuan realized there were less than 30 minutes left until midnight. If they could successfully endure these 30 minutes, the main quest should be nearing its end. A minute later, the voice of Lu Ruoyan came from the driver's seat. Boss, the air conditioning recirculation system is broken. Oh, got it. 5 minutes later, she spoke up again. Boss, the wipers are on fire. Spray some windshield washer fluid to put it out. Do I really need to teach you that? 10 minutes later, the car started to shake noticeably. Lin Yuan frowned at Lu Ruoyan and asked what's going on. Boss, the tire has blown, Lu Ruoyan said, her expression grim. How much longer can the car hold out? 30 minutes, but might keep slowing down. All right, I understand. 15 minutes later, they heard investigator Lu Ming from the back seat. Boss, a child has fainted. Lin Yuan, feeling frustrated, grabbed about a dozen bottles of water from the system backpack and threw them to the back seat. Everyone drink a little, dampen your clothes, and cover your mouth and nose. 20 minutes later, Lu Ruoyan said, Boss, I know. The front windshield is already covered in countless cracks, on the verge of shattering. 25 minutes later, Lu Ruoyan covered her mouth and nose, speaking in a muffled voice, Boss, the radiator has exploded. Lin Yuan also covered his mouth and nose and asked, How much longer? 5 minutes. 28 minutes later, Lu Ruoyan called out, Boss. Lin Yuan picked up Luo Shuihan, kicked open the car door, and signaled for everyone to get out. By this time, flames were engulfing the car. As soon as they got out, everyone dashed away from the vehicle with all their might. 1 minute later, with a loud bang, the car exploded. The group, crouching under the charred wood, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads simultaneously. Lin Yuan counted the number of people, 23. It seemed like one was missing. Looking at the wrecked vehicle in the distance, he felt a mix of emotions. The time struck midnight. Lin Yuan heard a system notification sound in his ears. Chapter 66. Main Quest. The Whales of the Arsonist has been completed. Congratulations. You have received the quest reward, the gratitude of the people. A friendly reminder from the system, due to the damage caused to the vehicle during your rescue of the indigenous people. A collective discussion among those you rescued has led to the purchase of a new vehicle for you. The system recognizes this purchase as a spontaneous action from the indigenous people. Thus, it does not count as a quest reward. The vehicle has been automatically stored in your system backpack. It is recommended that you check it promptly. Lin Yuan was overjoyed, not expecting such a pleasant surprise. The next moment, however, his consciousness was engulfed in darkness. At the maid competition arena, Wang Xia was whistling, one hand on the steering wheel. Her head tilted as she looked at her older sister, who was sitting in the passenger seat, lost in thought. Sister, this is the last match of the day. Are you really not considering leaving that jerk Lin Yuan with me? Wang Shihan frowned, glancing at her sister. After 3 days of Wang Xia's persistent persuasion, her own thoughts were beginning to shift. She was now contemplating her options. Seeing her sister deep in thought made Wang Xia feel a rush of excitement. She could sense that Wang Shihan's previous commitment to Lin Yuan was wavering. With a burst of enthusiasm, Wang Xia honked the horn twice, rolled down the car window, and pressed the accelerator. In that moment, she felt the future was full of endless possibilities. After today, she would soar freely. Unbeknownst to them, in the back of the pickup truck, 3 unconscious figures were lying inside. Lin Yuan's consciousness had not yet returned. In a hazy state, he seemed to hear voices. Before they knew it, the clock struck 3 p.m. There was less than an hour left until the maid competition concluded. Thanks to the excellent performance of the pickup truck, the 2 sisters were far ahead of the other competitors, consistently holding the lead in the race. However, Wang Xia was puzzled by the fact that, despite reaching the finals, the number of competitors had significantly decreased. I made up my mind, Wang Shihan quietly said. Sister, are you choosing to leave Lin Yuan? Wang Shihan's voice was barely audible. Sister, speak up. I can't hear you. I said, once the competition is over, we team up and leave Lin Yuan to live a free life, Wang Shihan shouted. Yes, Wang Xia exclaimed, raising her fist in excitement, and the sisters high-fived in the car. Afterward, the vehicle was filled with Wang Xia's various complaints about Lin Yuan. The 2 sisters' conversation was crystal clear to the 3 people lying in the back of the truck. Lin Yuan remained expressionless. Lu Ruyan, sitting beside him, cautiously observed Lin Yuan's expression, silently mourning for the 2 girls in the car. She thought to herself, surely the big boss wouldn't directly eliminate them, right? It shouldn't be a problem. The boss really likes having a workforce. Luo Shuihan was also observing Lin Yuan's expression, and, at the same time, she was wondering what the 2 girls would look like when they finally met him. She was actually a bit excited about it. As for the complaints from the 2 girls in the car and their rebellious mindset, Lin Yuan was completely indifferent. The main thing he was pondering was how he ended up in a maid competition arena. Had he become someone's servant? That seemed unlikely. What on earth had happened while he was unconscious? Obviously, no one could give him an answer. He opened the system panel to check his personal data. There were no changes in his character data, and the number of bound maids remained at 4. Fortunately, he hadn't become anyone's subordinate. As he sighed in relief, Lin Yuan opened the system backpack. Ding! Insufficient space detected in the system backpack. Some items have been transferred to the servant's system backpack space. The system backpack was full. Would you like to upgrade? This upgrade requires 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins? Lin Yuan vaguely remembered that the last time he upgraded the backpack, it only cost him 300 silver coins. Now was asking for 10 gold coins. Could it be that silver coins had been phased out and gold coins had become the mainstream currency in the current market? Upgrade. The system backpack upgrade was successful. The current slot count is 100. Well, Lin Yuan admitted he had underestimated the situation. He initially thought the slots would only increase to 70 after the upgrade, but it turned out to be 100. Feeling excited, Lin Yuan checked the vehicle that the natives had crowdfunded for him. Simple version B-type RV for adults aged 18 and above. Max speed, 60 kilometers h, fuel tank capacity, 350 liters, fuel consumption, 1 liter per kilometer, gasoline. Vehicle length 5.2 meters, height. Interior features, air conditioning, area channel radio, ambient lights, LCD screen, 1 double bed. Maximum load capacity, 1,500 kilograms. Durability, 10 after reading the vehicle information. Lin Yuan was thrilled. After lying in that seat for so many days, he could finally change to a bed. Ding! Your friend Yu Jiao has sent a message. Would you like to check it? Ding! Your friend dog raising expert has sent a message. Would you like to check it? The Yu sisters? Lin Yuan opened the friend chat window. Yu Jiao, bastard, are you still alive? Dog raising expert. Is the great Lin Yuan still alive? Seeing the messages from the two, Lin Yuan chose not to reply immediately. Instead, he scrolled up. As expected, the two would leave messages at fixed times every day. Were they looking for him for something? Lin Yuan opened the regional channel and checked the player count. There were 323 players. What on earth happened? He had only entered the jungle dungeon 5 days ago, and nearly 2,000 players had already died. A loss of nearly 400 players a day. Had they encountered a natural disaster? He opened the dialogue box with the Yu sisters and sent them messages. Has anything major happened recently? And what do you need me for? Yu Jiao replied. I thought you had died. I couldn't reach you these days. Where have you been? Lin Yuan quickly typed back. Let us put my issue aside for now. What is going on with the player count? Yu Jiao responded, you didn't participate in the regional challenge, did you? No way. You're that lucky? Did you enter some dungeon? Before Lin Yuan could reply, she sent another message. Looks like you really have been in a dungeon these past few days. Otherwise, you and be completely unaware of such a big event as the regional challenge. Lin Yuan replied, tell me more. A few minutes later, she sent a long message. After reading it, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. He hadn't expected that the regional challenge would begin the day after he entered the dungeon. The stakes for the first 5 matches in 2 regions were the players themselves. The winning side would gain absolute control, either to absorb the losing players into their region or to eliminate them entirely. There was, however, an exception. If any player from the losing side made it into the top 10, that player would be protected by the region and would not suffer any penalties for the match loss. As for why Yu Ji hadn't replied yet, Yu Jiao explained that she was currently participating in the competition. Participating in the competition? Lin Yuan murmured softly. Boss, are you saying we can participate in the competition again? Lu Rian had somehow appeared next to Lin Yuan, excitedly exclaiming. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Rian suddenly clenched her small fist, her face flushed with excitement. So boss, does that mean we can start collecting tolls again? Luo Shuihan also shouted in excitement from the side. Let us learn while doing. Then he hurriedly covered his mouth. Lin Yuan. Chapter 67 in the front row. Wang Xia twitched her ears and turned her gaze to her sister, Wang Shihan. Sis, did you hear any strange sounds? Wang Shihan looked at her younger sister in surprise. No, you're not getting overly excited and imagining things, are you? Hearing her sister's words, Wang Xia felt that maybe she really was just overly excited. With less than 10 minutes left until the end of the competition, victory was within reach. She gulped down a large sip of water and focused on driving. In the back seat, Luo Shuihan, covering her mouth. Couldn't he help but breathe a sigh of relief and gave Lin Yuan an awkward smile. Lin Yuan shot her an annoyed glare and continued checking his system panel. Ding! Your friend, the dog-raising expert, has sent a message. Do you want to check it? Could it be that the competition has ended? Lin Yuan opened the chat window to read the message. Lin Yuan, I'm in a bind. Do you have any 6-point deduction tickets? Can be used to excuse running a red light. I do. How many do you need? 3. I'll pay you back 3 times after the competition. Lin Yuan thought for 3 seconds and decided to trade 3 deduction tickets to her. First, he didn't want to lose this long-term client. Second, he had already made quite a bit of money from her, and since she didn't pay him immediately, it seemed there was some restriction in the competition. In the regional challenge, at the competition venue, a silver-white business van was stopped at an intersection, waiting for the red light. Yuji gripped the steering wheel, her heart racing as she watched the constantly dropping rankings on the big screen. She was anxious, uncertain if Lin Yuan could trade her the tickets without her having paid him first. Ding! Player 09999 has sent an item trade request. Do you accept? Accept. Congratulations. You have received 6-point deduction tickets. 3 can be used to excuse running a red light. Without a moment to think, Yuji slammed the accelerator, rushing through the red light ahead. Her ranking had risen to 13th place, with 2 more red lights ahead. She silently prayed that the other players didn't have any deduction tickets. After passing through another red light, her ranking climbed to 11th. It was the last one. She pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the business van sped through the final red light. Yuji glanced at the big screen. Her ranking was still 11th. The other players also had deduction tickets. This race was lost. Her prayers had been in vain. With less than 200 meters to the finish line, Yuji began to slow down. She gave up. She wanted to end it herself. She didn't want to lose the race and become a pawn for other players. That feeling was unbearable. Lin Yuan, sorry. I may not be able to repay you 3 times the price. She took a dagger from the system backpack and pressed it against her neck, unwillingly glancing one last time at the large screen above. Yuji's eyes widened in shock. The dagger slipped from her hand and fell onto her snow-white thigh, leaving a thin wound from which a drop of blood welled up. The business van slowly crossed the finish line, signaling the end of the competition. Yuji ranked 10th in this match. The car stopped on the road, and a sickly smile appeared on Yuji's face. She murmured softly, "Well, big brother Lin Yuan, thank you for saving my life. In return, you will be my only loyal dog on the path ahead." A segment of deranged laughter omitted. "We won, sister, we won. We're free now. We no longer have to act according to that bastard Lin Yuan's whims." The pickup truck halted on the road as the 2 women embraced and wept inside. In the back of the truck, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Yuan, who was smiling, and spoke up. "Boss, would it be inappropriate to disturb them now?" Luo Shuehan chimed in. "Yeah, boss. Should we let them enjoy their happiness a bit longer?" Lin Yuan scrutinized the 2 women. "All right, these 2 are quite scheming. They brought up the idea, but they want me to take the blame. If you 2 don't want to go, fine. I'll just go myself." "Boss, this small matter doesn't require you to intervene personally. Let us handle it." They jumped out of the truck and headed towards the driver and passenger seats. Knock, knock, knock. The sisters instantly separated upon hearing the knocking, alertly grabbing their weapons and looking towards the window. "Lu Ruyan? Luo Shuehan?" Lu Ruyan's face was serious as she yanked open the driver's door. "What? You're not welcoming me?" Wang Xia stared at them in disbelief. You shouldn't be here. Didn't you go with Lin Yuan to that jungle instance? Could it be that Lin Yuan is back too?" Wang Shihan quickly calmed down after her initial surprise. If Lu Ruyan was here, Lin Yuan must be nearby too. In response to Wang Xia's question, Lu Ruyan merely rolled her eyes, offering no clear answer. According to her script, it was Lin Yuan's turn to make an appearance next. The back door swung open. Lin Yuan got in, rolled down the window, and lit a cigarette. In a casual tone, he said, "What? Wang Xia, does that mean you're not welcoming me back?" As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Wang Xia suddenly turned around and was met with a face that filled her with overwhelming fear. Her eyes rolled back, her head tilted, and she fainted. The atmosphere in the car became awkwardly tense. Lin Yuan was left speechless. The villain's aura hadn't even fully materialized yet, and the main character had temporarily dropped out, leaving him with a feeling of something stuck in his throat. He shifted his gaze to Wang Shihan. Before Lin Yuan could say anything, the other party had already expressed her stance. "Boss, I was wrong. You can punish me however you like, whether it's in the car, in the bathtub, or out in the wild." Seeing the sincerity in her words, Lin Yuan decided not to say much more. He took out a pair of fishnet stockings that he had prepared earlier and handed them over. "Split them in half. You sisters can each wear one part. This." "All right." Faced with Lin Yuan's probing gaze, Wang Shihan relented. Wang Shihan's favorability rating was at 10, currently at 99. As for Wang Xia, still in a state of unconsciousness, she had no idea that her sister had agreed to a significant matter on her behalf. One of her smooth calves was forced into half of a fishnet stocking by Lu Ruoyan. The pickup truck continued down the road. Lu Ruoyan took the driver's seat, while Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat, propping his legs up and listening to the regional radio broadcasting player chats. Woo woo woo, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Don't cry, sister. Big brother is here to comfort you. Add me as a friend so we can chat privately. We're doomed after this match. There will only be 83 players left in our district. Hearing this news, Lin Yuan was shocked. Was it really true that out of the massive 999 district, only a few players remained? Isn't that right? After the next match, our district will be empty of players. Did you hear? In the last match, UG almost lost. I heard. She's one of the strongest players in our district right now. By the way, have you noticed? The big shot from 09999 hasn't been heard from in ages. That's true. They probably got stuck in some dungeon and haven't come out. I hope they can return and turn the tide. Chapter 68 Ding. System notification. Your friend, the dog raising expert, has sent you a trade request. Would you like to view it? View. Trade items. Gold coins 450. Accept. Dog raising expert. Lin Yuan Da, I've missed you so much during your absence. So, have you thought about becoming my beloved dog yet? Beloved dog? Who wants to be that? Lin Yuan has no interest in such things, considering that he is likely to participate in the regional challenge tomorrow. Lin Yuan decided to first inquire about some basic information regarding his opponents. Lin Yuan, let us skip the fluff and tell me about the opponents in the competition. Upon reading Lin Yuan's message, UG, who was sitting in the driver's seat, pouted in displeasure. What an unromantic man. However, this very quality of Lin Yuan only fueled her desire to conquer him. Every time she imagined him bowing at her feet, his face displaying a rebellious look, she would get so excited that her toes would tremble. UG lightly bit her lower lip, a seductive expression crossing her face as she typed her reply. The opponents are quite strong. There are 10 level 2 players and 5 level 3 players. That is all I know. Seeing the message from her, Lin Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow. 5 level 3 players? It seems that the overall strength of the players in District 19999 is indeed lacking. Not replying to her message, Lin Yuan exited the system panel and fell into deep thought. By 6 p.m., Wang Xia, who had been unconscious for a long time, gradually regained consciousness. The moment she opened her eyes, she was met with a face that filled her with dread. You're awake? Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at the trembling figure in his arms. Let us get started. Big boss. Lin Yuan raised a finger to her full red lips and said softly, Ryun is checked. You're all good. This, big boss, I'm not ready yet. Lin Yuan asked in confusion, what else do you need to prepare? Her gaze swept over the fishnet stockings on her calves, and Wang Xia's eyes widened in surprise. All right, she admitted that he was well prepared. Come on. Closing her eyes, Wang Xia lay back in Lin Yuan's arms. She resigned herself to the situation. Suddenly, the back door of the car was yanked open by Lu Ruyan. Big boss, what is going on here? Well, sorry to interrupt. With a loud bang, the door was closed again. Lu Ruyan returned to the back of the car. Luo Shuihan looked at Lu Ruyun's face, which had a faint blush, and teased. Did Ryun's sister put on some blush? Lu Ruyan didn't respond, but she thought to herself, is the boss really that impatient? The two inside the car were interrupted by the sudden opening of the door. In reality, they hadn't done much in such a short time. It was just a brief exchange of pleasantries. Time to go eat. I almost forgot about the main business. Wang Xia was confused. Wasn't what they were about to do the main business? Glancing at each other, Lin Yuan playfully pinched her nose. I was just going to send you down to work. Who knew you would be so proactive? Wang Xia pouted her lips and huffed in dissatisfaction. You were the one who was holding onto my neck and wouldn't let go. All right, let's go down to eat. At the back of the pickup truck, several girls had already started 2 bonfires. One bonfire had a pressure cooker filled with water, while the other had a simple barbecue grill set up. In the back of the truck, the 3 girls were busy preparing food. Lu Ruoyan was in charge of cutting the meat. Luo Shuihan was responsible for marinating it. And Wang Xia was threading the skewers. The 3 of them were chatting animatedly. When they saw Lin Yuan and Wang Xia coming down from the car, they instantly fell silent, their eyes wide with shock. With the 2 of them joining in, the ingredients were quickly prepared. The 5 gathered around the bonfire, grilling meat and skewers, each one of them getting greasy with food. This time, there was no alcohol to liven things up. Lin Yuan could only take out 10 cups of lemonade from his system backpack to serve as a refreshing drink. Before long, It was already 9 p.m., and the 10 kilograms of donkey meat and 10 kilograms of lamb had been completely consumed. After cleaning up the area, they returned to the pickup truck. Just as Lin Yuan lit a cigarette, he heard a system notification sound. Ding! System notification. You have a task reminder. Please check it in a timely manner. Opening the system task panel, the main page displayed a notification about the Road Jungle Dungeon. Announcement. Due to some irresistible factors, the Road Jungle Dungeon is temporarily closed. During the closure, no players will be allowed to enter. In light of some players' outstanding performances in this dungeon, the high-level officials of Area 19999 have decided to provide appropriate compensation to certain players. The reopening date for the Road Jungle Dungeon is to be determined. Ding! Compensation rewards for the Jungle Dungeon have been issued to the system backpack. It is recommended to check them in a timely manner. Well, I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward. Lin Yuan truly hadn't anticipated this. He didn't rush to check the reward items and instead flipped to the next task. Area Challenge Competition. Event rules have changed. Due to the insufficient number of players in Region 19999, which is less than 100, there are no player trading tokens available. After discussions between the two regional managers, the chip allocation for the next round of competition will change. As the challenging region, Region 19998, if we win the next match, we will unleash disasters on the challenged region, Region 19999. The disasters for this region include earthquake, flood, and smog. If the challenged region, Region 19999 wins, they will receive 2,000 players from the challenging region, Region 19998. The specific rules and timing for the match will be officially announced tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Is this really happening? They're actually unleashing disasters. Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel even more curious about the regional competition. He opened his system backpack to check the compensation from the jungle instance. Character Upgrade Card 2, Regional Co-branded 100 Upgrade Fuel Card 3, usable in regions 19990, 19999. This compensation is quite generous. Lin Yuan thought, no way, we have to celebrate this. He took out a bag of tomato-flavored potato chips from his system backpack, tore it open, and popped the chip into his mouth. Delicious. Hey, I want some too. Lu Ruiyan opened her mouth wide, waiting for Lin Yuan to share. Though the three girls in the back didn't say anything, their eager expressions couldn't hide their desire. Lin Yuan generously took out 4 more bags and shared them with the girls. Eat up. You'll need the energy for tonight's work. The 4 girls remained silent, but eagerly dug into the snacks. Next, Lin Yuan opened the special items section of the system shop. Traffic violation excuse ticket can be used to excuse running a red light. Price: 5 gold coins, daily purchase limit. 3. Drunk driving excuse ticket. Price: 10 gold coins, daily purchase limit. 3. Accident excuse ticket. Price: 20 gold coins, daily purchase limit. 3. Vehicle repair card. Price: 50 gold coins, daily purchase limit. 1. Seeing the addition of the vehicle repair card. In the items section, a smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. He spent 155 gold coins to purchase 4 items. Then, he clicked on the character upgrade card. Level up. Chapter 69 Ding. Character upgrade card. Used successfully. Character upgrading in progress. Character upgrade complete. Character panel being generated. Name: Lin Yuan. Level: LV5. Gender: male. Age: 22. Strength: 55. Speed: 56. Stamina: 55. Spirit: 55. Evaluation: an exceptionally capable worker. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward the 4 women. A brief silence fell inside the vehicle. In the pickup truck, Lu Ruoyan sat quietly in the driver's seat, staring blankly at the moonlight above her. 5 minutes ago, when Lin Yuan had carried her into the RV, a drop of dark blood had trickled onto the floor. She still remembered the comical expression on his face at that moment. The scene inside the RV was quite lively. The makeshift RV clearly didn't have the same shock absorption as the pickup truck. Not long after they all got in, the vehicle began to shake violently. Before long, it was 3 a.m., and Lin Yuan stepped out of the RV feeling refreshed. He jumped into the back of the pickup truck and climbed into the bath barrel that Lu Ruoyan had prepared earlier. Inside the RV, the 3 women lay sprawled on the double bed, completely at ease. Luo Shuihan stared excitedly with her bright eyes, as if reminiscing about something. Wang Shihan lay on the bed, breathing heavily, while Wang Xia, the one Lin Yuan had been particularly attentive to, had already passed out. Though her beautiful legs continued to twitch uncontrollably, the door swung open, and Lu Ruoyan stepped into the back of the pickup truck with a light step. Seeing her, Lin Yuan regretfully lit a cigarette and said, "It's late. Why aren't you asleep?" "Can't sleep," she replied. "What is on your mind?" "Yeah." The two chatted for nearly half an hour before returning to the back seat of the pickup truck to cuddle and sleep. System announcement. Attention all players in Zone 19999. There are 30 minutes left until the competition begins. Please get ready. Inside the RV, the three women quickly threw on their youth outfits, grabbed a few bottles of purified water that were prepared in the vehicle, and started freshening up. In the pickup truck, hearing the system announcement, Lin Yuan suddenly sat up straight from the back seat. "Boss, you're awake," Lu Ruoyan exclaimed in delight. "What time is it?" he asked. 11:30. "I didn't want to wake you too early since you were so tired last night." Lin Yuan nodded lightly. The priority was to check the competition rules. He opened the system task panel and began to review the details related to the regional challenge. 1. To ensure a fair and just competition. The venue for this match is set at the 19,996 District Ferry Track. 2. During the race, players are allowed to switch vehicles freely, up to a maximum of 3. 3. The total length of the road is 800 kilometers, and only the first-place finisher will be considered the winner. 4. Players can freely engage in combat with each other during the race, and each kill will reward the player with 500 gold coins. Kills are not restricted by area. 5. Players participating in the competition must pay an entry fee of no less than 10 gold coins, which will be used for road maintenance in the 19996 district. 6. To promote local economic development in the 19996 district, players' food and water in their backpacks will be temporarily sealed during the race. Consumable resources can be purchased in the area using gold coins. After reading the 6 points about the competition, Lin Yuan lowered his head and began to ponder. From the content, it is clear that this race offers players a high degree of freedom. The only downside is that it could be quite expensive. Glancing at the time displayed on the LCD screen, it was 11:06. There were 24 minutes left until the race began. Without knowing the prices in the 19996 district, Lin Yuan decisively chose to grab a bite first. He took out self-heating hot pot 2, instant noodles 5, canned yellow peaches 1, and soda 5 from his system backpack. Calling over a few girls, they gathered around to start their breakfast. After the meal, Lin Yuan took out 60 liters of gasoline with barrel and 285 liters of diesel from the system space to refuel the two vehicles. The pickup truck's fuel reached 315,320, while the RV's fuel was at 60,350. Based on the fuel levels, without refueling, the two vehicles could travel about 375 kilometers, nearly half the distance. If luck was on their side, and they managed to take out a few players along the way, they might not need to refuel at all. Putting the RV back into the system backpack, Lin Yuan returned to the passenger seat to wait for the race to begin. With just 3 minutes remaining before the race started, all participating players were simultaneously transported to the 19,996 district. Inside the pickup truck, Lin Yuan nervously swallowed. The pickup was positioned on a stone bridge that was less than 5 meters wide. A few meters away, there were rows of identical stone bridges, each occupied by a participating player. There were no guardrails on either side of the bridge, and the signs of removal looked quite new, suggesting recent construction. Below the stone bridge, there were massive cargo ships, each manned by a native holding binoculars. The mass of the ships didn't display their names, but instead advertised. Totruk, 100 gold coins per vehicle, Raskwa, 10 gold coins per person. Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire the lengths to which the 19996 district would go for profit, even at the cost of their dignity. He turned his gaze to Lu Ruoyan, noticing the excitement sparkling in her eyes. Lin Yuan immediately reminded the women in the back row to fasten their seatbelts. As the countdown began, Lu Ruoyan excitedly slapped the steering wheel. "Watch closely, big boss. I'm about to show off my driving skills." At her words, the others in the car discreetly placed their hands on the armrests, their faces showing signs of unease. 3, 2, 1. The pickup truck drifted sharply, launching forward with a burst of speed. The two rear wheels briefly hovered in the air before returning to the main road. The passengers felt a mix of thrill and danger. An elderly local man under the bridge shouted, "Get down. Hurry, get down. Ah, so close, what a shame." On a nearby boat, another elderly local man put down his binoculars and called out to his companion, "Hey, Laoli, we should switch lines." "What's wrong, Lao Zhao? Did you see something?" As their conversation drew the attention of nearby locals, Lao Zhao, considering everyone was there to make money, finally spoke up. That little girl is a skill driver. I just observed her driving moves and expressions closely. Can you guess how? Come on, Lao Zhao. Stop keeping us in suspense. We're all waiting to make some money. Exactly. With everyone pressing for answers, Lao Zhao took a puff from his pipe and said thoughtfully. Her movements were smooth, even though she looked excited. Her eyes were calm and composed, just like a snakehead steering a boat. The crowd was stunned. One person couldn't help but ask, "Wait a minute, Lao Zhao," from that distance. "How could you see your facial expressions so clearly?" Hearing this, Lao Zhao choked on his smoke and stammered, "Don't you know I have good eyesight?" The crowd remained skeptical, and just then, a child ran out from the cabin, tugging on Lao Zhao's hand and shaking it. "Grandpa, Grandpa, I want to play with your drone." Lao Zhao's face turned serious as he scolded. "Nonsense. Come on, let's go play over there." He quickly maneuvered the cargo ship away into the distance. After a while, the crowd finally reacted. One person, feeling indignant, exclaimed, "Damn it. They said it was a fair competition, but that old guy is clearly cheating. Let's catch up to him." But when they turned their heads, he was gone. Chapter 70. Inside the pickup truck, several people were sweating profusely, except for Lu Ruoyan. The vehicle had been driving for nearly an hour, and the road ahead was gradually widening. Lin Yuan took a moment to glance at the large screen, displaying the rankings floating in the air. Player 09999 was currently in first place, with a distance of 8 kilometers from the second place. At that moment, Lu Ruoyan's driving skills were once again recognized by everyone in the truck. "Well done, Lu Ruoyan. As expected of you, Ruoyan. Great job, Lu Ruoyan." In the face of their praise, Lu Ruoyan merely raised an eyebrow. "Boss, there's a car blocking the way." The group looked ahead and saw 3 forklifts parked side by side on the road, with a small round table set up in front of them. A few rugged-looking middle-aged men were gathered around, playing cards. The pickup truck slowly came to a stop about 100 meters away from them. Lin Yuan grabbed a tang knife and jumped out of the passenger seat, walking towards the men. The women also picked up their weapons and followed Lin Yuan. As Lin Yuan approached, the men only glanced at him without saying much. A minute later, the card game ended. One man tossed a bag to Lin Yuan and said, "Pay the entry fee. You 20 gold coins each." Another man quickly wrote up a receipt and handed it to Lin Yuan, impatiently adding, "Hurry up and pay. Don't waste our card playing time." After glancing at the receipt that stated the fee was 10 gold coins per person, Lin Yuan took out 50 gold coins and 56 silver coins from his backpack and tossed them into the bag in one go. The man weighed the bag filled with coins, opened a small flap, and took a quick look inside, revealing a layer of golden coins on top. He pocketed the bag and waved to his 2 companions who had climbed onto the forklift. "Let them through." A 3-meter-wide gap opened up in the middle of the road, and with a swift press of the gas pedal, Lu Ruoyan drove the pickup truck through it. After the group had passed, the men gathered around the round table and poured the coins from the bag onto it, staring at the mixed pile of golden and silver coins. The 3 men fell silent. "Damn it, that dog of a player played us." "Old Lou, I don't think so." "What do you mean? What do you mean? Next time, let me handle the fees." "Fine, count me in. Let us collect it all together." 5 minutes later, when a second-place player arrived, the 3 men stood up simultaneously. "The entry fee is 25 gold coins per person, and there are 4 of you, so that's exactly 100 gold coins." Upon hearing this, the opposing player immediately protested, shouting loudly at the group, "The competition rules are clearly stated. The minimum is 10 gold coins per person. Why should you charge me 25 gold coins each?" Exactly. His followers echoed in support from behind. As one of the only 2 level 5 players in Zone 19998, Zhang Batian had the confidence to make a scene. Why should he accept this? Lao Lu couldn't help but laugh in anger. Just moments ago, someone had taken advantage of him, and now another troublemaker had appeared. Although the rules prevented him from eliminating competing players, he could still teach them a simple lesson. As several men approached him, cracking their knuckles, a cruel smile spread across Zhang Batian's face. He took out his signature weapon, a heavy hammer, from his system inventory, charging towards the men with the hammer raised. He shouted, 80, 80. The hammer, wielding 100 pounds of force, was aimed at Lao Lu. In Zhang Batian's eyes, the opponent would soon become his 101st victim under the hammer. In Zone 19998, he had already taken down 2 local cleaners when he was only level 3. Now that he was level 5, taking down 3 opponents should be a piece of cake. However, in the next moment, his seemingly unstoppable strike failed as Lao Lu tightly gripped the hammer with one hand. No matter how hard he pulled, Zhang Batian couldn't wrench it from his opponent's grasp. His mind raced, and as he looked up, a flattering smile replaced the previous arrogance on his face. Big brother, I was just joking with you. He turned to glance at his two companions beside him and then back at the smug-looking Zhang Batian. Lao Lu raised his hand and delivered several slaps. Smacking me for charging too much. Huh? Bro, I was just kidding. Slapping me for making a scene? Are you? Bro. Smack. You think 80 is a joke? Just then a woman shouted from the front of the group, "Let go of my boss, or else." Lao Lu smiled and looked up at her. Or else what? Seeing the confident smile on his face, the woman gained a bit more courage and shouted loudly, "I'll report you, file a complaint, and expose you." Tell me, are you scared? Zhang Batian was stunned, glaring at his own subordinate. Couldn't they see how dire the situation was? Smack. So you want your people to report me? Huh? Big brother, listen to me. Slap, 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 pay up, and get lost quickly. Second brother. Issue him a receipt. Zhang Batian, already beaten to a pulp, took out 110 gold coins from his system backpack and handed them over with both hands. However, after counting the coins, the sixth brother gave him a hard shove. Tossing the extra 10 gold coins at him, the sixth brother said irritably, "Hurry up and leave. You're an eyesore here." This scene was clearly witnessed by several players who arrived later. A piece of news spread among the participating players in both regions. The entry fee for the competition was 100 gold coins. After that, whenever players passed by the entry fee checkpoint, they obediently handed over 100 gold coins without needing any prompting from the sixth brother and his friends. An hour passed, and the pickup truck had now arrived at a dock where the road ahead was broken. Dozens of roll-on, roll-off ships, specially designed for transporting cars, were docked at the pier. The indigenous people on the ships, seeing the pickup truck approach, all grabbed nearby loudspeakers to shout at Lin Yuan and the others on shore. 5 gold coins per person, 20 gold coins per vehicle, all-inclusive price 30 gold coins. 2 gold coins per person, 10 gold coins per vehicle, all-inclusive price 15 gold coins. 1 gold coin per person, 8 gold coins per vehicle, all-inclusive price 10 gold coins. The dock was almost livelier than market. After haggling with the various boat captains, Lin Yuan ultimately spent 15 gold coins to charter a boat. During the boat ride, the captain even treated them to a free mixed fish hot pot. Standing at the bow, Lin Yuan, cigarette in mouth, gazed at the scenery of the river retreating on both sides, feeling a sense of infinite sentiment. The regional challenge was indeed classy. It was nice to have such pleasant moments along the way. However, this competition was a bit expensive. Checking the balance in his system backpack, he saw gold coins 376. It looked like a lot, but in comparison to the other players participating in the competition, he was practically a pauper. Just as Lin Yuan was feeling down, he heard Lu Rian's excited voice behind him. "Boss, we've dropped to 3rd place." "What? 3rd place?" Lin Yuan looked up at the large screen floating in the air, and indeed they were in 3rd place. Half an hour ago, they were in 1st, and now they had dropped to 3rd? Just as Lin Yuan was pondering where things had gone wrong, the captain's voice came from nearby. "Hey there, would you like speed up? Just 10 gold coins, and I'll get you up to 30 miles per hour. Sigh, after all this time, it turns out those players have spent money on the game. That's not surprising at all." Lin Yuan silently stared at the road junction, which was less than 10 meters away. The captain of the boat reluctantly turned his neck. It's too late to say anything now. Chapter 71. The ship smoothly connects with the highway. Everyone stepped back onto the highway. 100 meters below, the river rushed by with great force. The road had widened to nearly 40 meters, allowing for over 10 vehicles to drive side by side. Glancing at the large screen displaying the race rankings, they were still in 3rd place, just 3 kilometers behind the top 2 players. Yun pushed the speed to maximum. "Got it, boss." On the smooth road, the pickup truck shot forward like a red streak of lightning, a low-spec version of lightning. Soon, they spotted the tail lights of the vehicles ahead flashing continuously. 2 MPV vans were driving in tandem on the highway. Inside the front van, a handsome young man with white hair sat in the back seat, holding a walkie-talkie and speaking softly. "Ilyong, can you handle that guy behind us?" In the back of the second van, a tattooed man in a black tank top patted the woman next to him, casually grabbing the walkie-talkie on his left to respond. "Don't worry, by G. It's just a loser. I'll take care of him in no time." He lightly slapped the woman's head and added, "I told you to be gentle. You don't want the boss to hear that." Hearing the sound of the tattooed man inhaling sharply through the walkie-talkie, the white-haired young man gently rubbed his temples. A poised woman sitting beside him looked at him with concern. "Lauda, are you okay? Did that scoundrel Aoyong make you angry again? Should I find a chance to deal with him for you?" Upon hearing this, The white-haired young man waved his hand dismissively. No need. It's rare to find a loyal dog like him. Has he been bothering you lately? The woman lowered her head and fell silent. The young man gently embraced her fragile body and comforted her softly. You know, it's crucial to have someone like him right now. After some time, we can find another dog to train. The woman looked at the white-haired young man with surprise. Really? Well, have I ever lied to you? Inside the pickup truck, Lu Rian frowned slightly. Boss, that MPV van in front seems like it wants to collide with us. It's slowing down. Should we go for it? Meeting the eager gazes of the women, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He wanted to see how many coins could drop after taking out a player. Inside the van, Liang felt a shiver of excitement. He shouted to the woman driving, "Look for an opportunity. Don't let that pickup get away." Got it, Liang. 5 minutes later, 2 cars came to a stop on the highway simultaneously. A man with tattooed arms, Liang, was shouldering a baseball bat and striding confidently toward the pickup truck with 3 female subordinates. Inside the truck, the women were cracking their knuckles. And as Liang and his crew approached, they all jumped out of the vehicle. Lin Yuan followed behind, wielding a broadsword. Neither side showed any desire to negotiate. They went straight into a fight. The significant disparity in strength quickly turned Liang's previously arrogant demeanor into one of fear. Moreover, he had just experienced a battle inside the truck. Lin Yuan swung his broadsword 3 times, and Liang was instantly decapitated. The women under Liang immediately chose to surrender after his death, kneeling on the ground and slowly pulling off their clothes. That's enough. Lin Yuan stopped them, swinging his broadsword repeatedly, ending their suffering. The women showed little change in expression. From the moment the blade was raised against them, their fate was sealed. After the last woman fell, Liang's crew vanished along with their vehicle, leaving only the bodies behind. On the highway, 4 bags of varying sizes appeared. Lin Yuan picked up the largest one and weighed it in his hand. Wow, this is quite heavy. He stored all the bags in his system backpack, and his haul this time amounted to gold coins 520. Just from the tattooed man alone, he had collected 300 gold coins. It seemed that the players' levels were linked to the amount of gold dropped. The pickup truck sped off again. Inside an MPV van, a young man with white hair crushed his walkie-talkie in his hand, glaring at the screen displaying the second-ranked player 09999, filled with rage. Liang is dead? As he asked, a fleeting sense of satisfaction crossed the woman's face. The young man scoffed. Are you happy now that that jerk is dead? Aye. The woman stammered. All right, no need to say more. Stop the vehicle ahead and be careful. It looks like the other side is also a LV5 player. If we can negotiate, let us negotiate. If not, you handle all the women, and I'll take care of the male player. At this point, the young man's expression returned to calm. Boss, the other side is slowing down. Ram into them. Got it. The pickup truck accelerated and rammed straight into the rear lights of the other vehicle. Bang! The 2 vehicles collided, causing a dent in the rear of the MPV van. The passengers inside were thrown forward uncontrollably. The young man with white hair reached for the handle and turned to a girl with green hair sitting in the driver's seat, saying, Xiao AI, can you shake them off? The girl called Xiao AI nodded firmly. Boss, we can't shake them off. Our speeds are about the same. The white-haired young man gripped his head tightly. Is there any other way? After thinking seriously for 2 seconds, Xiao AI replied, yes, we can ram them back. On the highway, a red pickup truck and a silver MPV van collided multiple times, both vehicles sustaining varying degrees of damage. The pickup's durability had dropped to 7 points, while the MPV's durability had fallen to 6 points. If durability reached 5 points, the vehicle would no longer be usable. Lu Rian asked, Boss, should we continue? Glancing at the 2 vehicle repair cards in the system's backpack, Lin Yuan gave a determined look. The pickup truck slammed into the side of the van once more. Wang Xiao AI shouted, Boss, they're coming again. A few more hits, and our vehicle will be totaled. The white-haired young man furrowed his brow, cursing the other party's shamelessness in his mind. Stop and slow down. Let us see if they dare to get out. After being hit by the pickup truck again, the van slowed and came to a stop on the highway. The group inside simultaneously grabbed their weapons and got out of the vehicle. Upon seeing them exit, Lu Ruyan turned to Lin Yuan with excitement. Boss, they're getting out. Should we go take them on now? Glancing at the ranking on the big screen, Lin Yuan replied with a sigh. Fight? What are we going to fight for? Look at our ranking now. Upon seeing that they had dropped to 6th place, Lu Rian took a deep breath. Boss, I was just joking. All right, let's get back in the car quickly. Beside the van, the green-haired girl Wang Xiao AI scratched her head in confusion and turned to the white-haired young man. Boss, it looks like they ran away. The white-haired young man's face darkened. I'm not blind. A small family car sped past them, and a water bottle filled with an unknown liquid flew out from inside the car. The three had no idea this was about to happen. They stood frozen, shocked as they were splashed with the mysterious liquid, unable to believe what had just occurred. 3 minutes later, Wang Xiao AI sat on the ground, crying in despair. Boss, it's urine. That's urine. I know. The young man with white hair shouted angrily at the small car that had already driven quite far away. Jean Batigneux. Chapter 72. Inside a small car, a petite woman playfully tapped on the man's chest, pouting, Tiangu, you're so naughty. Hee hee. A bad boy is what women love. The man replied with a grin. Oh, you're talking about that white-haired guy. I've never liked him anyway. This time, I'll teach him a lesson. Next time I see him, I'll take him out. Wow, Tiangu, you're so manly. Hee hee, I've got plenty of manly traits. Once we win a competition, I'll show you just how manly I can be. You're being naughty. I'm ignoring you now. The woman nestled into the man's arms. Acting cute, Zhang Batian, while comforting the woman, reminded the driver to speed up. On the highway, Lin Ruyan had her foot pressed down hard on the gas pedal, yet she still couldn't catch up with the players ahead. Nowadays, players ranked in the top 20 of the regional challenge can reach speeds of up to 60 km/h. In a straight run, the pickup truck didn't have much of an advantage. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan remained in 6th place. Boss, should we consider switching vehicles? Lu Rian asked, feeling anxious. The pickup is almost out of gas. Her gaze swept over the car's display screen, showing 15,320 in fuel. Including the distance traveled by boat, they had covered nearly 400 kilometers. During this time, they hadn't come across a single gas station, and many players low on fuel had already switched vehicles. Let us run another 10 kilometers, then we'll change cars. Okay, boss. 15 minutes later, they switched to a new vehicle. Inside the RV, there were only 2 seats in the front. Lu Rian sat in the driver's seat, skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel, while the passenger seat was taken by a visibly unhappy Luo Shuihan. The 2 sisters lounged on a soft bed, gazing up at the sunroof. As for Lin Yuan, he sat on the steps at the entrance, looking up at the competition screen hovering in the air. Ding! A system notification popped up. You have a message from a friend. Do you want to check it? Who could it be? Lin Yuan opened the chat window. Yu Jiao. Boss, can I borrow some money? What? Lin Yuan thought. Are you kidding me? Lin Yuan. Ask your sister. Yu Jiao. Boss, please, my sister has blocked me. Blocked? What's going on? Lin Yuan opened the chat with the dog-raising expert. Lin Yuan. Did you block your sister? Before he could wait 2 seconds, he received a reply. Dog-raising expert. Lin Yuan. Are you secretly keeping an eye on me? A friendly reminder. If you don't want her money to go down the drain, then don't lend her even a single silver coin. Because she is a complete fool. How could such a stunning woman in a cheap how be called a fool by her own sister? What on earth happened? Lin Yuan pondered for 3 seconds before typing a reply in the chat with Yu Jiao. Sorry, I would love to help you, but your sister disagrees. Goodbye. On a cargo ship, old Zhao looked helplessly at the elegant Qipao beauty in front of him, puffing on his dry tobacco and blowing out a few smoke rings. I say, young lady, is your car being towed or not? Give this old man a straight answer. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Just a moment. Sir, it's almost done. Yu Jiao smiled apologetically. Just then, old Li from the neighboring cargo ship couldn't hold back any longer. He shouted to old Zhao, hey, old Zhao, can't you have some decency? That young lady has asked you to tow her car 10 times already. What is the harm in towing it for free just this once? Several nearby cargo ship owners chimed in, yeah, towing it for free 1T cost you an arm and a leg. Hearing this, old Zhao knocked his pipe twice, then turned to Yu Jiao. Little girl, this time I'll do it for free. Next time? Well, we'll see about next time. The van was lifted onto the stone bridge by the crane from the cargo ship. After Yu Jiao thanked old Zhao, she climbed back in the car, which roared to life and sped towards the winding road ahead. 3 minutes later, a splash of water shot up 3 meters high in the river ahead. The cargo ship owners fell silent, and old Zhao sighed as he maneuvered the ship to rescue her. Boss, the car ahead seems to be out of gas. They're slowing down. Lu Rian's voice came from the driver's seat. Don't worry about it. Just keep driving. But boss, they're getting out of the car and waving at us. Just ram into them. Isn't that a bit rude? At least give them a heads up. Do as you please. Beside an A-class family sedan, 2 men and a woman stood in a line, frantically waving at an RV approaching from behind. The woman in the middle whispered, if a man gets out first, I'll go in. You two wait for the right moment. If it's a woman, don't worry. A handsome young man confidently patted his chest. Leave the woman to me. I patted the man's cheek gently. Be careful, sweetie, and watch your manners. Another person spoke up. The car is coming. About 10 meters away from the trio, Lu Ruyan politely honked the horn. The RV charged toward a few people under the incredulous gazes of 3 onlookers. The half-person-high tires rolled over them, and a flicker of confusion crossed Sister A's eyes. Did these players not know that hitting someone would result in being wiped out by the system? 1 minute later, 3 bags of varying sizes appeared on the ground. The vehicle slowly reversed, and Lin Yuan got out, quickly scooping up the bags and putting them into his system backpack. This time, he collected 480 gold coins. The loss of a collision liability waiver was only worth 20 gold coins, making this a profitable venture for Lin Yuan. However, the issue of gasoline still remained unsolved. Boss, look, there's another dock up ahead. Lin Yuan moved to the driver's seat and peered ahead. What dock? This was clearly a racetrack constructed from hundreds of dismantled wooden boats, as required for the competition. Just as the front wheels of the RV pressed onto the deck, the system notification sounded in their ears. Ding! You have arrived at the wooden boat racetrack. The total length of this racetrack is 30 kilometers. To enhance the enjoyment for participating players, 4 establishments have been temporarily added. Gas station, restaurant, 19996 district specialty store, and 19,996 district souvenir shop, all available for player consumption. The maintenance of this racetrack has required a significant investment of manpower and resources from the 19996 district, according to a tripartite agreement. The total minimum consumption for player teams at all stores on this racetrack must not be less than 10 gold coins. Violators will be forcibly expelled from the racetrack. Furthermore, no conflicts are allowed between players within the racetrack area. Violators will incur a fine of 100 gold coins. This fine will be used for racetrack construction. Boss, I want to buy some souvenirs. Boss, I want to buy some specialties. Boss, my sister and I want to pack a few meals. Looking at the hopeful expressions on the faces of the girls, Lin Yuan transferred 100 gold coins to each of them. He couldn't help but marvel at how women are always the driving force behind consumption, no matter where they are. Chapter 73. The Big Shots gas station has arrived. Lu Ruyan turned to Lin Yuan and said, the gas station is here. Looking at the group of players arguing with the staff inside the gas station, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. He motioned for the girls to get out of the car and switch vehicles. They climbed into a pickup truck and drove into the gas station. As they got closer to the crowd, Lin Yuan could hear several players disputing with the gas station staff. A refined woman with gold-rimmed glasses was passionately shouting at a skinny man wearing a crooked red hat. This is a scam. Who charges 1 gold coin per liter for gas? In our area, it's only 10 silver coins per liter. You must let me fill up at 10 silver coins per liter. Another player wearing a baseball cap chimed in. Exactly. Your prices are outrageous. We can't agree to that. Although the other players didn't speak up, they stood beside the two, arms crossed defiantly. The skinny man glanced dismissively at them and walked over to Lin Yuan and his group. Are you really going to charge 1 gold coin per liter? Lin Yuan casually offered the man a cigarette and smiled. Hey, can this gas car be used? After taking a drag from the cigarette Lin Yuan offered, the skinny man's expression softened considerably. Let me see that card. Upon receiving the gas card from Lin Yuan, a look of surprise crossed the man's face. Noticing this, Lin Yuan quickly asked, is there something wrong with the card? Where did you get this smoke? Isn't that supposed to be about the card? Lin Yuan scratched his head. A grandpa gave it to me, and a sister from a service area too. The skinny man patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and smiled. I'm your brother-in-law. Lin Yuan exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. The skinny man pulled Lin Yuan in closer and whispered, Huangwei Feixia. So, what about this gas card? It's just that the gas prices in District 19996 are too high. All right then, so it's confirmed. You really are an acquaintance. Is it really 1 gold coin per liter? The skinny man scoffed. No way, it's only 6 silver coins per liter. That price is just for scamming customers. You actually believed it? Since you're on my turf, I'll take care of you. Let us fill up first, and then I'll treat you to a good meal. Okay, I'll follow your lead. After handing over 3 gas cards and 4 gold coins, Lin Yuan filled both vehicles' gas tanks. Of course, the extra silver coins were pocketed by the skinny man. Inside the restaurant, everyone gathered around a table, raising their glasses in a toast. On the table, 10 dishes were neatly arranged, and several women were enjoying their meal. Through conversation, Lin Yuan learned that the other person's name was Zhang San, the manager of the gas station in Area 19996. He managed a total of 12 gas stations in the entire area. Sanner, do you have friends visiting? A woman in an apron asked with a smile as she brought over a fruit platter. Accepting the platter, Zhang San replied with a smile, Yes, Aunt Wang. This is my younger brother. Please let everyone know. Sure, I'll mention it to everyone later. Since Lin Yuan still had a competition to attend, the meal wrapped up in less than 20 minutes. After waving goodbye to Zhang San, Lin Yuan took the women to explore the Area 19996 specialty store and the Area 19996 souvenir shop. Upon mentioning Zhang San's name, the staff treated them with 10 times more enthusiasm than usual, pulling out a large bag and filling it without charging them. This surprised the group. Luckily, when it came time to pay, they were only charged 10 gold coins. The women, carrying their bags, returned to the pickup truck. After half an hour, the truck drove out of the wooden boat track and back onto Shichiao Road. Meanwhile, at the gas station, Zhang San held a phone in one hand and a dried yellow-tailed scorpion in the other, laughing heartily. Wife, we still owe them a favor. On a cargo ship, Yu Jiao sat barefoot at the bow, enjoying the riverside scenery. Old Zhao was in the driver's cabin, smoking a pipe. A little boy ran up to the cabin, looking adorably confused as he stared at old Zhao. Grandpa, aren't you supposed to be up early for profit? Why are you taking that lady so far for free this time? Old Zhao knocked his pipe and glanced at Yu Jiao sitting at the bow, feeling helpless. Why are you asking so many questions, kid? Go play in the mud. The boy pouted in dissatisfaction. I'm going home and tell Grandma that you're not acting your age. You little rascal, I'll deal with you. Old Zhao put down his pipe, grabbed his cloth shoes, and chased after him. The grandfather and grandson started a playful scuffle on the deck. Looking at the choppy river, Yu Jiao felt a bit uncertain. She had promised old Zhao that once he delivered her to her sister, she would pay him 660 gold coins. Yu Jiao reassured herself, my sister loves me the most. She definitely won't leave me unattended. She definitely will. Meanwhile, in a small family car on Shichiao Road, Yu Ji, sitting in the back seat, uncontrollably sneezed several times. In the driver's seat, a handsome young man turned his head, a look of concern on his face. Cousin, are you okay? Yu Ji wrinkled her nose and smiled, saying, I'm fine, Xiao Jia, just focus on driving. Upon hearing this, the handsome young man turned his head back, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. His name was Xiong Wenjia, a distant relative of the Yu sisters. After a visit to relatives some time ago, he was captivated by the stunning beauty of the two women. However, due to the significant disparity in their social statuses, their interactions ceased. Now, as a contestant from District 19998, he had shamelessly volunteered to be Yu Ji's personal driver after their chance encounter, fantasizing about the possibility of getting closer to her during the competition. Boss, I'm so tired. Can we let Sister Shi Han drive instead? Lu Ruyin pouted as she spoke. Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by her sudden display of cuteness. However, considering that she had indeed been driving for quite a while, he agreed to her suggestion. After they switched seats, Lu Ruyin eagerly began munching on snacks, stuffing various dried fish and fish bones into her mouth. This scene made the others in the car chuckle. Wang Shiya comforted her from the side, saying, Ruyin, take it easy. No one else competing with you. Lin Yuan glanced at the ranking on the big screen. Second place. They were only 3 kilometers behind the leader. Inside a business van, Zhang Batian chewed on a cucumber and glanced up at the big screen. First place. Hee, this round should be in the bag, he smirked. Chapter 74 to save money. He only bought 5 overpriced cucumbers at the restaurant, 2 gold coins each. He had never eaten such expensive cucumbers in his life. Watching others feast, he could only swallow his saliva in silence. When he saw other players' women carrying bags from the specialty store, he didn't even have the courage to let his woman get out and browse. It was all because he wanted to save money, to save more, and find ways to buy more women. Haha. With the increase in population in the area, servants had also become tradable commodities. If he could secure first place in this competition, he would gain both money and fame, a double boost. Every time he thought of this, Zhang Batian felt a sense of elation. Biting into the cucumber in his hand, he had to admit it truly was a high-priced cucumber. Each bite was infused with the taste of money. Seeing Zhang Batian's expression of bliss, the petite girl sitting next to him couldn't help but lick her dry lips. Brother Tian, can I have a bite of that cucumber? Upon hearing this, Zhang Batian's face turned serious as he swallowed most of the cucumber in one go. He turned to the girl and said, What is so great about a cucumber? You're so skinny. I'll get you some more meat to eat later. The girl immediately threw herself into Zhang Batian's arms, playfully saying, "Brother Tian, you're the best." But in her heart, she was cursing him. "Damn you, after all I do for you. You can't even spare a cucumber for me. I think that guy in the pickup truck is quite handsome. I should definitely flirt with him and get rid of this arrogant jerk." Zhang Batian was oblivious to her thoughts and just held her tighter, letting her feel his muscular body. "Hey, big guy, can you swap seats with Sister Shui?" "Why? Well, I have something I want to tell you secretly," Lin Yuan replied. "Your voice is so loud. How is that a secret?" The others stifled their laughter. Lu Ruyan's cheeks turned red. "So, are you going to listen or not?" Lin Yuan pointed to his ears. "You can just lean in and say it. That works too." Seeing this, Lu Ruyan leaned over and whispered a few words in Lin Yuan's ear. Then she crossed her arms and leaned back against her seat. Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked back at Lu Ruyan. "Are you serious?" "Believe it or not." "So, does that mean you can wear black stockings now?" Kiddie, I got it." Lin Yuan rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette, his expression quite vivid. What did he hear? Lu Ruyan's relatives had left. It seemed like it had only been half a day. This was unbelievable. Just as Lin Yuan was still pondering this, he heard Wang Shihan's voice from the driver's seat. "Boss, that business van up ahead is starting to slow down, and the people inside are waving a hammer at us. Looks like they want to bump into us." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked up and indeed saw a large hammer swinging outside the window. After all this time, it was the first time he had encountered such blatant provocation. Were they trying to bully his pickup truck because it was low on durability? Opening his system backpack, Lin Yuan used a vehicle repair card. The surface of the pickup truck was instantly rejuvenated, turning a light blue, and its durability was restored to 10. "Wow, boss, how did you do that?" Wang Shihan exclaimed in surprise. "Never mind that, just ram into them. Damn it, how dare they be so arrogant?" Inside the business van, a slightly chubby girl nervously spoke up from the driver's seat. "Tiange, they just painted their car, and they're about to crash into us." "What the hell? Who's about to crash into us?" Zhang Batian exclaimed in confusion. Glancing at the rearview mirror, he recognized Lin Yuan sitting in the passenger seat despite the color change. It was the same player who had been enjoying drinks at the restaurant and sweeping through high-end shops with girls. To him, such a person was far from someone he could provoke. Not only was the other party wealthy, but they also had a whole lineup of level 1 maids, all with great looks and figures. He had only seen one other person who could afford to invest in such servants, a white-haired individual. But now, why were they trying to crash into him? Zhang Batian was baffled. Bang! Before he could finish his thoughts, the two vehicles collided for the first time. "Boss, should we continue?" "Yes, keep going. Unless I say stop, don't you dare stop." Bang, bang, bang. The pickup's durability had already dropped to 6, while the business van had broken down. Watching the blue pickup truck drive away, Zhang Batian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Turning to the slightly chubby girl emerging from the driver's seat, he noticed her dark expression. Just then, a golden van sped past them, followed by the screeching sound of brakes. A man and 2 women quickly jumped out of the vehicle, brandishing machetes as they ran toward Zhang Batian and the others. Seeing the newcomer was a white-haired man, Zhang Batian cursed his bad luck under his breath, raised his hammer, and charged forward, shouting 80. The two sides quickly clashed. In a 1v3 situation, Zhang Batian was struggling. He could still hold his own against the white-haired man, who was somewhat his equal. But with the addition of the 2 women by his side, he found himself at a disadvantage. 3 minutes later, wounds began to appear on Zhang Batian's body. 5 minutes in, he received a solid cut on his arm. By the 6th minute, he was jumping off the stone bridge road, clutching his bleeding arm. Wang Xiao, with her green hair, spat angrily into the river. "Boss, that bastard got away." It was then that the woman in the qipao spoke up. "Look, his women didn't escape, did they? You can take your anger out on them." Hearing this, Wang Xiao's eyes lit up. "Right?" She turned her gaze towards the white-haired youth, waiting for him to give the order. At that moment, Zhang Batian's 3 women quickly ran up to them, kneeling in a row. The petite woman spoke first. "White brother, please don't kill us." The white-haired youth's expression darkened. "Just call me White brother." Oh, White brother, we were forced into this. When you were attacking Zhang Batian, we didn't help." All right. Wang Xiao couldn't stand their lengthy explanation and interrupted. "Just tell us what you can do." At her words, the women began to think. Then, in unison, they raised their heads and said, "We 3 sisters are skilled in playing various instruments, excelling in blowing, pulling, plucking, and singing. I blow, I pull, I pluck." A flash of cold light passed, and all three women simultaneously met their end, leaving behind three slightly deflated purses. The white-haired youth opened his mouth, but said nothing. The woman in the cheap-how glanced at him and said indifferently, "What's wrong? Does White Boss also understand the art of music?" Wang Xiao picked up the purses from the ground and stuffed them into her pocket, smiling as she called to the others, "Let us go, let us go. There's another tricky guy waiting for us up ahead." Casting a cold glance at the woman in the cheap-how, the white-haired youth turned and walked towards the vehicle parked on the road. Watching his gradually receding figure, the woman in the cheap-how's expression grew colder, a drop of blood sliding from her hand as she quickly followed. On a shabby wooden boat, Zhang Batian sat in the cabin, staring blankly at the boatman standing at the bow. After a long pause, he spoke, "Master, don't you use oars to row the boat? You rely on the waves, right?" Chapter 75. The pickup truck sped along the stone bridge road. It was now 9 p.m., with a full moon hanging high in the sky. There were still nearly 150 kilometers to the finish line. Lin Yuan's ranking in the competition had already risen to first place. Glancing in the rearview mirror, Wang Shihan quietly spoke up, "Boss, that car has been following us for a long time. Should we take them out? I'm with Shihan on this." Lu Ruoyan, sitting in the back seat, excitedly raised her hand. "I agree. Then let's do it." Lin Yuan slammed the brakes, bringing the pickup to a sudden stop. He swiftly jumped out with his tang knife, followed closely by the women. Seeing this, the white-haired youths and their crew also jumped out of their van, brandishing their machetes as they charged forward. The two groups quickly became entangled in a chaotic battle. The clash of the machetes and tang knives rang out fiercely, with the white-haired youth feeling his arms go numb from the impact. He couldn't understand why, as a fellow level 5 player. The opponent's strength was so much greater than his own. After a series of over 20 exchanges, the white-haired youth found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the woman in the cheap-how and the green-haired girl, Xiao Ai, were holding their own against 4 adversaries. If it weren't for Lu Ruoyan occasionally using her slingshot to take shots at the two women, they might have already been defeated. 5 minutes later, the outcome of the two battles became clear. The 4 women were held at knife point, with machetes pressed against their necks. The white-haired youth found himself in a similar predicament, with Lin Yuan's tang knife at his throat. "Let our boss go, Xiao," I shouted, pressing her knife against Lu Ruoyan's neck, directing her demand at Lin Yuan. The tang knife lightly grazed the white-haired youth's neck, causing droplets of bright red blood to trickle down. Lin Yuan nonchalantly lit a cigarette, a playful tone in his voice as he said, "What did you say? Speak up. I didn't catch that." You. The white-haired youth's face flushed with embarrassment, and he ultimately dared not speak further. Feeling the blood seeping from his wound, he began to feel fear. After all the effort he had put in to become the top figure in the district, he didn't want to meet his end so soon. Forcing himself to remain calm, the white-haired youth spoke with a steady voice. "Let me go, what are your terms?" Lin Yuan chuckled at the response, pointing at the green-haired girl standing nearby. "Make her crawl over here like a dog and do as I say." "Boss." The green-haired girl looked disappointed. "What are you waiting for? Can't you see I'm about to die?" The white-haired youth yelled in anger. Bang, bang. One sound was of knees hitting the ground, and the other was the thud of a body collapsing. The woman in the cheap-how gently wiped the blood from the cleaver, her delicate, snow-white hands brushing over Lu Ruyan's tender face. "I'm so sorry, sister. Did I hurt you just now?" Lu Ruyan, brushing off the woman's hand with disdain, took a step back and replied with a scornful look, "You really are a treacherous woman." Gazing at the body lying on the ground, or rather, the money bag that had fallen, the young man with white hair widened his eyes in anger, staring at the woman in the cheap-how. He shouted, "Bai Fei, do you even know what you're doing?" "Of course, cousin. I'm killing for you to keep you company in the afterlife. That way, you won't be lonely down there." "You." With a crunch, another money bag appeared on the ground. Lin Yuan picked it up and weighed it in his hands, impressed by its heft. Lu Ruyan also retrieved a money bag that had fallen and placed it into her system backpack. The group then headed toward the pickup truck. Behind them, Bai Fei called out, "Hey, big guy, are you not going to stick around and play with me?" After saying that, she draped a long leg over the hood of the truck, teasingly beckoning Lin Yuan with her finger. Lu Ruyan huffed, grabbing Lin Yuan's arm with an irritated tone. "Big guy, what's so great about that woman? After the match tonight, I'll wear black stockings just for you." Lin Yuan rubbed his chin. "What's the point of just looking? Besides..." "All right, I'll do as you say," Lu Ruyan said, her cheeks flushing red. The three girls exchanged sly smiles at this remark. Speaking of black, stockings reminded Lin Yuan of his dear sister, Katerina. It seemed she was from zone 19996. If he encountered a local later, he'd have to inquire about her. Ding! Congratulations to player 09999 for killing an opponent of equal level. System reward: 3 to all player attributes. Reward: Gold 50 has been automatically added to the system backpack. To his surprise, there was an unexpected gain. Zhang Batian, who was closely monitoring the big screen, noticed the scene of Bai Fei flirting with Lin Yuan. He spat in disgust, cursing Bai Fei in his mind for being unworthy. At the same time, he felt fortunate that he hadn't provoked Lin Yuan, as the vehicle breakdown was purely an accident, wiping the saliva off his face. The old boatman turned to glare coldly at Zhang Batian. Huh? Noticing the gaze directed at him, Zhang Batian slowly raised his head. He glanced at the distance between the boat and the road, realizing there was less than 10 meters left. It was time to make a move. Old fool, how dare you glare at me? Are you tired of living? The boatman was taken aback by this remark. He pointed at his own nose and uncertainly asked, Kid, what did you just call me? Zhang Batian paid no attention to the question. Instead, he picked up his hammer, pointed it at the old boatman, and shouted, I've seen plenty of old geezers like you, you know? Just the other day, 2 of the cleaners in our district became my hammer's victims because they wouldn't shut up. I'd advise you to be smart and hand over that 1 gold coin you owe me, then kindly take me to shore. Now, let me ask you again, what did you just call me, kid? Feeling the cold touch of the turtle shell above his head, Zhang Batian swallowed hard. I bet you're out of bullets. Bang! A bullet struck Zhang Batian's shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! Zhang Batian clutched his arm in pain, old wounds reopening with new ones. The next moment, an alarm blared in his ears. Alert! Alert! A native is using firearms against a player. Order maintenance personnel will arrive in 1 minute. Within that minute, the natives would not be able to inflict any substantial damage on players. Zhang Batian pointed at the boatman, grinning. Old man, you're done for. A minute later, when the order maintenance personnel arrived, Zhang Batian's expression was quite something to behold. 3 familiar order maintenance officers boarded the boat and greeted the old boatman with a shout of dad. The moment they called him that, all of Zhang Batian's last hopes were dashed. Sixth brother, can we let this go? Zhang Batian said with a pained expression. Smack. So you're stealing from my dad? Huh. Smack. Calling him old man, are you? Smack. Causing a ruckus here, huh? The old boatman coughed lightly. All right, that's enough. Just let this kid hand over 200 gold coins and we'll call it even. Pay up, quickly, the 6th brother ordered sternly. Zhang Batian obediently pulled a pouch from his system backpack, filled it with 200 gold coins, and handed it to the old boatman. Taking the pouch, the old man waved to the 6th brother and the others. You guys take this kid to shore. All right, Dad. Chapter 76. At the point 50 kilometers from the finish line, the pickup truck stopped again at a ferry terminal. Lin Yuan silently watched as dozens of roll-on roll-off ships, vessels designed for transporting cars, approached from a distance. It seemed that without spending money, this race would be impossible to complete. This time, the captain standing at the bow of the ships appeared to be remarkably calm. The ferry fare was a flat rate of 60 gold coins, no bargaining allowed. With no other options, Lin Yuan found a relatively new roll-on roll-off ship and paid the 60 gold coins. The captain was a burly, one-eyed middle-aged man. After a few people boarded the ship, the captain enthusiastically began to promote his products. Baskets of dried fish, blood oranges, honey tangerines, and other items were laid out on the deck for selection. After inquiring about the prices, everyone was shocked by what the captain offered. Everything was priced at 1 gold coin per basket, though the baskets were quite small, roughly the size of a standard bicycle basket. Nevertheless, the prices were very reasonable compared to specialty shops. Lu Ruyin immediately paid 12 gold coins to buy all the bamboo baskets on the deck. As she handed the gold coins to the one-eyed captain, he excitedly shook hands with them. He then went to the cockpit to start the boat. Once he saw the other party move further away, Lu Ruyin leaned closer to Lin Yuan and whispered, Boss, do you think if we hadn't bought these things, the captain would still have taken us across? Lin Yuan coughed lightly and replied, he probably would. The boat cruised steadily across the water while the group sat on the deck, munching on dried fish. As Lin Yuan gazed at the choppy waters, his consciousness began to blur. Eventually, they all collapsed simultaneously on the deck. In the cockpit, the honest one-eyed captain noticed this scene and picked up the intercom. This is One-Eyed from ship number 3, calling Snakehead, calling Snakehead. Snakehead, who was playing cards, replied, "This is Assistant Lee Won. If there is something to say, hurry up. We've got cargo. We've got cargo for yellow goods, unmarried girls, and one black good, young man. What is their condition? One of the yellow goods is a tall mule, a tall woman, and the rest are quite appealing. Foreign goods? Of course. Wait for my news." On a somewhat shabby little wooden boat, a man and two women were gathered around a somewhat old-looking card table playing cards. A dimly glowing diesel lamp was placed in the center of the table. "Do you want to go for two?" The speaker was none other than the boatman whom old Lou had referred to as his godfather earlier. "Old Lee, are you really that broke?" A middle-aged woman violently smashed the diesel lamp in front of her, plunging the cabin into darkness. Just then, a flicker of flame, reeking of diesel, ignited. A man and a woman, who had reached the entrance of the cabin, froze in their tracks. A voice filled with feminine charm echoed from behind them. "Oh, two seniors, where are you off to? The game isn't finished yet." With a snap, a sharp dagger pierced the card table, its tip emerging from beneath. The boatman and the middle-aged woman exchanged glances and sighed in unison. "You win, Katerina." The cabin door was violently pushed open from the outside, and a girl with a short bob haircut walked in. "Hey, there's new stock of the one-eyed guy." Meanwhile, on a stone bridge road, Yuji called out to Xiong Wenjie in the driver's seat. "Xiao Jia, did you just hear someone call my name?" Xiong Wenjie looked momentarily stunned. "Oh yeah, I think I heard someone calling my cousin's name too." "Stop the car ahead." "Got it, cousin." Below the stone bridge, Yu Jiao was continuously shouting her sister's name toward the car above. Old Jiao shook his head, watching from the side. She had been calling for almost half an hour, and there was no sign of success. If it weren't for his grandson breaking his drone, the handover would have likely been completed by now. It looked like this deal was going to be a huge loss. If things didn't work out, he might have to contact the local trafficker, who had just escaped from prison and was said to be willing to take anything. As he sized up Yu Jiao, old Zhao silently made up his mind. If it came to it, he'd just sell her off. "Grandpa Zhao, stop. Look, the car on the bridge has stopped." Yu Jiao exclaimed excitedly. "Has it stopped?" Old Zhao lifted his head to look. "Wow, it really has." Yuji looked at her sister standing at the bow of the boat, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. She had blocked her, yet she could still find her. In contrast, Xiong Wenjie wore a look of shock. Was this a twist of fate granted by heaven? The sisters had actually gathered in such circumstances. Did that mean he could take action soon? Hee. The thought made Xiong Wenjie's expression grow increasingly lewd. Yuji frowned as she watched. The two sides communicated through hand signals, agreeing on a handover location just a kilometer ahead on a slope. The sedan drove forward for a kilometer, slowly coming to a stop near the slope. The driver's door swung open, and Xiong Wenjie stepped out of the sedan with a smile on his face. Bang, bang, bang. The back seat window rolled down, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. "Xiao Jia, it's your turn to take care of Jiao's task. I won't be getting out." Upon hearing this, Xiong Wenjie patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry, cousin, I've got this covered." But as he turned away, his smile faded, and he silently vowed that once the person was brought back, he would take care of everything in one go. Watching the figure appear on the dirt slope, Yu Jiao furrowed her pretty brows slightly. "Why is it that jerk, Xiong Wenjie? Hey, Xiong Wenjie, where's my sister? Why didn't she come?" Cousin Jiao, I'm here. That's all that matters. Your sister is waiting for you in the car." With that, Xiong Wenjie jumped onto the deck of the cargo ship and grabbed Yu Jiao's arm, ready to leave. "Don't touch me. Let go of me, old Jiao." Xiong Wenjie was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Old Jiao tapped his pipe and took a puff. "Kid, where's the money?" "What money? Are you playing dumb with me, old man?" I really don't know. Aren't you doing this for free?" Upon hearing this, old Jiao smacked Xiong Wenjie with his pipe. "Free my foot. Now hand over 660 gold coins, and we'll call it even. What's a little money to me?" Xiong Wenjie thumped his chest and pulled out a pouch of coins, waving it in front of old Jiao's eyes. "So, can I let her go now?" Old Jiao thought for a moment, pointed at Yu Jiao. "You can leave, little girl." Then he turned his gaze back to Xiong Wenjie. "You stay behind and pay up before you go." Hearing this, Xiong Wenjie quickly shot Yu Jiao a look and slowly opened the pouch. Although she didn't understand what his wink meant, old Jiao had already said she could leave. Yu Jiao took 2 steps back, then made a running leap up the dirt slope, quickly reaching the road. Seeing this, Xiong Wenjie smashed the pouch of coins against old Jiao and charged up the slope. Just then, a pipe snagged him by the neck and yanked him back, causing Xiong Wenjie to fall onto the deck. Old Jiao stepped on his chest, and the coins scattered everywhere, clattering across the deck. Leaning in close to Xiong Wenji's ear, old Zhao said ominously, "Kid, this is a test for you. Good job." Chapter 77 On the Stone Bridge Road. Yu Jiao found a small car parked by the roadside. She yanked open the back door and hopped inside. Inside the car, Yu Jiao kept tugging at Yu Ji's arm, playfully whining, "Sister, sister." Yu Ji lost all patience in the face of her sister's antics. "Right now, get in the front and drive. Don't even mention money." Hearing this, Yu Jiao crossed her arms and leaned back with a pout. "With all those sycophants giving you money, what difference does it make if I get some too? And why won't you let that jerk Lin Yuan give me some cash?" "Yu Jiao, are you asking for a beating?" Yu Ji glared at her younger sister, gritting her teeth. "So what if I am?" Yu Jiao turned around, sticking out her rear end. "Come on, hit me. Just do it. You've bullied me since we were kids. Why not just finish me off?" Yu Ji looked at her sister, momentarily at a loss. It wasn't the right time to hit her, but she also couldn't let her get away with it. "How much do you want?" Yu Ji finally managed to ask through gritted teeth. Your expression was really scary just now. It frightened me. I want 1,000 gold coins." With a smack, Yu Jiao felt a light slap on her behind and pouted in grievance. "Sister, why did you hit me? 1,000 gold coins? Why don't you just go rob a bank?" Yu Ji's voice was tinged with frustration. Yu Jiao muttered softly, "Isn't that what I'm doing?" "What did you say?" "Oh, nothing. If I can't get 1,000, how about 800? She cautiously gauged her sister's reaction. 500? No, 300. If that doesn't work, then 200. Yu Ji couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. She really was at her sister's mercy. 100 gold coins. Take it or leave it. If not, just get out. The difference between 1,000 and 100 was tenfold. But wasn't it worth getting something for free? "Thank you, sister. All right, I'll take the deal." Yu Ji looked at her sister with a resigned expression, then suddenly seemed to remember something. "By the way, Lin Yuan is my loyal dog. You better not go flirting with him." Yu Jiao rolled her eyes in exasperation. When did he become her loyal dog? Clearly, people with dual personalities had some issues. "I got it, sister." Suddenly, there was a knock on the left car door, and both girls instantly became alert. They turned their gaze to the window. "Huh, no one there. Knock, knock, knock." The right car door was knocked on next. The two girls pulled out weapons from their system backpacks, vigilantly observing the outside. Still no one there? At that moment, a shadow appeared on the front windshield of the car. "Sister, I see someone," Yu Ji said alertly, gazing at the child who was leaning against the front of the car, tightly gripping her weapon. Yu Jiao quickly grabbed her sister's arm, but her demeanor relaxed considerably. "Sister, I know that kid. He's old Zhao's grandson, little Zongzi." "Little Zongzi? What kind-hearted person names their child little Zongzi?" His grandfather named him. I heard that little Zongzi was born on the Dragon Boat Festival, and his grandfather didn't get to eat any Zongzi that year, so he gave him that nickname. Because of that name, his grandma didn't let him go home for 3 days. "All right then," Yu Ji said, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation. She pushed the car door open and quickly got out, scooping up the mischievous little Zongzi. Rubbing his nose playfully, she asked with a smile, "Little Zongzi, how did your grandfather let you come up here?" Little Zongzi leaned into Yu Jiao's arms and innocently replied, "I came to deliver a message for Grandpa. He wanted me to ask if you can still pay the reward of 660 gold coins. If not, then Grandpa will use that man down there to settle the debt." "Settle the debt? How does that work?" Yu Jiao asked curiously. Little Zongzi frowned slightly. "I'm not sure. Grandpa didn't tell me." "All right then." Yu Jiao turned to look at her sister. "What are you looking at me for?" "I don't have the money to ransom anyone. He wanted to go save you." Upon hearing this, little Zongzi wriggled out of Yu Jiao's embrace, took a couple of steps back, placed his hands on his hips, and, mimicking an adult, said, "Women, none of them can be trusted." With that, he quickly ran towards where the cargo ship was docked. The two sisters stood there, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter. One interesting little guy, Yu Ji couldn't help but exclaim. "Yeah, just like his grandfather," Yu Jiao added with a hint of nostalgia. Yu Jiao took the driver's seat, and the car roared to life as it drove down the road. On the cargo ship, old Zhao took a few puffs on his pipe, watching his grandson. Did the message get through? What did they say? In the nearby sack, the bruised and battered Xiong Wenjie was also listening intently. Little Zongzi cleared his throat and shouted, "Grandpa, you were right. The prettier the woman, the less reliable they are." Upon hearing this, Xiong Wenjie's eyes dimmed, and he buried his head back into the sack. Old Zhao sighed, realizing he had indeed led his grandson down that path. "Little Zongzi, put some ointment on that guy named Xiong. We're counting on him to make us rich." "Okay, Grandpa." On a large yacht decorated in a European style, a one-eyed man pushed a small cart containing 5 burlap sacks onto the deck. Sitting in a lounge chair was Katerina, wearing a pleated skirt and white stockings, with a cigarette dangling from her lips. "Let's check the goods," the one-eyed man said as he untied the ropes binding the sacks, revealing several figures inside. A spotlight shone on them, and Katerina froze. The cigarette but fell from her mouth onto the deck, but she seemed oblivious. Soon, a sickly smile spread across her face. "Woman, wake those 4 women up." After a few buckets of cold water were splashed, Lu Ruyin and the others regained consciousness. Looking around at the unfamiliar surroundings, they simultaneously retrieved weapons from their system backpacks, positioning themselves protectively in front of the unconscious Lin Yuan. Applause echoed from the seating area. Katerina stood up from her chair. "Looks like my brother didn't waste his efforts on you all." Hearing the familiar voice, Lu Ruyin and Luo Shuihan turned to look. "Katerina? Yes. Congratulations, you got it right. But there is no reward for you. One-eyed, send them back to the road." "Yes, Snakehead." The Snakehead quickly walked over to the women. "Do I need to ask you to leave?" Lu Ruyin and Luo Shuihan exchanged glances and tugged at their sister's sleeves. Looking at Wang Shirhan, who seemed hesitant to speak, Lu Ruyin gently urged, "Let us go. Don't worry about that jerk Lin Yuan. He's quite familiar with Katerina." After everyone left, Katerina turned to Wen, who was still standing nearby, and said, "Go fetch me 2 bottles of those little pills, 1 pill per bottle, along with a bottle of red wine and a wine glass, and bring them to my room." "All right." Katerina glanced at Lin Yuan, who was passed out on the deck, and excitedly licked her lips. She hoisted Lin Yuan over her shoulder and strode towards her room. Chapter 78 on the Stone Bridge Highway. Lu Ruyin sat in the driver's seat, repeatedly honking the horn as if to vent some pent-up frustration. Her eyes were wide with anger. In the back seat, Wang Shirhan frowned in deep thought, while Wang Shi excitedly gaped at Luo Shuihan, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "So, that woman named Catalina is Lin Yuan's mistress." Recalling the scene where the two had kissed, Luo Shuihan nodded seriously. "That's right, you understood perfectly." Upon receiving this confirmation, Wang Shi covered her mouth in astonishment. She couldn't believe that Lin Yuan had actually managed to get involved with a native woman. It was truly unbelievable. Luo Shuihan scoffed, thinking to herself, "What is so surprising about that? Besides Catalina, there is also a little post girl who just turned 18 tangled up with him." However, glancing at Lu Ruyin's irritated expression, Luo Shuihan ultimately decided to keep that to herself. "Hey, Lu Ruyin, we're only 28 kilometers from the finish line. Could you slow down a bit?" Wang Shirhan shouted at Lu Ruyin. Hearing this, Lu Ruyin paused her honking. "All right, there are only 28 kilometers left to the finish line. If we get there earlier, does that mean the race will end?" According to the usual rules, players are automatically teleported out of the competition once it finishes. So, Lin Yuan will probably be teleported back to the car, right? Lu Ruyin suddenly leaned over and gave Wang Shi a quick peck on the forehead. "Thank you, Shi Jia." Then she pressed down harder on the gas pedal. Wang Shi blinked in confusion. What just happened? Why did Lu Ruyin kiss her? She had already been straightened out by Lin Yuan, after all. Although she wasn't opposed to affectionate gestures from her own kind anymore, she still didn't particularly like them. Wiping the spit off her forehead, Wang Shi leaned back against the rear seat, lost in thought. Could it be that Lu Ruyin is also gay? That seems unlikely. On the yacht, in a spacious guest room, Catalina was enthusiastically playing the role of a knight. At that moment, she felt as if she had been transported to an ancient battlefield, riding her steed and slaying enemies left and right. Meanwhile, the unconscious Lin Yuan was bound to the sofa by Catalina. Due to the heavy dose of sleeping drug administered by the one-eyed man, it had already been an hour, yet he still hadn't woken up. However, he was experiencing a long and vivid dream. In his dream, he found himself trapped in a cell, enduring the torment of the guards every moment. The sensation was so vivid that every once in a while, a guard would compassionately toss a candy bean into his mouth, calling a pain relief bean, claiming it could suppress the agony brought on by punishment. As the night deepened, the clock struck midnight. The pickup truck had crossed the finish line 10 minutes earlier. The race was over. They had secured victory for Zone 19999. The system's rewards were still being processed, but they had not been transported back to Zone 19999. As for the reason, they were just as clueless. The only certainty was that Lin Yuan had not returned yet. Lu Ruyan angrily slammed her hands on the steering wheel of the pickup truck. Damn it, it must be that crazy woman, Katerina, causing all this trouble. In an inconspicuous villa in Zone 19996, a man and two women gathered around a large conference table, sipping tea. Carl, I think you owe me an explanation, said a woman with an ordinary appearance but an air of authority. The middle-aged man, named Carl, rubbed his temples and turned to the other woman sipping tea, asking Shaman, "What brings you here?" The woman named Shaman set her teacup down, looking at Carl with surprise. "What? As the supervisor of the challenge zone, am I not allowed to check on my players' performance in the competition? The race is over. You're Zone 199991. Do you have any other business?" Shaman pushed back her chair, lightly tapping her fingers on the table, her tone calm as she said, "So, the player who won the match. Shouldn't you send them back to me?" At her words, Carl frowned and picked up a phone from the table, dialing a number. When the call connected, a gentle female voice answered, "Supervisor. Find out where the winning player from this match is right now." "Supervisor, they are with your daughter. Tell her to release them." "Wait, what? Is my woord not enough?" It's not like that. It's just that this player seems to be quite familiar with your daughter." "Quite familiar?" The voice on the other end began to fade. As he listened, Carl's expression grew increasingly grim, and he abruptly hung up the phone. Turning to Shaman, he said, "Within 24 hours, I will make sure that player is sent to you." After receiving a positive response, Shaman swayed her hips as she walked out of the conference room. Once the door closed, only Carl and the woman who had started speaking remained in the large conference room. Bang! Carl slammed his fist heavily on the conference table. "Wang Fong, what the hell is wrong with you? You had everything going for you, and you still managed to lose this match. Are the players in your district just sitting around doing nothing?" At his words, Wang Fong lost her earlier confidence and irritably lit a cigar. How was I supposed to know that Xiaman, that scheming woman, had another card up her sleeve? A long silence followed between the two. It wasn't until the large door of the conference room swung open again that a young woman with a bun walked in, clutching a stack of documents. "Supervisor, we've received news from District 19990. They want you to attend an important meeting." "All right, I understand. You can leave now." Carl stood up, his gaze cold as he stared at Wang Fong, the supervisor of District 19998. His tone was indifferent as he said, "Since the match is over, consider the missing players on your end as compensation for this collaboration. Our partnership is terminated." At his words, Wang Fong shot up, pointing an accusing finger at Carl in anger. "Carl, you are a complete jerk. Don't forget who helped you get this supervisor position. Ka is niet dismissivity. I earned this position through my own strength. It has nothing to do with you, woman. Guards, guards, throw this woman, who is impersonating the supervisor of District 19998. Out of here. How dare you come here and deceive me? You must be tired of living." Chapter 79, the midday sun streamed through the cabin window, casting light on Lin Yuan's face. As he rolled over in the plush bed, Lin Yuan suddenly sat up alert, taking out a dao from the system space. He paced back and forth in the room. The several scratches on his chest and the bruises on his thigh were reminders of what he had been through. On the floor, 2 white silk stockings and a severely damaged pleated skirt lay scattered about. Knock, knock, knock. The door was being rapped on. Lin Yuan gripped the dao tightly and positioned himself by the door. Peering through the peephole, he saw a young woman with short hair standing outside, holding a worn leather bag. "Mr. Lin Yuan, I know you're awake. Could you please open the door? I have something I'd like to discuss with you." Discuss something with him? Lin Yuan realized he didn't know the woman outside, but he didn't sense any hostility from her upon closer observation. He opened the door, gesturing for her to come in. The two sat on the sofa in the room. The woman with short hair was the first to extend her hand. "Hello, my name is Li Wenwan, and I'm Miss Katerina's assistant." Lin Yuan politely shook her small hand. Li Wenwan tucked a stray hair behind her ear and pulled out a compensation agreement from her bag, handing it to Lin Yuan. "Mr. Lin Yuan, please take a moment to read through the agreement. If you have no objections, I would appreciate it if you could sign it." Afterward, she handed him a pen. Lin Yuan took the compensation agreement, looking bewildered. What was going on? As he read through the contents of the agreement, a look of confusion crossed his face. Party A, Katerina. Party B, Lin Yuan won. Party B's actions brought Party A physical and mental pleasure. Party A is willing to compensate Party B 200 gold coins. 2. Since Party B was in a coma, Party A took certain measures without Party B's consent during this time. Party A is willing to compensate 300 gold coins. 3. Party A caused physical harm to Party B and is willing to compensate 200 gold coins. 4. After the agreement is signed, Party B shall not harass or interfere with Party A's life for any reason. 5. Upon compliance with the agreement, after both parties sign, Party A will pay Party B an additional compensation of 100 gold coins. Mr. Lin Yuan, if you've finished reading the agreement, please sign it so I can wrap this up quickly. Li Wenwen urged. Oh, Lin Yuan replied, picking up the pen and signing his name at the bottom of the agreement. After receiving the agreement handed over by Lin Yuan, Li Wenwen neatly folded it and placed it into her bag. She clapped her hands towards the door. Within seconds, a one-eyed, earnest-looking uncle walked in, carrying 2 bags filled with gold coins. Is it you? Lin Yuan raised his tang sword. Mr. Lin hopes you won't act impulsively, Li Wenwen interjected from the side. The one-eyed man sneered. So what if it is me? What are you going to do, kid? You still dare to chop me with that knife? He pointed to his own neck. Go on, take your best shot. I don't believe you'll actually do it. With a swift motion, Lin Yuan brought down the bloodied tang sword, wiping it on the giant's corpse. He turned to Li Wenwen and said, he asked me to do it. You saw it too. In the next moment, the giant's body vanished, replaced by a bag of coins on the ground. Lin Yuan was taken aback. This really worked? Li Wenwen, noticing Lin Yuan's curious gaze, raised an eyebrow and pulled out a handgun from her bag, slamming it down on the table. Instantly, Lin Yuan suppressed his wandering thoughts. Looking sincere as he earnestly addressed Li Wenwen, Sister Wenwen, when are you going to take me away? Li Wenwen finally understood why Katerina could hang out with this kid. They were both shameless. Pick up your bag of coins and come with me, she commanded. Sure thing, sis. He replied. The yacht glided across the river, and Lin Yuan stood on the deck, feeling the refreshing river breeze. He was inexplicably exhilarated. As for the compensation agreement, he had already found a way to justify it to himself. Just consider it a learning experience. The yacht moved swiftly, and soon Lin Yuan spotted a blue pickup truck parked on the stone bridge. However, the truck seemed to be swaying on the road. Yes, swaying. Realizing the implications, Lin Yuan's previously bright smile faded into a grim expression in an instant. Watching Lin Yuan's dramatic reaction akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing performance, Li Wenwen scoffed. What a doggo man. The yacht came to a stop on a small slope about a kilometer away from the stone bridge. As soon as Lin Yuan stepped onto the slope, he heard Li Wenwen calling from behind. Then he found a black plastic bag in his hand. He squeezed it gently, a smile creeping onto his face. Katerina really understood him. Underneath the pickup truck, Lu Ruoyan held a lit diesel lighter, crouched down to inspect the vehicle. The truck had broken down half an hour ago. The sister duo, Hua and Luo Shuihan, stood by the side of the truck, straining to lift one corner of it. Lu Ruoyan, are you done yet? It's been 20 minutes. Wang Xia said impatiently. If you're so capable, why don't you do it? Lu Ruoyan grumbled in response. Hey, fixing the car, huh? Boss, you're back, Lin Yuan. You actually came back. Inside the pickup, Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat, using a vehicle repair card to fix the broken-down truck. The truck's paint turned a deep black. The girl's eyes were glued to Lin Yuan's face. Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face? Lin Yuan asked curiously. He pulled down the sun visor to check the makeup mirror and was stunned. Is this still the same sunny boy from before? His pale face had no color, with bloodshot eyes and sunken cheeks. His lips were white. A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind. Is the compensation going to be reduced? Wait, boss, you even brought us gifts. Huh? Lu Ruoyan snatched the black plastic bag from Lin Yuan's hands and quickly opened it, distributing several brand new white stockings to the girls in the back seat. Faced with their curious gazes, Lin Yuan smiled awkwardly. Yeah, that's the gift I brought for you. Lu Ruoyan leaned closer to Lin Yuan's ear and whispered, Boss, how about I wear black stockings for you to see tonight? Lin Yuan chuckled. Maybe I should take it slow first? Chapter 80 in the next moment. The sensation of weightlessness hit them as they found themselves back on the highway of Zone 19999, gazing at the familiar desert landscape on either side. Lin Yuan felt no joy at all. The system's voice echoed in the minds of all players in Zone 19999. Congratulations to player 09999 for representing this zone and winning the first match of the regional challenge. The next second, a long list of announcements flooded in. Player X has joined Zone 19999, Player Y has joined Zone 19999, and so on. Opening the regional channel. The number of players in Zone 19999 was increasing at a rate of 10 per second. 2 minutes later, the player count had surged to 2079. The regional channel was buzzing with activity. Various messages scroll by. Wow, Lin Yuan is amazing. Lin Yuan is such a man. Lin Yuan, we love you. Lin Yuan, you're so cool. What's going on? Should TIB in zone 19998? Brew. Don't you realize we've been used as pawns in this competition? While my girlfriend is still in zone 19998. What should I do? Bro, my boyfriend is also stuck in zone 19998. How about we stick together? Get lost, you freak. The regional channel returned to its usual lively atmosphere. Exiting the system panel, Lin Yuan opened the system task page. The regional challenge had been completed. All the data and scores were already out. But Lin Yuan had been in a coma for some time and hadn't had the chance to check. Now he finally had the time. He ranked first in this regional competition, completing it in 12 hours and 19 minutes. His score was an A. With the evaluation, a capable player who wins by relying on women. He received a special reward. Team member recruitment orders 3. After using the recruitment order, the recruited player can freely choose whether to join the Player S team. Team members can collect resources for the player, participate in various competitions, and offer absolute loyalty to the captain alone. This is interesting. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and muttered, "What is interesting, big shot? Is it more interesting than me in black stockings?" Lu Ruoyan said as she lifted her leg clad in black stockings, showing off in front of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced at her, but remained silent. At that moment, a leg encased in white stockings reached over from the back seat. "Hey boss, black stockings are so boring. Why not take a look at my white ones?" Wang Xia giggled. "And check out mine too." Lin Yuan, with a sullen expression, remained silent, secretly complaining to himself. He had never seen them so forward before. Now, they were trying to make a scene in front of him. Does he really think Lin Yuan is a pushover? Staying calm, Lin Yuan lit his cigarette, opened the car door, and planted his feet on the ground, feeling the warm breeze wash over him. Honestly, there was something satisfying about being grounded like this. He opened his system backpack to check the rewards from this competition. Vehicle Upgrade Card 2, Character Upgrade Card 3, 19999 District Hero Badge, equipping it grants 5 strength. Dragon Boat Event Entry Ticket, 12-hour usage limit. After use, can participate in player entertainment competitions held in District 19990. Self-service restaurant meal voucher 10. RV Modification Card 1. Lin Yuan was quite pleased with the rewards from this competition. Thinking about using the Character Upgrade card to reach level 8, he felt optimistic about his progress. However, he believed that his main task, right now, should be recruiting subordinates to form a team. He clicked on the team member recruitment order, which displayed a long list of filters for gender, age, and level. Lin Yuan set the filters to gender, female, age, 18 to 32, level, LV2, LV5, filtering. Ding! There are a total of 781 players in this area that meet the criteria. Would you like to send a recruitment invitation to them? Send. Invitation sent successfully. Waiting for player confirmations. Ding! The system prompted that a friend had sent him a message. Would you like to check it? View. You Jiao, you jerk. What are you up to now? With so many women around you, you still send me recruitment messages? After reading the message, Lin Yuan decisively closed the chat window. What a joke. Did Lin Yuan need to explain himself to anyone? In the business van, Yu stared blankly at the message from the system. Was it really as simple as Lin Yuan just recruiting subordinates? The regional channel exploded again. Half an hour ago, most of the messages in the channel were praises and thanks directed at Lin Yuan. Now, the atmosphere had definitely shifted. "I'm a little duck," player comment. "Wah, who is this player Lin Yuan? Why'd he send me a recruitment message? Turbulent waves? Player. Yeah, he sent me one too. Jelly, is it sweet? I received it too. Cute girl doll brother. I'm sorry, Appa. You're not my type, so I'll stick with the big shots." In the regional channel, most female players expressed skepticism towards Lin Yuan's recruitment message. Of course, there were a few female players who had competed with Lin Yuan and recognized his strength. As for the male players, they were full of complaints about Lin Yuan. Dog Brother Player 09999. Big shot. If you're going to choose a partner, please don't pick my little cutie. Okay? I'm bowing to you here. I love sweet potatoes. Big shot. Be a decent person. Leave some leftovers for the brothers. Will you? The Haven Tea had meat for days. A leaf knows autumn. Big shot. Please do a good deed for once. Watching the male players flood the channel with pleas for help and sob stories, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before deciding to reply. Player 09999. I solemnly promise that the number of players recruited this time will only be 3. As soon as Lin Yuan's message was sent, the regional channel fell into silence. Soon, cheers of praise erupted from the male players. They called Lin Yuan a real man, a kind person, a good friend, and so on. Ding, system notification. A total of 161 players accepted the recruitment. Would you like to conduct a random selection? Can't I select them myself? Lin Yuan muttered. However, the system notification chimed again. Would you like to conduct a random selection? Yes. Selection complete. Congratulations, your recruitment is finished. Number of recruits, 3. The next moment, 3 small family cars appeared behind the pickup truck. 3 women, each with different looks, got out of the cars. Hello, Captain. Nice to meet you, Captain. You're so handsome, Captain. Just then, Lu Ruyan poked her head out of the car, looking at Lin Yuan in surprise. Big shot, what's going on? Chapter 81, 10 minutes later. After the 3 women had introduced themselves to everyone, Lin Yuan gathered their basic information. The woman with pink hair was named Yamei, a level 3 player. The girl with a high ponytail was called Duoqi, also a level 3 player. The short-haired girl was named Para, yet another level 3 player. Although the 3 of them weren't as striking as Lu Ruyan and her companions, they could still be considered cute. However, Lin Yuan wasn't particularly interested in them. To him, they were merely tools. Just as Lin Yuan was about to invite them for a meal, the system notification chimed again. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player 09999 for forming the first player team in this region. The system will provide special rewards. Ding. Congratulations, player, for successfully forming a team. Please name your team as soon as possible. What should I call it? Lin Yuan pondered while looking at the 3 women. How about 1v3 team? Nah, that doesn't sound great. Blazing fire? Highway? Hot air balloon? Bread, sausage, steak? Cheese? None of these names sounded appealing. Forget it. Let's just call it the Beautiful Girl Squad. Ding. Team names successfully established. Special rewards are being prepared. Ding. Special rewards have been completed and distributed to the team member system backpacks. Lin Yuan opened his system backpack for a quick look, but lost interest immediately. Beautiful Girl Squad cap had a large image of Lin Yuan's face printed in the center of the cap. Since the team had been successfully formed, Lin Yuan felt it was time to showcase his capabilities as the team leader. He used 19999 District Buffet Dining Voucher 8, and a coordinate appeared simultaneously in everyone's minds. Following Lin Yuan's instructions, Lu Ruyan drove the pickup truck, and they traveled about 10 kilometers across the desert to reach the designated coordinate. At the coordinate point, they found a somewhat worn-down manhole cover. After lifting the cover, they saw a staircase leading down. Colorful lights were embedded along both sides of the staircase. The group exchanged glances and descended the stairs. As they reached the bottom, their surroundings opened up to reveal a spacious dining hall. Dozens of people were dining inside. The sudden appearance of Lin Yuan and his group only garnered a casual glance from the others. No one seemed particularly concerned. Just as they were about to explore the area, a waiter wearing a chef's hat approached them. "Welcome, esteemed guests," he said, gesturing for them to follow. Guided by the waiter, they arrived at a dining table. Once everyone was seated, the waiter brought out an oversized platter and placed it on the table. Suddenly, he pulled out a pen and paper from his sleeve and said, "May I ask what ingredients you distinguished guests have provided? I need to take note." The women turned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was confused. If you remember correctly, what he was using should be called a 19999 District Buffet Dining Voucher. Clearing his throat, Lin Yuan asked, "Is this a buffet restaurant?" "Yes," the waiter affirmed. "Then, as a buffet restaurant, shouldn't you be providing us with free meals?" "Sir, it seems this is your first time at our restaurant." Seeing Lin Yuan remain silent, the waiter continued, "Here's the thing, sir. Our buffet restaurant offers free beverages, snacks, and fruit to every guest who comes here, but this does not include the main course ingredients. Of course, if you don't have any ingredients to provide, you can purchase them from our store. Here is the price list for the ingredients." After receiving the price list handed to him by the waiter, Lin Yuan took a quick glance. Although it was more than 10 times the price of the box meals in the service area, it was still reasonably priced. Based on the number of people, Lin Yuan ordered 1 3-pound chicken, duck, goose, and fish, along with 20 pounds of beef. He also ordered a few additional servings of vegetables. The waiter's face gradually lit up with a brilliant smile as he swiftly jotted down the orders on the paper. Taking the ingredient price list Lin Yuan handed over, the waiter asked again, "Sir, how would you like the ingredients to be prepared? Should the chef have free reign? Or would you prefer to choose?" Lin Yuan didn't respond, but exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Ruyan. She understood immediately and asked the waiter, "Hello, may I ask if there is a charge for preparing the ingredients?" The waiter looked at her in surprise and smiled. "Oh, you're worried about that? Our restaurant just makes a little bit from you hardworking folks. Looking at your outfits, it's clear you're not short on cash. So why concern yourself over the preparation fee? Lu Ruyin was momentarily speechless, giving Lin Yuan a helpless look. Noticing their exchange, the waiter thought for 3 seconds before finally providing a quote for the preparation fee, 1 gold coin per dish. Facing the price quoted by the waiter, if this had been the old Lin Yuan, he would have certainly found it unacceptable. It was outrageously expensive. But for the current Lin Yuan, it was just a drop in the bucket. Indeed, he was feeling generous. Ever since the last match ended, not to mention the enormous profits gained from eliminating players. Just the compensation paid by Katarina was enough for him to live comfortably for a while. Seeing Lin Yuan's confident demeanor, the 3 female teammates couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in admiration. Their captain was not only handsome, but also quite capable. It seemed they had made the right choice. The only regret is that it seems the captain isn't really into them. No worries, though. It looks like Lin Yuan remembered something and spoke up again. Do you have any 5-pound turtles? The waiter thought for a moment and replied, we don't have any 5-pound ones, but we do have a 3-pound turtle for 30 gold coins. Lin Yuan waved his hand grandly. Do I look like someone who has short on cash? Just get it for me. Upon hearing this, the waiter smiled and took out a small notebook to jot it down. As the waiter was about to leave with the tray, Lin Yuan's 3 teammates stood up. Since their captain was treating them, they figured they should do something to show their appreciation. They turned to the waiter and asked, where's that free fruit platter or snacks? We'll go grab some. The smile on the waiter's face froze for a moment before he said, please follow me. Seeing this, the girls followed him. In a corner of the restaurant, the waiter pointed to a variety of free snacks and drinks set up near the restroom, saying, it's all right here. There are plates below. Help yourselves. With that, the waiter left. The girls hesitated for a moment, but eventually grabbed plates and started loading them with food. In the restaurant's kitchen, the waiter, old Lu, began picking out ingredients based on what was recorded on the paper. A chef nearby glanced at the paper on the table and exclaimed, wow, old Lu, looks like you've landed a big client. Old Lu shot him a glance, but continued searching for ingredients. 10 minutes later, old Lu took off his waiter uniform, tied on an apron, and began the cooking process with the ingredients. Chapter 82, 1 hour later. The various free snacks and fruits laid out on the dining table had been completely devoured. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette and glanced towards the kitchen. Boss, should I go take a look? Lu Ruyin suggested. Captain, let us go instead. The 3 team members chimed in unison. Lin Yuan smiled and said, let's have Ruyin go. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin stood up from her seat and skipped towards the kitchen. 2 minutes later, she returned to the table with a shocked expression on her face. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Lin Yuan furrowed his brows and asked, what's wrong? Before Lu Ruyin could respond, a waiter rolled over a small cart filled with a variety of steaks. I think this lady might be amazed by the chef's culinary skills, right? The waiter said, looking at Lu Ruyin, who nodded in agreement. Lin Yuan extinguished his cigarette, thinking to himself that he was worried for nothing. It was just this. Half an hour later, as Lin Yuan gazed at the 2 tables piled high with an array of dishes, his lips trembled, but he said nothing. His 3 team members were in awe of Lin Yuan's generosity. As expected of the captain, just the processing fee alone is no small amount. They raised their glasses and toasted with Lin Yuan. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Captain. Let's drink to that. Lin Yuan took a symbolic sip, signaling that they shouldn't hold back. The atmosphere at the table began to liven up under the influence of the 3 women. They clinked their glasses repeatedly, drinking beer and soft drinks, starting with 1 cup each and eventually moving to bottles and cans. Gradually, Lin Yuan was swept up in the excitement and began to enjoy the drinks as well. 3 hours later, all the food on the table had been consumed. Lin Yuan called the waiter to settle the bill. Sir, the cost of the ingredients is 52 gold coins, and the processing fee is 108 gold coins. With an additional 30 service charge, the total comes to 208 gold coins. Since this is your first time dining with us, if you pay an extra 2 gold coins, we will provide you with a bucket of ice cream worth 3 gold coins, 5 kilograms. Boss, I want ice cream, Lu Ruyin exclaimed. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she tugged at Lin Yuan's arm. Upon hearing the word ice cream, the other women subtly glanced at Lin Yuan. Well, he has already spent over 200 gold coins, so what's an extra 2 gold coins? Lin Yuan paid the waiter 210 gold coins, received 10 buckets of 1-pound ice cream to share with the women, and stored the 3 extras in his system backpack. Following the same route they came, they pushed open the manhole cover and returned to the vicinity of the pickup truck. This time, Lin Yuan took the wheel while the women squeezed in the back seat and fell asleep. After about an hour, Lin Yuan finally managed to get the pickup truck back onto the road. Looking at the few girls huddled together without a care for their appearances, Lin Yuan felt he had quite the view. He took out the RV from his system backpack and used the RV modification card, which required 8 hours for the upgrade. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 10 p.m. and the RV would be ready by 6 a.m. the next morning. The night in Zone 1999 was pitch black, so Lin Yuan turned on the truck's headlights and walked to the back of the truck, lighting a cigarette as he gazed at the road behind him. Time passed slowly, and when the clock struck midnight, he spotted several figures jogging along the distant road. Lin Yuan picked up his tang knife and walked towards the figures at a steady pace. 20 minutes later, he returned, but one of his arms bore a fresh gash. He took out a first aid kit from his backpack and performed a quick bandage. Initially, he had only intended to deal with the zombies that appeared on the road each night. What he didn't expect was that, after finishing off the zombies, 2 giant wolves would suddenly emerge from the sandy ground on either side of the road. Caught off guard, Lin Yuan was scratched, but fortunately, the wolves were no match for him. To expedite the battle, he quickly retrieved the Zone 19999 Hero Badge, grants 5 strength when worn, from his backpack and pinned it to his chest. The added strength put greater pressure on the 2 giant wolves. With his tang knife swinging continuously, he eventually decapitated both wolves. Lin Yuan had no interest in collecting their corpses. Just as he was about to head back to the truck, the headlights of the pickup suddenly went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Could someone have woken up and deliberately turned off the lights? Lin Yuan wondered. He pulled out a lighter from his pocket and tried to ignite it several times without success. After switching to another one from his system backpack, it still wouldn't light. What was going on? Suddenly, he heard the sound of high heels clicking on the pavement in the distance. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the knife handle. The sound of the heels grew closer, though he couldn't see anything in the dark. His keen hearing allowed him to estimate the direction of the noise. With a serious expression and heightened focus, he couldn't determine what was making the sound. It could be a person or an evolved zombie. In the next moment, the clicking stopped and the pickup's headlights flickered back on. He looked towards the source of the previous noise, but saw nothing. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Lin Yuan caught a whiff of the fragrant gardenia. He felt a warm breath beside his ear. Little guy, your alertness is commendable, but your reaction time is truly a bit slow. Let me help you out. He chuckled. Lin Yuan swung his knife backward, but it sliced through empty air. The car lights went out again, and beads of sweat began to form on Lin Yuan's forehead. He felt a kick on his backside and turned to slash sideways, but still hit nothing. When the car lights illuminated once more, he heard a woman's voice beside him. Too slow, really too slow. Lin Yuan swung his knife again. The lights went out again, and he let out a howl. Jumping back far, his foot already swollen from being stepped on by high heels. Come on. If you dare, show yourself. Not behaving? Time for a slap. Lin Yuan instinctively protected his cheeks. Another kick landed on his backside. After several exchanges, Lin Yuan finally understood that the other party had no intention of killing him. They were purely there to beat him up. Moreover, their strength was on an entirely different level. How could he fight back? He couldn't even see the person. Since he couldn't resist, Lin Yuan decisively chose to give up. He sheathed his tang knife and sprawled out on the road, covering his face with his hands, thinking, do whatever you want. The other party kicked him a few more times, and seeing that Lin Yuan showed no signs of resistance, they lost interest in teasing him. A diesel lamp illuminated Lin Yuan's face. Get up. Stop playing dead. Do you want everyone to know that my district's ace is in such a sorry state? TSK, TSK. TSK, what a disgrace. At these words, Lin Yuan shot up from the ground in surprise. I see the supervisor, he exclaimed. Oh, who would he thought? You're not as dumb as you look. In fact, just as Lin Yuan lay on the ground, he received a system notification. Character, Xiaoman, District Supervisor of Area 19999, multiple personalities, enjoys teasing players and promoting growth. The supervisor has graced us with her presence. Little Yuan is truly honored. Enough with the flattery. Xiaoman shot him a disdainful glance, but secretly thought to herself, he barely has any knowledge. And here he's trying to impress me with words. Xiaoman cleared her throat and spoke in a serious tone. I brought you here for a reason. Go ahead. I'm all ears. Use this Dragon Boat race entry ticket quickly. I fought hard to secure this benefit for you. This. Oh, come on. Hurry up and use it. Don't worry, nobody will die in that race. Of course, if you lose, well, That's another story. Supervisor, do you really think it's a good idea for me to compete in the middle of the night? Lin Yuan said with a mournful face. Don't worry. The competition doesn't start until tomorrow morning, so you'll be just in time. I watched you use it, and Lin Yuan felt the pressure in the other person's gaze. He opened his system backpack and selected the Dragon Boat race admission ticket to use. Ding! The system prompted that the ticket was successfully used, and the player is being teleported. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at Xiaoman, and before he could say a word, he had already been teleported away. Xiaoman couldn't help but sigh. Young people just can't keep their cool. In the next moment, her gaze shifted to the pickup truck, and a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. How interesting. Chapter 83 on the Dragon Boat. Lin Yuansheng was listlessly fiddling with the oars. Hurry up, paddle faster. How on earth did someone with your skills get selected by the supervisor? It's unbelievable, shouted the burly man at the front of the boat, banging a drum. Hey, why are you being so mean? Lin Yuansheng's little lowly sister pouted in dissatisfaction. Aunt Wang chimed in from the side. Lu Dabiao, if you're so capable. Why don't you take over? Let Lin Yuansheng bang the drum instead. Upon hearing this, the burly man fell silent, giving Lin Yuansheng a disgruntled glare. He couldn't afford to offend Lu Dabiao, but a mere player like Lin Yuansheng? He should be easy to handle. It's truly a strange world when the locals can't compete with the newcomers. Lin Yuansheng felt quite helpless. After confirming, he realized that the start time for the Dragon Boat race was indeed in the morning. But the problem was that there was a time difference between Zone 19999 and Zone 19990. By the time he arrived, the first round of the preliminary races had already begun. He was directly teleported onto this dragon boat. With no rowing experience whatsoever, he was clearly targeted by the team leader. But targeting him was pointless. He could only learn from the other competitors nearby how to maneuver the oars more smoothly. The first round of the race lasted 20 minutes. Luckily, the other rowers were strong enough, and Zone 19999 managed to secure 6th place in the preliminary round, earning the qualification to advance to the next round. On the riverbank, all the participants from Zone 19999 squatted in a row to have breakfast. The breakfast was quite simple, a tea, egg, and 2 meat dumplings. The little lowly excitedly wrapped her arms around Lin Yuansheng's, her bright eyes blinking with curiosity. Brother, did you miss me? Of course. How much did you miss me? Just as Lin Yuansheng was about to say more, the little lowly was suddenly pulled away by a strong arm. Uncle Wang took her place beside Lin Yuansheng. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Lin Yuansheng. The Dragon Boat race was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Through several observations, Lin Yuansheng noticed that all the participants in this race were locals. He was the only player competing in the event. Faced with a crowd of competitors, Lin Yuansheng had no advantage whatsoever. Fortunately, the nature of this race was more entertaining. So even if they lost, there wouldn't be any penalties. Hurry up, paddle faster, Lin Yuansheng. You can do it. The little lowly shouted energetically from behind him. Lin Yuansheng felt like his arms were about to fall off, yet he still couldn't catch up to the kayak in front of him. That was because at some point, he had completely broken his, or the competition has now entered its 3rd round. This round features a relay race. The first contestant rows a kayak to a designated spot to pick up the second contestant. Then, the second contestant carries the first contestant to the next designated spot to pick up another participant, and so on. Once the kayak reaches a certain capacity, the organizers will switch the contestants' vessels. When a contestant arrives at the final designated spot, the race will proceed directly to the last round. What to do? Watching the distance between the 2 kayaks grow wider, the little girl was almost in tears. Brother Lin Yuan, do you have any other ideas? Lin Yuan, lying on the kayak and using his feet as paddles, was also contemplating the situation. Given their current speed, the hope of winning the race through the normal route seemed bleak. The only option left was to take a shortcut. A bag filled with 10 gold coins was hurled forcefully towards the kayak ahead. The bag was open. One by one, coins gleaming in the sunlight fell into the water. The 2 contestants still paddling the kayak were clearly taken aback, looking back at Lin Yuan with confusion in their eyes. Is this guy crazy? This sentiment wasn't limited to just the 2 contestants. The audience on the sidelines was equally puzzled. In the next moment, Lin Yuan threw another bag containing 10 gold coins forward. Once again, the scene of coins falling onto the water's surface unfolded. The little girl tugged at Lin Yuan's sleeve and whispered, Brother Lin Yuan, that's not how you spend money. Even if we win the race, in the end, we'll only get 20 gold coins each. You'll run out of bags at this rate. At her words, Lin Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't actually looked into what the prize for winning the race was. Splash, splash, splash. The water surface erupted with 4 splashes. The 2 kayaks ahead floated quietly on the water. The contestants on them had indeed vanished. The spectators on both banks began to chatter excitedly. That guy must be loaded. Isn't that the truth? He probably comes from a wealthy family, just here to show off in the 19,999 district. Hey, do you think this counts as breaking the rules? He's just throwing money into the water. What does that have to do with you? Exactly. If it weren't for the distance, I'd have jumped in to fish them out by now. With such an effortless way to eliminate 2 competitors, Lin Yuan felt quite pleased. Just as Lin Yuan was tirelessly fiddling with the propeller, a head suddenly popped up from the water on the right side of the kayak. Bro, how about a little deal? Lin Yuan blinked in shock, staring at the stranger. If he wasn't mistaken, this guy didn't seem like a competitor. He shifted his gaze to the judging panel. Are you a judge? The man wiped the water off his face, and in Lin Yuan's astonished gaze, pulled a black mask from the water and put it on. Not anymore. A little girl beside them covered her mouth, speechless for a moment, faced with the unexpected antics. Lin Yuan gave the man a thumbs up. All right, let us hear it. What kind of deal are you proposing? I'll help you win, and you give me 100 gold coins as a reward. You don't look like someone short on cash. The next moment, more heads emerged from the water. We charge 80. Handsome, what do you think? The judge's eyes widened at that. I'll do it for 60, guaranteed win. The 4 looked at each other. We'll do it for 40. Judge. Lin Yuan watched them for a moment before speaking up. 100 gold coins. All 5 of you together, deal? With the underwater boost from the 5, the kayak sped past competitor after competitor. To save time, Lin Yuan instructed them to push the kayak to the last designated spot, allowing for a quicker transition to the next round. The others eagerly accepted his proposal. After all, the fewer people in the kayak, the easier it was for them to push it, right? When Aunt Wong finally sat down in the kayak without having to paddle, she was completely bewildered. Is this how the competition works? Of course, many competitors raised eyebrows at the speed of Lin Yuan's kayak, but the problem was they couldn't find a judge. An hour later, while other competitors in zone 19999 were still stuck waiting in their spots, Lin Yuan had already stood atop the podium for the dragon boat race, holding a stack of notes and delivering his acceptance speech. The drenched judge, all smiles, placed the exclusive medal for first place around Lin Yuan's neck. The crowd cheered in unison. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Lin Yuan smiled back and replied, Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Chapter 84. When Lin Yuan returned to District 19999. It was already 6 a.m. The women in the car had vanished. Xiaoman sat quietly in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Lin Yuan return, she patted the seat next to her, signaling him to get in. Lin Yuan took a seat in the passenger side and lit a cigarette as well. After a long pause, Xiaoman extinguished her cigarette and spoke up. You did well. A shy smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he awkwardly scratched his head. What are you saying? Bringing glory to the district is my responsibility. Hearing this, Xiaoman smiled, her bare face radiating in exquisite beauty. She turned her gaze to Lin Yuan and softly asked, Is that really how you feel? Lin Yuan nodded affirmatively. Xiaoman's lips curled into a slight smirk. Since your ideals are so noble, I'll arrange a competition for you every day from now on. Lin Yuan's smile froze on his face, realizing that he had merely been flattering her and didn't expect it to be taken seriously. The supervisor has a long-term vision and wouldn't make things difficult for a mere level 5 player like me. Whatever the supervisor says, I, Lin Yuan, will follow. But as a small player, my abilities are limited. Without a few helpers, it might be tough to achieve a good ranking in the competitions. Xiaoman scoffed. I thought you wouldn't ask. I didn't expect you to care so much about those few women under you. They've been sent to other districts to compete. Okay. Though a bit surprised, Lin Yuan could accept that. Noticing Lin Yuan's expression remained relatively calm, Xiaoman continued. Oh, and I also took the liberty of dissolving the servant contract between you all. Now they're all your teammates. Lin Yuan's smile froze again, staring blankly at Xiaoman in the driver's seat. Really? Of course it's true. Now hurry up and thank me. After receiving a confirmation, Lin Yuan decisively lit another cigarette, trying to calm his racing thoughts. Inside, he was thinking, this woman, Xiaoman, is really something. She is so ruthless. I earned those maids through my own efforts, and she just decides to dissolve the contract. I can't stay here anymore. I need to find a way to switch to another district. This supervisor is meddling in players' private lives. It's utterly unethical. Before Lin Yuan could voice his thoughts, Xiao Man spoke again. Take a good rest today. Tomorrow, I'll send you to another district to develop. You're no longer suited to stay in this one. Lin Yuan shot a surprised glance at the other person, furrowing his brows. Did they somehow know what he was thinking? It must be a coincidence. Summer, who had been closely observing Lin Yuan, noticed the change in his expression and began to explain, actually, it's not just you. In the bottom 10 districts, any player who reaches level 5 and passes the domain assessment will be sent to other regions. Through their lengthy explanation, Lin Yuan learned a lot of new information. If the player population in a district is below 10,000, the maximum level they can achieve is 5. Moreover, the lower the district's ranking, the fewer players manage to survive. According to Summer's original plan, after the failure in the 19999 district challenge, she could resign from her supervisory position and be promoted to a higher-ranking district. Who would have thought that Lin Yuan would turn out to be an unexpected variable and actually win the final match? This was something she found hard to accept. Every time she thought about it, she felt a surge of frustration, which led to her teaching Lin Yuan a lesson last night. Lin Yuan turned to Summer and asked, "So, dear supervisor, which district do you plan to send your best players to for development?" "Well, let me think. How about the top 100 districts? I heard that even the worst players, they're a level 50. What do you think? Want to challenge yourself?" Lin Yuan shook his head decisively. "What are you talking about? With my skills, how would I survive in such an environment? How about picking a district between 1,000 and 5,000? The players there are probably around level 30 at the lowest." Lin Yuan continued to shake his head. Summer pondered for a moment. "Then what about a district between 10,000 and 15,000? The players there are likely around level 8. Lin Yuan thought for a bit and found himself somewhat tempted. He still had 3 character upgrade cards in his bag that he could use. Once he leveled up to 8, he would still be at the bottom. No, he said, turning to Summer. "I've made up my mind. I'll stick to a district after 15,000. That way, I can take it slow and steady, and I'll feel more confident. Look at you being all timid. Once you're out there, don't say you're from my district, got it? Got it. Lin Yuan nodded vigorously. Time passed, and Lin Yuan was unaware of when he fell asleep. When he woke up, Summer was no longer in the driver's seat. He instinctively called out, "Lu Ruyan." However, this time there was no response. Sighing, he opened the system panel. In the upper right corner, a new team channel appeared. Lin Yuan clicked to check it out. Several avatars appeared on the screen. Lin Yuan randomly clicked on one of them, revealing the character's various stats, their location, and a chat dialog box. He opened the chat box and attempted to send a message, but unfortunately, it failed. The system notified him that his character's level was below 10, and he hadn't met the requirements to unlock cross-region chat. On a wide road in zone 19997, Lu Ruyin gripped the steering wheel with one hand, looking pensive. Wang Xia sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought. "Lu Ruyan, do you think we'll ever see Lin Yuan again?" She glanced sideways at her companion, then turned her gaze to the vehicles appearing in the rearview mirror. "I think that's not something you should be worrying about right now." She pulled out a bow and arrow from the system's inventory and tossed it to Wang Xia. "You handle the back. Is that all right?" "It's just shooting arrows." "Who can't do that? Leave it to me." Meanwhile, in the back of a family SUV parked beside the RV, a greasy man sitting in the back seat had a cigarette hanging from his mouth. He shouted to the man in the front seat, "Xiao Lu, are you sure there are 2 girls in that RV ahead?" The man known as Xiao Lu chuckled, "Boss, I can guarantee it, definitely 2 girls, and they're both super hot. Their skin is so smooth, I bet you could squeeze water out of it." Upon hearing this, the greasy man licked his lips, excitement evident on his face. "All right, if this is true, I'll reward you with a gold coin later." "Thanks, boss." "Hey, boss, look. One of the girls is sticking her head out. It looks like she's waving at us." Excited, the greasy man rolled down the window to take a look. The next moment, a sharp arrow flew through the air, and fortunately for him, he reacted in time, narrowly avoiding a fatal hit. The arrow grazed his ear, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 85. Wang Xia, are you even capable? If not, let me take over. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lu Ruyan said. Inside a second-hand van in zone 19995, Wang Shihan gripped the steering wheel tightly and said to Luo Shuihan beside her, "Hold on tight. I'm about to change lanes." Time quickly passed to midnight. Xiaomon appeared once again in the driver's seat of the pickup truck, looking at Lin Yuan, who was already asleep next to her. She couldn't help but smile. As Xiaomon drove the truck through one light portal after another, Lin Yuan woke up to find they had arrived in a new zone. Ding! You've reached zone 4999. You have been automatically added to the zone channel. Ding! Your personal level is significantly lower than the average level of players in this area. And we have sent you a compensation item. The item has been added to your system backpack. Please check it promptly. Zone 4999. Lin Yuan was taken aback, turning to look at Xiaomon, who was gradually fading away. Supervisor, did you make a mistake? Lin Yuan, I have faith in you. Keep it up. Remember that strong players never complain about their surroundings. Lin Yuan. Opening his system backpack, Lin Yuan discovered that his previously full inventory was nearly empty. He had only 12 rice dumplings left to eat, but didn't lose any of his equipment or clothing. His gold balance was relatively unchanged, still over 2,000. His weapon remained a Tang sword. However, the character upgrade cards had increased to 5. The extra 2 must be the compensation from this zone. Opening the zone chat channel, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that the player count in zone 4999 reached a staggering 50,000. Additionally, the top right corner of the zone channel displayed player rankings. With his level of LV5, Lin Yuan found himself at the bottom of the leaderboard, ranked 50,001. The top player in this zone was a female player named Yi Qingsheng, boasting an impressive level of LV55. She could be considered the strongest player Lin Yuan knew of so far. Exiting the zone channel, Lin Yuan opened his system backpack and used all of his character upgrade cards. A surge of powerful energy enveloped him, and his player level rose to 10. In that instant, Lin Yuan felt capable once again. Glancing at the player rankings, he noted that he was only 20 levels behind the top player. With a week of effort, no, perhaps a month, he might just catch up. With a deep sigh, Lin Yuan mentally scolded Xiaomon again, feeling much better afterward. Lin Yuan observed his surroundings and found himself on an abandoned city highway. About 500 meters ahead, he could clearly see rows of dilapidated shops, which looked like they hadn't seen any visitors in a long time. He took a seat in the driver's seat, pulled 3 rice dumplings from his backpack, and hastily finished his breakfast, driving his pickup truck along the deserted road. He suddenly had to slow down when he encountered a blockade of 7 or 8 forklifts across the road, ultimately coming to a stop at the roadside. Lin Yuan didn't rush to get out of the truck. The scene in front of him felt oddly familiar. Could it be that he had run into some kind of ambush? About 300 meters away, on a rooftop, a thin man in camouflage was peering through binoculars, speaking into a microphone at his ear. Boss, there might be an issue. Meanwhile, about 100 meters away, in a nearby building, a tall, slender girl was eagerly slurping a bowl of snail noodles. In her haste, she choked and coughed a couple of times before grabbing the microphone on the table and saying, "What's going on? Did the number of zombies increase again?" A voice crackled through the receiver. "Boss, a pickup just drove in." The tall girl pulled a tissue from her pocket, wiped her mouth clean of broth, and continued, "Send Lychee to check it out." Understood. After quietly waiting in his truck for 5 minutes and confirming that there was no danger nearby, Lin Yuan opened the door, jumped out, and swiftly approached the forklifts blocking the road. He checked the ignition area of the forklifts but found no keys. With no other options, Lin Yuan tried to move the forklifts using his extraordinary strength. "Hey, what are you doing?" A crisp female voice called out from a nearby alley. A striking girl wearing a baseball cap and camouflage, riding a shabby pink bicycle, was approaching Lin Yuan. I'm trying to move the forklift," Lin Yuan replied honestly. As the girl got closer, she scrutinized Lin Yuan for a moment before suddenly wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering ominously in his ear, "Kid, I don't care which squad you're from, but now that you're in my hands, you want to have a good time." Feeling the terrifying strength at his neck, Lin Yuan feared that a slight squeeze could snap his neck. Sister, could you ease up a bit? I really can't handle it." In response, Lychee tightened her grip on Lin Yuan's arm even more. "Kid, who are you calling sister?" At this moment, Lin Yuan was being choked to the point where his eyes rolled back, and he felt dizzy, unable to even respond to the other party. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that the formidable player from zone 19999, on his first day in this new zone, would meet such a tragic end? How pathetic. His consciousness gradually faded. A male voice came through the girl's earpiece. "Lychee, have you confirmed the identity of the person?" The girl in camouflage confidently replied into the microphone. "Not yet. I'm currently interrogating them." The man on the other end fell silent. A minute later, he spoke again. "Why don't you try giving him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? He looks like he is about to pass out." "How could that be?" The girl scoffed. Her gaze then shifted to Lin Yuan, and she suddenly released her grip. Lin Yuan collapsed to the ground like a boneless eel, his face taking on a faint purplish hue. Lychee was a bit at a loss, staring in surprise at her own hand. She hadn't even used much force. The man's voice came through the earpiece again. Lychee, the zombies are coming. If you're going to save him, do it quickly. If not, evacuate immediately. Lychee thought for 3 seconds, then looked at Lin Yuan's face. Although he had spoken rudely, he wasn't too bad-looking, so maybe she would help after all. The man's voice urged her once more. Lychee, there isn't too much time left. I know, Lychee replied impatiently. She moved in front of Lin Yuan, examined his face closely for a moment, and then bent down. Chapter 86. In a rundown house. Lin Yuan lay on an old wire bed. The rise and fall of his abdomen indicated that he was still alive. In the adjacent living room, 2 women and a man sat on a peeling sofa, fiddling with a brand new city map. The tall, slender girl pointed to a location on the map and said, "Tonight, we'll move to this spot. Does anyone have any objections?" The lean, dark-skinned man spoke up. "Boss, I'm all for the move, but do we really have to bring along a burden?" The tall girl waved her hand dismissively. He has someone Lychee brought back. You don't need to ask me about that. Lychee shot a disapproving glare at the dark-skinned man. Blackie, we've already confirmed his identity. He is just a LV-10 newbie. He poses no threat to you. Why are you making such a fuss? The dark-skinned man looked a bit exasperated. Lychee, I warn you, my name is Black Panther, not Blackie. Blackie, Blackie, Blackie. That is what I'll call you. Go ahead, bite me if you can. You're just then, a violent coughing sound came from the room, and Lin Yuan woke up. Where am I? Wasn't I strangled by a girl? Welcome back, newbie. Lin Yuan instinctively pulled out a tang sword from his system backpack upon seeing a girl in camouflage standing at the door. Hey, is this how you treat your savior? In the next moment, Lychee snatched the tang sword from Lin Yuan's hands and squeezed it slightly. The sword snapped in half. Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. He had used that sword for so long. Was it really something a person could break? He was shocked, seeing the astonished expression on Lin Yuan's face. Lychee clapped her hands in delight. What is your name? Lin Yuan. How old are you? 22. Do you have a girlfriend? Lin Yuan looked surprised. Wait, what's this girl up to? Yes or no? I used to have one. All right, from now on, I'm your girlfriend. Got it? Lin Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Lin Yuan, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Noticing Lin Yuan's lack of response, Lychee frowned and picked up the broken sword handle from the floor, gripping it tightly. With a slight squeeze, she crushed it into several pieces. Lin Yuan swallowed hard and forced a smile. Got it. You're my girlfriend from now on. Witnessing Lin Yuan's defeated acceptance, Black Panther couldn't help but roll his eyes. You're really embarrassing our fellow men. However, thinking about Lychee's looks, he couldn't help but feel envious of Lin Yuan's luck. TCH, what is this? Feeling jealous? Teased the tall, slender woman. How could I be? He replied. Just look at that guy's physique. He probably won't last long with Lychee, the lean, dark-skinned man added bitterly. All right, since he is already Lychee's boyfriend, I guess he is our temporary teammate now. Let us go inside and get to know him. The two of them entered the room and greeted Lin Yuan with smiles. Seeing this, Lychee quickly pulled the tall girl over and introduced her. Lin Yuan, this is our team leader for the 3 Missing 1 squad. You can call her big sister or boss. The tall girl extended a hand toward Lin Yuan, saying, Hello, I'm Chun Weiwei. You can call me Weiwei Jie or just boss. Either is fine. Lin Yuan shook her hand, replying with a smile, Hello, Weiwei Jie. Inside, however, he was pondering the subtle meaning behind the 3 light scratches she had just made in his palm. Hi, I'm Su Gang, also known as Black Panther. I'm a few years older than you, so you could just call me Panther Bro. Black Panther also extended a hand to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook it. Hello, Lin Yuan. I hope you'll take care of me in the future, he said. In response, Black Panther grinned and said, No problem. Since you're Lychee's boyfriend now, I'll definitely look out for you more. Lin Yuan sensed there was more to his words, but he didn't mind too much. After all, what's the worst that could happen? He wasn't afraid of anyone. Moreover, hadn't Weiwei Jie just scratched his palm? After chatting for a while, Lin Yuan learned some of the rules of this area. Once players enter Zone 5000, the rules of the road survival game change. Players no longer face simple road races. Numerous new challenges are added, such as hunting zombies. By killing zombies, players can earn certain resources, like various exchange vouchers. Additionally, the higher the area, the stricter the hierarchy. Players of the same level are generally grouped in the same zone. According to Lychee's recounting, in the dilapidated city they were currently in, which was in Zone 4999, there were about 200 players. When players reach a certain level, they can advance to the next city by completing 3 road competition matches. The team was named 3 Missing 1 because whenever a new member joined, one of the existing members would typically move on to the next city through competition. Chen Weiwei was already the 7th leader of this small team. Now, she has successfully completed 2 rounds of the road racing competition, and there are less than 3 days left until the next race. After learning about the levels of a few people, Lin Yuan realized just how big the gap was between him and them. Lychee was at level 38, Black Panther at level 39, and Chen Weiwei at level 40. According to them, even the weakest zombie in this dilapidated city was at least level 25. Based on Lychee's words, Lin Yuan's Tang Dao would barely create a spark when hitting the zombies here. It wouldn't even break their defenses. Hearing this news, Lin Yuan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What's the point of playing? Maybe he should just think of a way to escape. Just as Lin Yuan was contemplating whether to use the only cross-region experience card in his system backpack, Chen Weiwei gave him some confidence. She handed him a half-meter-long, golden-level hoe, and Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Sister Weiwei. Don't mention it. Just borrow it for 2 days. And remember to return it. Lin Yuan's smile froze. A what? You want it back already? Chen Weiwei pretended to take it back. Lin Yuan dodged and said, No. I just need a usable weapon. How could I be picky? Seeing this, Black Panther thought for a moment, then unbuckled a belt from his waist and handed it to Lin Yuan. Here, take this. Lin Yuan was taken aback as he accepted the belt. He was wearing sports pants. What use would a belt be? Was he supposed to whip zombies with it? Ding. System prompt. Detected item, golden level belt. Okay, so he really was going to use the belt to hit them. He glanced at his current girlfriend, Lychee, and blinked twice, as if to say, It's your turn. Lychee blinked back, indicating that she didn't understand. Then she picked up Lin Yuan's head and gave him a quick kiss. Chen Weiwei frowned at the sight, while Black Panther kept rubbing his temples. Is that it? Lin Yuan sighed silently. It was clear that the other party just wanted to take advantage of him. Chapter 87. It was noon, and the Black Panther pedaled a rickety tricycle, weaving through the streets of the city with Lin Yuan and the others. Lin Yuan wore a broad smile as he looked at Chen Weiwei. Thank you, Sister Weiwei, for your generosity. Chen Weiwei raised an eyebrow slightly. What are you talking about? Little brother? Now that you've joined our team, we are family. It's just a meal. After saying that, she discreetly licked her lips at Lin Yuan. The tricycle stopped in front of an unfinished building. The group made their way through the entrance and headed upstairs. As they reached a platform on the 8th floor, Lin Yuan caught a faint, unpleasant odor in the air. They must be close to their destination. Climbing 2 more flights of stairs, they arrived at a spacious platform. The floor was covered with rows of moldy wooden planks, and 7 or 8 tables, worn by years of use, were scattered across the large area. Each table had 2 long wooden benches beneath it. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache was busy at a clean operation counter, preparing delicious snail noodles. Seeing the group enter, he greeted Chen Weiwei with a smile. Oh, Weiwei, you're here so early today? Chen Weiwei smiled back and replied, We have a new member joining us today, so we brought him to you for a meal, Uncle Lu. She then pulled Lin Yuan over and introduced him. This is Lin Yuan, the newest member of our team. This is Uncle Lu, a top player in our 4999 district, ranked 10th on the player leaderboard. Lin Yuan smiled and shook hands with Uncle Lu. After Chen Weiwei paid him 8 gold coins, they casually chose a table to sit down. 10 minutes later, Uncle Lu brought over 4 steaming bowls of snail noodles and 4 small pancakes. The 4 of them began to dig in. Lin Yuan ate very slowly, to be honest. He preferred the bland pancakes over the snail noodles. Just as Lin Yuan's cheeks turned red from his slow pace, Uncle Lu approached again, carrying 4 duck feet. Congratulations on the new member joining. These 4 duck feet are on the house. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Thank you. As Lin Yuan looked at the 2 duck feet in the bowl, he fell silent. What are you staring at? As your boyfriend, shouldn't you treat your girlfriend a little better? Lin Yuan smiled and said, All right, you can have them. He then pushed his bowl of snail noodles, which still had more than half left, towards Lychee. Lychee showed no signs of disdain and picked up her chopsticks, ready to slurp up the noodles. Lin Yuan. Sure enough, after reaching a certain level, players tend to act a bit strangely. Black Panther stifled a laugh beside him. Chen Weiwei smiled as she watched the scene unfold, then pushed the duck feet in front of Lychee. Lychee paused mid-sip of her noodles. What do you mean by that? Well, How about borrowing Lin Yuan as my boyfriend for 3 days? Lin Yuan looked at the two girls in shock. Black Panther also displayed a look of surprise. Staring at the duck feet in front of her, Lychee frowned. What do you take me for? Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Lychee was still fairly normal. After thinking for a moment, Chen Weiwei called out to Uncle Lu, "Uncle Lu, add 2 more duck feet." As 3 duck feet appeared on the plate, Lychee hesitated. Compared to eating Lin Yuan, she preferred duck feet. Deal. Lin Yuan was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Although his level was low and he had little say in the team, he surely was worth more than duck feet. Black Panther was also dumbfounded. After teaming up with the 2 girls for so long, he had never seen them pick him as a boyfriend. Why were they suddenly competing over Lin Yuan? This was illogical. Lin Yuan found it hard to accept that he was only worth 3 duck feet for 3 days. However, to raise his own value, he thought a good idea. He immediately took a meat zongzi out of his inventory and slapped it on the table. The 3 of them sitting around suddenly lit up with excitement. "Zongzi, where did you get that?" Uncle Lu also came over at that moment. Lin Yuan was speechless. "It was just a zongzi. What was all the fuss about?" He said honestly, "It's from participating in the dragon boat race." But Lychee chimed in, "Impossible. Only locals can participate in the dragon boat race." Chen Weiwei nodded in agreement. "Lychee is right. If you don't want to say, that's fine, but this thing is useful to us, so name your price." Lin Yuan was confused. Did his value really go up just because of zongzi? Facing the 4 expectant gazes, he decided to auction the zongzi. After all, he had plenty more in his inventory, so he wasn't too worried about losing this one. He thought, "I'll start the bidding at 1 gold coin. The highest bidder wins." The 4 exchanged glances. This kid had some guts. But since the matter was now out in the open, they might as well bid. Ultimately, after Uncle Lu offered a whopping 500 gold coins, the auction concluded. Turning his gaze to Lin Yuan, Uncle Lu smiled and said, "Kid, if you ever have this thing in your hands again, you can sell it to me." Lin Yuan nodded with a smile. After Uncle Lu left, Lychee grabbed Lin Yuan's ear and said bluntly, "You have something so important? Yet you didn't tell your girlfriend right away. What are you thinking?" Lin Yuan grinned through the pain and replied, "Lychee, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, but I honestly don't even know what this thing is for." There was no way out. Lychee had him firmly in her grip, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Chen Weiwei, unable to watch any longer, intervened. "All right, Lychee, look at him. He doesn't seem to be faking it. That's enough." Lychee released her hold on Lin Yuan, but huffed in discontent. Black Panther stood off to the side, arms crossed, quietly enjoying the show. He thought to himself, "How's it going, kid? Feeling cocky, huh? Now you're getting your comeuppance." Rubbing his sore ear, Lin Yuan smiled, secretly frustrated. He couldn't wait for the day he could get back at this violent girl, Lychee. As for the specific purpose of the zongzi, they didn't discuss it further. Although Lin Yuan was eager to know the answer, he didn't want to raise any suspicions, so he ultimately held back from asking. The 4 of them exited the unfinished building, and as they walked, Chen Weiwei subtly glanced at Lin Yuan in front of her. Could it be that she was mistaken, and he really didn't have anything on him? After filling their stomachs, they got down to business. Under Lychee's guidance, they arrived at the spot where Lin Yuan had parked the pickup truck. At that moment, aside from a few shallow dents on the surface, the truck hadn't changed much. Lychee pointed to the pickup, signaling Lin Yuan to start it up and bring it over to where they were. Lin Yuan hesitated for 3 seconds, but ultimately complied. This might just be an opportunity to escape. Chapter 88, with a belt in his left hand and a hoe in his right, Lin Yuan cautiously observed his surroundings. Inching closer to the pickup truck. At the mouth of the alley, Lychee frowned and turned her gaze to Chen Weiwei. "Isn't it a bit too dangerous to send Lin Yuan out to attract the zombies?" Chen Weiwei barely lifted her eyelids, pulling out a lady's cigarette and lighting it. "He's just a rookie. If he dies, so be it." "What? Do you really think he is your boyfriend?" "If we're talking about picking a boyfriend, I think Black Panther isn't a bad choice." She turned her gaze to Black Panther, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across her lips. "What do you think of my suggestion, Black Panther?" Hearing this, Black Panther chuckled awkwardly, not responding. Indeed, everything that had happened in the snail noodle shop was just a performance orchestrated by the other party. Lin Yuan was unaware of the 3's thoughts. His only intention was to escape this place quickly. Just moments ago, he had stumbled upon a terrifying sight. In a corner of the alley behind the pickup truck, a severely decomposed zombie was crouched in a trash can, making a shushing gesture towards him. The location of the zombie was conveniently in the blind spot of Lychee and the others. Lin Yuan tried to take a step back, and the zombie in the trash can revealed a menacing expression. But when he took a step forward, the zombie gently nodded at him. Finally, Lin Yuan took a stiff step and climbed into the pickup truck. As the engine roared to life, he glanced in the rearview mirror and could clearly see that the zombie hiding in the trash can seem to be smiling at him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lin Yuan began to turn the vehicle around. The three witnesses couldn't help but furrow their brows. Black Panther spoke first. Boss, it looks like this kid is trying to make a run for it. You've drained most of the fuel from his truck, right? He won't get far. Chen Weiwei replied calmly. Lychee silently prayed for Lin Yuan in her heart. She hoped he wouldn't meet his end so soon. She still wanted to have some fun. Just as the front of the truck turned into another alley, Lin Yuan noticed that both sides of the alley were lined with 2 full rows of zombies. Pairs of glowing red eyes were fixated on him inside the pickup truck. Lin Yuan forced a stiff smile, glancing again at the rearview mirror, where the zombie from the trash can was still waving at him. After 3 seconds of contemplation, Lin Yuan turned the vehicle around once more and drove towards the zombie that was beckoning him. Boss, Lin Yuan has driven into the alley, Lychee said. Chen Weiwei extinguished her cigarette and replied nonchalantly, just wait a moment. That alley often has zombies roaming around. I believe it won't be long before he attracts a large crowd. When we gather together and finish off this batch of zombies, we should be able to find quite a few good things. Oh, I see it, Lychee muttered. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and the pickup truck still hadn't come out. The three of them couldn't help but frown. Could something have happened to Lin Yuan? The sound of countless footsteps echoed from all directions. They were surrounded. Chen Weiwei raised an eyebrow and pulled out a gleaming scythe from her system backpack, charging into the horde of zombies. On a rooftop 50 meters away from the battlefield, Lin Yuan smiled stiffly as he clinked glasses with a nearby zombie player. Sunlight filtered through the goblet, casting reflections of the bright red wine inside. Lin Yuan merely took a small sip. Do you know why I'm not going to kill you? The zombie player asked. Lin Yuan shook his head. Because I can smell the scent of a kindred spirit on you. It's quite strong. Hearing this, Lin Yuan nervously sniffed his own scent. Aside from the sourness, there was also a whiff of something akin to stinky snail powder. After a moment of panic, Lin Yuan recalled the scene of him slaughtering zombies on the highway, and he shivered all over. What the other party said didn't seem to be what he initially thought. The zombie player gently patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. Don't be nervous, brother. I really have no great interest in killing you. Besides, you're just too weak. Lin Yuan remained silent. The other party was clearly a chatterbox, bombarding him with questions. It seemed he had been holding back for too long, and Lin Yuan engaged in conversation with him, responding with half-hearted replies. Once Lin Yuan learned the other party's level, he found himself more inclined to cooperate. After all, the other player was a LV-51 zombie, holding a place on the regional player leaderboard. However, not many knew about his identity as a zombie. This was because, before reaching level 45, he had been in a state of mental fog. It was until he reached level 45 that he awakened the highway system. When he realized he was also a player, he chose not to contact humans immediately. After all, his task was to continuously eliminate human players. This raised the issue of faction. In the eyes of humans, he was just a sentient zombie. Through the several melodramatic love stories he shared with Lin Yuan became certain that, although his exterior was that of a zombie, his soul was undoubtedly human. While telling these stories, he always referred to a friend of his who had been abandoned, cheated on by a terrible woman, and had to deal with a mistress showing up, among other things. The storyteller had an incredibly strong sense of immersion. Whenever they reached an emotional part of the tale, tears of blood would well up in their reddened eyes. Lin Yuan had once thought about collecting the other person's tears, but when he heard them mention the name of a bar, he interrupted. You've been to that bar. Upon hearing this, the other person swallowed their words. No, I haven't. Are you even listening to my story? Didn't I say it was a friend of mine who went to the bar? Looking at the other person's severely damaged cheek, Lin Yuan tried to find a hint of familiarity in their face, but ultimately failed. After chatting a bit longer, Lin Yuan suddenly remembered the 2 women and 1 man hiding at the alley's entrance. Zombie bro, what happened to those human players? Cough, cough, cough. Look, bro, calling me zombie bro feels a bit awkward. I actually have a name. So what is your name, big guy? Lin Yuan asked earnestly. I just lied to you. I've not only been to that bar, but I also work there. You work there? Lin Yuan almost blurted out that it was a coincidence because he had also worked there. However, without knowing the other person's true identity, he thought it was better to stay low-key. He chuckled awkwardly. Big guy impressive. I knew you must have been quite the remarkable figure back then. Would you mind sharing what your position was? Upon hearing this, Zombie Bro's smile faded. His tone became serious and solemn. Brother, to be honest, I was the bartender at that bar. Lin Yuan, that's my name. I suppose you've heard of me? Chapter 89. Lin Yuan looked at the other person in shock. Noticing the change in Lin Yuan's expression, Zombie Brother proudly patted him on the shoulder and said, Bro, I bet you've heard of me. Lin Yuan. No need to be so surprised. At that moment, Lin Yuan's mind was spinning. Zombie Brother is the bartender Lin Yuan? Then who is he? Is he the player Lin Yuan? How dare this guy impersonate him? They probably know each other, but not well. With so many customers in the bar, it's not surprising that someone might recognize him. Listening to the other guy boast about his glorious past isn't a bad thing, but as he listened, Lin Yuan couldn't take it anymore. Since when did he become a playboy? Lin Yuan decided to come clean. Zombie Brother, actually, I am the Lin Yuan you're talking about. The sudden silence made him uneasy. They both fell into silence. You are Lin Yuan? Yes. The bartender Lin Yuan? Exactly. The land stands high and the rivers flow for ages, Zombie Brother said solemnly. The door faces the sea, and the rivers converge for millennia, Lin Yuan replied seriously. A plate of pig's head meat? Zombie Brother's eyes widened. Too young of old white liquor, Lin Yuan replied, equally wide-eyed. He strong. Let him be strong. Zombie Brother quickly added. I'm Nick Young, Lin Yuan said swiftly. Wife. Ah. UNZ. Zombie Brother opened his arms wide. Lin Yuan mirrored the gesture, his mind racing. Finally, he said, Bro, Zombie Brother. My name is Wang Gang. Ganzi Bro. Zombie Brother scratched his bloodied and messy head. Kid, do you know me? Lin Yuan honestly shook his head. Zombie Brother laughed. You don't know me, yet you're so familiar. Well, don't we know each other now? Lin Yuan said, scratching his head awkwardly. As they both looked at each other scratching their heads, they broke into smiles. You kid, just call me Zombie Brother from now on. I think Ganzi Bro sound a bit awkward. All right, Zombie Brother, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. By the way, I heard you mention those 3 old sixes outside. Do you know them well? Lin Yuan thought for a couple of seconds and then recounted how he joined the squad in detail. By the end, Zombie Brother couldn't help but pat Lin Yuan on the shoulder with a sigh. I guess it's your lucky day to run into me. Those 3 notorious players in this area are infamous. And the reason they call themselves the 3 missing 1 squad isn't because they need a 4th player to cross over to another zone. It's simply because anyone who joins their squad as the 4th player, regardless of gender, usually ends up getting eliminated. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Are they really that powerful? Their leader, Chun Weiwei, is only level 40, right? The Zombie Brother chuckled disdainfully. Kid, is this your first time in a road game? Whatever she says, you believe. That Chun Weiwei is on my level. We're both level 51 players. The guy Black Autumn is probably level 50. As for that one called Lychee, he is a bit weaker, but I think he is around level 48. Hearing this, Lin Yuan finally understood why Uncle Lu gave away duck feet for free. It's because he is scared of these guys. As for the auction of the rice dumplings, Lin Yuan suspected that they might be using this as an excuse to collect protection money from Uncle Lu. That is definitely a possibility. Looking at Lin Yuan, who had raised his head, the Zombie Brother smiled and said, So, have you figured it out, kid? Lin Yuan nodded seriously. Thank you for the advice, big brother. The Zombie Brother glanced at the pocket watch on his chest and said, All right, it's about time. We should head out. Watching his 3 teammates wreak havoc among the zombies, Lin Yuan sighed, wondering how he could find a way to take them down. The pickup truck drove through the alley, and a sharp whistle sounded from a passenger seat. The zombies that were still attacking quickly scattered in all directions, leaving only dozens of zombie corpses behind. I suspect this zombie siege is related to that intelligent zombie, Black Panther said with a grim face. Lychee nodded in agreement from his side. Chun Weiwei, however, was focused on picking up the supplies that had fallen on the ground, completely unconcerned about the zombie they were talking about. In an abandoned school classroom, Lin Yuan and Zombie Brother were having a good time drinking. During the conversation, Lin Yuan tried several times to steer the topic toward leveling up, but each time he was interrupted by Zombie Brother insisting they drink another round first. It seemed he was intentionally avoiding the topic. Before long, it was 6 p.m. Zombie Brother patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder and said, Bro, I need to step out for a bit. You'd better stay in this classroom until I get back. Of course, if I don't make it back, you're on your own. Standing by the 6th floor window, watching Zombie Brother lead the horde of zombies away, Lin Yuan felt a sense of loss. His gaze shifted to the 2 zombies lingering outside the door. and he thought to himself whether he should voice his frustration or keep it to himself. Let's just say, "Zombie bro, what is the point of leaving 2 zombies to guard the door? Are you not confident in Lin Yuan?" Setting aside those messy thoughts, Lin Yuan returned to his decision time. Should he use the cross-region experience card to enjoy 48 hours of peace? Or should he find a way to hunt zombies and survive in this area? Peering through the window on the door, he looked at the 2 zombies lingering outside. Lin Yuan gradually noticed something was off. Their movement seemed to be restricted by some sort of limitation. Gently cracking the door open, Lin Yuan looked outside and immediately spotted the anomaly. He saw that the 2 zombies had heavy iron chains tied to their legs, with the other end extending down the dark corridor. Due to the poor lighting, Lin Yuan couldn't see what the chain was connected to on the other side, and he currently had no intention to investigate. His main focus was still on the 2 zombies at the door. After observing for a while, Lin Yuan identified the zombies' blind spots. He took a belt and a hoe from his system backpack and stepped out of the classroom. In the empty school corridor, the occasional sounds of zombies growling echoed. An hour later, when Lin Yuan returned to the classroom covered in bits of flesh, his demeanor had changed significantly. The 8-pack abs bulging from his lower abdomen indicated that he had reached the peak of human limits in the outside world. Lin Yuan's character level had now reached level 15, and although there was still a considerable gap compared to the lowest level zombies in the area, he was already quite satisfied. Ding! System notification. The members of the Beautiful Girl Squad, Lu Ruyan and Luo Shuihan, have won their competitive match in Zone 19997. The captain will automatically receive 15 of the reward earnings. The reward has been automatically converted into gold coins and deposited into your system backpack. Please check it in a timely manner. This was quite unexpected. In a classroom on the first floor, Zombie Bro spat out his cigarette butt and stepped out. His gaze swept over the several zombies he had restrained with chains, and he casually snapped their necks. He couldn't help but mutter, "Lin Yuan is really useless. If you're not going to strive for more, then I'll send you on your way." A loud whistle echoed through the first-floor corridor. A horde of zombies crawled up from the grass on the playground and charged straight toward the teaching building. The moment the whistle sounded, Lin Yuan's expression changed to one of realization. Indeed, these so-called high-level players had hearts darker than the next. Opening his system backpack, Lin Yuan used his long-preserved cross-region experience card. The card was successfully used. Please select the teleportation area. Zone 19,997. The teleportation location has been automatically selected for you. Player is teleporting. Chapter 90. Inside an RV in Zone 19997. Lu Ruoyan held a trophy in her left arm while her right hand fiddled with the steering wheel. A smile crept onto her lips as she murmured, "Big boss, if you knew I won this competition, you'd be so happy, right?" Wang Xia, sitting nearby, teased, "My little Ruoyan is thinking about that big oaf, Lin Yuan again. Who knows what he's up to now? Probably surrounded by admirers. How could he possibly think of you? Men, there are hardly any good ones." "What do you mean by good?" Lin Yuan's voice came from the back of the RV. Wang Xia instinctively replied, "Good stuff." In an instant, a shadow flashed by, and Lu Ruoyan had already leaped into Lin Yuan's arms. "Big boss." Lin Yuan gently patted her back and turned to see Wang Xia in the passenger seat, staring in disbelief. "What are you still dawdling for?" he urged. "Oh." Wang Xia's eyes were red as she opened her arms and lunged toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt a few black lines forming on his forehead. Was this what he meant? With no choice, Lin Yuan wrapped his arms around both girls while extending one long leg to rest on the steering wheel, controlling the RV. Under his guidance, the RV continued to move forward for another 500 meters before finally coming to a stop by the roadside. It had been less than a day since the 3 last met, but it felt like ages to them. Looking at the 2 beauties nestled in his embrace, Lin Yuan smiled and gently pushed them away. After a brief exchange, and upon hearing about each other's day, both girls had red eyes, clinging to Lin Yuan's arms and refusing to let go. Lu Ruoyan pouted playfully at Lin Yuan. "Big boss, can you not go back?" Wang Xia gazed intently at Lin Yuan from the side. Lin Yuan wanted to say it wasn't up to him to decide, but then he remembered he could use the cross-region experience card to travel across regions. If he could find a way to get a few more experience cards, could he stay in Zone 19997? Seeing Lin Yuan hesitate to respond, disappointment flashed in Lu Ruoyan's eyes, but she quickly forced a smile. "It's okay, big boss. As long as you have time to come back and see me." Wang Xia sighed beside them. Her feelings for Lin Yuan were complicated, filled with affection but also a sense of dependency. If Lin Yuan stayed, At least her safety would be guaranteed, and she enjoyed the feeling of being protected. However, judging by his demeanor, the chances of him staying didn't seem very high. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan ultimately couldn't give the two girls a definite answer. The uncertainty was too great, and he didn't want to leave them with too many hopes. It was already 8 p.m. when the three of them gathered in the living area of the RV to prepare dinner. The remodeled RV not only featured a long sofa, but also had kitchen and bathroom facilities. After the formation of the beautiful girl squad, the two girls had received plenty of food supplies from Lin Yuan. During dinner, Lu Ruyin carefully prepared oxtail soup for Lin Yuan, while Wang Shi made a plate of 5-spice donkey meat. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, happily devouring the meat and sipping the soup, enjoying life to the fullest. After dinner, prompted by the two girls, Lin Yuan reluctantly walked into the cramped bathroom. Compared to showering, he preferred the feeling of soaking in a bath. When Lin Yuan stepped out of the bathroom, towel drying his hair, the two girls had already changed outfits. Lu Ruyin walked past him, her legs adorned in black stockings. Wang Shi was sitting at the head of the bed, her legs in white stockings swinging gently. "Boss, do you think it looks good?" Lu Ruyin playfully raised her black-stockinged leg toward Lin Yuan. "Boss, don't you think black stockings look better than white ones?" Lin Yuan frowned and approached the two girls. He found it difficult to express a strong opinion on the comparison between black and white stockings. However, he did remember one thing clearly. Practice is the sole standard for testing truth. On the wide-open road, laughter and playful banter could be heard coming from the brightly lit RV, continuing until around 2 a.m. when the sounds gradually faded away. The next morning at 9 a.m., Lin Yuan, still asleep, was awakened by the sound of a rooster crowing outside. He glanced at the electronic clock on the ceiling. It read 9:01. Wow, those roosters are up early. Lin Yuan rolled over, pulling the blanket over himself, and reached out with his eyes still closed. Huh, why is it empty? Where is everyone? It's me, Lu Ruyin from the driver's seat. Yes, boss. You all got up so early? Lin Yuan, with his eyes still shut, sat up in bed. Boss, the competitive survival match just started. Didn't you get the notification? Match. Notification? Lin Yuan paused in his motion of putting on clothes. What match? He had no idea. He opened the system panel and checked the task list. Kill 10 zombies. Reward. Character upgrade card 1. Completed. Reward not claimed. Kill 15 zombies. Reward. Character upgrade card 1. Not completed. Progress 1215. Seeing these two tasks, Lin Yuan was bewildered. When did these tasks get issued? He was completely unaware. As for the competitive survival match that Lu Ruyin mentioned, there was nothing about it displayed on his end. It seems the system doesn't recognize his identity as a participant at this moment. Could it be that his level is too far apart from the players here? Thinking about it, that does seem possible. However, since this is a competitive survival match, doesn't that mean he could carry the two girls through this competition? After putting on his gear, Lin Yuan signaled Lu Ruyin to pull over. Although she didn't fully understand what the big shot meant, Lu Ruyin firmly believed that what he said was always right. The RV stopped by the roadside, and Lin Yuan jumped out. 5 minutes later, when Lin Yuan re-entered the RV, he was holding a hairless rooster. The two girls were so shocked by Lin Yuan's actions that they couldn't find their voices. Having participated in the previous match, they knew just how terrifying this rooster was. It was a level 10 rooster, equivalent to having a referee blowing the whistle in every match. They had seen several players try to take on this rooster during the match, and, without exception, they were all thoroughly beaten by it. Now this rooster was actually lying on the chopping board. Lin Yuan picked up a cleaver and swiftly chopped the rooster into 18 pieces. He added some spices to the pot and started cooking. Turning to the stunned girls, Lin Yuan blinked a couple of times and asked, "What are you staring at?" "Drive." "All right, Xia, come help me out." Lu Ruyin turned to drive. But in her heart, she thought, the big shot truly is a big shot. Wang Xia quickly climbed over the seat and leaned in to help Lin Yuan. At that moment, Lin Yuan's strength once again reshaped her understanding of him. Yet, Wang Xia felt a deep sense of security within her. Chapter 91. The RV sped down the highway, with Lin Yuan leaning back in the passenger seat, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he observed Lu Ruyin, who was driving. Lu Ruyin felt her cheeks heat up under Lin Yuan's gaze. "Boss, it's broad daylight. If you keep staring like that, it's a bit inappropriate. Besides, we're in the middle of a competition." Hearing this, Lin Yuan's lips twitched. As expected, Lu Ruyin was still the same Lu Ruyin from back then. Apart from some subtle changes in her appearance, she was still that same little yellow person at heart. Suddenly serious, Lin Yuan asked, "Did any players bully you in the last match?" Lu Ruyin thought for a moment and replied, "I wouldn't say bully, but conflicts between players are unavoidable." Just as she was pondering, a series of honks came from behind the RV. Two business vans accelerated and pulled up alongside them. Lu Ruyin was about to hit the gas to speed up, but Lin Yuan stopped her. "We're stopping up ahead. Let's make some pocket money." Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up, and she slammed on the brakes. In the back of the RV, Wang Xia, who was stewing a chicken, grumbled, "Lu Ruyin, could you please give me a heads up next time you hit the brakes?" The response was the sound of two car doors slamming shut. "What's going on?" Wang Xia leaned out the window to look. She saw Lin Yuan and Lu Ruyin approaching the two business vans calmly. Were they about to fight? Wang Xia immediately pulled a steel rod from her system backpack, ready to jump out and help. But as her gaze fell on the chicken in the pot, she reconsidered. A bunch of players who couldn't even handle a chicken were hardly a match for Lin Yuan. She might as well stick to cooking. Turning her attention back to the pot, Wang Xia grabbed a piece of half-cooked chicken and began to chew on it vigorously. While she wasn't a match for the rooster, it certainly suited her taste. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan walked forward, unfastening the belt from his sweatpants. Lu Ruyin followed closely by his side, hands clasped behind her back. A group of 7 or 8 burly men charged toward them, brandishing various weapons. The two leading men wore sinister smiles, thinking that the couple was merely delivering food. In an instant, as they made contact, Lin Yuan swung his belt. The seemingly inconspicuous belt sent 2 heads flying within seconds. This scene left the other players in shock. Bang, bang, bang. The 6 remaining burly men knelt in a line, hands on the ground, not daring to breathe. Watching this unfold, Lu Ruyin excitedly tilted her head. "Is this what it feels like to be a queen? What's wrong? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and grab your allowance." Lin Yuan urged from his side. With a huff, Lu Ruyin shot him a glare and took the handful of money bags he offered. She strode confidently into the crowd. "Robbery. Empty your pockets and put everything valuable on the ground." Upon hearing this, the players sprang into action. Various odd items began to appear on the ground. Chewed carrots, half a cucumber, a bitten apple, and even a deflated doll. Lu Ruyin raised an eyebrow and pulled a slingshot from her inventory, immediately aiming it at the man who had pulled out the doll. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and soon breathed his last. The 5 players kneeling on the ground trembled in fear. One of them, unable to endure the psychological torment, bravely spoke up, "Heroine, we really don't have anything valuable on us. Most of our supplies are with our boss." At this, Lu Ruyin frowned. "Then where's your boss?" The burly man nervously glanced at Lin Yuan, about to respond when his head was suddenly taken off by a bloodied belt. Lin Yuan casually walked past the players, heads rolling on the ground behind him. "Useless bunch of poor fools. Might as well kill them. Come on, let us go recover those 2 vehicles." Lu Ruyin stomped her feet in frustration, but quickly caught up with Lin Yuan. They opened one of the car doors to find a voluptuous woman squatting in the seat, her body trembling. A damp stain was visible on the seat. Did she wet herself out of fear? Lin Yuan called to her to get out of the car and instructed Lu Ruyin to proceed with the recovery. As Lin Yuan stepped toward the other vehicle, he heard, "Boss, vehicle recovery failed. The player bound to this vehicle is still alive." His gaze shifted back to the woman, who licked her lips excitedly and pulled out a bright red whip from her inventory. "Thanks, handsome. Can you deal with those useless ones for me? As a reward, I'll let you be my subordinate. Sounds like a good deal, right?" Without hesitation, Lin Yuan swung the belt again. All that remained was the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Lu Ruyin looked at Lin Yuan with sparkling eyes, thinking how manly he looked while taking down enemies. Taking advantage of Lin Yuan's distraction, she stealthily pocketed the whip from the woman and initiated the vehicle recovery. Ding! Vehicle recovery successful. Congratulations, you've earned 60 gold coins, which have been automatically stored in your system backpack. Hearing the delightful system notification, Lu Ruyin's face lit up with a smile. It was her first pocket money. Meanwhile, at another location near a business van, when Lin Yuan opened the back door again, he found another woman inside. This woman exuded a calm demeanor, dressed in a clean qipao, seemingly unfazed by Lin Yuan's arrival. "We can make a deal," the woman said softly. "Get out," Lin Yuan replied bluntly. "I want to—" The woman began, but Lin Yuan interrupted her. 3 seconds, he said, holding up 3 fingers and starting a countdown. The woman's expression turned pale, and she quickly rushed out of the van. "Lu Ruyin, boss, I'm here. Let's recover this vehicle too." "Ah, boss, isn't the player bound to this vehicle still alive?" As she spoke, Lu Rian's gaze shifted to the woman in the cheap how. If I tell you to recover it, then recover it. Why are you hesitating to earn some pocket money? Fine. The vehicle was successfully recovered by Lu Rian, and another 60 gold coins were added to her account. Let's go. Hey, wait for me, came the shout from the woman in the cheap how behind them. Lin Yuan slapped his forehead, almost forgetting about her. He turned around to approach her. Lu Rian remained where she was, not moving. Although the cheap how woman had some charm, she didn't meet the boss's standards for selecting a partner. Could it be that the boss wanted to have a fling? As this strange thought crossed her mind, Lu Rian felt a bit uneasy. The boss surely wouldn't be that desperate. No way, the boss definitely wouldn't be. Chapter 92. It turns out Lu Rian was right. When Lin Yuan walked up to the woman in the Chong Sam, the first thing he said was, "Take out everything valuable you have on you, and do it quickly." The smile froze on the woman's face as she could hardly believe what she had just heard. Is this person insane? She quickly adjusted the strands of hair that had fallen around her neck and asked, "Could you say that again?" Smack. I don't want to repeat myself. Lin Yuan snapped back. Do you, smack, not understand? He had already unbuckled his belt. Trembling, the woman reached in her backpack and pulled out a bag filled with coins. Lin Yuan snatched the bag from her hands and walked away without looking back. As the RV passed by her, the woman in the Chong Sam glared resentfully at the increasingly distant vehicle. She ripped off the skin-colored tape that was stuck to her neck. A sharp arrow flew through the air, piercing her heart. Even in her last moments, she couldn't comprehend how she, after undergoing gender reassignment surgery, had been discovered. Boss, the soup is ready. When are you coming to drink it? Wang Xia said, holding a spoon in her hand. Just wait a bit. No rush. 3 hours later, the RV was parked diagonally on the road, 50 meters away from the finish line. Although the RV was 2 meters long, it still couldn't occupy the entire road. To intercept other players as much as possible, Lin Yuan took out a pickup truck from his backpack and placed it on the opposite side of the road. Wang Xia was responsible for stopping any players who tried to rush past. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. As the first car appeared on the road, the three exchanged glances and smiled. Lu Rian climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, anxiously waving a white towel at the approaching car in the distance. Wang Xia gripped the steering wheel of the pickup truck tightly, one foot already on the gas pedal, her eyes fixed on the oncoming vehicle. Lin Yuan leaned against the other end of the RV, smoking a cigarette. The small car slowly came to a stop about 10 meters away from the RV. A woman with oversized sunglasses and big waves in her hair stepped out of the car. She called out loudly to Lu Rian on the roof. Hey there, beautiful. Is your car broken down? Well, it seems the other party had already prepared an excuse. Lu Rian thought it was quite considerate of the older sister. Just as she was about to respond, Lin Yuan interrupted. Wait, how far away is she from us? Lu Rian estimated the distance and whispered, Boss, about 6 or 7 of you away. 6 or 7 of me. Lin Yuan mumbled to himself, then quickly understood what Lu Rian meant, about 10 meters. Play dumb. Bring her over. Got it, boss. With that, Lu Rian began to babble at the wavy-haired beauty, Abba, Abba, Abba. A few dark lines appeared on the beauty's forehead. Although she was wearing black sunglasses, it didn't mean she was blind. Just moments ago, she had clearly seen Lu Rian lowering her head to talk to someone else, her mouth moving animatedly, definitely not the behavior of a mute. Did she really think that just because she had a big chest, she was brainless? A cold smirk appeared on her lips as she pulled out a pair of brass knuckles from her backpack and strode towards the RV. It was time to show the other players the consequences of deceiving Wenshu. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan fastened his belt, shook his legs, and glanced at Wenshu, who was sitting on the ground, wiping her tears. Did you understand what I said? Yes, I understood. 5 minutes later, the number of people waving towels on the car roof increased by 1. Under Lin Yuan's direction, Wang Xia jogged and parked Wenshu's car diagonally on the road. The 3 cars lined up perfectly, blocking the way forward. 2 sedans sped towards them, one behind the other. Upon seeing the blocking vehicles ahead, they simultaneously slowed down. 20 meters from the RV, both cars came to a stop. The doors were pushed open, and 2 burly men in pink shirts stepped out simultaneously. They exchanged glances, clearly recognizing each other. Do you want to go first, or should I? One of the pink shirt men asked. I'll go. Let me show you what we're capable of. The man turned to the guys in the car and shouted, Boys, follow me. Let's go take down those 2 vixens on the roof. Coming big brother. 7 players, led by one of the pink shirt men, brandished watermelon knives and marched towards the positions of Lu Rian and Wenshu, striding with a reckless attitude. Lu Ruyin was still on the roof, enthusiastically calling out Abba, Abba. However, when Shu frowned, "A pink shirt gang? Hey, stop calling. The pink shirt gang is coming. Your beauty trick won't work on them." With that, Lu Ruyin paused her Abba, Abba and blinked her beautiful eyes at Wen Shu. Below the RV, Lin Yuan, wearing sunglasses, asked, "What's up? Is the pink shirt gang famous in your area?" "Huh, you're not from our area?" Wen Shu quickly caught the key point. Lin Yuan loosened his belt. Seeing this, Wen Shu instinctively shrank her neck in fear and explained the pink shirt gang actually has 2 teams, and they have zero tolerance for most female players. They are incredibly strong, and most players tend to avoid them because you never know when they might forcibly pull you into their team. As they approached within 5 meters of the RV, led by a burly man in a pink outfit, a group of players began chanting, "Stay low-key, stay low-key. The boy band has arrived." No applause, just screams. One by one, they raised their weapons and charged forward like they were on adrenaline. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples and stepped out from the side of the RV, shaking the belt in his hand. With a swift movement, he lunged towards the pink boy band now. One. Seeing Lin Yuan suddenly appear, the leading burly man shouted, "Bro, get out of the way." But the next moment, Lin Yuan's belt struck the man's face, leaving a bloody mark. Lin Yuan had held back, responding to the man's kind warning. The belt continued to swing, taking down all of the man's subordinates. Thud! The burly man dropped to his knees in front of Lin Yuan, palms upturned, and immediately bowed his head 3 times. Bang! 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 Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by the man's smooth series of submissive gestures. "You want to live? Just bow your head? Pathetic. Get lost." Upon hearing this, the burly man started rolling on the ground, and before long, he had rolled into the grass on either side of the road. Looking at the corpses lying 20 meters ahead, another burly man in pink extinguished the yellow fruit tree he was holding. He knocked on the van door 3 times with force. "Brothers, the pink boy band is down to just our team now. It's our turn to take the stage." The side doors of the business van swung open simultaneously. A row of shiny bald heads, dressed in neat suits, appeared on the road. "Brothers, let us shout our slogan. Hair in place, noble demeanor. Let us cheer, long live the boy band. All right, let us go." Chapter 93, watching the group of players charging forward while shouting slogans. Lin Yuan felt a pang of indifference. Forget it, let the number 2 guy in the pink outfit meet his end. 5 minutes later, the ground was littered with more bodies. The number 2 pink-clad giant was on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. His forehead was already bleeding, yet he continued. Lin Yuan was speechless, although the opponent didn't remind him like the number 1 guy in pink. As soon as Lin Yuan rushed into the crowd, the No. 2 guy abandoned his minions and decisively knelt down to bang his head. With a mix of reluctance, confusion, and despair on the faces of his minions in the pool of blood, the number 2 guy didn't even lift his head. He just kept banging away. At this point, Lin Yuan truly felt a sense of indifference. Should he just kill him after all? Just as Lin Yuan lifted his weapon, 2 bulging bags of money appeared in front of the number 2 pink-clad giant. Buying his life with money? Lin Yuan picked up the bags and weighed them in his hand. They felt substantial enough. He could go for it. Get lost. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, he saw the number 2 giant rolling and crawling quickly toward the nearby bushes. Seeing this, Lin Yuan frowned. He didn't like the way the guy was behaving. It seemed the number 2 giant didn't quite understand the meaning of get lost. A hoe came crashing down, ending the short life of the number 2 pink-clad giant. Bending down to pick up the hoe, Lin Yuan noticed some movement in the grass in the distance, and a cruel smile crept onto his face. He shook the hoe in his hand and softly said, "Are you coming out on your own, or should I come in and get you?" The bushes trembled slightly, and the number 1 pink-clad giant rolled out from the grass. "Boss, spare me," he said quickly, pulling out 2 bags of money from his system backpack and respectfully placing them at Lin Yuan's feet. He knelt down, trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a sharp arrow flew through the air, piercing the giant's body. A graceful figure bounced over to Lin Yuan's side, her eyes fixed intently on the 4 bags of money in Lin Yuan's hands. "Boss, my pocket money? Take it all, you greedy one." Lin Yuan stuffed the bags into her hands, speaking in a half-hearted tone. "Thank you, boss." Lu Ruyin clutched the bags tightly to her chest and winked at Wang Xia in the pickup truck. Watching Lu Ruyin gradually move away, Lin Yuan smiled. However, his gaze fell on Wen Shu, who was still standing on top of the truck, and he frowned again. "Wen Shu, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and come down to collect the bodies." Hearing this, When Shu quickly jumped down from the roof of the truck and came to Lin Yuan's crime scene, collecting the bodies into her system backpack. After witnessing Lin Yuan brutally kill players twice, when Shu was genuinely scared. Not only was the opponent terrifyingly strong, but he also killed without blinking an eye and had no sense of honor. And the woman by his side was no better. She looked harmless, but when she struck, she was swift and ruthless, killing in one blow. With such two people targeting her, when Shu's fate could only be described as tragic. Tears streamed down her face as she wiped her eyes repeatedly. Seeing when Shu crying again, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. With such psychological resilience, she could still be a level 5 player in this area. Talk about cheating. Boss, should we take out this crying mess? Wang Xia, standing beside Lin Yuan, cast a menacing look in Wen Shu's direction. Upon hearing this, not only did Wen Shu stop crying, but even Lin Yuan looked at Wang Xia in disbelief. Wasn't she just crying a bit? It was annoying, sure, but was it really necessary to kill her? Wang Xia's face turned awkward, but inside she cursed Lin Yuan for being swayed by Wen Shu's beauty. The previous muscular guy was just rolled over a couple of times and was killed mercilessly, but now with Wen Shu, would he do the same? What a double standard. What did you say? What dog? Lin Yuan looked at Wang Xia in confusion, as her voice was too low for him to hear clearly. Boss, I said dog. Yes, I'm practicing the sound of a chicken. Did you hear the gur? How's that? Sounds like crap. Lin Yuan retorted. Hurry up and move those 2 cars over to block the road completely. Got it, boss. At that moment, when Shu's legs felt weak as she walked, it was terrifying. She had only shed a couple of tears, and the opponent's henchmen were ready to kill her. It was too cruel. She glanced at the top of the car and saw Lu Ruyan casually packing her bow and arrows, hugging a money bag and starting to count her cash. When Shu felt like crying, but she dare not. She could only walk heavily toward the RV, her body twitching occasionally in a state of sobbing. Lin Yuan was greatly shocked by this scene. Did she have some hidden illness? Would it be contagious? Maybe it was better to just get rid of her. Just as Lin Yuan pondered her fate, Wang Xia drove over. Rolling down the window, she leaned out and sweetly called out to Lin Yuan, boss. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Aside from the strange tone she used while gaming, her normal speech was perfectly fine. Spit it out. I want some pocket money too, Wang Xia said, putting on a pitiful look as she stared at Lin Yuan. Fine. The next moment, Wang Xia pressed the gas pedal, and Lin Yuan was hit with a mouthful of exhaust fumes. Thanks, big guy. The gaze shifted to the rooftop where Lu Ruyan was, and the 2 girls exchanged glances, simultaneously blinking twice. It seemed that Lu Ruyan sensed someone watching and turned her back. Lin Yuan's deep eyes focused on the direction of the 2 girls. Sure enough, he thought to himself, how could Wang Xia suddenly ask him for pocket money out of nowhere? It must have been Lu Ruyan's idea. That made sense. The wait was always long, but Lin Yuan and the others were patient enough to endure the silence. Another hour passed. During this time, Lin Yuan had hunted down dozens of teams of players, his fingers brushing against the coin pouch multiple times. However, all the gold coins he acquired ultimately flowed into the hands of Lu Ruyan and Wang Xia. Even when Shu, who had been responsible for collecting the corpses, ended up with a full bag of silver coins. Stretching, Lin Yuan turned to Lu Ruyan and asked Ruyan, how many players are left in this match? Since there was no large floating screen displaying the match details in the sky, Lu Ruyan could only check the system match page. Big guy, there's still 587 players left. Lin Yuan was taken aback. So many? But where have all these players gone? His gaze drifted towards the distant highway. 5 kilometers away from Lin Yuan, various vehicles were densely parked along the road. Over 1,000 players had gathered, discussing how to tackle the challenges ahead. At the front of the crowd stood several level 5 players. One of them, a male player dressed in a black tailcoat, angrily slammed the front of a vehicle and shouted, I don't believe that person can kill us all. I say we all rush in and take them on. Humph. A man with slick back hair sneered. It's easy for you to say. So far, I haven't heard of anyone who could last even a round against that killing machine. They all go down in one hit. Are you trying to lead everyone to their doom? A mature and alluring woman interrupted. Enough. I've sent someone to inquire. And the other side's purpose in setting up this blockade is just for the money. Killing is merely a side effect. Is the information accurate? Another person asked. Yes. I want to meet your subordinate. He's dead. A hush fell over the crowd of players. Chapter 94. It was now 6 p.m. After taking down 2 teams of warrior players, Lin Yuan and his companions began to start a fire and prepare dinner. The chicken soup that Wang Xia had meticulously cooked had been finished off by them 2 hours earlier. It turned out that drinking chicken soup didn't actually boost the levels of the two girls, despite the main ingredient being a level 10 chicken. Dinner was primarily meat-based, and they all enjoyed their meal quite a bit. When Shu crouched in the corner of the RV, watching the others devour their food, unable to suppress a swallow. Ultimately, she didn't have the courage to ask them for any food, tightening her grip on the 2 bags filled with silver coins. A few tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. This must be the ransom money they prepared for her. Beep, beep, beep. A rhythmic honking sound came from the distant highway. Swallowing the last bite of food, Lin Yuan stepped out of the RV with a cigarette in hand. A dilapidated second-hand van was approaching their direction. The driver was a cute young girl. The van stopped about 3 meters away from Lin Yuan on the highway. The girl got out and nervously hoisted a small woven bag, glancing anxiously at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan frowned and asked, "What do you want?" The girl looked a bit flustered, her small hands gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. "Big boss, I'm here on behalf of all the players to deliver a gift, and I'm also responsible for negotiations." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan took a couple of steps forward. The girl instinctively took 2 steps back. Lin Yuan. It seemed she realized her actions weren't appropriate. She nervously closed her eyes and took 3 steps forward again. Why does it feel a bit soft underfoot? She opened her eyes to find a pair of black sneakers appeared beneath her feet. No way. As her gaze slowly rose, she locked eyes with Lin Yuan, and her mind went blank as her body fell straight backward. Lin Yuan, now holding the unconscious girl, felt a bit speechless. Lu Ruoyan, having finished her meal, got out of the RV to see Lin Yuan holding the girl, raising an eyebrow. "Big boss, are you flirting? Cut the nonsense. This little girl is here to negotiate." Lin Yuan replied seriously. "Negotiate?" Lu Ruoyan's gaze shifted to the sack behind the girl. She quickly stepped forward, pulled out her dagger, and sliced open the woven bag. Inside were 7 or 8 bulging bags of coins. She casually opened one, revealing a pile of shiny gold coins. "What's in there?" Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. "Big boss, it's gold coins. It looks like they really are here to negotiate." Lu Ruoyan exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yuan held the girl in his arms as he walked towards Lu Ruyan, casting a glance at the bags of gold coins in the woven sack. With a hopeful look from Lu Ruyan, he stored them all in his system backpack. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan could only let out a silent sigh. She shifted her gaze to the girl in Lin Yuan's arms and stepped forward to give her cheek a hard pinch. The next moment, the girl opened her bright eyes, looking at Lin Yuan with a pitiful expression. Lin Yuan, however, expressionless, pushed the girl away. "So, how do you want to negotiate?" Faced with Lin Yuan's straightforwardness, the girl dropped all pretenses. The tension, fear, and grievance in her eyes vanished, leaving only calmness. "You've already taken the money. We just want to end this game as soon as possible," the girl stated calmly. Lin Yuan casually waved his hand. Not enough leverage. Fixing her gaze on Lin Yuan, the girl seemed to make a decision. She placed her hands on her hips and gently unbuttoned one of her buttons. "Stop," she said, looking up at Lin Yuan with a surprised expression. Lin Yuan offered no further explanation, stepping forward and knocking the girl out cold. "Lu Ruyan, lift her onto the car and tie her up." "Got it, boss." Taking the girl from Lin Yuan, Lu Ruyan immediately slapped her twice across the face, muttering, "Doesn't she see the situation? Trying to take her pants off in public. What a pervert." In an office in Area 19997, a bald man set down the newspaper he was reading and picked up a teacup from the table, taking a sip. He spoke towards the corner of the room. "Have the results of the match come out yet?" A clear female voice replied from the corner, "Boss, there has been a bit of an incident on the field. Did all the players die?" Not exactly. It's just that an outsider has intervened, leading to some unusual circumstances in this match." "What is that player doing?" "Robbing." The bald man looked surprised at the response. "Just robbing?" "Well, it seems they also killed quite a few players." "What level is that player?" "Boss, I'm not sure. That player arrived in our area using a special item and doesn't belong to the contestants in this match." "I see." The bald man rubbed his stubbled chin. By 8 p.m., Lin Yuan leaned against the car ladder, enjoying massages from the 4 girls. Lu Ruyan and Wang Xia were responsible for his shoulders, while Wen Shu and the girl took care of his feet. Lu Ruyan occasionally blew warm breath into Lin Yuan's ear. "Boss, how much longer do we have to wait?" "The girl in white silk is already ready." Wang Xia chimed in, "Yeah, boss, and I have my black stockings too." Lin Yuan gently patted both of their foreheads. signaling them to calm down. If the main person doesn't show up in an hour, then I, Lin Yuan, will have to find another way. Half an hour later, the roar of an engine echoed from the distant highway. A flashy red sports car sped towards their RV at an incredible pace. Just 30 meters away from Lin Yuan, the car accelerated and drifted, coming to a smooth stop just 2 meters in front of him. The passenger door swung open, and a beautiful woman dressed in a sailor outfit stepped out. From the driver's seat emerged a middle-aged man with a bald head, wearing a tank top. "Are you the player who's been robbing everywhere?" The bald man asked seriously. Lin Yuan stood up, shook his legs, and leapt over the bald man towards the girl in the sailor outfit, taking her delicate hand and kissing the back of it. "Hello, I'm player Lin Yuan. You must be the person in charge of this area. Beautiful lady," he said. The girl quickly pulled her hand away, looking apologetic. "I'm sorry, player sir, but our area's person in charge is actually that gentleman who just spoke to you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the bald man, who now had a grim expression on his face. This isn't going to be easy, Lin Yuan thought. He stepped forward, clapped a hand on the bald man's shoulder, and walked towards the other side of the road. As they walked, he pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After taking a couple of puffs, the bald man's mood visibly relaxed. He glanced sideways at Lin Yuan, who wore a fawning smile. Chapter 95. Which district are you from? I'm from District 19,996. Stop messing around and talk seriously. I'm from District 4,999. You, a level 15 noob from District 4999? Seriously? I swear on my life that our district manager will back me up. Having you as a player in your district is just bad luck for them. Lin Yuan chuckled awkwardly, about to say more when he was interrupted by the bald man. How about this? You participate in a competition tomorrow, and I won't pursue the matter of you disrupting the order today. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan immediately objected. What a joke. He earns his living through skill. How could that be considered disrupting the competition? I don't agree. Lin Yuan replied firmly. The bald man frowned, eyeing Lin Yuan with a hostile look. According to his original plan, Lin Yuan was supposed to be the dark horse in tomorrow's regional challenge, and they were guaranteed to win. Anticipating that this kid wouldn't cooperate, the bald man thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll give you a chance. Within my authority, I can grant you one condition. Lin Yuan immediately held up 3 fingers. 3 conditions? The bald man sneered. Just one. No negotiation. Otherwise, I'll send you back to your original district right now. Ooh, fine. Seeing that the other party was serious, Lin Yuan reluctantly agreed. After thinking for a minute, Lin Yuan proposed his conditions to the bald man. First, give me 50 character upgrade cards, and also 50 vehicle upgrade cards. And let us have 10 cross-district experience cards. And, hold on, the bald man interrupted Lin Yuan sharply. Damn it, I'll let you propose a condition, not make wishes. Lin Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Can we negotiate? I can lower my demands. The bald man snorted and said, I'll give you a maximum of 2 character upgrade cards. I can't get my hands on vehicle upgrade cards, but I can get you a few more of those cross-district experience cards. After saying this, the bald man took out a phone from his pocket and dialed a number. When the call connected, a sharp female voice came through the receiver. Oh, Uncle Bald, it's so late and you're still awake? With a dark expression, the bald man replied into the phone. Katerina, I think your father didn't teach you what manners are. Uncle Bald, you should know my father Carl is a complete jerk. Lin Yuan listened in surprise from the side. He pointed to the position of the microphone and asked the bald man, Is the Katerina you mentioned the smuggler from zone 19996? The bald man blinked a couple of times and replied curiously, What? Do you know her? Very well. That makes things easier. The bald man then spoke into the microphone. A player named Lin Yuan says he knows you well. Do you recognize him? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Katarina responded unklerbeit. You called just to ask if I'm familiar with a player? The bald man chuckled, My dear niece. I'm just trying to help this player named Lin Yuan get a few cross-region experience cards. Oh, is that so? On the other end.
Katerina gently stroked her fair thigh and, licking her lips, replied calmly, Let Lin Yuan take the call. Here you go. The bald man handed the phone to Lin Yuan.
A seductive voice came through the receiver. Is this Lin Yuan, my little brother? Yes, it is. Are you short on cash? Not really. No, you are short on cash. Lin Yuan, give the phone back to the bald guy. Lin Yuan, a bit dazed, handed the phone back to the bald man. The bald man looked at Lin Yuan in surprise and took the call. Hello, my dear niece. Did you finish your chat so quickly? Yes, Uncle Bald. Could you please find someone to bring Lin Yuan over to me now? Sure, what about the experience cards? I'll give them to him later. All right. Turning to Lin Yuan, the bald man handed him 2 character upgrade cards. Kid, the experience card will be sent to you later. Right now, you have 10 minutes to wrap up things at the competition. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded slightly and headed towards the RV. When he returned, Lu Ruyan leaped into Lin Yuan's arms. Big boss. All right, Lin Yuan said, patting her round silhouette. I've cleared all the useless vehicles blocking the road. This match should be over now. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan excitedly waved her fists. 3 minutes later, all the vehicles stuck on the road were cleared by the 2 girls. The RV successfully crossed the finish line with the 3 of them aboard. Meanwhile, Wen Shu and the girl also drove their respective vehicles across the finish line without any issues. The race was over, and all participating players were teleported back to their own roads. In the dark night sky, fireworks lit up as Lin Yuan sat in his sports car, occasionally glancing at the girl in the sailor suit sitting in the driver's seat. The girl felt her cheeks flush under Lin Yuan's gaze. Hey, what are you looking at? Looking at you. What's so interesting about me? Your fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. The girl's cheeks turned even redder. Seemingly recalling something, Lin Yuan asked, Can I ask you a question? Sure, go ahead. That bald guy, is he? He's my uncle. The girl replied earnestly. Just an uncle? Yeah. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan casually adjusted his short-sleeved shirt that lacked a collar and extended a hand towards her. Hello, I'm Lin Yuan, the player. The girl was momentarily taken aback. Haven't we already introduced ourselves? Still, she politely shook his hand again. Hello, I'm Liang Shuang. Nice name. Lin Yuan clapped his hands in approval. Miss Shuang, could you stop the car up ahead? Why? Liang Shuang slowed down, bringing the sports car to a halt by the roadside. I want to properly introduce myself, Lin Yuan said with a sunny smile. Surprised, Liang Shuang watched Lin Yuan, waiting for his next move. I studied abroad in France, Lin Yuan said earnestly, fixing his gaze on her. France, such a distant name. I've read about it in books. So? Liang Shuang asked, puzzled. So? Their faces were getting closer. The girl's pupils slightly dilated. I find it hard to change my way of greeting. After a long pause, the girl suddenly pushed Lin Yuan away, gasping for breath. She shot him a fierce glare and quickly started the car. The sport car sped off through the weeds. A barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, smacking his lips as he noticed a minty taste in his mouth. Did she chew gum beforehand? He scrutinized the girl in front of him with suspicion. When he noticed the curve of her smile, Lin Yuan realized he had fallen into her trap. It seemed that old saying was true. A skilled hunter often presents themselves as the prey. He was still too naive after all. Chapter 96. The sports car arrived at a dock in Area 19996 with its hazard lights flashing. The dock's searchlights illuminated the water's surface as a jet ski splashed through the waves towards where the car was parked. Upon seeing that it was Li Wenwen, Lin Yuan greeted her with a smile. She merely nodded coldly in response and shifted her gaze to Liang Shuang. What are you doing here? Liang Shuang shrugged and replied. Why the cold welcome? I'm just here to visit my dear friend, Katerina. Li Wenwen raised an eyebrow and tossed a set of diving masks to the 2. Lin Yuan, taken aback by the diving masks, wondered, shouldn't it be safety gear instead? What? Is Katerina living at the bottom of the sea? Aren't you going to wear one? Liang Shuang pointed at the mask in Lin Yuan's hands. It's just a jet ski ride. I don't need this stuff. If you want to wear it, go ahead. Lin Yuan said confidently. The 2 jumped onto the jet ski, and Li Wenwen twisted the throttle, sending the jet ski gliding across the water at high speed. Lin Yuan sat at the back, exhilarated by the thrilling experience. The splashes soaked the girl's clothes, and whenever the searchlights swept by, Lin Yuan could see their outlines shimmering in the light. Through the rearview mirror, Li Wenwen let out a cold laugh as she observed Lin Yuan's reactions. Eventually, the jet ski came to a stop on the water. Confused, Lin Yuan asked the 2 girls, why did we stop? Out of gas. The girls silently prepared their diving masks. Liang Shuang turned to Lin Yuan and instructed, hold on tight to me. Lin Yuan was stunned. They weren't really going to dive, were they? In the next moment, several iron rings emerged beneath their feet, securing them firmly to the jet ski's footboard. Li Wenwen tightened her grip on the throttle, and the jet ski let out a sharp roar as it plunged headfirst into the water. Lin Yuan, glub, glub, glub. About a minute later, a massive rising pipe appeared in front of them. Despite the girls' skirts floating completely in the water, Lin Yuan was too preoccupied to notice. He He just wanted this unpleasant underwater trip to end as soon as possible. Glub, glub, hick. Another minute passed, and the jet ski followed the rising pipe into another body of water. Lin Yuan lay back on the jet ski, looking utterly despondent, occasionally spitting out water. The jet ski finally stopped beneath a gigantic cruise ship. The group climbed up the rope ladder that had already been deployed along the side of the ship. On the deck, Katerina, dressed in a stunning evening gown, was laughing and toasting with a group of incredibly attractive women. As the three people approached, a group of women quickly gathered around. Liang Shuang, long time no see. Xiao Shuang, you become even more beautiful. They were surprised that Miss Liang was interested in attending the ball hosted by Katerina. While the women chatted, Lin Yuan was led by Li Wenwen into a spacious bathroom. Here, clean yourself up. Your clothes are in the room. Once you're changed, come find us on the deck. Lin Yuan nodded in response. Looking at his disheveled reflection in the mirror, he finally understood why the women hadn't approached him. On the deck, Li Wenwen leaned close to Katerina and whispered, "Hey, I just saw Miss Meng Liana sneaking around, and it seemed like she was heading towards Lin Yuan." Hearing this, Katerina nodded slightly. "Got it. You go to the kitchen and bring the food and drinks." After saying that, Katerina confidently walked toward the room where Lin Yuan was. Lin Yuan emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, humming a tune that others couldn't understand. "Hey, you must be the golden parakeet raised by Katerina." Following the voice, Lin Yuan spotted a beautiful woman in a light pink dress. Although she was stunning, her mouth seemed to lack manners. "Excuse me, Miss Peichy in pink. I think you might have mistaken me for someone else. The door is to your left. If you go out and take a right, I'm sure you'll find the parakeet you're referring to." A smile flashed across the woman's face as she looked at Lin Yuan's loosely wrapped collarbone and lightly licked her lips. "Interesting. But what is Peichy?" Lin Yuan frowned slightly and asked seriously, "Madam, before I answer your question, I need to ask you one first." Seeing Lin Yuan's earnest demeanor, Meng Liana straightened up and said, "By the way, my name is Meng Liana. Go ahead and ask. Have you ever watched any animated shows?" Meng Liana searched her memory for the term animated shows, but eventually shook her head helplessly. "No, I haven't." After receiving her affirmative answer, Lin Yuan sighed in relief. From the way she was dressed, he could tell she was extraordinary. Since she didn't know what Peichy was, it was his turn to elaborate. Peichy is a very adorable little creature, possessing intelligence far beyond that of ordinary beings. Although their lifespan is short, every day they live is filled with joy. "Wow." Meng Liana gasped in surprise, covering her mouth. "Are you saying I'm cute and smart? Wishing me happiness every day?" Lin Yuan's lips twitched. The other party really knew how to pick up on keywords. Just as he was about to say something more, there was a knock on the door. Outside, he could hear Katerina stifling a laugh. "Hey, Lin Yuan, have you changed your clothes yet? The dinner is about to start." "Oh, I'll be right there," Lin Yuan quickly replied. "Okay, I'll wait for you at the door." He saw Meng Liana wildly gesturing at him. After pondering for 3 seconds, Lin Yuan shouted to Katerina outside, "You don't have to wait for me. I'll just come out of my clothes." At his words, Katerina's lips curved into a smile as she walked towards the deck in her high heels. Meng Liana, eavesdropping at the door, couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She had planned to take advantage of her friend's distraction to sneak a free ride on the pet canary, but she almost got caught. It seemed she would have to be more careful next time. After blowing Lin Yuan a kiss, Meng Liana cautiously stepped out of the room. Once she confirmed that the coast was clear, Lin Yuan took off his bathrobe and changed into the blue and white striped outfit that Li Wenwen had prepared for him. He looked in the mirror. While his looks were fine, his figure was top-notch, and the outfit was unique, but it seemed a bit small. On the deck, the ladies couldn't hold back their laughter as they saw Lin Yuan in his brand-new outfit. However, Lin Yuan didn't feel embarrassed at all. He just sat down near Katerina. Picking up his knife and fork, he focused intently on the steak on his plate. Katerina's face alternated between green and white as she tilted her head to look at Li Wenwen, who was covering her mouth to suppress her laughter. "What is going on?" Li Wenwen, struggling to contain her amusement, leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Hey, didn't you say you want to find Lin Yuan a piece of clothing with sentimental value? I thought this prison outfit looked great, so I got it for him." Katerina. Chapter 97. After a few rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, with the continuous introductions from Katerina and Liang Shuang, Lin Yuan also became acquainted with the identities of several women at the table. They were either the daughters of district supervisors or their nieces. clearly part of the elite second generation. Without exception, they all had close business ties with Katerina. As the clock struck midnight, the sound of rotor blades echoed overhead. 2 helicopters landed on the deck. Several members of the elite, along with Katerina, waved goodbye and boarded the helicopters. Watching the helicopters fade into the distance, Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate these people were. "Brother, what are you thinking about?" Katerina's voice came to his ear. Nothing. Come on. Tell me how you leveled up to 15 so quickly." Lin Yuan looked at her in surprise. "You don't need to be that shocked. My level is higher than yours, so it's normal for me to see through you, especially since you're on my turf now." With a playful grip on Lin Yuan's shoulder, Katerina lightly licked his earlobe and said in a seductive tone, "Just right. I want to taste what a level 15 man is like." Under Katerina's persuasion, Lin Yuan was reluctantly taken to a spacious room. The moment the door closed, a pair of delicate hands rested on the doorknob. "Liang Shuang, can I join?" "That is not up to me." She turned her gaze toward Lin Yuan. Meeting the wild look in Katerina's eyes, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Sorry, but I think it's time for some private time between me and my sister." "Did you hear that? You can leave now," Katerina said with her hands on her hips. The door was slammed shut, and Katerina smiled as she took Lin Yuan's hand. Liang Shuang outside the door had a fluctuating expression, and then, as if remembering something, a strange smile returned to her face. "Lin Yuan, do you really think you can escape?" Inside the room, the noise drowned out the crashing waves outside. Li Wenwen sat on a small stool by the door, quietly enjoying the moonlight of the night. As morning arrived at 9 a.m., Lin Yuan lay on the double bed of the RV, yawning and resting his eyes. Sitting in the driver's seat, Lu Rian pressed the gas pedal hard, venting her dissatisfaction. Wang Xia, with a displeased expression, chewed on the beef jerky in her mouth, which they had stolen. At 11 a.m., both women heard the countdown for the regional challenge begin in their minds. The system notified them that the challenge area was District 19997, while the challenged area was District 19995. In this competition, both sides will send a total of 5,000 players to participate. The competition ships will consist of all players in both regions. In special circumstances, a natural disaster can be introduced in that area. To ensure absolute fairness and justice in this competition, the venue will be set at the 19990 District Mountain Circuit. This circuit is 750 kilometers long and passes through 18 tunnels, 2 gas stations, 1 rest area, 1 shopping zone, and 1 car repair area. The competition will be divided into 2 leaderboards, one for speed, where the first player to reach the finish line will earn the title of Speed Champion, and another for kills, where the player with the most kills will earn the title of Kill Champion. If players from different regions each win a title, the competition will be considered a draw. If players from the same region win both titles, that region will be declared the winner. If players from any one region simultaneously win both titles, that region will also be considered the winner. Additionally, that player can choose a type of natural disaster from within their region to unleash on the losing region. Lying in bed, Lin Yuan was astonished as he listened to the 2 women explain the details of the competition, his mouth agape in shock. This competition is clearly aimed at annihilating a region. Who would have thought that the bald guy would go this far? Lin Yuan angrily pounded his thigh, realizing the stakes were too low. No wonder the bald guy rushed over early in the morning to have him sign the contract. He was just waiting for him. As the final second of the countdown ended, the RV was teleported to the 19990 District Mountain Circuit. Lin Yuan fell onto the curb, helplessly gazing at his surroundings. Damn it, it seems I've been tricked by that bald guy again. 30 meters away, perched on a tree branch, the bald man was looking through binoculars at Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the curb smoking, muttering angrily, "Why isn't this kid at the competition site yet?" Below the tree, Liang Shuang, also using binoculars to observe Lin Yuan, said helplessly, "Uncle, is it really okay for us to set him up like this? What do you know? Young people need to experience setbacks to grow. I'm doing this for his own good. Plus, haven't you noticed how much he values those 2 women? Once we win this competition and increase our population, the players' levels will naturally rise. Then our district number can go up as well. As long as we keep those 2 female players around, we'll have a consistent external aid." Upon hearing this, Liang Shuang thought her uncle's analysis seemed to have some merit. However, she had just started getting close to Lin Yuan, and now they had tricked him. It might be a bit difficult to flirt with him again in the future. Oh well, maybe she could make it up to him later. When she turned her gaze back to Lin Yuan's direction, she realized he had disappeared. Where did he go? Stop looking, he's just left. Damn it. This kid really knows how to keep his cool. Almost let him catch on, let's go. Oh, just a second before using the cross-region experience card. Lin Yuan indeed noticed a flash of light on a big tree in the distance, but he didn't think much of it. It was only when he sat down on the double bed in the RV that he realized the other person could very well be a spy sent by the bald guy. Damn, missed another opportunity. Through the rearview mirror of the RV, Lu Ruyin saw Lin Yuan lying on the bed. Hey, big shot, you're back. Just as she was about to turn around, Lin Yuan called out to her to stop. When you're talking, don't look back. Don't let the big screen catch on to anything. Oh, Lu Ruyin kept her eyes forward and playfully stuck out her tongue. Xia, Lin Yuan said. What is it? I am hungry. How about you make me something to eat? Lin Yuan said with a smile. Wang Xia remained silent, turning her gaze to Lu Ruyin in the driver's seat. Seeing her nod, she unbuckled her seatbelt and headed to the kitchen area, pulling out ingredients from his system backpack and grabbing a ladle. The aroma of cooked vegetables filled the RV. Lin Yuan leaned back against the headboard, reflecting on what the bald guy had told him that morning. Since it was a regional challenge, the supervision was stricter compared to other competitions. Until the competition ended, he could only move freely within the cave tunnels. Even in the RV, he wasn't allowed to step into the front driver's area. The limited range of activity severely affected Lin Yuan's mood. What would he do to have some fun? All right, team chat, regional channel, chapter 98, boss. The first tunnel has arrived. Lu Ruyin's voice came from the driver's seat. Lin Yuan scratched his ear, unbuckled his belt, yawned, and stepped out of the RV. The road inside the cave tunnel was not very wide, with only 2 lanes for vehicles. The RV was parked at an angle in the tunnel, effectively blocking all vehicles coming from behind. 1 minute, 5 minutes passed. The first vehicle approached in the tunnel. A small car stopped about 2 meters away from the RV, and several players armed with weapons jumped out quickly. Facing the blocked road, Lin Yuan didn't say a word. They charged at him with their weapons drawn. The fight was over quickly. Lin Yuan just waved his belt a few times lightly, and several players fell into a pool of blood. The twitching bodies indicated that they were not quite dead yet. Turning to the 2 women behind him, Lin Yuan said softly, Hey, don't forget to finish them off. 20 minutes later, the RV passed through the first tunnel. The kill leaderboard was refreshed once again. The beautiful girl squad had eliminated 28 players, placing them in 7th position on the list. Some players who were closely monitoring the leaderboard changes locked onto Lu Ruyin driving the RV on the large screen of the competition. An hour later, the RV stopped at an old-fashioned gas station. There were no gas pumps here. An old man holding an AK sat on a small stool, taking puffs from a cigarette. Behind him were rows of tightly wrapped oil barrels covered with oilcloth. From the outside, it was impossible to tell whether there was actually any oil inside the barrels. Upon seeing the RV stop in front of him, the old man frowned and was about to scold them when he noticed that Lu Ruyin stepping out from the driver's seat looked somewhat familiar. Who are you? Click. Old man, you don't remember me? Lu Ruyin mimicked Lin Yuan's earlier gesture, pressing the gun against her forehead. The old man, seeing this familiar motion, suddenly slapped his thigh. I remember now. Aren't you the young one who delivered that rabbit to me? What is going on? Are you here for surgery? After a moment of awkwardness, Lu Ruyin smiled again. Old man, you have the wrong person. Bang! A small sapling 2 meters away was blown apart by a bullet. The old man coldly replied, I never joke around. Lu Ruyin wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Old man, why don't you come sit in the car for a bit? There are familiar faces inside. Hearing this, the old man scrutinized Lu Ruyin suspiciously and pulled back the gun's bolt again. Little girl, you'd better not be lying to your old man, or you might end up full of holes. After finishing his words, the old man pulled open the car door and stepped into the RV. Lin Yuan, who was sitting on the sofa, was curious about the source of the gunfire outside. When he saw the old man getting into the vehicle, he immediately understood what was going on. He warmly greeted, Grandpa, please have a seat. It turned out that the old man was a familiar face. The old man chuckled. So it's you, kid. I knew it. Wait a minute. The old man scrutinized Lin Yuan for a moment and then revealed a knowing smile. Grandpa, what else with that look? Lin Yuan felt a bit uneasy under the old man's gaze. You're not being honest, are you? Did you get some benefits from that bald guy? Bald guy? Do you know the supervisor from Zone 19997? The old man nodded slightly, leaning back on the sofa. His gaze wandered as he said, I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is Yu. You can call me Grandpa Yu. Hello, Grandpa Yu. Well, I find you somewhat likable, so I won't beat around the bush. It's 10 gold coins per barrel of oil. Are you buying or not? These days, Lin Yuan wasn't short on money at all. 10 gold coins? He wouldn't even blink if it were 100 gold coins for a barrel of oil, as long as Grandpa didn't leak any secrets. I'll buy Grandpa you. Good, you got guts. I have a total of 500 barrels of oil, so let us make it 4,999 gold coins for you. How much? Lin Yuan thought he misheard. 4,999 gold coins. What's the matter? Can't you afford it? The old man pulled out his AK. Lin Yuan swallowed hard and checked his system backpack, glancing at his balance. Gold coins 4686. He took out all his gold coins, feeling a pinch in his heart as he handed them to Grandpa Yu. Grandpa Yu only glanced at the coins, shrugged, and said, "Kid, you don't have enough here. You're short by 313 gold coins. But it's fine, I'll just get the rest from your little girlfriend when I get out." Seeing the old man getting ready to leave the RV, Lin Yuan pretended to be polite and tried to keep him. "Grandpa, why not stay a bit longer?" Hearing this, the old man gave Lin Yuan a half smile. "Forget it. I want to delay your competition." As he watched the old man step out of the RV, Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He almost lost his cool and acted rashly. At the gas station, under the old man's direction, Lu Ru Yin started collecting the oil barrels. When the last barrel was stored in the system backpack, the old man's voice came from behind. "Little girl, please settle the bill." Lu Ru Yin blinked a couple of times, confused, and asked Grandpa, "Didn't he pay?" The old man lit another cigarette, gazed into the distance, and his lips moved slightly. "Nope." Lu Ruyin clearly didn't believe it. Just as she was about to get in the car to ask Lin Yuan for clarification, the sound of a gun being cocked echoed behind her. Click. "Sir, how much? Can you accept 3 gold coins per barrel of oil?" "Sir, isn't that a bit?" Lu Ruyin tentatively replied. "For gold coins, that's acceptable." Lu Ruyin decisively responded. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "I don't accept that." Lu Ruyin. "How about 5 gold coins per barrel for a total of 500 barrels? That makes 2250. I'll give you a discount. Let's settle on 2,300 gold coins." Hearing this price made Lu Ruyin's heart bleed. She opened her system backpack to check her balance. Gold coins, 2260 at that moment. Her dreams of being a little rich woman shattered. With tears in her eyes, she stuffed the gold coins into the woven bag that the old man had prepared in advance. There's still a shortfall of 40 gold coins. "Sir, I really don't have any more money," Lu Ruyin replied with a mournful face. The old man shrugged indifferently. "No worries. Isn't there a young lady sitting in the passenger seat? I find her quite pleasing. Just call her down to pay the remaining balance." "Bang, bang, bang, Zia. Can you come down for a moment? Help me pay the remaining balance." 5 minutes later, the RV sped out of the gas station at a remarkable speed. The expressions of the 3 people inside the vehicle were grim. Watching the car disappear from sight, the old man adjusted the 2 woven bags in his hands. He frowned slightly and pulled out his phone to make a call. The phone was quickly answered, and a deep male voice came through the receiver. "Boss, yeah, withdraw all gas stations in zone 19995. It might take some time. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can't manage it, then get lost." Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 99. Inside the RV, Lu Ruyin tearfully complained to Lin Yuan, "Wah, big boss, give me back my pocket money. Give me back my pocket money." Her small fist continuously pounded against Lin Yuan's chest. Faced with this situation, Lin Yuan felt quite helpless. He was just as broke as she was. He never expected to run into an acquaintance and end up in such a predicament. Truly, he had misjudged people. In the driver's seat, Wang Xia was nervously gripping the steering wheel, her eyes fixed on the cliff that was perilously close to the right side of the vehicle, her palms slick with sweat. "Hey, Lu Ruyin, are you done yet? I'm not confident driving on this mountain road." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyin blinked a couple of times, quickly wiping away her tears, and scrunched her cute little nose in annoyance. "Useless. I usually see you driving just fine. What is wrong with you now that you're in this car?" 5 minutes later, when Lu Ruyin inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror, she was shocked to find Wang Xia snuggled closely against Lin Yuan, looking shy and bashful. This scene nearly made her nostrils flare with anger. How dare that woman play tricks on her? The RV continued on the road for another hour, passing through 3 tunnels along the way. They hadn't encountered any other players, likely due to the long delay at the gas station. 10 minutes later, a second gas station appeared ahead, but Lu Ruyin didn't even lift her foot off the accelerator. The RV sped past it. Half an hour later, they passed a leisure inn with a rest area sign on the right side of the road. Lu Ruyin merely glanced at it and pressed down harder on the gas. quickly distancing the RV from the rest area. Just 2 minutes after they passed, several vehicles began to emerge from the rest area. Inside a van, a young thug picked up the intercom and shouted, Yongbo, we spotted a fat sheep. We spotted a fat sheep. A deep voice responded through the intercom. Cough, cough. How fat is this sheep? The thug replied, they're driving a modified RV. Cough, cough. That's definitely quite a catch. Check their identity. A soft female voice chimed in, Uncle Yang, I found out. They're the 13th ranked beauty squad on the hunting leaderboard. 13th, huh? Their strength seems decent, but they're unlucky to run into us. Find a way to intercept them in the tunnel ahead and look for an opportunity to strike. Resith, young bull. Resith, young bull. Resith, young bull. In a B-class sedan, a sprightly old man was toying with a lifelike stone fish, a broad smile of delight plastered across his face. The RV quickly arrived at the 5th tunnel. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Ruoyan was pleasantly surprised to see a line of vehicles behind them. Boss, we're going to get rich. Hearing this, Lin Yuan quickly walked to the back of the RV and lifted the curtain that was blocking the view. Sure enough, there were plump, tender sheep ready for the taking. The RV stopped within the tunnel, and 3 cars behind sped up, jumping over the RV and blocking the road ahead. Seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. If they dealt with the players in front first, those behind wouldn't be able to escape. With a cheerful stride, Lin Yuan quickly walked to the front of the vehicles, raised his belt, and charged into the crowd, delivering a flurry of attacks. 5 minutes later, all the players who had gotten out to participate in the robbery lay dead at the hands of the 2 women. Lin Yuan walked lightly to a B-class car in front of him. Through the window, he could clearly see an elderly man inside, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Bang, bang, bang. The window was rolled down, and the old man tried to maintain a calm demeanor. Is there something you need? Lin Yuan didn't respond. Instead, fixating on the stone fish the old man was playing with. If you like it, you can have it, Yang Bo said, sensing Lin Yuan's gaze lingering on the stone fish, testing the waters. Lin Yuan smiled, snatched the stone fish from the old man's hand, and asked, Are you Yang Bo? Taken aback by Lin Yuan's sudden question, Yang Bo stuttered, Why you know me? Lin Yuan thought to himself, I know you very well. Your subordinates told me. Oh, Yang Bo replied, sleekly disappointed. Lin Yuan toyed with the stone fish and smiled. Why don't you take out anything valuable you have? I might consider giving you a quick end. Yang Bo laughed a mad, ecstatic laugh, tears and snot flying everywhere. Lin Yuan took a step back in disgust. Lu Ruoyan approached with a shovel, curiously asking, Boss, do you know this guy? Lin Yuan nodded slightly, thought for a moment, then shook his head. Seeing Lin Yuan nodding and shaking his head, Lu Ruoyan was puzzled. Should they kill him or not? What did the boss really mean? Just then, Wang Xia walked over, reminding him, Boss, we still have a competition to attend, you see. All right, I got it. Lin Yuan opened the driver's side door, removed the car key, and locked the door. Another family car approached from behind and blocked the left side of the door. He punched the fuel tank, looking at the still crazily laughing Yang Bo, and said, 3 minutes, you only have 3 minutes. With that, Lin Yuan grabbed Lu Ruoyan and headed back to the RV. Before getting into the RV, Lin Yuan tossed a lit diesel lighter behind him. In an instant, flames erupted from the rear. The RV slowly moved forward. At this moment, Yang Bo stopped pretending and began frantically banging on the car windows. Fortunately, not much time had passed since he removed the car key, and he used the little remaining power in the vehicle to open the sunroof. Watching the RV drive away, Yang Bo shot it a resentful glare. Desperately, he squeezed his whole body out of the sunroof and jumped to the side. After running a few steps forward, he bent over, hands on his knees, gasping for breath as he looked back at the burning vehicle, still shaken. Just as he lifted his head, a chilling arrow shot towards him. Boss, the mission is complete. Lu Ruoyan joyfully jumped down from the top of the RV. Yes, well done. How about a little pocket money? Lu Ruoyan extended her palm toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan placed the stone fish in her hand. He reached into the system backpack to take out a bag of coins. But just as he was about to hand it over, he heard a gasp from her. Boss, look at this stone fish. Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the stone fish in her hand. He saw cracks appearing on its surface, and as the cracks widened, the stone fish gradually broke apart, eventually turning into a pile of powder. Both of them were stunned by this scene. Then Lin Yuan seemed to realize something and glanced back. Throw it away. Okay. I got it, boss. Lu Ruoyan extended her hand, holding the stone fish powder out the window. A gentle breeze blew by, scattering the powder across the road. Chapter 100. The RV parked in front of a large shopping mall in the free shopping zone. The two girls excitedly shook Lin Yuan's arm. Boss, now that we have money, can we go shopping? Looking at the eager expressions in their eyes, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and took out 2 bulging bags of coins from his system backpack, reluctantly handing them over. Take them, just take them. Quiche, you're the best. Boss. Quiche, you're so generous, boss. Lin Yuan also made a kissing sound in the air, silently saying, Sister Katerina, I miss you. Watching the two girls happily walk away, he glanced at the remaining 10 gold coins in his system backpack and couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, people's joys and sorrows are not the same. As the two girls entered the shopping mall, they immediately spent 2 gold coins to rent 2 shopping carts. Gazing at the dazzling array of products on the shelves and their marked prices, the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. Steak for 1 gold coin apiece. Let's get 10. 5-pound lobsters for just 10 gold coins? That's such a steal. Celery is 1 gold coin per pound. Is there anything cheaper than this? Oh my Shia, look. They sell fun pajamas here for just 20 gold coins each. Should we buy a couple more? At the checkout, a woman with a shoulder bag full of explosives was counting the items in the girls' shopping carts, a lit cigarette clamped between her fingers. Ladies, the total for all your items, including the rental fee, is 688 gold coins. We have a promotion. If you spend 700 gold coins, you get an extra pack of cigarettes. What do you think? Remembering that Lin Yuan loved to smoke, Lu Rian thought for 3 seconds, quickly counting the coins in her bag. 710 coins. She sighed in relief. Thankfully, they had enough money. She took out 10 gold coins and put them in her system backpack, then added 2 boxes of special bubble gum, costing 6 gold coins each, to her shopping bag. The cashier efficiently took a pack of cigarettes from under the counter and placed it in the girl's shopping bag, smiling as she bid them farewell. As the two girls left, laden with their purchases, several players nearby watching the checkout couldn't help but feel envious. A male player approached the cashier, rubbing his hands together awkwardly. Hey, they spent 700 gold coins, and you gave them a pack of cigarettes. Look at all my items. They must be worth over 100 gold coins. Can you give me a box too? Want a pack of cigarettes? The cashier asked. The man nodded eagerly. You're dreaming. Hearing this, the man became indignant and protested. Why not? Why do you even ask? The cashier looked him up and down, eyeing the man who was clutching 3 boxes of instant noodles. With disdain, he said, You're a broke loser who can't even afford to rent a shopping cart, and you have the audacity to ask me why? The man's gaze swept over to the car rental service at the entrance. Car rentals. 1 gold coin for the first 3 minutes, and 5 gold coins for each additional minute, with no upper limit. Well, it turns out he really couldn't afford it. After paying 99 gold coins, the man stared longingly at the half-lit cigarette in the old lady's hand, swallowing hard. Just as he was about to turn and leave, the old lady called out to him. Hey, young man, wait a second. The male player looked at her in confusion. The old lady pulled out a soft white cigarette from under the counter and handed it to him. Here you go, young man. Let me light it for you. Thank you, ma'am. The male player took the smoking white cigarette and strutted towards the shopping mall's entrance. Before he could step out, a tall figure suddenly pressed a gun to his forehead. Faced with this unexpected situation, the male player was at a loss. What was happening? Why was someone pointing a gun at him? A cold voice pierced through his eardrums and into his brain. Smoking is prohibited inside the mall. Violation incurs a fine of 100 gold coins. The male player turned his head, hoping to catch a glimpse of the cashier lady, but a large hand forcibly turned his head back. The sound of the gun being cocked echoed in his ears. Be smart about this. 5 minutes later, the man emerged from the shopping mall holding a pack of instant noodles, with clear handprint marks still visible on his cheeks. At the cash register, the old lady, cigarette in mouth, took a shriveled bag of coins from the armed man. She opened it and counted. With a sideways glance, she scrutinized the armed man. Is that all you got? The man, looking frustrated, replied, Ugh, don't even mention it, dear. The guy was a broke loser, hardly had anything worth taking. All right then. Bring over those 2 boxes of instant noodles you confiscated. Sure thing, dear. As they loaded the car, Lin Yuanxiang smiled at the 2 women carrying their shopping bags. But when Lu Ruyan handed him a pack of cigarettes, his smile brightened even more. Nice, nice. The 2 girls thought of me while shopping. That's commendable. This money wasn't spent in vain. The RV drove away from the free shopping area. Several players, envious of the items in the girls' shopping bags, quickly followed in their vehicles. Although they were already aware of the formidable power of the beautiful girl team from the hunting leaderboard, the allure of wealth was too tempting to resist. With so many people rushing in, They figured the girls wouldn't be able to handle all the players at once. In the chaos, they could probably snag something for themselves. Many players trailing behind the RV shared the same thought. A quick glance in the rearview mirror revealed that what started as 3 trailing cars had now turned into over 20. As she watched the growing convoy, Lu Ruoyan excitedly licked her lips, already contemplating how to divide the earnings she was sure they'd make soon. Without realizing it, a smile crept across her face, and she began to chuckle softly. Watch out! Lu Ruoyan suddenly jerked the steering wheel. The rear wheels of the RV brushed the edge of the cliff before safely returning to the road. She breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how close they had come to disaster. In the passenger seat, Wang Xia clutched the armrest nervously. Only when the RV was back on the main road did her racing heart finally settle. Hey, Lu Ruoyan, can you please drive more carefully? This is a cliff. We almost met our end because of your carelessness. Through the vehicle's interior mirror, Lu Ruoyan caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan, who was at the sink dealing with the lobsters. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief that the big boss hadn't noticed their near miss. With a light pat on her chest, she shot back at Wang Xia. Come on, my dear Xia, my driving skills are just limited. How about you take the wheel instead? You. Wang Xia was momentarily at a loss for words. If she had a drive, everyone would probably have already met their fate by now. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, who was busy preparing the lobsters, felt his hand tremble slightly. He had just received another cross-region experience card into his system backpack. He discreetly wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Driving is driving. There's no need to play with danger. They had almost wasted a valuable experience card. Chapter 101. The players tightly trailing behind the RV weren't so lucky. They lacked Lu Ruoyan's driving skills and their opponent's quick reflexes. Even if they had them, it was too late. A total of 5 players, driving their beloved vehicles, boldly challenged the seemingly bottomless cliff in this road survival world. Their brave deeds left the players behind in awe. One overly enthusiastic player, driving recklessly, managed to drag in the 6th, 7th, and 8th players into this round of challenges. Just as he was marveling at the situation, another player, in his cherished vehicle, joined him in this challenge. By the end, nearly 30 players had participated, resulting in a staggering loss of 34 vehicles. A few fortunate players had exited their vehicles early to watch, thus avoiding the fate of joining the challenge. However, faced with the dilemma of having no vehicles, they could only roar in frustration at the cliff below. Inside the RV, Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brows, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. She muttered to herself, it's strange. How could so many easy targets just vanish all at once? Did they discover the presence of the big boss and get scared? Wang Xia, noticing Lu Ruoyan's distraction, quickly chimed in, Hey Ruoyan, watch the road. Rolling her eyes at Wang Xia, Lu Ruoyan replied, You're so fussy. The RV sped into a tunnel. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, a player finally appeared, driving a second-hand van. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting disappointment. Oh well, even a mosquito is meat. Let's go with it. They positioned themselves in front of the vehicle. The van came to a slow stop before them. When they saw that the driver was Wenshu, they immediately turned back and hopped back into the RV. Just as Lu Ruoyan was about to start the vehicle, she suddenly thought of something. What if the big boss, Wenshu, sees you? She shouldn't tea, right? Lin Yuan replied, uncertainly. To avoid any potential trouble, he decided it would be safer to have her join them in the RV. At that moment, Wenshu had already settled back into the driver's seat. When she first encountered the trio, she had indeed felt nervous, but seeing their determined departure eased her tension significantly. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the RV, Wenshu sat in a corner of the sofa, her toes together. Lin Yuan glanced at her anxious expression and joked, We're old friends. There's no need to be so tense. Just relax. He then handed her a cup of water. Wenshu Huan slowly raised her head, forcing a smile on her face as she accepted the cup of water handed to her by Lin Yuan, mumbling a thank you. However, she hesitated to drink from it. Who knew if it actually contained water? What if it didn't tea? After exchanging a few simple words, Lin Yuan lost interest in continuing the conversation when he noticed the other person's timid demeanor. He turned to Wang Xia in the passenger seat and asked, Xia, can you report our current rankings? Boss, our girl squad is ranked 55th on the competition leaderboard and 4th on the hunting leaderboard, she replied. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. With the competition just past the halfway mark, he was fairly satisfied with their current standings. Wang Xia, still observing the big screen, suddenly seemed to notice something, letting out a soft gasp. Since her voice was quiet, Only Lu Ruyan, who was driving, could hear her. "What is up, Xia?" Lu Ruyan asked. Wang Xia remained silent for a moment, then focused intently on the big screen again, finally saying, "Ruyan, have you noticed that many of the players on the big screen seem to be in the same scene?" Lu Ruyan, with a nonchalant expression, replied, "Hey, I thought you discovered something big. We encountered plenty of players in the rest area and the shopping zone. Haven't we? What is so strange about that?" After hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Wang Xia chose not to say anything more. Firstly, since Ruyan was driving, she didn't want to experience another near fall off a cliff like last time. Secondly, she still felt something was off. Many of the locations where the players appeared on the big screen looked more like they were inside a trailer. She thought it was necessary to keep observing. Meanwhile, lying in bed, Lin Yuan occasionally glanced at the two women in front of him, his mind wandering to the current situation between Wang Shihan and Luo Shuian. In District 19980, on a rural dirt road, Wang Shihan was driving Nissan at high speed, her expression serious. Her gaze occasionally flicked to Luo Shuihan, who was in the passenger seat. "Sister Shui, you have to hang in there." Luo Shuihan pressed a hand against her bleeding arm. Her originally fair face now completely devoid of color. "Sihuan, if possible, I'd prefer you to call me Sister Luo," she said. Wang Shihan was at a loss for words. It was a critical moment, yet the other person was still so concerned about how she was addressed. "Sister Shui, you have to hold on." Upon hearing this, a strange hint of color returned to Luo Shuhin's pale face. Sihuan finally. The Nissan came to a stop in front of farmhouse. Wang Shihan hoisted the unconscious Luo Shuihan and reached the gate, banging on it urgently. "Aunt Lu, open the door. My sister is in bad shape." The door creaked open just a crack, and a small head peeked out from inside. Upon recognizing the visitor, the head quickly withdrew, shouting to the courtyard, "Grandma, Grandma, two beautiful sisters are here again." The door swung open wider, revealing a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat with reading glasses perched on her nose. She raised an eyebrow upon seeing the two girls who had entered the yard. "What are you two doing here again?" Wang Shihan gently set down Luo Shuihan and spoke hastily. "Aunt Lu, please, it seems my sister really can't hold on much longer. Please take a look." Sighing, Aunt Lu replied, "All right, let's get her inside. But this is the last time. If you come back again without money, even if you break down the door, I won't help you." "Thank you, Aunt Lu, thank you." "Boss, the road conditions seem problematic." Snoring. "Boss, he's asleep." When Shu replied from the sofa. "Oh, got it." When Shu, "Keep your voice down so you don't wake the boss." When Shu, "Ruyan, did you notice something?" Wang Xia asked curiously. She was also sitting in the front seat, and since the other party could detect the road anomaly, there was no reason for her not to notice. Stealing a glance at her, Lu Ruyan thought to herself, "You can't notice anything." She had also realized the road situation due to the unusual sounds caused by the tires rubbing against the ground. The RV rounded a bend, and the two girls spotted a trailer parked not far ahead. A girl dressed like a worker was leaning against the car door, staring at the approaching RV and counting on her fingers. "It's a trailer," Wang Xia shouted, pointing at the vehicle ahead. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes dramatically. "Please, I'm not blind. It's such a big trailer. Do you think I can't see it?" In the next moment, an unusual noise came from the tires again. Pop, pop, pop. Boom! A tire burst. The RV came to a stop just a meter away from the trailer. The girl stretched her arms and quickly walked over to the driver's side of the RV. She knocked on the window with force. The window rolled down, revealing Lu Ruyan's pale face. "Hello, beautiful. I'm an employee at a nearby auto repair shop, and we offer free towing services. Would you like to use our towing service?" Chapter 102. Wake up, boss, wake up. Lu Ruyan's voice drifted into Lin Yuan's ears. Groggy, Lin Yuan sat up in bed and adjusted the belt on his pants. Had they arrived at the tunnel? On the side, when Shu instinctively shrank her neck as she watched Lin Yuan's movements, carefully observing what he would do next. "Boss, our RV has a flat tire. Do you have a vehicle repair card?" "A flat tire? How could that happen?" Boss, I'm not sure. It feels like we've been set up." Just as Lin Yuan was about to get up and check the situation, he suddenly remembered that, given his current identity, he couldn't be seen. Forget it. If it comes to that, he might as well use the repair card. Opening his system backpack, Lin Yuan took out the repair card and handed it to Lu Ruyan. "Here, take it and use it." "Kiss, boss, you're so cool." However, Lu Ruyan did not use the repair card right away. The last incident at the regional challenge was still fresh in her mind. There was no way she would fall for it so easily this time. Returning to the driver's seat, She turned to the girl outside who was waiting by the tow truck and asked, "Hey, how much do you charge for changing a tire?" Upon hearing this, the girl took out her phone and snapped a picture of the RV. Then she made a phone call. "Hello, who is this?" "Hi, I'm a staff member from the auto repair shop. My employee ID is 199907413. I uploaded a photo of a vehicle to the platform just 5 seconds ago. Could you please help me check the player information for the driver of this vehicle and the consumption records of the passengers in this area?" "Sure, please hold on." The two girls inside the RV listened in shock as they overheard the conversation. "You could do it like this?" A minute later, a voice came through the receiver. "Hello, ma'am. For this query service, we need to charge you a service fee of 1 gold coin. Is this price acceptable to you?" Surprised, the tow truck girl exclaimed, "That's so high." "Yes, ma'am." The girl stared at Lu Ruoyan for a few seconds, then gritted her teeth. "I accept." "Great." The owner of this vehicle is a player named Lin Yuan, currently ranked in the top 5,000 in the area. Would you like to know more about him? If you want to know, you need to pay 10 gold coins to the platform. Forget it. Okay, the player driving this RV, who is participating in the competition, belongs to the beautiful girl team formed by Lin Yuan, Lu Ruoyan, level LV4. The gas station consumption amount is unknown. In the free shopping area, the spending amount was 700 gold coins, with an asset valuation between 12,002,000 gold coins. Wang Xia was at level 4, and the gas station's spending amount was unknown. In the free shopping area, the spending amount was 0 gold coins, with an asset valuation between 500,000 and 1,000,000 gold coins. The service has been completed. Thank you for your call. Goodbye. After calculating their total assets, the young girl spoke to Lu Ruyan in the car. "Hello. Beautiful. The cost of changing tires is estimated to be in the range of 100 to 200 gold coins. Is it really that expensive? That's already quite a good deal." "All right. We understand. Thank you. Shall I start towing your vehicle now?" the girl asked. Lu Ruyan smiled and replied, "No need. I have this." She then proudly raised the card in her hand. "A vehicle repair card? Wow. I didn't expect you to know your stuff." Lu Ruyan smiled. The girl's face turned pale, but a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Using the repair card, Lu Ruyan smiled as she started the RV. The RV moved forward 20 meters before it once again erupted with a series of loud bangs. Lu Ruyan blinked in confusion. Bang, bang, bang. The driver's side window was knocked again. The towing girl looked at the dejected Lu Ruyan and softly asked, "Do you need a tow?" "It's free." Lu Ruyan exchanged a glance with Wang Xia, who immediately understood. She unbuckled her seatbelt, approached Lin Yuan, and whispered, "Boss, do you have any repair cards left?" Lin Yuan shook his head lightly. This time he really didn't have any. There were some for sale in the system store's special item section, but he didn't have the money. He shifted his gaze to Wen Shu, who was sitting on the couch in a daze. Lin Yuan shook his head in front of her. Seeing this, Wen Shu quickly took out all her assets from her system backpack. Lin Yuan counted them, a total of 79 gold coins. Adding the 10 gold coins in his backpack, they were still short by 11 gold coins. That is still not enough. Tell Ruyan to use the tow truck for now. Upon hearing this, Wang Xia jogged over to convey the boss's message to Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, feeling helpless, could only nod slightly with a pained expression towards the girl outside the car. Seeing her nod, the girl happily drove the tow truck in front of the RV. With Lu Ruyan's operation, the RV was successfully loaded onto the tow truck's rear. The people inside the RV also experienced the feeling of looking down from a cliff. On this journey, everyone noticed a strange phenomenon. Every time the tow truck drove a certain distance, the girl would get out of the vehicle once. Gradually, everyone began to sense that something was off. When the girl got off the vehicle for the 18th time, everyone finally understood what was happening as they watched the others removing the invisible tape and steel nails from the road. It dawned on them that this was how the repair shop was making money. They learned something new, for sure. After a long hour of travel, the tow truck stopped at an auto repair shop. 7 or 8 burly men worked together to lift the RV off the tow truck. Lin Yuan couldn't understand their method. Wasn't it easier to just drive it down? But when the girl from the tow truck, Lu Ruyan, mentioned the transportation fee, Lin Yuan finally got it. So that was their revenue model. However, the price for this manual labor was quite reasonable. They only charged Lu Ruyan 1 gold coin. This was an amount she could afford. Next came the repair shop's procedure. A short girl wearing a tilted red hat inspected all the vehicle's components. In the end, She handed over a repair bill totaling a staggering 1,500 gold coins. The list included issues like engine leaks, old wipers needing replacement, insufficient fuel, a burst radiator, and locked front wheels. Basically, every possible problem you could think of, and even some that were quite absurd. Lin Yuan even spotted some ridiculous reasons for part replacements. Reason for windshield replacement. Dried bird droppings severely obstructing the driver's view. Reason for high beam replacement. Headlights being too bright, seriously affecting the driving experience of oncoming traffic. Reason for repainting the RV. The color was too bright. The area favored a low-key luxury style, suggesting a deep black color instead. Reason for replacing all screws, since so many parts were being replaced. Why not these few as well? When the Red Hat girl presented the exorbitant quote, Lu Ruyan refused to sign. The girl didn't seem annoyed. Instead, she pulled out a yoga mat from who knows where and started doing yoga next to the RV. Lin Yuan frowned and critiqued from inside the RV. She is not professional. The girls turned their attention to Lin Yuan, curious to hear his thoughts. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin and remarked casually, doing yoga without wearing yoga pants doesn't showcase her perfect figure at all. TCH. Chapter 103. Inside a spacious office at the auto repair shop, a portly man with a beer belly was lounging comfortably in a rocking chair, puffing on a cigar. Suddenly, the phone on his desk began to ring. Brother Zhao, what a surprise to receive your call. The man exclaimed. Fatty, how is the matter I asked you to take care of? Zhao replied. Don't worry, brother. You can trust me to handle it. It's a sure win. Fatty assured him. All right, I've already sent someone to deliver the money to you, Zhao said. Thanks, brother Zhao. Fatty hung up the phone just as a knock echoed from the office door. Who is it? He called out. Boss, it's me, Xiaoma, came a reply. Come in, Fatty said, settling back into his chair and sizing up the newcomer. Speak up and get to the point. Boss, someone is here looking for you. They said they're here to deliver money. Xiaoma reported. Money? That was quick. No wonder you're the manager. You really get things done efficiently. Let them in. Xiaoma stepped out of the office and waved at a woman in a face mask waiting in the hallway. Go on in. The boss is calling for you. After the woman entered, Xiaoma closed the office door behind him and stood guard in the hallway, keeping an eye on the surroundings. 20 minutes later, when he heard a slightly strained female voice coming from inside the office, Xiaoma spat disdainfully at the door and hurried down the hallway. 10 minutes later, as a camper van sped out of the repair yard, all the mechanics present were left in shock. What is going on? Didn't the boss say that repairs should take at least an hour and a half, and no more than 3 hours? It's only been about 40 minutes, and the car is already fixed. Of course, there are exceptions for special circumstances, but in this case, it shouldn't have been a simple fender bender. A well-dressed, mature man strode over to the group of mechanics and shouted into a megaphone. Who fixed that camper van just now? Step forward. And who was responsible for towing it? Get out here. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, but no one stepped up. The man's gaze swept over the group, and with a cold smirk, he said, All right, so everyone here wants to play ostrich. Huh? Fine. When I find out who it is, I'll make sure they regret it. He shouted to the security guard. Old Zhang, pull up the surveillance footage for me. Got it, manager, came the reply. In the break room of the repair shop, which was divided into 2 areas, players from the 19997 district were discussing car repair issues. Just then, a player burst through the door, looking flustered. Guys, we've got a problem. One of the players quickly handed him a bottle of water. Calm down, brother. What's going on? Take your time and explain. The male player didn't even bother to drink water, pushing aside the water bottle offered to him. I just saw a camper van crash through the barrier and out of the repair shop. Hearing this, everyone else didn't react much. The man continued. This isn't even the craziest part. When I came back, I went into the neighboring room, and guess what? There wasn't a single person inside. As he said this, the man gulped down a couple of big swigs of water and wiped his lips. This made the group of players anxious, urging him to continue. He went on, so I walked down the hallway, and when I reached the end of the corridor, I saw those losers from Zone 19995 driving away from the back exit of the repair shop. At this, the players from Zone 19997 could no longer sit still. How could the repair shop open a back door for the enemy zone? Wasn't that cheating? What was the point of competing now? They all rushed outside to protest. Inside the security booth, the man in the suit frowned when he saw that the tow truck driver and the mechanic had gotten into the camper van and hadn't come back out. Did they know each other? Just as he was about to go upstairs to report to the boss, he was distracted by a group of players chanting slogans in the courtyard. Even the chubby guy, who was upstairs playing a game, was drawn to the noise below. In a moment of distraction, His energy drained, he slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon. Seeing him in such a sorry state, the woman didn't say much more. She straightened her slightly wrinkled clothes and said, "I've completed what the supervisor asked for. The remaining payment will be sent to you after this match ends." The chubby guy, slumped in his chair, weakly waved his hand at her, signaling her to leave. Noticing this, the woman put on her veil and quickly exited the office building. Once she reached the courtyard and heard the heated discussions among the players, her expression turned grim. Finding a discreet corner, she took out her phone and dialed a number. "Supervisor, there has been a little mishap with the chubby guy." "What happened?" After she finished speaking, there was a brief silence on the other end of the line. "Where are you now?" "I'm still at the repair shop." "All right, I got it. Go upstairs and deal with the chubby guy and make it clean." "Understood." The woman hung up, but didn't go upstairs right away to deal with the chubby guy. Instead, she stepped out of the repair shop and took out another phone from her pocket. "Hello, supervisor. How is the task I assigned you going?" "Everything went smoothly. The other party didn't suspect a thing and even asked me to help take care of the fat guy." "All right, you don't need to worry about this anymore. I've left a package for you and Maul in the free shopping zone." "Got it, I understand." As the call ended, the woman casually tossed aside 2 mobile phones and hopped onto a motorcycle parked by the roadside, revving the engine as she sped off toward the free shopping zone. 10 minutes later, all the players drove out of the auto repair shop in their beloved vehicles. 20 minutes later, a medium-sized mushroom cloud rose from the location of the repair shop, and none of the staff inside survived. In the RV, when Shu, hearing the system announcement, immediately reported the explosion at the repair shop to Lin Yuan. The 2 women lying on the ground widened their eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? How could the repair shop explode? Although they had received their termination notices on their phones 20 minutes prior, they still couldn't believe it. Lin Yuan kicked each of them lightly, saying, "Hey, did I give you permission to talk?" The 2 women instantly fell silent. They had no choice, as they were no match for Lin Yuan. They couldn't understand why those players seemed so weak, yet in front of Lin Yuan, they became the weak ones. At that moment, Lin Yuan was lounging on the sofa, wearing a little red hat, frog-eyed glasses perched on his nose, a cigarette hanging from his mouth, looking anything but innocent. 3 minutes ago, Wang Xia had reported to him again about the rankings of the beautiful girl squad. First in the racing leaderboard and 4th in the hunting leaderboard. The racing leaderboard was fine, but the hunting leaderboard never seemed to encounter any players, and the rank just wouldn't budge. He glanced over at Wenshu. What if we just take her out? At the moment their eyes met, Wenshu instinctively shrank back. Chapter 104. Look, Ruyan. We have players chasing us from behind. Wang Xia pointed at the rearview mirror on the right side as she spoke. Oh, there really are players catching up. Lu Ruyan slammed the gas pedal, and the RV sped forward on the highway. Noticing the RV accelerating ahead, the vehicles behind also picked up speed at the same time. However, the speed difference between their vehicles wasn't significant, making it impossible for them to overtake the RV. They could only tail behind. Inside a small car, a cute girl was behind the wheel. Brother Xiong, this won't work. If the car ahead doesn't slow down, we want to have a chance to claim first place on both leaderboards. I know, a male voice replied from the back seat. Inside the RV, Lin Yuan was enjoying a relaxing head massage, looking at the man resting with his eyes closed on her lap. When Shu wished she could just punch him in the head. But unfortunately, she didn't have the strength to do so, given the level difference. Lin Yuan's head might be tougher than her fist, especially without any weapons involved. The towing girl and the mechanic girl were lying on the wooden floor of the RV, staring blankly at the starry ceiling above. They had fully recovered from the explosion at the repair station half an hour ago. Lu Rian had first tricked the mechanic girl into getting on the RV under the pretense of checking the car parts. Then she lured the towing girl aboard with the promise of extra tips. Once the 2 girls were inside, Lin Yuan took out his belt and, in an extremely gentle manner, restrained them. With grateful tears in their eyes, he casually untied the money bags from their waists, lightening their load. In the front driver's seat, Lu Rian stole a sideways glance at Wang Xia, her brain working rapidly. What is the best way to earn some extra pocket money? Sister Xia, stop right there. Wang Xia interrupted her bluntly. Whenever someone called her sister, it usually meant they were up to no good. I can't take on that kind of burden. Just say what you want directly. About the pocket money later, I was hoping I could get a little bit more. What do you think? Lu Rian probed. Hey, be clear about it. Just how much is this little bit you're talking about? Wang Xia replied without any courtesy. Come on, sister, don't be so stingy. I'm only asking for a little extra, like 1/3 or 1/4. The two engaged in a heated discussion about how to split the pocket money, completely unaware that the one handing out the money was Lin Yuan. Before long, the RV arrived at the last tunnel of the competition. Compared to all the previous tunnels they had passed through, this one was even narrower. The original two-lane road had turned into a one-way lane, on a 3-meter wide road. The car in front was stuck, and the vehicles behind had no way to get past. The RV had parked just 5 meters away from the tunnel's exit. Lin Yuan unbuckled his belt and, after giving a brief verbal education to the two indigenous people inside the RV, took Wen Shu's hand and got out. Looking at the line of vehicles behind them, Lin Yuan shook his head and stretched the belt in his hand as he walked toward the first car. The match had clearly reached its final round. Lin Yuan's main goal this time was still to make some money. He was in desperate need of cash, despite having stolen 2 money bags from the indigenous people. However, those bags mostly contained silver coins with only a few gold coins, which Lin Yuan had used to buy repair cards. Watching some players already brawling, Lin Yuan excitedly licked his lips. To him, these players were all easy targets. He couldn't let anything unexpected happen before he got his hands on the money. Turning to the 3 women behind him, he instructed, "Stay close to me. Don't worry about the men. As for the women." Lin Yuan paused for 2 seconds and continued, "Once I knock them out, tie them all up, got it?" "Got it, boss." Lin Yuan dashed into the crowd of players with his belt in hand. With each swing, players either got knocked out or completely lost their combat ability. He worked his way from the front of the cars to the back. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan found a few burly players and had them gather all the players inside the tunnel together. 10 minutes later, when all the players were tied up, Lin Yuan began to speak. "Looks like all the players in the tunnel have arrived." A delicate little hand shot up from the back of the crowd. Lin Yuan signaled for the person to step forward. When he saw that it was an adorable girl, he switched to a serious tone. "Little girl, do you need something?" "Hello, boss. My name is Fong Ting. I just turned 18, and I have an important clue to share with you." At this, the girl paused, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Yuan. He frowned, sensing that she might have some conditions to propose. But he thought it might be worth hearing her out. What if it was useful? After all, he wasn't planning on leaving any of these players alive anyway. "Boss, after I provide this clue, I hope to become your woman." Faced with her proposal, Lin Yuan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he asked, "First, tell me your clue." Seeing that Lin Yuan remained unfazed, the girl gritted her teeth and continued, "Boss, the player ranked first on the hunt list, Xiong Wenjia, is currently hiding in the trunk of that car." Following the direction of the girl's finger, Lin Yuan spotted an ordinary white sedan. Taking the car keys from her, he approached the trunk and gently knocked twice. "Is anyone in there?" Suddenly, a sharp dagger shot out from the trunk, piercing the spot where Lin Yuan had knocked. Oh, an interesting opponent, he thought. He hadn't expected them to use sound to detect his presence. Using the car keys, Lin Yuan opened the trunk. 2 sharp daggers flew straight toward his face. Despite their speed, they seemed slow to Lin Yuan. He swung his belt, and 2 bloodied arms fell to the ground. Xiong Wenjia didn't make a sound and kicked at Lin Yuan. Now that's a real man. Lin Yuan swung his belt again, and Xiong Wenjia collapsed. After dealing with his opponent, Lin Yuan returned to the group of players. Witnessing his brutal actions, the players' faces turned pale. Clearing his throat, Lin Yuan addressed them. "If you think I'll let you go, that's not going to happen. I have no reason to deceive you. But as long as you pay up quickly, I, Zhang Batian, guarantee that your deaths will be swift." Lu Ruyan tugged at Lin Yuan's pants from behind and whispered, "Boss, you're about to kill them. Do you really think they'll pay?" Lin Yuan lightly patted her head and replied, "You'll see soon enough." Chapter 105. 5 minutes later, a considerable number of money bags fell to the ground. However, the quantity of the bags clearly didn't team match the number of players. It wasn't that there were too many, but rather too few. Lin Yuan scanned the crowd and casually grabbed a player who looked honest and led him to the side of the RV. He asked, "Do you want it quick or slow?" "Big brother, I really have no money left. Didn't you say that if I handed over all my wealth, I'd dig a quick end?" Crack. Lin Yuan kicked the man's leg, breaking it. The scream made the faces of the other players turn pale. "Answer me. Quick or slow?" "Big brother." I crack. Big brother, I wailing. The man's tongue was knocked out by Lin Yuan, rendering him unconscious. "Lu Ruyan, come over and finish him off." "Coming, boss." 30 seconds later, Lin Yuan took a money bag from his system inventory and tossed it onto the ground in front of the crowd with a loud thud. Lu Ruyan, carrying the man's corpse, stepped back in front of the players. "This is what happens to those who deceive me. If I catch another one of you, you know the consequences." Bang, bang, bang. More money bags dropped onto the road, this time in even greater numbers than before. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the crowd again, and when he noticed a few players making brief eye contact with him, they quickly looked away. Lin Yuan smirked inwardly. It seemed there were indeed some who weren't afraid of death. Since that was the case, he didn't mind playing with them a little longer. You, and you four stepped forward. Although the four were reluctant, the crowd pushed them out. Among them were 2 men and 2 women. The women were handed over to Wen Shu for disposal, while Lin Yuan personally dealt with the men. After their operations, 1 or 2 money bags dropped around each of the 4. This scene truly shocked a small portion of the players, and once again, many money bags fell from the crowd. Lin Yuan picked up all the money bags from the ground and stored them in his system cup. He glanced at his gold balance. 4,850 gold. Not bad. It turned out that the players ranked higher had more power. The sight of Lin Yuan collecting money bags left the 2 women stunned. Lu Ruyan rubbed her eyes vigorously, hoping what she saw was a mirage. But the result was disappointing. Fortunately, there was another batch of vehicles to recover later. To prevent any unexpected incidents, Lin Yuan once again knocked out this group of players. Go! You 2, finish them off. Believing that taking care of this batch of players, the beautiful girl squad should be able to rise to the top of the kill leaderboard. 5 minutes later, after eliminating all the players, Lu Ruyan leaned over to Lin Yuan's ear and whispered, "Boss, I just checked our kill leaderboard ranking. We're now tied for first place with a player named Xiong Wenjie." What the heck? Tied for first? Is there a bug in the competition? Dead players can still make the leaderboard. Lin Yuan expressed his confusion. He then turned his gaze to Wen Shu beside him, contemplating for the 3rd time whether he should take her out. Wen Shu shyly held Lin Yuan's hand and said, "Boss, I can do anything." This. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Ruyan, who was glaring at him, and said, "Ruyan, you should go collect those vehicles. Look, Shirya has already collected 3. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan turned to see Wang Shirya quietly collecting vehicles and, unable to care about Wen Shu any longer, angrily shouted at Wang Shirya, "You shameless woman, do you have no pride left?" After saying that, she quickly walked towards the abandoned vehicles to start her collection. 2 kilometers away from the tunnel, he each glanced at the player ranking on the big screen. Shocked, he slapped the steering wheel twice. "I can't believe I'm ranked 3rd in the racing leaderboard." In the back seat, a plump woman grumbled, "He-chun, what are you yelling about? Don't you know I'm trying to sleep?" He-chun, looking thin and sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, turned and smiled. "My queen, I'm sorry to disturb you." The woman tapped He-chun on the forehead, her tone slightly reproachful. Don't you know how to watch the road while driving? Turn around and drive properly." "Got it." 5 minutes later, a brand new sedan parked behind a camper. He-chun grabbed a machete from the passenger seat and rushed out, ready to say a few words, but was stunned by the scene before him. A stunning woman with big waves was holding onto a man's thigh, tearfully pleading, "Boss, please don't kill me. I could do anything." She didn't even notice He-chun, who was watching her from behind. "Hey, let that girl go. Let me handle this." When Shu suddenly heard someone speaking and quickly turned to look. Upon seeing He-chun standing by the roadside with a machete, her eyes lit up with immense excitement. Noticing this scene, He-chun immediately put on a smile he thought was charming. "Boss, kill him. Kill him. This guy isn't afraid of death." With a frozen smile on his face, He-chun pointed a trembling finger at Wen Shu and stammered, "What do you mean you? Aren't you just here to die?" Just then, the rear window of a sedan was rolled down, and a woman leaned out, shouting at the man in front, "Sweetheart, why aren't you making a move? I like that RV up ahead. Kill them all. I want to ride in that RV." While the woman was lost in her fantasies, the next moment, she received a slap across the face. Covering her swollen cheek in disbelief, she pointed at the man and exclaimed, "You dare hit me? I'll fight you." Lin Yuan and his 3 companions watched the chaotic scene of the mixed brawl in front of them, momentarily stunned. "Boss, should we help that player, He-chun?" Lu Ruyan couldn't help but suggest. "Yeah, boss, the other side is really beating him up badly." Wang Xia also felt it was hard to watch. As for Wen Shu, she obediently squatted beside Lin Yuan, clinging to his leg. Lin Yuan didn't tell her to get up, and she didn't dare to move. He was also contemplating whether to lend a hand to that guy. The opponents were clearly overpowering He-chun, who had been completely defenseless since the woman got out of the car. After He-chun slapped her, the woman charged at him like a bull. Once he was knocked down, she jumped on him and delivered 3 hard squats, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Then, she aimed 2 quick jabs at his eyes. The 3rd punch shattered 2 of his front teeth, and it was that punch that saved his life, snapping him back to reality. However, even as the woman unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, He Chen didn't utter a single cry of pain. This scene deeply shook Lin Yuan. What a man. Rian, go for it. Okay. 5 minutes later, the RV exited the tunnel. Inside the tunnel, a man's voice echoed. Sweetheart, I will avenge you. These people. Suddenly, an arrow shot from the top of the RV, and the tunnel fell silent. Lu Ruyin clapped her hands and jumped down from the roof. Boss, it's done. Lin Yuan sighed. What was the point of all this? Chapter 106. The RV races down the highway on a somewhat dilapidated street in zone 19990. A coffee shop with a half-open door buzzed with the energy of 3 men clutching their cups of coffee, their eyes glued to a large screen hanging on the wall. At the moment the leaderboard refreshed, the bald man burst into laughter. He slapped the back of a man sitting in a wheelchair and exited the coffee shop. Inside, the man in the wheelchair let out a silent sigh, turning his gaze toward another man who was smoking. The smoker shrugged and said, A cripple and a dead man can make it onto the leaderboard. Surely you didn't think there was anything more ludicrous than that. The shop fell into a hush. The RV sped past the finish line, and the regional broadcast echoed in the minds of every living competitor. The regional challenge has concluded, and the winning team is the beautiful girl squad from Zone 19995. As the broadcast ended, a notification chimed in the minds of the 2 girls. Ding! Congratulations to beautiful girl squad members Lu Ruoyan and Wang Xia for securing first place in this match. Rewards have been automatically delivered to your system backpack. Ding! As the winning players achieved double firsts, a special option has been triggered. Please select one inherent natural disaster from Zone 19997 to deploy to Zone 19995 within 60 seconds. The options for disasters in Zone 19997 include 1.5 magnitude earthquake with a chance of triggering secondary disasters. 2. Category 12 typhoon once a month. 3. Thunderstorm lasting 7 days. Inside the RV, the 2 girls exchanged glances and turned their eyes toward Lin Yuan, who was lounging on the sofa in the back. Is there a problem? They asked. Boss, about that disaster. Oh, that. The bald guy said to go with the 5.0 magnitude earthquake. Opening the system panel, Lu Ruoyan selected the earthquake option. Ding! Selection successful. The disaster will be deployed in 10 seconds. The large screen, which had disappeared after the match, reappeared in the air, displaying a countdown. As the number reached 1, the screen switched to a view of a village. A beam of white light descended, and wooden houses in the village began to collapse en masse. Shadows of people were buried beneath the rubble. The screen continuously switched scenes, collapsed buildings, desperate screams, cracked roads, and fleeing crowds. Watching the unfolding scenes on the big screen, many players fell silent. Lu Ruoyan covered her mouth in disbelief. She could hardly accept that everything happening before her eyes was the result of her actions. The visual impact is far more shocking than her achieving 100 kills. Just how many lives must be lost for this? Big boss. Lin Yuan pulled Lu Ruyin into his arms, gently reassuring her, it's okay. You'll get used to it after a few more disasters. Lu Ruyin, with tears in her eyes, pulled her head out of Lin Yuan's embrace. Did I say something wrong? Lin Yuan asked, puzzled. Lu Ruyin pouted and murmured, Big boss, is this really how you comfort someone? Lin Yuan put on a serious expression and said solemnly, Lu Ruyin, I command you. Where are the others? Lin Yuan stood on the empty road. Looking around, he noticed 2 sneaky figures tiptoeing quickly towards the back of the road. Stop right there. Hey big boss. Oh no, you caught us. Lin Yuan walked up to the 2 girls with a stern face. Where do you think you're going? The tow truck girl let out a nervous laugh, contemplating how to respond. The mechanic girl, without a second thought, answered, Of course, we're trying to sneak away while you're not paying attention. The tow truck girl. Half an hour later, the 3 returned to the previous tunnel, to Lin Yuan and the mechanic girl's surprise. The tow truck girl pulled a key from her hair and unlocked the fire shutter door inside the tunnel. A brand new motorcycle was pushed out. 1 hour later, the 3 arrived at the old site of the repair shop. Looking at the giant pit before them, the 2 girls exchanged glances and jumped in unison. Lin Yuan didn't stop them. He just sat on a motorcycle quietly smoking a cigarette. Half an hour ago, he had tried using the experience card to teleport to Zone 19997, but it failed. The system notification clearly stated that the area was currently under maintenance and upgrade. Since he couldn't find Lu Ruyin, he decided to check on Wang Shihan and the others. But before that, Lin Yuan had one more thing to do, the issue of the repair shop safe that the 2 girls mentioned. He had some doubts about the authenticity of this matter, but he was confident in the girl's abilities in this regard. Time quickly passed to 6 p.m. The outside world had completely darkened. Inside the pit, the two girls were whispering to each other. Little Red Riding Hood, do you think that bastard player has left? The tow truck girl asked. Tow truck, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't call me Little Red Riding Hood. Okay, Phoenix. Little Red Riding Hood. Do you want me to take you out? Tow truck. Little Red Riding Hood clenched her fists tightly, her face twisted in a fierce threat. Although the other party couldn't see her expression clearly, she shouted, come on, kill me. The towing girl shifted her position in response. The two soon began to grapple in the giant pit. 10 minutes later, a spark ignited above the pit. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette and watched the two women, who were pulling each other's hair and covered in mud. He frowned and said, look at the time. You two better hurry up and get out of there. The two women exchanged glances. Little Red Riding Hood spoke first. Huh, why haven't you left yet? The towing girl sneered from the side. You idiot. Why would it be strange that he hasn't left? Damn it, I'll kill you. Come on, who's afraid of who? Enough. Lin Yuan unbuckled his belt, and the two women fell silent instantly. I'll count to 10. 10, 9, 8, 6. The two women stood beside Lin Yuan. Boss, where are we going? The towing girl asked. The safe? Boss, we haven't found that yet. Find what? There's no safe, okay? Little Red Riding Hood, are you out of your mind? The towing girl exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. Little Red Riding Hood scoffed, please. It's so late. I don't want to sit in this pit looking for a non-existent safe. You. The towing girl occasionally glanced at Lin Yuan's expression, but it was too dark to see clearly. Do you have family? I don't, but she seems to have a sister at home. Little Red Riding Hood replied quickly. I don't have one. Little Red Riding Hood, stop talking nonsense. The towing girl retorted, her neck stiffening. Just as Little Red Riding Hood was about to add something, Lin Yuan interrupted. He turned his gaze to the towing girl. Tonight, we're going to your house. Why are we going to my house? The towing girl asked, confused. To sleep. Then let's go to Little Red Riding Hood's house. Don't you worry about your sister being home alone and scared? Little Red Riding Hood scratched her head in confusion. Shut up. All right. Little Red Riding Hood seemed to realize something and decisively chose to stay silent. The night road was very dark, with a motorcycle's headlights being the only source of light on the road. Chapter 107. It was noon when Little Red Riding Hood sat up in bed, yawning. She looked at the girl in the trailer who was still lying under the covers. Her mind blank. It seemed that her movement had startled the other girl. The trailer girl, who had her eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide the next moment. 10 minutes later, the two girls managed to get dressed and crawled out of bed. Lin Yuan, are you there? Where are you, Lin Yuan? The apartment wasn't very big. It was a one-bedroom unit, and the bathroom was the only place where someone could hide. Little Red Riding Hood yanked open the bathroom door. It was empty. A tear slid down her cheek. With teary eyes, Little Red Riding Hood looked at the trailer girl. Schwer, have we been taken advantage of? The trailer girl coldly replied, players are never good news. After saying this, she pulled Little Red Riding Hood into a hug, gently patting her back. She quickly wiped away a tear that had just escaped the corner of her eye. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from outside the door. Could be Lin Yuan? The thought crossed both their minds simultaneously. Little Red Riding Hood opened the door from the inside, revealing a familiar face outside. Aunt Lou. Ah, Little Red Riding Hood. Did you bring your boyfriend home yesterday? Aunt Lou, you misunderstood. Hello, Aunt Lou. The trailer girl's voice came from behind Little Red Riding Hood. Oh, it's Xiao Xue. I must have heard wrong last night. By the way, you two are still single, right? Perfect. My nephew just transferred to the gas station in our district. He makes 2 gold coins a month. What do you think? Would you consider my nephew? Let me tell you, Aunt Lou continued to chatter on, completely oblivious to the girl's increasingly grim expressions. Aunt Lou, we have work-related matters to discuss, so we'll have to cut this short. The trailer girl said before slamming the door shut. Looking at the closed door, Aunt Lou spat in disdain. TCH, if it weren't for your looks, who would bother introducing you to anyone? And talking about work? The repair shop was blown up. Who doesn't T know that? Inside the room, the two girls lay sprawled on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on again. With a dark expression, the trailer girl got up barefoot and yanked open the door. Who are you? Standing there was a stylish woman in professional attire. Hello. Is this the home of Ms. Xiaohong Mao? And you are? Hello. I'm Chen Qing, the sales manager at Zhongjie Garden. Sorry. But we're not interested in buying a house. With a loud bang, the heavy door slammed shut. Who is it? Little Red Riding Hood, lounging on her bed, asked. Hi, They say they're from Zhongjia Garden selling houses, but I have no idea how they came to our door. Zhongjia Garden? I heard the houses there cost at least 2 gold coins per square meter, and the smallest ones are around 350 gold coins. There's no way we can afford that. Tell me about it. Bang, bang, bang. Let me handle this. Little Red Riding Hood quickly jumped off her bed and opened the door in just a couple of steps. Seeing this, Wang Shui didn't stop her. 3 minutes later, the door closed again. Little Red Riding Hood walked over to Wang Shui with a stack of documents in hand. Noticing the dazed expression on Wang Shui's face, she snatched the documents and began to read. After a while, Wang Shui put down the documents, rubbing her temples repeatedly. The papers clearly stated that someone had generously gifted a fully renovated 280 square meter property in Zhongjia Garden to Xiao Hongmao and Ms. Wang Shui. The property is valued at 620 gold coins. Shui, are we being sponsored by Lin Yuan? Little Red Riding Hood asked, stunned. Wang Shui replied irritably, maybe, but we can't even afford the 10 gold coins annual property fee right now. Let's just go have a look. The house is fully renovated, right? We can check for any valuable furniture, and if it comes down to it, we can sell some to cover the property fee. The two of them changed into nice clothes and went downstairs. A mid-sized car had been waiting for them for a while. When the two women appeared, Chen Qing quickly got out of the driver's seat and opened the back door for them. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived at a bustling commercial street. After a few turns, the car entered an impressive-looking residential community. 2 security guards holding batons stood at the entrance, and the car stopped in front of a tall building. Chen Qing took the 2 women to the elevator, which went straight to the 16th floor. She handed each of them a key to apartment 1601 and then bid them farewell. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, Wang Shui inserted the key into the lock and turned it to open the door. The room was dimly lit as the curtains were drawn. The 2 women exchanged glances and turned on the living room lights. Before them was a spacious sofa, followed by a dining table, a shoe cabinet, and all the necessary furniture. Every appliance was also present. Little Red Riding Hood lay back on the living room sofa, her adorable little feet resting on the coffee table, an apple in her mouth, and she fiddled with the TV remote control. The television screen displayed scenes of players from Zone 19990 in competition, with a betting label in the upper right corner. This leisurely life was something she had never imagined before. As for Wang Shui, she sat by the window, gazing at the bustling commercial street below, her thoughts drifting far away. Actually, this isn't so bad. Ding, ding, ding. The visual display in the living room rang out with a chime, startling the 2 girls in the room. Clicking to answer, a security guard holding a Wolf Fong club appeared on the screen. Hello, Ms. Xiao. I'm a security guard downstairs. Your order of dishes from the Golden Splendor Hotel has been delivered to your room door. Please remember to pick it up when you have time. Okay, thank you. Little Red Riding Hood replied politely. The 2 girls opened the door to find 2 double-decker carts parked at the entrance. They were once again shocked by the sight. So many dishes. Forget about that. Let us bring them inside first. The 2 girls hurriedly worked together to bring in a total of 18 dishes, neatly arranged on a round table. Starved and with their stomachs growling, the 2 of them gazed at the feast before them, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Just as Little Red Riding Hood picked up her chopsticks, she suddenly put them down. I'll go wash my hands in the bathroom. Go ahead, go ahead. Wang Shui was already stuffing food into her mouth. 10 minutes later, Little Red Riding Hood still hadn't returned. After half an hour, Wang Shui, feeling somewhat uneasy, noticed that it was taking too long. Cautiously, she approached the bathroom door. The light inside was on, and she could hear the sound of running water. Just as Wang Shui was about to open the door to see what was going on, she suddenly saw 2 hands appear on the bathroom door, repeatedly pushing against the glass. Wang Shui's face turned red immediately. Inside, snippets of conversation between the 2 could be heard. Little Red Riding Hood, do you think Shui'er will be angry if she finds out we're sneaking a bite? Don't worry, brother Lin Yuan. She doesn't know. If we keep our voices down, it'll all be fine. Outside, Wang Shui clenched her teeth and balled her fists. Then, with determination, she pushed open the bathroom door. Chapter 108. It was 4 p.m., and the 3 of them were gathered around the dining table, eagerly shoveling food into their mouths. After a busy day, they were genuinely hungry at this point. An hour later, they settled onto the sofa, with Lin Yuan gently stroking the hair of the 2 girls in his arms, his gaze drifting off into the distance. Lin Yuan, will you stay? The girl in his arms, Little Red Riding Hood, asked softly, even though she knew it was unlikely. Lin Yuan didn't respond, continuing to tenderly caress the girl's hair. As evening approached, the scene was different from the previous night on the highway. The night here was still brightly lit. Suddenly, Wang Shui seemed to remember something and sat up abruptly from a sofa. Turning her gaze towards Lin Yuan, she awkwardly said, "I have a younger sister still at home. I want to bring her over to stay. What do you think? How old is your sister?" Lin Yuan asked seriously. "She is 18 years and 1 month old." "Wait, why do you want to know that?" Lin Yuan cleared his throat and replied, "As your man, I think it's natural to care about your sister's situation, right?" With a suspicious glance at Lin Yuan, Wang Shui furrowed her brow in thought for a moment before deciding it would be safer to bring her sister over. She picked up the keys from the coffee table and prepared to head out. "Wait a second." Lin Yuan took out a pouch containing 50 gold coins from his system backpack and handed it to her. "Remember to buy some food on your way back. Isn't this a bit too much?" Wang Shui said earnestly. Lin Yuan smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that much. Go ahead and spend it." Compared to the prices in places like the competition arenas or shopping centers, the prices in the local residential areas could be said to be more than 10 times cheaper. So, for Wang Shui, this 50 gold coins felt like a small fortune. Looking at Lin Yuan with gratitude, Wang Shui gave him a big hug and then turned to leave the room. Little Red Riding Hood nestled closer in Lin Yuan's embrace, suddenly looking up at him and whispering with a hint of melancholy, "Isn't having us two enough? You really are greedy. Shall we go to the room now?" Lin Yuan suggested tentatively. Little Red Riding Hood's face flushed crimson as she playfully punched Lin Yuan's chest. Leaning in closer to his ear, she bit her lip and whispered, "How about a little excitement?" Lin Yuan's pupils widened in surprise. Little Red Riding Hood shyly pointed towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yuan understood immediately. 2 hours later, Wang Shui was holding a girl's hand as she opened the door to room 1601. Staring at the scattered toilet paper and the messy sofa, I suddenly understood everything. A flush crept onto my cheeks. Just as I was about to turn to my sister and say something, I saw her already stepping into the room ahead of me. "Wow, sis, this place is huge. Is this your new home with Little Red Riding Hood?" she exclaimed. "Hey, what's this? Don't touch that." Wang Shui snatched the toilet paper from her sister's hands. "I'm sorry, sis," the little girl apologized, but her eyes were darting around mischievously. "I'm going to choose a room." After saying that, she dashed off toward the few rooms. Wang Shui sighed helplessly. Her sister had always been quite the clever one since childhood. Reaching the bathroom door, she heard the sound of running water and confirmed that the two of them must be showering inside. Grabbing a broom from the kitchen, Wang Shui headed to the living room to start her cleanup mission. Her sister's name was Wang Yueling. In the hallway, Wang Yueling entered 2 rooms in quick succession, but she wasn't satisfied with either. It wasn't until she reached the 3rd room, where the bedroom door was slightly ajar, that she thought, Little Red Riding Hood must be inside. Peering through the crack in the door, she saw only darkness. Feeling playful, she took off her slippers and tiptoed into the room, gently closing the door behind her. Lin Yuan lay under the covers on the bed, and the moment the door clicked shut, he caught sight of a face that looked strikingly like Wang Shui's. "Oh, Wang Shui is back," he thought, but her sneaky demeanor made him wonder if she was up to something. Lin Yuan understood. He lay still in bed, playing along with her little act. A whiff of bluebell perfume filled his nostrils. He twitched his nose, realizing something was off. If he remembered correctly, Wang Shui's scent should have been the reverse pair's fragrance. This contrast was a bit too much. In the next moment, a pair of hands grabbed him. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise. "A guy," Wang Yueling gasped. "Wow, Shui is quite the prankster," Lin Yuan whispered, pulling her into his embrace. In the darkness, although Wang Yueling felt a bit nervous, this was her home, and her sister was outside. Mustering her courage, she asked too, "Who are you?" Lin Yuan paused for a moment. Since Wang Shui enjoyed this kind of role-playing, he decided to play along. He confidently replied, "I'm a thief. Keep your voice down, or I'll have to get rid of you." As soon as he said that, he felt her body tremble slightly in his arms. Wow, unexpectedly, she plays this quite well, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In front of the bathroom door, Wang Shui hesitated for 3 seconds and shouted to the person inside, "Little Red Riding Hood, can you grab the mop for me? The mop is right at the bathroom door. You can get it yourself." Inside the room, Wang Yueling's heart raced. What should she do? Just moved into a new house and found herself in this situation. Should she try to resist? It probably wouldn't end badly, right? Taking a deep breath, Wang Yueling opened her mouth, ready to shout a couple of words. But her lips were suddenly covered. Feeling the beautiful girl in her arms struggle desperately, Lin Yuan couldn't help but admire her. She was really getting into character. An hour later, the bathroom door swung open, and Little Red Riding Hood emerged wrapped in a bathrobe. Upon seeing the tidied-up living room, she showed a look of surprise. Wang Shui peeked out from the kitchen, casting a suspicious glance at Little Red Riding Hood, and teased, "Why did it take you and Lin Yuan so long to take a shower? Is it Lin Yuan? Wasn't he lying in the bedroom? Didn't you see him when you came back?" Little Red Riding Hood asked curiously. Bang! The sound of a plate dropping. Wang Shui flung open the bedroom door. Lin Yuan, holding the beautiful girl, looked towards the door. Wang Shui? Half an hour later, the three women sat around the dining table discussing. Lin Yuan moved a stool and sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, smoking. Wang Yueling earnestly explained to the two women, "Sister, Little Red Riding Hood, you have to believe me. Lin Yuan is really my boyfriend. We've known each other since elementary school. I was in 2nd grade and he was in 6th. The two women exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. The kids have grown up. Chapter 109. On the commercial street of the residential area, Lin Yuan wore frog-eye sunglasses perched on his nose, holding Wang Shui's hand with his left and Little Red Riding Hood's hand with his right, while Wang Yueling followed closely behind. This scene drew envious glances from many passers-by. "Lin Yuan, I want ice cream, the most expensive one," Wang Yueling shouted from behind, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Buy it." "Lin Yuan, I want to eat a lobster. One that's bigger than your head." "Buy it." "I want to eat." "Buy it." "Hey, Lin Yuan, where are we going?" "Just a stroll around." The four of them first arrived at a clothing store. Lin Yuan was secretly amazed by the post-apocalyptic style outfits, surprised that the locals were also keeping up with trends. After browsing a few more shops, the girls had accumulated several shopping bags. They then made their way to a barbecue restaurant called Madman's Grill. The place was packed with people, and the rows of seats at the entrance were all occupied. When the waitress saw the four of them enter, she quickly came over to take charge. "Do you have a private room?" Lin Yuan inquired, casually handing her a gold coin. The waitress stared at the gold coin in her hand, momentarily stunned, before breaking into a brilliant smile. "Yes, we do. Please, esteemed guest, this way." The other diners, noticing this scene, felt no surprise. In their world, having money was everything, and this was completely normal. The group was led by the waitress to a private room on the 2nd floor, where they were attended to by another stunningly beautiful waitress. "Gentlemen and ladies, we have 2 menus for you. Please take your time to look them over. I'll be right outside. Just call me when you're ready to order." As the door closed, the group began to flip through the menus. Both menus were printed on paper and appeared similar at first glance, but after reading the prices, the girls were left in shock. Lin Yuan, however, thought it was just about average. The prices on the regular menu were listed in silver coins, with common ingredients like chicken, pork, beef, and lamb priced around 2080 silver coins per dish. The other menu, however, labeled these meat items with levels, LV1 to LV6. For instance, LV1 was for a wandering chicken, LV3 for a running pig, LV4 for a mountain goat, and LV6 for snowflake beef. The prices for these ingredients range from 16 gold coins each. "Lin Yuan, maybe we should stick to the regular menu," Wang Shui said, weighing her remaining 20 gold coins with a worried expression. Little Red Riding Hood agreed with her. As for Wang Yueling, who had been incessantly shouting to buy things, she had fallen silent at this moment. Lin Yuan found it amusing. He never expected that the girls, who had been so extravagant, would suddenly become frugal when it was time to eat. The door to the private room swung open, and a stunningly attractive waitress walked in with a smile. "Sir, ladies, have you decided on your orders?" Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively, 2 of everything on the meat section of the menu. The waitress's eyes widened in surprise. "Sir, are you really sure you want to order that much?" "Absolutely." "All right, sir. We have a policy here. If you spend over 50 gold coins on the premium menu, the meat on the regular menu is free. Your total comes to 62 gold coins, and with the service charge, it's 63 gold coins. After you settle the bill, we'll give you a bottle of vintage red wine from the 19998 District Winery. Would you like to settle the bill now, or?" Lin Yuan pulled out 65 gold coins from his system pouch and placed them on the table. "Count it. Isn't that 63 gold coins?" The waitress bit her lip and bent down to pick up the coins from the table. Lin Yuan took a casual glance and felt a twinge of disappointment. She had actually shortchanged him. "Sir, that's 65 gold coins." "Oh, consider the extra as your tip." The waitress's eyes lit up. "Thank you, sir. A slip of paper fluttered from her hand, landing perfectly on Lin Yuan's lap. The waitress took the menu and stepped back out. Lin Yuan unfolded the note and glanced at it before casually tossing it into the nearby trash can. It contained a long string of phone numbers and a room number from a hotel near the shopping street. Although the waitress was indeed stunning, Lin Yuan had no intention of becoming some so-called explosive expert. At the dining table, the girls were laughing and chatting. 10 minutes later, 4 more waitresses entered the private room, each assigned to serve one diner. Lin Yuan thought that rather than enjoying their service, it would be more satisfying to grill the meat himself. Having eaten less than half, he had already sent the waitresses away. Inside the room, laughter echoed, while outside, the waitresses lined up, receiving a scolding from their supervisor. As the clock struck 9 p.m., after a day of shopping, the group returned to the Zhongjie Garden community, where new security patrols had been established. 7 or 8 security guards, armed with batons, shone their flashlights around the community, checking for suspicious individuals. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and the girls return, they greeted them with smiles. In the bathroom, the 3 girls were giggling and playing around. Lin Yuan attempted to rush in several times, but was repeatedly pushed and pulled back by the girls. Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window, his thoughts drifting far away once again. It was the first truly relaxing day he had experienced since arriving in this road world. After waiting for 20 minutes and seeing that the girls had not yet returned, Lin Yuan decided to head back to the bedroom alone. Lying on the soft, large bed, he felt an incredible sense of comfort wash over him, and before long, he fell into a deep sleep. An hour later, the bathroom door opened and the 3 girls, wrapped in bathrobes, sat down on the living room sofa. "Where's Lin Yuan?" Little Red Riding Hood asked, puzzled. "He should be in the bedroom." "I'll go check," Wang Yueling said, bouncing down the hallway to the bedroom. 2 minutes later, Wang Yueling returned to the living room, dragging her feet. "What's wrong?" Wang Shui asked curiously. "He's asleep," Wang Yueling pouted. "Well, should we just leave him be tonight?" Little Red Riding Hood suggested, scratching her head. Wang Shui scoffed. "You've had your fill. I'm still hungry." Little Red Riding Hood. Wang Yueling looked at her sister in surprise, wondering when she had become so fierce. "How about we go wake him up together?" Little Red Riding Hood proposed tentatively. "No way. I'm afraid he might not take it well." "Let's do it one by one," Wang Shui said seriously. Wang Yueling. Little Red Riding Hood. An hour and a half later, the second person entered the room. "I'll go first," Wang Shui said, not waiting for the others to respond as she stepped into the bedroom. The 2 girls on the sofa exchanged glances. Lin Yuan, deep in a slumber, sensed a change on his lips and instinctively opened his eyes, letting out a soft, muffled sound. Chapter 1:10. As the clock struck 8 a.m., Lin Yuan broke free from the 3 octopuses that had been clinging to him. Supporting his waist, he sat up in bed. He quietly climbed out of bed and made his way to the living room, where he settled down on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and focused on the player competition being broadcasted on the TV screen. In the upper right corner of the screen, a betting interface for the match appeared. There were a total of 10 players available for betting, with odds generally ranging from 1-4. The odds for the top 3 players were all 1-1. The maximum betting amount was capped at 1,000 gold coins, with a betting fee of 5 of the total amount. If the player you bet on wins the match, the house would charge an additional 10 fee on the bettor's winnings. After reviewing the betting rules, Lin Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. His total balance of gold coins in the system backpack was now 4,038 coins. After setting aside 1,000 coins for the 3 women, he was left with 3,038 coins. He turned his gaze back to the big screen. A hidden prompt chimed in Lin Yuan's mind. The player ranked 7th, Gu Hongyu, had an advantage with modified vehicles, achieving a top speed of 65 km/h. The betting ratio was 1-3, and it was recommended to place a bet on her, with an 85% chance of making a small profit. Hearing this, a smile crept onto Lin Yuan's face. He knew a money-making opportunity had arrived. Approaching the touchscreen TV, Lin Yuan performed a series of actions and, after facial recognition, successfully placed a bet on the player named Gu Hongyu. He then took out a pouch containing 1,000 gold coins from his system backpack, placed it on a coffee table, and left a note. From his backpack, he retrieved a cross-region experience card. As Katarina's business flourished, the regions available for the experience card had gradually increased. Now, there were 100 teleportation areas covering the range between districts 198, 991, 9999. After using the experience card, selecting the teleportation area and character location coordinates, Lin Yuan vanished from the living room. The bedroom door swung open quickly, and the three women, disheveled, rushed into the living room. After searching in vain, they each sat down on the sofa, looking disappointed. Their eyes inadvertently fell upon the pouch of coins and the note beneath it. The note contained little more than a simple message wishing them well and the name of the player they could bet on. The name gradually faded, leaving the women intrigued. After a brief discussion, they decided to pull together 800 coins to place a bet on the now completely vanished player's name. On a rural dirt road, Luo Shuihan drove a three-wheeled motorcycle, carrying the unconscious Wang Shihan, speeding over one dirt mound after another. She murmured softly, "We're almost there, just a little further." Wang Shihan lay in the back of the truck, her face now a dark purple hue. A noticeable tear on her right arm was oozing pus. The three-wheeled motorcycle finally came to a stop at the entrance of a farmhouse. Aunt Lu had been waiting at the door and quickly grabbed surgical tools from her medical kit upon seeing Wang Shihan in the truck. She began performing an open-air surgery, cutting away the rotten flesh from Wang Shihan's calf, while saying, "Shuihan, oh, Aunt Lu, what can we do? After treating this girl, we won't have enough money left to stay here." Aunt Lu replied, "I understand. Good, as long as you know." Outside the village, Lin Yuan was feeling quite frustrated. He had just arrived and immediately saw the motorcycle departing, only to be surrounded by zombies. With no other choice, he unbuckled his belt and engaged in a stress-free slaughter, taking nearly 10 minutes to dispatch over 100 attacking zombies. Once the area was cleared of some severed limbs and a good number of silver coins, Lin Yuan found a shiny gold coin among them. After cleaning up the battlefield, he collected a total of 180 silver coins, 1 gold coin, and a blood-stained half-sleeve. He pulled out his pickup truck from the system backpack and drove into the small village. The bumpy road brought him a long-lost joy of driving. The pickup finally stopped at the farmhouse entrance. A chubby little boy ran out from the yard, looking at Lin Yuan, who was smoking in the driver's seat. The boy waved his skinny arms. "Uncle, are you here to see my grandma for a checkup?" Coughing, Lin Yuan playfully flicked the boy's forehead and smiled, "Little guy, your head is really hard. Come on, let Uncle give you another flick." The boy began to cry, and a young man wielding a baseball bat emerged from the yard, glaring fiercely at Lin Yuan in the driver's seat. He shouted, "You made my son cry." A system prompt appeared, character panel being generated. Name, Zhang Earl of age, 21 position, caddy at the 1980 golf course character level, LV12 prompt. You can easily take him out now. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Yuan chuckled. With a cigarette in his mouth, he stepped out of the pickup. Swinging his belt, he sent Zhang Earl's baseball bat flying into the air. Before the other could react, Lin Yuan delivered 12 quick flicks to Zhang Earl's head. Tears welled up in Zhang Earl's eyes as he crouched down, holding his head and hissing in pain. The little guy, seeing this, stopped crying and dashed into the yard, calling for help. Lin Yuan squatted beside him and handed over a cigarette. "Want a whole one, bro?" "Oh, it's Huazi." Zhang Earl took the cigarette and lit it up. "Buddy, let me tell you, our little rascal is always a handful. You really handled him well this time." Hearing this, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then patted the guy on the shoulder and handed over the remaining half a pack of cigarettes. "Thanks, big brother." Just as Lin Yuan stood up, he saw the little guy dragging a middle-aged woman in a white coat out of the house. "Grandma, this is the uncle who flicked my forehead. My dad even cried because of him." "Hey kid, don't talk nonsense. This is your dad's friend. Come here and call him uncle," said the young man. The little one tugged at the woman's white coat. "All right, since everyone knows each other, let us just forget about it." With that, Aunt Lu dragged the little guy back into the yard. Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward the yard. Just then, Luo Shuihan was helping Wang Shihan walk out. She spotted Lin Yuan standing at the door immediately. "Boss." Luo Shuihan suddenly pushed Wang Shihan away and leaped into Lin Yuan's arms. "Wang Shihan." Lin Yuan. In the pickup truck, Lin Yuan steered with one hand while, under the guidance of the two women, he drove into an even more remote village. Chapter 111. Everyone got out of the car, and Lin Yuan followed the two women into a clean little courtyard. In the center of the yard, a large pot was set up with two women and a man gathered around, adding firewood. When they saw the newcomers, the three of them hurried over. "Sister Sure, Sister Luo, you're back." "Oh, Sister Sure, you're injured again. Who are you? If you have nothing to do, I think you can leave," the man said, looking warily at Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan had heard a lot about the hardships the two women had faced during their journey, seeing their living conditions still made him feel a pang of sadness. He couldn't imagine how they had endured these days. Glancing around the yard at the 5 tents, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to the 2 women. Which 2 tents are yours? I'll help you move them. Hey, I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? The man was a bit annoyed. He had been eyeing Wang Shihan and the other woman for quite some time. Seeing the ducks he had almost caught fly away, he was unwilling to let them go. Lin Yuan merely shot a sidelong glance at him, unfazed by the man's barking. After the 2 women pointed out which tents were theirs, Lin Yuan began to move their belongings to the pickup truck. Are you 2 really moving away? Can I come with you? Asked a petite and cute girl. Yeah, I don't want to stay here either. Please take me with you. Another girl chimed in. Wang Shihan didn't respond, instead looking at Luo Shuihan. Luo Shuihan awkwardly shrugged her shoulders. Sorry, Xiaomi, Xiaolian, we didn't say anything about that. The 2 girls exchanged puzzled glances. Sister, isn't that man your friend? Wang Shihan shook her head firmly. No, he is our boss. Boss? Is he the boss you mentioned? The 2 girls looked shocked. The male player in the yard showed disdain. He didn't believe Wang Shihan's words. At some point, he had drawn a dark dagger and was walking towards Lin Yuan, who was still loading the truck. 1 minute later, Lin Yuan walked back into the courtyard, dragging the nearly unconscious male player and tossing him on the ground, signaling the 2 women to get in the truck. The pickup truck carried the 3 of them down the country road, heading towards the county town. Who were those people just now? Lin Yuan asked. Luo Shuihan answered from the back seat. They were our temporary team members. Wang Shihan chimed in. Yeah, just temporary team members. Oh, the pickup truck sped along, eventually arriving at the only guest house in the county town. After paying 1 gold coin, the guest house owner gave Lin Yuan the biggest room available for the 3 of them. 3 decent-looking lunch boxes were provided. The 3 of them entered the room, and the 8-centimeter thick steel door offered them a sense of security. The room appeared clean, indicating that it was regularly maintained. They settled down on the sofa and began discussing recent events. Through the 2 women's recounting, Lin Yuan learned about the main survival tasks and rules in Zone 19980. The survival theme in this area was centered not around road competitions, but rather on killing zombies. Players' primary mission was to hunt zombies on various types of roads. Initially, most players would choose to hunt zombies in remote areas such as villages and towns. The main reason for this was that the zombies in these locations were of a lower level, posing less danger, making survival easier for players. However, as players spent more time in the area, the system would issue an increasing number of zombie-killing tasks. At this point, many players opted to venture into cities to hunt zombies. This would reset the tasks issued by the system, reducing the number of zombies they needed to kill. By killing zombies, players could earn currency to exchange for food, medicine, and other resources at local shops. Additionally, they could level up through these hunts. Once a player reached level 10, they would be teleported to the competition arena of the zone to complete a match. The winner would be sent to another area for a new round of road survival. Alternatively, a player could choose to stay in the current zone after winning and, upon reaching level 12, be forcibly removed from the area. The advantage of this choice was that when the player was teleported to another area, they would not find themselves in a lower rank position. After understanding the rules, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled that his task list had a mission to kill zombies, and he thought he must have completed it by now. He opened the system task panel. Kill 10 zombies. Reward item, character upgrade card 1, completed. Reward not claimed, kill 15 zombies. Reward item, character upgrade card 1, exceeded. Progress 10815. Task reward increased to 7 times. Reward not claimed. Lin Yuan clicked to claim the reward. Ding! Congratulations. You have completed the zombie killing task. The reward has been automatically deposited into your system backpack. Opening the system backpack, Lin Yuan saw 8 character upgrade cards inside and couldn't help but let out a loud, goose-like laugh. The 2 women, who had been closely observing Lin Yuan's expression, instinctively leaned slightly away from him on the sofa. After not seeing Lin Yuan for so long, they were uncertain if the Lin Yuan who was now laughing like a goose might have some mental issues. The laughter abruptly stopped, and Lin Yuan looked at the 2 women in confusion, extending his arms to pull them into a hug. What is going on with you 2? Hey, my calf still hurts a bit. How about I let Shuihan keep you company tonight? Wang Shihan said cautiously, covering the bandaged injury on her calf with her hand. Ouch, my arm. Boss, can I take it easy for a bit? My old injury has flared up. Luo Shuihan replied, just as carefully. Lin Yuan furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the exposed fair skin of the 2 girls. Their skin was still as pale as ever, but but there were quite a few scars now. Is there a way to fix this? The two girls exchanged glances, hesitating before replying. Besides leveling up, there's another way, buying a topical ointment. And how much does that cost? Lin Yuan asked. Luo Shuihan lowered her head and whispered, it's quite expensive. How much? 10 gold coins for a tube of 5G detox scar ointment. How many tubes would be enough? The two girls looked up at Lin Yuan simultaneously. In their hearts, they wondered when their boss had become so accommodating. Why are you looking at me? Just say it. How many tubes do we need? The girls counted the scars on their bodies and hesitated. How about 3 tubes, boss? Some of the smaller scars will disappear on their own once we level up to the next tier. All right, I got it. You two don't need to worry about the rest. Lin Yuan scanned the room and spotted a landline phone. Next to it, there were 7 or 8 small cards of various designs. Some had images of beautiful women for companionship. Others featured ladles for dining. Some showed bathtubs for bathing. And one even had a blood-dripping syringe symbol for a hospital. Chapter 112. Boss, don't trust those phone numbers on the little cards. They all charge extra fees when you call. Wang Shihan shouted from his side. Lin Yuan glanced at her curiously. Have you been here before? Wang Shihan froze. She had indeed been here. However, she had only stayed for a day, and she and Luo Shuihan had spent all their money. That was over 200 gold coins. She didn't dare to tell Lin Yuan. Let's not talk about that, boss. Lin Yuan put down the phone and frowned at Wang Shihan. Speak. Under Lin Yuan's cold gaze, Wang Shihan finally confessed everything honestly. After hearing how she had spent over 200 gold coins, Lin Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was hard to feel sorry for her. Knowing that this was a survival world, she still chose to spend money on some so-called safety charms. If those things actually worked, then everyone would just stop trying to survive. Lin Yuan dialed the hotel front desk. The call was answered immediately. A young man's voice came through the receiver. Dear guest in room 666, hello. This is the night no one stays in front desk. How may I assist you? Do you offer purchasing services? Sib. What do you mean by purchasing services? Raising an eyebrow at the implication in the man's tone, Lin Yuan replied, I want something special. Oh, sir, please hang up for a moment, and a professional staff member will contact you shortly. Wait a second. Is there anything else, sir? What does the regular purchasing service include? Oh, the regular purchasing service includes medicines, food, daily necessities, clothing, and so on. All right, first, give me a whole table of dishes and throw in some fruits. Also, give me 10 tubes of detoxifying and scar-removing ointment and 2 sets of fun lingerie. Sir, do you have any specifications for the dishes? 10 gold coins for the table. Okay, sir, including the service fee, you will need to pay us 128 gold coins. Okay, I'll leave the money at the door. Lin Yuan took out a pouch containing 130 gold coins and tossed it by the door. Thank you, sir, goodbye. Not long after Lin Yuan hung up, a buzzing sound came from the nightstand. When he opened it, he found an old-fashioned mobile phone. The screen was scratched and barely legible. Lin Yuan pressed the answer button. A charming female voice came through the receiver. Sir, I'm a staff member from the night without guest players in. I heard you're interested in special services. Tell me, what special services do you offer? Well, we provide leveling services for players, 1,000 gold coins per level, limited to players between levels 5 to 10. We also offer player elimination services for levels 5 to 9, priced at 500 to 2, 500 gold coins. Additionally, we facilitate transactions between male and female players. Male players cost 100 to 500 gold coins each, while female players are 200 to 1,000 gold coins each. Also limited to levels 5 to 9. These are the prices for this area, but players from other regions can also trade, although the prices there are at least 10 times higher. After hearing this, Lin Yuan asked a question. Can trades happen within a 5,000 gold coin range? There was silence on the other end of the line. A girl in a quirky outfit lay on her bed, her small feet swinging playfully. She pouted at the microphone, and then the call was abruptly disconnected. Lin Yuan knew his question was futile. Suddenly, there was a knock at the hotel room door. Luo Shuihan took 2 big strides to the door and opened it. She had heard clearly that Lin Yuan had ordered a large feast. Who are you? At the door stood a cute girl from the anime world, who walked straight into the room without saying a word. Hey, wait a minute. Luo Shuihan shouted after the girl. Just then, 2 staff members pushing a cart appeared at the door. Seeing Luo Shuihan, they smiled and said, Hello, ma'am. Here are the dishes you ordered. Please check to see if everything is satisfactory. If there are no issues, I'll bring the food into the room right away. Remembering that Lin Yuan was still inside, Luo Shuehan began checking the dishes on the cart. The girl put her hands on her hips and pointed at Lin Yuan. So, you are, huh? Lin Yuan? You know me? I don't. Lin Yuan unbuckled his belt. If you dare to touch me, I'll call my cousin and deal with you. Shirhan, take off your socks. Oh, okay, big shot. The girl backed into a corner, crossing her arms defensively, and pulled out a phone, dialing a number. Lin Yuan delivered an elbow strike that knocked her out. A familiar voice was heard on the line. Xiaoxin, what's up? Lin Yuan answered the phone. Is that you, Sister Lena? Oh, Lin Yuan. How did you get Xiaoxin's number? Lin Yuan recounted the events that had transpired with the anime girl. Laughter echoed through the microphone. Is that so? My cousin is actually quite innocent. If you don't mind, you can give it a try. The call ended, but Katarina's laughter still lingered in Lin Yuan's ears. The innkeeper had already set the meal on the table in the room, ignoring the anime girl tied up in the corner. The door was closed from the outside, and the three of them happily enjoyed the sumptuous feast. After the meal, Lin Yuan began applying ointment to the two girls. The ointment worked remarkably well. In less than 5 minutes, the scars faded and the skin became smoother. Just as Lin Yuan was about to proceed with the next step, he heard a whimper from the corner of the room. Xiang, feed her a banana. He pulled the sock out of the anime girl's mouth. And before she could say anything, Wang Shirhan stuffed a peeled banana into her mouth. The sound of chewing followed. Lin Yuan, I'm feeding her another one. More chewing sounds filled the room. Lin Yuan, EM. She continued feeding the anime girl bananas, a total of 12, until the girl finally settled down. The anime girl chewed cautiously, looking pitifully at Lin Yuan. All right, now you can talk. Burp. My cousin is Katarina. So what? The girl blinked a couple of times. Yeah, so what? She pondered the question, noticing the girl deep in thought. Lin Yuan decided to give her some space and shifted his attention to Wang Shirhan and the other girl. Their cheeks were flushed. Wang Shirhan spoke up, boss. I'm going to take a shower first. With that, she hurriedly dashed into the bathroom. Seeing this, Luo Shuehan was about to make a similar excuse to leave, but was too late. A strong arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her off the ground. A deep, magnetic voice whispered in her ear. Then let us start with you. Chapter 113. In the corner of the room, a cute two-dimensional girl pushed herself forward with all her might. Her delicate little face was flushed red. The bathroom door swung open, and Wang Shirhan emerged, wrapped in a bathrobe. She walked to the balcony and casually drew the curtains. Instantly, the room was plunged into darkness, leaving only the sound of a few breaths. The cute girl let out a long sigh. Finally, she didn't have to witness that eye-watering scene anymore. Her bloodshot eyes slowly closed. The next moment, the girl realized something was off. Why was she floating? Lin Yuan's voice came from beside her. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Your cousin said she's giving you to me. This can't be happening. The girl's eyes widened, even though she still couldn't make out much of the man's outline. She said, you're very tender. Hee, it's your turn now. Woo. Before long, it was 9 p.m. In the surprised gaze of the front desk staff at the inn, Lin Yuan led the three girls out of the inn's front door. Boss, where are you going? A plump woman rushed out of the inn and spoke to the two-dimensional girl. The cute girl glanced at her with annoyance. I'm going out to take care of some things. You stay here and watch the shop tonight. But I, triple pay. The plump woman's chest thumped with excitement. Don't worry, boss, go ahead. On the highway leading to the city, a pickup truck with its hazard lights flashing moved towards the city at a speed of 12 kilometers h. Wang Shirhan was driving, while Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his mouth. Gao Xinxin, do you really think this plan of yours will work? In the back seat, the once innocent-looking two-dimensional girl now had a hint of charm in her expression. Don't worry, Lingo. I'm more than familiar with this business of leveling up players. The pickup truck had been driving on the highway for half an hour, but unfortunately, they still hadn't encountered a single zombie. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Gao Xinxin what was going on again, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from both sides of the road. Zombies were coming. The pickup truck came to a stop on the highway, and Lin Yuan and Gao Xinxin got out simultaneously. As they watched the horde of zombies drawing closer to the pickup truck, they brandished their weapons and charged forward. Countless severed limbs and broken arms flew across the road, and the stench of blood splattered everywhere. In response, Wang Shirhan, sitting in the driver's seat, had turned on the windshield wipers for a full 10 minutes. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was knocking on the driver's side window. Lin Yuan's voice came from outside the car. Shirhan, Shuehan, hurry up and get out to finish them off. 20 minutes later, the pickup truck set off toward the city again. At this point, Wang Shirhan and her friend had reached level 9. In just a few hours, they had leveled up twice. Normally, they wouldn't have even dared to think about such progress, but with Lin Yuan's arrival, everything seemed to fall into place. 3 minutes ago, Lin Yuan received a system notification. His inventory had credited him with 700 gold coins, bringing his total balance to over 5,000 gold coins, specifically 524 coins. This made Lin Yuan feel an unprecedented sense of pride. He was determined to take the girls out for a nice meal in the city. After driving for over an hour on the highway, the group finally entered the city before midnight, with Gao Xinxin guiding them. The pickup truck navigated the winding streets and eventually arrived at a bustling food stall. Outside, there were numerous round tables, but only a few diners were present. The pickup truck parked by the roadside, and the group casually found a spot to sit down. "Boss, we're ready to order," Gao Xinxin shouted loudly. A few nearby players turned to whisper among themselves at Gao Xinxin's boldness. Player A said, "Do you guys know her? She's got some serious guts. Isn't she afraid the boss will kick her out?" Player B replied, "I heard the owner here really hates it when customers shout like that." Player C added, "I suspect these folks might actually be locals." Suddenly, a woman in her early 30s, swaying her hips like a snake and wielding a butcher's knife, approached Lin Yuan and the others with a stern expression. But as soon as she recognized Gao Xinxin at the table, a smile broke out on her face. "Oh, ISNT, this boss Gao from the guest house. Your presence really brightens up this little place. Come on, Hong Jia, just bring out whatever is good to eat. And make sure to bring 4 cases of beer too." "Sure thing. I'll start with a plate of spicy crayfish for you all." "Thanks, Hong Jia." The woman swayed her way back to the kitchen. Several players at the food stall cast envious glances at Lin Yuan's table. As drinks flowed and plates were passed around, Lin Yuan managed to gather a lot of information from Gao Xinxin regarding the 19,980 area. According to her, this area only had one type of threat: zombies. Compared to other regions, it was more suitable for human survival. However, the local population was limited, which had hindered development in this area. Moreover, and most importantly, this area hasn't had a supervisor willing to take over for a long time, and the reasons remain a mystery. A few people chatted casually while eating, and gradually, the already sparsely populated food stall was left with just their table. The owner's wife approached with a glass in hand. "Boss Gao, aren't you going to introduce your friends?" Gao Xinxin lifted her glass and said, "This is Luo Shuihan, a few years older than me, a fellow player from our district." The owner's wife clinked glasses with her. They both downed their drinks. "This is Wang Shirhan, my sister." They clinked another glass. "And this is Lin Yuan, my brother-in-law, my cousin's husband, and also my boyfriend." The owner's wife's smile froze, and she looked at Gao Xinxin in surprise. Gao Xinxin rolled her eyes dramatically. "You don't need to look at me like that. I'm just stating the facts." The owner's wife stared at Lin Yuan for a couple of seconds, puzzled about how this man had managed to win over all the women at the table. Her gaze slowly drifted down, wondering if he had some extraordinary charm. "Come on, Mr. Lin, I'll toast to you." Lin Yuan raised his glass and clinked it with the owner's wife. They both downed their drinks. The moment their eyes met, a crackling sound came from the power pole above them. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and darkness enveloped the area. About a minute passed, and blinding flames lit up above them. The old wiring had sparked a fire due to years of neglect. A pickup truck made its way toward a residential area in the city. Lin Yuan looked out the window. "Boss," Wang Shirhan said, staring at half of Lin Yuan's face. "What is wrong? You have something on your face." "What?" "A lipstick mark." Lin Yuan hastily wiped his face. "Is there more?" "Yes." "Where?" "Point out." "Boss, it's smudged all over your face." Lin Yuan. Chapter 114. As the clock struck 10 a.m., a pickup truck carrying a few people drove along a rural dirt road. Due to the mission assigned to Wang Shirhan and her companion by the system, which involved clearing out zombies near the village, the group had only managed to grab a quick breakfast at a roadside stall in the city before heading back to the countryside. After 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at a location known as Taitu Village, which was essentially a zombie processing factory. This place was the source of a zombie outbreak in the area. Before Lin Yuan arrived, Wang Shirhan and her companion didn't dare to linger around the village. The pickup truck stopped at the village entrance, and as they looked out at the rows of approaching zombies in the distance, even Lin Yuan, a level 15 player, felt a shiver run down his spine. Although the zombies were generally between levels 5 and 8, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, so many that they seemed to stretch endlessly. Wang Shihan gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gaze fixed on a mass of zombies slowly closing in on them. Boss, are we just going to charge in like this? At that moment, the three women in the truck turned their eyes toward Lin Yuan. He swallowed hard. With a couple of hundred zombies, he was confident he could take them down with a belt. With 400 or 500, he could manage with a hoe, fighting his way in and out. But with tens of thousands? Forget it. He wanted to live a little longer. Step on the gas, turn around. Got it, boss. Wang Shihan pressed the accelerator, and the pickup truck successfully plunged into the zombie horde. The vehicle stalled. Lin Yuan, Luo Shuihan, Gao Xin, Wang Shihan, slightly panicked, tried to restart the engine, but couldn't get it to turn over. Outside, a cacophony of pounding noises erupted against the vehicle. Lin Yuan sighed and pulled 3 tubes of detoxifying scar ointment from his inventory, applying them generously to various parts of his body. In the back seat, Gao Xin hesitated, then pulled out a spray bottle, cracked open a window, and began spraying wildly outside. What happened next was shocking. The zombies gathered at the left window. Their decaying nostrils twitching began to disperse slowly. Wang Shihan and Luo Shuihan, who witnessed this, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, covering their mouths. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained focused on applying the ointment. He casually glanced at the girls' astonished expressions before pushing the car door open. With his left hand swinging the belt and his right hand wielding the hoe, he launched a fierce attack on the surrounding zombies. Inside the truck, Wang Shihan successfully restarted the vehicle and was ecstatic. She shifted gears, pressed the accelerator, and pulled the handbrake, causing the pickup to spin around in a drift before speeding deeper into Taitu village, putting more distance between them and the horde. Lin Yuan. The pickup truck was driving at a speed of 60 km/h for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, a voice came from the back seat. Shihan, it seems the boss hasn't gotten in yet. What? Speak louder. I can't hear you. Wang Shihan was still quietly cheering for her smooth, drifting skills deep down. I said, the boss hasn't gotten in yet. Suddenly, the truck came to a stop on a dirt slope with a screech. Wang Shihan turned her gaze to the passenger seat, her face flushed with excitement, suddenly turning pale. The car fell silent. Wang Shihan's voice broke the quiet. Sister Shui, do you think Lin Yuan will think I tried to kill him on purpose? Hee. The pickup truck made a U-turn and set off again towards the direction of Taitu village. Hopefully, it's not too late. Having just taken down a horde of zombies, Lin Yuan couldn't care less about picking up the loot scattered on the ground. He was sprinting wildly into the distance. Fortunately, he was fast enough that the zombies trailing behind couldn't keep up with his pace. But zombies don't get tired. Lin Yuan couldn't sustain this kind of burst for long. Luckily, he spotted the pickup truck racing towards him in the distance and let out a sigh of relief. Help was on the way. He waved frantically at Wang Shihan in the driver's seat. Hey, there's a zombie blocking the road. Luo Shuihan stretched her neck to look ahead and exclaimed, wow, it really is one. Have zombies evolved to this extent now? Gao Xin also leaned forward from the back seat. That zombie looks so strange. It almost looks like a person. Wang Shihan honked the horn a couple of times. What's so strange about it? Aren't zombies just people who have turned? Hearing the honking, Lin Yuan broke into a big smile. He had been wondering if Wang Shihan had malicious intentions when she decided to drive away. But now he was sure she just wanted to. Bang! Lin Yuan was knocked to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted instantly. It wasn't the impact that knocked him out. It was purely from anger. In the moment he was hit, the 3 women clearly saw Lin Yuan's bloodied face. Yes, that so-called zombie they were talking about was Lin Yuan himself. There was no time to think further. The 3 women quickly got out of the car and lifted Lin Yuan into the truck bed, driving towards Aunt Lu's house. In the driver's seat, Wang Shihan's emotions were unsettled, her hands trembling on the steering wheel as beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. In the back seat, Luo Shuihan tried her best to keep her tone calm. Shihan, how about I take the wheel? No need, I can manage. Wang Shihan replied firmly. However, her foot on the gas pedal trembled uncontrollably. The pickup truck crashed through Aunt Lu's gate, barreling into the yard and stopping just 2 meters away from her. Aunt Lu, who was cupping her grandson at the time, instinctively twitched her right hand, causing the cupping jar to land squarely on the little guy's left chest. In the next moment, he let out a loud cry. Aunt Lu hurriedly removed the jar, but the child only cried louder. Wang Shihan jumped out of the truck and immediately scooped up Lin Yuan, rushing towards Aunt Lu. Aunt Lu, please help him. He is in trouble. Aunt Lu squatted down, lifted Lin Yuan's eyelid, and took his pulse. Her brows furrowed slightly. This kid's vital signs were stable, and he was as sturdy as an ox. He didn't seem to be in any real danger. Could it be that these two girls brought someone here to cause trouble? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she saw Gao Xin getting out of the pickup. Boss Gao, Aunt Lu, sorry to bother you. I brought my friend here for a checkup. Please take a good look at him. Your friend, ISNT. Aunt Lu, I really hope you can examine my friend thoroughly. Hearing the emphasis on the word thoroughly, Aunt Lu paused for a moment, then understood the implication. She squatted down again to check Lin Yuan's pulse. After a moment, she said, this young man needs some time to recuperate. During this period, please don't disturb him too much. At her words, Wang Shihan and Luo Shuihan exchanged glances, both feeling that something was off. Just then, Gao Xin tossed a money bag to Aunt Lu. Compared to the two girls, who were clearly short on cash, Gao Xin, who ran a guest house, was undoubtedly well off. There are 50 gold coins in here. Half of it is for my friend's medical expenses, and the other half is for the damage to your gate. After speaking, she pulled the still-dazed girls back to the pickup truck. Chapter 115. On a dirt slope 1 kilometer away from Taitu village, Gao Xin unsheathed her soft sword from her waist and led the two girls out of the car. Let's hunt zombies here. Facing Gao Xin's suggestion, the two girls appeared a bit hesitant. Don't worry, Lin Yuan is fine. He just looks badly injured. We'll hunt the zombies and then go back to check on him. Seeing the two girls still unsure, Gao Xin continued, even if you don't believe what I say, you should trust Aunt Lu's medical skills. Upon hearing this, the two girls exchanged glances and nodded in unison. An hour later, with Gao Xin's support and the two girls delivering finishing blows, their level successfully rose to LV10. A wave of spatial energy rippled between Wang Shihan and Luo Shuihan. 5 seconds later, the two disappeared, along with Lin Yuan's pickup truck. Although the disappearance of the truck surprised Gao Xin slightly, the girl's vanishing was undoubtedly part of her plan. A sickly smile spread across her face. Now Lin Yuan is all mine. In the 19980 district competition arena, Wang Shihan sat in the driver's seat with a complex expression. From the passenger seat, Luo Shuihan's cold voice broke the silence. Do you regret it? After a long pause, Wang Shihan replied, I'm afraid he might kill me when he wakes up. So you chose to avoid him by switching districts through this competition? How foolish. If he could find us in this district, then you won't escape even if you switch to another one. What should I do then? Just focus on finishing this competition. At Aunt Lu's house in Wangzhong village, Lin Yuan slowly woke up from his coma. His first sight was a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat. You're awake? Aunt Lu said, chewing on a steamed bun as she casually glanced at Lin Yuan, who was sitting up from the floor. Lin Yuan, you're awake. Gao Xin exclaimed joyfully, standing in the middle of the yard in a short skirt. Where are the others? Those two sisters went to participate in the regional competition. They asked me to stay behind and take good care of you. Oh, Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. He opened the system panel and accessed the team chat channel. After a moment of thought, he sent a private message to Luo Shuihan. What happened while I was unconscious? Ding. System notification. You have received a message from friend. Sitting in the passenger seat, Luo Shuihan heard the notification sound, and her face showed surprise. Beside her, Wang Shihan curiously asked, Sister Shui, what happened? Oh, it's nothing. I'm just checking the chat channel for this district. I see. Wang Shihan didn't suspect anything. Lin Yuan opened the system panel to check the message from Wang Shihan. Luo Shuihan didn't think too much about it, and quickly expressed everything she saw, knew, and her personal thoughts about Wang Shihan in writing. She silently prayed, Shihan, please don't blame me. Meanwhile, Wang Shihan, who was focused on driving, had no idea that her good friend had just sold her out completely. After understanding the whole situation, Lin Yuan exited the system panel. She pulled the eagerly awaiting Gao Xin and hopped onto the tricycle parked at the door, heading toward the road leading to the county town. An hour and a half later, the two returned to the county guest house. They were still in room 666, but the decor had changed dramatically. Bright red petals covered the floor, and soft purple lights illuminated every corner of the room. The double bed had been replaced with a round waterbed. 2 ropes hung from the ceiling, connecting to a smooth wooden board, forming a pair of swings. A hanging chair was placed by the window. Opposite the waterbed, a transparent display cabinet showcased several pieces of novelty lingerie. Each piece of lingerie had a photo of Gao Xin wearing it in front of it. Do you like it? Gao Xin asked, biting her lip. Lin Yuan nodded gently. Gao Xin then performed a medieval Parisian dance for Lin Yuan in the room. Lin Yuan applauded, appreciating how each dance move showcased her flexibility. Her gaze swept over a few pink candles on the nightstand, and Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. It seemed that Gao Xinxin was also the relatively reserved type. As evening approached, a guest house attendant knocked on the door at just the right moment. A steak the size of a basin, a pizza the size of a bowl, various fruit salads, and a dish of baked oysters were brought to the dining table. Lin Yuan watched silently as the attendant struggled to bring in 2 buckets of red wine. Not happy? Gao Xinxin asked, shaking Lin Yuan's arm. This wine? Can we finish it? About the wine. Gao Xinxin squatted down and opened one of the wine barrels. Lin Yuan watched in surprise. The barrel was filled with ice, and 2 bottles of undetermined vintage red wine were buried inside. Gao Xinxin pulled out a bottle and handed it to Lin Yuan. Here, this is what I stole from my cousin. With the flickering candlelight in the room, the two clinked their glasses. As glass after glass of red wine went down, Gao Xinxin's cheeks grew increasingly flushed, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. Hey, Lin Yuan, since it's still early, how about we play a game? After finishing the last oyster on his plate, Lin Yuan let out a satisfied burp. Or should we wait a bit longer? The system notification chimed in his mind at an opportune moment. Ding, you have a new message from friend. Would you like to check it? Ding, you have a new message from friend. Would you like to check it? The 2 consecutive notifications jolted Lin Yuan, who was in a slightly tipsy state, back to reality. He clicked to view the message. Luo Shuihan. Boss, the match is going really well. We won. We've switched servers. And you must remember to come and watch us when you have the time. Exiting the system panel, Lin Yuan was surprised to find that Gao Xinxin, who had been sitting across from him, was gone. Lin Yuan, do I look good in this fun outfit? Gao Xinxin's voice came from behind him. In the dim candlelight, Lin Yuan caught a glimpse of a stunning sight. His throat began to tighten, and he swallowed hard. Gao Xinxin's words echoed in his ears. Lin Yuan, am I beautiful? The temperature in the room started to rise, and the scent of budding romance lingered in the air. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly. How about a shower first? A smile froze on Gao Xinxin's face. Gritting her teeth, she said, Lin Yuan, you really are a neat freak. The bathroom door was slammed shut with a forceful bang. Lin Yuan awkwardly touched his nose, his gaze drawn to an old record player on the TV stand. He fiddled with it, and the record began to spin. Aside from the crackling sounds of the needle against the record, he didn't hear anything else, which left him a bit disappointed. In the next moment, a figure rushed out of the bathroom. Before Lin Yuan could react, she landed softly in his arms. Time ticked away. The old record player began to play a melodious tune. To the clouds, Ananan. To the clouds, Ananan. Chapter 116 in an abandoned school classroom. Lin Yuan sat up from the floor of the podium, stifling yawn. A foul, pungent odor assaulted his nostrils. Instinctively, he opened his eyes. Where the hell am I? He reached for his waist. Huh, where's my belt? His gaze swept around the room, and fragmented memories began to piece together a complete picture. He was back in zone 4999. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and Lin Yuan found himself gripping a hoe. He quickly moved to the side of the podium, cautiously peeking out to keep an eye on the 2 windows at the front and back doors of the classroom. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. Just 3 seconds ago, he had attempted to use a experience card to teleport to another area, but had failed. The system promptly provided a notification. Experience card can be used 3 times a week. Reading this, Lin Yuan felt a wave of frustration. He opened his system backpack and immediately used all of his character upgrade cards. 3 seconds later, he slammed his fist onto the podium desk. The wooden desk shattered under his blow. Feeling the surge of incredible power within him, Lin Yuan instantly felt revitalized. He slowly stood up, glanced at the zombies outside the door, and crouched down again, silently lighting a cigarette. Compared to the zombies he had slaughtered in the hallway before, the quality of the ones outside was significantly higher. Upgraded Lin Yuan was only at level 23, while the zombies outside ranged from level 35 to a maximum of 48. Looking at the hoe in his hand, he seriously doubted it could break through their defenses. More and more zombies gathered outside the classroom, but strangely, none attempted to break in. Lin Yuan leaned out the classroom window for a better look and saw a dense crowd of zombies standing below the teaching building. It seemed they noticed his gaze, and all looked up at him simultaneously. Lin Yuan quickly withdrew his head, realizing his plan to escape by jumping out of the window was foiled. He opened his own system panel to check the player leaderboard for the area, but he was surprised to find that all players over level 50 had vanished. The player ranked first in the current area was someone he recognized, Lychee, player level LV49. Remembering that they had once been in a romantic relationship, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before sending a help request. Player Lin Yuan has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? At that moment, Lychee, who was preparing broth at a snail rice noodle shop, paused. Lin Yuan? That name sounds familiar. Could it be the guy is still alive? A few players pushed aside the curtain and shouted at Lychee. Boss, for bowls of snail noodles and 3 duck feet. Sure, you can sit anywhere. The snail noodles were served at the table, and 70 gold coins were credited. Lychee accepted Lin Yuan's friend request. Are you Lin Yuan? The message was sent successfully. Seeing the friend request, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief and quickly replied, That's right. I am the man you've been wanting, but could never have, Mr. Lin Yuan. Lychee couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect that after some time apart. He had changed so much. I thought you were dead. She glanced at a few zombies sprawled at the window by the door. Lin Yuan replied, not dead yet, but probably getting there soon. I'll send you an address. Can you come to save me? Feeling uncertain, Lin Yuan added 3 more words, for a price. After seeing the words for a price, Lychee hesitated for a moment and replied, Send the location. Red Leaf Middle School. You're at Red Leaf Middle School? Yeah. You know this place. Hee, good luck. My abilities are quite limited. Seeing the reply, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and decided to raise the stakes. 2,000 gold coins? Hee. 3,500 gold coins. Hee. 5,500 gold coins. I want half as a deposit. Lin Yuan decisively sent a screenshot of the gold coins. If you come, the money is guaranteed. Otherwise, no deal. The moment Lychee saw the amount in the screenshot, she lost her composure. She didn't expect this guy to be so wealthy. She should have made a move earlier. However, after inheriting the snail noodle shop, she figured it wouldn't be long before she earned a lot of money too. With a sigh, Lychee added Lin Yuan to her blacklist. Red Leaf Middle School was a zombie processing factory in this abandoned city. Even the previous top player, Yi Qingsheng, couldn't take down this middle school, let alone her Lychee. While waiting for a reply, Lin Yuan grew increasingly anxious as he hadn't received a message back. He immediately sent another message. Hey, have you considered it? Ding. System notification. Your message has been rejected by the other party. Could it be a system glitch? After waiting a few seconds, Lin Yuan sent another message. The system still indicated that the message was rejected. At this point, Lin Yuan was certain that he had been blacklisted. Without complaining like a child, Lin Yuan reignited his thoughts alongside Huazi, contemplating the current situation. He could now fight them, nor could he escape. Lin Yuan scratched his head in frustration. His gaze shifted back to the door. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. He realized something strange. Despite the time that had passed, not a single zombie had burst into the classroom to conduct a dissection on him. This was highly unusual, wasn't it? With heavy steps, Lin Yuan approached the front door of the classroom, holding a hoe. He had a Huazi in his mouth, staring through the window at a few zombies outside. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until the cigarette burned out. Lin Yuan yanked open the front door. A wave of foul odor hit him, reminiscent of the steak he hadn't managed to throw up from last night. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let out a laugh. Just as he had expected, even with the classroom door wide open, no zombies had come in. Excited, he waved the hoe at the zombies outside. 5 minutes later, the first zombie fell. 10 minutes later, the second one dropped. By the time he had taken down the 10th zombie, the hoe in Lin Yuan's hands was practically useless, reduced to a short, solid handle. After dispatching the 11th zombie, Lin Yuan decisively shut the classroom door, leaning against it. He pondered the survival issues for the next few days. He didn't have to worry about food and water, but what bothered him was the lack of a decent weapon. Memories from last night replayed in his mind. Lin Yuan irritability a cigarette. It was all because of that little sickly girl, Gao Xin, and her twisted games that he had left his belt on the bedside. Sigh. Regret was a bitter pill to swallow. A gust of cold wind blew in from the window, making Lin Yuan sneeze uncontrollably. He glanced down at his boxer shorts and realized it was a bit chilly. Something felt off about this day. The number of zombies in the hallway was steadily increasing. Chapter 117 once again, he poked his head out of the window, ignoring the army of zombies below who were staring up at him. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the snowflakes continuously falling from the sky. Has the weather changed? It was now 6 p.m., and Lin Yuan, dressed in a cute girl squad outfit, was squatting in the corner of the classroom trying to warm himself by a small fire. Outside in the corridor, a large number of zombies still lingered. After taking a sip of the liquor he had procured from Area 19990, Lin Yuan felt a warm sensation spread through his body. Outside, the snow was falling heavily, and the temperature had dropped sharply. He opened the system panel to check the temperature. It was minus 20 degrees Celsius outside, and the indoor temperature had also fallen below zero. Fortunately, the classroom's desks and chairs could provide enough fuel for Lin Yuan to keep warm for 3 days. He opened the system marketplace to browse the items listed by other players. Besides basic food supplies, weapons had become the main trading item in the Area 49.99 marketplace. As Lin Yuan had anticipated, gold-grade weapons were considered the lowest tier in this area, priced between 500 to 2,500 gold coins. The higher tier, platinum-grade, weapons ranged from 3,000 to 10,000 gold coins. Lin Yuan even spotted an anonymous player selling a diamond-grade thermos cup in the trading marketplace, priced at a staggering 60,000 gold coins. Poverty truly limited his imagination. He had thought that with his over 5,000 gold coins, he should be wealthier than some average players in Area 49.99. In reality, with that amount of money, he couldn't even afford the lid of a thermos cup. After browsing the marketplace, Lin Yuan reluctantly spent 5,000 gold coins on a platinum-grade machete and 2 gold-grade belts. With his assets dwindling, he fell into a frenzy. He opened the classroom's back door and swung the machete wildly at the few zombies standing at the entrance. 1 hour later, at least 20 zombies had fallen. Lin Yuan was now completely out of breath, looking at the several corpses and the dozens of gold coins scattered on the ground beside them. Lin Yuan swallowed hard and closed the classroom door again. Money is a good thing, but only if you have your life to spend it. Ding! System notification. You have completed today's tasks. Detailed information can be viewed by logging into the system panel and checking the task interface. Lin Yuan quickly opened the system task interface. Kill 20 zombies. Reward item. Character upgrade card 1. Completed. Reward not claimed. Kill 25 zombies. Reward item. Character upgrade card 1. Completed. Progress 3225. Task reward doubled. Reward not claimed. After reading through the tasks, a big smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. Great! It looks like he could level up again. After claiming the mission rewards, Lin Yuan found 3 character upgrade cards in his system backpack. After using 1 to level up, he opened the classroom door once again and engaged in a new round of combat. Time ticked by slowly. Lin Yuan had used 3 character upgrade cards in a row, killing over 100 zombies. Gold coins had piled up in the corridor, mixed in with a few notes, which Lin Yuan guessed were likely exchange vouchers. The zombies in the corridor seemed unaffected by the deaths of their kind. In fact, Lin Yuan noticed that when one zombie fell, nearby zombies would quickly drag the body away and share the spoils. This recycling behavior led to a phenomenon where there were always zombies to fight at Lin Yuan's door. With the classroom door closed, Lin Yuan leaned back against the wall, staring blankly into the fire in front of him. The clock struck midnight, echoing in the ears of every player in Zone 4999. A new day had begun. He opened the system panel, and the daily tasks had refreshed. It was still about hunting zombies. Kill 30 zombies. Reward. Character upgrade card 1. Not completed. Kill 35 zombies. Reward. Character upgrade card 1. Not completed. Aside from the increased numbers, the rewards remained unchanged. Exiting the system panel, Lin Yuan blocked both doors of the classroom with all the chairs. After completing this task, he slowly closed his eyes. It didn't take long for him to drift off into a quiet sleep. In the corridor, groups of zombies silently dispersed. Little did Lin Yuan know that during his sleep, a dark aura began to swirl around the podium steps in the classroom. One by one, zombies that resembled Lin Yuan by about 60 emerged from the blacklight, mimicking his posture as they crouched against the wall. Time quickly passed to 9 a.m., and a pungent stench spread throughout the room. Without even opening his eyes, Lin Yuan sensed the increased number of zombies in the corridor. Stretching lazily, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him were one zombie after another. He closed his eyes again, then opened them once more. Unsurprisingly, the zombies he saw were real. His gaze swept over the stacked desks and chairs behind the door, and Lin Yuan frowned slightly. They hadn't come in through the door, so it must have been the window. Never mind. He decided to take them out first. Gripping his machete, Lin Yuan aimed for the nearest zombie and attacked. With one swift strike, he decapitated it, and the zombie fell to the ground without any resistance. Looking at the machete in his hand, Lin Yuan felt astonished. When did he become this strong? Checking the zombie's information, Lin Yuan's mouth fell open, and his eyes widened in shock. Zombie Lin Yuan, copy 16. Current level, LV26, upgradable. Controllable. What is going on? Player Lin Yuan killed zombie Lin Yuan? Did I just kill myself? Lin Yuan scanned the remaining zombies in the classroom, and sure enough, they were all zombie Lin Yuan. One of the zombies approached Lin Yuan, mouth slightly open. Boss, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Yuan stumbled back 3 steps, looking at this zombie Lin Yuan in disbelief. It can actually speak? He quickly checked the character information again. Zombie Lin Yuan, copy 1. Current level, LV26, smart zombie, can speak but unfortunately stutters, possesses absolute obedience. Seeing this data, Lin Yuan nodded to himself. The surprise came too suddenly. He wasn't sure what to have these zombies do. After a moment of thought, he issued a command to the 49 zombies in the room. Move the chairs and tables behind the door and stack them up. As soon as Lin Yuan's order was given, the zombies began to get busy. In less than 3 minutes, the tables and chairs were neatly stacked. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, having many corpses makes for great strength. Chapter 118. The back door of the classroom swung open, and Lin Yuan directed several zombies as he stepped out of the classroom. He emphasized a few important instructions to clone one, perhaps due to their shared nature. The zombies in the corridor did not attack Lin Yuan's clones. Instead, they stared intently at him with their crimson eyes. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the zombies in the corridor were different from those he encountered yesterday, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what had changed. Stretching his arms, Lin Yuan launched a new round of slaughter against the zombies in the corridor. Whenever a zombie fell, a few of Lin Yuan's clones would appear from the horde to drag the bodies away. As noon approached, Lin Yuan had already taken down 45 zombies. He opened the system task interface to check the progress of his tasks for the day. Kill 30 zombies. Reward item, character upgrade card 1. Completed. Reward not claimed. Kill 35 zombies. Reward item, character upgrade card 1. Completed. Progress 4535. Task reward increased to 2x. Reward not claimed. Both tasks have been completed without any surprises. However, Lin Yuan was not entirely satisfied with the double task reward. Taking a pre-packaged meal from his inventory, he sat by the fire and began to feast. Outside the window, snowflakes continued to drift down, and a beautiful layer of frost had formed on the glass. The slaughter, without any resistance from the zombies, continued. As the sun set, the snowfall outside grew heavier, and the temperature had dropped to a chilling minus 30 degrees Celsius. Inside the classroom, Lin Yuan had set up 3 small fires. Exhausted, he closed the classroom door and checked the system task interface again. The second zombie hunting task had changed slightly. Kill 35 zombies. Reward item, character upgrade card 1. Completed. Progress to a 135. Task reward increased to 3x. Reward not claimed. It seemed that the 3x reward was the maximum the system could offer. After using 4 character upgrade cards, Lin Yuan's character level had risen to LV30. Although he still ranked low in the 49.99 zone, he felt quite satisfied. Compared to the scheming players, he found the zombies standing in the corridor far more endearing. After all, not many of these zombies had much intelligence. As the clock struck midnight, the zombies in the corridor began to retreat the moment the chime rang out. There was a knock at the back door of the classroom. Lin Yuan opened it to find Clone 1 entering, shouldering a burlap sack. A group of replicants followed behind, each either dragging a bench or carrying a table. Under Lin Yuan's command, most of the replicants set down the furniture in their hands and began patrolling the hallway. Only replicant No. 1 and Lin Yuan remained in the classroom. By the bright light of the fire, Lin Yuan spotted glimmering coins inside a bag. He grabbed a handful of gold coins and let out a hearty laugh. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to replicant number 1, who was still laughing heartily. The corner of his mouth twitched. Can you not mimic me? All right, big boss. His gaze returned to replicant number 1, who immediately stopped laughing. Boss, do you need something? Can you stop laughing, please? Okay. Big boss. The classroom fell into a brief silence. Lin Yuan quietly examined the spoils he had obtained from killing zombies over the past few days. Besides 903 gold coins, there were also 4 food exchange vouchers and 3 weapon exchange vouchers. The food included 1 basket of crab roe buns, 6 pieces, 1 plate of mackerel dumplings, 18 pieces, 1 serving of pig trotter rice, 500 G, and 1 breakfast set, 2 fried dough sticks, and 1 soy milk. As for the weapon vouchers, they were for 3 gold-grade shovels. The method of redeeming item vouchers comes in 2 forms. One is to redeem them at a designated location without any fees. The other is to spend 150 gold coins to hire a native courier to redeem them on your behalf. Each courier can redeem up to 3 items at a time, and for each additional item, an extra 10 fee will be charged. After reading the system's description of the vouchers, Lin Yuan decisively chose to summon a courier. 50 gold coins were deducted from his system backpack, and Lin Yuan quietly awaited the courier's arrival. 5 kilometers away, in an abandoned residential building near Hongya Middle School, several couriers dressed in green down jackets huddled around a stove, cracking sunflower seeds. One male courier complained, "Ever since those veteran players left a while ago, our business has really plummeted." Another female courier quietly agreed, "Tell me about it. And now, with this heavy snowfall, it's even harder to make a living." The group of couriers sighed in unison. Just then, a voice came from the radio in the room. "Hongya Middle School, we have an order." Wasn't that zombie player dead? How could there still be an order from Hongya Middle School? A male carrier wondered. Could it be that a new zombie player has emerged? A female male carrier exclaimed, "Damn, I forgot to change the price. This order is going to cost me." A male carrier complained. The eyes of several male carriers all turned to a tall female male carrier. "All right, I'll take this order. When I get back, remember to raise the price." "Thanks, boss lady." "It's always you, boss lady." "We appreciate it, boss lady." After waiting for about 20 minutes, a soft gasp echoed in the hallway. Then, there was a knock on the classroom's front door. "Who is it?" "Male carrier." "The door's not locked. Come yourself." The classroom door was pushed open, and Lin Yuan saw the face of an unfamiliar woman. She was dressed in a leather jacket and pants, carrying a green mail bag over her shoulder, and wearing snow boots. Her lively eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan in the classroom. "Did you place the order?" Lin Yuan shook his head. The woman's brow furrowed. Could she have made a mistake? She glanced at the name displayed on her phone. The woman looked up at Lin Yuan again. "Are you Lin Yuan?" "Yes." "But he is also named Lin Yuan." Lin Yuan pointed to a replica of himself standing beside him. The number 1 replica nodded seriously. "Why, yes, I. Also, Lin Yuan." Looking at the talking zombie Lin Yuan, the woman fell silent. "Haha, just kidding. What is your surname? Beautiful?" "Gag. Gag, tell." "Hey, joke. Pretty girl. What your surname?" Lin Yuan's face twitched. The number 1 replica's face was a mess of shredded flesh. "Shut up." The woman in the leather pants couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Yuan's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. The number 1 replica's face turned pale, blood swirling around. "Get the hell out of here." The number 1 replica thought for a moment. It then lay flat on the ground, bent its legs high, held its knees with its hands, and curled up into a ball, smoothly rolling out of the classroom. Lin Yuan. Chapter 119. Hello, my name is Lu Jie, the leader of the postal team. As I watched the other person take off their gloves, revealing their fair, delicate hands, Lin Yuan hesitated for 2 seconds before shaking hands with her. "Hello, I'm Lin Yuan, the only human player at Hongya High School, the top dog in classroom 606. Let go." Oh. Lin Yuan quickly released Lu Jie's hand, which had turned red from his grip. "Give me the vouchers." Lin Yuan pulled out 7 vouchers from his pocket and handed them over. 90 gold coins. He took out a prepared pouch of coins and handed it to her. After checking the coins in the pouch to confirm everything was in order, Lu Jie turned to leave. "Wait a minute." Lin Yuan hurriedly called out to her. "Is there something else?" Lu Jie asked with a frown. "Can you send a letter?" "Of course. Just tell me the name of the person, and I'll confirm the location before giving you a quote." The other person was a player named Lychee. Lu Jie took out her phone and tapped it a couple of times. "It's not far. I'll charge you 10 gold coins for a letter." Taking the paper and pen Lu Jie handed him, Lin Yuan quickly wrote a letter of divorce and passed it back. He informed Lu Jie that it was to be sent anonymously. Seeing that she was still staring at him, Lin Yuan slapped his forehead. He almost forgot to pay. He took out 10 gold coins from his system bag and handed them over. "Same time tomorrow night. Don't fall asleep." With that, Lu Jie swiftly exited the classroom. Watching the snowmobile disappear across the playground, Lin Yuan closed the window. In just that short time, the temperature in the classroom had already dropped by a degree. The classroom door was pushed open again, and the number 1 clone darted into the room. "Boss, tonight you're on watch." "Okay, boss." After waiting for nearly an hour, the black circle that the first clone had mentioned still hadn't appeared. Lin Yuan decided to give up waiting and leaned against the wall, falling into a deep sleep. As Lin Yuan slept, the first clone stepped lightly to the podium. In the next moment, the black circle appeared again, and excitement lit up the clone's eyes as it dove into the circle. A chill swept through the room, causing Lin Yuan to sneeze involuntarily and wake up, blinking his eyes. The fire in the classroom had gone out, and in front of him were 5 rows of zombie clones crouched down. After a quick examination of the levels of these zombie clones, Lin Yuan nodded to himself. Just as he thought, these clones were all at the same level as him, LV-30. The classroom door was pushed open, and Lin Yuan instinctively raised his machete. After realizing that the corpse before him was the number 1 copy, Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Boss, the zombies in the corridor haven't come up yet. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked at the other person in surprise. In just one night, their speech had become so smooth. Had they finally overcome their stuttering problem? Glancing at the other person's level, Lin Yuan was astonished to see that the zombie Lin Yuan know 1 copy was currently at level LV-30. The rate at which their level had increased was incredible. Could they have learned to farm monsters as well? For an entire hour, the human and the zombie engaged in conversation, allowing Lin Yuan to gain insights about the peculiarities of this school building. According to the number 1 zombie copy, this high school was primarily a breeding ground for zombies, specifically within this teaching building. The building had 6 floors, with each floor housing a classroom dedicated to producing zombies. The zombies produced on the first floor were LV-25, while those on the second floor were LV-30, and so on. Coincidentally, the classroom Lin Yuan occupied was the source of LV-50 zombies. As for why no LV-50 zombies had been produced in the past 2 days, Lin Yuan speculated that it was likely related to his occupation of this classroom. The existence of special classrooms was not only meant to continuously generate zombies, but also to help them level up. This explained why most of the zombies Lin Yuan had seen in the corridor on the first day were concentrated around LV-46 and above. At noon, a new wave of zombies flooded the 6th-floor corridor, but their numbers had decreased by a third. He dispatched an L-1 copy to lead a squad of 50 zombies for an investigation. Lin Yuan activated the zombie farming task once again, and after 3 consecutive days of slaughtering zombies, even his platinum-grade cleaver had developed 2 or 3 chips. Lin Yuan estimated that the cleaver could last at most 2 more days before it would be rendered useless. As the clock struck 5 in the afternoon, Lin Yuan leaned against the wall to have a meal. The double rewards from the tasks had already maxed out, still yielding only 3 times the reward. By this time, Lin Yuan's character level had reached 34. Chewing on a piece of alkaline bread, he checked his friend chat panel. An hour ago, he had received a message from Lychee, but hadn't had the chance to read it until now. As he ate, he found the perfect moment. Unsurprisingly, Lychee had thought of Lin Yuan immediately after receiving the breakup notice. Didn't he expect you're still alive, huh? You dog? The message was quite brief, and Lin Yuan's reply was equally short. Well, I'm still alive. Inside the snail noodle shop, Lychee had just finished a busy day when she received a reply from Lin Yuan. A smile involuntarily crept onto her face as she read the message. Just as she was about to respond, 3 unfamiliar players walked into the shop. The moment their eyes met, Lychee frowned slightly. She could tell that these 3 players were definitely new to the city. Otherwise, why would they be staring at her with such lewd looks? 3 bowls of snail noodles. And whatever you have in the shop, add it all. One of the male players said. Sorry, dear guests, but we're closed at this hour. If you want snail noodles, please come back tomorrow, Lychee replied kindly. Hey, one male player couldn't help but speak up. Shut up, said the player in the middle, leading the 2 others out of the shop. You 2, take positions on the roof and in the corridor. When they come out, if you can knock them out, do it. If not, just take them down directly. Bro, that girl has really long legs. I want to... Shoo, someone else coming. Everyone get ready to take them down and make a quick profit. The corridor fell into silence. The footsteps faded away. The 4 players downstairs all turned their gazes toward upstairs. Hey, why is there an ambush here? Is that bitch Lychee trying to play dirty? One female player whispered. One male player replied confidently, I don't think they would do that. I'll send a message to test the waters. Ding. A message from Earth's strongest man popped up. Would you like to check it? Check. Lychee, are you still open? We're closed. After a moment's thought, Lychee typed another line. There are 3 little chicks outside. You guys can take them away and deal with them. Don't mess up my shop. Upon reading this message, the male player rubbed his hands together excitedly. Bro, what is up? Why are you so excited? What did Lychee say? The female player asked. Hee. There are 3 fresh little chicks upstairs. Let us go. I'll take you guys to eat meat. Chapter 120. After a long wait, without hearing back from Lychee, Lin Yuan began to browse the system shop. His gaze swept over the weapons section, but the exorbitant prices only gave him a fleeting sense of satisfaction. After 3 days of battles, he had completely lost interest in golden-grade weapons. As for platinum-grade weapons, with his mere 2,000 gold coins, he couldn't afford them at all. Suddenly, the door burst open violently, and Lin Yuan turned to see that it was that bastard, the #1 replica. "Can't you be a bit quieter when you open the door?" Sorry, boss." The classroom door was closed again. Just a couple of seconds later, the front door of the classroom was pushed open once more, and the #1 replica walked in carrying a large sack. Lin Yuan decided not to argue this time. Considering the contents of the sack, inside were a substantial amount of gold coins and 9 exchange vouchers. Why is there so much this time? Lin Yuan frowned and asked. He distinctly remembered that the number of zombies they hunted today wasn't that many. Boss, I led the brothers to wipe out a whole bunch on the first floor," the #1 replica said proudly, patting his chest. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. To him, the zombies on the first floor were like a bunch of undeveloped kids. How could that #1 replica bring himself to kill them? "You shouldn't waste them like that. Let them grow a bit before you kill them. Next time, go for the second floor. Leave the first floor zombies alone from now on." The #1 replica's eyes sparkled with intelligence. "Got it, boss." After storing the 2,500 gold coins from the sack into his system backpack, Lin Yuan felt noticeably better. "How's the investigation going?" "Boss, I found out that those zombies have fixed patrol locations in this abandoned city. Did you encounter any other players on your way?" Boss, what is a player? Is it that woman in leather pants from last night?" Lin Yuan was at a loss. He didn't know how to help a no. One replica distinguished perfectly between players and natives. After a moment of thought, he provided what he believed to be a reasonable answer. "Those are the humans hunting zombies." Boss, I didn't see any." The #1 replica scratched his head awkwardly. "By the way, did any of the brothers get hurt during the fight?" The #1 replica's eyes shifted, and he confidently replied, "No, boss." After receiving this confirmation, Lin Yuan issued a new command to the #1 replica. "Go to the second floor and surround any lone zombies. Try to do it without taking any damage." Upon hearing this, the #1 replica picked up the sack from the ground and walked out of the classroom again, a glimmer of intelligence in his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. A knock sounded at the door. "Come." The door creaked open, and a gust of cold air swept into the classroom. Lin Yuan rubbed his arms vigorously. "You're here." Lu Jie tossed a cloth bag to Lin Yuan and prepared to leave. "Wait, let go." Lin Yuan awkwardly withdrew his hand from grasping her arm and pulled out 9 exchange vouchers from his pocket, handing them over. He also casually offered her a bag containing 110 gold coins. Lu Jie weighed the bag in her hand, her gaze shifting to Lin Yuan. "Isn't that enough money?" Lin Yuan blinked a couple of times, glancing at the neatly stacked 11 piles of gold coins, puzzled. "Isn't 110 gold coins? Did the price go up?" A cold voice emerged from Lu Jie. "Due to the weather? You know this place is too dangerous." Lin Yuan scoffed at her words. He had clearly seen the zombies on the playground last night. They wouldn't attack her at all. "Can you make it cheaper?" "Goodbye. If there's a next time, I'll cut off your dog paw." "How much is that?" 160 gold coins. "All right, I'll pay. But can I make a small suggestion?" Lu Jie fixed her gaze on him. "Can you speed up the delivery?" Lin Yuan said, bracing himself. "Sure." A look of surprise crossed Lin Yuan's face. "But it will cost extra." Her smile vanished, and Lin Yuan tentatively asked, "What is the pricing standard?" 10 gold coins for an hour in advance." Lin Yuan decisively pulled out 230 gold coins from his system backpack and handed them over. Looking at the coins Lin Yuan offered, Lu Jie showed no sign of joy. Instead, her expression turned frostier. Watching her retreating figure on the playground, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. If being nice didn't work, then he'd have to be tough. It was just a bit of money after all. Lin Yuan could afford it. The classroom door was gently pushed open again, and clone #1 returned with a shriveled sack on its back. "Light haul, 150 gold coins, 2 food exchange vouchers, and 1 weapon exchange voucher." The haul was a bit slim, but it was clear that another trip wouldn't be a problem. 58 minutes later, the classroom door opened once more. Lin Yuan directly handed over a wallet filled with gold coins and vouchers. Grinning, he said, "See you tomorrow at noon, beautiful," ignoring the fierce glare in her eyes. He gently closed the front door of the classroom. Tonight, he said he wanted to see how that portal producing the replicating zombies actually works. At 4 a.m., a wave of fatigue hit Lin Yuan, and he finally succumbed to sleep. By noon, after a solid 8 hours of rest, Lin Yuan stretched and slowly opened his eyes. In the classroom, 5 freshly produced replicating zombies were still crouched down. Both the front and back doors of the classroom swung open simultaneously. Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with the first replicating zombie, which then turned its eyes a couple of times, signaling the others to head downstairs. Lin Yuan took the small sack from Lu Jie, looking at her in confusion. "Why aren't you leaving yet? Aren't you placing any orders?" he asked. Lin Yuan shrugged. "There aren't that many orders to place." Bang! The front door was slammed shut violently by Lu Jie. "Women," Lin Yuan muttered under his breath. Lu Jie poked her head through the back door. "What are you saying?" The sudden appearance of her half-visible head startled Lin Yuan for a moment. He thought a zombie had barged in. "Come on, lady, scaring people like that could give someone a heart attack," he exclaimed. "Huh, bang." The back door was also slammed shut forcefully by Lu Jie. This time, Lin Yuan didn't immediately complain. Instead, he took out a fried dough stick combo and a serving of mackerel dumplings from his system backpack, placing them on the desk while watching the snowmobile disappear into the distance. An hour later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway. Lin Yuan picked up the last mackerel dumpling and popped it in his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. It seemed like it had been a while since he had seafood. Grabbing the cleaver resting on the chair, Lin Yuan calmly walked toward the back door of the classroom. Having eaten enough, it was time to digest a bit. In the corridor on the 3rd floor of the teaching building, the first replicating zombie was directing a group of its companions, wrapping a solitary zombie in a sack. There was a glimmer of intelligence shining in its eyes from time to time. Chapter 121. As the clock struck 6 p.m., Lin Yuan sat beside a campfire in the classroom, enjoying his dinner. The temperature outside continued to drop, and despite the presence of 3 campfires in the classroom, Lin Yuan still felt a chill in the air. At a frigid -40 degrees, the zombies' movements began to slow down. For many players in Zone 4999, this presented a great opportunity to level up. In various corners of the abandoned city, groups of 3 or 4 players trudged through the snow, hunting zombies. After dinner, Lin Yuan opened the system shop and browsed through the weapons section as usual. He spent 3,000 gold coins to purchase a platinum-grade cleaver and then took a look at the clothing items. The variety of clothes was overwhelming, but at that moment, most of the items on sale were winter gear. Blackheart 3-layer thick down jacket, priced at 300 gold coins. Lace-trimmed thermal underwear, priced at 500 gold coins. Trendy windproof cold-resistant jacket, priced at 280 gold coins. Snow Night Traveler 8-layer thick leather jacket, priced at 600 gold coins after browsing. Lin Yuan spent 200 gold coins on a low-quality rabbit fur winter outfit. Although it was of inferior quality, it was surprisingly warm to wear. However, the design was somewhat quirky. He could understand the 2 unkempt rabbit heads dangling from the front, but the addition of a menacing rabbit head in the crotch area was a bit disturbing. In a spacious basement of the abandoned city, a rather sleazy-looking fat man excitedly slammed his hands on the table, catching the attention of several players nearby who were busy sewing. "What's going on, fat bro? Why the excitement?" asked one player wrapped in a Blackheart down jacket. "I sold it. The rabbit fur outfit I crafted sold," he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, several players quickly checked the system shop, and soon, eager smiles spread across their faces. "Fat bro, can I borrow a few rabbit pelts? Fat bro, can you make me a couple of rabbit heads? Fat bro, how about I trade you my lace-trimmed thermal underwear?" Hold on, the fat man interrupted, waving his hand to silence the eager players. He pulled out 3 bags filled with rabbit pelt from his inventory and dropped them on the ground. His gaze swept over the crowd before landing on a young woman who was only a 6 in looks, but had an incredible figure. With a grin, the fat man waved at her. "Xiaoli, recently, fat guy has been quite irritable. If you can help him cool down, that bag of rabbit skins might just be yours." A female player named Xiaoli blinked a couple of times, took a few steps forward, and accidentally fell into fat guy's arms. In a flirtatious tone, she said, "Oh, fat guy, what are you talking about? You're practically a prince in our eyes. Not only can I help you cool off, but I'm also quite good at cupping therapy." The other players couldn't help but roll their eyes. They really were a couple of shameless flirts. Facing the eager crowd of players, fat guy pointed to the other 2 bags and arrogantly declared, "I might want to hog everything for myself. These 2 bags of rabbit skins are going for 50 gold coins each." Compared to the actual value of the rabbit skins, 50 gold coins was quite steep. But considering the profits they could bring, The players begrudgingly accepted the price. Gazing at the pile of gold coins on the sewing machine, Fat Guy took a deep breath, savoring the scent of money. After collecting all the coins, he hoisted Xiaoli up and laughed heartily as they walked into another basement. Inside the classroom, Lin Yuan, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, was counting the items in the bags. His eyes narrowed into slits, and his face was filled with delight. This haul was quite substantial. Clone no. One had returned with a total of 80 gold coins, along with 6 food exchange vouchers and 7 weapon exchange vouchers. Lin Yuan excitedly pat the clone no. One on the shoulder and said, "Well done. What reward do you want?" "Boss, what is that you're smoking?" Lin Yuan's smile froze as he thought to himself, "That little rascal is eyeing my cigarettes." He glanced at the supplies in his system backpack and saw there were still 16 packs left. Meeting clone number 1's eager gaze, Lin Yuan thought it over and finally pulled out half a pack of cigarettes from the rabbit skin bag and tossed it over. With a pained expression, he said, "Make them last." "Thank you, boss," clone number 1 replied, happily puffing away on the side. Lin Yuan's expression grew darker. In the end, he couldn't hold back and kicked clone number 1 out of the classroom. With a loud bang, he shut the back door. In the hallway, clone number 1, who had fallen to the ground, slowly stood up and brushed off the dirt from his pants. A lighter sparked a small flame in the corridor. Clone no. 1 led a group of zombie minions, unleashing a massacre on the zombies in the first and second floor hallways. 1 hour later, Lu Jie, who had just entered the teaching building, was stunned by the scene before her. She saw a zombie, resembling Lin Yuan by about 70%, sitting on a stool. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Lu Jie occasionally let out a few shouts at the horde of zombies in the hallway. Watching as the lower-tier zombies brutally harmed each other, Lu Jie felt his mind go blank. Just then, the raspy voice of clone number 1 reached his ears. "Big sister, the boss is waiting for you upstairs." Lu Jie instinctively took a couple of steps back, then curiously asked, "Are you that talking zombie from the classroom on the 6th floor a few days ago?" "Wow, big sister, you actually remember me." Clone no. 1's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Lu Jie couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had seen plenty of intelligent zombies, but this was the first time he encountered one so anthropomorphized. Big sister smoke? Looking at the cigarette offered to him, Lu Jie fell silent. Suddenly, there was a knock on the classroom door. "Come." With an air of coldness, Lu Jie entered the classroom. Just as he was about to ask Lin Yuan some questions about clone number 1, he was taken aback by Lin Yuan's bizarre appearance. Is this how players dress nowadays? Seeing Lu Jie laughing uncontrollably, Lin Yuan's expression darkened. He tossed Lu Jie 6 food exchange vouchers and handed over a pouch containing 360 gold coins. Upon receiving the items, Lu Jie stopped smiling and scrutinized Lin Yuan with suspicion. "Is this all worth calling me here for?" Lin Yuan remained silent. Noticing this, Lu Jie huffed and walked out of the classroom. An hour later, Lin Yuan pulled out 7 weapon exchange vouchers, counted 6 of them, and handed them over. He then took out another pouch containing 360 gold coins and passed it to Lu Jie. "Aren't you going to redeem that voucher in your hand?" Lu Jie asked, puzzled. Lin Yuan stayed quiet. Frustrated, Lu Jie slammed the door and exited the classroom. Chapter 122. Half an hour later, the classroom door was pushed open again. Clone no. 1 entered the classroom, dragging a burlap sack behind him. Lin Yuan quickly counted the items in the sack. 206 gold coins and 3 weapon exchange vouchers. Is the efficiency really this high? Lin Yuan didn't show any sign of joy on his face. Noticing Lin Yuan's expression, clone no. 1 hesitated for a moment before approaching him, revealing a nearly empty box of Huazi cigarettes with just 2 left. Lin Yuan glanced at him, pulled 3 cigarettes from his rabbit fur pouch, and stuffed them into the other box. "You didn't bring back enough this time, so I can only give you this much." "Thank you, boss," clone number 1 said, dragging the now empty sack out of the classroom, his eyes shining with intelligence. The classroom door was violently kicked open, and Lu Jie walked in with a frosty expression. Lin Yuan ignored her actions and repeated his previous movements. Lu Jie just have it rapidly. "Lin Yuan, what do you mean by this?" Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise. "I don't understand what you're saying." He then slapped his forehead as if suddenly remembering something. "Can you help me get some cigarettes?" "Dream on." Lu Jie shot back. "Well, never mind then. You can get back to your business." Lin Yuan waved the remaining weapon exchange voucher in his hand. "Huazi, right? How many do you want?" 500 gold coins each. Lu Jie said with resentment. "Don't you have an internal price? Give me a discount." Lin Yuan replied calmly. 300 gold coins each. Take it or leave it. Liu Ye counted it. Lin Yuan shook the exchange voucher in his hand again. Deal. Hand me that voucher you have. He casually passed it over and pulled out 4 bags containing 500 gold coins each. Every native can only buy 10 packs a month, Liu Jie said, looking at the bags on the ground. Lin Yuan shrugged. The money-s right there. Figure out yourself. He then closed his eyes. Liu Jie kicked Lin Yuan twice with her leg, but when she saw he didn't react, she frowned, picked up the bags of gold, and left the classroom. Remember to close the door. Bang! The system's voice echoed in Lin Yuan's mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, brought up the system panel, and checked the team member list. There were only 5 members left. He opened the team chat channel, and 3 system messages appeared in the chat box. Player Yame has left the beautiful girl squad. Player Para has left the beautiful girl squad. Player Doki has left the magical girl squad. What is going on? Could it be that his 3 teammates have all quit at the same time? As Lin Yuan pondered this, a flurry of messages popped up in the channel. Lu Rui and Lin Yuan. Boss, I can finally talk in the chat channel. Woohoo. Wang Xia Lin Yuan. Boss, I miss you so much. Luo Shuihan Lin Yuan. Boss, I miss you too. Wang Xia Wang Shihan. Sister, why aren't you saying anything? In the driver's seat of the pickup truck, Luo Shuihan nudged Wang Shihan, who was sitting beside her. Your sister is INGU in the channel. I know, Shuijia. Just shut it. Watching the lively scene in the squad channel, Lin Yuan felt a bit excited. He glanced at the multi-person video call option in the upper right corner of the screen and clicked on it. A system prompt appeared before his eyes. Cross-region video call charges 10 gold coins for the first minute and 1 gold coin per second thereafter. You can freely set the duration of the call. Upon seeing the pricing, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smirk. Does he look like someone who has short on money? He decisively initiated the squad video call. Ding! Captain Lin Yuan has invited you to a video call. Do you accept? The system prompt echoed in the minds of the 4 girls simultaneously. Accept, accept, accept. When it was Wang Shihan's turn, she hesitated for 2 seconds, but ultimately chose to accept as well. The virtual screen in front of them split into 4 sections. Boss, you cough. Seeing Lin Yuan's quirky appearance, all 4 girls couldn't hold back their laughter. Lin Yuan's face darkened. Do you even know what fashion is? Boss, where are you? It looks like a classroom. Lu Ruyan asked curiously. Not to mention the others, she actually had a point. Seeing the questioning looks from the 4 girls, Lin Yuan walked around the classroom to give them a good view of his surroundings. To his surprise, he noticed that the girls' eyes were a bit red. What is going on? Lin Yuan scratched his head in confusion. Boss, I didn't expect you to be struggling so much in zone 4999, Wang Xia said, her voice tinged with sadness. Struggling? Lin Yuan felt it wasn't that bad. Sure, there was no bed, no bathroom, no kitchen, no shower, and no air conditioning. Wow. Comparing the RVs of Lu Ruyan and Wang Xia, it seems like his living conditions are really quite poor. But I suppose it's not much worse than what Luo Shuihan and the others are dealing with. After all, they're still living in a pickup truck. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted to the video of Luo Shuihan and the other 2. He started to feel uneasy. Where's the bed? Could it be that the pickup truck has been upgraded? Shirhan, has the pickup truck been upgraded? Wang Shirhan, who was intently watching the big screen, didn't expect Lin Yuan to suddenly talk to her. She hurriedly replied, Yes, big boss. The pickup truck has been upgraded to a pickup RV. After hearing her response, Lin Yuan couldn't feel happy anymore. This video call had highlighted the wealth disparity among them. Luckily, he had enough coins in his pocket, so he wasn't really poor. After a lively chat, Lin Yuan, as the team leader, began to distribute benefits to the team members. Ding! Do you want to spend 400 coins to distribute trading items to squad members? Yes. The next moment, the 4 women in the video simultaneously received a gold-level weapon. There were daggers, belts, bows, and even a shovel. Thank you, Big Boss. You're amazing, Big Boss. So cool, Big Boss. Amidst their praises, Lin Yuan ended the video call. Glancing at the 208 coins remaining in his system inventory, he silently lit a cigarette. He regretted having video chatted with the girls. Seeing them, but not being able to touch them was quite torturous, wasn't it? Checking the time on the system panel, Lin Yuan went to the window and looked down. In the vast white snow, he didn't see the figure with a knife that he had imagined. What's going on? Lu Jia hasn't arrived yet? ISNT the order overdue? Meanwhile, in an abandoned residential building 5 kilometers away from Hongya Middle School, a male postman stared wide-eyed at the playful little girl who had just walked in. Little sister, what are you doing here? The little girl was dressed in a light pink down jacket with an adorable rabbit fur hat, looking charming and cute. Brother, it's not just me who came. Our dad and mom are here too. The door swung open again, and Uncle Wong led Aunt Wong in, pulling a suitcase behind them. You little rascal. After working for so long, you don't even think to come home. Chapter 123, Inside a Tea House. Lu Jie finished her hot tea and placed 10 gold coins on the table before turning and leaving. Lin Yuan leaned against the corner of the classroom, feeling drowsy. Suddenly, the front door of the classroom was kicked open with a bang, and Lu Jie entered, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Yuan wasn't in the mood to inquire about her tardiness. His dwindling energy made it hard for him to even speak. Just put your things down, and you can leave, he said. As the classroom door closed again, Lin Yuan thought she had left. With his eyes shut, he moved toward the windowsill. He opened the window, unbuckled his leather pants, and relieved himself down below. Oh, that feels good, he exclaimed, turning around afterward. In that moment, their eyes met, and Lin Yuan thought he was still dreaming. He reached out with a lewd gesture towards Lu Jie. She was taken aback, stunned that he would dare to do such a thing. Seeing her lack of reaction only emboldened Lin Yuan further. The moment their lips almost touched, Lu Jie's mind went blank. After a brief moment of dizziness, she felt a chilling sensation in her chest. With a loud slap, Lin Yuan was propelled backward, crashing hard against the blackboard before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Tears slipped from the corners of Lu Jie's eyes. She straightened her disheveled clothes and pulled a glinting dagger from her bag, stepping cautiously toward Lin Yuan at the back of the classroom. The back door of the classroom swung open. Clone number 1 entered, carrying a sack on his shoulder and a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, followed by a horde of zombie minions. Sister, what are you planning to do? He asked. The number of zombies flooding into the classroom was increasing. Lu Jie realized she was no longer able to take down Lin Yuan. Just as she was about to leave, she found herself surrounded by the zombie minions. She turned her gaze to clone number 1. What do you mean? Squatting in front of Lin Yuan, clone no. 1 checked his body and confirmed that he was merely unconscious. He slowly stood up. Sister, you can't leave this classroom until Big Brother wakes up, or I might just kill you, he warned, his crimson eyes radiating a strong, killing intent. Though Lu Jie was confident she could eliminate all the zombies in the classroom, she knew she couldn't do so without sustaining any injuries. If she got even the slightest wound, she wouldn't be able to escape the building. Weighing the risks, she chose to wait. The clock struck midnight, waking the slumbering Lin Yuan as a pungent, foul odor filled his nostrils. He opened his eyes to see a horde of zombies before him. Lin Yuan quickly backed away, a machete appearing in his hand. As he recognized the familiar faces of the zombies, his tense body relaxed somewhat. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Boss, you're smoking. A small flame flickered back to life in the classroom. After understanding the situation, Lin Yuan's eyes glimmered slightly as he distributed a few weapons to his subordinates. Seeing this, Lu Jie tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand and shouted at Lin Yuan, "What do you mean by this?" Lin Yuan looked at her with amusement. "You're about to kill me, so what do you think I mean? Maybe we can talk." Lu Jie tried to keep her tone as calm as possible. "Sure. You have 2 choices. Either become my woman, or we kill you right now." Upon hearing this, Lu Jie's face darkened. She wouldn't accept either of those demands. A major confrontation was about to erupt, but just then, the classroom door was pushed open. A group of 4 entered, guns in hand. Lu Jie's eyes lit up with surprise, while Lin Yuan was left in shock. Half an hour earlier, Wang Jinggang, who was on the night shift, had been waiting for the leader Lu Jie to return. When she didn't he suspected something might have happened. Armed with the only hunting rifle from their studio, he set out alone to investigate at Hongya High School. He was coincidentally run into by Uncle Wong, who was heading to the restroom. After clarifying the situation, the 4 of them took 2 snowmobiles and rushed to Hongya High School overnight. Lu Jie shouted to her colleagues, "Wang Jinggang, take that bastard out." "Got it, boss." Wang Jinggang raised his rifle, ready to shoot Lin Yuan. In the next moment, 3 attacks struck Wang Jinggang with precision. Uncle Wong hit him on the head, while Aunt Wong slapped her son hard. When it came to Wang Xuanning, she delivered a swift kick to her brother's groin. Wang Jinggang grimaced in pain. "Can someone tell me what is going on here?" This scene shocked both Lu Jie and Lin Yuan. Lu Jie exclaimed, "Aren't they here to rescue her? Why are they fighting among themselves?" Lin Yuan remarked, "Xuanning has become even more aggressive. Tears streamed down Wang Xuanning's face as she approached Lin Yuan step by step. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang looked on with red eyes. The first clone's eyes sparkled with intelligence as he waved to the horde of zombie minions. The undead parted to create a path between the two. Wang Xuanning leaped into Lin Yuan's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang discreetly wiped away their tears nearby. Wang Jinggang struggled to get back on his feet. Dad, Mom, what is going on? The foolish kid, that's your brother-in-law. Wang Jinggang was stunned on the spot. He had almost pulled out a gun to shoot his brother-in-law. Hearing this, Lu Jie collapsed helplessly to the ground. It was all over. The long-awaited help turned out to be from the enemy. What was the point of this? Half an hour later, Lu Jie, with lifeless eyes, was thrown onto the classroom floor, tightly bound. Lin Yuan and Wang Shu, along with his family of 4, sat around a table, chatting about their recent struggles. It turned out that just a day before, Zone 19999 had been wiped out. All players from that area had been transported to other zones. As for the local residents of that area, they either sought refuge with relatives or spent a fortune on spots to move to other zones. Those who had neither money nor relatives had no choice but to wait for death. After hearing about the experiences of the local residents, Lin Yuan remained calm. Their outcome was already quite good. At least most of them still had choices. In contrast, for players like them, every day was uncertain, and simply living another day felt like a gain. Each day brought not only the scheming among players, but also various life and death challenges. Zombies could kill you, fellow players could kill you, natural disasters could kill you, and if you lost a match, the system could kill you too. Compared to the local residents, it was indeed much harder for them to survive. As they were reflecting on this, Wang Jinggang suddenly interjected, "By the way, brother-in-law, what do you want to do with Lu Jie?" At this moment, Wang Jinggang dropped the formalities and called her by name. Lu Jie, lying on the ground, silently sat up, thinking to herself, "Finally, you remember me." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and turned his gaze to his brother-in-law. "Jinggang, do you have a girlfriend? If not, why don't you find a place and take care of her? Killing her would be a bit of a waste." Wang Jinggang's eyes widened. This brother-in-law really dared to say anything. His gaze swept over Lu Jie's curvy figure, and he secretly nodded. Lu Jie had always been the object of admiration among their courier team. If he could make her his woman well, that wouldn't be bad at all. Chapter 124. With a smack, Wang Jinggang hit his head, leaving him dazed. "Dad, why did you hit me?" Wang Shu took a drag from his cigarette, looking at Wang Jinggang with a face full of disappointment. "Your brother-in-law is trying to give you a way out. Can't you tell? She's about to kill your brother-in-law, and you think this will just blow over? It's all fun and games until you realize you're actually dating her. What's wrong with you, kid? Are you full of crap, or what?" Lin Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. To be honest, he hadn't thought that far ahead. In his mind, since the whole family was armed, if Lu Jie didn't listen, he could just take her out with a gun. Wang Kuei-ning, who had been keeping a close watch on Lin Yuan, noticed his little gesture. She knew Lin Yuan's character too well. She was convinced that there was some hidden agenda between Lin Yuan and the woman on the floor. With a faint smile, Wang Xuanning squatted down in front of Lu Jie. Lin Yuan felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. It seemed like things were about to fall apart. What should he do? The darkened little loli was back in action. In his description to everyone, Lu Jie was a greedy, malevolent woman, and the reason he wanted to kill her was purely for self-defense. But now, Wang Xuanning was acting as if she wanted to defend Lu Jie, which made Lin Yuan very uneasy. As Wang Xuanning pulled out the sweaty stockings from Lu Jie's mouth, Lu Jie began gasping for air. The dark barrel of the gun pressed against Lu Jie's temple, causing her breathing to momentarily stall. "I ask you answer. Remember not to lie." The girl's voice sounded like a whisper from hell. In an instant, Lu Jie's mind cleared up a bit. "Go ahead and ask. What is your relationship with brother Lin Yuan?" "A contractual relationship. Was everything you just said true?" "Sorry, I was completely blank just now. And besides," his voice was too low. "I didn't hear what he was saying to you all. Is that so?" Wang Xuanning turned her gaze toward Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan casually slapped the head of clone number 1. "Can't you see that the old man's cigarette is almost burnt out? Hurry up and refill it." He then turned his attention back to Wang Xuanning. "What is up, Xuanning? Something on your mind?" "Huh." Lin Yuan's antics didn't raise any suspicion among the others at the table. But Wang Xuanning was even more convinced that Lin Yuan was hiding something. She shifted her gaze back to Lu Jie. "Why did you try to kill him?" Lu Jie's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. "He assaulted me." With a loud bang, Lin Yuan slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Lu Jia, I warn you not to speak recklessly. Do you really think I can't take you on? Just a second ago, everyone had their doubts about Lin Yuan, but in the next moment, they realized the truth. Indeed, when it came to one-on-one, Lin Yuan didn't seem to be Lu Jia's match at all. Wang Jinggang quickly pulled Lin Yuan down to sit. Patting him on the shoulder, he said loudly, Don't get upset, brother-in-law. That woman Lu Jia is always full of tricks. I've seen through what kind of person she really is. Lin Yuan sat down, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed he had passed this hurdle. He lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. Hearing the two men speak, Lu Jia was so furious she felt like she might explode, tears streaming down her face. Wang Xuanning's eyes flicked around, although Lin Yuan made some valid points. Recalling her own experiences after meeting him, she felt there was something off about him. Have you ever had a boyfriend? Lu Jia, with tears brimming. Couldn't he understand why the girl in front of her would ask such a strange question? No. Did Lin Yuan ever threaten you? That he did. How did he threaten you? He said if I didn't become his woman, he would kill me. Oh, really? Facing the questioning gazes of everyone, Lin Yuan replied without missing a beat. How could I threaten her when I can't even beat her? No way. You guys actually believe what a failed attacker says? The group shifted their gazes away from Lin Yuan, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yeah, how could they trust someone who failed at violence? Sorry about that, brother-in-law. I almost misunderstood you. Wang Jinggang said apologetically. Although Uncle Wang and Aunt Wang didn't say anything, their looks towards Lin Yuan were quite friendly. Standing nearby, the first clone's eyes sparkled with intelligence. Lu Jia, sitting on the ground, was stunned by Lin Yuan's shamelessness, and her tears continued to fall. What a scoundrel. He touches me and then denies it. What a complete jerk. Wang Xuanning frowned as she watched. She had witnessed Lin Yuan's silver tongue before, but this woman's mental fortitude was just too weak. This wouldn't do. It seemed she needed to turn up the intensity. The little girl pulled back the gun's bolt and fired a shot at the classroom's front door. A patrolling zombie happened to pass by and met its unfortunate end. Everyone was shocked. What's Wang Xuanning doing? Everyone, don't panic. This is just a form of judgment, she reassured them. The warm barrel of the gun now pressed against Lu Jia's temple. In an instant, Lu Jia stopped crying, her mind suddenly clear. Wang Xuanning leaned closer to Lu Jia and whispered, Tell me everything in detail about how Lin Yuan behaved inappropriately with you, but keep your voice down. Oh, can that even be talked about? Lu Jia replied, If I ask you to say it, then just say it. From the first time we met, he would let go of my hand. Wang Xuanning thought to herself, Sure enough, this is the Lin Yuan I know. As time passed, it was now 1 a.m. After hearing the story of what happened between Lin Yuan and Lu Jia, Wang Xuanning wasn't sure how to judge the situation. If what Lu Jia said was true, Lin Yuan must have been in an unclear state at that time, and his actions were purely subconscious. But it was precisely this subconscious behavior that was quite reckless. Wasn't it? You really don't have a boyfriend? Really don't. How about letting Lin Yuan be your man? Isn't that a bit sudden? The gun was cocked again. I agree. You come first tonight. No, I have no experience. As if anyone has experience. Half an hour later, after Wang Xuanning's persuasion, Uncle Wang and his family left Honya Middle School. At this point, only Lin Yuan, Wang Xuanning, and Lu Jia remained in the classroom. A delicate finger traced Lin Yuan's cheek. Brother Lin Yuan, I've taken this woman down for you. How are you going to thank me? Lin Yuan swallowed hard and chuckled awkwardly. Xuanning, can you please put that gun away? What if it accidentally goes off? The gun lowered to Lin Yuan's waist. Brother, are you satisfied now? A voice from the other side interrupted. Haha, Lin Yuan, I thought you were tough. But what's this? You've softened up so quickly. The gun was now pointed at Lu Jia's temple, and Wang Xuanning bit her lip and said, Sister, are you ready? Let us start with you, then. Chapter 125. The cold wind of the night was still biting. However, this had little to do with Lin Yuan in the classroom. In classroom 606, a dozen desks were pieced together to form a medium-sized double bed. 3 people were lying on it, sleeping soundly. A black light circle reappeared beside the podium. This time, the number 1 clone did not immediately dive into the light circle, as usual. Instead, it stood quietly to the side, waiting. Every time a zombie emerged from the light circle, the number 1 clone would let out a low growl and point towards Lin Yuan's location. As the clock struck 9 a.m., after a long day of labor, Lin Yuan slowly woke from his slumber. The 2 figures that should have been lying beside him were nowhere to be seen. You're awake? The voice carried a hint of shyness. The speaker was Lu Jia. Hmm. Lin Yuan replied, scanning the surroundings but not spotting Wang Xuanning. Are you looking for Xuanning? Lu Jie seemed to know what Lin Yuan wanted to ask. Do you know where she went? She said she was moving and would come back in the afternoon. Oh, I see. Lin Yuan replied, lightly after understanding the situation. After getting dressed, he took out 2 servings of breakfast from his system backpack and called out to Lu Jie by the window. Come have breakfast. Oh, thank you. After they finished breakfast together, Lin Yuan checked today's task. It was still the mission to hunt zombies. Aside from a change in quantity, the reward remained the same. Character upgrade card. Grabbing his machete, Lin Yuan pulled open the classroom door and stepped out into the corridor, where all his zombie minions were standing. The zombies in the front row, matching his level, had astonishingly reached level 38. Looking past the line of zombie minions, Lin Yuan did not notice any other zombies. Could be he had come out too early today. Taking a step out of the classroom, this was the first time he had truly stepped outside. In the next second, the zombies of Hongya Middle School erupted into chaos. The deafening roars echoed throughout the school as zombies rushed towards the teaching building. Lin Yuan instinctively took a step back, retreating into the classroom. Soon, a large number of zombies surged into the corridor. Lin Yuan, holding his machete, began his level-grinding journey. One by one, zombies fell in pools of blood, and a small pile of coins exploded near the corridor by the entrance. Inside the classroom, Lu Jie watched this scene with sparkling eyes. At 12:10 p.m., Lin Yuan closed the classroom door again. The sharp increase in zombie numbers and their enhanced strength prompted Lin Yuan to complete today's task early. Hey, Lin Yuan, aren't you going to collect those coins outside? Lu Jie asked excitedly. Lin Yuan looked at her in surprise. Are you really short on money? Not too bad. Lu Jie replied. As a postman, how much do you make in a month? Lu Jie started counting on her fingers. Her cute expression made Lin Yuan's heart feel a little flutter. With everything included, I probably make around 300 gold coins a month. But I have a tendency to spend. So by the end of the month, if I have 30 gold coins left, that would be pretty good. Upon hearing Lu Jie's monthly income of 300 gold coins, Lin Yuan began to feel it wasn't much. However, compared to the prices in the 19990 district, she could be considered a high-salaried worker. That's quite a bit. Lin Yuan replied. Well, it's okay. In our 4999 district, my income is about middle to upper tier. While speaking, Lu Jie's gaze was still directed towards the door. Considering that Lu Jie was already his woman, Lin Yuan decided he should take care of her a bit more. Have you thought about quitting your postman job? I could provide you with a living allowance of 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins a month. Really? Lu Jie said, her face lighting up with surprise as she stepped forward and blew him a kiss. The softness at the corner of her lips made Lin Yuan realize something. His previous method of pursuing her by walking the dog had not been the right approach. If he had known that spending a little money could solve the problem, why waste so much time? A warm sensation surged in his lower abdomen, triggering him to initiate a second round of battle. What Lin Yuan didn't know was that a pair of wise eyes had been watching from the back door window for quite some time. As the clock struck 5 p.m., the player-restricted area of Hongya Middle School welcomed many locals. 2 moving trucks parked in front of the teaching building, followed closely by 3 snowmobiles. 7 or 8 burly men in protective gear opened the truck beds and began moving items upstairs. One by one, pieces of furniture were brought into the classroom where Lin Yuan was, room 606. The old desks and chairs were moved to other classrooms. The concrete floor was covered with a thick plush carpet. A large double bed was set up beneath the blackboard at the back of the classroom. Wardrobes, cabinets, a sofa, coffee table, and dining table were all included. In the window area, Wang Jinggang and his son even crafted a fireplace vent. The classroom looked brand new, except for the area near the podium, which hadn't changed much. In other parts of the room, it was hard to tell that this had once been a classroom. Lin Yuan handed a cigarette to Uncle Wang and lowered his voice, saying, Uncle, you must have spent quite a bit on all this. Uncle Wang casually waved his hand and said nonchalantly, as long as Xuanning is comfortable, spending some money is nothing. Lin Yuan leaned closer to Wang Xuanning and whispered, Xuanning. Wang Xuanning rolled her eyes dramatically and extended a delicate little hand towards Lin Yuan. Here, everything adds up to 1280 gold coins. You can give it to me. Lin Yuan took out 4 pouches containing 500 gold coins, each from his system backpack, and handed them over. Wang Xuanning smiled as she accepted them and casually passed them to Uncle Wang. Here you go. Lin Yuan isn't short on money. As evening approached at 7 p.m., the group laughed and parted ways after dinner. Watching the two snowmobiles drive off, Lin Yuan closed the window. Knock, knock, knock. The classroom front door was knocked on. Kumin, clone number 1, entered the classroom carrying a sack, and upon seeing the newly refreshed environment, a spark of intelligence lit up in his eyes. Lin Yuan tossed a pack of cigarettes to clone number 1 and directed the two girls to start counting the items in the sack. Excitedly receiving the cigarettes, clone no. 1 exclaimed, "Thank you, boss. All right, come here. I have something to tell you." After a brief exchange of whispers, a renewed glimmer of intelligence shone in clone no. 1's eyes. "Got it, big brother." Lin Yuan was pleased with the response. He then took out a batch of money bags he had obtained from Area 19996 from his system backpack and handed them to clone number 1. "Make sure you handle things well. Safety first." Clone number 1 patted his chest twice. "Don't worry, boss. I've got it all under control." With that, he left the classroom, dragging the empty sack behind him. Watching him leave, Lin Yuan's expression turned contemplative. Could it be that clone number 1 is becoming more independent? Chapter 126. Wow. So many gold coins, so much pocket money. Yes, we hit the jackpot. The two girls rolled around on the carpet of gold coins. Watching their delightful appearance, Lin Yuan felt a surge of appetite. Just as he was about to take action, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. At this point, Lin Yuan had reached level 42, which placed him at a decent level among all players. However, he still struggled to withstand Lu Jia's fierce attacks, indicating that her level was likely quite high as well. Picking up the scattered food vouchers on the ground, Lin Yuan muttered a curse under his breath. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the gold coins on the ground into his system backpack. Glancing at the balance in his backpack, he saw 188 gold coins. After subtracting the previous 58 coins, Lin Yuan had a total of 130 gold coins this time. What a hefty haul. Seeing that Lin Yuan had taken all the coins, the two girls became unhappy. Wang Xuanning got up and opened the wardrobe, pulling out 2 quirky outfits she had found at the local clothing store that afternoon. She handed a set to the dazed Lu Jia. Looking at the outfit full of holes in her hands, Lu Jia felt her cheeks flush. Would wearing this be a bit too embarrassing? Wang Xuanning looked at Lu Jia with a puzzled expression. "Sister, you've worn something like this before, right?" Actually, I haven't tea." Once the two girls changed into their outfits, they approached Lin Yuan, who had backed himself into a corner. Wang Xuanning shouted a spirited slogan, declaring that tonight they would squeeze every last gold coin from Lin Yuan. As the two girls drew closer, Lin Yuan steeled himself and straightened his back. The battle was about to begin. The clock struck midnight, but it didn't wake the 3 people sleeping in the room. Clone number 1 quietly entered the classroom, carrying 2 bags of coins. The black halo reappeared. The night passed without incident. When the 3 finally awoke, it was already 10 a.m. After spending 1,000 gold coins, Lin Yuan had finally calmed the anger of the two girls. Staring at the 2 bags of coins on the podium, Lin Yuan was lost in thought. Could it be that clone number 1 had started acting last night? "Hey, why are there 2 bags of coins here?" Wang Xuanning exclaimed with delight. Dressed in her new outfit, Lu Jia also moved closer. "Wow, so many gold coins." The two girls' gazes turned to Lin Yuan simultaneously. "Lin Yuan, is this the surprise you prepared for us?" Meeting their eager eyes, Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. In his heart, Lin Yuan cursed the number 1 clone thoroughly. Feeling the softness on both sides of his cheeks, his mood improved significantly. After finishing lunch around the dining table, the two girls discussed and decided to go shopping together. Lin Yuan handed over a dozen food exchange vouchers to the two girls and reminded them to be careful before starting his warm-up exercises inside the house. As he pulled open the classroom door, Lin Yuan noticed that in the corridor, there was only one little zombie patrolling with a sack. All the other zombies were nowhere to be found. Lin Yuan employed the same tactic again, stepping out of the classroom door. The zombies in Hongya High School roared once more and rushed towards the teaching building. Lin Yuan quickly retreated back in the classroom, and soon the corridor was once again filled with a large number of zombies. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan completed his zombie hunting task for the day, reaching level 45. However, he was troubled that the previous threefold rewards had turned into double rewards, which severely impacted his leveling speed. Unfortunately, he had no better solution. Within a 30-kilometer radius of Hongya High School, large groups of players formed small teams, continuously hunting down waves of zombie squads. As one zombie fell, another would pounce on the players. As time passed, the number of fallen zombie bodies on the ground increased, while the loot on the ground became scarcer. As evening approached, the zombies began to retreat giving players the opportunity to clear the loot on the ground. Exclamations echoed through the deserted streets of the city. Where are the gold coins I dropped? Why are there only so few left? Hey, I remember there was an exchange voucher here. Where did it go? Damn it. After all this time hunting zombies, how do I only have 3 gold coins left? Xiaolu, did you take the coins? Bro, I swear I didn't. Ask Mago. Seeds of suspicion were sown in the hearts of these players. The once trusting teammates now looked at each other with doubt in their eyes. As the snow fell heavier, some players chose to return to their lodgings to rest, while others opted to continue waiting, knowing that the zombies would change their patrol teams after a while. On a rooftop terrace, a large number of zombies had gathered. The number 1 clone lounged casually in a shabby recliner, gazing up at the falling snowflakes, a lit cigarette dangling from his mouth. In front of the recliner, 2 zombies propped up a large sack, while rows of zombies holding money bags continuously poured gold coins and exchange vouchers into the sack. At 8 p.m., a knock echoed through the classroom. Lin Yuan peeked out the window but saw no snowmobiles parked below. It seemed the one knocking was clone number 1. Come in. Clone number 1 entered the classroom, dragging a heavy burlap sack behind. Big boss, Lin Yuan casually acknowledged. Everything went smoothly. He quickly approached clone number 1, yanking the sack open. The sight of countless gold coins nearly blinded him. Mixed in with the coins were several exchange vouchers. Seeing Lin Yuan's excited expression, clone no. 1 accidentally dropped an empty cigarette box into the sack. Sorry, big boss. Lin Yuan glanced at him, but didn't seem mind. He pulled out 2 unopened packs of cigarettes from his system backpack and tossed them into clone number 1's arms. Patting him on the shoulder, he encouraged, keep up the good work. You'll reap the rewards. Thank you, big boss. Before the 2 girls returned, Lin Yuan quickly stored all the gold coins in his system backpack, clutching a handful of exchange vouchers. He whispered something to clone number 1, who then took the empty sack and left again. Glancing at his current gold balance, he saw 388 gold coins and 78 exchange vouchers, 50 of which were weapon vouchers. His eyes swept over the deflated sack at the classroom door, containing over 500 gold coins, but he had no intention of collecting it. That little bit of money could serve as pocket money for the 2 girls. As clone number 1 reached the school gate, he encountered Wang Xuanning and Lu Jia, who were riding snowmobiles. Hello, big sister. They greeted. The snowmobiles came to a stop in front of clone number 1. The 2 girls glanced at the deflated sack in his hands. Is that money for your big brother? Lu Jia asked. A spark of intelligence flickered in clone no. 1's eyes. He quickly replied, I didn't have much luck today. My brother just sent me out to try my luck. Oh, I see. The 2 girls seemed a tad disappointed. Be careful while you're out. Thank you for your concern, big sister. With that, clone no. 1 lit a cigarette and walked off into the distance. Chapter 127 in classroom 606. Lin Yuan and the 2 girls were gathered around the dining table, enjoying a hot pot. An iron rack beside the table held a prepared goat, and each of them had a small knife in hand, cutting off pieces of meat from the goat as they pleased. It was Lin Yuan's first time eating hot pot this way, and he found it quite novel. In contrast, the 2 girls were accustomed to it. As they ate, the girls shared their excitement about their shopping from earlier that day. Lin Yuan listened with admiration, but he could only sit and listen. After finishing the last bottle of apple juice on the table, he wiped his mouth and prepared to get up. Lin Yuan, that's the last bottle of juice, Wang Xuanning said through gritted teeth. Lin Yuan blinked a couple of times. I can't leave this classroom anyway. So what's wrong with having a little juice? All right then. Wang Xuanning fell silent. In the past, everyone at home had catered to her, but now, in this new environment, she felt a bit out of place. However, Lin Yuan did seem quite pitiful, stuck in his classroom all day. Lin Yuan, how about I stay here with you tomorrow? Me too. Lin Yuan felt a jolt of anxiety. If the 2 girls stayed to accompany him, his daily income of over 10,000 would surely be exposed. They might end up asking him for money every day, making it difficult for him to treat Lu Ruyin and the others in the future. Maintaining a calm expression, Lin Yuan took the girls' hands and said sincerely, you 2 should take some time to explore outside in the next few days. See what we might be missing here. And feel free to get some more supplies for the house. But we spent all our money, Lu Jia said, looking a bit aggrieved. Wang Xuanning, with her beautiful eyes wide open, gazed at Lin Yuan. Huh, waiting for me, are you? Lin Yuan thought to himself with a sneer. He pointed to the burlap sack left at the classroom door. Well, all today's earnings are right there. You can take it and spend it. The 2 girls were overjoyed and quickly broke free from Lin Yuan's grasp, hurrying towards the sack. As they opened the sack, They noticed that the amount of money inside was significantly less than the previous day, causing them to frown. What's wrong? Not enough money? The two girls exchanged glances and forced smiles. Although the gold coins were few, the number of vouchers was sufficient. They could always trade them later for more gold coins. Lin Yuan seemed to sense what they were thinking and added, "By the way, I have no use for the food vouchers. But remember to exchange all the remaining weapon vouchers for me tomorrow." The classroom fell into a brief silence, and the girls had a feeling as if there was something stuck in their throats. Lin Yuan opened the window and took out a shovel, clearing away a few shovelfuls of snow from the windowsill and giving himself a quick wipe. The two women let out soft groans. The battle in the classroom had begun. 18 kilometers away, in a narrow alley, a male player was hiding behind a trash can, quietly observing a player battlefield on the street. We saw a zombie crawling out from a pile of corpses, starting to scavenge the scattered loot on the ground. The man's mouth dropped open in shock. Whoa, the zombies are getting smarter. Hey, want to share a smoke? A lit cigarette was offered to the male player. He instinctively took the cigarette and thanked the stranger. Glancing at the brand of the cigarette, he took a couple of deep puffs and chuckled. "You've got good taste, brother." The smoke masked the foul stench emanating from the first clone. The man and the zombie chatted casually until the zombie, still rummaging for loot at the intersection, quietly slipped into the alley. Only then did the male player stand up. "Thank for the cigarette, brother." As he turned, he was met with a dark blue face. "You." Crack. The first clone violently twisted his neck. Watching the approaching zombie minion from a distance, the first clone let out a roar. 1 minute later, the zombie minion was dragging its head, following behind the first clone as the two figures disappeared into the snowy night. The door to classroom 607 was pushed open, and the first clone walked in, dragging a sack filled with gold coins. Compared to the luxurious decor of classroom 606, classroom 607 resembled a bare shell. The peeling walls, rusty heating pipes, and decaying podium all showcased the classroom's history. The desks in the classroom had long been cleared out. In the large room, only a rickety rocking chair remained. The first clone lay back in the rocking chair, gazing quietly out the window. In less than 2 minutes, the door to the classroom was pushed open again, and 5 zombies of varying levels walked in. A small flame flickered to life in the classroom. The eyes of the 5 zombies gleamed with newfound intelligence. "The boss has given orders. Tomorrow, after the 2 big sisters go out, we'll take this bag of money over. Who's coming tomorrow?" "Yeah, Buzza." I. The first clone cast a sidelong glance at his minions, his gaze settling on the 2 who hadn't spoken. "You 2 will take the money to the boss tomorrow afternoon." "Thank you, brother." One of the zombies stammered. Another zombie nodded. The first clone pointed at the speaking zombie and said again, "You don't need to go tomorrow. Let him handle it himself." As soon as he finished speaking, a small flame flickered in the dark classroom. At 1 a.m., the light circle in classroom 606 appeared. The 3 sleeping students, Lin Yuan and his friends, were completely unaware of what was happening in the classroom. Tonight, the 49.99 area channel was buzzing with activity. Many players shared blurry photos in the channel. Extra. Zombies are starting to snatch the loot players have obtained. Whoa, the zombies are getting smart. Brothers, we need to unite. Hey, did you notice that the zombies in the photos all have money bags hanging from their waists? That's true. What if this zombie is actually a player in disguise? Honestly, that's a possibility. The discussion about the zombie robbery incident continued to heat up in the area channel. Meanwhile, the instigator was sleeping soundly. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window and fell on Lin Yuan's face. He turned over in his sleep, and a voice beside him said playfully, "So annoying." At noon, Lin Yuan woke up feeling refreshed and had lunch. The 2 girls were already ready to go, and when they saw Lin Yuan awake, they rushed over to give him a sweet kiss before walking out of the classroom, one after the other. Just then, the front door of the classroom swung open, and a zombie minion dragged a heavy burlap sack into the room. Upon realizing that the newcomer was not the first clone, Lin Yuan was not surprised. He directed the zombie minion to place the sack on the podium and was about to send it back out. With a thud, the zombie minion knelt on the podium. "Big brother, I want to improve." Chapter 128. 10 minutes later, the zombie sidekick walked out of the classroom with a cigarette hanging from its mouth. Lin Yuan leaned back in a lounge chair, lost in thought. He was surprised to find that there were as many as 5 talking zombie sidekicks. What else was this number 1 clone hiding? Lin Yuan felt it was necessary to get to the bottom of this. He transferred all the gold coins from the sack into his system backpack, bringing his total balance to 50,000 80 gold coins. After browsing through the system store, Lin Yuan splurged 10,000 gold coins on a platinum gray Tang Dao. Looking at the antique and elegant Tang Dao in his hands, Lin Yuan thought it was more suited for collection. The back door of the classroom swung open, and Lin Yuan stepped outside. A riot of zombies broke out again in Hongya High School. This time, Lin Yuan chose not to retreat back into the classroom immediately. Instead, he gripped the Tang Dao tightly and waited in the hallway. As the first zombie appeared, the battle began. After slashing through over 100 zombies, Lin Yuan was forced to retreat back into the classroom. There were simply too many zombies to kill. Among the horde, he also spotted 2 level 50 zombies, their eyes glowing red, slowly approaching his location. An hour later, Lin Yuan completed his task for the day, and his level had risen to 48, placing him third on the player leaderboard in zone 4999. In the following ranks, over 20 players had also reached level 48. He opened his system panel to check his personal data. Name, Lin Yuan. Gender, male. Age, 22. Strength, 486. Weapon, 15. Speed, 486. Constitution, 486. Spirit, 485. Evaluation, a cunning rogue hiding in a nest of zombies. That evaluation is not accurate. Lin Yuan sighed. In the snail noodle shop, hearing the system announcement, Lychee decided not to open for business today. Ding! The system prompted that an item she had listed in the system store had been sold, and after deducting the transaction fee, her account was credited with 500 gold coins. Opening the system store, Lychee checked the buyer's information and her eyes widened. Player 09999, Lin Yuan. It can't be the Lin Yuan I know, she thought, quickly opening her friend list. After checking Lin Yuan's player ID, she confirmed it was indeed the same Lin Yuan. Just then, the curtain was pushed aside, and 2 players wearing rabbit fur suits walked in. Boss, 2 bowls of snail noodles with eggs. Lychee waved her hand irritably. Get out of here before I get angry. Sweetheart, this woman is fierce, said a handsome young man, tugging at the arm of another male player. Hey, you bitch. I've had enough of your crap for a long time, and now you're putting on airs with me? 2 minutes later, 2 bodies fell from a great height. The smell of blood quickly attracted wandering zombies. In no time, the 2 bodies were torn apart. Ding! A friend has sent you a message. Would you like to check it? Lin Yuan, who was in a video call with Lu Ruyin and a few other women, frowned slightly. Huh? What's wrong, boss? Lu Ruyin asked from the video call. Nothing. The next second, the classroom door was pushed open, and clone number 1 walked in carrying a heavy burlap sack. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Number 1, come over. Let me introduce you to your sisters-in-law. Number 1 put down the sack, took a few large strides to Lin Yuan's side, and clasped his hands in salute. Greetings, sisters-in-law. A few exclamations came from the video call. Damn, boss. Is he your secret love child? This guy looks so much like you. Huh, he really does. Yeah, he does resemble you. Hearing the women's comments, Lin Yuan took a closer look at the clone number 1 in front of him. Apart from his slightly bluish complexion, it was almost impossible to tell from his appearance that he was a zombie. Moreover, he shared about 90 of Lin Yuan's facial features. Lin Yuan marveled at the sight, but suddenly realized something and closed the chat dialogue. Number 1, can you see your sisters-in-law? Lin Yuan asked with a frown. I can't. Boss. Clone numero 1 answered confidently. Really, you can't see them? Lin Yuan was still somewhat skeptical. Boss, I really can't see anything. Then why the hell did you greet them? Lin Yuan said irritably. You told me to greet them, so I did. Lin Yuan stared at him intently for a while. Though he still had doubts, it seemed he wouldn't get any answers. Then he remembered the zombie minions who had delivered money at noon. Number 1, tell me, among these minions, how many zombies have intelligence? Boss, there are 6 at the moment. Does that include you? Boss, I'm not a zombie. All right. It seemed he wasn't lying. Lin Yuan walked over to the burlap sack and pulled open the bag's opening. The shiny gold coins were stained with faint traces of reddish blood. Did you kill someone? Yes, boss. The players today weren't easy to deal with. All right, be careful out there. You can go now. Clone number 1 left, and before he went, Lin Yuan tossed him 2 unopened packs of Huazi cigarettes. Lin Yuan stored all his coins into the system backpack, and his coin balance reached a new high of 61,888 coins. He opened a friend's list and saw a message from Lychee. Lin Yuan, I can't believe you're still alive. How about a trade? Give me 20,000 coins, and I'll get you out. Did you see my message? If you did, reply. After reading the message, Lin Yuan thought for 3 seconds and replied, Where are you? The other party responded immediately. I'm in an unfinished building about 3 kilometers from Hongya Middle School. How about it? I know quite a few players. First, transfer me 10,000 coins as a deposit, and I'll contact them. Once we coordinate, I can get you out. Haha, show me a picture. What picture? If you send me a picture that makes me happy, I might even reward you with a few extra coins. In a cozy room, Lychee lay in bed with her legs bare, staring at the virtual screen in front of her. Seeing Lin Yuan's reply, her heart was calm. After thinking for a few minutes, she took a picture of her beautiful legs and sent it over. The moment Lin Yuan saw the picture, he was stunned. He had only been joking, never expecting her to actually send one. Immediately, he transferred 100 coins. Ding. System notification. Your friend has transferred 100 coins to you. Would you like to accept? Yes, of course. This was way faster than selling snail noodles. The two quickly fell into a lively chat. Below each picture, there was a transaction notification. The amounts Lin Yuan sent ranged from 30, 100 coins. Half an hour later, their conversation came to an end. Lychee excitedly rolled around on her bed, thrilled at how easy the money was to make. If she had known chatting could be this profitable, she wouldn't have bothered selling snail noodles at all. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan lit a cigarette, gazing out the window. The bait had been thrown out, and he believed it wouldn't be long before the other party took the hook. Chapter 129, Brother Lin Yuan, we're back. The classroom door was pushed open again, and the two girls walked in with radiant smiles on their faces. Lin Yuan, take a look at what we bought this time. Lu Jie exclaimed excitedly, glancing at the large bags and small packages they were carrying. It seemed like they had bought even more than yesterday. Did you exchange the weapons back? Lin Yuan asked, taking the medium-sized shopping bag that Lu Jie handed him with suspicion. He opened it and was taken aback. Inside were dozens of belts, and it looked like there were even a few more than before. 58 belts? What do you think? 58 golden-level belts. Aren't we amazing? Wang Xuanning tilted her head, looking for praise. Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. If he remembered correctly, most of the over 50 weapon exchange vouchers were for golden-level sticks and similar weapons. Moreover, in the system shop, the prices for sticks and other weapons of the same level were much higher than for belts. Lin Yuan seriously suspected that the two girls had taken some sort of kickback, and it looked like they had profited quite a bit. He exchanged glances with the two girls. Wang Xuanning's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Lu Jie blushed and looked down. Dinner today was still hot pot, with only one difference from yesterday. The lamb on the iron rack was replaced with beef. The atmosphere in the classroom was lively, and the three of them were enjoying their meal immensely. 13 kilometers away from Hongya Middle School, on the roof of an abandoned building, the first clone stood at the edge, quietly watching the battle between players and zombies on the high platform in the distance. Second brother, the first clone, remained indifferent, his gaze still fixed on the horizon. After a long moment, he turned back and glanced at his subordinate behind him. In a cold voice, he said, I heard you told Big Brother that you want to level up? The zombie subordinate lowered his head, not daring to speak. The first clone let out a cold laugh. Now I'm giving you a chance. Do you see those humans over there? Yes, second brother, I see them. The zombie subordinate replied excitedly. Good, take them out, and you'll be third brother from now on. The zombie subordinate beamed with joy and said, Thank you for your support, second brother. He was about to rush down the building. Wait a minute. Is there anything else, second brother? The first clone patted his shoulder and said earnestly, I heard you really love to smoke. It's okay, second brother. That cigarette was a gift from Big Brother, but it tastes pretty good. The zombie subordinate awkwardly scratched his head, mimicking a human gesture. The first clone handed him a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He patted the other person's shoulder again and smiled, saying, Take a few more puffs before you leave. Thanks, bro, as he watched the zombie minion fade into the distance. The number 1 clone revealed a gentle smile, which, to outsiders, appeared quite menacing. His gaze shifted toward the distant high platform where several players were wrapping up their tasks. Suddenly, a zombie appeared, holding a cigarette. The number 1 clone's eyes lit up with excitement as he murmured to himself, This guy really does have cigarettes hidden in his pockets. What shame. In the end, those players will benefit from it. On the rooftop, a few players collecting loot were stunned by the sudden appearance of the zombie minion. Holy crap, this zombie actually smokes. What is going on? This is unbelievable. Everyone, stay calm and see what it wants. The zombie minion took a couple of deep puffs before extinguishing the cigarette with his foot, saying nothing. He pulled out a golden grade belt from his waist and charged toward the players. Seeing the fierce approach, the players instantly tensed up. A burly man wrapped in a 3-layer black down jacket suppressed his fear and shouted, Let me handle this. He raised an axe and confronted the zombie minion. Both struck at the same time. Feathers scattered everywhere. The burly man stood there in shock, staring at the zombie minion he had split in half. His eyes filled with disbelief. Is that it? A female player in a rabbit fur set spoke softly. I checked. This zombie is only level 32. You chopping it down with one blow is completely normal. The burly man spat at the zombie minion's corpse, looking frustrated. Damn it, so weak. Yet trying to act like a boss. He then squatted down to loot the body. Besides 3 cigarettes and a belt, he found nothing else. However, he considered this a win. Tonight, in the 4999 district, players were particularly ruthless when it came to killing zombies. Just an hour ago, a player revealed that killing zombies could yield cigarettes and shared several photos in the regional channel. The photos caught the attention of many players and ignited their passion for hunting zombies. The number 1 clone felt quite annoyed tonight, his knife stained with blood. There were always some keen players looking to ask him for cigarettes. Just as he was hiding behind a trash can, observing the battlefield, his shoulder was tapped again by a player. Hey, you're killing zombies and getting cigarettes too. I'll pay you some money. Can you sell me a few packs? The number 1 copycat turned around with a frown, glancing back at the player behind him. Come on, man. Are you serious? You can't sell even 1 box, but you could at least sell me a few sticks. Why the long face? Get lost, or I'll take you out. The number 1 copycat was still waiting for a chance to scavenge and didn't want to get into a conflict with the player in front of him. Upon hearing this, the player laughed and pointed at the platinum-level machete hanging from the copycat's waist, saying, Dude, no offense, but with that big 18-inch machete in your hand, you really think you can kill me? Dream on. As the player spoke, the copycat's eyes glowed red. It was the first time he had been mocked by a player. The male player was taken aback. He couldn't quite understand what was going on with the number 1 copycat. Could it be that his eyes really were turning red with anger? Without hesitation, the male player took a picture and uploaded it to the regional channel chat room. The photo immediately sparked a heated discussion among players. Whoa, this guy looks off. Doesn't he look human? Hey, you just don't get it. Look at that face. He is clearly freezing. That guy's eyes are bright red. He is not wearing color contacts, is he? Honestly, I think that might actually be a possibility. As the number 1 copycat charged forward with his machete, the male player remained unfazed, a hint of excitement in his eyes. The two engaged in a battle, 1 human and 1 copycat, with the male player skillfully dodging attacks while the copycat found himself in peril. It wasn't until a horde of zombies, armed with various weapons, came rushing in from the distance that both sides finally paused. Hey, how about we team up? I'll help you deal with these zombies, and you can give me some cigarettes, the male player suggested. The number 1 copycat didn't respond and charged right into the swarm of zombies. Come on, seriously. Once the copycat blended into the horde, the male player let out a disappointed sigh. He then pulled out a cigarette pack from his pocket, glanced at the 6 cigarettes inside, and muttered, Man, I didn't expect this guy to have such a meager stash. His figure quickly disappeared into the alleyway. Chapter 130 Knock, knock, knock. The classroom door was rapped on. The 3 people who were lost in their own world halted their actions. Lin Yuan withdrew his outstretched hand. Under the playful gazes of the 2 girls, he casually threw on a robe and walked toward the door. When he opened it, he saw a figure standing outside, looking sullen and saying nothing. A bloodied sack was being dragged by clone number 1 at the entrance. Bro, didn't I tell you not to come looking for me at this hour? Clone number 1, with a sheepish grin, replied, Big brother, I ran into some trouble on the way. A player was after me, and I almost didn't make it back. Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the bulging sack, but he held back any harsh words. He tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to clone number 1 and quickly gave a few simple instructions before pulling the sack inside. Brother Lin, what's in this bulging sack? One of the girls asked curiously. Yeah, it's all bloody. It can't be a body, can it? The other girl chimed in, both looking serious. Sure enough, the 2 girls got off the bed. Lin Yuan opened the sack wide, and the girls gasped, covering their mouths in surprise. So many gold coins, but they're all covered in blood. Brother Lin, let's help you clean the blood off the coins. Before Lin Yuan could respond, the 2 girls had already dumped all the coins from the sack onto the carpet. The carpet visibly changed color at an alarming rate. In the end, after a flurry of activity from the girls, Lin Yuan's balance increased by another 20,000 gold coins. His total assets had now reached 80,088 gold coins. The girls also earned a reward of 100 gold coins. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to unlock several new poses. In classroom 607, Clone No. One was in a foul mood, standing by the window and smoking. The shouts from next door did nothing to stir the decayed heart within him. 5 kilometers away, on a rooftop near Hongya High School, a male player put down his binoculars, his expression brimming with uncontainable excitement. He was certain that the clone one he had encountered before was not a human player. It was highly likely that he was one of the legendary zombie players. Hunting such a zombie player could yield unimaginable benefits. The clock struck midnight again, echoing in every player's mind. In classroom 606, Lin Yuan remained unaffected, still busy with his tasks. It wasn't until an overwhelming wave of drowsiness hit that the few people in the classroom finally drifted off to sleep. At 9 a.m., the two girls were all dressed up and ready to go. When they saw Lin Yuan getting out of bed, they stepped forward to give him a sweet kiss, laughing and joking as they swayed their slim waists out of the classroom. Lin Yuan watched them with envy, but he still found it difficult to leave this high school. He quickly finished his breakfast with the pre-packaged meal he had exchanged for with vouchers from his system backpack. Gripping his tang knife, he headed towards a corridor. Today, the first clone didn't follow the usual routine of heading out early with a horde of zombie minions. For safety reasons, Lin Yuan had assigned him the task of clearing the building last night. In addition to this teaching building, he also needed to lead a group of zombie minions to exterminate the 2 dormitory buildings and an office building on campus. When the first clone arrived at the dormitory building with his zombie minions, he was surprised to find that the front door was welded shut. However, this didn't seem to pose a problem for him. With a swing of his machete, the door shattered. Contrary to expectations, a large number of zombies did not appear. The dormitory building was eerily quiet. What was going on? The first clone directed 2 level 48 zombie minions to go inside and investigate. 2 minutes later, 2 bodies were thrown out from the dormitory. The sound of zombie growls echoed from within, but not a single zombie showed itself. The first clone scratched his chin thoughtfully with a dark, calloused hand. After a long moment, he decided to abandon the search of the dormitory and instead led his minions to the office building. The front door of the office building was wide open, and a single zombie wandered inside. The first clone raised his machete and charged in with his minions, launching a massacre against his former kind. Today, Lin Yuan found it particularly easy to hunt zombies. With each swing of his knife, at least 2 or 3 zombies would fall. In just 1 hour, he completed his task for the day. After using the character upgrade card, Lin Yuan's character level had reached level 51. The competition teleportation that Lychee and the others had mentioned earlier had not occurred, and as he pondered this, he suddenly heard a system notification in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates that the zombie crisis in this area has exceeded the maximum capacity. Area fusion in progress. The area fusion will last for 3 days, during which the system will replan the territories of the local residents and players. During these 3 days, player rankings and the system mall will be closed. Zombies and players will not be able to attack each other and will be confined to different areas. Players may choose to sleep during this time. After hearing the system announcement, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Based on the information, he surmised that Area 4999 was likely about to upgrade. The reason for the fusion in this area is actually the zombie crisis. Could it be that it was created by the number 1 zombie clone? Lin Yuan called over a zombie minion from the corridor. He started rambling at him, regardless of whether the minion understood or not, and then kicked him in the rear. The zombie stumbled forward a few steps before quickly darting downstairs. Lin Yuan nodded to himself. As expected, the minion was quite obedient in this regard. On the top floor of the office building, in the office of the head of the teaching department, the number 1 leader sat comfortably in a dusty office chair, enjoying a cigarette. His desk was cluttered with several bulging bags of money. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Big brother. This guy says that the boss is looking for you. A zombie minion entered, accompanied by another one. All right, I got it. You can go now. Leave him here. Yes. Second brother. He scrutinized the minion for a moment. Can you talk? Ooh, wah, wah. Okay, I get it. Ooh, wah, wah. Shut up. The zombie minion fell silent. The number 1 clone pondered for a few seconds, then pointed at the bags of money on the desk. You take these bags and come with me. Ooh, wah, wah. Knock, knock, knock. Big brother, I'm back. The no. 1 clone walked into the classroom, clutching a pile of money bags. Lin Yuan casually glanced at him and pointed to the podium. Put everything over there. Okay, big brother. Chapter 131. After listening to replica number 1 recount the anomalies in the dormitory building, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. The clock chimed midnight. Lying alone on the soft bed, he gazed at the chat window before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It had only been a little over an hour, Yet the content of their conversation had shifted beyond the previous boundaries. After Lin Yuan splurged 500 gold coins, Li Qi happily agreed to his offline invitation. They had arranged to meet at a CAF located 10 kilometers away from Hongya Middle School. After ending the conversation, both of them struggled to sleep, filled with anticipation for their offline meeting the next day. The classroom door swung open, and replica number 1 entered, carrying several money bags. Seeing the sparks flying from Lin Yuan's bed, he paused for a moment. "Hey, big brother, you're still up. About to sleep. Any news from your sister-in-law?" "Not yet. Big brother. All right, send a few more guys out these next couple of days to gather intel, and remember to report back promptly if there's any news. By the way, I have something to take care of tomorrow, so keep an eye on the house." "Got it, big brother." A night passed without any further conversation. At 9 a.m., Lin Yuan finished washing up and picked up a small mirror from the windowsill to check his appearance. Instantly, he felt like a different person. He took 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, and exited the classroom. The zombies on campus did not scream as he stepped out, which left him a bit disappointed. Lin Yuan quickly returned to the classroom and grabbed the shopping bag he had prepared on the desk. Glancing inside at the 7 or 8 brand new sets of novelty underwear, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. He slung a tang knife over his shoulder and carried the shopping bag as he walked out of the teaching building. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath of fresh air, but then he noticed something was off. Where did the snow on the playground go? Looking up at the sun hanging in the sky, Lin Yuan decisively took off his rabbit fur outfit. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan appeared at the entrance of Hongya Middle School, wearing flip-flops, a trendy short-sleeve shirt, and a pair of beach shorts. According to the 2 girls, this outfit was a signature ensemble from a local streetwear store, costing him a total of 66 gold coins. He looked up at the sun overhead and changed his plan to walk to the CAF. He took out a 3-wheeled motorcycle from his system backpack, which was about 60 new, and hopped on. After kicking it 3 times, Lin Yuan still failed to get it started, which left him frustrated. He lit a cigarette to calm down. "Finally, I've been waiting for you." Following the voice, Lin Yuan saw a young man wearing the rabbit fur outfit on the lower half and shirtless on the upper half, pedaling furiously on a motorcycle. A young man was charging straight toward Lin Yuan. A row of question marks popped up in Lin Yuan's mind. Is this guy out his mind? As he watched the young man getting closer without any sign of stopping, Lin Yuan immediately decided to teach him a lesson. The sword was drawn for 3 seconds before being sheathed again. Lin Yuan kept pedaling the motorcycle. The young man fell to the ground, his face pale. Looking at the bicycle split in half and the 3 severed rabbit heads rolling on the ground, the young man suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly looked down. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief, thankful that the 4th rabbit head hadn't been chopped off. But when did this zombie player become so tough? Had he evolved again? The thought of this possibility made the young man even paler. "Hey you, get over here and pedal this motorcycle for me." The young man was taken aback, pointing to his own nose. "Are you talking to me?" Lin Yuan was amused. He was already irritated that he couldn't pedal the motorcycle, and now he had to deal with a player pretending to be clueless. He stepped forward and landed 2 heavy punches. Grabbing him, he kicked him again. "Move faster, or I'll kill you right now." The young man covered his swollen cheek, incredulously saying, "You actually dare to hit me?" Slap, slap, slap. The young man's once handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head, and he was struggling to pedal the motorcycle. Vroom, vroom, bang, bang. "Boss, the motorcycle catching fire," the young man said, licking his lips. "All right, you drive. They're SACAF 10 kilometers away. You know it, right?" The young man nodded, taking the driver's seat and steering the motorcycle toward the CAF 10 kilometers away. 20 minutes later, the 3-wheeled motorcycle stopped in front of the CAF. Lin Yuan looked up and saw a red banner hanging above the door with the CAF's name. The CAF. After storing the 3-wheeled motorcycle in his system backpack, Lin Yuan glanced at the young man and coldly said, "You can go now." Upon hearing this, the young man felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly nodding and bowing. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." His knuckles were turning white from gripping too tightly. Noticing this, Lin Yuan frowned and stepped forward to deliver 2 more heavy punches. "Get lost." After saying that, he turned and walked into the CAF without looking back. The young man got up from the ground, and in that moment, he realized that trying to take down a zombie player solo was no longer possible. He simply couldn't compete. The young man opened the friends panel in the system and began sending messages. He sent out 8 messages in quick succession, all of which received replies from the other player. His gaze lingered on the first page of his friend's list, landing on the profile picture of a cute girl. After some consideration, he typed, "Sister Lychee, I have insider information about zombie players. The location is at a CAF nearby. Are you interested in coming over?" At the CAF. After Lychee greeted Lin Yuan, the two found a spot to sit down. The CAF's owner, a local native, presented them with a brand new handwritten menu upon seeing them arrive. Lin Yuan scanned it quickly. Besides 3 types of coffee, the menu featured 10 kinds of desserts. However, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you serious about these prices you've crossed out and rewritten?" The 3 types of coffee listed were iced cappuccino, room temperature cappuccino, and hot cappuccino, priced at 50 gold, 30 gold, and 60 gold respectively. Those were the crossed out prices. The new prices were 60 gold, 40 gold, and 70 gold. The owner had only raised the prices by 10 gold, which Lin Yuan found quite reasonable. As for the dessert section, Lin Yuan was truly impressed by the owner. Just 8 flavors of donuts took up 8 lines on the menu. The remaining 2 desserts were classic tiramisu and cappuccino tiramisu. The prices for the donuts were quite affordable, ranging from 20 to 50 gold each. However, the prices for the 2 tiramisus were rather extravagant, with the cost being 1 gold per gram and a minimum order of 100 grams. Lin Yuan thought the CAF owner really knew how to run a business. As a menu was handed to Lychee, Lin Yuan smiled and said, "You order." Chapter 132. Glancing at him, Lychee took the menu Lin Yuan handed her, her fingers unintentionally brushing against the back of his hand. Lin Yuan smiled and remained silent. Lychee casually ordered 2 cups of coffee and returned the menu to Lin Yuan, politely saying, "I've ordered the coffee, so you can choose the dessert. I'll cover the bill today." The CAF owner, standing nearby, felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. He thought to himself, 2 cups of coffee only earn a few dozen gold coins. Sigh, another day of losses. However, Lin Yuan's next few words instantly perked him up. "Besides that zombie-flavored one, I want 10 of each kind of donut. And for the tiramisu, let us start with 3 pounds of each." At this, Lychee, sitting across from him, suddenly lost her composure and sat up straight. "Lin Yuan, are you really going to order that much? Can we finish it?" Lin Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine. We can take leftovers home." The owner chimed in, "All right, your total comes to 560 gold coins. I'll give you a discount, so just 6,000 gold coins will do." "Who's paying?" "She." "He." Lin Yuan looked up at the owner and calmly said, "Boss, you heard her say she's treating, right?" The owner nodded confidently and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder. "Young man, I definitely heard that." He then turned his gaze to Lychee. "Madam, could you please settle the bill first?" Under the owner's pointed gesture, Lychee expressionlessly took out 6,000 gold coins from her system bag and paid the bill. When the desserts were served, Lin Yuan grabbed 3 donuts with one hand and stuffed them into his mouth. Not bad. The owner's skills are really good. They're freshly baked. Across from him, Lychee was unabashedly devouring the tiramisu, and with each bite, her eyes would redden a little. "Is this what money tastes like? It's making me tear up." Watching Lychee cry while shoving more tiramisu in her mouth, Lin Yuan looked on in surprise. Could it be that the owner's tiramisu reminded Lychee of flavors from her childhood? He took a small bite and thought the taste was just average. "Hey, Lychee, is this really that good?" At Lin Yuan's question, Lychee felt even more wronged. Reflecting on the thousands of gold coins she earned over the past few days by sending suggestive pictures, she thought it wasn't even enough to cover a meal. Her desire to get back at Lin Yuan intensified. The original plan was to bring Lin Yuan back tonight, extort her a bit, and then take her out. With her status as the top player in the 49.99 district, it would have been a piece of cake. But now, Lin Yuan hadn't even paid for a meal, and she had already been taken advantage of. This was infuriating. Suddenly, an idea struck Lychee, and she stopped crying. Could it be that Lin Yuan was out of money? "Lin Yuan, what is going on? Do you still have money?" "Yeah. Phew. What is wrong?" "Nothing. Just eat more. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to eat later." After finishing all the donuts on the plate, Lin Yuan let out a satisfied burp and took a sip of coffee. "By the way, Lychee, I brought you a gift." As Lychee took the shopping bag that was handed to her, she shot Lin Yuan a suspicious glance. Was Lin Yuan actually being polite? She opened the bag and casually glanced inside, her cheeks immediately turning bright red. "Lin Yuan, what do you think? Do you like it?" The bag contained some playful lingerie that Lin Yuan had carefully selected from her closet, all in one size. "Thank you for the gift." Lychee gritted her teeth and replied. Lin Yuan said proudly, "Hee, I knew you'd like it. Remember to wear it for me tonight." "Sure." To die under the peony is to be a ghost with style, right? All right, I'll satisfy you tonight, Li Ji thought to herself. She rummaged through the shopping bag, and to her surprise, the quality of the lingerie Lin Yuan sent was actually quite good. Outside a coffee shop, 8 or 9 players had gathered. The young man's swollen cheeks had completely returned to normal after taking some medication. A burly man behind him, holding an axe, joked, "Wolf brother, how are we going to split the loot after we kill that zombie player?" The young man sneered, thinking to himself, once this group is out of the picture, that zombie player's stamina should be pretty low by then. When the time comes, after a fierce battle of 300 rounds, all the loot will belong to him. With this thought, the young man could no longer contain his joy and let out a cackling laugh. Quack, 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 quack. The other players were taken aback. This guy's crazy. Yeah, he seems a bit off. Who could blame him? It's scorching hot, and he is wearing a rabbit fur suit. TSK, TSK, TSK. He must have some sort of persecution complex. The players exchanged glances, filled with confusion. The strong man looked perplexed. Could it be that his question triggered a sensitive spot in Brother Dao's heart? Brother Dao, are you okay? Slap. What could possibly be wrong with me? Damn it, how dare you hit me? Just you wait. The strong man chuckled as he accepted a pouch of money handed to him by a young man. Brother Dao, you're straightforward in your dealings. My little brother's right cheek is a bit numb too. A group of players rolled their eyes in unison, glancing at the 2 pouches of money in the strong man's hands, and collectively took a step forward. Brother Dao felt a jolt of alarm. What were they up to? I called you here to fight the boss, not to get slapped. He opened his system backpack and glanced at his coin balance. 800 gold coins. Not to mention, a slap costs 500 gold coins, and there are still 7 people who haven't been slapped yet. With each person getting 2 slaps, there should be enough money. Should I go for it? Brother Dao felt conflicted. Brother Dao, we're here. A cute girl, accompanied by 2 chubby girls, approached the players. Oh no, it seems like there isn't enough money. The young man decisively abandoned the idea of giving each person 2 slaps. Clearing his throat, he began to explain the situation regarding the zombie players to the 3 newly arrived girls. The girls nodded enthusiastically, giving thumbs up and praise. Brother Dao, that zombie player actually fought you for 300 rounds without a winner. How impressive. Brother Dao humbly waved his hand. Who says otherwise? The reason I called everyone here is to let you all broaden your horizons and gain some experience. The few players who arrived early twitched their lips. If they hadn't seen the young man's face swollen like a pig's head, they might have actually believed him. The CAF door swung open, and Lin Yuan took Li Chi's little hand as they stepped out. The moment their eyes met, they both froze. Sister Li Chi, Sister Li Chi, Sister Li Chi. Chapter 133. The young man's gaze suddenly sharpened as he saw the tightly clasped hands of the 2. Could it be that Li Chi knew Lin Yuan's identity even earlier than he did? It was possible, after all. No wonder the other party hadn't replied to his messages. After figuring it out, Little Knife immediately pointed at Lin Yuan and shouted, Sister Li Chi, this player belongs to all of us. You can't just take her away. Hearing this, Li Chi was taken aback. She glanced at Lin Yuan standing beside her, wondering when he had become so popular. Was Little Knife perhaps selling some high-value items in the marketplace that Lin Yuan had bought? Did he follow the clues to discover Lin Yuan's identity as a cash cow and come here to rob him? Yes, that must be how things unfolded. With this thought, Li Chi lifted her head and fixed her gaze on the young man. Little Knife, I know what you're thinking, but if you want to take Lin Yuan from me, you'll have to ask my knife if it agrees first. As soon as these words were spoken, the players behind Little Knife erupted in excitement. The second-ranked player, Little Knife, was challenging the first-ranked player, Li Chi. This was going to be entertaining. The players quickly stepped aside, giving the 2 enough space to showcase their skills. Little Knife was stunned, glancing at the players on either side. Come on, I called you here, remember? Now that it's time to fight. Why is everyone just a spectator? Just then, some eager players shouted, Knife brother, watch out. Sister Li Chi is coming for you. Upon hearing this, Little Knife snapped back to reality and instinctively swung his knife at the side. Li Chi saw that he was the first to attack and immediately conjured a large ring-shaped blade, charging toward Little Knife in a flurry of steps. The 2 quickly faced off, and for a moment, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Lin Yuan watched with amusement, pulling out a small stool from his system backpack, lighting a cigarette, and smiling as he enjoyed the thrilling duel between the 2. A burly spectator, casually glancing at the smoking Lin Yuan, suddenly showed a look of surprise. This person bore a striking resemblance, about 70%, to the zombie minion he had slain that day. Could this be the zombie player that Little Knife had mentioned? Realizing the possibility, the burly man raised his double axes and quietly approached Lin Yuan. Noticing the heavy-set man tiptoeing toward him, Lin Yuan flicked the ash off his cigarette. Brother, with that big frame of yours, isn't it tiring to tiptoe around? Since he had been caught, the burly player took a couple of quick steps and sat down next to Lin Yuan. One whole cigarette. Thank you. The two shared a puff, quietly watching the spectacle unfold. After a long while, the burly man finally spoke up. Brother, you're the zombie player that Knife Brother mentioned, aren't you? Lin Yuan looked at the other person in surprise. A zombie player? Do I really look like a zombie? The burly man stared closely at Lin Yuan and shook his head. Buddy, you look more like a person to me. Well, isn't that good? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes in response. Not having figured out Lin Yuan's identity, the burly man still seemed a bit stubborn. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, I killed a zombie yesterday that looked about 70% like you. Do you know this zombie? Lin Yuan's interest piqued at this. Could it be that the guy had killed one of his underlings? However, he had so many underlings that losing one was hardly a big deal. The zombie you mentioned might have been one of my guys. You admit it. You really are the zombie player that Brother Dao talked about. The burly man sat up immediately. Lin Yuan quickly pulled him back down, irritated. Sit down. You're making it look like a show for me. He then added, and who said only zombie players can have zombie underlings? Yeah, the burly man's not-so-bright mind became a jumbled mess. Nobody ever said that human players couldn't have zombies as underlings. The burly man was lost in thought. On the battlefield, Lychee and Little Knife were evenly matched, still unable to determine a winner. After watching for a while, Lin Yuan started to feel drowsy. He took out a three-wheeled motorcycle from his system backpack and patted the burly man beside him. Bro, help me pedal this motorcycle. The burly man didn't refuse. After all, pedaling was no big deal for him. After pedaling for about 3 or 4 minutes, the burly man suddenly realized something was off. Bro, don't you need to put the motorcycle key in? Lin Yuan slapped his thigh, feeling awkward as he pulled out the key and handed it over. Sorry, I got so caught up in the fight that I forgot about this. After saying that, Lin Yuan handed the burly man another cigarette. The little bit of dissatisfaction in the burly man's heart dissipated with a few puffs of smoke. Boom, vroom, vroom. The motorcycle started. Thanks. Hey, it's just a light drizzle. Lin Yuan swung a leg over the motorcycle and shouted at the two still fighting. Lychee, let us go. The two, in the midst of battle, paused for a moment. Lychee took a step back and said, a Little Knife, let us stop. Continuing to fight doesn't make much sense. Little Knife thought for 2 seconds and nodded in agreement. Randomly pointing at Lin Yuan again, Xiao Dao said, Sister Lychee, we're not that different. That zombie player is something you can't handle on your own. Xiao Dao's voice wasn't loud, but several nearby players heard him. In an instant, a few players surrounded Lin Yuan, all thinking at the same time, this is a boss. We can't let him escape. Hey, what are you guys doing? The burly man immediately shouted at the other players in dissatisfaction. One of the players chuckled ominously. Neo Air, are you planning to team up with a zombie player? Niwat, heard you over. That's a zombie, not one of us humans. Don't be ridiculous. Are you blind? Look at this guy's veins. He can't possibly be a zombie. Neo Air retorted, hands on his hips. The players exchanged glances, their eyes shifting toward Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao smiled and said, I sent you guys the picture. This guy entered Hongya High School yesterday and just came out this morning. I've been watching him all night. As soon as Xiao Dao finished speaking, the players eagerly opened their system chat to check the picture. Even Lychee wasn't an exception. Whoa, brother, you really are a zombie player. The burly man stepped back 2 paces after seeing the picture. Lin Yuan shrugged. Who says players can't enter Hongya High School? No way. All the players replied in unison. Oh, Lin Yuan felt awkward. But how'd he get in then? Lin Yuan, I never expected you to be a zombie player. Lychee said, covering her mouth in surprise. All right, since you all say so, then I guess I am. Facing a group of noobs, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue any further. He thought, if it comes to it, I'll just take them all out. It won't even cost me much stamina. Glancing over the crowd, Lin Yuan looked at Lychee and asked, So, Miss Lychee, would you like to walk with me? Chapter 134. Lychee was bewildered. With so many players present, Lin Yuan actually posed such a question to her. Did he think the other players were just air? Even though she was the top player, she couldn't guarantee her safety against the onslaught of this group. Moreover, there was a lurking threat from a nearby, knife-wielding player. Lychee took a step back, opting to protect herself. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smiled and turned to the burly man beside him, gesturing with his chin. Hey, buddy, are you joining them or stepping aside? The burly man, Neo Air, hesitated. Although Lin Yuan's identity was confirmed by the photo sent by the knife-wielding player, he still had his doubts. Their interaction had not been long, but he had a gut feeling that it wouldn't be hard for the other party to take him down. Ultimately, Neo Air chose to step aside. A cold voice came from one of the female players. Neo Air, you've been kicked out of our team. Neo Air scoffed. So what if he was kicked out? He was the 10th ranked player in the entire region. Surely he could find another team. Lin Yuan stretched his limbs and jumped off his motorcycle. With his tang knife drawn, he beckoned to the players. The knife-wielding player shouted from the back, "Everyone, charge. Let us take this bastard down." The awkward part was that none of the players responded to him. In the next moment, Lin Yuan swung his tang knife, creating a blur of motion. The battle erupted. This fight lasted a full 3 minutes, and all the players attacking Lin Yuan were taken down. There were continuous wails in front of the CAF. The owner, irate, emerged with a gun, claiming the disturbance was affecting his business, and forcibly charged each player compensation of 100 gold coins. Inspired by the owner, Lin Yuan smacked his forehead and called Neo Air over, returning to his old ways. Neo Air, you should know how much those 3 players in your team are worth. Neo Air pounded his chest confidently. Don't worry, bro. These axes of mine aren't for show. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and tossed him a pack of cigarettes. If they resist, just chop off their hands and feet first. Let them bleed out before you bandage them up. Oh, and that guy called Knife. Give him a few slaps to teach him a lesson. Neo Air, you're really touching me. Smakiem suri, niuar? Smek Neo Air, feeling reflesit. Retracted his hand and scolded the now battered Knife. You're the one who's blind to the situation. My big brother is the real deal. Just call me Uncle Neo. The other players secretly admired Neo Air. The sycophant really knew how to play his part. How did we not notice this kid had such potential before? Little Knife, with a mournful face, called out, Uncle Neo, my good nephew, why don't you take out everything valuable on you? Little Knife. He weighed the pouch of money in his hand, and Neo Air, dissatisfied, slapped him hard across the face. Little Knife was stunned. He couldn't understand why, after handing over all his wealth, he was still being hit. However, he didn't dare to say a word. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Neo Air spat and disdainfully said, Bah, with this little bit, you still consider yourself a second-tier player? You must have paid to get here. After saying that, he turned to the next player. Uncle Neo, slap. Neo Air raised his hand and delivered another hard slap. Am I that old? Call me Brother Neo. The player covered his swollen face, looking at Neo Air with resentment. Slap. What are you staring at? I'm not into that. Hurry up and empty your pockets. If I find even a single coin missing, I'll chop off your thumb. Okay, I understand, Brother Neo. After confiscating this player's entire assets, Neo Air continued to the next one. Hello, Brother Neo. A female player said sweetly. Slap. The response was yet another hard slap. Bah, who are you flirting with? Hurry up and take out everything valuable. Next, Brother Neo. Slap. Do you not know how to respect your elders? Hurry up and give me your money. When Neo Air reached the next player, the person fell silent. Slap. What? You don't know how to greet people? Brother Neo. Yeah, move quickly with the money. Next, Neo Air grint. Captain, huh? I remember you used to be just a small fry. What is up? Now you think you're a big shot? Hand it over. Neo Air added 2 more pouches of money to his collection. Neo Air, you. Call me that again, and I'll slap you. The female player threatened. Neo Air responded with intimidation. The female player went quiet. Continuing to the next one, Uncle Neo, you know I've always been very obedient, said a cute-looking girl. Hee. I remember you didn't have braids just now, right? Hee. Uncle Neo still caught you. Is that so? I found quite a few things. After saying that, Neo Air stepped forward and yanked off the girl's ponytail, causing the wig to fall off, along with 2 bulging pouches of money. The girl covered her bald head, tears streaming down her face in distress. Neo Air pointed to Huazi and said in a flat tone, Next time you buy a wig, remember to choose a different store. I don't plan on stocking these anymore. With that, Neo Air continued on to the next player. Lin Yuan was quite pleased with Neo Air's performance. Sister Lychee, what do you think of Neo Air? Neo Air is pretty good. That's it. Lychee thought carefully for a moment and replied seriously. Neo Air knows how to read the situation. If used well, he could be a sharp tool in your hands. Oh, hey, Sister Lychee, why are you blushing? Lin Yuan asked knowingly. Li Qi's cheeks turned red as she tightly grasped Lin Yuan's mischievous hand. Lin Yuan, don't do that. There are a lot of people here. Oh. Lin Yuan withdrew his hand and nodded seriously. Then let's wait until there are fewer people. Li Qi, big brother, the stuff is all here. Come on. Let's count them. Lin Yuan, wait a minute. Hearing this, Lin Yuan turned to look at Li Qi. Li Qi gave him a knowing glance. She opened her mouth but didn't make a sound. Lin Yuan focused on her lip movements, thinking for a couple of seconds. Suddenly, he understood what she meant. He immediately stored all the pouches of money, weapons, and vouchers in his system backpack. Turning around, he saw the CAF owner staring at him coldly through a glass door. When the owner saw Lin Yuan turn back, he didn't say a word and walked into the store. Indeed, money can stir people's hearts. Even the locals aren't exempt from this. Lin Yuan immediately decided to find an opportunity to deal with him. However, with a lovely girl in his arms, Lin Yuan had to temporarily change his plans. He had Li Qi give Neo Air an address, and the three of them quickly disappeared into the narrow alley. Brother Dao, give me an explanation. Brother Dao, I've lost quite a bit. Brother Dao, how about you just pay with your life? Don't come near us. Chapter 135, the three-wheeled motorcycle clattered along the winding paths of the abandoned city, finally stopping beneath a half-finished building. Along the way, Lin Yuan counted his spoils, and the smile on his face grew brighter. The total balance of his gold coins had reached 238,888. He had collected over 30 platinum weapons and a staggering 70 gold weapons. The total number of exchange vouchers had also climbed to 150. He casually pulled out 4 bags containing 500 gold coins each and tossed them to Neo Air. Lin Yuan then removed the key from the motorcycle. Take care of the bike, or I'll break your legs. Thanks, big brother. Following Li Qi, Lin Yuan quickly arrived at a room. The house had a layout of 2 bedrooms and a living room, with the cement walls of the living room plastered with old celebrity posters. Lin Yuan took a quick glance. None of them were familiar to him. The kitchen had fallen into disrepair, with the old range hood covered in a layer of greasy grime, and the wooden cabinets had rotted. Lin Yuan touched one with a finger, and it fell apart instantly. Hey, Lin Yuan! Li Qi's shy voice came from behind him. Lin Yuan turned to gaze at the woman before him. I'm going to take a shower, she said, dashing toward the second bedroom without looking back. Lin Yuan just smiled and walked into the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, there was only a somewhat clean-looking toilet. Apart from that, Lin Yuan found no faucets or shower heads for bathing. Lighting a cigarette, he heard the sound of running water coming from the second bedroom. At that moment, Lin Yuan had no intention of joining Li Qi for a romantic bath. Compared to that, he preferred a fun lingerie fashion show. He pushed open the door to the master bedroom and took a quick glance at the room's layout. The bedroom was simply furnished, a reasonably tidy double bed and a makeshift wardrobe in the corner. The wooden floor was scattered with old newspapers that had changed color over time. Stepping into the bedroom, he pulled back the curtains, letting sunlight stream in through the glass, brightening the room considerably. Yet, Lin Yuan felt that something was missing. An idea popped into his head, and a mischievous smile spread across his face. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan, are you in there? Li Qi's voice called from outside the door. Come in. The bedroom door swung open, and a blinding golden light filled the room. Li Qi gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in shock. The bathrobe she was holding slipped from her grasp. The floor of the bedroom was scattered with gleaming gold coins. Gold coins were scattered all over the floor, windowsill, bed, and wardrobe. Li Qi blushed as she looked at Lin Yuan. Did you do all this? Lin Yuan smiled and nodded. A total of 18,888 gold coins. Do you like it? Li Qi didn't respond. As her bathrobe slipped off, she leaped into Lin Yuan's arms and generously gave him a sweet kiss. The golden romance Lin Yuan created truly moved her. Just as Li Qi was about to make her next move, Lin Yuan interrupted her. Li Qi bit her lip, her hair tousled, cheeks slightly flushed, and she shot Lin Yuan a playful glare. In her mind, shouldn't men be more eager? She couldn't understand why Lin Yuan was acting so saintly at this moment. What are you doing? Lin Yuan raised a finger and gently pressed it against Li Qi's luscious red lips. Do you remember the gift I gave you? Li Qi shot him an annoyed look and rolled out of bed. 5 minutes later, a fun lingerie fashion show started in the room. Lin Yuan leaned back on the bed, with several empty money bags beside him. He critiqued Li Qi as she walked the runway. This piece is too bright in color, but the hollow design is a nice touch. I'll award you 200 gold coins for that. After saying this, Lin Yuan grabbed 200 gold coins from the bed, put them in a money bag, and tossed it to Li Ji. Thank you, Master Lin Yuan, for the tip. Li Ji rolled her eyes again. This one is vibrant, but not overwhelming. It has a great fitted effect. I'll award you 250 gold coins for this. This one is pure white, but the design is bold, and the style is truly unique. I'll give you 300 gold coins for that. Oh, this one is amazing. The light purple hollow floral embroidery adds a mysterious touch. I'll award you 350 gold coins. Wow, this yellow and blue combination, with a hint of dark red in the middle, can be considered top quality. I'll give you 380 gold coins. As expected of the classic black style. The sheer fabric is exquisite, a true masterpiece. I'll award you 450 gold coins. The light pink ice silk material is adorable yet charming, giving off the vibe of a blossoming neighbor girl. Not bad, not bad. Here's 500 gold coins. Oh wow, this one is exceptional. The purple wrap is alluring and makes one want to explore its hidden depths. Lin Yuan glanced at the few remaining gold coins on the bed and quickly placed all of them into the money bag, awarding you 30 gold coins. At that moment, Li Ji, who was changing clothes, paused in her movements. With a puzzled look, she gazed at Lin Yuan. How come there's less money? Lin Yuan shrugged. The money on the bed is gone. Upon hearing this, Li Ji lunged at Lin Yuan, exclaiming, without money, what can I even exchange? If I take you down, I'll have everything. Meanwhile, at the abandoned building, Neo Air sat in a tricycle, engaging in a heated argument in the chat channel with a few players. He felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, Neo Air's ears perked up, and he looked up at the building. He couldn't help but admire in silence. After all, she was the top-ranked sister, and even her voice was something that ordinary female players couldn't compete with. In classroom 606, the number 1 clone sat on the podium. Lost in thought, looking out at the darkening sky, he sighed. He pushed open the classroom door and called out to a group of zombie minions as they headed outside Redleaf Middle School. Soon, their figures blended into the night. The clock struck midnight quietly, but this time, only a few players heard it. Back at the abandoned building, Neo Air was so scared he didn't dare to breathe. Facing hundreds of zombies that looked just like Lin Yuan, he nervously swallowed. Where's my big brother? The number 1 clone stepped forward and asked Neo Air. Who is your big brother? PS called Lin Yuan, and he looks just like me. Neo Air replied, his eyes wide with shock. So it was true. Lin Yuan really had a whole gang of zombie minions. It's in that room. Neo Air pointed to a nearby apartment on the upper floor. The no. 1 clone glanced at him with a smirk and said, you must be the newbie under Big Brother. Neo Air nodded. The clone chuckled, said nothing else, and led the group of minions upstairs. Knock, knock, knock. The door was banged on. Li Ji hastily threw on a piece of clothing, grabbed a dagger from the table, and yanked open the door. Lin Yuan? Hello, sister-in-law. Chapter 136. The morning sunlight streamed through the window and fell softly on the bedside. Lin Yuan stretched lazily and sat up in bed. As he looked around at the familiar surroundings, he felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Wasn't this the 606 classroom? Could it be that everything that happened yesterday was just a dream? Lin Yuan, you're awake. Li Ji's voice came from beside him. Lin Yuan turned to see Li Ji gazing at him with sleepy eyes. He smacked his forehead, realizing that what happened yesterday was indeed not a dream. Meanwhile, in classroom 607, replica number 1 was eavesdropping in the corner. Hearing Lin Yuan's movement from 606, it was about to sneak over with a bag to take credit when suddenly it heard a series of rapid breaths, followed by the sound of birds chirping. It couldn't help but mutter, Big Brother's energy never seems to wane. Its gaze shifted to the corner where Neo Air was snoring loudly. Replica number 1 walked over, pondered for a moment, and then raised its hand to deliver 2 swift slaps. Who dares to disturb Neo Ye's peaceful dreams? Neo's reflexes kicked in, causing him to spring up from the ground. In an instant, 2 sharp axes appeared in his hands, and he swung them wildly in all directions with his eyes still closed. When he finally saw that it was replica number 1 standing in front of him, he quickly retracted his axes and sheepishly said, Good morning, second brother. Replica number 1 nodded slightly and extended a large, dark hand toward Neo Air. What? You want to smoke? All right. Neo Air hurriedly pulled out half a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to replica number 1. Seeing this, replica no. 1 frowned, snatched the half-pack of cigarettes from Neo Air's hand, took one for itself, and lit it up. You can keep the other one for yourself. Noticing the flash of irritation in Neo Air's eyes, Replica number 1 flicked off the ash and added, "Mind your own business. If Big Brother finds out about this, you won't have a good time." With that, replica number 1 turned and left the classroom, leaving Neo Air standing there in a daze. Staring at the closed door, Neo Air released a deep breath, expelling a cloud of stale air. Ever since he was dragged into Hongya Middle School by a horde of zombies early in the morning, he had been unable to find peace. The moment he stepped through the school gates and saw thousands of zombies charging toward him, he nearly wet himself in fear. Fortunately, that newly acquainted Cheap's second brother had roared at the zombies inside the school, causing a large number of them to scatter. Trembling with fear, he followed him up to the 6th floor. Although the zombies in the corridor still showed great interest in him, they dared not act under the intimidating gaze of his Cheap second brother. After ensuring Lin Yuan was settled, Neo Air was taken to the adjacent classroom. Under immense psychological pressure, Neo Air dared not sleep and stayed awake until 7 a.m., when he finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a deep slumber. However, he never expected that his Cheap brother's way of waking him up would be so bizarre. Still, considering his current situation, Neo Air gritted his teeth and endured it. But little did he know that not only did the other party hit him, but they also attempted to rob him. At that moment, Neo Air thought about confronting them with a stick. However, since they had already left, could he really chase after them, given the sheer number of their lackeys? He temporarily abandoned this bold idea. Despite his large build, if he charged out now, he might end up as a snack for the zombies if their lackeys got excited. He quietly walked to the window and lit a cigarette. Neo Air looked out at the playground. The zombies, who were originally shuffling along with their heads down, suddenly turned to face him. Pairs of bloodthirsty eyes were filled with desire as they stared at Neo Air. He was so startled that he froze, not even noticing when the cigarette slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground below. One passing zombie picked up the discarded cigarette, but took a couple of puffs, and his eyes lit up with excitement. The lackey shouted up to Neo Air, "Thank you, third brother." Neo Air was snapped back to reality by the shout. Without bothering to engage with the zombie lackey, he quickly pulled the window shut. Sitting in front of the radiator, he gasped for air. That moment had truly been terrifying. He was genuinely worried that those zombies might rush up and have an impromptu breakfast. In fact, his concerns were not unfounded. Once the window was closed, quite a few zombies indeed charged toward the teaching building. However, they were all stopped by the first clone sitting on the stairs of the 1st floor. In reality, the first clone didn't care about Neo Air's life or death. He was just an ordinary player, and if he died, so be it. But if the noise from these zombies upstairs disturbed the good thing happening between the big brother and sister-in-law, he couldn't just sit back and watch. As noon struck, Lin Yuan and his companion, having freshened up, gathered around the dining table to have breakfast. Bang, bang, bang. Kumin, the first clone, walked into classroom 606 carrying a large sack. "Big brother, sister-in-law, good morning." Lin Yuan took out 2 packs of cigarettes from the system backpack and tossed them over. Glancing at the bulging sack, he asked casually, "What's the situation over at the dorm?" "Big brother, there are quite a few high-level zombies gathered near the boys' dormitory, but it seems they can't come out of the building at the moment." "High-level zombies? Are they higher than you?" Lin Yuan asked while taking a sip of soup. The number 1 clone scratched his head and replied, "Higher than me. Besides the level 55 zombies, I've even seen quite a few level 60 zombies." Soup splashed on Alichi's face, and she rolled her eyes in annoyance. "You say there are level 60 zombies? Hold on, how can you see their levels?" "No." One clone thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Seeing the confused expression on his face, Lin Yuan lost interest in pursuing the matter further. He would find out soon enough when he checked it out himself. Noticing the clone lingering at the door, Lin Yuan frowned and asked, "Do you have something else to do?" The number 1 clone quickly shook his head, not mentioning that Neo Air was just next door. "All right, then go ahead and take care of your business." Lin Yuan casually waved him off. The number 1 clone exited the classroom and gently closed the door behind him. Lichi, puzzled, asked Lin Yuan, "Did your little brother really say there are level 60 zombies in the dormitory building?" After swallowing a mouthful of rice, Lin Yuan casually replied, "Yeah, he did. Let's finish our meal first. After we're done, I'll take you to the dormitory to see what's going on." 10 minutes later, breakfast was over. As Lichi walked past the sack, she kicked it a couple of times and curiously asked, "What's inside this? It sounds like sand when I kick it." "Oh, it's nothing, just a pile of gold coins." "Oh, gold coins." Lichi followed Lin Yuan for a couple of steps when suddenly she stopped in her tracks. Her gaze instantly fixed on Lin Yuan's face. You're saying the sack is filled with gold coins? Yeah, it's just filled with gold coins, Lin Yuan said nonchalantly. Lychee jumped up and planted a kiss on him, then dragged Lin Yuan towards the sack. The moment they opened the sack, Lychee covered her mouth with both hands in shock. The sight inside the bag was simply too beautiful. Chapter 137, Honya Middle School, outside the boys' dormitory building. Lin Yuan stared in shock at the writhing heads of zombies inside. The words of the number 1 clone were still too conservative. Lin Yuan even spotted 2 level 65 zombies among the horde. Beside him, Lychee's face was also grave. An uncontrollable hand slid to Lin Yuan's waist and gave it a hard twist. Ouch! What are you doing? This really isn't a dream, Lin Yuan said, turning his gaze to the number 1 clone following behind him. Send in 2 minions to scout the situation. All right, big brother. The no. 1 clone called over 2 level 51 zombie minions and waved his hand toward the dormitory building. The 2 minions, armed with shovels, dashed into the dormitory under the watchful eyes of the surrounding zombies. However, after just 3 or 4 swings of their shovels, the 2 minion zombies were torn into pieces by the zombies inside the dormitory. The scene unfolded so quickly that Lin Yuan barely had time to react before the minions were done for. He shot a glance at the number 1 clone, who understood immediately. With a wave of his hand, another 2 level 51 zombie minions spun their belts and charged in. The zombies inside the dormitory swarmed towards the 2 minions. Get them back. Hearing this, the number 1 clone let out a roar toward the minions inside. The 2 minions quickly retreated, but the moment they reached the entrance of the dormitory, they were repelled by an invisible barrier, and before 2 seconds passed, they were shredded into 18 pieces by the oncoming horde of zombies. Witnessing the gruesome fate of the minions, Lin Yuan and the No. 1 clone both lowered their heads and lit a cigarette simultaneously. Let's get out of here. The 2 of them, along with a swarm of zombies, hurried towards the classroom building. Suddenly, the number 1 clone, who was walking behind Lin Yuan, stopped his tracks and began to shake uncontrollably. Noticing this, Lychee grabbed Lin Yuan, who was still striding forward. What's wrong? Lin Yuan asked, looking at Lychee in confusion. He then noticed the number 1 clone trembling like a leaf. Furrowing his brow, he stepped closer to observe the clone's strange reaction. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until 3 minutes passed. The number 1 clone finally stabilized, a glint of intelligence shining in his eyes. Big brother, are you all right? I'm fine, big brother, the clone replied. But just now, I suddenly received some information about the classroom building. Lin Yuan glanced at the other person in surprise, but remained silent. The 2 of them, along with the horde of zombies, continued towards the teaching building. Along the way, clone number 1 explained to Lin Yuan how to control all the zombies inside the building. After listening to the explanation, Lin Yuan rubbed his stubbly chin and ultimately decided to go for it. He kicked open the door to classroom 101 and entered with his tang knife in hand. A level 25 zombie was sitting cross-legged on the podium, resembling a meditating monk. Upon seeing Lin Yuan burst in, it showed no sign of surprise. Behind the zombie, a crimson halo appeared. One after another, level 25 zombies crawled out from it and lunged at Lin Yuan. With just 4 swings of his tang knife, Lin Yuan dispatched 20 zombies. The crimson halo dimmed, and no more zombies emerged from it. Lin Yuan stepped closer to the zombie on the podium and realized that it had died a while ago. He lifted the corpse with the tip of his knife and threw it out the window. When he turned back, he found the crimson halo on the podium radiating a dazzling light. Soon, zombies that bore a 70 resemblance to Lin Yuan began to emerge from the halo. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette and made his way up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Outside classroom 202, 40 level 30 zombies stood in a row at the door. Upon seeing Lin Yuan ascend the stairs, they shrieked and charged at him. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan kicked open the door to classroom 202. 2 emaciated level 30 zombies squatted on the podium, silently staring at him. Lin Yuan took a couple of steps closer and executed a stylish flourish with his knife. The 2 heads rolled onto the floor. He opened the window again to continue his throwing work. Once he finished, the orange halo in front of the podium lit up with blinding light. Level 30 zombies that bore a 60 resemblance to Lin Yuan emerged from the halo. At the door of classroom 303, Lin Yuan kicked the door 3 times before it shattered. Level 35 zombies roared and lunged at him. Lin Yuan raised his weapon and began the slaughter. The blood-red halo flickered with light on the classroom ceiling. A zombie fell from it, joining the horde attacking Lin Yuan. After nearly 5 minutes, Lin Yuan cleared all the zombies in the classroom. He glanced at the 3 small mounds of dirt on the podium and frowned. Taking a shovel from his system backpack, he leveled the mounds. When the last shovelful of dirt was thrown out the window, the red halo on the ceiling burst forth with brilliant light. Level 35 zombies began to fall from the ceiling. In classroom 404, for level 40 zombies leaned against the corners of the ceiling, armed with bows and arrows. The moment Lin Yuan stepped into the classroom, he was met with 4 arrows that shot straight at him, forcing him back out. Glancing at the 4 white marks appearing on the back of his knife, Lin Yuan deduced that the weapons in the hands of the zombies were undoubtedly of platinum grade. Lin Yuan signaled to clone number 1, who called over a zombie underling and pointed towards the back door. Although these zombies were bound by certain rules that prevented them from entering the classroom until the 4 inside were dealt with, simply kicking the classroom door open posed no significant issue. The 2 large doors of classroom 404 were pushed open simultaneously. 2 chilling arrows shot toward the front and back entrances. With a swift downward strike, Lin Yuan severed the 2 arrows mid-flight. In a flash, he quickly dispatched the 2 nearest zombie archers. He then advanced toward the remaining 2 zombies, using his Tang Dao to easily deflect the incoming arrows. With 2 precise strikes, he successfully eliminated all the zombies in the classroom. At the podium, a greenish light emanated, casting a shimmering glow. Level 40 zombies, resembling Lin Yuan by about 60, emerged from the light. Ascending the staircase, Lin Yuan made his way to the 5th floor. The hallway was empty, devoid of any zombies. Just as Lin Yuan began to feel puzzled, a classroom door swung open. Out stepped a level 49 zombie, its eyes shimmering with the same intelligent light as Clone No. 1. Boss, I think we might be able to have a conversation. What do you think? Chapter 138. Lin Yuan curiously observed the zombie standing across from him. He lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of smoke. Are you a zombie player? You. How do you know? The zombie on the other side was quite surprised. He had only discovered his identity as a player 3 days ago after leveling up to 49. This was his biggest secret. How could the other person possibly know? Are you also a zombie player? He asked cautiously. Immediately after asking, he regretted it, realizing he had just exposed his own identity. However, thinking about how he could command all the zombies on the 5th floor once he became a zombie player, he felt a bit more at ease. Once he confirmed the other person's identity, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. A zombie player. In District 4999, they were referred to as bosses. According to Lychee, the diamond level thermos that was always listed in the trading mall was something dropped by zombie players killed by other players. It was said that the killed zombie player had even reached level 51. Upon learning this news, Lin Yuan had silently mourned for his old friend Brother Gang for a brief moment. Now that he had encountered another zombie player, Lin Yuan wondered if he should fatten him up a bit before going in for the kill. Turning his gaze toward the zombie, Lin Yuan smiled and asked, "What's your name, buddy?" The zombie player felt that Lin Yuan's behavior was quite rude, especially since he hadn't answered his question yet. However, glancing at the half-burnt cigarette in Lin Yuan's hand, he swallowed hard and replied, "Boss, my name is Wang Gang." What? What did you say? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he dug at his ears. Boss, I said my name is Wang Gang. My nickname is Little Steel Cannon. Wang Gang. Little Steel Cannon? Could it be that Brother Gang has been reincarnated? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Wang Gang was puzzled by the drastic change in Lin Yuan's expression. Yet, he had a hunch that the other person seemed to recognize him. After thinking for a few seconds, Lin Yuan concluded that regardless of whether this Wang Gang was the same as the previous one, since the other party was a zombie player, he already had a path to his demise. Little Steel Cannon, do you have any quick ways to level up and get stronger? Faced with Lin Yuan's sudden concern, Wang Gang was momentarily unsure how to respond. After giving it some thought, he decided to answer honestly, "Big brother, as long as I stay in this classroom for a day, by this time tomorrow, I should be able to level up again. Is that so?" Lin Yuan pondered for 2 seconds and pressed on. "Aren't there any other ways to level up?" "There are. But would you be willing to sacrifice a batch of little brothers?" Wang Gang looked up at Lin Yuan. "Name a number," Lin Yuan said without hesitation. Wang Gang couldn't help but exclaim, "Now that's a true big brother. Big brother, if you ever need me, Wang Gang." "All right, just give me a number. I'm in a hurry." Lin Yuan impatiently interrupted Wang Gang's attempts to pledge loyalty, thinking to himself that this was just a one-time deal, and he didn't understand why the other party was dragging it out. Big brother, I need 50 level 25 zombies, 40 level 30 zombies, 30 level 35 zombies, 20 level 40 zombies, and 5 level 50 zombies. As for the level 45 zombies, I can handle that myself. No need to trouble you. Lin Yuan turned to look at clone number 1. Did you hear that? I got it, big brother. Wang Gang was surprised, realizing that his big brother was indeed powerful, with his subordinates being all zombie players. 5 minutes later, one by one, the zombie minions arrived in the corridor on the 5th floor. Looking up as they approached Wang Gang, his eyes lit up with joy as he launched an attack on the group of zombie minions. Wang Gang could easily crush the necks of the lower-level zombies with one hand. However, when it came to slightly higher-level ones, he had to resort to biting. The gruesome scene made Lin Yuan frown. Clone number 1, give me that cleaver. Let my buddy Xiao Jiang use it. Big brother, I see he has a strong bite force. Hurry up. Clone number 1 reluctantly pulled out the cleaver from his waist and tossed it toward Wang Gang's forehead. Seeing the flying cleaver, Wang Gang quickly grabbed a zombie minion to block it. He yanked the cleaver from the zombie's shoulder and began slaughtering the group of zombie minions, increasing his speed by more than double. 5 minutes later, after finishing off the last zombie minion, Wang Gang's character leveled up twice. He pointed the cleaver at Lin Yuan in the distance, a mocking smile on his face. Big brother, what do you think if I take you down now? Can I rise to power? No sooner had Wang Gang finished speaking than all the classroom doors on the 5th floor flew open and a swarm of zombies, all between levels 45 and 49, charged out. Lin Yuan, Li Qi, and clone number 1 found themselves surrounded by a dense mass of zombies. Faced with this sudden situation, Lin Yuan unexpectedly burst out laughing. He had thought that his earnings in gold coins for today would be limited, considering he had already recruited most of the zombies in the teaching building as his minions. Little did he expect a surprise to arise now. Lin Yuan exchanged a glance with Li Qi and clone number 1, raised his tang knife, and in an instant, charged into the horde of zombies. Limbs and severed arms flew everywhere. Wang Gang whistled as he walked into classroom 505. In his eyes, Lin Yuan's reckless charge into the horde of zombies was nothing short of suicidal. He wouldn't even need to lift a finger. It was likely that Lin would be devoured by those zombies in no time, leaving not a trace behind. 10 minutes later, the 5th floor corridor fell silent. Wang Gang noticed something was off in the classroom and cautiously opened the back door, just a crack to take a look outside. The corridor was littered with the remains of corpses, but Lin Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Strange, Wang Gang muttered to himself. Could it be that they took each other out? The thought of having to check each corpse one by one made his head spin. Just as he was preparing to step outside to assess the situation, a wave of nicotine wafted into his nostrils. Lin Yuan's voice came from behind him. Hey, little cannon, have you figured anything out after peeking at the door for so long? Wang Gang didn't respond. In a split second after the voice reached his ears, his body reacted instinctively, swinging his machete behind him. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Yuan sat on the podium, applauding. What a dramatic move. Wang Gang's blade struck nothing but air, but he wasn't surprised. If Lin Yuan didn't have some skills, he wouldn't be acting like such a big shot. Shifting his gaze to Lin Yuan on the podium, a cruel smile crept across Wang Gang's face. Big brother, how about I send you on your way? Without waiting for a response from Lin Yuan, he charged forward with the machete, his mind racing with fantasies of dominating Hongya High School after taking Lin out, completely oblivious to the mocking glint in Lin Yuan's eyes. Chapter 139, a gentle breeze, carrying a hint of warmth, brushed against Wang Gang's cheek through the crack of the window. Fresh red blood flowed continuously from the top of Wang Gang's head, quickly spraying in all directions. Lin Yuan stepped back in disgust, sheathing his dagger. The craniotomy had been relatively successful. Gazing at Wang Gang, who had already lost all signs of life, Lin Yuan silently lit a cigarette. 1 minute later, Wang Gang's body, along with the splattered blood, vanished from ground. All that remained were a pile of gold coins and a 750 milliliters thermos. A blinding blue light illuminated the podium, and a group of level 45 zombies, resembling Lin Yuan by about 70, emerged from the glowing circle. Lin Yuan bent down to pick up the thermos from the floor to examine it. Diamond grade, thermos maximum water capacity, 1 ton. Other functions, none. Seeing how useless this item was, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of regret for killing Wang Gang. If he had known, he would have fattened him up a bit more before taking him down. Holding Li Qi's small hand, he headed towards the 6th floor. They soon arrived at the corridor on the 6th floor, where familiar faces stood along both sides, looking at Lin Yuan with a sense of reverence. Lin Yuan was quite surprised by this scene. Could it be that this was the influence brought about by dominating the teaching building? To test whether he truly had control over all the zombies in the building, he deliberately picked out two unfamiliar faces from a horde. Pointing towards a window in the hallway, he instructed the two zombies, "You two jump out of this window." As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the two zombies leaped out without hesitation. Glass shards scattered everywhere as Lin Yuan leaned out to look down. He saw the two zombies lying calmly on the ground, their slightly trembling legs indicating they were still alive. Seeing this, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. No wonder they were the warriors he had chosen. Their willpower was remarkably strong. He turned back to Lichi, who wore a look of astonishment. "Why are you still standing there? Let's go." Lin Yuan laughed. "All right." Lichi hurriedly followed, still in shock. In classroom 607, Neo quickly pulled his head back. Leaning against the door, a few beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Initially, he wanted to call out to Lin Yuan right away. However, after witnessing Lin Yuan commanding the zombies to perform extreme stunts, he temporarily changed his mind about calling him. He suddenly felt that staying alone in this classroom wasn't such a bad choice after all. As for when to call Lin Yuan, he needed to think it over more carefully. In classroom 606, Lin Yuan frowned as he looked at Lichi standing at the doorway. "Why won't you let me in?" "I can't get in," Lichi said, feeling aggrieved. Under Lin Yuan's orders, Lichi tried several more times. Each time she approached, a black barrier appeared at the entrance, keeping her outside. Lin Yuan called over a lackey from the corridor and instructed him to summon Clone 1. He then began to observe the glowing circle that had appeared on the podium. After a while, Clone 1 walked into the classroom and, upon seeing the black circle, looked shocked. Just as Lin Yuan was about to ask Clone 1 what the black barrier at the door was about, Clone 1 raised a hand toward the podium, causing another black circle to appear. Under the gaze of both a person and a corpse, the two black circles merged into one. Before Lin Yuan could react, Clone 1 quickly jumped into the circle and vanished in an instant. After considering for 3 seconds, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and jumped into the circle as well, disappearing without a trace. Outside the classroom, Lichi covered her mouth in shock. Even with her experience as the top of Zone 4999, she had never seen such a bizarre scene. With the disappearance of Lin Yuan and Clone 1, all the zombies in the teaching building erupted into chaos, engaging in brutal fights among themselves. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Lichi hurriedly ducked into a nearby classroom. Neo, who was lying on the floor in a state of despair, instinctively sat up when he saw someone enter. Gripping two axes tightly in his hands, he let out a sigh of relief upon realizing it was Lichi. "Neo, Sister Lichi? Wait, why are you here, big sister?" After a brief conversation, they took positions behind the two doors of the classroom. Neo still wore an expression of disbelief. "So, does that mean the boss just vanished into thin air?" Lichi nodded seriously. In the corridor, zombies continued to fight among themselves, and the sounds of their roars echoed throughout Hongya High School. The two pressed tightly against the door, not daring to make sound, fearful that the deranged zombies would break in. Blood flowed down the stairs from the corridor, and the first-floor door had been tightly shut at some point. Not a single drop of the crimson, greenish blood spilled outside the teaching building. All the zombies on campus had rushed into the building the moment Lin Yuan disappeared. The brutal fighting continued until just before midnight, when it finally came to an end. The teaching building fell eerily silent. As night fell, in classroom 607, Neo crouched by the back door, listening to the sounds in the corridor. After a long while, he whispered to Lichi, who was guarding the front door, sister-in-law. "It's quiet in the corridor. Should we go out and check?" "Just wait a bit longer," came a cold voice in Yoera's ear. Time passed slowly. When the clock struck midnight, a wave of drowsiness hit both of them, and they collapsed at the door. Blood from the teaching building began to seep into the floor. Once all the blood was gone, the ground trembled, and the teaching building rose 2 more stories. The door numbers in front of all the classrooms changed simultaneously, with the classroom where Lin Yuan had previously been moving from 606 to 808. The main door of the teaching building opened silently. Different colored light rings erupted in various classrooms, casting blinding rays of light, and zombies emerged from designated classrooms. Soon, a large number of zombies gathered again on the playground. At noon, the black light ring appeared in classroom 808, and Lin Yuan stepped out, his expression indifferent. Following him was clone number 1, who looked somewhat sluggish, even missing an arm. Lin Yuan leaned back on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and quietly stared at clone number 1, his face devoid of emotion. Big brother. A hoarse voice came from clone number 1. Go bring your sister-in-law back. Got it, big brother. The door to classroom 807 was pushed open, and a sharp flash of a knife rushed toward clone number 1's face. In the next second, clone number 1 caught the blade with one hand. Clone número uno? Second brother. Chapter 140 in classroom 808. Li sat gently in Lin Yuan's arms, looking tenderly at her man. Standing at the podium, Neo Air awkwardly turned his head away. Was this something he should be watching? So, are you planning to leave? Li asked softly. Yeah. Can you take me with you? Next time. At that moment, a cross-region experience card appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. He quickly gave a few instructions to clone number 1 before disappearing from classroom 808. In District 19900, a cracked road had a camper van parked by the side. Four women were bustling about preparing a barbecue. Lu Ruyan sat in front of the grill, fanning the flames. Pouting as she complained, it's been ages since the boss video chatted with us. Sister Xia, do you think the boss has lost interest in us? Wang Shihan was flipping the skewers on the grill and chimed in, I mean Ruyan, he hasn't chatted with you for just a couple of days. Is it really that serious? What do you know? I'm asking Sister Xia, not you. Sister Xia, please say something. Wang Xia, distracted while chopping meat, sighed. Who knows? That guy Lin Yuan seems to fall in love with whoever he meets. He could be snuggled up somewhere right now. Hearing this, the three women froze, their gazes shifting to Wang Xia. Noticing their strange looks, Wang Xia put down the knife and shot them a glare. What? Am I wrong? The others didn't argue, but were instead taken aback by the change in her demeanor. Ever since meeting Wang Xia the previous day, Lu Ruyan felt something was off about her. However, they couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. Seeing the three women go silent, Wang Xia picked up the knife again and started chopping the meat on the cutting board, seemingly venting her frustrations. Every time she thought about the last time Lin Yuan had video called her, it made her grind her teeth in anger. Through their previous video chats, any lingering discomfort between Wang Xia and Lin Yuan had long faded. After all, Lin Yuan was her first love, and she was his woman. In the past, whenever Lin Yuan video called them, the women would often send some benefits to ease their longing for him. But the last time Lin Yuan sent her a video invitation, it had really upset her. She had planned to send him more benefits, only to find out that he had come up with a surprise of his own, a so-called fun lingerie fashion show. Upon seeing that woman striking a flirtatious pose in front of Lin Yuan, Wang Xia felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and knock her out. Coupled with Lin Yuan's extravagant display of spending money like it was nothing, Wang Xia declared that she didn't want a video chat with him for a whole month. Xia, what is up? Wang Xia turned to look at Luo Shuihan, who was holding a kitchen knife with a fierce expression. She pointed at the minced meat on the cutting board. How am I supposed to wrap the meat when you've chopped it up so finely? As she spoke, Luo Shuihan waved the bamboo skewer in her hand. Glancing at the cutting board, Wang Xia rolled her eyes and calmly said, a couple of days ago, I heard Rian say she wanted to eat buns. I thought, since we need to chop meat anyway, why not prepare some filling in advance? Don't you think so? Ruyan? Lu Ruyan was speechless. Want to eat buns? She thought, come on, sister, we just met yesterday. We didn't even see each other a couple of days ago. Although she felt this way, Lu Ruyan didn't want to spoil the mood and could only smile and reply. What she has said makes sense. At the entrance of the Huayuan community in District 19990, Lin Yuan was feeling quite annoyed as he looked at the two security guards at the gate. After some time, the area had changed significantly, and even the guards' clubs had been replaced with 100,000-volt electric batons. Sir, you can't enter the community without an appointment. One of the guards stated firmly. I've already told you, I know the owner of Unit 1601, Xiaohong Mao, and Wang Shui. You can verify this, Lin Yuan insisted. Sorry, sir. No matter where you heard our residents' names, you still need an appointment to enter the community. Damn it, Lin Yuan muttered. Call for the patrol team. Someone is causing a disturbance at the gate. In no time, a large group of security guards armed with electric batons gathered at the entrance. Lin Yuan twitched his lips. It wasn't that he couldn't handle these guards, but it just wasn't necessary. The large number of security personnel gathered at the community entrance had naturally drawn a crowd of onlookers. Seeing more and more people gathering, Lin Yuan decided it was best not to confront the guards directly and chose to leave for now, thinking of another way. Is that you, Lin Yuan? A delicate female voice called out from behind. Lin Yuan turned around abruptly to find a stunning girl with a ponytail, dressed in athletic wear, standing inside the community. Yueling? Is that really you? Lin Yuan. The girl dashed through the human wall of security guards and leaped into Lin Yuan's arms. Seeing this, several guards exchanged glances, whistled, and dispersed. As Lin Yuan inhaled the faint scent of the girl in his arms, he felt a wave of restless emotions. Wang Yueling held onto Lin Yuan's large hand, leading him smoothly into the community. The elevator quickly reached the 16th floor. After listening to Wang Yueling describe her recent experiences, Lin Yuan's anger surged. Just 2 weeks after he left, the girls had caught the attention of a group of people. The reason for this attention was, of course, money. Ever since Lin Yuan had left a note and departed, the three girls had discussed among themselves and decided to follow Lin Yuan's lead in placing bets. As a result, they had won quite a bit of gold coins. With money in hand, the girls often went out shopping and dining. Over time, they grew bored and started enrolling in various classes, gradually making many new friends. Initially, many people assumed that the girl's man was someone influential in the neighborhood. However, they later realized that the girls were simply wealthy without any substantial background. Being pretty and rich attracted a lot of unwanted attention. Soon enough, numerous admirers began to surround them. Fortunately, the security in the community was strong enough to prevent these pursuers from entering. The door to room 1601 swung open, and Wang Shue's voice came from the bathroom. Yueling, you're back? Yes, I'm back, sister. The door closed behind her. From the balcony, a voice called out, Yueling, what happened downstairs? Lin Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw Little Red Riding Hood standing on a yoga mat, stretching. The moment their eyes met, Little Red Riding Hood froze. Tears began to fall uncontrollably onto the yoga mat. Lin Yuan smiled as he approached her, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He spoke softly, You're all grown up now. How come you're still crying like a little kid? Chapter 141. What's going on with you, Ling? Why do I hear a man talking in the house? Wang Shue's voice came from the bathroom. Wang Yuling pushed open the bathroom door and exclaimed with delight, Sister, what are you doing? The scene in the bathroom left Wang Yuling completely stunned. Wang Shue quickly grabbed a towel from the rack and wrapped it around her exposed skin, her pretty face blushing as she said, Who let you in? Hurry up and get out. Wang Yuling's cheeks turned red as she replied, Sister, you really don't need to be like this. Lin Yuan is back. Who? Who did you say is back? Wang Shue asked in surprise, taking a couple of steps forward. Seeing this, Wang Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief. She thought to herself, Has my sister developed again? Swallowing hard, Wang Yuling repeated, I said Lin Yuan is back. Wang Shue, barefoot, stepped out of the bathroom and turned her gaze towards the balcony. The sight before her was a bit too much to handle. Wow, Little Red Riding Hood, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Come on, count me in. Wang Yuling joyfully jumped in to join the fun. As the clock struck 9 p.m., Lin Yuan, wearing a pair of shorts, sat on the sofa drying his damp hair, flicking the ash from his cigarette. He smiled and turned to the three girls who had just walked out of the bathroom. How about we go to the commercial street later? Sounds good. We'll follow your lead. Wherever you say to go, we'll go. In classroom 808 at Hongya Middle School, ever since Lin Yuan left, Lichi had taken over the classroom. Meanwhile, Yue wasn't so lucky. He was unceremoniously thrown out of the school by clone number 1. Just as he was shaking his head and sighing, 2 motorcycles drove into the school, one after the other. He was about to call out a warning to the 2 people on the bikes when a hand covered his mouth. A gentle male voice pierced through his eardrum and reached deep into his brain. Uncle Niu, you seem to be living quite well these days. Niu turned around in shock, only to see a pair of shiny black eyes staring intently at him. As a pair of sharp axes appeared in Niu's hands, they were snatched away by 2 figures that suddenly reappeared. Niu, Brother Niu, come with us for a bit. Niu was dragged away from the school gate by the 3 of them. 3 kilometers away from Hongya Middle School, in an underground room, Niu was suspended from the ceiling by a hemp rope, swinging like a swing. The players he had robbed in front of the coffee shop stood quietly facing him. Xiao Dao raised the whip in his hand and started to lash out at Niu, cracking it loudly. Are you going to talk or not? Niu's expression was one of despair, making muffled whimpering sounds. A female player behind Xiao Dao couldn't bear to watch any longer and pulled him away. Xiao Dao was quite displeased and immediately shouted at her, What are you doing? This beast is teaming up with zombie players to rob us. Are you saying I can't take action? The female player shot him a glare, stepped forward, and yanked a pair of stinky socks out of Niu's mouth. Ugh. Cough, cough. The other players fell silent. The only sound echoing in the basement was Niu's dry heaving. Suddenly, there were footsteps approaching from all directions, causing the players to become alert. The door was violently kicked open. The player nearest to the door bore the brunt, flying 6 meters through the air and crashing into the wall. Applause echoed from outside the door. Then, a figure stepped in. Neo was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Brother, you finally made it." The number 1 clone nodded with a smile. "Xiao Neo, you did well. When Big Brother returns, I will definitely report this." "Thank you, brother." Neo replied. "It's you." Xiao Dao gasped. "Do you know him, Xiao Dao?" A player asked. Xiao Dao nodded seriously. "Yes, the zombie player I was talking about." A look of excitement spread across Xiao Dao's face. "Everyone, let us work together to take him down. We're bound to get some great loot." Just as Xiao Dao finished speaking, a massive head was hurled towards the ground, splattering bright red blood all over Neo Air's face. Neo Air cursed under his breath. A female player stepped forward and addressed the number 1 clone. "Hello, brother. We have no intention of being your enemies. You see, this player named Xiao Dao is already dead. Could you please let's go this time?" In response to the female player's plea, the number 1 clone remained silent, only slightly shifting his body to the side. The female player's face lit up with joy at first, but before her smile could last 3 seconds, she froze in place. A horde of indistinguishable zombies surged in from beside the number 1 clone, and before long, several players were engulfed by the swarm. In the narrow alley of the city, Neo Air happily trailed behind the number 1 clone, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Brother, when will the boss be back? What does it have to do with you?" "Second brother, I'm just curious. Don't ask what you shouldn't tea." "All right, I got it, second brother. There are quite a few players living under the 3rd manhole, cover 200 meters from the alley entrance." "Got it, second brother. Do you know why the boss wants you to take out the players in this city?" "No idea. Aren't you curious?" "That's not your concern." Inside the teaching building, Wang Xuanning and Lu Jie chatted and laughed as they made their way to the 6th floor. When they discovered there were actually 4 staircases above them, they were stunned. Lu Jie hesitantly replied, "I remember the teaching building only had 6 floors before, right?" "I think so." They followed the corridor on the 6th floor and arrived at the door of classroom 606. As they pushed the classroom door open, they were taken aback. Inside the classroom, apart from a zombie minion sitting cross-legged on the podium, all the furniture and carpets were gone. The 2 girls were shocked. "Hello, sister-in-law." Who's talking?" The 2 turned back to look down the corridor. They saw a zombie that looked 80 like Lin Yuan walking out from the depths of the corridor. "Hello, sisters-in-law. The big brother is currently in classroom 808. The 2 girls nodded at this. They turned and walked toward the stairs. It wasn't until their figures disappeared from the corridor that the zombie minion walked into classroom 606 with a gloomy expression. "Fourth brother." The zombie on the podium quickly called out. "Slap, fourth brother. Why did you hit me?" "Slap. You blind fool. Didn't you see the sisters-in-law and call for help?" The zombie minion covered its face, feeling wronged. "Sixth brother. I don't know those 2 sisters-in-law." "Slap. How do you talk back?" Chapter 142 in classroom 808. Lychee lay on the soft bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor, growing closer. Lychee frowned. Could it be Lin Yuan returning? She quietly put on her clothes and tiptoed to the door to peek outside. There were no motion sensor lights in the corridor, but Lychee could still see that 2 women were approaching. Lu Jie slowed her pace, her right hand stealthily reaching into her side bag. "Sister, what's wrong?" Wang Xuanning whispered. "Someone is watching us. Could be Lin Yuan?" Lu Jie gently shook her head. Seeing this, Wang Xuanning unlatched a double-barreled shotgun from behind her. Knock, knock, knock. The door to classroom 808 was rapped upon, and Lychee nervously gripped her circular dagger. Her eyes fixed on the back door of the classroom. Just 30 seconds ago, she had blocked the front door with a sofa. With the faint moonlight, she saw that Wang Xuanning was holding a gun, confirming that the 2 figures outside were indeed locals. What puzzled her was how the locals ended up in this place. Just as the 2 women prepared to break in, the sound of a zombie minion's voice echoed down the corridor. "Sisters, I forgot to tell you, the boss isn't here right now, but there's another sister staying in the classroom." The voice was loud enough for Lychee inside the classroom to hear clearly. Realizing that the 2 women outside were also Lin Yuan's partners, Lychee let out a relieved sigh. The classroom door was gently pushed open. Lychee had already lit a few candles inside. When the 2 women entered, she politely greeted them. "Hello, sisters." They exchanged glances and smiled back. "Hello, little sister." The 3 quickly gathered around a dining table and began chatting warmly. As the clock struck midnight, Three special guests arrived at a CAF located 10 kilometers from Hongyang Middle School. The CAF owner stood at the counter with a smile, but two dark barrels of guns were pressed against his forehead. Team leader Lu, what does this mean? Lu Jie smiled as she pulled Lychee closer and whispered, Boss Hu, do you still remember my little sister? Of course I remember. She's one of our biggest clients. The owner replied, but she's just a player. Are you really going to stand up for a player, Team leader Lu? With a loud bang, Boss Hu clutched his hand, which had been injured, his face turning pale. Wang Xuanning pulled the gun bolt again and said coldly, Boss Hu, I advise you not to make any sudden moves. This time it was just a hand that got blown off. Next time it could be your head. Boss Hu suddenly looked up, his crimson eyes locked onto Lu Jie. Lu Jie, how dare you touch me? Do you know who I have backing me? Bang. This time, it was Lu Jie who fired the shot. The three quickly looted the CAF. A total of 30,000 gold coins were added to Lizzie's system backpack, on top of what Lin Yuan had given her earlier. This brought Lizzie's total balance to over 60,000 coins, making her smile all the way home. When she opened the regional channel, Lizzie was surprised to find that the region number had changed. The previous area code, 4999, had become 499, and the region was still merging. The number of players was also significantly decreasing. Could this be the consequence of the regional merger? Despite her best efforts, Lizzie couldn't figure it out. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to dwell on things. If she couldn't understand it, then she wouldn't think about it. After all, her two older sisters had promised to take her to the native living area for shopping tomorrow. At 9 a.m., Lin Yuan pushed aside the few white legs on top of him and walked out of the bedroom, looking at the sun slowly rising from the west. His eyes were filled with mockery. He opened the system panel and glanced at the progress of the regional merger. Was it just missing a 9? The speed was still too slow. In region 19900, the beautiful girl team was about to participate in a brand new competition. This competition was called the Zombie Escape Contest. There was no time limit. Players just needed to kill a certain number of zombies within the 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Once they drove their vehicle across the finish line, they would complete the contest. As the whistle blew, the competition began. The RV drove along the road and quickly arrived at Area A. The zombies in Area A were generally concentrated at level 510. Each player only needed to hunt 100 zombies to drive their vehicle to the next area. The RV stopped in the middle of the road, and the 4 girls drew their belts and rushed into the zombie horde on both sides of the road. With Lin Yuan's weapon support, the girls' strength had made a qualitative leap. Hunting 100 low-level zombies was not just as easy as drinking water. It was almost as easy as eating. After 8 minutes, the 4 girls returned to the RV. After freshening up, the RV started, and within 60 minutes, they arrived at Area B. In Zone B, the zombie level ranges from 10 to 15, and each player only needs to hunt down 50 zombies to complete the task. Groups of zombies are aimlessly wandering along the highway in Zone B. The arrival of the RV seems to evoke no reaction from them at all. They continue to drift around like street punks. After observing for a while from inside the RV, the 4 women devised a plan and quickly jumped out to launch an attack on the group of wandering zombies. After 15 minutes, the 4 women returned to the RV, drenched in sweat. After freshening up, they chose not to head to the next zone immediately, but instead decided to prepare lunch first. Zombies continued to stroll around the RV, and even though they could see the 4 women through the windows, they showed no desire to attack. Once lunch was over and the 4 women settled back into their seats, they received a video call invitation from Lin Yuan. They exchanged glances and simultaneously answered the call. On the virtual screen, Lin Yuan was seated in the center of a large sofa, flanked by 2 attractive women. Upon recognizing the faces of the 2 women, Lu Rian couldn't help but burst out. Without needing Lin Yuan to introduce them, she immediately identified them. Little Red Riding Hood and the Repair Girl. You two are something else. While I'm not around, you're secretly trying to charm a boss. The 2 women blushed awkwardly at Lu Rian's teasing. Just then, a cute and playful face appeared on the virtual screen. Sister, the sister on the screen, looks so fierce. Is she also Lin Yuan's wife? The sudden interjection from the girl left everyone speechless. Luo Shuihan, watching from the side, couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. It hadn't been long, and already there was a whole football team of women around the boss. If things continued like this, they might soon form a squad. It was too much to think about. Chapter 143, Video Call ends. Lu Ruyin and the others now had several platinum-level weapons in hand. Wang Shihan, sitting in the passenger seat, nervously glanced at Lu Ruyin, who was driving with her feet. At the prompting looks from the two girls in the back seat, she cleared her throat and tentatively said to Lu Ruyin, "Ruyin, you've been driving all day. Maybe I should take over the driving?" With a sideways glance, Lu Ruyin honked the horn twice with her foot and retorted, "You? No way. I can drive better with my feet than you can." Hearing this, Wang Shihan's face flushed red as she pointed at Lu Ruyin, but couldn't find the words to respond. The two girls in the back exchanged glances, and Wang Shiya immediately interjected, "Ruyin, how about I drive instead?" "Sure." Lu Ruyin quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and vacated the driver's seat. Without anyone in control, the RV veered dangerously towards a large tree on the side of the road. With the tree now less than half a meter away, Wang Shihan acted swiftly, grabbing the steering wheel while flashing a confident smile to the two girls in the back. In the next moment, the RV narrowly avoided crashing into the tree. The two girls in the back let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. Sitting on the couch, Lu Ruyin looked in surprise at Wang Shihan, who was now at the wheel, popping open a bottle of champagne. She murmured, "It shouldn't have been that close." Bang! To Lu Ruyin's dismay, Wang Shihan had barely taken 2 sips of champagne before crashing into a huge rock on the other side of the road. "Now, that's more like it. Is this steep track really that easy to navigate?" "Lu Ruyin, you idiot." Wang Shihan wiped the champagne off her face and shouted towards the back of the vehicle. After this little mishap, Wang Shiya took over the steering. The RV drove steadily on the road, taking 50 minutes to reach Zone C. The zombie levels in Zone C range from 15 to 20, with a hunting quota set at 30 zombies. Compared to the street-dwelling zombies of Zone B, the zombies in Zone C were much more vigorous. As soon as the RV appeared, a dozen zombies, each at level 20, rushed forward, waving their emaciated arms and banging on the RV's windows. The girls inside quietly observed the zombies' movements until the right side rearview mirror was shattered by a passing street zombie. Instantly, the girls in the RV sprang into action, grabbing several newly distributed platinum-level weapons from Lin Yuan and jumping out of the vehicle. Limbs and body parts flew everywhere. The sharpness of the weapons exceeded the girls' expectations. It took 10 minutes for the few girls to complete this hunting mission. The vehicle started up again, heading towards Area D. In Area 499, the operation to eliminate players was still ongoing. Clone number 1 turned to look at Neo Air, who shivered slightly. He quickly opened a regional chat channel and glanced at the number of players. Ergo, excluding the big boss, Lichi Jia, and myself, there are still 7 players left in this area. Upon hearing this, Clone number 1 frowned. There's still that many? Do you know their locations? Neo Air shook his head bitterly. Ergo, the remaining players are all new little Karamis. I've never even heard of them. Inside the snail noodle shop previously run by Lichi, several players were gathered around a table, excitedly discussing something. Just then, a panicked man burst in through the door and whispered to one of the women, "Boss, there's trouble. I saw a lot of zombies gathering downstairs, and 3 women seem to be coming up." The leading woman furrowed her brows. "Could it be that they've really found us? Go take another look." As the man was about to step out to check the situation, he heard the voices of several women in the hallway. "Liu Ye, twinning. I'm not exaggerating. The snail noodles I made are famous for miles around." "Lichi, how long has it been since you came by?" 3 or 4 days, I think. Customers have arrived." In the next moment, the corridor fell silent. The 7 people inside the shop were so tense that they didn't dare to breathe, gripping their weapons tightly. Their eyes fixed on the curtain at the door. 1 minute, 2 minutes, until 3 minutes had passed, and the hallway remained quiet. The 7 could even hear each other's heartbeats. 5 minutes later, a male player finally couldn't hold back and turned to the leading female player, saying, "Boss, should I go check the situation?" The female player thought for 2 seconds and was just about to nod when the curtain was suddenly pulled open from the outside. Clone number 1 walked in with a grim expression. Upon seeing the 7 people inside, a smile returned to his face. "Huh, you guys sure know how to hide." Heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. The faces of the 7 inside the room turned pale. 10 minutes later, inside the snail noodle shop, Clone No. 1 pulled out 2 cross-region experience cards from his pocket and handed them to Lichi and Neo Air. The boss instructed that after taking care of the last batch of players, you should use these to teleport to area 19,900. Did Lin Yuan say anything else? Lichi asked eagerly. Clone number 1 shook his head. Holding the experience card in hand, the 2 ultimately chose to teleport. A flash of white light enveloped them, and they vanished from their spot. Just a second after the two girls disappeared, in zone 499, the fusion was completed. The zone number changed once again. Lin Yuan, who was still on the couch chatting and joking with a few girls, also vanished in the next moment. In a spacious conference room, there were 50 chairs arranged neatly. Each chair had its corresponding number. Lin Yuan sat in chair number 49 and looked around. Including him, only 7 people were present in the room. To his surprise, he recognized 3 familiar faces. In the empty conference room, an emaciated old man, sitting in chair number 14, rose with the aid of a cane. His gaze scanned the others before finally landing on Lin Yuan. Player Lin Yuan, after this round of the Universal Road Survival game, you have obtained the ruling authority of Zone 49. According to previous rules, you will become the game master for the next round. However, for the sake of fairness, we will hold a vote. If you disagree with Lin Yuan being the next game creator, please raise your hand. With a swish, 2 arms shot up. The old man nodded in satisfaction. Now, those in favor of Lin Yuan becoming the next game creator, please raise your hand. Swish, 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 swish. Huh. The old man frowned and silently raised his arm. I declare that this round of the game is officially over. As the old man's voice fell, 2 figures immediately vanished from their seats. Only 5 people remained in the conference room. Lin Yuan grabbed the arm of Lu Ruyin, who was sitting next to him, and gritted his teeth, saying, "Ruyin, give me an explanation. You little brat, what are you doing? Let go of my niece." "Old man, you, don't interfere." Just as Lin Yuan was halfway through his sentence, his mind went blank. He looked at old man Yu in shock. "Ruyin is your niece?" Xiao Man chimed in from the side. "She is my cousin." The emaciated old man tapped his cane twice. "Kid, Ruyin is also my granddaughter." Lin Yuan blinked a couple of times, realizing that this family was putting on quite a show for him.